A terminal cancer patient suddenly opens her eyes and becomes a baby girl from a samurai family. Your wife has given birth, it's a girl. The middle-aged man frowned, worried about how a girl could inherit their family's glory as generations of samurai. Forget it, as long as she grows up safely. He sighed, touching the sword at his waist. Who would have thought that 12 years later, this girl would receive her father's full-strength strike and turn it back on him? This move is called slip knife, using your strength against you, Hiranoya said, fixing her hair, looking calm and composed. Daisuke was stunned. The side of a samurai sword is the weakest point. How many times did she have to practice to pull that off? Dad, I'm going to the fireworks festival. Remember to bring me some wagashi. You'll lose your teeth if you keep eating sweets. Her muttering could be heard inside, and Daisuke laughed and scolded. Little brat. This twist is incredible. From being a despised baby girl to becoming a master who can turn the tables on her father. What other skills does she have hidden? Will anything go wrong at the fireworks festival? I'm hooked on this plot. I can't wait to see how she overturns the rules of the samurai family. Just after the fireworks festival ended, she returned home to find the entire yard filled with the smell of blood. The samurai family had been massacred. Hiranoya sat atop a tree, munching on wagashi, staring blankly at the fireworks. This world is too ordinary. There's nothing but sword practice. Little did she know, this was the calm before the storm. Happily bouncing home, she found the front door wide open, and blood everywhere. Oh no. Old man. She climbed through the window, grabbed her sword, and rushed out. The backyard was littered with corpses, and her father stood there, covered in blood. A man on the opposite side smiled, his crimson eyes fixed on her. Little girl, you're better than your dad. If that smile weren't smeared with blood, it could charm a crowd. Daisuke shouted. He's a monster. Run. I can't leave you behind. Hiranoya tightened her grip on the sword, her hands trembling. The man didn't wield a weapon, yet she felt like she couldn't escape or fight back. And that man looked strangely familiar. What kind of monster is this? Can Hiranoya defeat him? Were her father's words a foreshadowing, or did he truly have no chances? Just when life seemed peaceful, a family crisis struck. This twist made my heart stop. I can't wait to see how she uses that slip knife to turn the tables. How could she still stand with a gaping hole in her chest? This woman must be a monster. You are the last glory of the Hirano family. Go, her father shouted, blocking her way. As soon as Hiranoya turned around, she bumped into that man. Your father is dead. The man smiled, looking insufferable. She drew her sword to strike, but was punched away, blood spraying and staining her kimono. Join me, and you'll become strong and live forever. The man reached for her sword. I'd rather die. She spat at him. In the next moment, his hand pierced through her chest. It's the world of Demon Slayer. Muzan really needs some sunlight. Hiranoya felt her consciousness fading. Stand up. Her father's voice echoed in her mind. Child, you are the glory of the Hirano family. Her mother's gentle hand brushed against her face. I shouldn't die. Suddenly speaking up while lying on the ground, Muzan was shocked. Impossible. Hiranoya staggered to her feet, the wound in her chest still bleeding. Because I'm a samurai of the Hirano family. What can she use to fight Muzan? Is this a moment of clarity, or has she truly gained power? Does she have to rely on that slip knife to turn the tables? This plot is exhilarating. I can't wait to see how she defeats this scumbag. A mortal body can injure Muzan? This woman is tougher than the Hashira. Hiranoya struggled to stand, the hole in her chest still bleeding. Swift wind, one slash. The blade flashed, sword energy slicing straight at Muzan. Muzan's pupils contracted. He couldn't dodge. With a squelch, a bone-deep wound appeared on him. As the healing slowed down, Muzan was shocked it took half a minute to heal. Meanwhile, she lay on the ground, her arm bones protruding, breathless. Muzan stared at her corpse and suddenly laughed. Imagine how terrifying she would become after turning into a demon and training for hundreds of years. He reached into her chest, transferring a significant amount of blood from the upper moons. Hiranoya repeatedly lost consciousness and woke from excruciating pain. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a sea of red flowers. Is this my spiritual world? She suddenly realized and began digging. Beneath the grass was a fiery space, where a blue grew upside down. Muzan's spiritual core. Is he mad for immortality? She sneered. Get out of my spiritual world. Can she destroy this flower? Will she lose control after becoming a demon? Does Muzan know that his spiritual core has been turned against him? This operation is too impressive. I can't wait to see how she uses the power of a demon to turn the tables on Muzan. Hiranoya unexpectedly became upper one, an existence beyond the 12 Kazuki. Just after becoming a demon, the smell of blood drove her mad. She grabbed a servant's corpse to eat, but her mother's voice suddenly rang in her head. She woke up, slapping herself hard. How disgusting. That night, she buried her father and the servant, placing Wagashi at the grave. Father, your favorite. In a reflection on the water, her eyes clearly marked up her one knot. Where did a zero come from among the 12 Kazuki? She was confused. Muzan suddenly appeared, his face close. You are beyond the 12 Kazuki, your status is higher than theirs. He gave her 2 tasks, find the blue Biangwa and kill the demon slayers. Hirano thought to herself, I have a whole spiritual world full of Biangwa. What do you want from me? Muzan's hand pressed on her head. Disobedience will lead to a fate worse than death. She knelt on one knee, bowing her head in response, but her nails quietly dug into her palm. Will she really obey Muzan's orders? How strong is the blood demon art of Upper One? Will searching for the Biangwa expose her? This undercover identity is too thrilling. I can't wait to see how she stabs Muzan in the back. Hirano's blood demon art turns out to be a bug-level mimicry. She can even change her appearance. Just after sending Muzan away, she was so hungry her eyes turned green. She dashed to the breeding farm in the north of the city, devouring livestock in a whirlwind. Before leaving, she even left behind a pile of silver, considerate payment for the meal. Turning around, she went to steal a mask, slicing through the iron lock with her sword. Choosing a fierce-looking Redbro mask. A demon deserves a demon mask. Perfect. 18 midnight. She smashed the tailor's door. I want to make clothes. Pay more. A black ninja outfit with zero embroidered on the back and a haori with red banwa on a white background. The tailor was stunned. Health flowers embroidered on clothes? Isn't this girl afraid of bad luck? During the day, she hid in the wardrobe to practice her blood demon art. With a flash of red smoke, she turned into an old man, then flashed back to herself. Can I also mimic other people's blood demon arts? This ability is too overpowered. Will she rely on this ability to kill demons and demon slayers? Or to turn the tables on Muzan? Once she puts on this new outfit, who will recognize her as the young lady of the Hirano family? Who will be the next to imitate? This operation is getting more and more impressive. We are just waiting to see her wearing the Hanya mask, wreaking havoc. A ghost can actually sunbathe? This operation by Hirano completely overturns common knowledge. She hides in the closet practicing blood demon techniques, stretching her hand into the sunlight. Sizzle her hand is burned and smoking, but it's much slower than last time. One day, I will be able to sunbathe like a human. In the middle of the night, she goes to fetch new clothes, pairing a black ninja outfit with a Higanbana Haori. In the reflection of the hot spring, her eyes are marked with Upper Moon and Zero to wearing the mask. She blinks and disappears into the night. She turns around and transforms into a doctor, swaggering into the hospital. Locking the blood transfusion warehouse door, red smoke flashes and she transforms back, striking it rich. She stuffs blood bags into a box until it overflows. The most amazing part is that she walks out of the hospital in the sunlight. The sunlight hits her face and she feels absolutely fine. Now I can even fool the sun. What will she do next? Use this trick to infiltrate the Demon Slayer Corps, or go seek revenge on Muzan. This ability is simply out of this world. The plot is getting more intense. We are just waiting to see her wearing the Hanya mask, cutting down demons under the sun. 22-year-old Hirano can actually take on Kokoshibo Hiden. Even with a broken waist, she can heal instantly. In 10 years, she has grown from a lowly into a fiery young woman. Having trained under countless sword masters, she drained them dry in half a year. She killed a bunch of Demon Slayer Corps members and incapacitated 2 Hashira. The Demon Slayer Corps gave her a name, the Hellflower with the evil demon mask. In Infinity Castle, she pesters Kokoshibo every day. Teach me the moon breathing. Kokoshibo swings his sword and strikes. Take my first move. 2 blades clash, sending sparks flying, moving so fast that they leave after images. Moon breathing, first form, Night Palace. Kokoshibo's blade creates an afterimage. Gale, spike. Hirano's blade thrusts out a stream of air, creating a sonic boom. She's cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. Kokoshibo fares worse. His head is severed and rolls to the side. In the next second, her body begins to writhe and heal. Kokoshibo picks up his head and reattaches it, surprisingly praising her. With a few more decades of training, you could defeat me. What secret move is she hiding? Can she really surpass Kokoshibo, who has lived for centuries? How stunning is her face beneath the mask? This combat power is simply ridiculous. We're just waiting to see when she will turn the tables on Muzan. Upper Moon Zero actually wants to infiltrate the Demon Slayer Corps as an undercover agent. Muzan's move is too cunning. As the sound of the peeper rings out, Muzan appears. Go undercover in the Demon Slayer Corps and help me find Higanbana. Hirano is overjoyed inside. She was just thinking about learning the breathing techniques and Nicaran blades. But on the surface, she is respectful. As you wish, my lord. She turns around and transforms into a 12-year-old boy in tattered clothes and bare feet. She concocts a backstory. Her father was killed by a demon, and she seeks revenge. Even she's almost convinced by this setup. Walking in the mountains at midnight, the torch illuminates a path 5 steps ahead. Suddenly, a sinister laugh comes from behind. Young human, you must taste very fresh. Turning around, she sees a bald demon squatting in a tree, its red eyes gleaming. The boy bolts, his lungs feeling like they might burst. Run. Running makes the meat more tender. The demon cackles from the tree, he falls to the ground, grabs a chopping axe, and rushes at the demon. Just as he approaches, he is kicked away. While his cries are filled with despair, is this a play arranged by Musin? Or has he truly encountered a demon? Will he expose his identity? When will the Demon Slayer Corps show up? This undercover life starts off so thrilling. We're just waiting to see when she can't keep up the act any longer and draws her sword to cut down demons. Uehara Yuki actually killed a demon with 1 axe? This operation shocked even the Demon Slayer Corps. A monkey demon is riding on him, its massive mouth biting toward his neck. Then he grabs the chopping axe and crazily swings it at the demon's neck. 1 strike isn't enough, so he goes for another, until he turns the head into mush. By dawn, the demon turns to ashes, and he collapses on the ground. Waking up again, he finds himself surrounded by black-clad, masked figures. You are the Demon Slayer Corps? I want to join. His eyes shine brightly. First, heal your injuries. We will report you. As his leg heals, he sets off on the road, casually knocking on the door of a wooden hut. A one-armed uncle comes out. I am the demon hunter you're looking for. Uehara Yuki is stunned. What a coincidence. Sitting around the campfire for dinner, he can't help but ask, what happened to your arm? The uncle sneers. A few years ago, I fought a female demon and lost an arm. My companion went blind. Uehara Yuki's heart stops. Could this be about himself? Has the uncle recognized him? Is this undercover life about to crash before it even starts? How will it continue from here? This plot is making my palms sweat. We are just waiting to see when she gets exposed. Murata Shinta opened his mouth and continued. Yes, that's right. The demon is female and has been active in a city not far from here, killing many brothers of the Demon Slayer Corps. Under pressure, as the wind Hashira, I teamed up with the Thunder Hashira to ambush that female demon, but we underestimated her power and were defeated by her. Murata Shinta poked the bonfire with a stick and continued. That female demon should be an upper moon, but because she wears a red Hanya mask, we cannot determine her rank among the upper moons. In any case, if you ever see a demon wearing a red Hanya mask and dressed in a white haori embroidered with Higan Bana patterns, do not hesitate to run as far as you can before you have the strength of a Hashira. That's a demon who can escape even after being attacked by 2 Hashira. Murata Shinta said with lingering fear that we call her the Hellflower with the evil demon mask. Oh, okay, Uehara Yuki responded, while Hiranoya, the real culprit behind this incident, looked dazed. No wonder she looked so familiar before. Turns out she is an old enemy. The world is indeed small. If Murata Shinta knew that the female demon he was talking about was sitting right across from him, he would probably go crazy, Hiranoya thought. Murata Shinta shook his head and sighed. I've said too much. Now is your generation's time. The burden of slaying demons will ultimately fall on you. Get some rest, and we will start training tomorrow. Hiranoya tidied up a bit and then went to sleep. After several days of trekking over mountains, having a comfortable place to sleep was something to cherish. In Murata Shinta's view, Uehara Yuichi's talent was absolutely the highest he had seen so far. In less than a year, he had completely mastered the breath of wind. There was nothing more he could teach. Only practical combat could enhance Uehara Yuichi's skills. That night, while Murata Shinta and Uehara Yuichi were sound asleep, a presence appeared near the cabin. Uehara Yuichi opened his eyes, turned to look at the still sleeping Murata Shinta, put on his shoes, and got up to leave the cabin. Following the presence, Uehara Yuichi arrived at a nearby rock not far from the cabin. Come out. What do you want from me? Uehara Yuichi was enveloped in red smoke. And after a gust of wind, Hiranoya's true appearance was revealed. A small one-eyed demon crawled out from the crevice of the rock. This was indeed the one-eyed clone of Neru, which in the original story. The 12 Kizuki relied on these hidden little creatures to discover the residences of 60% of the Demon Slayer Corps members. Lord Ri, I am here to deliver a message on behalf of my master. Tomorrow, a B-rank member of the Demon Slayer Corps will rest here. Please take good care of this member. He has brought back important information regarding the 12 Kizuki, said the one-eyed clone before dissipating. To kill a demon slayer? It seems things are about to get lively. Hiranoya transformed back into Uehara Yuichi's appearance, stretched lazily, and prepared to go back to sleep. The next day, A Karasu Tengu flew in, waking both of them. Ah, Murata Shinta, Uehara Yuichi. Today, a B-rank member of the Demon Slayer Corps will rest here. Please take good care of this member. He has brought back important information regarding the 12 Kazuki. Ah, end of message. The Karasu Tengu said in a strange tone before flying away. I see. No wonder Muzan is in such a hurry to kill this person, even at the risk of exposure. It turns out he has information about the Kazuki. I wonder if the information includes anything about me. Hiranoya was lost in thought, but said, Uncle Murata, I'm going down the mountain to buy some ingredients. Let's treat that senior well. In reality, she was thinking about how to take the opportunity to slip away and deal with that person. Murata Shinta nodded. I was just thinking the same thing. You should head out early. The market is a bit of a distance from here. Try to come back before dark. Uehara nodded and went down the mountain. Once Uehara ran out of Murata Shinta's perception range, she transformed back to her original appearance. It was still the familiar dark green, shoulder-length hair and eyes, the familiar mask, and the familiar Higanbana Haori. Now it was time to begin. Hiranoya adjusted her mask and disappeared from a spot. Hiranoya is not carrying a sword. Now, she no longer needs a blade to eliminate someone. Even with a Hashira by her side, it wouldn't matter, especially since Murata Shinta is a retired wind Hashira who has already lost an arm. However, she doesn't need to prepare a sword. Her blood demon art has already mimicked Kokoshibo's blood demon art. Now, she can turn her flesh and blood into a blade, and it looks much better than Kokoshibo's sword. The blade is free of any strange or disgusting elements. It's simply a beautifully translucent dark green tanto that resembles glass. Because the blade is short, Hiranoya prefers to keep it horizontally at the back of her waist. Hiranoya quickly returned and happened to see Murata Shinta talking to a person dressed in a Demon Slayer Corps uniform, who had a relaxed expression as if they were finally able to settle down. Hiranoya walked slowly towards the two, not in a hurry. Ah, I finally found a place to rest. It has been a tough journey, constantly encountering ghosts trying to assassinate me. The most dangerous encounter was with 2 lower moon demons. I nearly died on the way. The man let out a sigh of relief as he set down his bag and recounted the hardships of the journey to Murata Shinta. Murata Shinta patted the man on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. Now that you're here, my disciples and I will take good care of you. You can rest easy. You are safe here. Huh? Does Lord Wind Hashira have disciples now? Yes, it happened a year ago. He is a very talented and hard-working child. He just went down the mountain to buy ingredients. We'll prepare a good meal for you when he returns tonight. The man bowed slightly. Thank you so much. By the way, I wonder if Lord Wind Hashira has prepared a place for my dinner? A light and playful female voice came from the side. Who is it? Murata Shinta's scalp tingled. When did this woman get so close to them? Her presence was concealed so well that neither of them noticed. But when Murata Shinta saw the person, he froze in place, sweat instantly soaking his back. It's you. Murata Shinta's pupils constricted. He would never forget this person, the bastard who cut off his arm. Quickly drawing the Nichiren blade from his waist, the blue blade reflected Murata Shinta's figure. I've been waiting for this moment, you masked bastard. I've been waiting for your return so I can take revenge for myself and the Thunder Hashira. Last time, I underestimated you. Prepare to die. Breath of wind, 3rd form, dust storm. 3 blades of wind shot towards Hiranoya from Murata Shinta's position, kicking up a cloud of dust and knocking down several trees before dissipating. Is that the legendary Hellflower wearing a demon mask? Even she has come. The demon slayer's eyes went blank. To him, this demon seemed unbeatable, even against the combined might of 2 Hashira. Surely, he wouldn't survive today. Huff. Murata Shinta steadied his breath. He had used all his strength in that last attack, channeling years of anger and resentment into it. Too slow, Mr. Murata. Without an arm, you can't wield your sword like you did years ago. Hiranoya's playful voice reappeared beside them. Impossible. Breath of wind, 2nd form, claw, Keiho wind. Murata Shinta quickly adjusted his breathing and swung his sword towards the sound. For claw-shaped blades of wind shot out, but Hiranoya's right hand transformed into a hand blade, cutting towards the oncoming wind blades, dissipating them with a strong gust of air that still rushed towards Murata Shinta and the others. Now, Hiranoya could wield airflow without a sword, though it was not as powerful as when using the sword to generate it. However, after a year of practicing Breath of Wind, the gap between the two had narrowed significantly. Enough. I didn't come here to wait for your meaningless revenge. You are too weak. My target is not you, and you must understand that. Hiranoya lost her patience. Having lived with Murata Shinta for a year under the pretense of being someone else, she understood his strength all too well. With that, she gradually walked towards the demon slayer member who was already paralyzed with fear. Murata Shinta sprang to his feet. "No, I won't let you kill him." But before he could finish his words, he found nothing in front of him. Hiranoya had vanished. He cursed inwardly and quickly turned to look, only to see the demon slayer who had been standing there moments ago had collapsed to the ground, now a headless corpse. The woman with the demon mask was holding the man's dripping head, tilting her head as she looked at him. "I told you, Mr. Murata, you are too weak." Murata Shinta seemed to see the mocking gaze behind the mask. Murata Shinta roared in anger, questioning why he was so weak, unable to kill this damned female demon, even not knowing what she looked like. Breath of wind, 9th form, vacuum flash. Oh, an original technique? Hiranoya furrowed her brow beneath the mask. It was getting interesting. She used her blood demon art to summon a blade made from her flesh and blood, holding it in front of her as she quickly retreated a few steps. Murata Shinta swung his blade, but this time there was no momentum like in previous attacks. It was just a whoosh of wind rapidly approaching Hiranoya. She did not dare to be careless. Gale 1 slash. With a single slash, a fierce gust of air collided with his attack. The two forces collided, creating a massive vortex of air that directly sucked in the corpse and severed head lying nearby, tearing them apart with numerous wounds. Seeing this, Hiranoya shouted in alarm. She and T expected Murata Shinta's original technique to possess such power. After the vortex of air passed, Murata Shinta collapsed to the ground. The previous vortex had inflicted great harm on him, and using that technique had nearly ruptured his lungs. He likely wouldn't survive much longer. Cough, cough. Now you should be dead, you bastard. Murata Shinta weakly lifted his head to look across. As the smoke cleared, a slender figure stood there. "Oh my, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve." Hiranoya was somewhat surprised. Fortunately, she had sensed it early and avoided being sucked in, or she would have been standing there naked, as her clothes couldn't withstand such terrifying airflow. However, her mask had been damaged by the wind. The left side was shattered, revealing her stunning face underneath. Looking at the still intact Hiranoya, Murata Shinta spat out blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. "As expected, you are an upper moon demon." Murata Shinta looked up at Hiranoya's exposed left eye, where the dark green pupil clearly bore the inscription Upper Moon. Hiranoya did not respond, quietly watching Murata Shinta lying on the ground, his breath gradually fading. If it weren't for that damned mission issued by Kibutsuji Musen, Murata Shinta wouldn't have to die at all. In the year Hiranoya had interacted with Murata Shinta, she felt that he was actually a very kind uncle. If it weren't for her current lack of freedom, there would be no need for the two of them to turn against each other. Hiranoya clenched her fists and secretly vowed that one day, she would definitely invite Musen Kibutsuji to drink tea made with wisteria flowers, sunbathe, and then use the Nichiren blade to give him gua sha. Murata Shinta felt his consciousness gradually fading, and before it completely dissipated, he vaguely saw the female demon standing opposite him, displaying an expression of pity. "Huh, is this bastard feeling sorry for me? It must be an illusion. How could a demon sympathize with a human? Damn it, I can't believe that even this strike couldn't defeat her. Upper Moons, just how strong are you? Uehara, my proud disciple. Please don't run into this damn monster when you come back later." Hiranoya couldn't dare to linger here, quickly descending the mountain, transforming into the appearance of Uehara, calming the sadness and anger within her as she needed to continue playing this role well. The afterglow of the sunset spilled over the land as Uehara carried the meat and vegetables she bought from the market. Upon returning to the cottage, she saw blood everywhere, fallen trees, and Murata Shinta lying in a pool of blood alongside a headless corpse. Uehara dropped the groceries and rushed over to pick up Murata Shinta. "Uncle." But the body in her arms was no longer warm like a living person should be. "How could this happen, Uncle?" Uehara's vision gradually blurred, tears dripping onto Murata Shinta's face. Soon, members of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived. Uehara had sent a crow to report everything that had happened not long ago. "Damn it, you cursed demons. I will personally send you to hell," shouted a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, wielding a Nichiren blade. Uehara recognized this person. He was the current Hashira of the stone pillar, and the woman standing beside him was the water pillar. Uehara knelt silently on the ground, clutching a piece of a red mask that she found on the ground. The water pillar approached, pondering over the fragment. This masked fragment should be left by that demon, and since it was able to kill the former wind pillar, the demon that came must be the legendary Hellflower with the demon mask. I didn't expect it to be so strong. The stone pillar also came over, patting Uehara Yui's shoulder and gently saying, "Child, you should return to headquarters now. The master probably has questions for you. We will take care of Mr. Murata's body." Uehara Yui numbly nodded, cradling the masked fragment like a treasure, turned to enter the house, tidied up her belongings, and then followed the stone pillar and others to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The original meeting of the 9 Hashira should not have been convened at this time, but the events of yesterday were indeed the greatest loss and pain the Demon Slayer Corps had faced in recent years. The man sitting in the room spoke with a tone of sadness. "Child, what is your name?" Uehara Yui. He half knelt on the ground. "My name is Uehara Yui, Master. Although it's not a good time to make you recall that tragic experience again. Could you tell us what happened?" Uehara Yui shook her head. "Master. After we received the news yesterday morning, I went down the mountain to buy ingredients, preparing to make a sumptuous dinner for the senior from the Demon Slayer Corps who was about to arrive. But when I came back, Uncle Murata and the senior had already..." Uehara Yui's voice choked up, causing the surrounding Hashira to feel sorrowful. "Alas, the demons are growing stronger. I thought Muzan Kabutsuji would be enough of a headache, but I didn't expect his 12 Kazuki to be so strong as well." The master rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. "Master, I want to continue learning other breathing styles." Uehara Yui raised her head, wiping her tears. "I want to become stronger. I want revenge. I understand your desire to grow stronger, but you have already mastered the wind breathing style. The Demon Slayer Corps is in need of personnel right now. Why not participate in the final examination? However, if you still insist on learning other breathing styles, I can still offer you some small privileges." "Master, I want to learn other breathing styles." The master nodded. "All right, I will tell you the locations of the trainers for each breathing style. You can decide where to study." After learning the locations of the trainers, Uehara Yui left. She had long been eager to experience these marvelous techniques. A few days after leaving headquarters, Uehara Yui traversed mountains and valleys for a long time. It's a single-eyed clone of Mizunoto. What is it this time? Uehara Yui Sanseda Familiaroha. Uehara Yui transformed back into Hiranoya's appearance and instantly appeared at the location of the single-eyed clone. The small single-eyed clone looked up at Hiranoya and said, "My lady, I have a message for you. In the Western City, a demon has escaped your control. You need to eliminate her. Her name is Tamayo." Hiranoya squinted her eyes slightly. Juya, she had an impression. This was the first time a traitorous demon appeared in Muzan Kabutsuji's awareness. But who knew that before Juya? There was already Hiranoya, this double agent. "All right, I understand." Hiranoya turned and left. The broken mask had already been discarded. Fortunately, she had a spare, so there was no need to worry about unnecessary people seeing her true appearance. Hiranoya's speed was very fast. In less than half an hour, she arrived at the western town. Standing atop the tallest building in the city, Hiranoya looked down at the entire city. It was bustling with activity. She scratched her head, sensing many demonic auras in the city, some strong and some weak, even detecting the presence of 2 lower moons. It seemed that Muzan was feeling uneasy about Tamayo's appearance and desperately wanted to kill her, which is why he called Hiranoya. "Let's go say hello." Hiranoya leaped down, not intending to kill Tamayo, as she was a plot character who would be very useful in the future. Tamayo had escaped for a long time after being discovered by Muzan and had not expected her whereabouts to be exposed. Countless demons lurking in this city wanted to kill her. Tamayo was hiding in a dilapidated hut that had been uninhabited for a long time. Suddenly, a sinister whisper came from outside. "He found you," and the door was slowly pulled open. A demon with a snake-like body slithered in. If I eat you, I'll become stronger. The master will give me more blood." The snake demon lunged at her with terrifying speed, and Tamayo saw the words "lower moon" in the eyes of the approaching demon. Was she going to die? After finally escaping Muzan's control, she didn't expect to encounter a lower moon. In despair, Tamayo closed her eyes, waiting for the arrival of the snake demon. However, the expected death did not come. Tamayo slightly opened her eyes and saw the snake demon's ferocious head just a finger's width away from her face, looking shocked, while its body remained next to her feet. Following the snake demon's head upward, she saw a slender hand violently tearing off the snake demon's head. The owner of the hand, dressed in a white hiyori embroidered with red spider lilies and wearing a red Hanyu mask, was examining her. How could it be her? Why had she returned? The hope that had just ignited within Tamayo was extinguished once again. The demon in front of her was someone she had seen once by chance. Although she had never seen her face beneath the mask, she was undoubtedly one of Muzin's closest subordinates, likely one of the Upper Moons. Lady Ri, why does the snake demon recognize this person? During the Upper and Lower Moon meetings, he had seen her, and she was able to stand alongside the Upper Moons, even being respectfully referred to as Lady Ri by one of the Upper Moons. Stop rambling, you're so noisy. When is it your turn to eat her? Hiranoya slightly clenched her hand, and the snake demon let out a mournful scream before quickly vanishing from Hiranoya's grasp. Although Hiranoya does not eat humans, she has no psychological pressure when it comes to eating demons. She directly digested the snake demon, just like how Doma in the manga digested Shinobu Kocho in his arms. Watching everything unfold before her, Tamayo felt increasingly desperate. Cannibalism among demons is quite common, and considering Muzin would surely spill a lot of blood to kill her, the Upper Moon demon in front of her must also be after that blood. Hiranoya had a hearty meal and turned to close the wooden door. Now, no one should come to disturb us anymore. Hiranoya took off her mask and placed it on the table beside her. Whether you intend to kill me or eat me, please hurry. Tamayo looked at Hiranoya's stunning beauty and couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as a fellow woman. She had thought that beneath the mask would be something ugly, like most other demons. Hiranoya chuckled, took a couple of steps closer, and looked down at the fallen Tamayo. Why do you say that? The shortening distance allowed Tamayo to see the words etched in those crystal-clear eyes like glass. Upper Moon. 6. How could there be a title of 6? The Upper Moon should only be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? Tamayo couldn't believe her eyes. But after looking again and again, the character 6 remained in her right eye. Hiranoya touched the corner of her eye and said, "Oh, you mean this?" This was left behind before Muzin formed the 12 Kizuki. Did she exist before the formation of the 12 Kizuki? What exactly is the status of the person in front of them? However, what shocked Tamayo even more was that she had just directly called that person's name and nothing happened. If she hadn't personally witnessed a demon who called that person's name and then died from a curse, Tamayo would almost doubt whether she had misheard. You said that person's name. Why are you fine? Hiranoya extended a hand to Tamayo and smiled. Because we are the same? Both of us are demons who have escaped Muzin's control. Tamayo was quite surprised. Had she also escaped Muzin's grasp? It seemed she had hidden it well from the very beginning, already being among the upper ranks but still not eliminated. Do you want to pull you up myself? My hand is getting sore. Hiranoya looked at Tamayo, who was still dazed on the ground, with slightly furrowed brows. She had only intended to lend a hand to help Tamayo stand up, but the latter was just lying there motionless. Tamayo quickly got up. My apologies, Lady Rika. Thank you for saving me just now. Although the person in front of her looked like a 19 or 20-year-old, Tamayo did not dare to show even the slightest hint of disrespect. Hiranoya waved her hand. It's a small matter, but the main reason I want your help is to assist me in doing something. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Shuzai had already anticipated that Hiranoya would have some ulterior motives. My lady, as long as it's not something immoral, I will do my utmost to help. Don't worry. It's not about killing someone, but about helping me kill a demon together. Kill a demon? With your strength, my lady, is there really a need for my assistance? Shuzai thought to herself, suddenly startled, looking at Hiranoya with an expression of disbelief. Hiranoya did not deny it and gently nodded. That's right. It's that bastard you thought of. But, Lord Ri, I am too weak to even defeat a lower moon demon. How can I help you? This is not a refusal, but a fact. Tamayo is very clear about her own capabilities. Hiranoya shook her head. No, I didn't say for you to help me fight head-on. Nor did I say to kill someone right now. That's my business. You just need to help me here. We have plenty of time. We can wait for hundreds or even thousands of years as long as the opportunity arises. Hiranoya tapped her finger on Tamayo's head. After discussing with Tamayo for a while, she prepared to take Tamayo away from the city, as it was too dangerous for her. Hold on to my neck tightly, don't fall. Hiranoya picked Tamayo up in a princess carry, and the two of them stepped outside. Tamayo hesitated for a moment, but then gently wrapped her arms around Hiranoya's delicate neck. That would be rude, Lady Ria. She never expected to one day find herself in the arms of the Upper Moon. The two of them instantly disappeared from their spot. Tamayo couldn't open her eyes due to the strong wind generated by their high speed. So this is the speed of the Upper Moon? It's so fast. They quickly arrived outside the city, without any obstacles like in the city, and Hiranoya needed to accelerate. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. The sudden acceleration caused Tamayo's internal organs to shift. Hiranoya's swift movement even produced a sonic boom, and they quickly left into the night. Natsuno, inform the master that after I entered the city, I did not find Tamayo's presence. she must have already left the city. After delivering Tamayo to a safe place, Hiranoya returned to the city and found a single-eyed clone of Natsuno. The clone did not speak, but directly vanished with Hiranoya's message. Meanwhile, inside Infinity Castle, Muzan was about to receive news. Is that so? She disappeared after killing a lower moon demon. No wonder even Hiranoya couldn't find her. Muzan sneered. I think we will have the chance to meet again, Tamayo. At the same time, Hiranoya transformed back into Obuyashiki-yu and quickly rushed to the trainer's residence, as she had delayed her journey for a night due to Muzan's mission and needed to hurry. Obuyashiki-yu's talent was terrifying. Having mastered the breath of wind at the age of 13, he already had the qualifications to join the Demon Slayer Corps, yet he insisted on learning other breathing techniques. Moreover, at Obuyashiki-yu's strong request, he shifted all his training to the night, resting during the day, stating that to kill demons, he needed to adjust his life to resemble that of demons, earning the admiration of others. Of course, only he knew that if he continued to operate during the day, the fact that he could rely on his blood demon art to operate in sunlight could be exposed. This year, Obuyashiki-yu had grown up. At 20 years old, he had become tall, and his muscles were well-defined. Although not as muscular as a devil, he possessed a strong explosive power like a cheetah. Over the past 7 years, he had mastered the 5 major breathing techniques: water, flame, rock, thunder, and wind, and learned total concentration, constant, and understood the perspective of the world. After easily passing the terrifying final exam with a high mortality rate, he was immediately required to go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to serve as the 9th pillar. The death of the former Wind Pillar and the retirement of the Thunder Pillar remained painful for the Demon Slayer Corps. Even after all these years, the 9th pillar position was still unfilled. Facing the increasingly rampant 12 Kizuki, the Demon Slayer Corps was extremely frustrated. The Demon Slayer Corps specially tailored a black fitted combat uniform for Obuyashiki-yu. At the same time, Obuyashiki-yu received the Nichiren blade he had longed for, but it nearly drove the blacksmith in Swordsmith Village mad, as he insisted on forging 3 Nichiren blades according to Obuyashiki-yu's request. This massive workload nearly caused the responsible blacksmith to faint. A sword that could have been completed in half a month took a full 2 months to finish. 2 ordinary swords hung on his sides, while a large wild sword, nearly matching his height, was strapped to his back. The katana was different from Itachi. Although slightly shorter, it had superior defensive and offensive capabilities and was the most commonly used weapon by Japanese infantry. The wild sword, however, could deliver enormous slashes due to its terrifying length. Obuyashiki-yu's 2 katana were black, while the wild sword was a striking blood red. Such a Nichiren blade with a blood-like color was rare. The blacksmith had boasted about it in the village for quite some time. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Obuyashiki-yu quickly arrived after receiving a message from Kagawa. Sorry, I'm late. Although Obuyashiki-yu was fast, he was still the last to arrive since the area he was responsible for protecting was slightly farther than the others. Thus, the 9 pillars were gathered. The 9 of them half knelt in front of the room, respectfully waiting for the master to speak. Today, we have a meeting of the 9 pillars, and there is only one matter to discuss. We have discovered the whereabouts of an upper moon demon and need everyone to go and encircle it to wash away the shame from 7 years ago. The master said seriously, having not been this happy in a long time, finally finding a chance to turn the tables. Obuyashiki-yu became interested. He didn't remember such a history in the original story. Was it a failure to encircle, or was there another hidden truth? My lord, does the information specify which upper moon demon it is? The information is limited. What we can confirm now is that the opponent is an upper moon demon, only one. But we cannot know the specific rank. The rock pillar raised his head. So, my lord, do you mean we should all mobilize to hunt him down? The master shook his head and replied, No, you need to leave some people behind to continue guarding your responsible areas to prevent any unexpected situations. The master looked at everyone. Rock pillar, wind pillar, water pillar, and shadow pillar. You few will execute this mission. The areas you are responsible for will be temporarily guarded by the remaining 5. This mission is a chance for the Demon Slayer Corps to wash away past shame. So please make sure to kill him. Understood, everyone responded. After Hiranoya infiltrated the Demon Slayer Corps, he had an important task: to relay information about the movements of the Demon Slayer Corps to Muzan as much as possible, such as this time situation. Although he was reluctant 100 times in his heart, as one of the participants in this task, if Muzan were to ask in the future, he couldn't just say he didn't know or that he had no opportunity to convey the message. Such answers wouldn't satisfy him. Thanks to the existence of Nakheim, the news quickly reached Infinity Castle. Akaza had exposed that careless fool. Since that's the case, let's have a grand gathering. Musing Kabutsuji's face darkened. Kaneo, you should also attend that gathering. Hehe, I hope the few Hashira who come can play with me for a while longer. A handsome man with a smile put away the folding fan in his hand and spoke softly. Night soon fell. According to the intelligence, for Hashira arrived at their destination, a place called Jugan Mountain. This area was perilous and had almost no human activity, with only the occasional hunters appearing to hunt in the mountains. This is it. I can already sense the presence of demons. It's very strong and shows no sign of hiding. It seems we have mostly been exposed. The current wind Hashira was a strong and muscular bald man. He drew his Nichiren blade and asked, "Should we continue up?" Weber Yuichi nodded slightly, resting the large sword on his shoulder. "You must have understood the words of Lord Musen. Even if it's a trap, we must make that upper-rank demon shed some skin before we leave." The other two Hashira nodded as well, looking ready for action. Although the Dark Hashira had only been appointed for less than half a year, his powerful strength gained unanimous recognition from everyone, and he was not a reckless person. He valued the lives of his teammates and would never joke with the lives of the four of them. The four ascended the mountain quickly, soon approaching the location of the demon. They arrived at an open area where a pale-skinned man with tattoos all over his body and short pink hair stood. "You've finally arrived? I've been waiting for a long time." This person had golden eyes with the words Upper Rank 3 engraved in them. Upper Rank 3, Akaza, hopes to battle your strongest. Akaza assumed a combat stance, and a flurry of snowflake-like marks appeared at his feet. Blood Demon Art, Destruction Kill. Let me have a go at you. The Water Hashira adjusted his water breathing and prepared to charge at Akaza. Blood Demon Art, Winter's Ice Pillar. A multitude of ice spikes suddenly appeared above the four's heads, crashing violently to the ground. The Water Hashira had to halt his attack on Akaza, and the four quickly dodged to where there were no ice pillars. The Rock Hashira looked around. Sure enough, there are ambushes. There's still someone hidden. "Oh dear, you actually dodged." A handsome man holding a folding fan smiled as he walked out from the bushes. The four were startled to see the engraving in his eyes. Upper Rank 2. This is troublesome. Weibara Yuichi tightened his grip on the large sword in his hand, assuming a defensive posture. "How about this? I'll hold off Upper Rank 3, and you three quickly take care of Upper Rank 2. The Wind Hashira turned around to scold. "What kind of joke is that? How can you handle it alone? We should split into pairs. Stop talking nonsense." The fact that Upper Rank 2 can appear silently proves his strength. If we pair up, we all will be done for. I can hold him off. You guys finish the fight quickly. Weber Yuichi had already charged toward Akaza. "Let's join the battle too." The Water Hashira also rushed toward Kokushibo. The two battles were intense. On Kokushibo's side, he fought fiercely with the three, both sides exerting their full strength, while on Akaza's side, the two were constantly moving through the forest and soon disappeared. From the perspective of the other three, it was likely that the Dark Hashira intentionally led Akaza away to distract the two upper-rank demons. Weibara Yuichi and Akaza quickly broke away from the detection range of the other three. Destruction Kill, Void Style. 6 gusts of wind came from behind Weibara Yuichi, clearly from Akaza's technique. With a slight sigh, he thought, "This is troublesome." He swung the massive large sword behind him, blocking the 6 attacks. Akaza showed a surprised expression, then smiled happily. He enjoyed fighting strong opponents and quickened his pace to chase after. Unexpectedly, Weibara Yuichi suddenly stopped. Akaza looked delighted, not expecting him to dare to stop. Destruction Kill, Fragment Style, 1,000 Leaves Flash. Akaza swung down with a fierce punch, believing the strike would be enough to explode the head of the Dark Hashira in front of him. Bang! The immense impact directly created a depression in the ground, producing countless cracks like leaf patterns. This feeling could be blocked? How is that possible? Akaza, sensing the feedback in his hand, was slightly surprised and quickly dodged to the side. As the dust cleared, the Dark Hashira still stood there, unharmed. "Human, you're very strong. I'm very interested in you." Akaza assumed a starting stance. Unexpectedly, the Dark Hashira waved his hand, dispersing the dust in front of him, directly plunging the large sword into the ground, turning without guard towards a nearby boulder. Akaza had never seen a Demon Slayer Corps member who fled without a fight, especially not a Hashira, so he was quite surprised and momentarily forgot to attack. Weibara Yuichi sat down on the stone. "This is troublesome. I can't be bothered to fight you. You're interested in me, but I have no interest in you at all." After saying that, Weibara Yuichi was enveloped in a red smoke. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Hiranoya's appearance. Akaza knew that the upper rank Zero, Hiranoya, was lurking in the Demon Slayer Corps, but he didn't expect to meet him as a Hashira. Today was quite a coincidence. Lord Ri, I didn't realize it was you. Akaza hurriedly withdrew his blood demon art and bowed to Hiranoya, who was sitting on the stone. Hiranoya waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. I didn't reveal my hidden identity to you before. Moreover, I specifically led you here because I wanted to take a break under the pretext of fighting with you. I've been on the road all day, and my legs are about to break from exhaustion." Hiranoya lay down on the stone, realizing that Muzin had indeed sent more people. Both Upper Moon 3 and Upper Moon 2 had come, and considering herself, the 3 Hashira accompanying her were probably facing a life-and-death situation. Hiranoya lay down for a while, feeling that the battle over there should be coming to an end. So she transformed into the appearance of Ubuyashiki Yukaru and walked toward Akaza. "Come on, hurt me, the worse the better. However, my lord, you know I never lay a hand on women," Akaza said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Although he was a demon without any humanity, this was still his bottom line. "Stop talking. I am now Ubuyashiki Yukaru, the Shadow Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. If you don't make a move, I'll have to kill you." On the other side, Doma was entangled in a fierce battle with several others. The 3 Hashira had sustained varying degrees of injuries, with the Water Hashira being the most severely injured. As Doma had a particular obsession with young women, she became his main target, and nearly half of her lungs had been frozen, leaving her with one eye blinded and on the brink of death. The Rock Hashira hung his arm limply, gasping for breath as he swung his sword. "Damn it, the strength of the Upper Moon 2 is actually this strong. I wonder how the Shadow Hashira is doing." Suddenly, sounds of rustling came from the bushes. A bloodied figure rushed out, but his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself with his Nikarin blade and didn't collapse completely. "Shadow Hashira, how are you?" The Wind Hashira also bore numerous wounds. Ubuyashiki Yukaru coughed up blood mixed with internal organs, weakly saying, "Run, I can't hold him off anymore." Soon after, the figure of Upper Moon 3 appeared before everyone. A sense of despair arose in the hearts of the Wind and Rock Hashira. The Water Hashira was already dead, and the Shadow Hashira was gravely injured. It was already difficult for the two of them to deal with Upper Moon 2, and now Upper Moon 3 had arrived. "Hold on, dawn is coming." The Rock and Wind Hashira stood back to back. As the sky gradually brightened, Doma glanced towards the east, where the sun's light was faintly emerging from behind the mountains, and said, "Akaza, it's time to go." He then looked at the Rock Hashira, half covering his face with a folding fan, and smiled. "What a pity. We could have played a bit longer." The two demons quickly vanished. After a night of life and death battles, the Rock Hashira knelt on the ground, utterly exhausted. Not long ago, the Wind Hashira had his head sliced off by Upper Moon 2 when he was too weak to continue fighting. Although he had struggled to hold on, he had also lost his left arm to Upper Moon 3 during the skirmish. The Rock Hashira slammed his fist into the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it! For Hashira couldn't eradicate the Upper Moon demons. Fortunately, the core hidden team soon arrived and carried the bodies back to headquarters. The only good news from this battle was that the Shadow Hashira and the Rock Hashira were still alive. 2 months later, Ubuyashiki Yukaru recovered his health and continued to serve as the Shadow Hashira. The Rock Hashira was left with one arm and had to retire. With the deaths of the Wind and Water Hashira, the number of Hashira had suddenly decreased by 3, and the enormous workload fell onto the remaining 6. Fortunately, during the decades that followed under Ubuyashiki Yukaru's appointment, no more brutal battles occurred. Thus, the nearly collapsing Demon Slayer Corps had a respite. Muzin also did not issue any strange missions, and Ubuyashiki Yukaru patrolled as the Shadow Hashira, occasionally slaying demons, managing to pass his term steadily, eventually becoming a trainer until he succumbed to illness in his identity as Ubuyashiki Yukaru. "My lord, I have returned." Hiranoya ended her undercover mission after several decades and returned to Infinity Castle. Muzin nodded. "Very good. You have done well over the years. It is time to reward you with some blood." With that, Muzin sliced open his finger. Hiranoya had no choice but to cup her hands to catch the blood flowing from Muzin, drinking it drop by drop. Over the years, Hiranoya had consumed a lot of Muzin's blood. When she originally transformed into a demon, she had absorbed more blood than even the Upper Moons. And with the blood Muzin had given her over the years, it was enough to create another Upper Moon demon. Hiranoya fell to the ground, the pain of absorbing Muzin's blood causing her to sweat profusely. Fortunately, the pain passed quickly. This time, Muzin had given her a lot of blood, and Hiranoya felt herself becoming significantly stronger. With decades of growth in the Demon Slayer Corps, coupled with the fresh blood she had just absorbed, She couldn't say she could defeat Kokoshibo in an instant, but she was definitely capable of killing him. Hiranoya got up and knelt on the ground again, thanking the Lord for the reward, saying that he would not disgrace the title of Upper Moon Zero in the future. Muzan looked at Hiranoya, fell silent for a moment, and surprisingly revealed a slight smile on his cold, frosty face. "Ri, you have been with me for over 100 years, haven't you?" "Yes, my lord. I will continue to follow you in the future and will never betray you." "You naturally won't. The curse I placed on all demons is not something that can be easily broken. Tamayo is merely an exception." Hiranoya did not respond. She couldn't understand what Muzan's words meant just now. "Stand up, Hiranoya," Muzan continued. "Although you haven't been with me the longest, you're the most loyal and the most perfect subordinate I've had in nearly 1,000 years. From now on, I grant you the privilege to stand by my side without kneeling or bowing as my personal attendant. And most importantly, I give you the authority to command the lower-ranking demons under the lower moon." Muzan dropped this heavy bombshell. However, he suddenly grabbed Hiranoya's delicate neck and lifted her up. "I hope you use them in the right way to find the blue for me." Hiranoya still maintained the appearance of a 19-year-old. Although she was nearly 175 meters tall, she was still lifted by Muzan Kabutsuji to a height where her feet couldn't touch the ground. The intense feeling of suffocation caused Hiranoya's eyes to roll back. "I know," the adult Hiranoya replied with difficulty. Muzan snorted coldly and released his grip on Hiranoya's neck. As the ruler of demons, he could be said to do as he pleased. Hiranoya took several deep breaths and began to cough. Muzan Kabutsuji had used a lot of force, and her spine had almost been crushed. "My lord, are there any other tasks?" After regaining her composure, Hiranoya dared not show even a hint of anger, remaining completely respectful. "No, I think for a long time, there won't be any additional tasks for you. You can act on your own accord." "Thank you, my lord. Then, I will take my leave." Hiranoya couldn't wait to get far away from Muzan Kabutsuji. Soon, she left the Infinity Castle, feeling very pleased. The hard work of the past 100 years had finally paid off, earning Muzan Kabutsuji's trust and the treatment she now received. After Hiranoya realized she was in the world of Demon Slayer, she kept track of the years. She had been transformed into a demon during the Warring States period. And now, 100 years later, she found herself in Japan's famous Edo period, about 200 years away from the Taisho period where the main characters reside. There was still plenty of time. So what should she do during this 100 years? Naturally, with an insatiable curiosity for new things, Hiranoya couldn't sit still. She planned to wander around Japan, relax, and collect information about the sun breathing. As the ancestor of all major breathing styles, Hiranoya was determined to master it. Of course, she also intended to try and get to know the members of the Kamadu family, as their Hinakami Kagura was the breathing technique closest to sun breathing. In the following 100 years, Hiranoya traveled all over Japan, experiencing different cultures and learning various swordsmanship styles, whether from ninjas, samurai, or small folk schools. Anything she deemed helpful for her improvement, she absorbed and integrated. At the same time, she collected various information and literature related to sun breathing, which greatly benefited her, leading her to awaken her mark. This phenomenon was akin to a bug in the original work. Anyone who awakened a mark could immediately have a fair fight with upper moon demons. Hiranoya's mark awakening made it possible to defeat Muzan Kabutsuji. Unlike the most common flame mark, Hiranoya's mark appeared in the shape of a red spider lily at the center of her forehead. As the 100 years passed unknowingly, the replacements of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps continued to happen frequently. Whenever Hiranoya quietly returned to check, she would find many new faces among the 9 pillars. On an unnamed mountain, there lived a family consisting of a couple and their 6 children. They lived a peaceful and happy life. Today, the man planned to do as he usually did, sit in the house, sip tea, play with the children, and have a heartfelt conversation with his wife. The man held a teacup, gently blowing to cool the steaming tea, preparing to savor a sip. On this cold winter day, being able to sit in a warm house and enjoy hot tea was such a comfortable pleasure. Suddenly, the man's gaze sharpened and his hand trembled, spilling a few drops of hot water. He looked outside, noticing the Hinakami earrings hanging from his ears swaying slightly. A green-haired figure wearing a red Hanya mask and a white haori embroidered with red spider lilies stood there. To be precise, given the aura she emitted, she should be called a demon. But it was daytime. How could a demon appear in broad daylight? Moreover, she was carrying 3 Nichiren blades that only the Demon Slayer Corps would equip. Kamadu Tanjiro felt that the scene before him was so unreal. But the demon's aura explained everything. He still stood up and drew the Nichiren blade hanging on the wall. How can you, as a demon, appear in the daytime? Although Kamadu Tanjiro charged forward, he held back, considering that his wife and 6 children were still inside the house. Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Kamadu? I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure your full name, Hiranoya said with a slightly respectful tone. She truly couldn't remember Kamadu Tanjiro's full name. Although he was the father of the main character Kamadu Tanjiro, nearly 300 years had passed since she came to this world, and many details from the original work were now unclear to her. Kamadu Tanjiro was momentarily bewildered, doubting whether he was mistaken. The woman before him could move around in the daytime, carried a Nichiren blade, and her first reaction upon seeing a human was not to find a way to eat him, but rather to greet him respectfully. It's me, no doubt about it. Kamadu Tanjiro was unsure whether he should make a move. Hiranoya deeply bowed, feeling a great deal of respect for the man in front of her. Although he had little screen time in the original work, the qualities he exhibited were definitely something Hiranoya could never match. Mr. Kamadu, I know you have many questions, but I assume you wouldn't want someone like me appearing at your doorstep. How about we change the location? Kamadu Tanjiro was unsure what this green-haired demon was up to and did not respond. Hiranoya turned and walked straight into the deep mountains. Kamadu hesitated for a moment, confirming that there were no other demons around, before he picked up his Nichiren blade and followed her. The human and the demon walked some distance away, leaving the small house where Tanjiro lived. He trailed behind, slightly surprised, because the demon in front clearly knew he was wary of her and had thoughts of wanting to kill her at any moment. Yet she exposed her back to him, completely unguarded. Although Tanjiro killed demons, he felt somewhat guilty about taking action in this situation, so he continued to follow her. As he looked at the back of the green-haired demon, he felt an odd familiarity. After some careful thought, he suddenly revealed a killing intent. He remembered who this demon was, the legendary Hellflower with the evil demon mask. She had suddenly appeared in the past century as an upper moon demon, but her exact rank was still unknown, as the only Hashira who might have seen her had died in battle. However, everyone speculated that she was likely one of the upper moons, or perhaps even Muzan Kibutsuji himself. She was a demon that had been absolutely forbidden to mention in the Demon Slayer Corps over the past century. No one wanted to recall those dark days, as there had been 6 Hashira who had directly or indirectly died at her hands, not to mention the countless ordinary Demon Slayer members. With the dance of the fire god, the Sun Halo Dragon, Tanjiro swung his Nichiren blade, unleashing a rapid series of strikes that danced like a fire dragon, sending bursts of flames towards Hiranoya. Hiranoya quickly turned around when she sensed the killing intent, drawing the 2 black Nichiren blades from her waist to block Tanjiro Kamado's attack. Mr. Kamadu, please give me a chance to explain. Tanjiro Kamado's attack only intensified. What explanation does an unforgivable demon need? You just want to survive. I just want to live, she replied. I've heard that too many times. Does wanting to survive mean you have to kill so many innocent people? Tanjiro Kamadu rarely showed such anger. I broke free from Muzan Kibutsuji's curse. Before, if I wanted to survive, I had to obey his orders. Now that I've gained his trust, I can't come to you to discuss a plan to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. Hiranoya quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them. Mr. Kamadu, would you be willing to hear about my experiences first before making a decision? Seeing Tanjiro Kamadu stop his attack, she sheathed her blades back at her waist. Hiranoya removed her mask, revealing her stunning beauty, which even stunned Tanjiro Kamadu for a moment. What exactly is your identity, Upper Moon Zero? Tanjiro Kamadu looked at the words in her glass-like, enchanting eyes, feeling puzzled. Could it be that the 12 Kazuki are actually the 13 Kazuki? Hiranoya cleared his throat and began to speak. He started from his background in the Hirano family. The death of his father, Hirano Daisuke, his experience of being turned into a demon, breaking the spiritual core of Kibutsuji Muzan in his inner world after the transformation. Mastering blood demon art, simulating human presence until he could stand in the sunlight, his first battle with the Hashira, becoming a human undercover agent in the Demon Slayer Corps for decades, until he successfully gained Kibutsuji Muzan's trust, and finally, his first meeting with Tanjiro Kamadu. This story took a long time to tell, and Tanjiro listened attentively, especially when he heard that Hiranoya had been undercover in the Demon Slayer Corps for decades as a human. Tanjiro barely managed to suppress the anger in his heart, and did not draw his sword to behead Hiranoya. He could never have imagined that the respected and revered former Dark Pillar, the only genius who had mastered all breathing techniques in the Demon Slayer Corps over nearly 1,000 years of fighting demons, was Hiranoya. He also did not realize that the fundamental reason for the disastrous defeat of the Demon Slayer Corps against the Upper Moon Demon, which shocked both humans and demons, was that one of the 4 pillars participating in that mission was a demon. As night fell, Hiranoya finally finished his story. Tanjiro Kamado did not know how to evaluate it and did not intend to. So, did you come to find me hoping that we could deal with Kibutsuji Musen together? No, Mr. Kamado, with our current strength, defeating the 12 Kazuki is already the limit. Moreover, given your current physical condition, I don't think you can eliminate Kibutsuji Musen. My condition, can you tell? I only found out about it not long ago myself. As a demon, I'm quite sensitive to human health. Your illness, with current medical standards, cannot be cured. I believe you have less than 2 or 3 years of life left. Tanjiro Kamado nodded, not denying it. Mr. Kamado, I specifically sought you out to learn the Hinakami Kagura of the Kamado family. I want to restore the sun breathing to combat Kibutsuji Musen in the future. You must understand after hearing my story that Hinakami Kagura is the closest breathing technique to sun breathing. If I can master it, sun breathing will become even more complete. So I hope you impossible. While I also hope you can defeat Kibutsuji Musen and end this millennium-long war, the Hinakami Kagura absolutely cannot be taught to a demon. Tanjiro Kamado interrupted Hiranoya. I see. It seems there's no other way. How about we have a battle? If you win, I will let you do as you wish. If I win, you and your family will become my dinner. I've talked for so long, I'm already hungry. Swift wind, shattering sky. Hiranoya drew 2 short swords from his waist and swung them at Tsukumo Tanjiro with incredible speed. The small wind blades made it somewhat difficult for Tsukumo Tanjiro to defend himself. Clang! Hiranoya charged towards Tanjiro Kamado alongside the wind blades, delivering a swift horizontal strike that collided with Tanjiro's Nichiren blade, sparking dazzling fire. So fast, Tanjiro thought the wind blades were already a bit tricky, but he didn't expect Hiranoya to rush in so quickly. Fire God's Dance, Flame Dance, as a double-hit version of the waltz, greatly increased the power of Flame Dance. Hiranoya quickly retreated. She didn't want to take that hit head-on. Tanjiro adjusted his breathing and pressed the attack, closing in. Fire God's Dance, Fierce Sun Red Mirror. The gale, Hiranoya executed a thrust, sending 2 small wind cones straight at Tanjiro. Tanjiro's hair stood on end. If those 2 wind cones hit him, they would surely create 2 bloody holes. He hurriedly adjusted his breathing. Fire God's Dance, Mirage Sun Rainbow. That was close. If Tanjiro hadn't switched to a dodging technique at the last moment, it wouldn't have just been a simple scrape on his head. His entire head might have been pierced by the wind cone. Oh no, this is a bit troublesome. No wonder it's Mr. Kamado. He actually managed to dodge it. Hiranoya tilted her head and said regretfully, "Now I need to get serious too." Hiranoya sheathed her katana and drew out a nearly 1.5-meter long nodachi from her back, positioning it horizontally in front of her. The patterns of the Higanbana began to appear on her forehead. Compared to dual wielding, I'm still better at fighting with a single sword. The battle between the 2 continued through the night. Tanjiro Kamado bore several injuries, while Hiranoya only had a few cuts on her clothes. Not good. My stamina is reaching its limit. Tanjiro Kamado gasped for breath. The strength of Upper Moon 1 far exceeded his expectations. After a night of hard fighting, his best achievement was cutting off one of the opponent's fingers. But the terrifying regenerative ability of the demon had already healed it before he could land a second strike. Tanjiro turned his head to look in the direction of the small house, and then his gaze became firm. He would not give up. His family was still there, and he was the only pillar of support for them. If he died, no one would be able to protect them. Madam, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Takeo, Shigeru, Hanako Rokudo bless me. This is the final strike. Tanjiro Kamado tightened his grip on the sword hilt, gathering the last of his strength. Is it at its limit? Mr. Kamado. Hiranoya felt no fatigue at all. She had only used 80 of her power in the previous battle, yet it was still a 50-50 fight with Tanjiro. Hiranoya exerted force from the soles of her feet, leaping onto the branch, then using the branch to jump upward again, and then charging towards the stove door, Tanjiro. Swift wind, falling leaves. Hiranoya spun in the air, the terrifying length of the wild katana, enhancing the strength of the wind blade that was swung out. A massive wind blade shot towards Kamado Tanjiro. Gale, falling sky. Hiranoya's figure followed the wind blade and charged forward, the speed causing a sonic boom in the air. The long, wild katana pointed directly at Tanjiro Kamado. With the last ounce of strength, Tanjiro executed the Fire God's Dance, clashing his swinging sword against the incoming wind blade. His sword was nearly knocked away by the powerful force, but the thought of protecting his family made him grit his teeth and hold on. The sound of the breaking wind grew closer, and Tanjiro realized that it was Hiranoya descending from the sky. However, His sword was still struggling against the wind blade. If he withdrew now, his body would surely be cut in half by the wind blade. But if he didn't stop, the descending katana would definitely pierce him. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't protect you. Facing this deadly situation, Tanjiro closed his eyes. But as the sensation of the wind blade in his hand disappeared, he did not feel any part of his body being pierced. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the blood-red wild katana was lodged behind him, just grazing his neck, while his Nichiren earrings swayed slightly in the wind, tapping against the blade's edge. Why didn't you kill me? Tanjiro looked at Hiranoya standing before him. After fighting for so long, he naturally understood that the other party could not have missed. Mr. Kamado, I told you a long time ago, I'm just here to learn the Fire Goddess dance from you. Why would I want to kill you? Hiranoya said with a slight smile. Tanjiro Kamado was momentarily at a loss for words. Hiranoya bypassed Kamado Tanjiro and pulled out the wild katana that was stuck in the cracked ground, turning around afterward. During our previous battle, I memorized the rhythm and patterns of the fire god Kagura's breathing technique. As long as I review it in the future, I will be able to master it quickly. Thank you for your guidance. Hiranoya bowed slightly and turned to leave. Tanjiro stared at her back in a daze, surprised that she could learn a breathing technique just from observing during the fight. What a terrifying talent. By the way, Mr. Kamado, Hiranoya suddenly stopped and said, when I was still human at the beginning of my sword training, my father once told me something. A samurai grips their sword and will never let go for a lifetime. It is something you must hold tightly until your final moment. Hiranoya turned around. Previously, I didn't understand the meaning of this sentence until later, when my father planned to confront Muzan Kibutsuji alone to protect me. That's when I realized the meaning of these words. Because the sword is meant to protect family. If you let go, then there's nothing left. Tanjiro Kamado was startled. He had almost given up, but thinking of his family behind him, he gritted his teeth and held the sword tightly, fighting until the end. I admire you for never letting go of your sword just now. Well then, until we meet again, Mr. Kamado. Hiranoya bowed again and then disappeared. Tanjiro Kamado stood frozen in place, unable to calm down as he watched the spot where Hiranoya had vanished. If the reason I hold my sword tightly is to protect, then, as the Upper Moon 6, what is your reason for holding the sword without any attachment? Is it merely hatred? Hiranoya left the Kamado family and followed her memories to a valley where the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps is located. She wondered if it had been relocated after 100 years. Fortunately, Hiranoya arrived here the next night, and a massive artificial structure was situated right in the center of the valley. Hiranoya concealed her presence and sneaked in under the cover of night. Ubuyashiki Wayu was sitting in a room reviewing documents. Even though it was already midnight, there was still a thick stack of matters that needed to be dealt with on the table. The door was gently pulled open, and Ubuyashiki Wayu thought it was Ubuyashiki Kanata, so he didn't look up. Hello, the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. A strange female voice came from behind him. Hearing these words, Ubuyashiki Wayu turned his head to look. At that moment, his eyesight had not yet gone blind. So with the help of the candlelight, he could still see the visitor clearly. The Hellflower said to be wearing a demon mask. How did you get in? Ubuyashiki Wayu was only momentarily surprised, then turned back to continue dealing with the matters at hand. Hiranoya shrugged. It's simple, just walked in. After many years of not coming, I didn't expect the current Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to be so poorly defended. Have you been here before? Ubuyashiki Yoya asked. Of course. I stayed here for a long time, and if you're curious, I can tell you about it. Hiranoya licked her lips. Telling the same story twice in 2 days was exhausting for her. Hiranoya slightly quickened her pace, and fortunately finished before dawn. All the documents in front of Yuzui Tenjin were also processed. In other words, Uehara Yui seniority is your undercover identity, right? Hiranoya has taken on the appearance of Uehara Yui Chi, a persona she hasn't used in a long time. Yes, if you don't believe me, I can reveal many secrets known only to the Demon Slayer Corps, including the regions they're divided into, all the secret passages of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, lookout points, and even the specific locations of each swordsmith village. Hiranoya casually mentioned a few things. However, what I remember is mostly from 100 years ago, and there may have been changes since then. Arata Yoya looked at Hiranoya, and most of what she just said was correct. You went through great lengths, risking being attacked by the Hashira to find me here. It can't be just to tell me a story, right? Yes, I have only one purpose for coming here. Hiranoya extended a finger. I know I have committed irreparable sins in the past, and I don't expect your forgiveness. I only hope that during the final battle against Kibutsuji Muzan, you can manage your people and not let them deal with me. Only by uniting can we have a chance to defeat Kibutsuji Musen. Hiranoya looked at Hiranoya and remained silent for a long time, pondering the credibility of her words. As a demon who has lived for over 300 years, Hiranoya could easily discern the thoughts of Kanmaki Yoya. He said, I know this decision is difficult for you, but I hope you will still consider it. After all, opportunities to kill Musen are rare. With that, Hiranoya vanished, leaving Yoya alone in the room, still in shock from everything that had just happened. Upper Moon 6, are you really worth my trust? He pondered. Sister, are you angry? Tanjiro Kamado asked. Why do you say that? Because I smell a lovely fragrance from you, mixed with a hint of anger. Are you mad at me? Tanjiro looked genuinely aggrieved. Hiranoya still remembers that in the original work, Tanjiro possessed a terrifying sense of smell, able to detect even the emotional sense of others. The demon Musen Kibutsuji, who had not been found by the Demon Slayer Corps for 1,000 years, was located by Tanjiro with just a sniff. No, sister has been angry for a long time, but it's not because of you. Come in, Hiranoya smiled and waved. Ever since she was turned into a demon, Hiranoya's resentment towards Musen had been accumulating. She thought she had hidden it well, but unexpectedly, Tanjiro could still smell it. Upon hearing that she wasn't mad at him, Tanjiro happily came in. Sister, are you friends with Dad? Yes, this is Dad's friend. Tanjiro, be polite. Tanjiro's voice came softly from the side. Of course, Father, Tanjiro nodded. Sister, why were you wearing a mask just now? Hiranoya reached out to touch the red Benri mask beside her. This, you see, there are bad people looking for my sister, so she has to wear a mask to cover her face so the bad people won't find her. Tanjiro chuckled softly. During their previous conversation, Hiranoya had told him that she wore the mask to hide the engraving in her eyes, to prevent her identity as Zero from being exposed. Although it could now hide the engraving, she had worn the mask for hundreds of years, and suddenly taking it off felt a bit strange. So, she decided to keep it on. Sister, can I see your swords? Tanjiro stared intently at the 4 swords on Hiranoya. To quickly adapt to fighting, she now carried the Yada's sword, 2 katana, and her translucent, glass-colored short blade, made of her own flesh. Sure, but be careful not to cut yourself. My swords are very sharp. Hiranoya drew one of the katana from her waist and gently handed it over. Do you like swords? Of course. If I learn how to use a sword, I can protect my family in the future, Tanjiro said with determination, then gently touched the pitch-black blade. Wow, such a beautiful sword. Hiranoya looked at Tanjiro in confusion. Haven't you taught him yet? Tanjiro shook his head. Not yet, but I plan to teach him soon. The dance of the fire god can't just end with me. As for swordsmanship, Tanjiro will have the opportunity to learn that later. How about this? You take charge of teaching Tanjiro the breathing techniques, and I'll help teach him swordsmanship. Hiranoya glanced at Tanjiro, took a sip of water, and continued. Anyway, I am considered an outsider who has learned the dance of the fire god from the Kamado family. I owe you a favor. Tanjiro hesitated. Although this demon in front of him wouldn't kill them or eat them, he still felt uncomfortable with the idea of her being responsible for teaching Tanjiro swordsmanship for a long time. Hiranoya didn't speak. In fact, she didn't care whether she could teach Tanjiro or not. In the original story, Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps with no foundation at all. If she could teach him, then his progress in the Demon Slayer Corps would be faster, and he would be stronger in the final battle. However, if she didn't teach him, it wouldn't have any impact on what happened later. It would just allow the plot to unfold as it was meant to. Tanjiro hesitated for a long time and finally spoke up. All right, Miss Rifu, you will be Tanjiro's swordsmanship teacher. However, if I find out that you have any ill intentions towards my family, I will kill you, even if it costs me my life. Tanjiro's aura suddenly became sharp, startling Tanjiro, who was playing with a knife beside him. Hiranoya is not afraid of him. This aura is far inferior compared to that guy Musen. However, she still waved her hand helplessly and said, Don't worry. How could I harm your family? In the future, I'm counting on having someone to help me defeat Musen. The next day, before the sun had even peeked out, Tanjiro was still sleeping when the door was pulled open. Hiranoya approached the sprawled-out Tanjiro on tiptoe, crouched down, and quietly studied him. His dark red hair was messy and fell over his forehead, partially obscuring a scar on the left side. Although the original story explained that the scar was from an injury Tanjiro sustained while protecting his brother from getting burned, Hiranoya couldn't help but think it resembled a pattern. Tanjiro sniffed, opened his bleary eyes, and what came into view was an extremely beautiful face looking at him. Oh no! Tanjiro was caught off guard and sat up suddenly, bumping his forehead directly against Hiranoya's. Hiranoya didn't expect Tanjiro to react so strongly after being startled. He seemed a bit dazed from the earlier bump, rubbing his forehead and saying, "Oh dear, Tanjiro, why did you suddenly wake up?" The title of Ashira is not just for show. Even now, Hiranoya can't figure out why Tanjiro's head is so hard. Tanjiro realized he had caused trouble and hurried over to check Hiranoya's forehead. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know you would suddenly appear here." In fact, Hiranoya wasn't hurt too badly. She was already fine and said, "I'm okay, but what about you? Why is your head so hard? Also, how did you find me?" Hiranoya was confident in her abilities. Even when she sneaked into the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters recently, she wasn't discovered. So how could this little guy find her? Tanjiro scratched his head and chuckled. "I'm not sure. It seems like my head has been hard since I was little." Seeing that Hiranoya was not seriously hurt, he continued to explain, "I smelled the fragrance on you, sister, and felt it was nearby. So I woke up." Fragrance? Although Hiranoya heard Tanjiro say this about her yesterday, she didn't pay much attention to it. Hearing it again today made her feel a bit shy. Is this the scent of a girl who has lived for over 300 years? Haha. Yes, sister, you have a really nice floral scent. Tanjiro nodded. Hiranoya lowered her head and sniffed herself, but there was no fragrance. Perhaps it was something only others could smell. But the scent of flowers? Was the only flower she had come into contact with really the smell of spider lilies? Hiranoya smiled slightly and said, "All right, since you're up, hurry and wash up. Didn't you want to learn swordsmanship to protect your family yesterday? I'll teach you in a bit." Tanjiro showed a happy smile and replied, "Really? That's great. Wait for me. Sister, I'll be out right away." With that, he rushed out of the bedroom. The sky gradually brightened, and Tanjiro quickly got dressed and came outside, stepping on the snow with a crunching sound. The cold temperature made Tanjiro shiver, but this couldn't dampen his enthusiasm. He was still thinking about how he would be able to pick up a sword in the future to protect his mom and dad, and to protect Nezuko and all his younger siblings. Hiranoya was leaning against a nearby tree, with two wooden swords stuck in the snow, and had been waiting for a while. Tanjiro ran over in 2 steps. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Hiranoya waved her hand. "It's fine. I just want some peace and quiet." She picked up a knife. Hiranoya casually drew out a blade and held it in her hand. Tanjiro unsheathed his sword. "What's next? What kind of swordsmanship are we going to practice?" Hiranoya let out a light hum and smiled at Tanjiro. "No, I'll teach you when you can hold the sword properly." After saying that, she struck Tanjiro's wrist with the sword. Tanjiro cried out in pain and released his grip, causing the sword to fall to the ground. "It hurts." "Good, it should hurt. If you don't want to die in battle in the future, hold your sword tightly and don't let go." Hiranoya pointed the tip of the wooden sword at the wooden sword on the ground. "Pick it up." Tanjiro bent down to reach for it. Slap! Just as he picked up the sword, another wave of pain shot through his hand, the tingling sensation causing him to loosen his grip, and the sword fell again. Hiss! Tanjiro clutched his aching right hand. The winter cold made the pain feel unusually intense. "I told you to hold on tight." Tanjiro looked at Hiranoya, whose smile seemed to mock him. Unwilling to admit defeat, Tanjiro reached for the sword again, this time gripping the handle tightly, determined not to drop it. Hiranoya flicked his knife, and Tanjiro's knife flew out again. Tanjiro was quite surprised. He had clearly held it tightly, so why was it knocked away? When I say hold it tightly, it's not just about using strength in your hands. Are your wrists and arms just for show? Go pick it up. The two practiced for the whole morning, and Tanjiro's knife had slipped out of his hands countless times. No matter how cautious he was, Hiranoya always found a way to disarm him. "Sister, how do I know if I'm really holding it tightly?" Tanjiro looked down at his trembling hands, which were covered in bruises and scars. Hiranoya was squatting on the ground, building a snowman, and she was just about to finish. Without turning her head, she said, "Holding tight means holding tight. If the knife is knocked away, how can you continue to fight? You can pick up the knife, but you can never let go of it for a lifetime." "Never let go for a lifetime? Why is that? Wouldn't that greatly affect normal life? Besides, I've seen my sister carry so many knives, but I've never seen her hold one all the time." The young Tanjiro was filled with confusion. Hiranoya finally found appropriately sized eyes for the snowman on the ground and placed them on its head before turning around. "You're still young. One day you'll understand. You must grip the knife tightly, but more importantly, you need to know the reason behind that grip." Hiranoya walked over and gently patted Tanjiro's head. She no longer felt uncomfortable around some people, as she did when she was still human. Hiranoya spoke softly. "Tanjiro, my knife has never been put down. It's just that you can't see it. A long time ago, I lost everything. So the reasons you and I hold our knives are different. I can't help you with this. You'll need to explore it on your own." Tanjiro listened, bewildered. But he remembered Hiranori's words and gently nodded. Sister, you still have me and Nezuko and everyone else. We can all be your friends. When I grow up, I will definitely become stronger than you and protect you. Hiranoripu let out a laugh. All right, I'm looking forward to that day. It's time for lunch. The voice of Tanjiro's mother, Kaneo, came from inside the house. Tanjiro stood up and brushed the snow off his backside. Coming, Mom. Then he ran into the house. Hiranori called into the house. Mrs. Awagi, please go ahead and eat without me. With that, she crouched down and continued attaching a mouth to the snowman. As a demon, she could still eat human food and taste its flavors, but she couldn't digest it. For this reason, Ruri had long since stopped consuming human meals. For her now, the most important task was finding the perfect mouth for the snowman. Why isn't Miss Ruri eating? We rarely have guests over. Is it because my cooking isn't tasty enough? Ki and her family sat around the dining table, watching Hiroriki still building a snowman outside, feeling somewhat guilty. Tanjiro shook his head and said, Don't worry. The meal you prepared is plentiful and delicious. You don't need to be concerned about her. She is not eating not because of you. It's her own issue. She never eats food prepared by others. When she gets hungry, she'll take care of it herself. Tanjiro made up a random excuse. After all, he couldn't just say that Hiroriki was a demon who didn't eat human food. Got it? Hiranori looked at Tanjiro, who was about as tall as her waist, and spoke. Tanjiro nodded firmly. After enduring a month of Hiranori's torment, he was confident he wouldn't be disarmed again. Hiranori quickly drew his sword and struck at Tanjiro. Tanjiro's hand sank slightly, using the edge of his blade to block the strike. Hiranori immediately changed his attack and swung downward. Tanjiro was prepared, positioning his sword horizontally to deflect the slash. Not bad. Your reflexes are quite quick. You're starting to get the hang of it. Hiranori didn't plan to continue attacking. It was already impressive that Tanjiro could withstand his two moves. Now, let's begin teaching you the slash. Follow me. Hiranori turned and walked into the forest behind him, and Tanjiro immediately followed. The two arrived in the forest, surrounded by bare trees. The harsh winter had halted the growth of these trees, and without leaves to obstruct the view, one could see far into the distance. Next, there'll be a long and tedious training exercise that sounds completely impossible, to the point where you might consider giving up on learning swordsmanship. Hiranori continued, Little Tanjiro, do you want to continue? Tanjiro nodded. He might not have the best talent, but in terms of effort and perseverance, he was definitely among the top in Demon Slayer. Hiranori pointed her knife at a tree behind her and said, All right, since that's the case, let me tell you. Your only task in the coming days is to chop down a big tree with a wooden sword in your hand. Continuously chop. Hiranori extended a finger until you can cut it down with one strike. Tanjiro took a step back, looking incredulously at the trunk that was thicker than himself. How is that possible? It takes a long time, even with an iron axe. How can I split it with a wooden sword? Let alone cutting it down in one strike. Sister, are you joking? This was already beyond Tanjiro's understanding of reason, and it was normal for him to find it hard to accept. Don't believe it? Hiranori tilted her head and said, Then let me show you. It will also give you some hope. Hiranori held her wooden sword in front of her, performed a starting stance, and her gaze suddenly became sharp. With a swift horizontal slash that was almost too fast to see, she sheathed her sword and turned away. Koten, I hope you can reach my level one day. Hiranori walked past Tanjiro, ruffled his hair, and left. She wanted to find a place to rest. After a month of daily practice, she hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Hey, Rikine, you're lying. Nothing happened at all, Tanjiro exclaimed, looking at the unchanged trees in front of him. Realizing he had been tricked, he turned and shouted toward Hiranori. Hinanoli did not turn her head or stop walking. She just waved her hand and said, I'm not lying. Creak. Suddenly, there was a sound of wood breaking behind Tanjiro, so he quickly turned to look. The large tree from before was gradually falling down, and the breaking point made a creaking sound. Creak, creak. Before the first tree had fallen, several nearby trees made the same breaking sound and began to lean. Looking around, at least 10 trees had fallen to the ground. Tanjiro widened his eyes, staring at this incredible scene before him. A wooden sword? Cutting down more than a dozen large trees? With a single strike? By the time he came back to his senses, Hinanoli had already gone far away. Tanjiro looked at the wooden sword in his hand, his gaze becoming resolute. One day, he would reach that level too. Hiranori stayed for a few more days before leaving the Kamadu family. She only left behind a plot that would change the course of events, making everything unpredictable. Thus, she continued her travels, wandering around and collecting information about the breath of the sun occasionally. She would return to the Infinity Castle to check on a few upper moons and greet Musin. Soon, the timeline reached the beginning of the main story, where Tanjiro Kamado entered the city to sell charcoal. When he returned home, he found only his sister Nezuko, who had already turned into a demon. The two siblings were discovered by Ju Tomioka. Why protect her? Ju Tomioka struck the air with his blade, puzzled. He couldn't understand why a human would protect a demon. She is my sister. Please don't kill her. My job is to slay demons. Even if she is your sister, she has become a demon, and I must slay her. No, please. My sister has never killed anyone. She won't eat people. There's a smell in my home that I have never sensed before. It must be the one who killed everyone. Tanjiro screamed, but the man before him remained indifferent, expressionless as he pointed his blade at Nezuko, ready to strike. Tanjiro opened his hands, tears in his eyes. I will definitely save Nezuko. I will find a way and discover who killed my family. I will do everything I can. Images of his family flashed in his mind, but they were all gone now, leaving only Nezuko. He had nothing left to lose. Nezuko was his only remaining family. Tanjiro knelt on the ground, crying, pleading with Ju Tomioka. So please, don't take anything else from me. Please don't kill my sister. I beg you. Ju Tomioka looked at Tanjiro kneeling before him and felt a pang of sympathy. He reminded him of his younger self. Why was he so weak and unable to protect himself? As a result, his friend Kaneo died during the final trial. If he were alive, he would surely be the strongest water Hashira now. Don't let others hold the power of life and death. Ju Tomioka shouted angrily. Don't lie pitifully on the ground. If that kind of thing were possible, your family wouldn't have died. The weak, who can't even grasp control during taking or being taken, can they save their sister? Can they find their enemies? It's simply absurd. The weak have no power or choices. They will all succumb to the strength of the strong. Ju Tomioka lifted Nezuko. Demons might know how to heal your sister, but don't think demons will respect your will and wishes. Of course, I wouldn't either. Why did you stand in front of your sister? Why didn't you swing your axe at me? Why did you leave your back exposed to me? Your miscalculation led to your sister being taken away. Now you must be in great pain. Your family killed, your sister turned into a demon. And now I have to kill her. I understand. If I had come a little earlier, your family might not have died. Unfortunately, time cannot be reversed. Healing your sister and seeking revenge cannot be achieved with mere determination. With that thought, Ju Tomioka plunged the blade directly into Nezuko's chest. Stop! Tanjiro screamed in despair, grabbing a stone and throwing it at Ju Tomioka. Ju Tomioka, unable to let go of Nezuko with one hand, had to retract his blade and block the stone with his hand. A gust of wind blew, swirling the snow on the ground, blurring the view between the two. Seizing the opportunity, Tanjiro dashed to the axe, picked it up, and charged forward. Although the strength gap was vast, Tanjiro knew his chances of victory were almost zero. But he still had to try. Sister Ria, I think I understand your meaning now. The Titan Blade is to protect family. Tanjiro threw another stone, but it was easily dodged by the already prepared Ju Tomioka. Tanjiro shouted as he rushed in front of Ju Tomioka. A simple attack driven by emotions, foolish. Ju Tomioka raised the hilt of his sword and struck down, landing a heavy blow to Tanjiro's back, knocking him unconscious. Where's the axe? Ju Tomioka clearly saw Tanjiro pick it up, but at that moment, he didn't realize it was pinned under him. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his back, a cold sensation shooting up his head. Looking up, he saw an axe whistling toward him. Ju Tomioka quickly turned his head, narrowly avoiding the blow. Very clever tactics. Nezuko saw Tanjiro knocked to the ground and roared in anger, forcibly breaking free from Ju Tomioka's grip, rushing towards her fallen brother. Not good. She is going to eat him, Ju Tomioka thought, quickly moving forward. But to his surprise, Nezuko faced him, firmly protecting Tanjiro behind her. Ju Tomioka was somewhat taken aback. Recalling what Tanjiro had said earlier, Nezuko won't eat people. How many people once thought the same, only to become food for demons? Yet this demon, clearly in a state of extreme hunger, still thought to protect that boy. Perhaps she really was different from other demons. With that thought, watching Nezuko rush forward, Ju Tomioka sheathed his sword and struck her down with a hand chop, knocking her unconscious. Tanjiro found himself enveloped in darkness, surrounded by several figures. One of them bent down, stroking his forehead softly and saying, I'm sorry for leaving you. This person was Tanjiro's mother, Kamado. I entrust Nezuko to you. You must live well. Tanjiro suddenly awoke, instinctively reaching out to grab something soft in his hand. He opened his eyes to see it was Nezuko's clothing. Nezuko lay beside him, eyes closed, breathing evenly, seemingly asleep, but there was a piece of bamboo in her mouth. Hiranoya actually wanted to complain about this place. In such a cold winter, he really didn't know where Waiguro found the green bamboo. "You're awake." A voice suddenly came from the side, and Tanjiro sat up abruptly, protecting the sleeping Nezuko in his arms. He was familiar with this voice. It belonged to the man who had previously tried to kill Nezuko. Tenjin Waiguro looked at the vigilant Tanjiro and said expressionlessly, "Go to the foot of the Kiribayama and visit the old man named Sakanji Urokadaki who lives there. Just say that Tenjin Waiguro sent you. It's cloudy today with no sunlight. Best not to let her out during the day anymore." Tenjin Waiguro added before disappearing into the woods. Nezuko soon woke up, and the two returned to their previous home to bury several deceased family members. They did not speak. Everything was done in silence. The once lively Kamadu family had turned into a feast of blood overnight. "Let's go." Tanjiro clasped his hands together in prayer at the burial site, then took Nezuko's hand and turned to leave. This was a sad place. Staying here wouldn't help either of them. Don't let others hold the power of life and death over you. Tanjiro remembered the words of the man who called himself Tenjin Waiguro. He wanted to find Urokadaki Sakanji, join the Demon Slayer Corps, avenge his family, and protect his last relative, Nezuko. He needed to find Sister Ri. She was strong and might be able to help him. To reach Kiribayama as soon as possible, Tanjiro bought a bamboo basket from a house along the way. Fortunately, Nezuko's body could enlarge and shrink, so she could fit inside the basket. With the basket as a shield from the sunlight, Tanjiro could travel during the day. Later, they encountered a demon in a wooden house, and after a fierce battle, he finally split the demon in half. Tanjiro looked at the unconscious demon head, his hand holding the sword trembling slightly. He was still hesitant. After all, this was also a life, and he couldn't bring himself to strike. Just when Tanjiro hesitated, a warm hand rested on his shoulder. Tanjiro was startled. "When did this person come over without making a sound?" "You can't kill it like this," the man said, his red Tengu mask obscuring his face. "Then how can I kill the demon?" "Don't ask others. Can't you think for yourself?" The man replied sternly. Tanjiro lowered his head and pondered seriously. He honestly listened to the man in front of him, thinking about other ways to kill the demon. However, if Hiranoya were here, she might have burst out. "If I knew how to kill demons, would I still be dragging it out until now?" After thinking for a while, Tanjiro picked up a stone from the ground, contemplating whether to smash the demon's head. "This kid has too much sympathy. He's not suited for the Demon Slayer Corps," Urokadaki Sakanji thought. As the former water Hashira, his years of combat experience told him that anyone who had sympathy for demons would not end well. Many demons often used sweet words to exploit the momentary carelessness of demon hunters, leading to their deaths. In the end, Tanjiro did not bring the stone down. The nagging demon quickly burned away in the morning sunlight, turning into a wisp of smoke that dissipated into the air. When Tanjiro turned to look again, Urokadaki Sakanji had already buried several human corpses that the demon had used. "Who are you?" Tanjiro asked. "I am Urokadaki Sakanji. You must be the one Waiguro introduced to me." "Yes, my name is Kamadu Tanjiro, and my sister is Nezuko." Tanjiro pointed to the house, where Nezuko had long hidden inside due to her fear of sunlight. "Have you used a sword before?" Urokadaki Sakanji observed the entire battle. Although Tanjiro's attacking posture was still clumsy, Urokadaki Sakanji could see that many of his attacking methods had been taught by someone, and it was evident that the person who taught Tanjiro swordsmanship must have been very skilled. Tanjiro nodded, recalling the beautiful sister with dark green hair and eyes. "Yes. My swordsmanship was taught by a sister named Hiranoya. She is very strong." "Hiranoya?" Urokadaki Sakanji racked his memory, but couldn't recall any swordsmanship master by that name. Especially not a female one. She must be a wandering swordsman passing through from somewhere else. Under Urokadaki Sakanji's guidance, Tanjiro made progress, and Nezuko fell unconscious midway, remaining asleep. Soon a year passed. "I have nothing more to teach you." One day, Urokadaki Sakanji suddenly said, "Now it depends on your performance. Whether you can improve yourself based on what I have taught you." After saying this, Urokadaki Sakanji waved his hand and led Tanjiro to a location on the mountain. Urokadaki Sakanji pointed to a nearby giant rock and said, "If you can split this rock, I will allow you to participate in the final selection." Tanjiro glanced at the giant rock, which was as tall as himself and could only be embraced by several of him, nodded without showing much surprise. He had been practicing cutting trees with a wooden sword every day before coming to Urokadaki Sakanji's place. And even during the year in Kirabayama, he still tried to carve out some time to practice cutting trees. Now, Tanjiro could already cut into the depth of a finger with one stroke. Therefore, splitting the rock with a real sword was no longer an unimaginable challenge. As long as he found the technique and practiced diligently, he would soon be able to do it. Tanjiro spent most of his days grappling with the giant rock, but he could only create a small crack or spark at most. I give up. Another 2 months passed, and Tanjiro still couldn't split the rock, pulling his hair and complaining in front of it. "You're so noisy." Suddenly, a boy's voice came from above, sounding not much louder than his own. Tanjiro looked up at the voice and saw a boy with a fox mask and flesh-colored hair squatting on the rock, who seemed to have been watching him for quite a while. "No scent?" Tanjiro sniffed. This was the first time his nose had failed him. "Don't shout so much. It's really embarrassing. If you're a man, no matter how difficult or painful it is, keep your mouth shut." After saying this, he jumped down and swung his sword at Tanjiro. Tanjiro hurriedly blocked the attack, but before he could speak, he was kicked over. "Slow, inexperienced, weak." The man with the fox mask said disdainfully, "You don't even look like a man. What are you doing all of a sudden?" Tanjiro was both confused and angry. "I want to ask you the same thing. How long are you going to sit there?" Tanjiro quickly stood up, and the two began to fight again. "I'm stronger than you because I've already split the giant rock." The fox-masked man struck down, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Tanjiro was startled. He had split the giant rock? Taking advantage of Tanjiro's momentary daze, the man struck Tanjiro's sword away and landed a blow directly on Tanjiro's chin. "You haven't learned anything. You just memorized it like reciting a book without turning it into your own skill." Tanjiro was hit hard and passed out. In a daze, Tanjiro woke up to see a small girl also wearing a fox mask squatting in front of him, examining him. "You're awake," the girl said. Tanjiro sat up. "What a powerful strike. Did you see that? I want to be like him." In Tanjiro's eyes, although that strike was not as powerful as Hiranoya's, it was still quite strong for him at the moment. "Of course, you could become like that too." The girl smiled. Following her introduction, Tanjiro learned that her name was Shinobu, and the man he had just fought was named Kanroji. In the following days, Tanjiro came to the boulder every day, receiving guidance from Shinobu and making gradual progress. 2 months later, Tanjiro stood before Kanroji once again. His aura had changed, his muscle lines were more defined, and he was full of explosive power, making him unrecognizable compared to when he first arrived at Sakanji's place. In the original story, it took Tanjiro 6 months to reach this level, but thanks to Hiranoya's guidance, his improvement speed had accelerated. Finally, he looked somewhat like a man. "Today, I will definitely win," Tanjiro replied. The outcome was decided in an instant. The stronger and faster one would win. The two suddenly charged at each other, kicking up dust from the ground. Tanjiro seized the opportunity and struck down fiercely, slicing through Kanroji's mask. Kanroji showed a look of satisfaction and smiled. By the time Tanjiro regained his senses, Kanroji had already disappeared, leaving only 2 halves of the boulder that had been split apart. After Sakanji reassured him multiple times, Tanjiro set off to participate in the final selection. Unfortunately, Nezuko still had not awakened, which made it hard for Tanjiro to feel at ease. The location of the final selection was quite a distance from Mount Kamuri, requiring about half a month's journey to arrive. Today was already the 10th day of travel, and Tanjiro had not yet reached his destination. He was walking along a rural path as the sky darkened, and the sun's light gradually weakened. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A chill ran up his back to his head, and he felt an intense, killing intent. This aura made it hard for Tanjiro to breathe, and he couldn't help but wonder how many lives the person emitting this aura must have taken to possess such a heavy, killing intent. In an instant, Tanjiro broke out in a cold sweat, but over a year of training allowed him to quickly calm down. He drew the blue Nichiren blade from his waist, which was Sakanji's Nichiren blade meant for Tanjiro's use during the final selection, unexpectedly coming in handy at this moment. Clang! The 2 swords clashed, sparking a shower of sparks. Tanjiro's arm trembled with numbness, and the sword nearly slipped from his grip as the person suddenly lunged at him from behind. Struggling, Tanjiro managed to block the strike. Upon closer inspection of his opponent, he was shocked to find that he recognized this person. "Rinichin?" Tanjiro exclaimed as he recognized the familiar Akabana mask. The dark green hair, the white haori embroidered with spider lilies, and the familiar scent. After all, the features were too distinctive. Hirano Ruri sheathed her knife, returning it to the back of her waist, The one she had just used was the wakizashi form from her own flesh and blood. Ah, little Tanjiro, it's been 2 years. I never expected you to become so strong now. It had been about 2 years since Hiranoya left the Kamadu household, but she had been staying nearby, waiting for the main storyline to begin. Today's encounter was also deliberately arranged by her. Tanjiro's eyes suddenly grew misty, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks as he threw himself into Hiranoya's arms, sobbing loudly. Hiranoya was startled by Tanjiro suddenly throwing himself into her arms. No one had ever had such extensive physical contact with her before, and she felt a bit uncomfortable at first, but she quickly relaxed. After all, following her father's death, she had shouldered the burden of her family, only to later experience the massacre of her entire household. The sole survivor, Nezuko, had turned into a demon and was now unconscious. Under such circumstances, even an adult might struggle to stay strong, let alone a 14-year-old boy like Tanjiro. Let him cry for a while, Hiranoya thought to herself, then wrapped her arms around Tanjiro and gently stroked his head. Tanjiro wept for a long time. The events of the past 2 years had nearly crushed him, but as the eldest son of the family, he hadn't dared to show even a hint of exhaustion, instead forcing himself to keep sorrow and hardship at bay for everyone else. Now, with Hiranoya, he finally had someone to whom he could release all the pent-up pain and suffering. The familiar floral scent of Hiranoya gradually calmed him down. Only now, after crying so intensely, did Tanjiro realize that the fabric pressed against his face was soaked with his own tears. He hastily pulled back, but what lingered in his mind more than the dampness was the warmth and softness beneath her clothes. Though only 14, Tanjiro knew exactly what that softness was, especially since his face had rubbed against it several times while he was crying. His face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Hiranoya didn't pay much attention. She knew Tanjiro's character, even though he had been crying on her chest for a long time just now. She knew he wouldn't have any ulterior motives. However, if it were that little guy Zenitsu rubbing against her like that, she would have to give him a good talking to. What's wrong? Why are you crying like this? Hiranoya was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. Tanjiro, with red eyes, recounted everything that had happened since Hiranoya left. Hiranoya shook her head after listening, sighed, I'm sorry. If I hadn't left back then, maybe your family wouldn't have had any issues. No, Sister Ri, it's not your fault. It's not your mistake. Tanjiro waved his hand. Yeah, it's not you or me that's wrong, but this world. Hiranoya suddenly recalled a classic line from an anime she watched before her reincarnation. Demons and humans are not at fault. Everyone is just trying to survive. The one at fault is Muzan Kibutsuji, who turns innocent people into demons. Where are you going? To carry out a mission for the Demon Slayer Corps? I haven't passed the final selection yet. I'm preparing to go to Fujisaki Mountain now. What about you, Sister Ri? Where are you headed? Tanjiro scratched his head. Oh, I'm just doing my usual thing, wandering around and collecting things I like and find interesting. I saw you from afar and just came over to tease you, huh? Tanjiro was momentarily speechless. Feeling the strong, killing intent earlier made him think he was going to die. All right, I won't delay you any longer. We're bound to meet again since we have such a connection. I plan to stay in the Northwest for a while in a few days. Maybe we'll run into each other again, said Hiranoya before disappearing. The Northwest, Tanjiro thought, recalling a town he remembered in that direction. He hoped to survive the final selection so he could find Sister Ri later and have her teach him swordsmanship again. Just like in the original story, Tanjiro encountered a demon specializing in hunting Sakanji Urokadaki's disciples during the final selection at Fujisaki Mountain. But this time, thanks to Hiranoya's guidance, he found it much easier to slay the demon. After choosing a piece of Tamagain for his Nichiren blade, he returned to Sakanji Urokadaki's residence. Nezuko? As soon as Tanjiro returned, he saw the familiar figure and couldn't believe his eyes. Nezuko, you're awake? The siblings embraced each other. Why did you suddenly fall asleep? You've been bedridden. I thought you were dead, Tanjiro cried. Warm hands enveloped the two. You finally came back to life. This person was none other than Sakanji Urokadaki. In recent years, all the children he trained had died on Fujisaki Mountain, causing him to doubt his teaching abilities. Fortunately, Tanjiro had survived. Half a month later, a man wearing a strange mask visited Sakanji Urokadaki's residence. In Japan, this was known as a Hinamara mask, which also served as a symbol of a swordsmith's identity. It's black. The swordsmith, who called himself Kanetetsuka, looked at Tanjiro's Nichiren blade gradually turning black and felt somewhat regretful. Black doesn't seem good, does it? Does it mean an ominous sign? Tanjiro was puzzled by Kanetetsuka's expression. Kanetetsuka exclaimed, I thought I would see a crimson blade. Damn, but black is still okay. It's just unfortunate that your blade's blackness doesn't team match that of that person. Despite the mask, Tanjiro could still sense Kanetetsuka's admiration. That person? Tanjiro's small head was filled with big questions. Sakanji Urokodaki spoke up. That person is a legend in the Demon Slayer Corps, mastering all breathing techniques within 2 years and having his unique swordsmanship. He was so powerful that he was the strongest among the Hashira at the time. Even the airflow generated by his blade could kill demons. Moreover, his 3 swords are very special. 1 crimson katana and 2 pitch black tanto that don't reflect light. Countless demons have died under these 3 blades. Although 100 years have passed, he remains an undying myth in the Demon Slayer Corps. He is Ubuyashiki Yuichi. Ubuyashiki Yuichi? Tanjiro silently remembered this name. A red katana and 2 black tantos? Isn't that just like Sister Ri? Could they be related? Is Sister Ri the granddaughter of Ubuyashiki Yuichi? Kanetetsuka sighed. But despite that, we still haven't killed that guy. Tanjiro was confused, that guy. Who is he? Seeing Tanjiro's puzzled expression, Sakanji Urokodaki explained. The guy that Kanetetsuka mentioned is a demon that suddenly appeared 100 years ago, referred to by the Demon Slayer Corps as the Hellflower with a demon mask. This demon is elusive and powerful, having killed over 100 members of the Demon Slayer Corps, including 6 Hashira. The Demon Slayer Corps was in a state of panic and on the verge of disbanding, but thanks to Ubuyashiki Yuichi, we managed to hold on. As for that demon, ever since Ubuyashiki Yuichi became one of the Hashira, she has vanished without a trace and has yet to appear. Her power is too great, so we speculate she might be Muzan himself. As Tanjiro listened, Hiranoya's figure appeared in his mind. Why did the description of Ubuyashiki Yuichi by Sakanji Urokodaki and the Hellflower with a demon mask resemble Hiranoya so much? If it were one person who resembled the other, it could be considered a coincidence, but with one human and one demon being so alike, how could that be explained? Moreover, he had interacted with Hiranoya for so long, but had never sensed any demonic aura from her. Tanjiro's mind was now incredibly chaotic, and he couldn't come up with an answer. He shook his head and decided not to think about it for now, planning to find Sister Ri in the northwest and ask her directly when he had the chance. Excuse me, do you have any images of Ubuyashiki Yuichi and that demon? Tanjiro asked. You can find Ubuyashiki Yuichi's tombstone and a statue of his face in the cemetery at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. It was specially established to commemorate him. As for that demon, no one has survived after seeing her appearance, so there is no statue. Tanjiro Kamadu, quickly go to the town in the northwest. A crow suddenly flew into the room. Hurry and hunt the demons. This is your first job, the northwest? Perfectly on the way to find Sister Ri. Tanjiro felt delighted. In the town of the northwest, young girls are continuously disappearing. Every night, there are girls, continuously disappearing. The crow croaked ominously. After receiving the order, Tanjiro rushed to the town in the northwest. Upon arriving, he found that even though it was daytime, the streets were lifeless. Look, how pitiful Mr. Kazumi looks. He was right beside Miss Riko when she was abducted. A few women whispered among themselves while pointing at a man in a daze not far away. It happens every night. It's so terrifying. I wonder when it will end. Tanjiro glanced over and assumed this man was Mr. Kazumi. Mr. Kazumi, may I ask for more details? When the man heard someone calling him, he looked over to see a boy with a wooden box on his back and a katana at his waist standing there. Oh, sure, it's not a secret. The man nodded awkwardly. Tanjiro sniffed. He detected a familiar scent and turned around. Sister Ri. Tanjiro waved happily upon seeing the person. Hey, little Tanjiro, you're alive. Not bad. The newcomer was indeed Hiranoya, who had been waiting for Tanjiro for many days. Sister Ri, do you have time? I want to ask you to help me complete this task. What is it about? Is it the missing girls in this town? Hiranoya walked up to Tanjiro and glanced at the dazed man beside him. Yes, Sister Ri, if you have time, could you help me investigate together? I'll be much slower alone, and I don't want anyone else to disappear. Hiranoya nodded. Of course, no problem. I'm also interested in this matter, which is why I came to this town. Riko disappeared here. You may not believe what I'm saying, but it's true. She led the two to an alley and pointed to a spot. We believe you. We're here to investigate this matter, Tanjiro said seriously. After saying that, he crouched down, not knowing what he was doing, which startled Kazumi. But Hiranoya knew that Tanjiro was using his strong sense of smell to identify the scent of demons. Tanjiro followed the scent, and the other two kept trailing behind him. In fact, Hiranoya had already sensed the location of the swamp demon, but she had kept it to herself. As night fell, the three were getting closer to the swamp demon's location. The scent is right around here. Tanjiro suddenly stood up and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, in a nearby house, a puddle of black water suddenly appeared beneath a sleeping girl, and a pair of pale, ghastly hands gradually stretched out, pulling the girl into the puddle and quickly disappearing. Tanjiro twitched his nose and suddenly ran in a direction. The smell has intensified, a very pungent odor. A demon has appeared. In the blink of an eye, he leapt onto the roof like a nimble cat, finding it much faster to run in a straight line on the rooftops than to weave through the alleyways. "Sir, we'll go ahead," Hiranoya said to Kazumi and leapt up, her figure quickly disappearing on the rooftops. Kazumi was left on the ground, slightly dazed. Their speed was too fast, almost surpassing human limits. Did they really just leap up? Are demons and the Demon Slayer Corps actually real? Aren't they just legends? Kazumi thought, utterly shocked. Here, there's a sense of both a human woman and a demon. The two stopped in an alley. Tanjiro looked around, but couldn't see them. Could they be underground? If that's the case, then the place with the strongest scent. With that, Tanjiro plunged his black Nichiren blade directly into the ground. Sure enough, a scream came from below, indicating that Tanjiro's blade had struck true. A puddle of black water surfaced, and a girl gradually floated up from it. But she seemed to have already fallen unconscious. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A ghastly white hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the unconscious girl's collar, trying to pull her back. Fortunately, Tanjiro was already prepared. He swiftly cut the part of the clothing that was grabbed and quickly retreated while holding the girl. The demon's hand grasped nothing, and its owner, clearly enraged, revealed half of its body from the puddle, glaring fiercely at Tanjiro with its horned head and blood-red eyes. Looking grotesque. It's definitely a demon. I didn't expect it to use blood demon arts. This is troublesome. Tanjiro's heart sank. Kanroji Mitsuri had taught him that some demons could use a technique called blood demon arts, which made them extremely powerful in battle, and one had to be very cautious when encountering them. He didn't expect that his first mission would be against a demon that could use blood demon arts. But Tanjiro didn't back down. He steeled himself and demanded, "Where have the women you've taken gone?" The malevolent demon made a sound of chattering teeth, as if threatening him. Just then, Kazumi finally arrived, panting heavily. Tanjiro handed the girl in his arms to Kazumi. "Mr. Kazumi, please take care of her and stay close." He then turned to Hiranoya. "Sister Riko, please help me protect them. I need to focus on the fight." As he sensed the swamp demon's presence rapidly approaching beneath him, Tanjiro adjusted his breathing, preparing to confront the enemy. But unexpectedly, 3 swamp demons suddenly burst out from the puddle. Tanjiro felt a moment of panic, but quickly regained his composure. 8th form, Waterfall Basin. A column of water erupted from the ground, breaking through the attacks of the 3 swamp demons. "Damn it, I couldn't strike a critical hit because I switched forms midway," Tanjiro scolded himself. Meanwhile, the 3 demons quickly submerged back into the puddle, searching for new opportunities. Where are they? Tanjiro looked around, but the 3 demons did not reappear, seemingly trying to wear down Tanjiro's patience. Still daring to come here? Hiranoya suddenly drew her sword and slashed in a direction. A swamp demon leapt from the puddle, targeting the ordinary human Kazumi and the unconscious girl in his arms. Unfortunately for the demon, Hiranoya was right beside them. Seeing the blade coming toward it, the demon, already airborne, could not dodge and decided to take the blow, confident that its unique healing ability as a demon would protect it from death. But it was mistaken. Hiranoya's strike was terrifyingly powerful. The demon, which had intended to withstand the attack, was cleaved in half mid-air, letting out a scream as it fell at the feet of Hiranoya and Kazumi. "How is this possible? Bastard, I'm going to kill you." The bisected demon, shocked and furious, then turned to fear. "Why can't I heal? What have you done to me?" Hiranoya coldly glanced at the swamp demon on the ground. Such a lowly creature actually dared to attack her outright. She might as well teach it a lesson, but then again, she considered that while she was quite famous, it wasn't unusual for low-ranking demons not to recognize her. After all, creatures of that level would never have the chance to interact with her in their lifetime. It was like a high-ranking official appearing on the street. Though their status was lofty, few commoners would recognize them. The subsequent events unfolded without much deviation. Tanjiro took the initiative to leap into the watery space, and after a fierce battle, he successfully killed the swamp demon. As for Hiranoya, she had already secretly used her blood demon art to replicate the swamp demon's ability. In her eyes, though the demon itself was worthless, its blood demon art was quite useful, allowing instantaneous movement unrestricted by terrain, concealing oneself, and even functioning as a storage space. Hiranoya could store many things inside, and despite the liquid environment, the items within didn't seem to get wet. The best proof of this was Tanjiro and the previously unconscious girl emerging from the water completely dry. As soon as Tanjiro crawled out of the watery surface, he saw the last remaining swamp demon still locked in combat with Nezuko, though she was slightly at a disadvantage. Hiranoya watched from his side. Nezuko's close combat abilities were simply terrifying. Her demonic physical strength, monstrous power, and regenerative abilities had now fully transformed her into a berserker. If Nezuko had received professional training, this swamp demon would undoubtedly have been beaten to the ground. Fortunately, Tanjiro arrived just in time, and the two quickly subdued the last swamp demon, cornering it against the wall. "Tell me everything you know about Kibutsuji Musen," Tanjiro demanded, pressing the tip of his blade against the swamp demon's neck. The swamp demon wore a fearful expression. I can't say." It seemed to recall something horrifying and began screaming frantically. "I can't say it. I can't." But then its gaze fell on Hiranoya, who was leaning against the wall nearby, as if suddenly remembering something. Mask, Haori, red spider lilies. Previously, the swamp demon had been too focused on devouring humans to pay close attention to its opponents. But now, as it took a proper look, memories converged, and it suddenly realized something. It had once heard rumors about that person. Z0. Lord Zero. The swamp demon trembled violently. The figure before it was none other than Musen-sama's personal attendant. How blind had it been to attack her earlier? "Lord Zero, you?" the swamp demon stammered. But before it could finish, a flash of white light streaked past, and its head tumbled to the ground, forever silenced. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Hiranoya immediately swung her blade and killed the swamp demon to prevent her identity from being exposed too soon. As the swamp demon's body gradually dissipated, Tanjiro looked at it and asked Hiranoya, "Just now, was he calling you Lord Zero?" No, he must have been terrified out of his mind, confused, and mistaken me for someone else. Hiranoya lied without batting an eye. Tanjiro nodded innocently, trusting her words. "Maybe so, but we should still investigate this Lord Zero he mentioned. It might be another name for Kibutsuji Musen." Caw! Suddenly, the cry of a crow echoed from the sky. Both Tanjiro and Hiranoya were familiar with it. It was surely a Kasugai crow from the Demon Slayer Corps. Next destination, Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture. "Heard there's a demon lurking there. Gah! Hurry! Hurry!" The Kasugai crow's voice was as oddly exaggerated as ever. So soon to the next place?" Tanjiro looked exhausted but obediently prepared to move. 2 days later, the three of them finally arrived in Asakusa, Tokyo. Tanjiro held Nezuko's hand as the siblings marveled at everything around them, like country folks stepping into a grand city for the first time. "Tanshan, Nezuko, you two go ahead and have fun. I'm going to visit an old friend. Heard she lives here. It's been a long time, so I should go say hello." Hiranoya patted the siblings on the shoulders, bid them farewell, and quickly left. She had no intention of accidentally running into Kibutsuji Musen. Moreover, she remembered that in the original story, Tanjiro first encountered Tamayo here. Since Tamayo was also in the area, Ryo decided to pay her a visit. It had been years since they last met, and she was curious to see how Tamayo was doing now. Since entering the city, Hiranoya has stored her red mask and 4 knives in the Blackwater space. The Blackwater space is a product of her imitation of the Swamp Demon's Blood Demon technique. The Swamp Demon uses it as a tool for movement and concealment, while Hiranoya uses it as a storage space. Hiranoritsu walked down the neon-lit streets in casual attire. Nowadays, her clothes were all formed from her own flesh and blood using the Blood Demon art she had mimicked from Kokushibo. After all, ordinary garments could no longer withstand the force generated by her high-speed movements. A single swift dash might shred her clothes to pieces from the wind or after a battle. Her outfit could be slashed to tatters, leaving her naked, hardly a fitting sight for a girl, even if she was over 300 years old. Is it this way? Ritsu sensed faint traces of an unusual presence in the city. There was something in that direction she couldn't quite detect. Where there was abnormality, there was bound to be something sinister. No doubt, the only place with such an anomaly had to be Tamayo's hiding spot. Hiranoya quickly arrived at the mansion, where it was very quiet, as if all living beings were deliberately avoiding the place. However, Hiranoya sensed that the mansion was set with something akin to a barrier, which made ordinary humans think there's nothing here, nothing worth coming for, thus taking a detour. But Hiranoya was not affected by this and stepped right inside. "Who is it?" Inside the house, Yushiru sensed someone crossing his blood demon technique barrier, and he couldn't help but be startled. This had never happened before. He immediately rushed outside. The mansion was not large, so in just a couple of steps, Yushiru was out the door and saw the intruder. A young woman with shoulder-length dark green hair and eyes that seemed harmless. She's so beautiful. Yushiru couldn't help but be captivated. Although in his eyes, Tamayo was the most beautiful. This was the first time he had seen a woman more stunning than Tamayo. And he was momentarily shocked, murmuring softly to himself. Hiranoritsu was taken aback. Although the other person's voice was very soft, she still heard it clearly. She hadn't expected such an evaluation from them. Over the past century, she had almost always wore a mask when meeting others, and very few knew what she truly looked like. As a result, many high-ranking demons spread rumors that she wore a mask because she actually had an ugly, hideous face and didn't dare to reveal her true appearance. Miss, you've come to the wrong place. This is a private residence. Please leave. Yoshihara, realizing his earlier lapse in composure, gave a light cough and quickly changed the subject, hoping to send the person before him away. Hirano smiled slightly and said, I think I haven't come to the wrong place. Yushiru frowned and replied, Oh really? Then may I ask what brings you here, miss? Are you here to seek medical treatment? I'm sorry, but I only accept those who are on the brink of death. You look quite healthy, so please go back and don't come again. This statement is accurate. In the original story, Zhuye and Yushiru only treat those with terminal illnesses and those who are dying. Hirano shook her head and said, I know I'm very healthy. I'm not here for medical treatment. I'm here to find someone. Shirogane became alert. There is no one here that you are looking for. I advise you to leave quickly, or I will personally escort you out. I'm just here to catch up with an old friend. You don't need to be so nervous. Her name is Tamayo, and I would appreciate it if you could call her out. Hirano was not angry at Shirogane's cold attitude. After all, she was the one at fault for intruding into someone else's private territory without invitation. When Shirogane heard that the other party actually knew Tamayo's name, his body immediately tensed up. Who are you? How do you know Tamayo? Although he and Tamayo treated patients, they had never revealed their names. The woman in front of him knew Tamayo's name. Could she be a human spy sent by Muzan to gather information? This person must not be allowed to stay. With this thought, Shirogane felt a surge of killing intent and charged forward, ready to silence her. Hirano's face turned cold upon seeing this. The other party's vigilance was too strong. She had already been so polite, but in the end, she still had to take action to resolve it. Forget it. She would personally find her when she entered the house. Yushiru quickly approached, his demonic hand reaching forward. The human female in front of him did not flinch at all, standing there dazed. Although Yushiru knew he was not a combatant, it was still quite easy to kill an unarmed human female. Bang! Ugh! Just when Yushiru's fingernail was half a palm's distance from Hirano's neck, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his stomach, and his body was knocked backward as if hit by a car. Poof! Yushiru spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Gasping for air, staring in shock at the woman not far away. How is this possible? Yushiru felt the human female's aura in front of him suddenly change. It was clearly the unique aura of a demon. Who on earth are you? Yushiru wanted to stand up, but many of his internal organs were crushed by that punch, and even the spine in his lower back was broken from the aftershock, rendering his lower body completely immobile. The aura of the demon in front of him was very strong, and the pressure made Yushiru feel terror from the depths of his heart. She was at least an upper moon demon. This is troublesome. Do I really have to fight? Hirano complained, not paying attention to the Yushiru on the ground, and walked toward the door of the house. Damn it! I won't let Miss Tamayo get hurt. You can't touch her. Yushiru shouted angrily, his 10 fingers digging deep into the ground as he crawled toward Hirano. Hirano stopped. The ghost's loyalty moved her, but it was also so annoying. If it weren't for Juye's sake, she would have killed him long ago. Stop. This gentleman won't harm me. The front door of the house was suddenly pushed open, and a somewhat attractive woman took a quick glance at the situation outside and hurriedly shouted, Miss Juye. Yushiru stared blankly at Juye. I apologize, Lady Ri. This child Yushiru didn't know it was you. He's caused you trouble, so please don't kill him. This is my fault. Please punish me instead. Juye knelt on the ground and said to Hirano. Hirano bowed her hand. Forget it. This kid seems not bad, although a bit slow-witted. He's quite loyal. Only then did Hirano vaguely remember who this demon she had just fought was. After such a long time, she had forgotten about the non-key characters from the original story. Lord Cieli, please come in and sit for a while. Juye let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and was glad that Lord Ri was lenient and spared Yushiru's life. If it were any other demon, Yushirolang probably wouldn't have survived. Juya, long time no see. Hiranoya sat on the tatami, looking at Juya and the just-recovered Yushirolang walking into the room. It's been 100 years, right, my lord? Juya recalled and continued. I wonder why Lord Ri is looking for me. Is it about Muzan Kabutsuji? Hiranoya nodded. Yes, I found someone who can help me. Although my combat power is not yet formed, they will definitely be a terrifying ally in the future. I mainly came here this time because I was passing by. Last time I left in a hurry and didn't leave you anything, so this time I'll give you some of my blood. I think you'll find it useful for your research. Shinobu showed a delighted expression. That would be a huge help, Lord Rito. I've been unable to collect the blood of high-ranking demons, and this is a precious material. Since Shinobu started researching the antidote that could turn demons into humans, she could only collect the blood of low-ranking demons. For anything with blood demon art, she and Yashiro basically couldn't handle them, let alone collect blood. Now, with Hiranoya voluntarily providing her with blood of the highest purity, it was truly a gift from the heavens. Yashiro, go get the blood collection equipment. Yes, Miss Shinobu. Yashiro also knew how important Hiranoya's blood was for their research, so he didn't dare to delay and immediately ran to the infirmary. Soon, Yashiro returned with a needle and a small tube for collecting blood. After the blood was drawn, Hiranoya said, I have to leave quickly. I sense Muzan's presence. Shinobu and Yashiro were taken aback. Muzan? Has he found this area? Shinobu initially wanted to play a game of hide and seek with Muzan, deliberately settling in the same city as him. Could be that she was exposed? Shinobu thought. No, I don't think so. His presence is still very far from here. Mixed with the presence of that little helper I found. He might be in trouble, so I have to hurry and check it out. Red mist began to rise around Hiranoya, and after the mist dissipated, he had changed into a black fitted combat uniform and Haori, with 4 swords slanted at his waist and back. It must be said that the blood demon art mimic from Kokushibo was indeed convenient, allowing for a quick change of outfit. See you later. Be careful, Lord Rito, Shinobu said worriedly. Hiranoya nodded and instantly disappeared. Get this kid away from him. In a noisy crowd, several men in police uniforms were pulling at Tanjiro, who had just encountered Muzan Kabutsuji and was caught off guard. Muzan actually turned a human into a demon right in front of Tanjiro, forcing him to deal with this newborn demon first. Right now, Tanjiro was desperately pinning down this newborn demon to prevent it from going on a rampage and harming others. This was a street crowded with people, and if the demon broke free, who knows how many would die. Don't get in my way. Hold this person down before he kills someone, Tanjiro shouted, but he couldn't withstand the pulling of several adult men, and it looked like the newborn demon was about to break free. Suddenly, Tanjiro felt a warmth on his face, and a bloody sweet smell rushed into his lungs through his nostrils. Almost simultaneously, he felt someone roughly grab the back of his collar and lift him up, his body quickly rising away from the ground. Hey, where did he go? How did he suddenly disappear? The boys being pulled by the policeman suddenly vanished, leaving them astonished. It seemed like a red and white shadow flashed by. I couldn't see it. It was too fast. Someone in the crowd said, Look, what's going on with that man on the ground? A sharp-eyed person in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. They saw the man who had just been pinned down by Tanjiro's body gradually dissipating like burning paper. Tanjiro's brain felt like it was bursting from the acceleration of the high-speed movement, and his body felt weak and limp. Fortunately, the person carrying him stopped on a rooftop after a short distance. Otherwise, Tanjiro would have passed out. Sister Riko? Tanjiro shook his head. Although his head still throbbed painfully and his body felt like it was falling apart, he remained conscious. When he looked up and saw who had taken him away, he was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Sister Riko to be so strong. She could move at that speed while carrying him, and if she weren't carrying him, she could probably go even faster. Sigh, you really can't stay calm, little Tanjiro. Who do you think Muzan Kabutsuji is? Are you looking to get yourself killed by going after him now? Hiranoya said with some helplessness. She had been lurking for over 300 years and still didn't dare to break that relationship. Yet here was Tanjiro, a newbie, wanting to confront Muzan. She really didn't know what he was thinking. Fortunately, that guy Muzan is a coward, even though he's powerful. He wouldn't dare to act against you in front of so many people. If it were me, you would have died countless times already. Hiranoya flicked Tanjiro's forehead fiercely, only to end up with a sore finger, having forgotten about Tanjiro's hard-headed nature. Is Hiranoya cowardly? Not really. She hasn't made a move for over 300 years because she knows she doesn't have absolute confidence in killing Muzan. If she finds the opportunity, she will definitely give Muzan a set of sun-breathing techniques. But Muzan is truly cowardly, He could have easily killed Tanjiro just now, yet he chose to run away. Tanjiro also realized his mistake. He was too impulsive earlier. Upon discovering the culprit behind his family's murder, he was blinded by anger and completely disregarded whether his strength was up to par. If it weren't for Sister Ri's timely intervention to quickly deal with that demon and help him escape, he doesn't know what the scene would have turned into. Oh no! Tanjiro slapped his forehead. Hiranoya was startled by Tanjiro's commotion. What's wrong? I just smelled Muzan and chased after him. I forgot about Nezuko. She's still waiting for me at the food stall. Tanjiro showed an awkward expression. Sigh, Hiranoya, he sighed, unsure of how to respond. I'll go with you, come on. Get on. Hiranoya squatted down, signaling for Tanjiro to climb onto her back. Tanjiro shook his head. I'll go down by myself, hey. Why is it so high? Tanjiro felt that as a boy, it was somewhat inappropriate for a girl to carry him, so he refused. However, when he looked down from the eaves, his legs went weak, almost causing him to fall. Having grown up in the mountains, he had never been on a rooftop this high. And while he could jump down safely from a building only 2 or 3 stories high in the village, jumping from this 7 or 8-story height would turn him into a pancake. Haha, why aren't you jumping? Hiranoya chuckled to herself. Tanjiro struggled internally for a long time before giving in to Hiranoya, obediently lying on her back. Hold on tight, don't fall off, Hiranoya said, unafraid of the height. With her strength, she would dare to jump even from double that height. Hiranoya jumped down with Tanjiro, and if passersby saw them, they would definitely think it was a sister taking her brother to jump off a building. Ah! Tanjiro shouted in surprise. This felt completely different from the rapid movement just now. At least he wouldn't have died from that. It wasn't the hard landing Tanjiro had imagined. They fell from the 7th floor in just a few seconds, and their weight hitting the ground made almost no sound, as if Hiranoya had turned it into just a light stomp. Sister Ri is amazing. Tanjiro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trying hard to control his trembling legs. Hiranoya's strength once again refreshed his understanding. Time to accelerate. Huh, it's not over yet. Ah, Tanjiro was startled. What was going on? Was he really going to be thrown off her back? Nezuko, who was dozing off in front of a food stall, suddenly heard a scream approaching quickly from afar. She woke up and looked in that direction, where 2 figures were rapidly closing in. It was her brother and Sister Ri. Hey, Nezuko, we came to get you. Hiranoya put Tanjiro down and waved at Nezuko. Tanjiro, who had just landed, was not feeling well. His legs were so weak that he almost collapsed and knelt in front of Nezuko. If that happened, he would be really embarrassed. Nezuko said. Hiranoya awkwardly smiled. She really couldn't understand what Nezuko was saying with a piece of bamboo in her mouth. Only Tanjiro could probably understand this language. Are you full, little Tanjiro? Hiranoya and Nezuko sat on either side of Tanjiro, watching him devour his noodles. Both Hiranoya and Nezuko were demons and didn't eat human food. Although Tanjiro was oblivious, he knew that no matter how hungry Hiranoya was, she never ate food prepared by others. However, the noodle stall owner was unaware. He only saw that Tanjiro had 2 beautiful women accompanying him, while he focused on his own meal. Ah, I'm full. Thank you for the meal. Tanjiro set down his bowl and chopsticks, comfortably patting his belly. Since leaving the home of Sakanji Urokodaki, he had been on the move, and he thought he could rest for a while after defeating the swamp demon. But now he had arrived in Asakusa, Tokyo, and this meal felt especially satisfying. Hiranoya rested her arm on her head. She had lost all sense of taste for human food, unable to muster even a hint of appetite. However, there was one exception: squid, her favorite food. Even after becoming a ghost, she often ate it. Although digestion was slower compared to fresh blood and meat, its main purpose was still to satisfy her cravings and improve her meals. If the noodle shop owner had squid, Hiranoya would definitely order a bowl. Unfortunately, she did not smell any squid in the ingredient box. Hiranoya put down her arm that was supporting her head, stretched comfortably, and yawned. After carrying Tanjiro around the city all day, she was extremely tired and planned to stay at Tamayo's place for the night to get a good sleep. Let's go. It's already late. I'll take you 2 siblings to my friend's place to stay for the night, and by the way, refresh your understanding. Hiranoya led the way, teasing Tanjiro a bit. Is this the smell of blood demon art? Is it the barrier of a demon? Hiranoya brought the 2 to Tamayo's hiding place. Tanjiro touched the invisible barrier in front of him and was about to draw his Nichiren sword. Hiranoya pressed down on Tanjiro's hand that was about to draw his sword, then delivered a fierce knock on Tanjiro's head. As a result, Tanjiro felt nothing. But Hiranoya's fingers turned red. Stop with the violence. This is my friend's place, and she's a kind of demon like Nezuko. When you go in, Don't go around hitting or touching things. Hirano rubbed her red finger and shot Tanjiro a glare. Tanjiro was somewhat shocked by what Hirano had just said about her friend being a kind of demon like Nezuko. He hurriedly asked, Sister Ri's friend is a demon? Yes. I've known her for a while. She is a demon who has also escaped Muzan Kibutsuji's curse. And she has never eaten a human. Tanjiro caught the key phrase and continued to ask, Muzan's curse? What is that? All demons in this world are cursed by Muzan. Anyone who speaks Muzan's true name or anything related to him will trigger the curse, and that demon will die in agony. That's why no demon dares to defy Muzan Kibutsuji's orders. This is also why the swamp demon didn't dare to speak. Hirano knocked on the door and continued. In the nearly 1,000 years since Muzan Kibutsuji appeared, only 3 demons have escaped this curse. Tanjiro pondered. Nezuko counts as one, and Sister Ri's friend counts as another. So who is the third? Where are they now? Hirano took a deep look at Tanjiro and said, One day you will understand. After all, she's just a bastard who sacrifices innocent people to take revenge for her own survival, regardless of the means. Seeing that Hirano was unwilling to say more, Tanjiro understood and stopped asking. Fortunately, the master of the mansion quickly opened the door, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Lady Rika, you're back. The one who opened the door was Yashiro. He spoke softly, clearly still feeling guilty about the earlier attack on Hirano. Yeah, it's getting late, so I plan to stay overnight. Also, about what happened earlier, I'm sorry. Hirano smiled at Yashiro. Yashiro hurriedly waved his hand. No. It was my offense for not recognizing you. It's fine. You've never seen me before, so it's normal not to recognize me. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they entered the house. Tanjiro pulled Nezuko in with him. This was something he had never imagined before. There were actually demons like Nezuko who didn't eat humans. No wonder other demons all had a foul stench. While the 2 demons living here didn't smell as bad. It's no wonder Rika-san would be friends with them. After a brief introduction, they started chatting. Hirano sat quietly to the side, not planning to participate in this human-demon conversation because she was about to fall asleep. Miss Tamayo, although it may be a bit rude, as a demon, how do you survive without eating humans? Tanjiro asked. Tamayo pondered for a moment, glancing at Hirano, who was dozing off in the corner with drool, clearly already asleep while sitting. She cautiously said, Has Lady Rika not told you? She hasn't, Tanjiro replied, turning to look at the sleeping Hirano, feeling a bit speechless. Having spent so much time with Rika-san, Tanjiro had figured out that her sleeping pattern was chaotic. Whenever she had free time, she would find a place to sleep. In fact, Hirano was also quite helpless. As soon as she had free time or after exercising, she felt the urge to sleep. There was even a time during Muzan's meeting of the 12 Kazuki in Infinity Castle when she knelt there listening to Muzan speak. And before she knew it, she fell asleep. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered by Muzan. Otherwise, she would have been the most miserable upper moon demon in 1,000 years. It seems Lady Rika hasn't told Tanjiro about her being a demon yet, Tamayo thought. Luckily, their previous conversation hadn't revealed Lady Rika's identity. Otherwise, the situation would have been awkward. Tanjiro would surely have mixed feelings if he knew that all 4 of them were demons. Actually, you can survive without eating humans. You just need to drink some human blood, Tamayo replied. Can you see that? In the alley, there's a woman playing with something like a ball, one woman said. I see it. She seems to have gone that way, but there is a man lying on the ground, his hands pressed against the ground. But his eyes are closed, the other responded. But what? The woman sounded a bit impatient. There are 3 footprints. The woman waved the ball in her hand and smirked. It doesn't matter if it's 3 or 1. Just kill them. We just got the blood from that great one. And now our bodies are filled with power. Of course, the more brutal, the better, the man with closed eyes said, his tone revealing some pleasure and anticipation. His hands lifted off the ground, and in the center of each palm, there was a strange eye. Just now, he had used these eyes to see Tanjiro and the others. Meanwhile, inside Tamayo's mansion, Miss Tamayo, do you have a way to turn demons back into humans? Tanjiro asked. I do, Tamayo replied affirmatively. This answer made Tanjiro ecstatic. Please tell me. Yashiro suddenly pressed down on Tanjiro, thinking this guy was being rude for daring to get close to Lady Tamayo. Tanjiro realized he had been a bit too excited and quickly sat back down. Tamayo shot Yashiro a glare. After all, Tanjiro was a guest, and Yashiro had gone a bit too far. No matter what kind of illness it is, there is definitely a way to treat it. However, at this stage, I cannot turn demons back into humans, Tamayo explained. Hearing this answer, Tanjiro felt somewhat disappointed. Tamayo continued, however, I will definitely work hard to research a treatment method. After a pause, she added, in order to create a treatment medicine, it is necessary to investigate a large amount of blood from demons. I would like to ask you for two things. Tanjiro listened attentively. First, I want to investigate your sister's blood. Second, try to obtain blood from demons that have a lot of Musen Kibutsuji's blood. That's all. I've only managed to get one sample of blood, but it's definitely not enough, so I'll need your help. Tamayo took out the blood she had just drawn from Hiranoya from a storage box and showed it to Tanjiro. What terrifying blood. It almost has the same smell as Musen. Tanjiro held it near his nose and nearly fainted from the pungent odor unique to demons. This might be the most concentrated blood containing Musen Kibutsuji's blood. You need to collect more like this, Tamayo said, carefully putting the blood away. This precious substance couldn't be in contact with room temperature for too long. Otherwise, it would coagulate and lose its research value. Watch out. Get down. Yashiro suddenly frowned, leaping in front of Tamayo and shielding her securely in his arms. At the same time, the window shattered and several spherical objects suddenly shot in, bouncing around the room, smashing into everything and creating large holes wherever they went. Ah, so you were hiding behind the barrier? The woman who had jumped in with the spherical objects exclaimed with delight. But you traitor are still with the demon slayers, the man with closed eyes said. His palm eyes fixated on the group, sending chills down their spines. The handball demon threw the ball towards Tamayo with all its might, so fast that Tanjiro couldn't intercept it in time. Yashiro tightly protected Tamayo and couldn't move, only able to watch as the ball shot toward him. Thud! Like a watermelon exploding, Yashiro was hit squarely by the ball, and his head burst open in an instant. Tamayo, in his arms, also fell to the ground due to the strong impact. Yashiro! Tanjiro shouted. Tanjiro, you hold them off, Nezuko, and I will move the injured in the house, Tamayo instructed. Hiranoya, awakened by the violent chaos caused by the handball demon, immediately seized the opportunity to escape. Such a great chance must be left for Tanjiro to train well. Tanjiro drew his sword, looking at the two demons, thinking to himself. The scent of these two demons was clearly different from the ones he had encountered before. Just inhaling it felt heavy in his lungs. He didn't know if he could defeat them. The demon slayer with the earring, it's you, right? The handball demon sneered, playing with the ball. So I'm a target? Tanjiro's heart raced. The handball demon stopped talking and hurled the ball at Tanjiro again. Water-breathing, 7th form, Tanjiro faced such a rapid attack and used his fastest sword technique to pierce through the flying ball. You are honored to die at the hands of the 12 Kizuki tonight. The handball demon shouted excitedly, half undressing the upper part of its clothing, and several arms grew out from its body, each holding a handball. It was chilling. In the distance, Hiranoya, observing from the shadows, scoffed at the mention of the 12 Kizuki. Did Musen really think so highly of them after giving them some blood? Clearly, they don't even have the qualifications to be lower moons. At most, they're just a bit stronger than an ordinary demon that knows blood demon arts. The subsequent development was similar to what Hiranoya had thought. After a fierce battle, they managed to defeat the two demons. However, the intense soccer match between Nezuko and the handball demon left Hiranoya speechless. Shizuku crouched down to observe, pointing at the handball demon's corpse, and said, She's not one of the 12 Kizuki. She's deceiving us. How does Miss Shizuka know that? Tanjiro asked, feeling that this demon was so powerful that without Shizuku's help earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Shizuku pointed at the corpse's eyes. She's too weak. She's not even a lower moon. I'm sure that demon is the same. Besides, look at her eyes. They don't have the unique markings of the 12 Kizuki. What markings? Tanjiro asked, wanting to learn about these so-called 12 Kizuki. Otherwise, he would know nothing about his enemies in future confrontations. Shizuku stood up and said, The 12 Kizuki are directly under Musen Kibutsuji's command, divided into upper and lower moons. Each one has a unique number engraved on their eyeballs. And every demon is extremely powerful. Lower moons can easily kill ordinary demons. And as for the upper moons, each one can remain undefeated in battles against Ashira. So strong. Tanjiro exclaimed. The handball demon was already so difficult to deal with. What would happen if it were a lower moon or even an upper moon? Little Tanjiro, the 12 Kizuki are not something you can handle right now. So don't overthink it, Hiranoya said as she walked over from a distance. You have already caught Musen Kibutsuji's attention. Don't worry about who your opponents are. Just face whatever comes your way, and right now. The only thing you need to focus on is how to become stronger. Tanjiro thought for a moment and found it to be reasonable. After tidying up briefly, the three of them prepared to leave. They had already been exposed, and staying overnight would surely lead to trouble. Caw! A familiar voice echoed in the sky. The crow? What now? Is there no other demon slayer in the demon slayer corps? Hiranoya frowned and looked up at the sky. Even though it was night, her eyes could still see the crow circling down. East, east, south. The next location is east, east, south. Hiranoya and Tanjiro left Asakusa in Tokyo and followed the direction given by the crow. They are now arriving at a small path between the wheat fields. Sister, I have a question I want to ask you. Tanjiro finally found the opportunity as he had been busy before. What is it? Sister, do you know Uehara? Tanjiro couldn't remember the person's name for a moment. Uehara Yuichi? Yes, that's him. And that hell's flower. Sister, do you know them? Hiranoya turned to Tanjiro and thought, why did he suddenly think of this? Could it be that he has discovered my identity? He knows that my ancestors had some connection with them. Why did he suddenly bring this up? Hiranoya deflected, saying, oh, I see. Mister, Ringoku once told me about them, and it really resembles my sisterly, so I wanted to learn more. Tanjiro had a look that said, I knew it. What kind of person was Senior Uehara Yui, anyway? Hiranoya touched the mask on her face, unsure of how to respond. She had never considered what kind of person her identity represented. Well, strong, responsible, and full of sense of justice, I guess that's about it. After a long pause, Hiranoya managed to come up with a few compliments she could think of. And what about the demon known as the Hellflower? What's she like? Tanjiro pressed on. Hiranoya felt embarrassed and really couldn't continue. Fortunately, the mask covered her expression. Huh? What's going on ahead? Tanjiro suddenly asked in confusion. Hiranoya looked over and saw a man and a woman struggling together not far away, pulling and tugging at each other, with a man's golden hair particularly eye-catching. Please, marry me. The golden-haired man knelt at the woman's feet, tightly holding onto her legs and crying out, get away from me. I won't marry you. I don't even know you. The woman desperately tried to push away the golden-haired man clinging to her, but he held on tightly without letting go. A little sparrow flew over and landed on Tanjiro's hand, chirping. So that's it. I understand now. I'll find a way, Tanjiro said with an understanding expression, nodding his head. Hey, how do you understand? Hiranoya complained internally. What are you doing? Can't you see that girl doesn't want to? Tanjiro rushed over in a single leap and directly grabbed the golden-haired man's collar. The golden-haired man turned to look at the one who had grabbed him. Oh, it's the uniform. The golden-haired man recognized the distinctive black Demon Slayer Corps uniform during the final selection and realized that Tanjiro was one of the few who survived. I don't know someone like you. Tanjiro shouted at the golden-haired man, unwilling to admit any connection to someone who would force a stranger girl to marry him. All right, miss, you should go home now, Tanjiro said to the woman beside him. Seeing the woman about to leave, the golden-haired man hurriedly called out, don't go. She still wants to marry me. She likes me. The woman, after hearing this, slapped him across the face and cursed him for being shameless before turning to run away. By the time the golden-haired man came to his senses, she was already far away. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I didn't get married. Hiranoya looked at the golden-haired man in front of her, thinking that this behavior must belong to the Hashira of sleep, Zenitsu Agatsuma. I'm going to die. I will definitely die on the next mission. I'm super weak, so you have to protect me before I get married. The golden-haired man seemed to want to stay with Tanjiro. Tanjiro looked at the golden-haired man holding onto his clothes, hesitated for a moment, and felt it would be better to introduce himself. So he said, my name is Kamado Tanjiro. I am Zenitsu Agatsuma. Help me. The golden-haired man cried on Tanjiro's shoulder, snot and tears everywhere. How did you become a demon slayer with this personality? Hiranoya commented from the side. Although Zenitsu was incredibly strong when he fell asleep, capable of killing upper moon demons in the future, he was extremely annoying when awake, often shouting and causing a scene. This is Zenitsu Agatsuma. Hearing the voice of a woman speaking nearby made him perk up. Although the mask altered his voice somewhat, it was still ethereal and pleasant to hear. Hiranoya took a step back in disdain, and suddenly my wife Zenitsu leaned in. If he dared to hug her, he would definitely make him understand what it feels like to be beaten by a lower moon demon. Tanjiro felt a chill when he saw Zenitsu suddenly getting close. He knew Rika didn't like anyone to have physical contact with her. If that guy got too close, he might end up dead in the wilderness. So he hurriedly stepped between them. Ah, Zenitsu, this is Rika, a very powerful swordsman. Oh, powerful? Another woman? My wife Zenitsu jumped up excitedly. That's great. I'm going to stick with you guys today. You have to protect me. The three of them walked along the country road. Rika, what's your full name? Rika, why do you wear a mask? Take it off, take it off. Rika, how old are you this year? Can I marry you? Hiranoya couldn't hold it in anymore. If it weren't for the fact that my wife Zenitsu is one of the main characters Anyone else would have been dead for harassing her like this. She turned around and snapped, "I'm Hiranoya, over 300 years old this year, and I will never get married in this lifetime. If you don't want to get chopped up, shut your mouth." Zenitsu was greatly frightened by this scolding. The murderous aura emanating from Hiranoya made him tremble, and he followed behind her feeling wronged. The three of them walked for a while, and it was already noon, so they stopped to rest. Tanjiro set down the wooden box containing Nezuko from his back and sat down in the shade of a tree to cool off. "Do you want to eat, Zenitsu?" Tanjiro took out the rice balls from his arms and handed one to Zenitsu. Zenitsu took it and took a bite. "Isn't Riri's sister hungry?" Zenitsu noticed Hiranoya lying under the tree without eating anything. Riri's sister has always been like this. She only eats food she makes herself and never eats what others make, Tanjiro said with a mouthful of rice ball. Then he took out a flask of water from his bag and handed it over. "Riri's sister, have some water." Hiranoya took the water bottle. Although she doesn't eat human food, water is still a necessity, and after walking under the sun for so long today, she was indeed a bit thirsty. She took off her mask, twisted the cap open, and took a comfortable big gulp. "Oh, oh, oh!" Zenitsu cried out. He had been looking for an opportunity to see the face under Hiranoya's mask. Her voice was so pleasant, yet she wore a mask, which made him extremely curious. As she drank water, Zenitsu kept staring at Hiranoya, waiting for her to take off her mask, and finally saw her face. "Sister Ri, you must marry me. Even if I die, I will stick with you." Zenitsu swore to the heavens. He thought that no woman he had ever seen in his life could compare to the masked woman in front of him. However, remembering past lessons, he didn't dare rush over to hug Hiranoya and only dared to sit far away and talk big. Huffed. Hiranoya choked and spat out some water. "Aren't you disgusted that I'm 300 years old?" Hiranoya wiped the water off her chin. Zenitsu and Tanjiro both thought Hiranoya was joking. After all, who could live for 300 years? "I'm not disgusted. Even if you were 3,000 years old, I would still be willing," Zenitsu said seriously. A beauty of such caliber, if missed, would never be seen again. Hiranoya was not angry. In fact, my wife Zenitsu's persistence was quite commendable. However, I needed to find a way to make this kid behave a bit. With a smile, I replied, "Sure, I'll consider it when you become stronger than me." In Zenitsu's peculiar line of thinking, he believed that Hiranoya had already agreed. Excitedly, he asked, "So what level are you at now? I need to set a goal for myself quickly. I will definitely surpass you." Just as he finished speaking, Hiranoya, who had been lying on the ground not far away, suddenly disappeared. Probably at this level, Little Zenitsu suddenly felt something cold pressing against his neck, and a strong killing intent emanated from the person behind him, penetrating his mind. Hiranoya had somehow already stood behind him, a dagger pressed against his neck, the sharp blade slightly sinking into his flesh, ready to take his life at any moment. "Sisterly, put down the knife. Put down the knife. It's too dangerous." Tanjiro was also quite frightened, sweating profusely, and immediately stepped in to defuse the situation. He feared that if Hiranoya slipped, she might accidentally slice Zenitsu's neck. At least he had never seen anyone remain unharmed after Sister Lee drew her blade. Hiranoya put down the katana that was propped up and lightly tapped my wife Zenitsu's pale face with the side of the blade, chuckling softly. All right. For little Tanjiro's sake, I won't tease you anymore." Zenitsu felt the person behind him leave, his legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the ground, quickly crawling over to Tanjiro, hugging his thigh and crying out in despair. "Gah!" The cries were interrupted by a call from the sky. The three of them looked up to see a crow circling above. "Caw-caw! Hurry up! Zenitsu! Tanjiro Kamadu! Let us head to the next place together." Hiranoya stretched lazily and said, "There's no helping it. Let's go." The three of them tidied up, and, after much effort, they finally managed to calm down the restless Zenitsu with the excuse that Sister Riko is very strong and can protect you. Only then could they set off towards their destination. Is this what Kageyama was talking about? Zenitsu timidly hid behind the two, looking at the mansion nestled deep in the mountains, which always gave him a bad feeling. Tanjiro sniffed the air and nodded affirmatively. "That's right, it's here. I can smell blood, but this smell feels a bit strange." Hiranoya expressed her agreement. As a demon, she was particularly sensitive to human blood, let alone rare blood. This special blood was as tempting to demons as cigarettes were to smokers, good wine was to alcoholics, and white powder was to addicts. "Who is there? Come out immediately." Hiranoya suddenly looked coldly toward a nearby bush. The bush made a rustling sound, then the noise immediately stopped again. Hiranoya frowned. Although she sensed that the other party was merely human, She found it strange that they were unwilling to reveal themselves after being exposed. She decided to apply a little pressure. Slowly drawing the short sword from her waist, the semi-transparent blade reflected light in the twilight. With a flick of her wrist, the short sword flew straight into the bushes. A sharp scream emerged from the thicket, and two small children awkwardly crawled out. The siblings appeared to be a brother and sister, one older and one younger. They were dirty and looked anxious, timidly gazing at the three swordsmen with knives before them, especially the one wearing a terrifying ghost mask, whose presence made the siblings feel a sense of suffocation. Two children? Hiranoya was puzzled. The intensity of the demonic aura in this house was very close to that of a lower moon demon, and the siblings' disheveled appearance clearly indicated that they had previously encountered that demon. Since it was a lower moon demon, how had they managed to escape? It seemed necessary for Muzan to disband the lower 6 demons in the future, as a member of the 12 Kazuki, if he couldn't handle 2 small children. How could he contend with the Demon Slayer Corps? If Hiranoya had subordinates like that, she certainly wouldn't keep them, but she wouldn't resort to Muzan's brutal methods either. Of course, the outcome might be similar. Children? What happened to them? In this state, Zenitsu Agatsuma had previously heard the commotion of the siblings but hadn't discerned. Like Hiranoya, that they were living beings, he simply heard some noise. The siblings had already been quite frightened, and after nearly being pierced by Hiranoya's flying knife, it was already impressive that they could maintain their composure. Tanjiro Kamado calmed them down after a while. Hiranoya, bored, tapped on the wooden box containing Nezuko, as she was not good at interacting with others, let alone comforting children. Such matters were better left to gentle little angels. It's a monster. The older child spoke with unmistakable fear in his voice. His brother had been taken away by that monster before, and if it weren't for his brother sacrificing himself to save them, they might have already died in the mansion. Is a monster still in the house? Having roughly grasped the situation, it was clear what the children referred to as a monster. Tanjiro's expression turned serious. If it were just ordinary mountain bandits, it would be one thing, but the thought of a demon residing in this mansion made him worry for the siblings' brother. Don't worry. We will defeat the monster and rescue your brother, Tanjiro said firmly, even though he knew that the siblings' brother might already be in the demon's belly. He couldn't let that emotion affect the children. Zenitsu rubbed his ears. What is that sound? It sounds like drums. Tanjiro listened closely, but did not have Zenitsu's keen hearing. I don't hear anything. Suddenly, the wooden door on the second floor was violently pulled open, and a bloodied figure flew out, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, Hiranoya quickly picked up the box containing Nezuko and stepped back to avoid being hit. Even after all these years, she remained indifferent to the lives of strangers. She only cared about those she knew or who had helped her. Don't look. Tanjiro and Zenitsu were startled by the sudden appearance of the man. But Tanjiro immediately shielded the siblings from view. This bloody scene was not suitable for children to see. The older brother was quick-witted, immediately covering his sister in his arms and avoiding looking at the fallen man. Tanjiro rushed over to half-support the fallen man. Are you okay? Hang in there. But looking at the man's exposed wounds, the outcome was already clear. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of drums echoed in the room, but now it was chilling. Like a death knell, Tanjiro and Zenitsu felt a sense of impending doom. The man in Tanjiro's arms had already passed away, but from the siblings' words, it was clear that he was not their brother. It seemed that there were more humans imprisoned in this mansion, so they had to venture inside. Thinking of this, Tanjiro turned to Zenitsu. Zenitsu, let's go. Zenitsu was startled and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Seeing this, Tanjiro felt a wave of anger. How could this coward have become a demon slayer? In the end, Zenitsu compromised. Nezuko and I will protect them here. You two be careful inside. This mansion is not simple. Hiranoya casually made up a reason and pointed to the siblings. Why isn't Sister Riko coming in with us? I'll die. I'll die. I'll die. I'll die. Zenitsu suddenly cried out when he heard that Hiranoya was not going in. Without Riko's protection, he was too afraid to enter. But before he could finish, he received a hard slap to the back of his head. Shut up. I'll send you in. Hiranoya slapped Zenitsu on the back of his head, then kicked him hard, sending him flying. Zenitsu let out a scream as his body hit the wooden door, crashing through it and tumbling inside. The two explored the house, which had a strange layout. The corridor was narrow and long, and the rooms were densely packed. Thinking about the identity of the mansion's owner, it instantly became a man-eating maze. They had forgotten the way back and were now lost, turning here and there without knowing where they had ended up. Tanjiro, you'll protect me, right? Zenitsu cried, sniffling and tightly clutching Tanjiro's clothes. Zenitsu, I need to apologize for something. Tanjiro turned his head to continue. I still haven't recovered from my injuries from the last battle. Zenitsu's eyes widened. How did you get hurt? I'm going to die. If I had known this, I would have let Sister Riko come in. You should have stayed outside. Tanjiro turned his head away and stopped looking at Zenitsu. In truth, he hadn't been seriously injured and was almost healed now. He just didn't want Zenitsu to rely on him too much. Creak. At that moment, everything spun around, and when the two regained their senses, the scene around them had changed. Unlike the original story, the siblings were being watched by Hiranoya outside, so they did not rush into the haunted house like fools. However, Zenitsu and Tanjiro still got separated under the influence of the drum demon. From one perspective, Muzan was actually a complete fool who understood nothing. Sometimes his intelligence was simply baffling. The blood demon arts of the drum demon and the female demon were so similar. The drum demon could change the direction of space and instantly swap the positions of rooms, while the female demon could freely control the movement of houses in the Infinity Castle. So what if the two demons collaborated? The Infinity Castle would definitely become the graveyard of the Demon Slayer Corps. But looking at what Muzan was doing, he actually kicked the drum demon out of the lower moons. And then there was his large-scale layoffs. He directly killed so many lower moons. If he had sent them out to conduct guerrilla warfare against the Demon Slayer Corps, as long as they didn't encounter pillar-level combatants, the Demon Slayer Corps will be dragged down in a few years. Hiranoya lay on the box, propping her chin on her hand, lost in thought, waiting for the two to come out for a long time. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the wooden door on the second floor opened again, and a tragic scream gradually approached. A figure with yellow hair emerged and then fell due to gravity. It was my wife Zenitsu. Hiranoya recognized him by that yellow hair and familiar scream. She swiftly moved to Zenitsu's landing point, and with a gentle leap, she rushed towards him in midair, catching him in a princess carry, and they landed smoothly on the ground. She wasn't very resistant to physical contact with people she knew, but if this little guy dared to take advantage of the situation, she would make sure to clean up the Demon Slayer members from Muzan. Zenitsu, held in her arms, immediately quieted down and pretended to be unconscious upon seeing who was carrying him, lying in Riri's embrace, so close he could clearly smell her body fragrance and breath. Along with the soft touch against his chest, he couldn't help but show a lewd expression. Unconsciously, he twisted his body, and Riri felt him rubbing against her chest, sending a chill of disgust and anger through her. She loosened her grip, and Zenitsu, still enjoying himself, fell directly to the ground with a scream. Just as Zenitsu opened his eyes, a red light rushed towards him. His hair stood on end, but the red light was too fast to dodge. The red light grazed Zenitsu's neck and deeply drilled into the ground, clipping a few strands of hair before stopping. Out of the corner of his eye, Zenitsu saw that the red light was actually a blade. Next time, it will be your head. Hiranoya squatted on the ground, gripping the hilt of her katana, her dark green, beautiful eyes fixed on Zenitsu. They were very close, even closer than before. Riri's hair fell on Zenitsu's face, their noses almost touching, and the breath she exhaled while speaking made his face ticklish. At this distance, any man would find it hard to control himself with a woman of such appearance. But Zenitsu dared not entertain any improper thoughts anymore. Hiranoya let out a light snort, stood up, and pulled the sword out of the ground, putting it back on his back. My wife Zenitsu was shocked and had a new assessment of Hiranoya's combat power. To be able to thrust a wild sword, which is about the same height as himself, into the ground as if it were tofu, what kind of terrifying strength and skill must that take? Top, top, top. The sound of running echoed in the room, and it seemed that the owner of the footsteps was moving very quickly. Bang! The wooden door that was closed was violently slammed open, and a strange figure suddenly rushed out. Charge! Charge! Ha! The person who broke through the door landed on the ground, mumbling and shouting. When the few people outside looked closely, they recognized that the reason this strange figure was strange was because of the wild boar headpiece on his head and his naked upper body. Hiranoya recognized this person. It was none other than the loudmouth among the three main characters. Oh no, it was Sugihara Inosuke. Where? Sugihara Inosuke looked around, his two blue-gray Nichiren blades, covered in jagged cracks, pointing back and forth at the crowd. What are you looking for? Zenitsu Agitsuma climbed up from the ground, hiding behind Hiranoya. He had just encountered this strange person wearing a pig's head mask in the mansion, which had startled him. Sugihara Inosuke rested one blade on his shoulder and pointed the other at Zenitsu Agitsuma, saying, What am I looking for? Of course, I'm looking for something to cut. Then his gaze fixed on Hiranoya, who stood in front of Zenitsu Agatsuma. You have so many blades on you. You must be really strong. Sugihara Inosuke exclaimed excitedly as he noticed the various sizes of blades sticking out from Hiranoya. After saying that, he was about to charge over. Hiranoya's scalp felt numb. This was bad. Zenitsu Agatsuma was extremely combative. What should he do? Hiranoya didn't like troublesome things. And it was obvious that this pig-headed boy in front of him was a big troublemaker who had come looking for him. Charge! Charge! Zenitsu Agatsuma didn't care about that. All he saw was this masked person in front of him, covered in blades, and he had already concluded that this person was extremely strong. Since he was strong, he must defeat him and use him as a stepping stone to become stronger. However, Zenitsu Agatsuma was only right about the first half of that statement. Hiranoya sidestepped the incoming slash, while Inosuke Tsutsumi's two blades struck empty air. With an incredible body rotation, he turned back around. Hiranoya looked at his posture and suddenly admired his flexibility. If it were her, she might not be able to pull off such a move. After all, she was over 300 years old and her legs were somewhat uncoordinated. Inosuke Tsutsumi made another horizontal slash with both swords. The serrated blades aimed straight at Hiranoya. If it were an ordinary person, this strike would definitely bisect them. But Hiranoya couldn't reveal her identity as a demon, so she drew her sword to block the attack. How troublesome. Can't we just not fight? Hiranoya casually deflected the slash and stepped back to leave Inosuke's attack range. Stop babbling. You only know how to dodge. Inosuke charged at Hiranoya again. Beast breathing. First Fong, piercing. Inosuke pointed both swords directly at Hiranoya and launched a thrust, the sharp blades clashing in the air like the roar of a beast. No choice then, let us fight. Let me see your dual swords. Hiranoya drew her other blade, crossing both swords in front of her, taking an offensive stance. She had never liked defense. Attacking was what she excelled at. The two black blades met Inosuke's thrusting swords with a heavy clash, creating dazzling sparks. The powerful recoil nearly knocking the swords from Inosuke's hands. So strong. Inosuke couldn't help but exclaim, then laughed excitedly. Only such a powerful opponent was worth defeating. Come again. Inosuke charged forward once more. What an exhausting guy. Hiranoya felt somewhat helpless. This guy seemed to have endless energy, as if he had taken some stimulant. She didn't want to fight him, but he insisted on sticking to her. If she held back, they could fight for a whole day, which would be too tiring. But if she went all out, with Inosuke's personality, as long as he was still conscious, he would keep fighting until he was dead. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of blades clashing filled the air, not to mention both were using dual swords, making it a dazzling display of 4 blades intertwining. What is going on? Tanjiro limped out of the house, drawn in by the dense sounds of clashing blades. That strange person suddenly rushed out and started fighting with Sister Ri without a word. Zenitsu explained. He had wanted to help but was too timid, and after such a long fight, he still hadn't gathered the courage. Why aren't you using sword techniques to fight me? Are you looking down on me? Inosuke grew angrier as he fought, although the masked figure was engaging him. They had never used any sword techniques, merely the most basic slashes, yet they could fight for so long and even seemed to have the upper hand. Inosuke slashed twice more, but both were easily blocked by Hiranoya. With her current strength, Inosuke's attacks were almost laughable like those of a baby. However, a strange scene unfolded as Inosuke suddenly abandoned the attack and retreated. This wasn't typical of Inosuke's style. Hiranoya felt puzzled and didn't pursue. Since you don't want to fight me with swords, let us settle it with fists and feet. Inosuke planted his sword in the ground and started to stretch his joints. What kind of bizarre thought process is this? Why does he think I would want to engage in hand-to-hand combat? I don't want to fight at all. Hiranoya widened her eyes in all her life. She had never seen such a fresh and unique person. However, since the other party had already charged at her, Hiranoya had no choice but to draw her sword to meet the attack, since the opponent had sheathed his sword. She also didn't need to continue using her sword to fight against someone smaller. Otherwise, given Inosuke's personality, she might end up leaving some cuts on him. What a low-level attack. After exchanging a few blows, Hiranoya, having traveled through Japan for 100 years, had learned quite a bit of martial arts. So she was still quite strong in hand-to-hand combat. However, despite learning many fighting styles, she had never encountered such extreme attacking methods as those of Inosuke, which piqued her interest, causing her movements to slow down and become lighter. Fierce, intense, swift. This was Hiranoya's evaluation of Inosuke's attacks. It truly felt like fighting a beast, proving that he was indeed a child raised in the mountains. Hiranoya silently memorized Inosuk's attack patterns and stances, gradually lowering her own body as the two engaged in a back-and-forth battle. To the onlookers, the two fighters, who initially had completely different attack styles, seemed to gradually converge into a single style. How did Sister Ri become similar to that strange person in her attacks? Zenitsu asked curiously. Sister Ri likes to learn things that interest her. It must be that this person's attack methods piqued her curiosity, Tanjiro observed as he watched the battle. The two were attacking unusually low, almost sticking to the ground, using deadly techniques aimed at each other's weaknesses, ferocious and swift, like two beasts encountering each other in a narrow path. If the person in the hood was like a wild boar, then Hiranoya's attacks were like a snake, agile, like lightning, seemingly gentle bites, yet accompanied by lethal venom, each strike lethal to her opponent. You bastard! Inosuke noticed something was off. The opponent's attack style had somehow become like his own. Although his thought process was not typical, he wasn't foolish. He realized that within a short exchange, the opponent had learned all his attack techniques and methods. Your attack methods are quite interesting. I like them. Consider a compensation for your sudden attack on me. Hiranoya said with a triumphant smile. Inosuke actually didn't care about his techniques being learned. He only cared about having someone strong to use as a stepping stone. With a push off the ground, he charged forward again. Hiranoya leaned down, like a coiled poisonous snake, watching the unsuspecting prey rush into her ambush, flicking her tongue, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Got it. Inosuke Hashibara performed a mid-air twist, forcefully altering the angle of his attack. This time, the opponent would definitely be caught off guard. Bang! Hiranoya displayed a proud smile, sidestepping an incoming attack with a low movement. Before Tsubaime Inosuke could change the angle of his attack for the third time, she kicked upward at an incredible angle. The kick landed solidly on Tsubaime Inosuke's chest, who was still in midair, directly altering his horizontal trajectory to a vertical ascent. How is that possible? It was too fast. The kick caused a cracking sound in Inosuke's chest, almost stopping his heart. He had never imagined that the opponent could kick at such an angle, and with such force. In reality, Hiranoya had secretly cheated. She had used the demon's healing ability. That kick shouldn't have been possible due to the angle. And even if Inosuke managed to raise his leg to that position, it would have been difficult, let alone breaking someone's bones. Hiranoya had forcibly dislocated her joint to execute that kick. Cough. Inosuke coughed heavily as he fell to the ground. That kick had nearly cost him his life. He propped himself up and shook his head to stay awake. Again, enduring the pain in his chest, he charged forward once more. Hiranoya used her palm to deflect Inosuke's straight punch, and with lightning speed, struck his neck with her other hand. He swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground. She didn't want to continue. If she kept fighting, the injury on Inosuke's chest would surely cost him his life. Phew! Finally dealt with this troublesome guy. Hiranoya straightened up and put her hands on her hips. By the way, who is this guy? Tanjiro walked over, recalling this person who had been shouting for a fight. He had also clashed with this person in the mansion. This person always wore a hood, so he couldn't tell what they looked like. Thinking this, he reached out to remove the hood. A girl? As the hood was taken off, both Zenitsu and Tanjiro were stunned by her appearance. This person's hair was deep blue, with shoulder-length hair like Hiranoya, and her face was exceptionally beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to Hiranoya, she was definitely top tier among women. Hiranoya gave my wife Zenitsu a slap on the back of his head. How could it possibly be a girl? How could a girl run around outside with her upper body bare? After saying this, she pointed at Inosuke's muscular upper body. So how do we deal with him? Zenitsu rubbed the back of his head. Let's treat him a bit. After all, he's also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps from our batch. Tanjiro looked at Inosuke lying on the ground, feeling somewhat helpless. The group busied themselves with moving and burying the dead, as well as taking care of Inosuke. And before they knew it, it was already dusk. Inosuke woke up, and the first thing he did was shout that he wanted to continue fighting Hiranoya. However, after she released a killing intent, he no longer mentioned it. Having grown up in the mountains and lived with beasts for a long time, he was particularly sensitive to killing intent. Hiranoya's killing intent was so heavy that it was definitely more terrifying than any ferocious beast he had ever encountered. He finally understood the strength of his opponent and had no choice but to give up the idea. After tidying up, the group prepared to head down the mountain. Inosuke was still restless. Since he couldn't beat Hiranoya at the moment, he turned his attention to the innocent Tanjiro. The group chattered all the way down, making Hiranoya's head spin. She felt that these three would turn her into a mother taking care of children, constantly worrying along the way. The crow led the group to the entrance of a mansion, where a large character for wisteria, surrounded by wisteria flowers, was stamped in the center of the door. Hiranoya recognized this pattern. It should be a temporary resting point for the Demon Slayer Corps. She had often visited such places during her previous activities as a member of the Corps, so it was not unfamiliar to her. The mansion was not large, so aside from the owner's bedroom, there was only a guest room. However, Hiranoya did not refuse due to gender issues. She was already very satisfied to have a place to rest, especially since Inosuke and Tanjiro were not that kind of people, of course, excluding Zenitsu. At first, when Hiranoya suggested they could all sleep in one room, Zenitsu was overjoyed. But when Hiranoya pointed out that he should sleep the farthest away from her, he almost cried. It felt too targeted. After the group fussed around for a long time, they finally laid down to prepare for sleep. Tanjiro, even though no one asked you, I want to ask. Zenitsu paused and continued. What's the deal with you carrying a demon? Zenitsu's ears were exceptionally sensitive. He had detected that there was a demon in the wooden box behind Tanjiro from the very beginning. Inosuke, too, perked up his ears in curiosity. His perception was strong, and he had forgotten about the demon while focusing on fighting Hiranoya. Crack, crack. The box, standing in the corner of the wall, made a sound as the lid was pushed open a small crack. You didn't lock it? Zenitsu screamed while holding his head. It turned out he had been with an unlocked demon for the past few days. Hiranoya leaned sideways, propping her head up with her hand, watching the three of them in a lively commotion with great interest. I wonder how my husband Zenitsu would react if he knew there was actually a demon in this room. Protect me, Zenitsu exclaimed, hiding behind Tanjiro. Although he would rather hide behind Hiranoya, she was too far away, with Inosuke in between them, and she was also tightly pressed against the wooden box. The little Nezuko crawled out of the box, looking like she was still half asleep. So cute. Hiranoya was facing Nezuko, able to see her up close. Nezuko, who could change her size at will, was simply adorable. When Zenitsu saw such a beautiful girl emerge, he instantly transformed back into his usual perverted self. He immediately gave Tanjiro a harsh scolding. Hiranoya didn't pay much attention. She was really tired and vaguely heard someone saying things like, "You're so lucky to have Sister Ri. And on top of that, such a cute and beautiful little sister." Amidst the noise from the two of them, Hiranoya fell asleep. For a while, the group stayed there to recover. Tanjiro practiced chopping wood every day, while Zenitsu clung to Nezuko. Since things were impossible with Hiranoya, he opted for Nezuko instead, which was much easier. Ugh, what a scumbag, Hiranoya said. As for Hiranoya and Inosuke, they spent every day together. Hiranoya was interested in Inosuke's beast breathing, so she agreed to be his sparring partner as long as he taught her the technique, and she was fine with whatever he wanted to do. Time passed quickly, and everyone was basically healed. Inosuke was having a great time every day, and Hiranoya learned what she wanted. However, they still received a mission, which was to head to Spider Mountain. Hiranoya clearly remembered Spider Mountain. It was one of the few scenes that left a deep impression on her. In the original story, Tanjiro recalled the dance of the fire god there. Although Hiranoya could teach Tanjiro, she didn't want to change the course of the plot too much, and besides, Tanjiro needed to grow through his own experiences. Let's split up. You don't need to worry about me. I'll take a side route, and we can all meet in the middle of the mountain. The group arrived at the foot of the mountain, and after saying hello to the three, Hiranoya disappeared. If she remembered correctly, there were still quite a few Demon Slayer Corps members on Spider Mountain, and she didn't want too many people to see her, or rather, she didn't want the living to see her. Zenitsu swallowed hard, looking at the eerie spider mountain in front of him, feeling a sense of retreat. How could he dare to go up the mountain when the most powerful member, Sister Ri, had disappeared? Hiranoya was hiding in the distance, keeping a close watch on the movements of the three, and the situation did not change much from the original story. My wife Zenitsu stayed behind, while Inosuke and Tanjiro went up the mountain. Hiranoya quietly entered the mountain. She climbed from the side, and her route did not overlap with Tanjiro's, so she wasn't worried about being exposed. Not long after entering the mountain, she came across a ground covered with fragmented corpses, all dressed in black uniforms, each with a large character for extermination on their backs. These are naturally the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hiranoya didn't pay attention and continued on her way. This scene was already familiar to her. She had done these things herself in the past. Hiranoya suddenly sensed several life forces still alive, quickly leaving as she approached, likely human. No, I can't let them expose my whereabouts. After going up the mountain, I didn't deliberately hide myself, so they must have noticed me too. Thinking this, she immediately turned around and charged toward the direction of those life forces. Oh no, that person is catching up. A man with a severed arm looked panicked, and spoke to the others in front of him. Just now, they sensed a terrifying presence had come up the mountain. But it definitely didn't feel like someone from the Demon Slayer Corps, as they had never sensed this presence among the Ashira. So even if it wasn't a demon, it certainly wasn't a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. They decided to take advantage of the other party's journey and quickly leave this ominous place. Unexpectedly, the other party still discovered them and chased after them. Everyone scatter. Don't stick together. Get at least one person out alive. The female leader shouted, ensuring everyone could hear. The other side was coming in strong. They were definitely not here for a friendly greeting. Moreover, everyone still alive here was heavily injured, and having only a few broken ribs, she was already the healthiest among the group. Everyone knew this, and they scattered, fleeing in different directions. They had no fighting capability left, and the other side was fast. If they grouped together, they would likely be intercepted before they could even get down the mountain. Oh, quite clever, huh? Knowing to escape separately. But what use is that? A smile appeared under the mask of Hiranoya as she suddenly exerted force under her feet, ascending to a terrifying speed. How is that possible? This must be a trick. The man with the severed arm sensed the person behind him suddenly accelerate. In less than 10 seconds, the distance between them shrank to less than 100 meters. There was no choice but to turn and prepare to confront the enemy. He would try to hold them off for as long as possible. I won't let you. The severed arm man had just turned around to raise his broken Nicaran blade when he could no longer speak. He felt his neck was wet and instinctively reached out to touch it, only to find a deep cut had appeared, slicing through his vocal cords and major artery. Hiranoya emerged from the black water space once again. The shadow attack just now was a technique she used to launch an attack from the black water space, suddenly leaping out to strike the enemy. The man with the severed arm fell to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading. He wanted to gasp for air, but could only draw in the blood surging from his throat into his lungs. How could the Hellflower be here? This was the last thought of the man with the severed arm, but unfortunately, he would not send a message back to headquarters. So the next one. Hiranoya flicked the blood off the blade and charged towards her next target. In just a few minutes, Hiranoya had almost cleared everything. Who, the last one? This was the female team member who had led earlier. Her injuries were not too severe, so she was running relatively fast and was almost down the mountain, with the flat road below faintly visible. Faster, faster. The female team member was gasping for breath, feeling as if her legs were numb, and her lungs and throat felt like they were being roasted over a fire, but she mechanically kept running forward, not daring to stop. Suddenly, the female team member's vision went black as she crashed into someone's arms. The female team member collapsed in front of this person, her abdomen in pain. She felt that when she crashed into the embrace, the other party had effortlessly plunged a knife in her abdomen, directly piercing through her body. The female team member lifted her head. The intense exercise and heavy bleeding made her vision blur, but it did not prevent her from recognizing the person in front of her. This person's appearance was something every Demon Slayer Corps member had to remember. She was the nightmare of the Demon Slayer Corps a century ago, and no one would forget the face of a nightmare. The Hellflower. The female team member showed an expression of disbelief. It was actually the legendary Hellflower. Shoo, sleep peacefully. Hiranoya lowered her body, slowly reached out her hand, gently closed the female member's eyes, while her other hand gripped the knife handle, twisting it sharply before pulling it out. The female team member let out a muffled groan. Her body twitched a few times before becoming still. Hiranoya waited for a while before standing up and sheathing her sword. Her hands were damp. Hiranoya clenched her fists, unsure if it was blood or the tears of the woman before her death, or perhaps both. It should be about time. It had been a while. Hiranoya turned and continued walking into the mountains. But what she didn't know was that the female team member had made 2 plans and immediately sent her messenger crow after parting ways with the troops. Now, the crow was already on its way to headquarters. Is that the breath of thunder? Hiranoya suddenly sensed the presence of the breath of thunder not far away. Probably that kid Zenitsu fell asleep. Let's go take a look, she murmured to herself, heading towards Zenitsu. Hiranoya stood at the treetops, watching my wife Zenitsu's battle from a distance. He saw a bunch of small spiders surrounding him, trapping him tightly inside. But after a few seconds, a strong rebound force sent all those small spiders flying. Zenitsu's body was surrounded by lightning, looking completely different from his usual carefree self. Thunder breathing, thunderclap, flash, sixfold. Zenitsu transformed into a golden flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the spider demon, striking down its head with a single blow. He then landed on the wooden house, suspended in midair. Oh, this is interesting, little Zenitsu, Hiranoya exclaimed from a distance. As expected of someone who has mastered Thunderclap Flash to perfection, Hiranoya felt inferior in terms of the proficiency of this technique. Even though his own Thunderclap Flash was much faster than Zenitsu's. After watching this exciting fight, Hiranoya left. Although Zenitsu was poisoned, someone would come to rescue him soon. Not long ago, a raven flew into the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, bringing back astonishing news. The Hellflower was suspected to have appeared at Mount Spider. Ubuyashiki Yoya urgently called a meeting of the Hashira. Fortunately, the Hashira were all nearby the headquarters, so they arrived quickly. Sorry everyone for calling you all to a meeting so late, Ubuyashiki Yoya said with a hint of apology in his voice. But anyone could hear more urgency in his tone. Master, just get to the point. You must have called us here for something serious, the Flame Hashira said boldly. Not minding the late hour, Ubuyashiki nodded and got straight to the point. After a pause, he spoke. According to the information, the Hellflower seems to have appeared again, right at Mount Spider. Although Ubuyashiki had had a conversation with Hiranoya a long time ago, he did not intend to trust her, and thus had never given her a response, nor did he plan to inform the Hashira about that night. After all, to tell Ubuyashiki Yuko, the sole pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, that he was actually an undercover demon was too demoralizing. The purpose of this Hashira meeting was to contain the Hellflower at Spider Mountain. If that was not possible, he needed to make his own stance clear. He ultimately could not forgive Hiranoya for her past actions. What? The Hellflower has appeared again? I wonder if I might get to see her true form? A girl with pink hair showed a lovesick expression, but this was indeed shocking news. Whoever it is, even if it's Musen, just kill her. A white-haired man with a grotesque scarred face revealed a terrifying smile. Yes, the reason I called you here today is to eliminate the Hellflower, Ubuyashiki nodded. Water Hashira, Insect Hashira, Mist Hashira, Flame Hashira, Sound Hashira, Serpent Hashira, Love Hashira, you 7 must eliminate the Hellflower today. The 9 people below were all startled, as dispatching 7 out of the 9 Hashira for an operation was unprecedented. Even during the encirclement that Ubuyashiki Yuikaru participated in 100 years ago, only 4 were involved. Understood. Although everyone was shocked, they knew the Hellflower's terrifying strength, and such numbers were the most reliable, so they said nothing more and quickly left the headquarters. Hurrying towards Spider Mountain, Hiranoya rushed from Zenitsu Agatsuma to the location of Lower Moon 5, Rue, completely unaware that 7 Ashira had already arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters not far from Spider Mountain. Hiranoya saw Tanjiro and quietly hid not far away, ready to rush out to save him if he was in danger of dying. Tanjiro had an encounter with Lower Moon 5, Rue, but he was almost pinned to the ground and beaten, with even his sword cut by spider silk. What was most infuriating was that Rue had the audacity to hang Nezuko in the air. Although demons don't die, they can still feel pain. Hearing Nezuko's screams made Tanjiro furious. Just then, Hiranoya suddenly frowned, sensing 7 powerful auras approaching in this direction. The intensity of these auras suggested they were likely at the level of Hashira. However, she couldn't recall any mention of 7 Hashira being sent to Spider Mountain in the original story. So, I've ultimately been exposed? That guy, Kaneo Tsuyuri, still wants to stand on a different front for me. A trace of anger rose in Hiranoya's heart. She couldn't escape now. She wouldn't leave until she ensured Tanjiro's safety, so she decided to continue hiding in this concealed spot to watch the battle. We've arrived. Hide and wait for an opportunity, said the snake Hashira. His instincts told him that the Hellflower was nearby, ready to pounce like a snake at any moment. His instincts were usually very accurate, and he was indeed correct. The other 6 had no objections and concealed their auras, ensuring that neither the Lower Moon Demon nor Tanjiro would notice them. The 7 spread out, gradually closing in on Rue and Tanjiro in a circle, simultaneously surrounding Hiranoya. This is troublesome. Hiranoya scratched her head and had no choice but to move closer to the battle of the 2 as the encirclement tightened. There, someone, the Flame Hashira, being the closest to Hiranoya, finally discovered her hiding spot as the circle continued to shrink and the 7 intentionally searched for her. Hiranoya quickly felt the 7 people parting their encirclement, like a rope abandoning its hold on Rue and Tanjiro, with herself becoming the center. Ah, this is bad. 7 people, what a hassle. Hiranoya had to draw 2 swords, ready to fight at any moment. Should we go in? The Mist Hashira asked. Not yet. Let's wait until she can't hold back and reveals a flaw, then we'll strike. The Serpent Hashira vigilantly watched every blade of grass and tree in the circle, prepare to deal with any sudden appearance of Hellflowers. Meanwhile, Tanjiro finally mastered the dance of the fire god and decapitated Rue. However, he fell to the ground due to severe injuries. What surprised Tanjiro was that the lower moon demon was still alive, having used its thread to cut his own neck first. This meant that Tanjiro's Nichiren blade had missed. Feeling the demon's presence behind him becoming stronger, Tanjiro felt despair. He didn't even have the strength to lift his blade anymore. Sister Ri, in the end, I still couldn't grip the sword tightly. Tanjiro suddenly recalled what Sister Ri had said to him when he was younger, and now he understood the meaning of those words. But unfortunately, he still wasn't holding on tight enough. Although Hiranoya was wary of the seven people, more of her focus was on Tanjiro. It seemed that the seven had no intention of saving Tanjiro and were instead trying to cut her off. Given the situation, she had no choice but to break through the encirclement to save him. With that thought, Hiranoya immediately set off in the direction closest to Tanjiro. Now's the time. Everyone go. The snake Hashira shouted and was the first to rush forward. However, the first to encounter Hiranoya was the closest to Tanjiro, the Mist Hashira. Mist breathing. First form, Mist Hashira's attack, an enormous slash headed straight for Hiranoya. Swift wind, falling leaves. Hiranoya quickly switched to the large blade on her back, meeting the Mist Hashira's attack with her own powerful gust of wind blade, creating a tremendous clash. I won't let you pass. Machiro switched his grip on the sword, looking at Hiranoya as she brushed past and launched another thrust. Mist breathing, first form, celestial mist flash. Hiranoya responded with a thrust of her own, a famous move from a game in her past life, perfectly fitting the characteristics of this strike. The celestial mist flash was a close-range attack, powerful enough to pierce through steel. Machiro, seeing the incoming strike, instinctively dodged to the side, knowing that being hit by such an attack would be fatal. However, Hiranoya used this moment of evasion to break through the encirclement, instantly arriving in front of Tanjiro and blocking the final strike that Rue aimed at him. Rue also sensed the momentum of the attack from not far away and immediately took action, deciding to deal with the person in front of him first, but was unexpectedly stopped. Rue and Tanjiro both looked up simultaneously to see a figure in a red Hanya mask and a white Haori embroidered with spider lilies. Both were taken aback. Sister Ri, Lord Zero, they exclaimed in surprise. Then they frowned, puzzled, wondering if they had misheard each other's names. I won't let you escape today. The seven soon arrived, with Shinobu Kochu raising her blade and saying, Save Nezuko. First, get Nezuko down. Tanjiro used his last bit of strength to reach for Hiranoya's Haori. Kamadu Tanjiro, do you want to die? Tanjiro was suddenly startled by this angry shout, pulling back in confusion, looking at the seven who had just appeared with Hiranoya, realizing that it was Ju Tomioka who had shouted. Tanjiro was too frightened to speak, looking at Ju with confusion. Ju was infuriated, thinking how could Tanjiro be mixed up with that person, and it seemed Tanjiro was still very dependent on her. Do you know who that bastard in front of you is? Ju gritted his teeth, angrily shouting. She is the Hellflower that the Demon Slayer Corps has been hunting for a century. How can you associate with her? Tanjiro was shocked, thinking he must have misheard. Surrender, you bastard. The snake Hashira, Iguro Abanai, raised his uniquely snake-like Nichiren blade in front of his chest. The others also appeared ready to take action. No, you must be mistaken. Sister Ri can't be that Hellflower. You must be mistaken. Tanjiro shouted anxiously. Hiranoya took a step forward, sighed, and placed her hand on the mask. I'm sorry, little Tanjiro. Hiranoya removed the mask, and since it had come to this point, there was no need to hide anything anymore. You see, I'm actually a demon. Hiranoya tilted her head and smiled slightly at Tanjiro on the ground. Upper moon, 0, because they were so close. Everyone present clearly saw the stunning beauty beneath the mask, but what was most shocking was the inscription in her amber-like eyes. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Hiranoya, a unique aura belonging to demons. Combined with the killing intent that Hiranoya had been deliberately suppressing, the two auras intertwined, causing the air around her to emit a wailing sound like the cries of demons. The first to be unable to withstand it was Lower Moon 5, as Hiranoya, who was infinitely close to Muzan, exerted absolute dominance over lower-ranked demons. Lower Moon 5 directly knelt on the ground. Lower 5, tired. Salute to Lord Zero. Huh. Tanjiro was overwhelmed by this sudden, terrifying aura, his body unable to move, and his nose filled with the dense scent of demons, almost suffocating him. Compared to the current scent, the aura emitted by Lower Moon 5, whom he had just faced, felt like that of a child. Upper Moon demons, indeed. The seven Hashira staggered, nearly collapsing. Humans, you shouldn't be here. Lower Moon 5 frowned. Lower 5, be quiet. You don't need to speak. Hiranoya said coldly. Lower 5 had no choice but to obey, kneeling quietly in place. Why is there still the title of Zero? How many more special existences like you are there among the 12 Kazuki? Shut up. The identity of Lord Zero is not something you humans can inquire about. Lower 5 suddenly stood up and scolded the 7 Ashira. Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? Hiranoya was now very irritable. Lower Moon 5 was disobedient, making her mood even worse. With a swift motion, she drew her blade, unleashing a powerful wind blade that directly severed the head of Lower 5, who hadn't finished speaking. The remaining wind blade swept through several towering trees behind Lower 5 before gradually dissipating. Hiss so strong, the few people present gasped, realizing that a single casual strike could annihilate a lower-ranked demon. Breath of insects, dance of butterflies, tease. Insect Hashira Shinobu Kochu was the first to launch an attack, directly executing her sword technique, striking Hiranoya and instantly opening 5 wounds. It hit. The other 6 felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Hiranoya smiled and turned to look at Shinobu Kocho, who was already standing behind her, and said, I don't think such a small wound can affect anything at all. In Hiranoya's view, Shinobu's blade might not even be able to sever her limbs in one strike. So how could she possibly kill her? Oh, is that so? My strength may be the weakest among the Hashira, but I'm an expert in poison, Shinobu said, twirling her blade and teasingly looking at Hiranoya. Hiranoya felt a tingling sensation at a few healed wounds, but quickly subsided. Is it the extract of wisteria? It's enough to deal with ordinary demons, but it's still a bit lacking against me. Ever since Hiranoya became a demon, she has been taking wisteria extract every day, increasing the dosage every time she adapts to the current amount. Now, the resistance she has developed allows her to treat wisteria as a cold dish to mix and eat. A little extract won't take her life. Now it's my turn. Hiranoya instantly disappeared from her spot. Since Tanjiro was safe, she had no worries and could fight with all her might. Hiranoya suddenly vanished from her spot, and in the next moment, she appeared before Kochu Shinobu. Shadow Strike. Kochu Shinobu immediately swung her blade, but Hiranoya suddenly sank into a puddle of black water that had appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Kochu Shinobu's strike missed, and she said, somewhat surprised, is this the blood demon art of Hellflower? Just then, a sudden change occurred. The black water suddenly engulfed the ground beneath Kochu Shinobu's feet. Before she could jump away, a pair of hands pulled her in. This is bad. The other 6 felt a surge of anxiety. They hadn't even exchanged a few blows, and the insect pillar had already been taken away. What should they do? Tanjiro, witnessing the entire process from the side, was equally shocked. This black water looked exactly like the blood demon art of the swamp demon from not long ago. Amidst the panic, the puddle of black water reappeared on the ground. Splash! A person leaped out of the water, visibly injured, and no one knew what kind of battle had just taken place underwater. This person was indeed Kochu Shinobu. A cut ran across her left forehead, blood trickling into her eye, forcing her to close her left eye. Bastard! Go to hell! Another person suddenly rushed out of the black water, engaging in combat with Kochu Shinobu. The crowd was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. They saw 2 identical Kochu Shinobus fighting back and forth, the only difference being the locations of their wounds. What is going on? How can there be 2 insect pillars? The love pillar covered her mouth in disbelief. Tomioka's eyes darted between the 2 insect pillars, certain that one of them was a fake. He needed to find out which one quickly. However, despite his words, both Kochu Shinobus were identical in appearance, aura, and fighting style, as if looking in a mirror. Insect breathing, dance of the bee's sting, true wielding. In unison, both launched the same sword technique, thrusting their Nichiren blades at each other. Stab! Stab! Both blades pierced deep into each other's shoulders, directly puncturing through, with the tips breaking through the back of the other's Haori, blood flowing onto the ground. Damn it! The 6 felt the insect pillar was trying to exchange injuries, hoping to use the demon's unique, powerful healing ability to help them identify which one was the fake, but Hellflower was somehow able to suppress the healing ability, and even learn the insect breathing. You bastard! One of the Kochu Shinobus was running out of strength. The penetrating wound on her shoulder caused her to bleed profusely, and she was now gasping for air, her legs trembling. Is this really your blood demon art? What a terrifying ability. No wonder your title is sealed as Zero. The other Kochu Shinobu wasn't much better. The side of her shoulder that had been pierced could no longer exert strength, one arm hanging limply, while the other hand propped her blade on the ground to support her weakening body. Just as the two were in a standoff, Ju Tomioka stepped forward. He approached one of the Kochu shinobus and supported her, draping her arm over his shoulder. The other Kochu shinobu frowned and shouted anxiously, "Ju, what are you doing? She's the fake. Stay away from her." The Kochu shinobu, being supported by Ju, coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and said with difficulty, "She is the fake." Stab! Ju Tomioka suddenly plunged the blade he was holding into the abdomen of the Kochu shinobu, leaning against his shoulder, the long blade piercing through her body. And before withdrawing, he twisted the handle viciously. "What are you doing?" This Kochu shinobu was pushed to the ground by Ju, weak and furious, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The other Kochu shinobu watched in silence, surprised that Ju Tomioka could be so ruthless and decisive. And she was curious about how he determined the truth. The fallen Kochu shinobu gasped greedily for air, but each time she opened her mouth, blood foamed out, and the wound in her abdomen oozed blood with each breath, quickly staining the ground around her red. "Ju Tomioka, you traitor!" The fallen Kochu shinobu's eyes revealed resentment, gradually losing their luster. "I killed the wrong one." The fallen Kochu shinobu showed no signs of life, her appearance unchanged, and there were no signs of her wounds healing, clearly indicating that Ju Tomioka had made a mistake. Ju Tomioka's gaze momentarily lost focus as he looked at the other Kochu shinobu still standing there, alive. Instantly, his killing intent surged. The Kochu shinobu's body tensed up, trembling as she raised her blade with one hand, the blood loss making her vision blur, her body weak. And she was on the verge of fainting, but things had unexpectedly developed to this extent. The other few quickly surrounded the Kochu shinobu, several blades pointing at her. "You unforgivable bastard. I will definitely kill you. Where's Hellflower?" The Kochu shinobu suddenly shouted, redirecting everyone's attention to the fallen Kochu shinobu. But the ground was empty. There was no trace of the dead Kochu shinobu. Damn it, she actually played dead and got away. The sound pillar angrily stomped the ground. They were all being toyed with by a demon, and if it weren't for Ju Tomioka's early discovery, the situation might have been much more complicated. Hiranoya was puzzled. She had disguised herself so well, how did Iyong see through it? No wonder they were a couple, they understood each other so well. The seven returned empty-handed, and their cleansing operation against the Upper Moon demons ended in failure once again. However, they still brought back the dazed Tanjiro, Nezuko, and the surviving Demon Slayer members from Spider Mountain to headquarters. "Mr. Iyong?" Butterfly Shinobu asked on the way back to headquarters. "How did you know she was the Hellflower?" Iyong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't thought too much about it. It was just a simple intuition. The two looked too alike, and he didn't have absolute confidence that the one he poked earlier was indeed the Hellflower. "Just a random guess," Iyong replied honestly. After Iyong spoke, he felt a murderous intent emanating from Butterfly Shinobu beside him. Although she still wore a smile, it was clear that her smile was somewhat forced. "If Mr. Iyong guessed wrong, I would be truly unfortunate," Butterfly Shinobu finally managed to say after a long pause. The atmosphere between the two grew cold again. "If I guessed wrong, I will commit seppuku to atone for it." Tenjin Iyong still didn't realize how foolish his words were. Although he knew Butterfly Shinobu was angry, he didn't understand why, and hurriedly said what he thought was a perfect response. Butterfly Shinobu had grown tired of talking. The next day, Tanjiro was brought before Obuyashiki. "Hey, how long are you going to sleep?" Tanjiro, still unconscious, was kicked and woke up. "You are in front of the Hashira." Tanjiro looked up to see 9 people staring at him intently, 7 of whom he had seen yesterday at Spider Mountain. Spider Mountain? It suddenly dawned on him. Everything that happened yesterday, Rya was actually a demon. Tanjiro couldn't help but lower his head, memories of his time with Rya flashing through his mind, teaching him swordsmanship, taking him to Kyoto. The companionship they shared made it impossible to connect Rya with the heinous Hellflower. Yet reality was ironic. "Hey, are you dazed?" Sound Hashira, Yuzi, Tenjin thought Tanjiro was out of his mind since he was lying on the ground without moving. "No matter how you want to deal with me, I have something to say." Tanjiro's tone was unusually cold, something he had never shown before. "Go ahead, poor child," Iwazumi said, shedding tears. Tanjiro lifted his head and looked at everyone with determination in his eyes. "If possible, please give me a chance to live. Let me kill Riyano. Let me kill that Hiranoya. I want to send her to hell myself." Although Tanjiro had always believed that demons could be saved, having been in contact with Hiranoya for so long, he had grown up under her watch, so he understood her character. She was definitely ruthless. Not to mention he had learned about the many crimes committed by the Hellflower. Those crimes were not easily forgivable. At the same time, he realized that everything about him was likely orchestrated by Hiranoya. The deaths of his family members might be closely related to her. Thinking of this, Tanjiro's fingers dug deeply into the ground, blood flowing from the gaps between his fingers, intensifying his hatred for Hiranoya. Seeing Tanjiro's demeanor, the others felt he wasn't pretending. Perhaps he was indeed a poor soul deceived by the Hellflower. After all, they had fallen in her trap yesterday as well. However, no matter how one looked at it, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he was still accompanying his sister who had turned into a demon, which was enough to condemn him. You just said Hiranoya? Is that the name of the Hellflower? Tenjin Iyong asked. Yes. She lived as a human with me for a long time. I know a lot about her. I can tell you everything, Tanjiro said candidly, not intending to hold back any secrets. After Hiranoya left Spider Mountain, she thought for a long time and felt that just walking away seemed a bit embarrassing. Moreover, her attitude was clearly wrong. In the eyes of the Demon Slayer Corps, she belonged to Muzan Kabutsuji's faction. If that were the case, the final battle would be difficult to fight. Hiranoya was irritably tugging at her hair. Her century-long plan was completely ruined by Ubuyashiki Waya. Can't he tell which option is more beneficial? Should we join forces to kill Muzan Kabutsuji or choose to do it alone, and end up not even seeing Muzan in the end, while everyone gets wiped out by the 12 Kazuki? Is this choice really that hard to make? Fine, let's try again. In any case, I need to make my stance clear. As for whether the Hashira will believe me, that's beyond my control. If it really doesn't work, I'll think of other ways. I can wait a few hundred more years if necessary. With that said, she turned and headed towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The Hellflower, Ubuyashiki Waya's senior Hashira, could not accept this news at all. The nightmare and spiritual pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps were actually two identities of the same person. No one would want to accept this. Ubuyashiki Waya and Tanjiro shared all the information about Hiranoya with everyone, leaving them utterly shocked. Absurd to the extreme. Wanting to team up with the Demon Slayer Corps to eliminate Muzan? She must be thinking of luring the entire Demon Slayer Corps into a trap. That bastard. Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi had no intention of believing Hiranoya's words, even though they were true. Others nodded in agreement. Everything the Hellflower did made it impossible for them to trust her even a bit. Oh, is this a Hashira meeting? How nostalgic. I haven't participated in one for over 100 years. A ethereal, melodious female voice suddenly echoed off the wall beside the Ubuyashiki residence. The few people were not unfamiliar with this voice. After all, they had a heated discussion with her just last night. Their bodies immediately tensed up, drawing their swords in preparation for battle. Hellflower, you actually dare to come here. The Wind Hashira recognized the mark on Hiranoya's eyes and realized that this was indeed the legendary Hellflower. Hiranoya, since her identity has been exposed, decided not to hide anymore and simply came here in her true form. What's wrong? Aren't you welcoming me back? Hiranoya chuckled, her body surrounded by red mist. And when it dissipated, she transformed into a male appearance. Everyone present looked at the man in shock. They recognized him, as he was someone known to all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Bastard. You're not allowed to transform into Uehara Yui Senpai's appearance again. The Wind Hashira, with a fiery temperament, was the first to lose his composure and charged at Hiranoya with his sword drawn. Oh, still calling him Senpai? It seems my identity holds an exceptionally high status in the Demon Slayer Corps. Hiranoya was somewhat surprised. Breath of Wind, fourth form, Rising Dust Storm. Mitsuri Kenroji swung 5 wind blades upward from below, the blades howling as they rushed towards Hiranoya. Hiranoya sat on the wall, swinging her legs. Her strength was not just what she displayed last night. After all, last night was mainly reliant on acting rather than combat. So she only exerted about 60% of her power. She slowly condensed a tanto, casually deflecting the fierce 5 blades of wind that came at her. The blades flew off in different directions with unyielding momentum, destroying quite a bit before finally stopping. This won't do, too weak. If what you just did was your full power, there's absolutely no way you could defeat Muzan. Hiranoya shook her head in disappointment. She had experienced Muzan's strength deeply over the past few hundred years. Currently, her power could only injure Muzan through sneak attacks. It was utterly impossible to drag the fight into daylight and confront Muzan under the sun, unless she fought in her strongest form, as a demon. Perhaps she could delay him a bit, but then she would definitely be scorched by the sun as well. I'm not here to fight today. Hiranoya decided not to continue teasing the Hashira. After a swirl of red mist, she returned to her original form. Let's talk. Breath of Wind, 6th form. Black Wind Smoke. Kaneo Teori interrupted Hiranoya's words, launching another wind blade attack from below, but this time it was much more ferocious than before. Hirano frowned, feeling a bit troubled by this brother complex. Gale 1/. Hiranoya's wakizashi suddenly extended and transformed into a crimson wild katana. He raised the wild katana and struck down fiercely. A terrifying wind blade collided with the attack from Nakagawa Shimiya, as if the sun were crashing into the earth, showing no signs of stopping and directly obliterating Nakagawa Shimiya's wind blade. Hiranoya's wind blade continued to advance, the swirling air producing wails akin to ghostly cries, tearing the ground apart and leaving a long trench that spanned the entire estate. "Protect the master," Iwakaku shouted, and everyone split into two groups. One group stayed by the side of Hiranoya, while the other confronted Hiranoya. Hiranoya's previous strike had truly frightened everyone. Not a single person dared to claim they could emerge unscathed from such an attack. Perhaps losing an arm would be the best outcome. "Do I now have the capital to speak?" Hiranoya dissipated the sword, absorbing it back into his body, tilting his head to look at the few terrified individuals below. Only then did he realize that Tanjiro was also present, and as he contemplated whether to greet him, he noticed that Tanjiro's gaze was filled with unfamiliarity, fear, and hatred. So this was the outcome, Hiranoya thought. He truly was an irredeemable bastard, as even Tanjiro was unwilling to forgive him. "What do you want?" Hiranoya stood up. It was his moment to speak. Hiranoya suddenly laughed, disdainfully saying, "What do I want? That question should be directed at you. Our goals are aligned. Yet you sent 7 Hashira to eliminate me at a time like this? I cannot trust you." Kanroji shook his head. He couldn't gamble on the fate of the Demon Slayer Corps and the fate of humanity for this reason. Hiranoya clenched her fists, a killing intent surging forth. Although she understood the concerns of the Kanemori family, she couldn't accept that her century-long plan would fall apart like this. The 9 Hashira below were sweating profusely, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads and soaking their backs, yet they dared not relax for a moment. "Fine, since we can't cooperate, I'll go it alone." However, after a moment of confrontation, Hiranoya released her fists, let out a long breath, and her tone became serious again. "I haven't been exposed on Musen's side yet. So on the battlefield, I won't hold back against your subordinates. Of course, I also don't want anyone to foolishly try to stop me while I'm doing my own thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind helping Musen eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps first." Kanemori listened to Hiranoya's warning, but did not speak. "Then, see you at the final battle." Hiranoya turned to leave but paused, turning her head back as if she had something to say. "All right, I almost forgot to give this to you." Hiranoya pulled out a scroll from her bosom. It contained all the information regarding the 12 Kizuki, names, blood demon arts, appearances, and summaries of each person's attack patterns. Of course, it also included Musen Kibutsuji's information. Both sides were already on opposing fronts, and Hiranoya couldn't help much anymore. What she could do now was to preserve the fighting strength of the Demon Slayer Corps as much as possible, so they wouldn't end up like in the original story, with the dead and wounded in the final battle. Just to add, given Musen's personality, he will definitely send Upper Moon for a guy named Nakime to monitor all of you, so I suggest you hide as soon as possible. Also, the final battle is likely to take place at our headquarters, a place called Infinity Castle. The scroll also contains the architectural blueprint of Infinity Castle. I hope you can make use of it. Don't just throw it away as soon as I leave. That would be a shame. I spent hundreds of years compiling this information. Looking forward to seeing you all in the final battle, and please don't die before then. With that, Hiranoya disappeared from everyone's perception. A few days later, Hiranoya was summoned by Musen to the distant Infinity Castle. It was just as it always was, unchanged, boundless, and infinite. Once inside, it was impossible to leave without Nakime's help. Hiranoya observed for a long time and now realized that the actual space of Infinity Castle was not that large. It was just that Nakime's blood demon art was somewhat similar to the concept of spatial overlap, with the limited buildings within the castle being infinitely stacked, thus creating Infinity Castle. "My lord." Hiranoya approached Musen Kibutsuji, slightly bowing. Unlike other demons, she did not need to kneel before him. Musen replied indifferently. But Hiranoya sensed his anger, hoping it wasn't directed at her. Hiranoya stood beside Musen, waiting. She wasn't in a hurry and wanted to see what Musen was going to do. After a while, 5 demons were summoned to Infinity City by Nakime. Hiranoya sensed that there were 5 lower moons, which meant that today was the day of the large-scale layoffs. What was going on? Were only the lower moons summoned today, while the upper moons were absent? The lower moon 6 looked around and noticed that the 6 upper moons had not appeared. Suddenly, the space around them shifted, and the 5 lower moons stood before the 2. Bow your heads and worship me, Muzin commanded coldly. The 5 immediately fell to the ground, kneeling before Muzin. I'm truly sorry, my lord, one of the demons said. Who allowed you to speak? Muzin emitted a killing intent, causing the 5 on the ground to tremble. Hiranoya also felt uncomfortable. She was too close to Muzin, and she could sense his aura very clearly. I will ask the questions, and you will only answer. Muzin glanced at the group and said, Lower Moon 5 has been killed. I want to ask one thing. Why are the lower moons so weak? How would I know such a thing? One demon thought to himself. Oh, what do you mean? Muzin's face and tone grew colder. He could sense the thoughts of all demons, naturally knowing what they were thinking. However, Hiranoya was an exception. Since breaking free from Muzin's control, she had been sending signals to him that she was loyal and obedient, words that made Muzin feel good. So she had not yet been exposed. Suddenly, Muzin's arm extended, transforming into a disgusting tentacle, lifting the demon who had just spoken into the air. Hiranoya slightly raised her head and broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, her blood demon art was not like that, otherwise it would be too nauseating. Please forgive me. Kibutsuji-sama. The lifted demon struggled, but could not break free, only despairingly pleading for Muzin's forgiveness. Please have mercy. I'm very sorry. Truly very sorry. But the tentacle tightened its grip, and a grotesque mouth sprouted from it, biting off the lower moon's head. Blood sprayed into the air, falling like rain on the other 4 stunned lower moons, but no one dared to wipe it off. A few drops splattered onto Hiranoya and Muzin. Hiranoya extended her arm to block a few drops of blood flying towards Muzin. Muzin glanced at Hiranoya, and his expression softened slightly. After following Muzin for hundreds of years, Hiranoya had figured him out. As long as she made him feel good, she could remain safe. Soon, another of the remaining 4 was laid off, leaving only 3. I can't take it anymore. Running away is the only option, one demon thought. Immediately, he fled in the fastest direction he could manage. His speed was impressive, and even the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps would find it hard to catch him. The escaping lower moon felt relieved. As long as he could get out of Infinity Castle, the next steps would be easier. Suddenly, the lower moon collided with someone, who instantly grabbed his neck, holding him firmly. How could it be so fast? The lower moon struggled, fearfully looking at the person who had him in a chokehold. The masked figure, Upper Moon 1. Where do you think you're going? Hiranoya said, pulling the lower moon's neck and turning back. This was the only unexpected situation in this round of layoffs. After dealing with the others, Muzin issued Hiranoya a task to eliminate the Hashira-level combatants and a boy wearing the Hinakami earrings. Hiranoya had no choice but to agree, and the only thing she could do next was pray that Muzin wouldn't encounter her, otherwise she would have to carry out her mission. In the following year, Hiranoya wandered around, while Muzin occasionally summoned the upper moons to the Infinity Castle for meetings, seemingly becoming more anxious. Tanjiro's growing strength was a thorn in his side. Unlike the original story, the Sound Hashira and the Flame Hashira did not meet the same fate as in the original. It seemed they had referenced the scroll left by Hiranoya before she departed, gaining some understanding of their enemies. As a result, the Flame Hashira was severely injured, while the Sound Hashira only sustained minor injuries, and both survived. Time moved forward to this extraordinary day, which finally ushered in the great decisive battle. Muzin personally took the field and entered the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, while Hiranoya and the other upper moons waited in the Infinity Castle, ready to annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps once they entered. With the explosion of the headquarters, Muzin was also severely injured. Tamayo planned to perish with Muzin, but Hiranoya still did not intend to reveal herself at this moment. The 6 upper moons and the Demon Slayer Corps were all watching closely, and she lacked confidence in dragging things out until dawn to let Muzin bask in the sun. Outside, it was quite lively. The news of Kibutsuji Muzin's arrival had already reached the Hashira, who had quickly set up an ambush. The breath of mist, the 4th form of insect breathing, the dance of the butterfly, the 1st form of love breathing, the 5th form of water breathing, the 3rd form of wind breathing, and the 7th form of flame god dance all launched their attacks on Muzin together. Muzin coldly smiled, revealing a grin of success in his scheme. Suddenly, doors appeared beneath the feet of the Hashira, and under the influence of gravity, everyone fell through. Now, it's time to entertain our guests, Hiranoya said as she sensed the sudden surge of many presences within the Infinity Castle, standing up and addressing the surrounding upper moons. Hiranoya and the other demons dispersed to search for their respective targets. But Hiranoya did not intend to attack the Demon Slayer Corps members yet, as they could assist her in the upcoming battle against Musen. Hiranoya found a quiet place to sit down, constantly monitoring the intensity of the people's auras. If a battle broke out somewhere, she would rush there immediately. The first one appeared. After sitting for a while, Hiranoya sensed that the aura in one direction was rapidly becoming unstable. She was very familiar with this aura, as she had imitated a year ago. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu was tightly held in the arms of Upper Moon 3, unable to move. Her lungs had been injured a bit, but it was not serious, thanks to the detailed information on the scroll that Hellflower had given them, which minimized the casualties of the Demon Slayer Corps. Butterfly Shinobu desperately wanted to kill the demon that was holding her and preparing to absorb her, but unfortunately, like Hellflower, the demon was almost immune to her poison, so she still felt his hands. Fortunately, she still had a large amount of wisteria poison stored in her body, which would definitely be enough to make him suffer. Suddenly, Doma felt a pain in his arm, and a white figure flashed across his vision. His arm was powerless, and Butterfly Shinobu and one of his arms fell from the air. Hiranoya accurately caught Butterfly Shinobu in her arms. Just in time. Hellflower? You bastard. Butterfly Shinobu exclaimed in surprise. Hey, you jerk. I saved you out of kindness, and you're cursing at me? Hiranoya widened her eyes. She wasn't wearing a mask today, and her amber-like eyes looked at Butterfly Shinobu with a sense of grievance, evoking pity. Hiranoya no longer spoke, as it was not the time for bickering. She gently placed Shinobu on the doorstep with her teleportation and then looked at Doma. Lord Zero, what do you mean by this? Doma descended from the rooftop, smiling as he observed Hiranoya. That lord is indeed perceptive. Hiranoya never talks nonsense when fighting. Summoning 2 black daggers, the swift wind dances wildly. Hiranoya crossed her arms and swiftly swung her knife, creating 2 wind blades that intertwined and transformed into a whirlwind heading towards Doma. This technique was learned a long time ago from a man named Murata Shinta. Doma was already fast, but he was still hurt by the gusts, and his recently healed arm was caught up in it again. As the gale's spear struck, Doma felt a tingle at the back of his head, his instincts warning him of danger, prompting him to duck quickly. A thin wind spear grazed his neck as it passed. If he hadn't prepared in advance, he would have likely been dead. Oh dear, that was close, Doma thought. If he hadn't tilted his head, he would have narrowly avoided a fatal blow. With Blood Demon Art, Mist Ice, and Water Lily Bodhisattva, the temperature around him dropped several degrees in an instant, causing the water in the room to freeze into blocks of ice. A massive ice figure resembling a bodhisattva appeared, nearly breaking through the ceiling. Doma stood atop the ice bodhisattva's head, maintaining a smug grin, though a hint of concern was evident. He knew it would be difficult to defeat the beautiful woman before him. Therefore, he decided to use his most powerful skill right away. If he won, he would definitely have to taste what Hiranoya's flesh was like. Someone so beautiful must taste delicious. With a sweeping motion of the ice bodhisattva's giant hand, a massive palm rushed toward Hiranoya at an unexpectedly swift speed, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking. Riki, seeing the incoming palm, didn't want to take it head-on. While she wouldn't die, it would be quite embarrassing. Gale 1 slash. Hiranoya swiftly swung her sword, using her most commonly practiced sword technique. The fierce wind blade clashed against her arm, and she managed to chop off a segment of the Ice Buddha's arm. She immediately dove into the black water space to avoid the severed arm that was coming at her with inertia. To be given the title of Upper Moon Zero by that lord, she was indeed extraordinary. Doma was somewhat surprised. This was already his strongest skill. Yet he still couldn't harm Hiranoya. Where did she go? When the ice mist below dissipated, he did not see Hiranoya's figure. Doma realized something was wrong and hurriedly prepared to jump off the Ice Buddha's head. Sudden death from shadow. Several puddles of black water suddenly appeared around Doma. Before he could take further action, Hiranoya suddenly emerged from one of the puddles behind him, charging at Doma in an instant. Doma was caught off guard by Hiranoya's sudden appearance, and she slashed at his eyes, blinding him. He quickly reached out to grab something in the air, but caught nothing. Hiranoya had already dived into another puddle. The next moment, she shot out from the puddle above him, striking Doma's shoulder with a slash before diving back into the ground. With his eyes blinded, Doma found it difficult to track Hiranoya's movements. She swiftly darted back and forth, not giving him a chance to recover, until in a moment of carelessness, she stabbed him in the neck. With a powerful impact, he fell to the ground. The tip of the blade was embedded in the ground, pinning Doma's neck. leaving him unable to get up. It was time to die. Upper Moon 2. Hirano emerged halfway from the black water space, forming a knife to sever Doma's head. Upper Moon 2, Doma, ended his life. Hirano turned her head to look at Kochu Shinobu, who had been placed at the door before the battle. It seemed she wouldn't die, so Ri quickly left to head to the next battlefield. Shinobu had injured her lungs during the fight with Doma, and she had inhaled quite a bit of ice shards, but it wasn't life-threatening. She could recover in a few months, thanks to the information Hirano had provided them earlier, which allowed them to prepare. Shinobu was so shocked that she forgot about the pain in her lungs. The battle between the two had been intense, but ended quickly. She felt it hardly lasted half a minute. Yet she had fought for so long against an upper moon and still found herself at a disadvantage. If Hirano hadn't arrived, she might have already been dead. Master. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a girl with a ponytail and the same butterfly-shaped hair accessory as Shinobu rushed in, shouting. Looking at the shattered floor, walls, frozen lake, and the remains of the shattered ice statue in the center of the room, she could already imagine what kind of battle had taken place here. Master. Did someone come by? Kanawo, supporting Shinobu who was on the ground, prepared to leave. She knew that Shinobu's strength and sword could not possibly cause such destruction. It must have been a Hashira who joined the fight. Kanawo, I think we might have really misunderstood her. Shinobu coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards. Master, are you okay? Kanawo quickly handed her a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her mouth. Who did we misunderstand? She asked in confusion. Shinobu turned to look at Kanawo and said, it was the Hellflower. If she hadn't barged in to save me and then killed Upper Moon 2, you wouldn't be seeing me alive. Shinobu is injured and retreating. Shinobu is injured and retreating. Upper Moon 3 is dead. Tancho was circling inside Infinity Castle, relaying information. But the next message was the most important. The Hellflower has appeared. Repeat. The Hellflower has appeared. The crow responsible for delivering information only provided an overview of the situation on the battlefield, but had not yet assessed the enemy's abilities. In its perception, the Hellflower was still the Upper Moon 0, standing with Muzin's side. Where's the Hellflower? This is troublesome, the stone Hashira said, clasping his hands together. He and the wind Hashira had come to support the mist Hashira, who was facing Upper Moon 1. The strength of Upper Moon 1 made it difficult for the three of them to defeat him in a short time, let alone keep an eye on the Hellflower. The battle was particularly fierce. Taketu Mwichiru, being one of the rare special blood humans, was able to heal himself by consuming a piece of the blade severed by Kakushibu. The mist Hashira had lost an arm and was unable to continue fighting, while the stone and wind Hashira were struggling to hold on. Now, the stone Hashira shouted, and the four of them immediately charged towards the bound Kakushibu. Kakushibu let out an angry roar, unleashing all of his potential to swing at the four, moving so quickly that it was almost impossible to react. Taketa Mwichiru was sliced vertically in half from the top of his head before he even realized what had happened. Kakushibu then swung horizontally at the person beside him who had lost an arm and was preparing to attack him, a strike that would undoubtedly cleave that person in two. Clang! The sound of blades clashing echoed in the ears of the four, sparks flying as the two swords met. Who blocked it? Kakushibu, feeling the resistance in his hand, was shocked. He was confident that no one among the four could withstand his full-powered strike. Phew, that was close, just barely. The newcomer was Hirano. After killing Doma, she had rushed over following his aura. She was very familiar with Kakushibu's presence. As an Upper Moon 1, fighting against him would surely result in casualties for the Demon Slayer Corps. However, it seemed she had arrived a moment too late. Hirano quickly assessed the situation around her. The Demon Slayer Corps had injuries and casualties, and there were even 2 half-dead people lying on the ground. Seeing the newcomer, Kakushibu coldly said, "You traitor. I shouldn't have taught you the breath of the moon." As he spoke, he swung his sword again. Hirano grabbed Taketo Mwichiru by the back of his collar and took a step back, both of them avoiding the blade. Hirano scratched his head and said, "Ahaha, that guy Muzin really saw me through Doma, didn't he? Hey, what the hell do you want?" The hot-tempered wind Hashira raised his sword, cautiously watching Hirano. Even though his younger brother was still lying on the ground, uncertain of life or death. If they didn't deal with the Upper Moon 1 and the Hellflower in front of them, the other 3 would be finished as well. Hirano glanced at the wind pillar and said, "What am I doing? I told you a long time ago." He casually threw the sword in his hand, Taketu Mwichiru, to the side and raised his blade towards Kakushibu. Pattern, activate. As Hirano's words fell, a vivid red pattern resembling a higanbana appeared on his forehead, blooming. The air instantly became thick, and the invisible pressure made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. What kind of monster is this? The Wind Pillar gasped, holding his chest, realizing that the power of the Hellflower had exceeded his understanding of demons. He also understood that he might not be able to participate in this battle. Pattern? When did you awaken your pattern? Kakushibu furrowed his brows, realizing that Hiranoya had hidden a lot of things. Hiranoya smiled and said, I've awakened a long time ago, but you are the first opponent to know that I have developed stripes. Moon breathing, 8th form, Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. Thunder breathing, 1st form, Lightning Flash. After activating her stripes, Hiranoya's strength increased by nearly 40, making her already fast lightning flash even faster. She emitted a piercing sonic boom and disappeared from her original position, causing the ground behind her to sink due to the immense impact. Kokushibo's horizontal slash attack missed, and Hiranoya had already reached behind him without him realizing it. He found himself unable to turn his head and involuntarily looked down, only to discover that his neck had been struck. Am I dead? In the end, I still couldn't surpass you, brother. Kokushibo's head fell to the ground as his consciousness gradually faded away. Hiranoya waited for a while, confirming that Kokushibo would not resurrect, and then walked towards the already split-in-half Nakime Jinya with his blade. Hey, what are you doing? Nakime Shinobu was still in shock. Having not reacted to what had just happened, the battle was over. Seeing the Hellflower walk towards his brother, he immediately became anxious. Hiranoya crouched down and locked eyes with Nakagawa Jinya. Being a demon is not easy. It's better to use such abilities sparingly in the future, lest you eat the wrong person one day. Hiranoya raised her knife. Stop! The Wind Pillar roared as he charged toward the two. Not wanting to see his brother die like this. Nakagawa Jinya thought he was going to die, but the knife Hiranoya swung down did not strike his head, but rather one of her own fingers. The Wind Pillar was also stunned. He couldn't understand what the Hellflower was trying to do. Eat it. Hiranoya's wound quickly healed, growing a new finger, and she held the freshly severed finger up to Nakagawa Jinya's lips. Hey, you bastard. Don't feed my brother weird things. It's disgusting. The Wind Pillar roared again, having never seen such a bizarre scene. A demon cutting off her own finger to feed a human? I'm saving him, you fool. Hiranoya rolled her eyes and said, the demon power remaining in your brother is no longer sufficient for him to heal. If I don't replenish his energy, he will die just like a demon, leaving no corpse behind. Nakagawa Shinjiro looked at the fallen Nakagawa Jinya with a look that said, that's right, and could only nod, saying nothing more. Then you two adjust quickly. I'll go help the others. Muzan is about to revive. Tamayo 1T hold him back for long. Hiranoya left with that statement and disappeared. On the other side of Infinity Castle, Muzan had already restored himself. Tamayo's medicine did not turn him back into a human. Looks like your medicine is useless, Tamayo. At this moment, Muzan was covered in grotesque mouths. Looking like a monster. Holding Tamayo's head in his hands, he mocked her. Go to hell, Tamayo, she said weakly. Then she was swallowed whole by one of the grotesque mouths on Muzan's hand. I got it. Many people have told me this, but I'm still alive and well. Muzan impatiently dug at his ear. His gaze became ferocious. Hiranoya, I treated you well, yet you betray me at this moment. I will make you wish you were dead. Creak. Upper Moon 1. Death. Creak. The Hellflower was still active. The crow continued to relay messages. Great. Now Muzan is like a trapped beast. As long as Miss Kanroji and Mr. Iguro take care of the manipulator of Infinity Castle, we have a good chance of winning. After hearing the news, Tanjiro excitedly said to the nearby Jew, let us meet up with the others. Tomioka Ju nodded and continued with the original plan. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, and Tomioka Ju pulled Tanjiro to a stop. Tanjiro's eyes widened as he looked at the man before him. He could never forget this bastard for the rest of his life. Tanjiro's breathing became increasingly erratic. Fortunately, Tomioka Ju patted him, reminding him to calm down. So annoying. The man was Muzan Kabutsuji. As for Upper Moon 4, Nakime, the Love Pillar, and the Serpent Pillar were temporarily at a loss against her. The constantly shifting space prevented them from getting close to Nakime. Fortunately, Yashiro arrived just in time, and with their combined efforts, Nakime was controlled. And Infinity Castle no longer changed. Bang! Just as Tanjiro, Tomioka Ju, and Muzan Kabutsuji faced off, the wall of the corridor between the three was suddenly smashed apart, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sorry, I got delayed on the way. I dealt with 2 bugs and arrived a bit late. Hiranoya walked out from the dust, brushing off the dirt from her clothes. Upon seeing her, Tanjiro's breath became erratic again. This woman was as infuriating as Muzan Kabutsuji. Muzan had brutally taken everything from him. while this woman had given him care and affection bit by bit, only for him to realize later that everything was just manipulation. Hiranori, you bastard. Go to hell with Muzan. Tanjiro shouted in anger. Hiranoya body trembled slightly, wanting to say something but holding back. Now was not the time for explanations. As Kibutsuji Muzan was watching closely beside him. Hiranoya, how long have you been following me? Muzan, initially furious upon hearing the news, calmed down now that Hiranoya stood before him. It's been over 300 years, right? Hiranoya scratched his head and answered after some thought. Heh, Muzan sneered. Indeed, nothing is eternal. Life, love, familial bonds, friendship. Everything is just humanity's excuse for its own weakness and self-deception and comfort. Only I am eternal. I am a god. Nonsense. Have you found the blue yet? If you are a god, then today I will kill a god to see if you truly are eternal. Hiranoya activated his markings again and charged at Kibutsuji Muzan with his blade. Heh. Muzan chuckled softly, extending his hand to prepare to block Hiranoya's attack. In his eyes, he thought he could handle Hiranoya's speed. Dance of the Cursed Pearls, first form, Whisper of the Demon. This was Hiranoya's original technique, which gathered his malice, demonic energy, and the fire god's sword techniques onto his blade. If the wound inflicted by this strike was not removed by the user's own energy, it would never heal. Muzan merely felt the discomfort from the aura on the blade, but didn't take it seriously. He believed that as long as he grabbed Hiranoya's sword, he could twist off Hiranoya's head in an instant. The distance between the two shrank in the blink of an eye. Hiranoya's gaze sharpened, his body lowered, and he directly dove into Muzan's embrace. Muzan's hand came back to block, only to be pierced right by the tip of the blade. Hiranoya felt the sensation from the blade's tip and revealed a slight smile as she quickly dodged to the side. What's going on? Unable to heal at all? Muzan was startled, looking down at his pierced right palm, blood dripping continuously from his arm onto the ground. He suddenly recalled that night when Hiranoya was still human, and the slash she delivered had a similar effect. But now, it could completely prevent the wound from healing, which he found unacceptable. How is it, Muzan-sama? Hiranoya flicked the remaining blood off her blade, revealing a triumphant smile. You've successfully angered me. Muzan clenched his fist and said angrily. This was the second time he had been injured today. The first time he was almost blown to bits by Yoya Shinjuku, and now he had a wound that couldn't heal. His dignity no longer allowed him to indulge the opponent any longer. Muzan instantly disappeared from his spot, and Hiranoya felt a tingle at the back of her head, immediately raising her blade to block in one direction. Muzan suddenly appeared there, and with one claw, he crushed the blade that Hiranoya had hurriedly lifted. Hiranoya exerted force in her footsteps and suddenly retreated, conjuring two new blades. Muzan followed closely behind, and the moment Hiranoya formed her blades, his hands were already reaching for her. The dance of Manjushige, second form, Devil's Tenderness. The two blades quickly blocked Muzan's attacks, creating afterimages as sparks flew. The second form is an upgraded version of the first, focusing on defense and evasion rather than offense. Are you just going to dodge, you worthless fool? It seems that 300 years of growth haven't made you much stronger. A fool is still a fool. Muzan seized a flaw in Hiranoya's defense and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, causing her to spit blood and fly backward, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a stop. Hiranoya stood up from the ruins, spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of viscera, held her stomach, and looked in Muzan's direction. Muzan followed closely behind her and had now approached, but did not strike. Instead, he looked at Hiranoya with the gaze of someone observing ants. Muzan Kibutsuji, 300 years ago, you wiped out my Hirano family. 100 years ago, the Demon Slayer Corps nearly disbanded because of the orders you gave me. I remember all of this. Today, you must pay for it. Hiranoya glared at Muzan, determined to face death. Muzan was truly powerful. That kick almost shattered all the organs in her abdomen. Hiranoya felt a piercing pain in her stomach. Unable to stand straight due to the likely injury to her spine after Yuli's explosion in her womb, she endured the pain, trying not to faint. It seemed she would have to use that technique from before. The dance of the Manjushawa, third style. Hiranoya's aura suddenly surged, momentarily surpassing Kibutsuji Muzan's presence. The air around them created a massive vortex due to Rika's fluctuating aura, enveloping both of them. Flowers bloomed. As the vortex dissipated, it revealed Rika's unparalleled beauty. Her third style was actually a technique that continuously drained her life force to enhance her abilities, and her injuries were now healed. Kibutsuji Muzin displayed an expression of disbelief. He never expected Rika to master such a technique. This is interesting. I will gently devour you and then master this technique myself, Muzin chuckled. With a swift motion, Rika suddenly appeared in front of Muzin's face. How is that possible? So fast. Muzin was shocked, as Rika had exceeded his reaction speed in an instant. Hiranoya swiftly wielded her dual swords, leaving behind gruesome wounds as if a beast had torn into Muzin. She activated her patterns in the third style, and now her strength was enough to match Muzin evenly. Get away! Muzin sensed the presence of death and delivered a flying knee strike that knocked Hiranoya away. She crossed her arms to block the attack, but her forearms instantly broke under the immense force of the knee strike. However, they quickly healed due to the activation of the third style. Steel Cutting Flash. Hiranoya transformed her dual swords into a crimson wild katana at the moment of blocking. She bent slightly at the waist, utilizing the strength from her waist, arms, and legs to deliver a powerful upward strike. The speed generated in an instant created a terrifying sonic boom between the two, shattering both of their eardrums. With a thrust, the wild katana pierced through Muzin Kibutsuji's heart. Emerging from his back, Hiranoya did not stop there. She kicked fiercely into Muzin's chest. At such close range, she didn't want to be caught in his embrace. With a sudden leap, she soared to the height of the ceiling. Muzin was sent flying by the kick, and the wild katana that had pierced through his back was lodged into the wall, pinning him there. Hiranoya kicked hard against the ceiling, her body spinning in the air as she formed a wild katana. Gale, falling leaves, and the descent of heaven, a massive wind blade, accompanied by a sense of destruction, shot towards Muzin. Hiranoya followed closely behind the wind blade, wielding the wild katana. The wind blade reached Muzin in an instant, striking heavily against his neck, leaving a deep gash. Muzin screamed, his voice filled with anger and fear. Hiranoya descended from above, driving the blade straight into Muzin's eye socket. The tremendous impact piercing through the house. The two crashed through several floors before coming to a stop. At this moment, Muzin looked exceptionally disheveled, with a long wild katana embedded in his eye socket and chest, and his neck slashed halfway through. However, because Hiranoya had infused the blade with malevolent energy and the fire god Kagura, he was unable to heal. Justi Already. Muzin, I've waited for this day for over 300 years. Hiranoya's expression twisted into a snarl as she swung the blade again towards his severed neck. Bang! Hiranoya was struck hard and fell to the ground, forgetting that Muzin still had those disgusting tentacles. The knife was formed from Hiranoya's flesh and blood, and Muzin knew this. He quickly absorbed the two knives on his body. Muzin crouched down, grabbed Hiranoya's hair, and lifted her head. What's wrong? Did you overlook something? A mortal is still immortal. Then the tentacles wrapped around Hiranoya's body. Hiranoya screamed as she felt the tentacles wrapped around her below the waist instantly devour her. Hiranoya struggled to get up. Fortunately, her hands were not restrained. She immediately formed a knife and cut off the tentacles connected to her captured hair. With her other hand, she slapped the ground fiercely and retreated as far back as possible to escape Muzin's attack range. That was close. She almost got taken out. Hiranoya quickly recovered her body. While Muzin was absorbing the abilities contained in the half of her body he had just consumed, Muzin a surgi violently, creating a suffocating sense of pressure for Hiranoya. Having absorbed her abilities, Muzin also grasped Hiranoya's three styles and patterns. Hiranoya herself was not as strong as Muzin, but once she activated the patterns and the three styles, she could overpower him. Now that Muzin had mastered the three styles, his strength had skyrocketed to a terrifying degree. Ha ha ha. The blue? I don't need it anymore. Your blood demon arts ability has successfully turned me into a true god. My power right now is truly exhilarating. Muzin laughed maniacally, feeling the power surging within him. If it's a fight, then let's fight. I've always disliked people who talk too much. Hiranoya had already stood up, looking at Muzin in front of her, forcing herself to endure the pressure and not kneel. Hey, ridiculous. How can you win against me now? Muzin mocked. Actually, Manjushij has one more move. I didn't want to use it. Hiranoya formed a wild sword. She was best at single-blade techniques, especially this kind of large, sweeping wild sword. Ahaha, bring it on. I want to see your last move. Muzin took on a stance to face her, but his expression showed he was quite unconcerned. Do you remember what I said 300 years ago on the night I became Upper Moon Zero? Hiranoya's gaze sharpened, becoming resolute. I am the last samurai of the Hirano family. The sword of a Hirano samurai will not be laid down. Dance of Manjushige, final move, petals fall. Hirano Ri's aura suddenly disappeared. There was no longer the presence of a ghost or a human, as if she didn't exist at all, yet she stood there. Her dark green hair and pupils gradually transformed into a bright red, resembling a red spider lily. What's going on? Muzan stared at the scene before him, startled. He suddenly found it impossible to see through Hirano Ri. Hirano Ri slowly walked forward, neither fast nor slow, and surprisingly, vibrant bloomed wherever her feet touched the ground. The tip of her blade brushed against the petals, causing them to gently sway. Muzan no longer hesitated. Facing the silent Hirano Ri, he suddenly felt fear. In an instant, he charged forward, the sound of an explosion erupting. Hell's funeral. Hirano Ri casually swung her blade. It was the final move of her technique. Her last strike. A flash of red light passed, and Muzan's neck instantly erupted with blood. How is this possible? Muzan felt his neck and body separating, incredulously staring at the woman before him. He couldn't react at all. The power of the red light did not diminish at all, continuing to surge backward, breaking through walls layer by layer. Infinite City had boundaries due to the control of the crying woman, and the red light directly tore through half of Infinite City, allowing the weak light of dawn to pour in, piercing the skin of the demons painfully. Hirano Riko suddenly erupted, disappearing from the spot in an instant. She didn't have much time left and needed to end the battle quickly. Hirano Riko grabbed Muzan's head, which hadn't yet fallen to the ground, and rushed toward the outside of Infinity City. Let go of me, you crazy woman, you bastard. Muzan screamed in panic, sensing the state of Hirano Riko's body. He was terrified. He had never been this afraid before. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be buried with this woman. Hirano Rika turned to Muzan and smiled slightly. Lord Muzan, how long has it been since you last saw the sunrise? Muzan was taken aback. How long had it been? Ever since he became a demon, it had probably been over 1,000 years since he last saw the sun. Hirano Rimi chuckled lightly, without saying anything to Muzan. If Lord Muzan doesn't mind, how about accompanying your subordinate to take a look today? After saying that, she quickened her pace. Muzan, lost in thought, realized that with his current strength, he was unable to recover his body. His neck was empty, with only his head being held by Hirano Rimi. Soon, the two arrived outside Infinity City, where Hirano Rimi found a relatively tall tree and leaped up. From there, it was high enough to clearly see the sunrise. Hirano Rihan sat down, holding Muzan's head in her arms, feeling completely relaxed. Master, look, how beautiful it is. Hirano Rihan gazed at the morning light gradually revealing itself over the distant mountain. Put me down, you crazy woman. Muzan continued to cry out in despair. Hirano Ri shook her head. No, adult, I've said it before, I vowed 300 years ago to take you to see the sunrise, and I will not go back on my word. After saying this, she held Muzan even tighter in her arms. The area below became lively, with many people gathering under the tree to watch Hirano Ri at the top. Hirano Ri saw the crowd below and happily patted Muzan's head, saying, Look, so many people are here to see you off. Enough, you crazy woman. Muzan shouted. No, Hirano Ri, if you let me go, I will definitely treat you as my equal. Before Muzan could finish speaking, he felt Hirano Ri's slender hand roughly probing into his mouth and yanked out his tongue. Noisy, Hirano Ri casually tossed away Muzan's bloody tongue and continued to wait for the sunrise. As the morning light fell on Muzan's face, he let out a cry of pain but couldn't say anything. After all, his tongue had been pulled out. Hirano Ri had exhausted too much energy in the previous battle and could no longer use blood demon art to resist the sunlight. She could only endure the scorching sun alongside Muzan. Finally, Hirano Ri's stamina gave out, and her body swayed before she fell from the tree, while Muzan, thinking it was only a head, was turned to ash before hitting the ground. Hirano Ri's consciousness began to blur. The final move of the dance of the Manjusaka is actually a skill that guarantees death. The third move, Blossoming Flowers, burns part of one's life force, while the final move, Falling Flowers, burns all of one's life force in a single strike, delivering the strongest blow. Although demons possess endless life force, they still cannot control this final strike. For example, theoretically, a person can drink an infinite amount of water, but the amount they can drink at once is limited. If one forces themselves to drink too much, that person will undoubtedly die. Sister Ri, just as Hirano Ri felt herself about to fall to the ground, someone suddenly caught her. However, she could no longer see, as the exhaustion of her life force caused her organs to rapidly deteriorate, and her self-healing ability had ceased. Now, she could see nothing. Hirano suddenly felt the burning sensation on her body weaken. In her perception, 13 people were surrounding her, trying their best to hold up their clothes to prevent the sunlight from hitting her. Quick, call the ambulance. Build a temporary wooden shelter. Move Hirano inside. Don't let the sunlight continue to shine on her. Hirano faintly heard the noise and someone calling her, but it gradually turned into a buzzing sound, and soon, even the buzzing sound disappeared. She knew that her hearing had also gone. Tanjiro, Hirano gently patted the person who caught her, knowing that only Tanjiro would call her Rine. Rine, I'm here. Everyone is here. You'll be fine. Tanjiro, looking at Hirano's vacant eyes. Guess what had happened to her body? He held her hand tightly, choking back tears that flowed endlessly, falling onto Hirano's hand. Hirano smiled and reached out to Tanjiro to wipe his tears with her hand. Don't cry, little Tanjiro. The men of the Kamado family can't cry. Tanjiro nodded, feeling the gentle touch on his face. Sister I'm sorry for misunderstanding you before. I'm really, really sorry. But what Tanjiro didn't know was that Hirano could no longer hear anything. Tanjiro, after I'm gone, you have to take good care of yourself and Nezuko. Hirano hugged Tanjiro, resting her head on his shoulder. There's something I've always wanted to say. I'm sorry, little Tanjiro. I deceived you about my identity for a long time. I'm really sorry. Her face was wet. Was it her own tears? When was the last time she cried? It must have been when she was still human, and Hirano had already forgotten what it felt like to cry. Tanjiro held Hirano tightly in his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, and everyone else was also holding back their sadness. Tanjiro felt the sensation of her body gradually fading away. As he cried, he opened his eyes, and Hirano's body was slowly dissipating, turning to ashes and scattering in the air. No, Sister please, don't die. I'm still waiting for you to teach me swordsmanship. Please don't leave. I can already split trees with a wooden sword. Please, don't leave me. Tanjiro cried out from the depths of his heart, trying to grasp Hirano's disappearing body, but it was like trying to catch air, only to grasp nothing. Bury me in China. That's my last wish. I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused everyone during this time. Hirano left her final words before dissipating. She had been gone for too long. It was time to return. Hirano's consciousness awakened, and she smelled the fragrance of flowers, which she recognized as the scent of cherry blossoms. Looking down at herself, she remembered that she should have been dead. Now, she was wearing a kimono adorned with dark green clouds, which she recalled was her favorite outfit when she was still human. Hirano looked up and glanced around. She was under a cherry blossom tree, where pink blossoms were in full bloom. A gentle breeze brushed against her cheeks, feeling particularly comfortable, and a strand of her hair was blown onto her face, making it feel a bit itchy. A few cherry blossom petals were blown down onto the top of Hirano's head and into the small hot spring beside her, creating ripples on the water's surface. This place was very familiar to Hirano. She had lived here 300 years ago. This was the backyard of the Hirano family mansion, and when she was young, her favorite activities were reading and practicing swordsmanship under this cherry blossom tree. Hirano rushed into the room, searching based on his vague memories, looking from one room to another. Everything felt so familiar, as if nothing had ever happened. Hirano opened the wooden door to the reception room, her eyes becoming blurry. She saw a few familiar figures. Hirano Daisuke, Hirano Takami, Murata Shinta, and Miss Tamayo. Everyone is here. Hirano looked at the four of them, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why are you just staring? Don't cry. It's been so long since we last met, and everyone has a lot to say to you. Hirano Daisuke smiled affectionately and waved his hand. We even prepared your favorite squid. Come in and have a seat. Hirano quickly wiped the tears from her face and revealed a happy smile. How long has it been since someone called her by that name? She couldn't remember. Hirano quickly walked into the house. Okay, no more crying. Father, Mother, Uncle Murata, Miss Tamayo, I'm back. The end. Sorry for the shout. I looked back and felt like if I didn't write an ending note, everyone would think this novel was left unfinished or still ongoing. After 4 months, I'm back to add a chapter for the ending note. Sorry. QQ, this chapter is the last one. This novel has fewer than 100,000 words, and I know the word count is really too short. And the writing is also quite poor, which makes it uncomfortable for you to read. I'm sorry, and I apologize again to everyone. I was just testing the waters with this novel, writing for fun, so I didn't invest much energy into the word count or writing style. I was usually busy with life, so I really didn't put in much effort into the novel. Originally, I didn't plan to publish this novel. I was just writing it privately and randomly. But halfway through, I felt I couldn't let myself be the only one polluted mentally. So I decided to finish it and publish it all at once. Haha. There are many things I didn't right, like the Infinity Train, the Flower Street, and the Swordsmith Village. I admit I got a bit lazy. I wasn't sure how long it would take to write those parts, and I lacked perseverance. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to finish it before it became abandoned. So I hurriedly wrapped it up. Don't scold me. At that time, I still thought I would publish it, and was just having fun writing. I realized some issues with the plot. 1. I ruined Zenitsu. I made him too lecherous. I'm sorry. By the time I realized it, it was too late. I'm sorry. To all the readers who like Zenitsu. 2. Zenitsu and Inosuke had too few scenes. In my silly novel, they became dispensable side characters. I'm sorry. I'm really not good at distributing roles among characters. I couldn't get it right. So I simply wrote less about them. 3. Regarding the word count and writing style, I know what you want to say. Just don't criticize me too harshly. Okay? QEQ. 4. I didn't write about Yoriichi Tsujikuni's storyline. I didn't know how to write it. At that time, the author hadn't drawn that part yet. I only knew he was called Yoriichi Tsujikuni and could defeat Musen Kabutsuji, but I couldn't grasp his personality. I was afraid of ruining the character. 5. This point is not a problem, but a note. When I finished writing, the Demon Slayer manga hadn't reached this point. It was only around the time of Jinya's death. I didn't know how the author would draw it later, so I wrote it myself, hence the discrepancies with the current manga plot, such as the absence of Tamayo and Shinobu's poison, and the absence of a Nichiren blade. Regarding whether there will be extras or a sequel, I did write some, but Haven T published it. It's still saved on my computer, and I'm still writing a crossover between the world of One Man's Journey and Demon Slayer. I hope readers who like One Man's Journey won't criticize me. Haha. Personally, I think Hiranoya's story ends well here. She did too many evils for revenge, affecting her master, many members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and innocent ordinary people. So in the end, her death is a kind of relief. That's why she chose to take Musen to bask in the sun. She knows her sins. As for the extras, I probably won't publish them. If anyone wants to read them, let me know in the comments. And I'll send them to you privately on QQ. You can read for free, I won't charge, and if there are enough people, I'll create a QQ group to distribute them. Wake up. I don't have readers QAQ. Alright. I can't say more. If I keep going, the ending note will be longer than the main text. Hee. Happy May Day, everyone. The Snake Mountain, as the name suggests, is home to countless snakes among the rolling mountains. However, it is said that deep within the mountains lives a snake spirit, white-bodied with red patterns and green eyes. As white as jade, as red as blood, and with eyes as green as emeralds, surviving by devouring human essence. No one knows if this snake spirit actually looks like this, nor does anyone know if such a snake really exists. Even if it does, no one is willing to go there. This rumor has been passed down through generations in Mushroom Picking Village, and no one remembers who said it first. But it has always been the villagers' first choice for scaring children. If a child in a household misbehaves, they would be told they would be thrown into Snake Mountain. Mushroom Picking Village is located at the foot of Snake Mountain, and the villagers' main source of income and food comes from the outskirts of Snake Mountain. The terrain of Snake Mountain is complex, and people often get lost. Arone, remember to gather some wild vegetables on your way back. Got it, mother. After saying this, the boy, dressed in light short clothes, carried a large bamboo basket almost as tall as himself and walked out of the small wooden house. Arone was born in Mushroom Picking Village. His father passed away when he was very young, leaving him and his mother to rely on each other. Fortunately, the villagers took good care of them, and the mother and son could manage to meet their basic needs. Arone's mother had broken her leg while picking mushrooms on Snake Mountain a few years ago, leaving her with a disability. So the task of washing clothes by the river was given to the 11-year-old Arone. Arone was quite happy to do these things. He liked sitting on the big rocks by the river in Mushroom Picking Village, listening to the flowing water and the rustling of the leaves. Arone, going to wash clothes? Good afternoon, uncle. Arone greeted the villagers who passed by, but his pace didn't slow down. He needed to finish washing the clothes quickly and return home, as his mother was waiting for the wild vegetables he would bring. Rather than calling it a small river, it was more like a creek. Adults always like to exaggerate. Arone squatted on a stone by the creek, continuously beating the clothes with a stick, making a bang 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 sound, while humming an unknown mountain song, creating a unique melody with the two sounds intertwined. Huh, Arone sniffed. His mother had always praised his keen sense of smell, and he could detect even a faint odor. Is Snake Mountain on fire? Arone stopped the stick in his right hand and squinted towards Snake Mountain, but he didn't see any flames or black smoke. turning his head to look at mushroom-picking village. He could faintly see wisps of smoke drifting through the trees. After thinking for a moment, he still decided not to go back. A fire like this was something a child of his age couldn't help with. There were no wells in the village, and surely the adults would come to the creek to fetch water soon. Arone resumed hitting the clothes with a stick, rather than going back to cause trouble. It was better to continue washing. Bang, 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 bang. Arone finished washing one piece of clothing, but still saw no one coming to fetch water. The creek and the village were less than a 5-minute walk apart, unless everyone in the village had gone blind. It didn't make sense for no one to be fetching water. Arone began to feel anxious and hurriedly packed up, shouldering the bamboo basket and running towards mushroom-picking village. As soon as he reached the village entrance, Arone stopped. The village was indeed on fire, but the villagers weren't unwilling to fetch water because they were blind. They were all dead. The 11-year-old Arone looked at the mushroom-picking village filled with corpses. His legs went weak, and the smell of smoke and blood penetrated his nose, smelling particularly disgusting. Mother! Mother! Arone dropped the bamboo basket and ran into the village. His home was at the far west of the village, a distance from the entrance. As he passed the dirt road that had recently left the village, everything felt so unfamiliar. The uncle who had greeted Arone in the afternoon was now half of his body leaning against the window frame, his head gaping in terror on the other side of the road. Grandma Lou, who had given Arone candy a few days ago, lay in the middle of the road, dragging a long trail of blood, motionless. Arone! Arone! Get away! Arone endured the nausea and ran home. But he heard someone calling him from the side. He stopped and turned around, and if it weren't for the person speaking, he really wouldn't have recognized this disheveled man covered in mud and blood, who was the only hunter in Saigo village, Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou, what happened? Arone cried, turning to rush over and grab Uncle Lou, who was hiding in the shadows. Where's my mother? Uncle Lou grimaced, letting out a hiss that scared Arone into quickly releasing his grip on Uncle Lou's arm. Only then did he notice that Uncle Lou was covered in knife wounds, with a particularly hideous and terrifying gash on his leg that was still bleeding profusely. A group of damn bandits came. Saigo village has nothing valuable except for the animal skins and some herbs from hunting. They set fire to everything without a care, demanding we hand over our treasures. And of course, we refused and fought back, he said, his gaze fixed on a fallen villager not far away, his face twitching slightly. My mother? Did you see her? Arone felt his head was about to explode. His mother had trouble walking and couldn't have escaped far. Uncle Lou's eyes darted, but he still spoke. A little while ago, some bandits headed toward your house. Which ones? A coarse voice suddenly shouted, causing Arone to shudder. While he was still in shock, Uncle Lou pulled Arone behind him and pushed him hard. Arone, don't look back. Run. There are still 2 people here. Don't let that kid slip away. The voice yelled. Damn you. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Uncle Lou shouted, charging out. Arone couldn't help but turn back. He saw Uncle Lou limping toward the bandits, and he couldn't bear to think about what would happen next. Uncle Lou told him to run, but he charged forward himself. Although Arone was still young, he understood Uncle Lou's intentions. He never expected this usually stern-looking Uncle Lou, who seemed like he would eat children, would act this way. Mother, where are you? Mother. Arone's voice gradually faded, as if something had blocked his throat. Arone looked at the woman lying at the door of the familiar little wooden house, frozen in place. The familiar clothing, the familiar face, it was undoubtedly his mother. Was that white thing on the ground her intestines? Arone had seen Uncle Lou take out something identical from a pig's belly while butchering. That kid is over there. A loud shout came from not far away, startling Arone, who used all his strength to run in the opposite direction. Arone never imagined that life and death partings could be so sudden that he didn't even have time to cry or feel angry. Survive. Arone's mind only focused on this one thing. Only by surviving could he avenge the villagers of Saigo village. Having lived in Saigo village since childhood, Arone was more familiar with the terrain than these bandits who were robbing along the way. He relied on his small, slender body to break through the encirclement and ran toward Snake Mountain. The terrain of Snake Mountain was complex. These bandits definitely wouldn't chase him deep into it. Arone kept running. He didn't dare to stop, mechanically moving forward, unaware of how far he had gone. His legs were nearly numb, and his lungs felt like they were being roasted over a fire, with each breath causing sharp pain. Suddenly, he tripped and fell to the ground, lying still with darkness closing in. After resting for about half an hour, the sky gradually darkened. Arone gritted his teeth, swayed, and stood up. He knew that if he fell here, he would never get up again. His dizzy head made him grab a handful of wild vegetables to chew on for moisture and headed deeper into Snake Mountain. Arong had been to Snake Mountain before, but he had never gone this deep. He got lost, not even remembering which direction Saigo Village was. By now, it was completely dark, so Arong could only climb a tree to spend the night. Arong was nimble and quickly climbed up a thicker branch. This branch was lush with leaves, so if the bandits came at night, they might not find him. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. During his escape, his already thin clothing was further torn by branches, and his body was covered with long wounds. Now that he was resting, the unbearable pain surged through him. The mountain forest at night was cold. Arong kept rubbing his arms, but still trembled uncontrollably. The bright moon hung high, and occasionally, he could hear wolves howling in the distance. Arong stared at the round moon above, lost in memories. He remembered when he was very young, his father, who was still alive, held little Arong under a similar moon, telling stories. His father said that his grandparents and other deceased villagers lived on that moon, and every time the moon was fullest and brightest, those departed loved ones could see the village and everyone in it through the bright moonlight. They were still there, just living in a different place. Mother must have gone there too, right? Arong felt a tickle on his face, and when he wiped it, he realized it was wet. At that moment, Arong finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. He opened his mouth to cry, but didn't dare make a sound. His tender little face twisted in pain, and he didn't know how long he cried. Exhausted, Arong curled up against the tree trunk and fell asleep. Arong was completely lost. The rising and falling mountains made it impossible for him to find a way down. He knew that if he couldn't find the way out, he wouldn't survive more than 3 days in this Snake Mountain. Arong walked for a long time, his lips cracked, and his feet blistered. He could only pick up a branch and continue walking with a limp. He had to find a way out. Having nearly collapsed, Arong leaned against a large rock. After 2 days of climbing the mountain, he hadn't seen a single bite of food, although there were many wild fruits in the mountains. Most were poisonous or too high to reach. Unless he was truly starving, Arong wouldn't eat them. Just then, Arong suddenly lifted his head and looked deeper into the forest. He vaguely heard someone humming. Arong immediately felt energized and limped toward the voice. If someone was really here, he would have a chance to survive. As he moved deeper into the forest, the humming became clearer. It sounded like a young woman, her voice ethereal and pleasant, as clear as a stream. Arong smiled. This was not an illusion. She would definitely be able to take him away from this Snake Mountain. So focused on moving forward, Arong completely forgot to be cautious of his footing. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell, rolling down the slope in a dizzying tumble until he passed out. Arong slowly opened his eyes, turning to observe his surroundings. He found himself lying in a small wooden house, simple in layout, lacking furniture, yet looking very comfortable, with a faint fragrance in the air. Arong propped himself up on his arms and realized that his wounds and blisters had been bandaged. He had never seen such a method of bandaging. Even the barefoot doctor in Saigo Village couldn't compare. Arong put on his tattered grass shoes and pushed the door open to go outside. The sun was shining brightly, and Arong instinctively squinted, shielding his forehead with his hand. As his eyes adjusted, he couldn't help but exclaim. The little wooden house was in the center of a basin surrounded by various flowers, with many butterflies and bees fluttering around. He was now in a sea of flowers. Awake? Arong was startled. A young girl's voice suddenly came from his side, and he hadn't noticed her footsteps at all. The chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This voice was very familiar. Arong had followed this voice all the way here. He turned to look, and a beautiful woman dressed in splendid clothing was standing not far away, looking at him. Her white feather coat was embroidered with numerous bright red spider lilies, and underneath it, she wore a fitted black outfit that outlined her perfect figure. However, her hair and pupils were both dark green, which puzzled Arong. He had never seen hair in any color other than black or white. Arong deeply bowed and thanked the beautiful woman, saying, "Thank you very much for saving me." The beautiful woman waved her hand and said, "It was just a casual act. But what are you doing here in the depths of my Snake Mountain?" Arong immediately pulled a long face and told her everything that had happened in Mushroom Picking Village. The woman patiently listened, but showed no emotion on her face, only responding with an "oh." To be honest, Arong felt a bit dissatisfied. At least she could express some sympathy, right? Who knew she would just say "oh," as if it was merely an insignificant matter. Gulu gulu. Just as Arong was about to say something, his stomach suddenly growled, and embarrassed. He covered his stomach with his hands. "Ha!" The woman chuckled lightly. "You must not have eaten for a while before coming here." and then you slept for a whole day. Wait here, I'll go pick some fruit. The woman turned and disappeared into the forest, quickly reappearing with some wild fruits in her arms. Aron pursed his cracked lips and eagerly devoured one of the fruits, swallowing the pit hole. Slow down. There are plenty of fruits. I'll catch some fish tonight. Look how thin you are, the woman said, looking at Aron, who was eating like a starving dog. With a helpless expression. Sister, do you live alone? By the small wooden cabin at night, a large and a small figure, one male and one female, sat around a fire. Yes, I like to live quietly alone. It allows my body and mind to relax. The woman turned the skewer with the grilled fish in one hand while resting her chin on the other hand. Sister, don't you feel lonely living alone? Aron tore off a piece of fish meat, his mouth too hot to close. I can't stand it. I can't bear to be alone for even a day. The woman sighed softly and said, long ago, people used to come deep into Snake Mountain. Occasionally, I would see people coming to gather herbs or hunt. But over the years, there have been fewer and fewer. You probably don't remember clearly. Anyway, the last person who came here was many years ago. People tend to forget easily. Haha. Aron didn't pay much attention to this and continued to ask the beautiful woman, sister, I heard that there's a snake demon living in Snake Mountain. Is that true? You've lived here for so long. You must know, right? The woman stopped her hand, turned her face to look at Aron, and said, there is indeed one. You guys aren't afraid to come here because of that, are you? Aron became interested. Sister, you've lived in the mountains for too long. You really don't know how the snake demon is viewed in Mushroom Picking Village. Tell me about it. The woman lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes blocking her eyes. Aron excitedly recounted all the stories circulating in Mushroom Picking Village about the snake demon of Snake Mountain. And when he got emotional, he would nervously glance back at the dark woods, as if the snake demon were lurking nearby. So, sister, is the snake demon terrifying? Aron, feeling parched, sat down beside the fire and took a sip of water. Let's talk about it later. I need to rest first, the woman said, handing Aron the skewer. The fish is ready. Eat it while it's hot and get some rest. Aron felt a bit disappointed as he took the grilled fish. It must be that he didn't tell the story vividly enough, making the originally terrifying snake demon seem dull, causing the sister to feel sleepy. Sister, sister. The next day, seeing the woman resting, Aron eagerly ran over and sat across from her, thinking of a few more stories he wanted to share today. What is it? The woman responded lazily, and Aron had gotten used to her demeanor. She looked like she was in the prime of her life, but had the demeanor of an old woman. I thought of a few more stories about the snake demon. I want to tell them to you now. Just as Aron was about to speak, he was interrupted by the woman's laugh. I have a story too. Do you want to hear it? Aron, who had loved listening to stories since childhood, nodded eagerly. The beautiful woman brushed her hair behind her ear and began to tell. A long, long time ago, even before Mushroom Picking Village existed, Snake Mountain wasn't called Snake Mountain. It had no name, just an ordinary mountain. One day, a snake demon appeared on the mountain. The snake demon came from a very distant place, and wherever she went, there would be piles of corpses and seas of blood. No one could defeat her. She was immortal, invincible, possessing absolute power. The snake demon knew that the theme of her life was slaughter, and she accepted it gladly, even enjoying it. However, over the long years, there were days when she would get bored, so she wanted to find a place where she could be undisturbed for a while. At first, she would occasionally encounter some lost travelers in the mountains, and the snake demon would enthusiastically offer her help. She had spent her entire life plundering, never giving anything, and during this time, she was very happy. As time passed, people began to spread the word that there was a snake demon in the mountains who could grant any wish. Yes, the snake demon had great powers. Even if someone wished for endless wealth or power, she could grant it. At some point, a village appeared at the foot of the mountain, built by those who wanted to wish to the snake demon, and they named the mountain Snake Mountain. The snake demon found out about this village, but scoffed at it. She had known for a long time that human greed was endless. Humans only wanted more. So, with a twisted sense of humor, the snake demon established a new rule. Anyone who could find her could only make one wish, and after the wish was fulfilled, they would have to exchange their life for it. Some who tried to find loopholes wished for eternal life or to never be injured or die. But for humans, living to be over 200 years old could already be considered eternal life. A 200-year life was enough to accomplish many things. In fact, living too long could become a torment. With the changes of dynasties and the passing of friends and family, the snake demon would kill these people after 200 years. Those who had not yet made wishes became dissatisfied, denouncing the snake demon's treachery but never mentioning their own greed and selfishness. The snake demon continued to act according to the rules. When someone came to make a wish, she would grant it and then take their life. However, as the news spread farther and farther, the humans seeking her wishes ultimately disappeared one day, and the entire Snake Mountain fell silent, as if it had become a forbidden zone. The snake demon didn't know how long it had been. The village that once gathered people at the foot of the mountain was renamed Mushroom Picking Village. People had forgotten why their ancestors had moved here in the first place, but still remembered that there was a man-eating snake demon living on the mountain. Humans are such creatures that no matter how many benefits others give them, they will forget entirely. But if anyone does the slightest thing against their interests, they will remember it forever. The beautiful woman paused here and continued, "Perhaps the massacre of Mushroom Picking Village is a form of retribution for them. I won't allow you to say that." Arong stood up angrily, his tender little face flushed with rage. "Did I do something wrong? If there are no rules, you humans will only become more and more greedy." The beautiful woman picked up her teacup, took a sip of warm flower tea, and said blandly, "Death is the best way to curb human greed." Huh? Arong wasn't a fool. He had been listening to the story carefully, and he was sure he hadn't misheard the last few words spoken by this beautiful sister. "Sister, please don't scare me." Arong was still a bit frightened. After all, he was just a child barely over 10 years old. "Why would I lie to you?" The beautiful woman rolled her eyes. "Do you really think a human can live for so long in a place like Snake Mountain, which is full of wild beasts?" Arong's mind raced. There were indeed many strange things during the short 2 days he had spent with his sister. For example, Arong had never seen any traps or weapons to fend off wild beasts in the forest, nor were there any cooking tools in the little house. Even living in the mountains, one couldn't eat wild vegetables every day, right? Moreover, Arong had never seen his sister eat anything in the past 2 days. Arong's legs went weak, and he sat back down on the ground. "Sister Snake, please don't kill me. I'm still small." Arong looked at the person beside him with a face full of fear. "You didn't come to me for a wish, so why would I kill you?" The snake demon was somewhat speechless. "Get up, you're crushing my flowers." Arong was reminded and noticed that he was sitting on a lot of flowers, so he hurriedly moved aside. The snake demon lazily lay on the wooden chair, closing her eyes to enjoy the fragrance of the flowers carried by the breeze. No longer paying attention to the confused Arong, Arong felt quite uncomfortable. Leave? He knew he couldn't escape from the snake demon. Even if he did, he wouldn't find his way home. Not leaving? Stay behind and become the snake demon's dinner? The two remained silent. At night, the snake demon lit a bonfire as usual. "Want to eat?" The snake demon offered a skewer of freshly roasted wild boar meat. "You haven't eaten all day, right?" Arong, who was huddled to the side, hesitated for a moment, but still took it. He was indeed hungry. Arong stared at the flickering flames, not knowing what he was thinking. "Sister Snake." After an unknown amount of time, Arong called softly. "What is it? Can you really fulfill any wish?" "Of course." The snake demon tilted her head, looking at Arong with interest. "Do you have a wish?" Arong nodded. "There's indeed one." "Go ahead, let me hear it." The snake demon crossed her arms. "Can you revive everyone in Mushroom Picking Village and bring peace to the world?" The snake demon squinted her eyes and chuckled softly. "Why isn't your wish for me to kill those bandits? Or do you have the power to kill them?" Arong shook his head. "If the world is not in chaos, where would bandits come from? If everyone is prosperous, why would they plunder each other?" The snake demon turned her head, seemingly lost in thought. "I see. You should rest early. We will go to Mushroom Picking Village tomorrow." After a long silence, the snake demon stood up, stretched lazily, patted her sleeves, and turned to walk into the house. The next morning, Arong was pushed awake. "Get ready. We're going to Mushroom Picking Village." The snake demon stood beside him. Arong quickly tidied up and came outside the wooden house, where the snake demon was waiting. "Aren't you bringing any provisions?" Arong looked at the snake demon, who was carrying nothing. He knew it took more than a day to walk from here to Mushroom Picking Village. "No need." The snake demon stepped forward, grabbed Arong by the back of his collar, and gave it a tug to make sure it was secure. "Don't flail around." "Huh?" Before Arong could react, he felt his feet suddenly leave the ground, and he was lifted into the air. Ah, 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 ah. Arong had never experienced this before. Watching the scenery rapidly retreat beneath him, he kept screaming. After just a few minutes, Arong gradually got used to it. Although the snake demon was fast, she kept an eye on Arong to ensure he wouldn't fall. The scenery beneath his feet became familiar, and Arong realized that, in just a few minutes, they had traveled from the depths of Snake Mountain to near Mushroom Picking Village. The bandits had already left, but the ruins of the village were still burning, and he could faintly smell the stench of rotting bodies. Kid, reviving people is not an easy task. It goes against the will of heaven. I know. I'm willing to bear the consequences, as long as Mushroom Picking Village can return to its original state. Arong's eyes were firm, showing no signs of regret. The snake demon nodded, her delicate white hand gently waved in the direction of Mushroom Picking Village. The remnants of the village's broken eaves and walls quickly reassembled as if played in reverse, and this magical site was completed in just a quarter of an hour. Watching Mushroom Picking Village, which had once again become vibrant, Arong revealed an excited smile and flew towards the west side of the village. Mom! Mom! Arong pushed open the familiar old wooden door, and a middle-aged woman was standing in the yard, gathering firewood and boiling water, as if nothing had happened. The middle-aged woman also noticed Arong and turned to look at him. Mom! Arong, laughing and crying, rushed into the middle-aged woman's arms. Mom! It's so good that you're okay. However, the middle-aged woman gently pushed Arong away, her eyes revealing confusion and strangeness. Child, you look unfamiliar. You're not from Mushroom Picking Village, are you? Which village are you from? Arong stared blankly at his mother. He momentarily couldn't react. Sorry to bother you. This child's deceased mother looks a lot like you, so he might be a bit confused. At the door, the snake demon stood there, having appeared at some point. The middle-aged woman's eyes flickered, and she gently stroked Arong in her arms. Poor child, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I have some leftovers. You can make do with that. I'm sorry. It's nothing special to entertain you. Just make do with it. The middle-aged woman placed a plate of stir-fried wild vegetables on the table. Arong kept looking at the middle-aged woman. The leg that had originally been bent could now hardly show any signs of a problem. Looking at the plate of stir-fried wild vegetables on the table, Arong didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. Eat. You won't be able to have it later. The snake demon picked up her chopsticks and symbolically picked up a piece and put it into her mouth. Arong then began to eat ravenously. Stir-fried wild vegetables were Arong's mother's favorite dish, not because of the taste, but because his family was not wealthy, and stir-fried wild vegetables were already quite luxurious. Today's stir-fried wild vegetables were especially salty, perhaps because tears kept falling into the bowl, but Arong still wolfed it down. After the meal, Arong reluctantly said goodbye to the middle-aged woman. Although he was young, he was not foolish. The snake demon must have erased Arong's existence when reviving the villagers of Mushroom Picking Village. After all, Arong was the wishmaker destined to die. Everyone forgetting him would save a lot of trouble. As long as the people of Mushroom Picking Village were safe, it didn't matter to him. Arriving at the familiar stream, Arong looked at the flowing water. Just 2 days ago, he was washing clothes here, and now so much had happened. Sister Snake, I'm ready. Arong closed his eyes and straightened his small chest. Arong thought the snake demon would give him time for last words, but unexpectedly, the snake demon didn't say anything and directly slapped Arong on the chest. Arong felt as if he had been rammed by a bull, his mind going blank as he flew out and fell directly into the stream, a sharp pain shooting through his chest, a fiery sensation rushing to his heart. Arong fell into the stream, crying out in pain, his whole body feeling as if it were being roasted on a fire. He tore off his tattered clothes, and in the reflection of the water, he caught a glimpse of a strange curse mark on his chest. He didn't recognize what that odd symbol meant, but it was certainly not something good, as the curse mark writhed as if it were alive, emitting an eerie glow. Finally, Arong passed out from the extreme pain. When he woke up again, he was still by the stream, bending down to look at his chest. The strange curse mark was no longer as obvious, at least not visible without a close inspection. Am I still alive? In a sense, you're already dead. The voice of the snake demon echoed in his ears. Arong turned to look, and a white snake with red patterns was lazily basking on a large rock. What do you mean? At this moment, Arong no longer cared about the miraculous sight before him. Those who knew you have already forgotten you. How can someone who never existed in this world be considered alive? Those who once made wishes to me merely sought power and wealth, all selfish desires. You are a bit different, so I am willing to slightly change the rules of the game for you. Didn't you say you hope for peace in the world? Strictly speaking, that is your second wish, so I will not fulfill the wish of a dead person. As for how far you can go, that depends on yourself. The white snake flicked its tongue and crawled down from the rock, heading towards the snake mountain. Sister Snake, Arong suddenly called out to the snake demon. Kid, I have already taken care of you. If you come to me again with more troubles, I will eat you. The snake demon turned its head, its emerald vertical pupils coldly staring at Arong. Thank you. Arong smiled and slightly bowed in the direction of the snake demon. The snake demon looked at Arong, then turned and left, quickly disappearing from sight. Over 40 years passed, and the children of Mushroom Picking Village had all started families. The older generation had been buried on Snake Mountain according to customs, and everything seemed unchanged, except for one story. It was said that deep in the mountains lived a snake immortal, with a white body, red patterns, and green eyes, as white as jade, as red as blood, and green eyes like emeralds. If anyone encountered her, they should not be afraid. She would not actively harm humans. Those who met her could make a wish. No matter how absurd or impossible, the snake immortal could fulfill it, but the price was that the wisher was willing to exchange their life. The snake immortal never forced anyone to make a wish. All outcomes were determined by the wisher. One day, a group of imperial soldiers arrived at Mushroom Picking Village, carrying a richly decorated palanquin, clearly indicating that the person inside held a significant status. The palanquin stopped at the foot of the mountain, the curtain was lifted, and a stern-looking middle-aged man slowly stepped out. "Lord Rome, this is Snake Mountain," a small eunuch beside him said respectfully. The man called Lord Rome waved his hand, saying, "I'm not old and blind. I know Snake Mountain better than you do and could never forget this place." The small eunuch realized he had spoken too much and fell silent, stepping back. "Sister Snake, over 40 years have passed. I wonder if you're still here," Lord Rome said, a hint of tenderness hidden beneath his stern demeanor. "I have achieved peace in the world." This Lord Rome was a rogue from Mushroom Picking Village, who had now become an important official close to the Emperor, a key figure in the current realm. After leaving Mushroom Picking Village, Arong entered the city and gradually climbed to his current position, enduring countless hardships and suffering along the way. Many tried to pull him down, but Arong moved forward silently. He wanted peace for the world. He wanted the common people to suffer no more. He wanted to be different from those greedy and selfish individuals. Arong no longer walked slowly and steadily as before. Today, he moved quickly through the steep and complex mountains, completely disregarding his status. "Dad, slow down, be careful of snakes." A young girl beside him, panting, quickly stepped forward and held onto Arong's arm. "Haha, don't worry, I climbed this snake mountain a lot when I was young. Nothing will happen." Arong smiled broadly, like a child. The girl pouted. "Dad, you've said since I was little that you wanted to go to Snake Mountain if you had the chance. But you never told me what is so appealing about it." Arong pressed his lips together and said, "Since we have come this far, I won't hide it anymore." The girl leaned closer, listening intently. Arong, who had experienced many storms, never showed any change in expression no matter what he faced or heard. Except when it came to the word Snake Mountain. The Snake Mountain is home to an old friend of mine, who is also my savior. Today, I came to repay a debt. The girl secretly glanced at her father, having not seen him carry any treasures along the way, unsure of what he would use to repay the debt. Following his vague memories, and with so many people searching at the same time, Arong successfully found the basin located deep within Snake Mountain. Everyone else go down the mountain first. Ague, you stay and accompany me. Ague was Arong's daughter. The two of them moved down the slope into the basin, passing through a grove, and arrived in a sea of flowers. "Wow," Ague exclaimed with a look of enchantment. Having lived in an official residence since she was little, she had never seen such a beautiful sea of flowers. It was the same familiar sea of flowers. From a distance, a small wooden house was faintly visible in the center of the flower sea. Arong led his daughter through the flowers towards the wooden house, and the playful Ague picked a flower and tucked it behind her ear. "What brings you two to my humble abode?" Suddenly, a voice sounded beside them. Arong turned sharply, seeing a woman with dark green hair and eyes, an extraordinary face, wearing a white robe embroidered with red spider lilies. At that moment, all of Arong's defenses were lowered, and he no longer showed even a hint of authority. Just an ordinary middle-aged man. The woman paused for a moment, as if remembering something. "Arong?" she asked tentatively. "Yes, it's me, Arong from Mushroom Picking Village," Arong said excitedly. "This young lady, is it really appropriate for someone of your age to call my father by his childhood name?" Ague said with a straight face. The woman turned her face to examine Ague. "Well, look at you, kid, judging by your attire. You've done well over the years, and your daughter is all grown up. You still call me kid." Ague was so annoyed that she couldn't find a place to vent her frustration. Arong finally reacted, holding down the stomping foot of the annoyed Ague. "Ague, no rudeness. This lady is your father's savior from childhood. Without her, you wouldn't be here now." Ague stared in surprise, looking back and forth between her father and the stunningly beautiful woman who seemed only a year or two older than her, saying, "Dad, are you sick and talking nonsense?" "I am perfectly sane," Arong said sternly, glaring at Ague, and continued, "I call my savior Sister Snake, by seniority, You should call her Snake Aunt. Huh, Aunt? I won't call. Ague shook her head vigorously. It's fine. I indeed don't look like someone you should call Aunt. Just call me whatever you like. The snake demon waved her hand. You're taking advantage of this too? Let me tell you, I'm not as easily fooled as my dad. Show me what skills you have, so I can see what kind of abilities this so-called savior has. The snake demon narrowed her eyes slightly and gently waved her hand at Agui. The flower pinned to her head unexpectedly floated into the woman's palm. The snake demon blew lightly into the palm, and the flower instantly became covered in white frost. In the blink of an eye, the flower was encased in ice. Little Master, there are more chapters after this one. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Do you believe it? The stunning woman pulled Agui's hand and placed the ice block in her palm. Agui opened her mouth, her mind struggling to comprehend. Isn't it summer? How could it be ice? Moreover, the cold sensation in her hand told her that this was definitely not fake ice. The little girl, having no insight, hurriedly bowed in apology. Come in and sit. The snake demon turned and walked towards the wooden house, showing no concern for Agui's provocation. Everything in the wooden house remained unchanged. Just as Hiranoya and his daughter were observing, tea was served. Thank you. Agui took the teacup. Just as Hiranoya reached for his cup, a sharp knife plunged directly into Hiranoya's hand and the wooden table beneath the teacup. What does this mean? Hiranoya looked at the snake demon in confusion and panic. The snake demon crossed her arms over her chest and leaned back in her chair. First, clarify whether you came to talk or to make a wish. Hiranoya lowered his head to look at the table. It turned out that was the meaning. The snake demon remembered her words from years ago. If she saw Hiranoya again and he was there to cause trouble, she would kill him. Chatting means taking the teacup. Making a wish means pulling out the knife. Agui also understood, but dared not make a sound. The wooden house was extremely silent. With no one speaking, Hiranoya stared at the teacup and the knife on the table, remaining silent for a long time before placing his hand on the knife. Dad! Although Agui did not know exactly what would happen, seeing her father's serious expression indicated that it was not a good thing. Alas, the snake demon sighed. Why bother? You have already obtained everything you wanted. Moreover, you are already dead. I will not fulfill your wish. Sister Snake, you are right. People never know how to be satisfied. Hiranoya's face showed a complex expression. You once said that if I came to trouble you again, you would kill me. But your premise for killing is that the person made a wish to you. Hiranoya smiled. We have already completed a transaction. So if you still want to kill me, you must fulfill one more wish. The snake demon was taken aback and clicked her tongue. I overlooked it. I didn't expect to leave you a loophole. It seems I need to improve the rules in the future. Speak, what wish do you have? Hiranoya stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and extended his arm towards the snake demon. How long do you think I can live? Hiranoya knew that the all-powerful snake demon could surely see through his condition. The snake demon did not check his pulse. Take good care of yourself, and if you no longer participate in court affairs, you might have 6 months. Your heart has already collapsed. With current human medicine, there is no cure. The snake demon merely glanced at Hiranoya and said plainly, Dad, what did you get sick? It's been some time. The higher my position, the busier I became, and my health deteriorated. Grandma Snake, please, save my dad. I am willing to exchange my life for my dad. Agui knelt on the ground. You are powerful. You must have a way, right? Huh. The snake demon revealed a bitter smile. No wonder you are his daughter. You are just like him, wishing to save others. Let's see what your father says. After all, it is his matter. Agui, get up. Your father has lived this long, done so much for the world, and having you and your mother accompany me in my remaining years is already very satisfying. But Dad, Agui was already on the verge of tears. Agui, Hiranoya bent down, gently helping Agui up, wiping the tears from her face. I know you don't want to part with me, but everyone has this day, don't they? I'm usually busy with official matters, and I owe you both too much. At least let me find a way to compensate you. Sister Snake, help me take Agui down the mountain. I will wait for you here. I won't go. Agui struggled. When you wake up, let Gong Gong Song take you back to Hiranoya Mansion. Don't come back to find your father. Never come back to Snake Mountain in this life. Hiranoya gave the snake demon a knowing glance, and she nodded. Suddenly, she vanished from where she stood and appeared behind Agui in the blink of an eye. With a swift chop, Agui was knocked unconscious, and a pool of black water appeared beneath her feet. Agui mysteriously sank into the water, and after she completely disappeared, the water quickly vanished as well. Wait. After speaking, the snake demon pushed the door open and left. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the snake demon returned. I have placed her in the sedan chair. Your people are quite vigilant, almost catching me. Well, after all, she is someone valued by the current emperor, so naturally, the protection is tighter. Arone poured himself a cup of flower tea. Since leaving Snake Mountain 40 years ago, he had tasted all kinds of flower teas in the world, but had never found one that matched the aroma of Snake Mountain's flower tea. Have you remembered Aguai's appearance? The snake demon nodded. I brought this girl all the way here hoping you would recognize her, making it easier for you to make a wish. The snake demon did not respond, waiting for Arone to continue. I only hope that after I die, Aguai and her mother can live safely. Since I entered the officialdom, I have made countless enemies. I fear they will be implicated after my death. Arone took out a note with many names written on it. These must be his enemies. Okay, I understand. The snake demon took the note without looking closely, ready to ask passersby about these powerful figures' whereabouts later. Unlike Aguai's family, if they were demoted to other places, it would truly be difficult for the snake demon to find them. Arone turned to look out the window. The sky was dimming slightly. Sister Snake, can I taste the grilled fish you made again? Good. A bonfire lit up beside the small wooden house surrounded by a sea of flowers, with an old man and a young girl sitting by the fire. This time, however, the two had exchanged identities. Little Master, there are more chapters after this one. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Arone recounted his experiences over the years to the snake demon. While the snake demon shared the strange wishes people had made to her in the past, the two did not mention Arone's impending death at all. Here, it's ready. The snake demon blew on the steaming grilled fish and handed it to Arone. Arone took a gentle bite, letting out a satisfied hum. Sister Snake, I still prefer the grilled fish you make. Is that so? Then you should eat more. The snake demon flipped the fish on the stick in her hand. Before long, the fish was completely devoured. Sister Snake, I've known you for so long, yet you have never told me your name. Ping Yi Li Ping? I have never heard of that surname. No, my surname is Ping Yi. My given name is Li. A two-character surname? I have only heard of surnames like Shangguan and Sima. Ping Yi is truly rare. The snake demon did not explain further. Are you full? After a long while, she asked when she saw Arone stop eating the grilled fish. Arone nodded with satisfaction. Sister Snake, your skills are truly unmatched. If you open a grilled fish restaurant in the city. Before he could finish his sentence, Arone suddenly fell silent. A burst of flames shot out from his chest, and the eerie green flames instantly engulfed him. Arone's body was like a feather in the fierce fire, and in an instant, he was completely burned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Having eaten enough, let's hit the road, the snake demon said, gazing at the moon in the night sky. She had just activated the curse she had left on Arone's chest long ago. This way of dying was definitely less painful than being chopped to death by her, and Arone had no regrets left. Let him like this. After Arone's death, the moon seemed to shine a little brighter, whether it was the snake demon's illusion or not. She couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. The snake demon stretched lazily and extinguished the fire with a casual wave of her hand. That night, many powerful figures in the imperial capital died suddenly in their homes. No one knew how they died, as it was too abrupt, and the time between deaths was so short that it couldn't possibly be man-made. In the end, it could only be said to be a collective sudden death by coincidence. The next day, the snake demon tidied up the garden and the wooden house, took some necessary items, and left Snake Mountain. The legend of the snake demon was about to come to an end. If she stayed any longer, who knows if a second Arone would appear? Perhaps in a couple of days, that a Gue would come by. The snake demon, who always disliked trouble, naturally didn't want to continue this cycle. It was time to change places and clear her mind. It was raining heavily, and the snake demon adjusted her slightly crooked hat and walked down a path she didn't even know where it led. Note, this chapter is also unrelated to the main storyline and is set in a parallel universe. The names of places and people are randomly made up and contain no metaphors, so please do not relate it to real history. Jianyang City carries the character Jiang, but it is located along the coast and serves as the estuary for several inland rivers. The terrain is flat, and the climate is mild year-round. It is also an important throat connecting the northern and southern parts of the country, making the prosperity of Jianyang City unmatched by other regions. In one corner of the city, there is a restaurant said to have been established as long as the city itself. At least the oldest generation in the city says that the Yeshua Grand Hotel has been here since they were little, but no one knows who the owner is. A waiter, a handsome young man in formal attire, approached with a smile and bowed slightly, creating a slight breeze. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? Check, please. The man pointed to the table. In a moment, the waiter handed over a piece of paper. Your bill, sir. A woman sitting nearby leaned over to take a glance at the numbers on the bill and frowned. What did we order? Why is it so expensive? The waiter maintained his smile. Ma'am, the ingredients on the table are not expensive. The high cost comes from that bottle of wine. The bottle you ordered is an aged wine that our restaurant has acquired, so the price is higher. Humph. The woman scoffed coldly. Her face long. It does taste different from ordinary wine, but how can you claim it's aged? Call your boss out. I want to see if he can provide evidence that this is old wine. With that, she snatched the bill and leaned back in her chair, refusing to move. The waiter's smile became somewhat stiff. It seemed she thought the price was too high and wanted to avoid paying. Hey, Chunner, don't make a scene. The man, referred to as brother by the woman named Chunner, felt somewhat embarrassed. Brother, are you still defending them? You've seen the world. You've had plenty of old wines and foreign wines. But have you ever seen one this expensive? Isn't this clearly a scam? You just arrived in Jianyang. You don't understand the rules of Yeshua Hotel. Since they say this is good wine, then it must be. The man reached out to retrieve the bill, but Chunner pressed it tighter, placing it out of his reach. Rules? Just the words etched on that big wooden sign in the middle of the lobby? Chunner shook her head with disdain. They're merely the rules set by local tyrants. Now there are police and laws. I don't believe they dare to do anything. Hiranoya, be obedient. Hand it over to your brother. The man was getting impatient. His sister had gone abroad at a young age and was not familiar with Jianyang. While he had stayed in Jianyang, growing up hearing stories about the Yeshua Grand Hotel. Now that he had some power and money, he found it increasingly hard to understand the mysterious Grand Hotel. Over the years, he had seen people violate the rules of the Yeshua Grand Hotel, but he had never seen anyone come out after breaking the rules. No matter how high their official rank or how powerful their connections, everyone mysteriously disappeared, and even the mayor of Jianyang's circle dared not act recklessly in the restaurant. Countless people wanted to get to know the owner of this restaurant, yet nobody even knew what they looked like. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking interrupted the argument between the siblings. A neatly dressed, middle-aged man stood straight at the door. Excuse me, have you two raised concerns about our restaurant's prices? The man assessed the middle-aged man beside him, feeling that this person was not simple. Are you the owner of the Yeshua Grand Hotel? The middle-aged man shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I am at a lower level, just a manager. The owner is busy. Talking to me is the same, as she rarely manages hotel affairs. Chunner pressed her brother down and stood up. The price of your wine is indeed a bit high. I need a reasonable explanation. The middle-aged man glanced at the table and politely smiled. Ma'am, that bottle of wine is indeed worth that price. If you have doubts about its age, I can take you both to visit the underground wine cellar. You'll know once you see it. I'm not going. I'm here to eat, not to inspect you. Mung, what do you mean? Our Yeshua Hotel conducts legitimate business. We won't do anything to you. If you raise concerns about our food and drink quality, I'm here to answer your questions, but you refuse to accept it, which puts us in a difficult position. The middle-aged man's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He knew that the temperature and humidity of the underground wine cellar were the most suitable for preserving wine. He couldn't possibly bring those large barrels out of the cellar just to prove the wine was old. Allowing them to enter for inspection was already overly generous. That's your business. I only want results. Chunna leaned back against the chair again, knowing well that she was being unreasonable, but she simply didn't want this black-hearted restaurant to collect money so easily. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment and signaled to the waiter standing beside him. Xiao Chun, explain the rules of Yeshua Grand Hotel to these two. Xiao Chun swallowed and recited. First, Yeshua Grand Hotel prohibits all forms of credit. Second, theft and fighting are forbidden in the hotel. Third, the hotel's operating hours are from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and no guests are accepted outside these hours. Fourth, if any guest reports quality or hygiene issues with food or drinks, and it is verified as correct, both waiters and chefs will have their monthly wages deducted. Fifth, no guest may be refused. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. 2. You're asked to verify, but refuse. You don't want to take the opportunity to dine and dash, do you? The middle-aged man said slowly. The man hurriedly shook his hand. Of course not. My sister just returned from abroad, and doesn't he understand the rules of Yeshua? I will pay now. The man hurriedly took out his wallet, pulling out several coins and bills. Chunner, however, sulked in silence, not speaking to her brother even after they got home. The middle-aged man walked into a room on the 7th floor and gently placed a stack of ledgers on the wooden table. Boss, here's this month's business report. A young woman slowly walked over from the window, sat down, and began flipping through the ledgers. The middle-aged man stood silently. The only sound in the room was the rustling of the pages. This month isn't great either, the woman said lazily, her tone suggesting she wasn't particularly concerned about how much money the Yeshua Hotel was making. Things have been getting increasingly chaotic lately. People don't have the mood to eat. After saying this, The woman closed the ledger, returned to the window, brushed her dark green short hair, and gazed at the flag fluttering on a distant building. That national flag did not belong to this country. They stationed troops here under the pretext of leasing land. Although the voices of resistance from the people were loud, it seemed that this ailing country could no longer manage. If nothing unexpected happened, the war would soon break out. The woman was Pinji Lee, who ran the hotel, and the middle-aged man beside her was an orphan she had taken in decades ago, raised by her and primarily responsible for managing the Yeshua Hotel, a task she was too lazy to handle. "Boss, if it really comes to fighting, will you intervene?" The middle-aged man pressed his lips together, knowing most of his boss's affairs, and naturally understood that if she was willing to act, she definitely had the power to overturn this world. Hiranoya lifted Hachin, gently touching her rosy lower lip with her finger. "I'm a lazy person, as you know. As long as they don't touch my hotel, they can do whatever they want." Hiranoya turned around. "I've lived too long, seen too many dynasties rise and fall, too many countries come and go. So I no longer care about any sense of national sentiment. I know this sounds terrible to you humans, but it's the truth. I only care about my own things now." The middle-aged man nodded. "I understand, but I still hope, boss, that you could try to help save the innocent people." Hirano stopped for a moment and gently nodded. "Just do your best." In fact, everyone knew that this war would break out soon, but no one expected it to happen so quickly. Winter had just begun, and one by one, shells fell on rooftops, on the ground, and on the streets, accompanied by the first snowfall of the year. Countless people ran around in panic, and soldiers dressed in foreign uniforms rushed out of the so-called rented military camps, crazily pouring ammunition into the unarmed crowd. Everywhere was ablaze, and in the streets and alleys, there were bodies shot dead, stabbed with bayonets, or blown to pieces by shells. Some police officers and local soldiers tried to build a defense line, but were powerless against the enemy's superior weapons. Some civilians trying to surrender were forcibly gathered together, and the foreign soldiers opened fire on them with manic smiles on their faces, as happy as children smiling after pouring water into an anthole. This was a blatant massacre, with no concealment whatsoever. The invading country completely disregarded international opinions and regulations, doing as they pleased on land that did not belong to them. Spring and her brother, who were originally asleep, were suddenly awakened by a series of dense, booming sounds, accompanied by the constant shaking of the ground and increasing screams. They realized that this was not the sound of fireworks, but the beginning of war. Forgetting the cold, the two ran out onto the street in their pajamas, joining the equally dazed crowd rushing towards the city gates. Suddenly, a sharp sound grew louder in the sky, and before the siblings could react, they saw a fireball erupting not far ahead. Countless fragments shot out, and a shockwave, mixed with the deafening sound of the explosion, threw them into the air. Not knowing how long they lay on the ground, the brother shook his dizzy head and struggled to stand up, ignoring the fragments embedded in his flesh and the blood streaming from the back of his head. He limped toward Spring, who was still dazed. "Get up." Spring looked at the ground littered with flesh and could hardly feel disgust. Her mind was blank. If it weren't for someone suddenly startling her, she might have sat there in a daze forever. "Brother, I'm scared." Tears streamed down Spring's face, leaving 2 streaks on her dust-covered cheeks. It's okay. Spring, you have to believe in your brother. I will definitely get you out safely. As long as we reach M country, we'll be safe." The brother pulled Spring up and, gritting his teeth against the pain in his feet, ran desperately toward the city gate. Having learned from their earlier experience, the brother no longer squeezed in with the crowd. Familiar with Zhongyang, he led his sister through the alleys, ensuring that even if shells fell nearby, they would be protected by the surrounding walls. The city was now in chaos, and as the cannon fire gradually quieted down, a large number of enemy soldiers began to appear on the streets. The two siblings saw many innocent civilians shot dead in the alleys. "Brother, what should we do? They must have soldiers stationed at the city gate. We definitely can't get out." The brother remained silent, beads of sweat rolling down his neck, knowing that they couldn't escape outside the city, and staying inside would also lead to death. "We have to find a way to contact the outside. We both have M country passports. As long as someone comes to pick us up, they won't harm us." I forgot to bring in my rush," Spring said, looking panicked at her pajama pockets, which had no place to hold anything. "It's fine, as long as we contact the outside world, we can get a replacement. But where can we make that call? The shells just destroyed the government buildings with phones." Spring pointed to several buildings in the distance that were billowing with smoke and flames. The brother slapped his forehead. "Spring, would you like to take a gamble with me? I just thought of a place that might have a phone." "Where?" "The Yesho Grand Hotel," the brother said, word by word. betting that Jiangyang's most prosperous place would definitely have a phone installed. After passing through several alleys and narrowly avoiding several enemy searches, the two finally pushed open the doors of the Yeso Grand Hotel. Strangely, as one of the most prominent buildings in Jianyang, the hotel had not been attacked by shells, only showing some craters nearby. The hotel was bustling with people. Some were just finishing their meals, while others, like the siblings, had fled in for shelter. Waiter! Waiter! Spring glanced at her brother, who had turned pale, and shouted anxiously, but her voice was drowned out by the chaos around them. The back of her brother's head had been injured by the shell, and a fragment had deeply embedded in his thigh, causing him to bleed profusely. If it didn't stop the bleeding soon, he would undoubtedly die. Spring desperately dragged her brother into the crowd, and after pushing through for what felt like an eternity, she finally saw a busy waiter at the end. Waiter, over here. Someone is injured. Please help him. Spring shouted, her voice louder than ever before. Fortunately, the waiter heard her call and came over. Make way. Everyone make way. The waiter immediately put down his work and cleared a path through the crowd for the siblings. What happened? The waiter asked, seeing the man looking pale and already unconscious. My brother's leg and head are bleeding. Please save him. Spring cried, kneeling on the ground. Old three, come help. The waiter shouted to a colleague nearby. Another waiter squeezed over, and together they lifted Spring's brother, one supporting his upper body and the other his lower body, and carried him up the stairs, blood dripping from his already stained pants onto the steps, extending all the way to the third floor. The third floor, originally guest rooms, now housed several dying people who were moaning in agony, all having been injured by the recent shelling and gunfire. Manager, we have another one coming in. This one is dying. The leading waiter shouted into a guest room. In less than 3 seconds, a middle-aged man rushed out, looking serious. Spring recognized him as the manager she had met a few months ago. The middle-aged man pointed down the corridor. Take him to room 344. The boss will be right there. Her brother had told her about the Yeso Grand Hotel. So Spring knew about this boss she had never met before and was surprised to have the chance to see him today, though it was under such circumstances. As soon as the two waiters laid her brother on the bed, Spring heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind, urgent yet steady. What happened to him? A clear and pleasant female voice came from the doorway. When Spring turned to look, the person had already reached the bedside. My brother has a stone embedded in his thigh. Please save him. Okay, I understand. You need to step outside. I won't go out. I have to watch over my brother. Spring grabbed her brother, who was lying on the bed and unresponsive. His hands had never felt so cold. You need to go out. I have to disinfect. Hirano frowned. No. Spring was determined. Do as you wish. Not wanting to deal with this. Hirano hadn't been this busy for a long time. Not only did she have to focus on saving people, but she also had to split her consciousness to keep an eye on the panicking crowd in the hall to prevent any chaos. And she had to constantly wrap her awareness around the Yeshua Grand Hotel, deflecting any stray bullets or shells. Next, Chunner witnessed a scene she could never have imagined in her life. The young boss with the strange-colored hair gently waved her hand, and a bloody piece of shattered stone seemed to come to life, drilling out from her brother's thigh and falling onto the bed. Blood demon technique, stream. A wave of blue energy, resembling flowing water, appeared in the boss's fair palm. She held her palm downward, hovering above her brother's wound, and the gruesome injury quickly stopped bleeding, healing at a visibly rapid pace. In less than a minute, even the scar was gone. Schon erstaret Weidheit, Mut Agape. Continuing to watch the boss of the Yeshua Grand Hotel use the same method to clear away the shattered stone and wounds from her brother. Boss, we have a case here with an arm blown off. The door suddenly burst open, and the hotel manager spoke to the boss. Chunna looked over, and the manager seemed unfazed by the miraculous blue energy in the boss's hand. All right, I'll finish this up right away. Soon, the hotel boss waved her hand, and the eerie blue energy vanished. Chunner didn't have time to ask anything as the boss had already walked to the door and left. She was left sitting on the edge of the bed, stunned. Everything that had just happened was incomprehensible to her. Years of scientific knowledge learned abroad had just been slapped down by reality in an instant. Chunner desperately wanted to prove it was an illusion, but her brother, who was gradually regaining color and had even lost his wounds, seemed to remind her that everything earlier had been real. Little Master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After treating several injured people, Hirano extended her awareness outward. Several soldiers in military uniforms were shooting behind them while desperately running towards the Yeshua Grand Hotel. Frowning slightly, Hirano accelerated the release of her energy. quickly tending to the wounds of the injured before pushing the door open to go outside. At this time, although the hall of the Yeshua Grand Hotel was crowded, with the staff maintaining order and rationality, the door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang against the wall, causing many people to jump, thinking the enemy had broken in. Almost everyone was drawn to the sound, and they saw several dirty and disheveled soldiers rush in, panting heavily, judging by their uniforms. They were local soldiers. A few of them sat down on the floor as soon as they entered, gasping for breath, then dusted off their clothes, raising a cloud of dust that clashed with the grandeur of the hall. "Where's the person in charge of your hotel?" Catching his breath, one of the crew-cut men rubbed the dirt and blood stuck to his face and shouted loudly, "I'm the manager, talk to me." A deep male voice came through the crowd, and everyone made way as the manager of the Yeshua Grand Hotel walked down the steps to stand in front of the crew-cut soldier. The soldier saluted, "I'm the second squad leader of the Jianyang militia, Su Yuanlong. I've led my brothers out from the camp and need to use your hotel's phone." The manager frowned. "Why not use your own? The enemy specifically targeted our military communication equipment at the start of the shelling. If we didn't urgently need to report the situation here to our superiors, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers over a phone call." Squad leader Su Yuanlong pointed to the 6 men behind him, all of whom were injured, and his anger and sorrow were evident in his eyes. "All right, follow me," the manager said, immediately turning to lead the way. Before he finished speaking, he saw Hiranoya slowly coming down the stairs, supporting herself on the railing. "The phone is unusable. Besides that, you 7 need to leave here immediately." Her tone was calm, as if she were having a casual conversation, but it carried a sense of determination. "Who do you think you are?" "The manager has already agreed," shouted a soldier behind Su Yuanlong, pointing angrily at the young girl with dark green hair. "Once we make the call, reinforcements will be sent from above, and their hope to reclaim Jianyang. Why can't we do it? Just because I'm the boss here." With those simple words, the entire hall fell silent. The identity of the boss of the Yeshua Grand Hotel had always been a mystery in Jianyang City, and many were curious about it. The people present were all locals of Jianyang, and when they heard this, they were taken aback. No one would have thought that the boss of the Yeshua Grand Hotel would be such a young and beautiful girl. Su Yuanlong was also taken aback, glancing at the manager who was standing by, his head down in silence. It seemed this girl was not lying. He cleared his throat, wiped his calloused, dirty hands on his clothes to make them as clean as possible. "I apologize. I didn't expect the boss of this grand hotel to be so young." Su Yuanlong, who had spent his life with guns, truly didn't know how to start a conversation with a woman. This was the best he could come up with, hoping the other party could understand and allow him to make that critical phone call. Hiranoya glanced at the hand stretched out in the air, but did not take it. "Sorry, I don't like physical contact with others." "You son of a BTCH. One of the soldiers who had pointed at Hiranoya cursed and was about to charge forward, but was stopped by several others. Su Yuanlong was also filled with anger. He didn't care whether the girl truly had a cleanliness obsession or was just making things difficult for him. In any case, it was really frustrating to be dealing with this at such a critical moment, but he could only maintain a smile on his face. "I'm sorry. My brother has a bit of a temper. Please don't hold it against him. What he says doesn't matter to me. What matters is when you all are leaving." Su Yuanlong almost couldn't catch his breath, nearly cursing out loud. He was beginning to understand what it felt like to have his lungs hurt from anger. "Why can't we make this call?" Su Yuanlong's face darkened. "Time is tight. The enemy could start a second bombardment at any moment. This time, they won't be targeting military facilities. If the civilian phone lines are cut, Jianyang will be completely isolated from the world. Can you afford that responsibility?" "Yeah, just let them make the call. This shop must have taken benefits from the enemy. They've already committed treason. Otherwise, why wouldn't they let us call for support?" The discussions in the crowd grew louder, and the situation started to spiral out of control again. Silence. Hiranoya's voice echoed through the hall, and all discussions ceased. "It's so noisy." She extended her slender, pinky finger to dig into her ear and looked at Su Yuanlong. "Do you know what will happen after you make this call?" Su Yuanlong was taken aback. He wasn't stupid and knew that the boss wasn't referring to calling for reinforcements. "You few have been exchanging fire outside, and the enemy will soon arrive nearby to search for you. If you leave now, the hundreds of people present will have a slim chance of survival. The security of civilian communication lines is predictable. The enemy must have set up surveillance. If you make this call, within half an hour, the Yeshua Hotel will be bombed to the ground. During this half hour, if you can find a safe place in this already fallen Jianyang to settle these hundreds of people, I will agree to let you make this call. As for the protection work during this time, I am willing to take it on for the sake of my manager's reputation." Hiranoya stepped aside, creating a path for Su Yuanlong and the 7 soldiers to the stairs. The phone is in the 7th floor office. Feel free. Su Yuanlong hesitated. At this critical moment, he hesitated. He looked around. Countless eyes were watching him. Countless faces were facing him. Sacrificing hundreds of people to save a crumbling city. Or sacrificing a city to save the hundreds of people who might survive. Su Yuanlong panted heavily. The previous chaos of Warhen T made him feel this oppressive. The boss was right. He had indeed overlooked this point. The boss chose to save the hundreds of people right in front of him. But there were more people in the city. Su Yuanlong gritted his teeth at this thought and stepped forward decisively. He was willing to take the gamble, betting for the millions of people in Jianyang. Hiranoya watched as Su Yuanlong and several soldiers walked away, letting out a sigh. Although she could easily protect these hundreds of people, she feared that her abilities, which contradicted modern science, couldn't be hidden any longer. However, since she had promised to help, how could she go back on her word? All staff, take the non-combatants into the underground wine cellar. The injured upstairs must also be carried away. In 10 minutes. I don't want to see anyone on the surface. The wine cellar was deep and spacious. If they squeezed in, it could easily accommodate these hundreds of people and withstand the impact of shells. Boss, what about the wine in the cellar? An employee responsible for the underground wine cellar scratched his head. Even the boss's collection was stored there, including some wines that were hundreds of years old. With so many people inside, the temperature, humidity, and bacterial content in the air would surely change dramatically, ruining the wine. What does it matter about the wine? An employee nearby slapped him hard on the back of the head. As long as Yeshua is still around, all drinks from the wine cellar will be on the house. Hiranoya waved her hand and walked towards the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door of the 7th floor office was knocked on, and the people inside tensed up. 5 or 6 dart gun barrels aimed at the door. Are you calling for reinforcements or just chatting? Why is it taking so long? Hiranoya walked into the room, calmly brushing aside the gun barrels pointed at her forehead, and sat down in a chair. Communication was intermittent. Perhaps the first wave of shelling had affected civilian communication facilities, and they had just reported the situation. Su Yuanlong rubbed his head. How are the people downstairs? They've been settled. Since you finish your calls, you can either leave or squeeze into the underground wine cellar. Better to hide for now. Our brothers have used up most of our ammunition. Going out would be suicide. Staying here can at least protect the people. Well, that's a tough job for squad leader Su. Hiranoya nodded and didn't refuse. Returning to the hall, it was now as empty as before. The entrance to the wine cellar is in the kitchen. I've left staff there to assist you. After you pass through this door, turn left at the end, and you'll see it. Hiranoya pointed to an employee passageway. Su Yuanlong picked up on something else. Boss, from what you're saying, you don't plan to go hide in the cellar? Someone has to be up here to receive the guests, right? Hiranoya pulled a chair from the front desk and comfortably leaned back. But you're just a girl. How can you fend off so many people? Su Yuanlong was somewhat anxious. As a man, how could he let a girl stand in front of everyone? Moreover, he knew what would happen to a girl of the boss's beauty if she fell into enemy hands. Go, I have my ways. If you don't leave now, the enemy might push the door in the next second, and I won't save you then. Hiranoya lazily closed her eyes, reclining on a chair. May I ask for your name, miss? Hiranoya. Thank you for your help. Su Yuanlong deeply bowed with a few others, no longer dragging things out, and rushed toward the kitchen. In the wine cellar, Chunner tightly held her brother's hand. Despite the thick dome above, she could still hear the continuous shelling. The soldiers who had come down a while ago said this was the second wave of shelling. Judging by the noise, it was likely hitting the Yeshua Grand Hotel. Brother, did those soldiers say the hotel owner stayed upstairs? Chunner tugged at her brother's clothes, and at that moment, her brother had already woken up. What a pity. Such a good girl, and we even doubted that their wine had problems. Look behind us. It's all genuine stuff. The shelling on the ground gradually subsided. The smoke cleared, and the originally towering building was now shattered. However, upon closer inspection, the first floor of the hotel was surprisingly unharmed, with no damage whatsoever. Everyone get out of the car. Those who are still alive, take them back. An officer-like figure knocked on the military truck, and many soldiers quickly jumped down from the 3 trucks, but this time they were dressed in enemy uniforms. Hiranoya was still sitting in the hall, feeling that there was no need to guard the building anymore, since there was no one upstairs, and all the valuable things were on her. If it blew up, so be it. At least there was someone alive. Although the enemies were puzzled as to why the first floor remained intact after such a fierce bombardment, they quickly searched the area and soon discovered Hiranoya sitting in the center of the hall. Blood Demon Art, Ghost Fireball. With a gentle snap of her fingers, A fireball shot rapidly towards the still-dazed enemy. The small fireball instantly grew larger upon hitting the person's chest, and the flames engulfed the enemy, who turned to white ash amidst their screams in less than half a minute. Hearing the chilling screams, other enemies quickly surrounded her, babbling in a foreign tongue. Hiranoya understood them. They were just insults and threats. She wanted them all to gather together. Dealing with them one by one would be too troublesome. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Blood Demon Art, Cage Fire. As Hiranoya clenched her fist, a ring of flames suddenly erupted from the ground, shooting up to the sky and quickly enclosing all those present. The temperature in the hall rose rapidly, and before the enemies could recover from their shock, it reached the point where their boots began to melt. People screamed in agony, curling up and frantically tearing at their clothes. Some attempted to break through the wall of flames, but collapsed before even reaching its edge. The most terrifying aspect was the continuously rising temperature and the shrinking area of the flames. People fell in pain, only to be consumed by the wall and turned to ashes. After the last body was burned away, Hiranoya waved her hand, and the flames quickly extinguished. But the residual heat still baked the now charred hall. Looking around, there were no survivors left. A gust of wind stirred up countless dust particles, making it impossible to distinguish between bone ash and soil ash. Stretching her back, she walked toward the kitchen, knowing that the enemy wouldn't recklessly send troops after losing so many inexplicably. At least it gave the remaining 100 the chance to breathe. Walking through the charred corridor, Hiranoya arrived at the entrance of the wine cellar, but a large pit on the ground nearby caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, the pit led directly to the wine cellar and didn't appear to be caused by an explosion. It was likely a collapse due to continuous explosions destabilizing the foundation. Jumping into the dust-filled pit, she waved her hand to disperse the dust and looked around. Many people were busy clearing the newly collapsed ruins, while others were reinforcing the dome. Looking down, she saw fresh blood flowing from the stone crevices, unsure how many had been crushed in this collapse. Su Yuanlong also noticed Hiranoya's appearance and hurried over. "Are you okay? I'm Fina. They bombarded here earlier, probably thinking no one could survive. So they didn't send anyone to search." Hiranoya casually fabricated a reason. "How many were crushed?" she asked. "Not sure, we're still digging. But we've already found 6 bodies." Su Yuanlong pointed to the 6 people neatly lying aside, one of whom was a soldier who had followed him earlier. Chun'er sat among the bodies, blankly holding onto one of them. That hand had just started to warm up. Chun'er reached out and touched her brother's now cool face, sticky with blood, as the wound from the shattered stone on his forehead had begun to coagulate. "Brother, didn't you say you would take me out? Didn't you promise to take me to M country? Why did you break your promise?" As she cried, Chun'er managed to calm down. "It's all your fault." Chun'er stood up, turned to point at Su Yuanlong and the remaining soldiers, glaring at them, drawing the attention of those nearby. "If it weren't for you insisting on making that phone call, how would the enemy have sent troops to search here? How could my brother die?" Hiranoya shouted passionately, her words igniting the shared anger of the families of the other deceased. "In such a large place as Jianyang, why couldn't we borrow a phone from somewhere else? Our entire family barely escaped and hid here. Why did you have to harm us? My wife is still pregnant with my child. How dare you gamble with their lives? Return my wife and child." Hiranoya stood aside, watching the helpless manager and Su Yuanlong, who was being pushed back by the crowd of militia, silently. She had long anticipated the current situation, but she felt it unnecessary to inform Su Yuanlong and his group in advance. At the moment they decided to make the call, they should have considered how to face the curses of these hundreds of people. People tend to follow the crowd. As the cries of the deceased family grew louder, others began to join in, shouting various accusations against Su Yuanlong and his group. Whether they were regular soldiers or militia as soldiers, Su Yuanlong and his group still lacked the courage to raise their rifles and shoot at these innocent civilians. All they could do was offer pale explanations. As the crowd's shouts grew louder, Su Yuanlong retreated with the remaining 5 soldiers to the ruins of a collapsed pit. A beam of light shining through the pit, illuminating them and countless angry faces. When one soldier was tripped by a piece of rubble, it was unclear who charged forward first, but countless people surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming Su Yuanlong and his men. At that moment, it was too late. They couldn't even react to shoot. This dark wave instantly swept Su Yuanlong and the others away, pulling hair, punching, kicking, poking eyes, and grabbing ears. Anyone who could touch these soldiers' bodies showed no regard for where they hit. Even tearing off a piece of clothing was an act of vengeance. The riot lasted a long time, or perhaps it was quick. After all, no one cared. Out of the original 7 who had survived, only 4 were still breathing, while the others, aside from the soldier who had just died in the collapse, were beaten to death. The 4 survivors were battered and bruised, and it was unclear who found 4 ropes amidst the calls from the crowd. They dragged the barely alive 4 out from the wine cellar and headed straight for the leaning utility pole next to the Yeshua Grand Hotel. A relatively agile person climbed up quickly with the prepared ropes, wrapping them around, and one section of the loop dangled down, the other end held by the remaining people. Brothers and sisters, these scoundrels care nothing for our lives. What should we do? Chunner stood next to the 7 loops, tugging hard on the collar of Su Yuanlong, who was kneeling on the ground, and pointed at the 3 remaining living militia members kneeling beside him, as well as the 3 corpses of militia lying awkwardly on the ground, shouting angrily. Hang them! Hang them! The hundreds of people standing opposite shouted in unison, their voices deafening, louder than cannon fire. With Jianyang lost, you should prepare to atone. Chunner slapped Su Yuanlong's bald head forcefully, producing a sharp sound. Su Yuanlong remained silent, staring blankly at the loops before him. Boss, save them. The manager pleaded with his hands together, constantly begging. Not saving them is their own choice. Hiranoya sat in the ruins of a distant building, her eyes fixed on the gallows not far away. Su Yuanlong felt his body lift off the ground, struggling in vain. Someone had broken his bones earlier, and now he had no strength. Desperately, he turned to the side, seeing that the other struggling brothers were in similar situations. As he rose above the crowd, Su Yuanlong caught sight of the owner of the Yeshua Grand Hotel, sitting on a stone in the ruins far behind the crowd, casually watching him with crossed legs, as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Su Yuanlong stared wide-eyed until his death, fixated on the people below. Although he was a soldier, he was not foolish. He understood that the millions of citizens in the city were more worth saving. But he never imagined that human hearts would be so fragile in times of life and death. Only before his death did he understand that the reason the owner didn't want him to make the call was not out of fear that he would harm the hundreds of survivors of the Yeshua Grand Hotel, but rather that doing so would more likely endanger their own lives. He could have indicated that he wanted to borrow the phone in front of so many people. If he explained privately, even if the enemy really attacked, no one would blame them. In the ruins, not far away, Hiranoya noticed that the people being hanged were gradually losing their vitality, sighed lightly, stood up, and brushed the dust off her buttocks. Let us go. Go. The hotel is gone. You still want to stay? Hiranoya took a couple of steps forward and, seeing the manager still hadn't moved, turned around to ask, was it a mistake for me to beg you to save these people? The manager's gaze swept between the 7 hanging soldiers and the hundreds of people. Sigh. Hiranoya scratched her head, sighed lightly, and said helplessly, actually, none of you are wrong. You sheltered them to save the survivors of Jianyang. The soldiers made that call for the sake of the country's survival, and the civilians are seeking revenge for their deceased relatives. Humans, as a species, never remember the benefits others have given them. They only remember the evils. In my 1,000 years of life, I've encountered almost all such people. Hiranoya paused and continued. So don't feel pity and don't try to save those dying lives. You might save them for a moment, but you can't save them for a lifetime. Although they may seem pitiful now, after you help them, what will happen to them later? Starve to death? Die from illness? Or be shot dead in chaos? Unless you have the ability to ensure they live out their remaining years peacefully, otherwise your actions merely add a glimmer of hope to their endless despair. Once that glimmer of hope shatters, all that remains is even greater despair. For these lives, the hope you give is of no use and may instead harm them. All right, I've rambled too much. You probably can't understand much of it. Hiranoya chuckled lightly, putting her hands behind her back and muttering to herself, sometimes I envy you 100 years of life, living freely. Who can truly understand 1,000 years of loneliness? After saying that, Hiranoya walked towards the direction outside the city. She naturally had a way to leave Jianyang. The manager soon came back to his senses, shook his head, and jogged to catch up. He knew the boss was looking for a quiet place to live again. I want to continue writing a few short chapters. It would be so interesting. But my mind is blank, and I have no material. I've scrapped 5 or 6 short stories, tens of thousands of words of content. Otherwise, you would have seen them on New Year's Day. I originally wanted to ask the few readers what content they would like to see, but that would be too embarrassing. The author asking readers to come up with content. No face left. Give me a direction. What genre do you want to see? The mountains stretched endlessly, with thick tree trunks completely blocking most of the view. If it weren't for the overgrown path beneath her feet, Hiranoya would have thought she was lost. To be precise. Hirano had indeed forgotten the way up the mountain. It seemed any path could lead her somewhere, yet none could lead her out. Fortunately, after wandering for 2 days, she finally discovered a dilapidated village, where it seemed there were still many people living. Not far ahead, thin wisps of smoke were faintly visible. Well, it's a place to rest. Hirano reorganized her backpack and put it on her back. Although she had a black water space to store her belongings, it felt somewhat strange for a person to appear empty-handed in such a remote mountain area. The village, while seemingly not far away, had a winding road that took a full half-hour of walking to reach its entrance. Standing at the village entrance, she took a look inside. This village was far from being associated with wealth. Apart from 2 broken street lamps, there were no signs of modern facilities in sight. Adjusting her backpack, Hirano walked into the village to inquire about the way down the mountain and to rest for a night. Suddenly, a disheveled woman sprang out from behind a dirt wall. She was filthy, her embroidered coat covered in various unidentifiable dirt, making it hard to discern its original appearance. The woman's face was almost pressed against Hirano's, and a strong, sour odor invaded her nose. The woman's eyes were vacant, her face dirty, and her fingers caked with mud as she reached out to grab Hirano's arm. As a cannibal, Hirano had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Initially thinking the sour smell came from garbage discarded by the villagers, she was surprised to find it was a person, the odor overpowering the scent of humanity. Struggling to suppress her nausea, Hirano instinctively took a few steps back. "Do you have a key?" the woman asked in a hushed voice. Her eyes fixed intently on Hirano, appearing somewhat deranged. Huh? Hirano was taken aback by the question, although it was clear the woman had some mental issues. The question seemed completely out of context. "What about your family? Do you have a husband and children?" Hirano lightly blew air forward with her mouth, trying to disperse the sour smell surrounding her. "My family is crazy," the woman said, scratching her greasy hair, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and revealed a smile as if chatting with a neighbor. "They ate too. Just had noodles tonight. Excuse me." Glancing at the sun directly overhead, Hirano decided to avoid the crazy woman and look for someone else. The crazy woman waved her hand. "Goodbye, teacher." After saying that, she bounced away, humming an unknown folk song. Furrong bird, golden breast, and a golden voice. Oh, singing reaches 100 miles. She sang for only a couple of lines when a wooden door from a nearby house was kicked open, and an old man with a pipe rushed out, cursing and pointing at the crazy woman. "Furrong, if you keep howling in front of my house, Zhou Shenwang will beat you to death." The crazy woman, who had been flapping her arms as if trying to fly, immediately wilted, mumbling something under her breath as she lowered her head and ran back to the dirt wall to play in the mud. The old man glared at the crazy woman and was about to return inside when he noticed Hirano standing nearby. Taking a moment to gather himself, the old man scrutinized Hirano with a wary expression. "What do you want?" "Hello, I'd like to ask how to get down the mountain. I'm here for tourism and got a bit lost," Hirano replied. The old man turned to look at the village entrance. This place was remote, and rarely did outsiders come by. Occasionally, a few would pass through while hiking to buy food or water. Most of the time, it was just the 30 villagers staring at each other. "Miss, where's your companion? Bring them into the village to rest a while." The old man forced a smile, his face so wrinkled it was hard to tell where his eyes were. "I'm alone, just hiking. If possible, I'm a bit tired and would like to know if there's a family in your village with a spare room. I'll rest for a night and leave tomorrow. I can pay." Although Hirano was actually older than all the villagers combined, she still looked like she was in her early 20s, making her calling him uncle quite reasonable. For some reason, the old man became suddenly enthusiastic, nodding and smiling, revealing his yellowed teeth. Yes. You wait here. I'll find someone to take you over." The village wasn't too large. It would take just a moment to walk from one end to the other. However, it took about 20 minutes before the old man returned with a pipe in hand, leading 3 men who jogged over. The 3 men looked like they had spent half their lives working the fields, their skin tanned dark from the sun. As they approached, the 3 exchanged glances, but it seemed the tall, thin man on the far right gave a nod of approval. The old man brought them over and then turned to go back inside, though he left a gap to watch the scene unfold. As for Hirano, she didn't take care what plan these men had. Unless the village had a nuclear bomb, no one could stop her. Even if there was a nuclear bomb, she had many ways to escape. "Miss, my house has a spare room, and there's a warm Kong bed. You'll be sure to sleep warmly," the tall, thin man pointed to himself, while the other 2 remained silent, seemingly having agreed on this during their earlier exchange of glances. Hirano chuckled lightly and raised her chin. What about you two? Moving luggage. Aren't you afraid that you have too much stuff? Lu Guilong can't carry it all by himself. The other two explained. Hirano glanced at the tall, thin man, who she assumed was Lu Guilong. I just have this one bag. No need to trouble yourselves. Hirano smiled politely. Oh, let's help you, little girl. After walking through the mountains for so long, even a light bag can be tiring. With that, the three of them reached out to take her backpack. Unable to refuse the three men, Hirano handed over the bag, and the three sturdy men carried a travel bag together, leading the way. Author's note: I have seen a similar scene at school where three boys over 8 meters tall helped a freshman girl to her dormitory, and the girl only had a small suitcase that was less than half a meter high. The three boys each put a hand on the suitcase and insisted on escorting her part of the way. I almost laughed to death watching from the side. After passing a few households, Lu Guilong stopped in front of a wooden door. Most people in the village had their own independent courtyards, and Lu Guilong's home looked relatively better. The other two had already left, and Lu Guilong carried the bag, leading Hirano to a door. You can stay here. Lu Guilong pushed the door open. Thank you. Hirano looked around. The room was relatively clean, at least for someone living alone. Where are you from? Lu Guilong sat down on the Kong, seemingly not intending to leave. Jianyang. Hirano replied casually. Lu Guilong nodded. Actually, he didn't know where Jianyang was, having never left this village in his life, and he wasn't even sure if Jianyang was a place name. Why did you come all the way out here to travel alone? Our village is just mountains. What's there to see? I like this kind of environment, where no one disturbs me, and I can do what I want. I figured out a lot of things. That'll sound nice. By the way, girl, what do you think of our village? It's okay. How much is it to stay in this room for a night? I'll pay you first. I'm ready to rest. Hirano felt that if she didn't interrupt Lu Guilong, he really wouldn't leave. Lu Guilong waved his hand. Can you cook? Make me a meal, and I won't charge you. I can cook, but I'm tired. Just let me pay you. Hirano took out 200 yuan from her backpack and placed it on the table. To pass the long, boring hours, Hirano learned to cook, even though, as a ghoul, she couldn't eat, but she had once opened a popular restaurant called Yeshua with this skill, which unfortunately was bombed in a war. Lu Guilong nodded, took the money, and left. From the sound of his footsteps, he exited the courtyard. The room had a musty smell, likely because it was hastily tidied up before the three men arrived. Hirano opened the windows for ventilation, moved a chair outside, and sat in the courtyard, closing her eyes to enjoy the fresh mountain air. Not far away, a dog tied at the gate lay low in the corner, avoiding Hirano from afar. One must say that these animals are very sensitive to danger. Not knowing how long she had been lying there, just as she was about to fall asleep, Hirano felt a slight change in the airflow above her. She waved her hand to block it and caught something cold in her hand. Looking sideways, it was a small ceramic bird, roughly made, a defective product from some small workshop, lacking wings. A rustling sound came from the earthen wall beside her. Turning her head, a small head peeked over the wall. It was a little girl, with a look of anticipation, curiosity, and fear towards the stranger. Hirano revealed a smile. Little sister, how'd your toy end up here? The little girl turned her head to look behind her, confirmed that no one was around, and whispered, Daddy won't let me play with this, so Mom and I agreed to hide it in the woodpile, but I threw it too high this time. Little quail, are you trying to scare me to death standing up there? Come down. A woman's anxious voice came from the other side of the wall. Unlike the others in the village, the woman spoke in quite standard Mandarin. Sister, can you give me the toy? The girl said hopefully. Hirano nodded. Okay, you go down first, I'll bring it to you. The little girl smiled and shrank her head, disappearing. She blew off the dirt stuck to the ceramic bird, walked out of the courtyard, and looked at the gate of the neighboring yard. A lock as big as a brick hung there. It seemed the main gate was not an option. Looking up, she jumped, grabbed the wall edge, and pushed off with her legs to land in the neighboring yard. A woman approached with an apologetic expression, but she walked with a limp, even though she was wearing thick cotton pants. It was still apparent that her legs were somewhat deformed. However, it didn't look like a congenital deformity. Once the woman saw Hirano's attire, her expression turned serious. She first thanked Hirano for taking the ceramic bird before asking, Sister, judging by your outfit, you must be from the city? Yes. I'm just passing through on a trip, resting for a night before leaving. The woman slapped her leg, her tone revealing urgency. Listen to me. Quickly pack your things and leave with your companions. Staying even a second longer in this village is dangerous. I'm alone. Then need to hurry even more. I estimate that Old Meng has already taken the men in the village to seal it off. Once they finish sealing, You won't be able to leave for the rest of your life. What do you mean? Hirano seemed to understand a bit about what Lu Guilong was up to. The woman coaxed the little girl back inside with a few words, and then continued, "This village is remote, and there are few women. To solve the fertility problem, they resort to human trafficking, especially for someone as pretty as you, a city girl. Whoever marries, you would have a good face to show. Lu Guilong must have asked you many things, right? Like whether you can cook, etc. That is to see if you're suitable to be a wife. From your accent, you don't seem like a local." The woman sighed, her eyes losing their luster, or rather, the little luster that remained became even dimmer. "Indeed. I was sold here by a trafficker at the train station, and, counting the days, it's been over 7 years now. The little quail has grown so big." She turned to look at the innocent girl inside who was fiddling with the ceramic bird and forced a smile. "Have you ever thought about escaping? Escape? With these 2 legs that have already been crippled? The area around this village is all mountains, and no one is willing to build roads. So no one can come here to manage this village. The villagers are the local tyrants. This place doesn't even have mobile phone signal, and calling the police wouldn't work. Even if the police knew, it would take them half a day to get here from the nearest county town. Hiding someone in these wild mountains for half a day isn't easy at all. Moreover, what would happen to the little quail if I left? Without my protection, her dad would kill her. There's several who were trafficked in the village. 2 years ago, they killed one who tried to escape and drove another insane. The rest, like me, have all been crippled." Hirano suddenly remembered the madwoman at the village entrance called Furong when she entered the village before, with that crazy appearance. It's no wonder she wasn't locked in the yard like the woman in front of her. "You've said too much. Hurry up and pack your things and run. I don't want to hear you screaming in the next room in a couple of days." The woman pushed Hirano and turned to close the door. Just thinking about the scene of the entire village being under martial law soon and the villagers glaring at her with sticks made Hirano breathe a sigh of relief. It startled her. She thought the villagers might have nuclear bombs. Hirano lay down for almost an entire afternoon, but since it was dark, it was time to sleep, right? So she turned over and climbed back into the room, lying down on the heated Kong. With a wind-blocking house and a warm Kong. Why would she rush into the mountains to camp in the freezing cold? That would be insane, right? Thinking this, Hirano pulled her down jacket over herself. "Guilong, take care of it in the dark for her. Sure, keep your voice down. What are you afraid of? After tonight, she will be your wife. Damn it, if it weren't for you giving me that little money today, I would have taken her away myself. Looking back, what a loss. Hee, it's too late to regret. Help me hold her down later." In the dead of night, Lu Guilong and the other 2 men from the afternoon were whispering at the door. The 3 quickly opened and closed the door and squeezed into the room, but the cold air that rushed in and their heavy breathing still woke Hirano. "Sick? Can't you wait until I wake up to deal with things?" Drowsy, Hirano sat up. If there had been light in the room, Lu Guilong and the others would have seen her strange dark green pupils staring at them like knives. Things that can't pass inspection must be done early. Lu Guilong panted, spreading his arms towards Hirano like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. The other 2, unfamiliar with Lu Guilong's house layout, were fumbling their way in the dark following his voice. Suddenly, there was a dull thud. A gust of wind swept between the 2, and something crashed against the doorframe. The thick wooden door was smashed apart, and a beam of moonlight spilled into the room, allowing them to vaguely see something. There was no scene of Lu Guilong pressing down on his wife on the bed. The woman was still sitting there, and Lu Guilong, who had just lunged forward, was nowhere to be found. Instinctively turning to look, Lu Guilong was slumped in the yard in a strange position. Although it was unclear exactly what had happened, that posture was definitely something a living person couldn't achieve. The winter mountain wind was piercingly cold, blowing in through the broken door frame. The 2 shivered, unsure if it was from the cold or fear. "You guys can stay up late, huh? I was planning to find you to play tomorrow after waking up, but you came over now." Hirano put on her down jacket and got off the bed. One of the men seemed to have been dazed by the cold wind and suddenly shouted, swinging his fist at Hirano, but it was blocked in front of his face. His punch felt like it hit an iron plate, but the man knew that the woman in front of him had merely extended her delicate, pale hand, just as he was about to retract his hand for another punch. His chest jolted, and he was unexpectedly lifted by this seemingly weak woman, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. Looking down, he saw that her other hand had impossibly reached into his chest cavity and gently grasped his heart. The same temperature as everyone else. Beating the same when faced with fear. "Why are your hearts bad?" Before the man in midair could make any move, there was a soft sound, and he was casually thrown to the corner of the wall, his life quickly fading away. Until his death, he never understood what kind of monster he was facing. Bright red blood soaked half of his arm, dripping onto the ground drop by drop along her sharp, greenish-black nails, making a tapping sound. The last living man felt that he could no longer even breathe. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. But as he knelt, the pain in his knees jolted his brain awake, and he let out a terrified wail while crawling toward the door. Just as he was about to reach the gate, a hand suddenly reached out and gently pushed the door closed. Watching the street scene disappear bit by bit, the man let out a cry, completely collapsing to the ground. A wave of warmth washing over him. The wet warmth from his lower body met the cold air of the winter night, quickly rising into white mist. Where did I put my backpack? Hiranoya stepped on the man's back, squatting down and gently tapping her bloody nails on the back of his neck. Lu Guilong did it. I don't know. All right, I was half asleep, sorry. Hiranoya patted her forehead and turned to look at Lu Guilong, who had collapsed in the yard, seemingly realizing she had been too rough. Forget it, I'll find it myself. Before the man could finish his words, he couldn't make a sound anymore. Her sharp nails instantly sliced open his throat. Turning to avoid Lu Guilong's corpse, she entered his house, rinsing her arms with water from the water tank. Her backpack had not been hidden. It was just lying on Lu Guilong's calm, turned inside out, its contents scattered all over. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After simply taking what she wanted, she turned to leave. Blood demon technique, annihilation. A strange energy radiated from Hiranoya, causing everything around her to rapidly decay, including the walls of the room. In just half a minute, Lu Guilong's house, which had been reasonably well decorated in the village, now looked as if it had never existed, just a flat piece of land, not even a blade of grass in sight. This ability is very useful. Hiranoya had always used it to erase her traces, and of course, it could also be used to erase enemies. Once again slipping into the adjacent yard, the woman she encountered in the afternoon was surprisingly still standing in the yard. Are you okay? I just heard quite a noise next door, so I came out to take a look. So about that scream earlier. 3 are dead. I just finished dealing with it. The woman covered her mouth, almost crying out. She had thought it was an exaggeration, but seeing the calm expression on the person before her seemed to indicate it was true. Then why aren't you leaving quickly? By the time the villagers wake up tomorrow, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to handle so many people. Let me confirm one more time. You don't plan to leave? I can take you out. The woman shook her head firmly. If it were 7 years ago, she would have cried and begged to be taken away. Still the same words, I can't stop worrying about the little quail. The other people who were abducted in this village felt the same way. They already had families. Even if you force them away now, they would come back. Our roots have already taken hold here. When you become a mother, you'll understand. The child is innocent. We don't want them to know their birth is dirty when they grow up, and only by staying here can we hide the secret. Hiranoya nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing more as she climbed over the wall and left. Since the choice had been made, there was no point in forcing it. She walked alone toward the village entrance. The hibiscus bird, with its golden chest and a golden voice, sang beautifully for miles. Upon reaching the village entrance, Hiranoya heard the madwoman humming again. No wonder the old man had beaten her, singing in the middle of the night. Who could stand that? Aren't you going to sleep? Hiranoya waved her hand. Not hungry. Just had lunch. The madwoman patted her belly, grinning foolishly. Do you want to come with me? Can you teach me to fly? I want to fly out of this cage. A glimmer of clarity appeared in the madwoman's eyes. It's up to you to decide. The madwoman pondered for a long time, then looked down and tugged at her clothes, carefully pulling out a small flower from inside, holding it with both hands as if afraid to crumple it. It looked like it was made of paper, very clean, completely contrasting with the madwoman's dirty appearance. I'm not going. My child is still waiting for me to go home. He said if I come back on time every day, he'll reward me with a small flower. All right then, take care. Avoiding the villagers who were asleep at the village entrance, Hiranoya returned to the mountains, but she seemed to have forgotten something. She slapped her forehead, looking frustrated. Darn, after all this time, I forgot to ask how to get down the mountain. The hibiscus bird, also known as the canary, could only live in a cage for its entire life, becoming a pet for others to admire, with the sole purpose of pleasing others through song. On the ground lay a sea of corpses, some with dismembered bodies, others nailed to tree trunks, still dripping fresh blood that had not yet dried, while the blood that had begun to congeal splattered everywhere. The once lush green bushes were dyed red, and only 2 people remained alive, an extraordinarily beautiful woman and a filthy child. A little over 10 minutes ago, Hiranoya was aimlessly wandering along a dirt path in the woods when she heard a commotion ahead. There was only one road, and she was too lazy to take a detour, so she continued walking forward. The noise grew louder, and after traversing a winding path, Hiranoya saw what was happening ahead. Two horse-drawn carriages, with a large prison cage covered by a black cloth being dragged behind, faced off against two groups of people, which, judging by their attire, appear to be mountain bandits and merchants. Such things were too common in the mountains, and Hiranoya had no intention of intervening. She disliked troublesome matters and prepared to sidestep the two groups. Wait, the road was narrow, and Hiranoya's dark green short hair was too conspicuous. It was unclear who spotted the beautiful girl trying to sneak away first. Hiranoya continued to walk forward, pretending to be deaf and mute. It was a waste of time to reason with these people, although she had plenty of time to spare. A sharp machete was held in front of her, its cold light glinting on Hiranoya's face. "Hey girl, are you deaf? Do you think my mountain is something you could just pass through?" The middle-aged man with a face full of flesh stroked his greasy cheeks, his sinister eyes sizing up Hiranoya. "Not bad looking, huh?" The old ghost suddenly reached out with his other hand towards Hiranoya's body, feeling the warmth radiating from her. No one saw what happened in that brief moment. The old ghost's hand, which was about to touch the girl, fell to the ground, his wound smooth, blood spraying out of his severed arm. The girl merely tilted her body to the side, looking at the splattering blood with some disdain. "I'll have to find a place to clean up again," she thought, glancing down at the blood that had splashed onto her from her delayed movement. Hiranoya frowned, lifted her half-open haori, and drew her tanto. "Just a few little pests to deal with. I don't even need to use my best skills with dual blades or the great sword." Seeing her draw a weapon, the mountain bandits couldn't care less about the old ghost's injury. Some continued to confront the merchant caravan, while others rushed towards Hiranoya. The situation was getting out of control. What was once an evenly matched confrontation between the merchant caravan and the bandits was now tilted in favor of the caravan. Seizing the opportunity, the merchants quickly reacted, raising their swords and knives to fight back. However, not many noticed that the merchant was whispering something to his subordinates, and the soldiers began to gradually close in on Hiranoya. The merchant was in the slave trade, and wealthy families nowadays liked to keep a few slave girls, either for work or as playthings. The merchant didn't care. All he cared about was how much he could sell a slave for. This woman, though her hair color was somewhat strange, was attractive enough and had a figure that could fetch a good price either in a brothel or with some wealthy pervert. He could tell that this woman was skilled, but he didn't believe anyone could remain unharmed amidst such a crowd. Hiranoya, busy cutting tofu, wasn't paying attention to the movements of the caravan. She just wanted to deal with the people around her quickly and find a place to wash off the blood that had splattered onto her, as it felt sticky against her skin with the wind blowing. While lost in thought, she suddenly felt a rush of wind behind her. She blocked an attack in front of her and twisted her body, her arm turning naturally as her tanto let out a thud, precisely blocking a slash. Upon seeing the opponent's attire, Hiranoya immediately understood the merchant's intentions. "Want to play the yellow bird? Sorry, I'm never a cicada or a mantis. I'm a demon. A predator above humans at the top of the food chain." The attacker from behind was stunned, his first reaction being that this woman must have eyes on her back. But he didn't have the chance to do anything more. Hiranoya kicked to the man's chest, and he even heard the sound of his ribcage shattering. He flew backward, crashing into a tree not far behind, a branch piercing through his chest. He struggled a few times before going still. Many people were dumbfounded at this astonishing scene, unsure whether to continue fighting. When they regained their senses, a blood-red great sword was resting on the woman's shoulder, seemingly matching her height. Who knows where this seemingly frail woman had hidden such a large sword and how she managed to carry it without even breaking a sweat. Hiranoya finally took out the wild sword, which should be quicker for cutting tofu. The reality was indeed so. Each swing of the crimson blade was accompanied by a low, mournful sound of slicing air, like the wails of hellish demons. Whenever the red light flashed, there would inevitably be a few pitiful creatures lying on the ground, severed in half or dismembered. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the merchant trembled and attempted to dart into the nearby woods. After only a couple of steps, his body suddenly lurched forward, propelled by an unseen force from behind, making him stumble forward a few steps. Looking down, he saw the glaring crimson blade piercing through his chest. The merchant wanted to struggle, but the blade firmly pinned him in place, each attempt causing him excruciating pain and a sense of weakness. By the time Hiranoya dealt with the rest, the merchant was already silent, stuck on the wild sword like a dead pig. Hiranoya walked over, pulled the knife from the ground, The crimson blade was unclear whether it was its original color or stained with too much blood. She wiped it with a merchant's clothing and put away. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Licking the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, Hiranoya gave up the idea of cleaning the battlefield. The smell of these people was too pungent, and she was afraid that eating junk food would lead to indigestion. It was better to catch some wild game like rabbits to make do. Hiranoya approached the cage, covered with a black cloth beside the caravan, ripped off the cloth. And inside the cage was not a beast, but a child whose clothes were tattered and body dirty. Hiranoya casually opened the shackles and the cage door that locked the child inside, no longer caring. Whether the child lived or died from now on was no longer important to her. The child in the cage had probably been locked up for some time, and upon suddenly lifting the black cloth, they were still unaccustomed to the light, squinting for a while before adjusting. Shocked, they stared at the corpses scattered around, and with a gasp, they began to crouch in the cage and retch. It was clear that the child hadn't eaten anything for the past couple of days, and what they just vomited was only water. Hiranoya was rummaging through the cart in front like a bandit, scattering gold, silver, and jewels all over the ground. Yet still sticking her butt out and leaning half her body in, seemingly searching for something. Seriously, do rich people not drink water? Not even a water pouch. The child, who had just regained freedom, shuffled over and struggled to pick up a bloodied sword that had been chopped off earlier, trembling as they looked at the person exposing half of their butt. Found it. The person's tone revealed delight as they held a heavy water pouch like a treasure, completely unconcerned about the corpses scattered around and the child holding a sword aimed at them. The child stood there trembling, watching as the woman walked past and squatted by the roadside to open the water pouch and wash her face. Hey! The child felt a bit embarrassed by the woman's disregard and shouted, "What?" Hiranoya wiped her wet cheeks with her sleeve, not bothering to turn around as she started to wash her hands. You. The child wanted to say something, but realized they didn't even know what to ask. Should I ask who you are? Or what? They were all useless questions anyway. After cleaning herself up, Hiranoya casually tossed the empty water pouch onto a corpse as a makeshift shroud and walked toward the child. The child, frightened, tightened their grip on the sword. Although they lacked strength, their aura was still somewhat impressive, right? Do not come any closer. I have a sword. Be careful, or I'll kill you. Oh dear, be good. The woman took 2 steps and was suddenly in front of them. In a blink, the child found their hands empty. The sister doesn't have time to play with you. Hurry home. The child stood frozen, staring at Hiranoya's departing figure, unsure of what to think. Hiranoya, too lazy to pay attention, continued along her path. I said, "Why are you following me? Can you teach me how to use a sword?" The child, who had been following Hiranoya for some time, without them noticing, finally spoke up. "Weren't you just afraid of me? Besides, I'm very busy and have no time to teach you." "Were you busy with?" the child retorted. Hiranoya was momentarily at a loss for words. Busy wandering around aimlessly? The fact was indeed that Hiranoya, with an endless life, had nothing urgent to do. Unknowingly, the two had already walked out of the woods, and a small stream lay before them. Hirano stopped in her tracks. This was just the right place to clean the bloodstains that had splashed onto her sleeve. The child also stopped, holding the black cloth that had been used to cover the cage, inside of which was the broken blade sword that had just been retrieved from the bushes. The two remained silent. Hirano squatted on a stone, taking off her haori to rub and wash her sleeve, while the child moved a bit upstream, placing the black cloth beside him to wash his face and arms. "Hey, you little brat, I'm washing clothes here, and you're making the water dirty upstream?" Hirano shouted as she saw the water suddenly turn murky. The child shivered in fright and hurriedly stopped. "I'm sorry." Hiranoya realized she was being a bit excessive. After all, the other person was just a child who had narrowly escaped death, so how could they think of so much? Her tone softened. "It's okay. I've almost finished washing up too. You can continue." The sun had begun to turn red, dyeing the clouds above, and it seemed like nightfall was approaching soon. The child was hastening to clean up, afraid that this person would abandon her. Suddenly, a gurgling sound echoed, and the child awkwardly covered her stomach. She hadn't eaten for at least 2 days. You little rascal." Hiranoya chuckled and stood up, walking upstream. "Where are you going?" "To catch a couple of fish to eat. We'll make do for the night." "I'm a girl." Hiranoya turned her head and looked at the child's stubborn eyes and flat chest, then lowered her gaze to her own body, realizing she could only see her toes. "Why am I so disbelieving? At this age, you should be developing. I'm really a girl." All right, you are a girl. I'm going to catch fish now." "Hey, your face is still dirty. Why did you come over without washing it clean?" The girl remained silent, holding onto the black cloth wrapped around the broken blade sword. Fine. I'm scared of you now. Just stay on the shore. Don't scare the fish away. Hiranoya drew her dagger and began searching for targets. Aim. Throw the knife. Aim. Throw the knife. Each time she retrieved the dagger from the stream, there was always a struggling fish impaled on the blade. This seemingly simple process made the girl on the shore's eyes shine, and she confirmed once again that this was the swordsmanship master she was looking for. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Aren't you afraid of breaking the blade? The girl watched as Hiranoya used her weapon so roughly. It's fine, it's sturdy, and as long as I control the force well, the tip won't hit the stones in the stream. As she spoke, the dagger shot into the water again. Sure enough, after picking up the dagger this time, the girl noticed that the tip hadn't pierced through the whole fish. With the cushioning of the fish meat, the tip wouldn't be damaged. The girl was even more astonished. She knew that each fish varied in size and thickness, and to strike a fatal blow without piercing through the fish, just how precise was this person's control over strength? Can I get a try? The girl asked tentatively. Hiranoya glanced at the girl and handed over the spear. The girl shook the spear, found it acceptable in weight. There were plenty of fish in the stream, and soon she spotted a target. It was a fish hiding next to a stone that jutted out of the water. Holding her breath, she aimed, and with a flick of her wrist, splash, the spear plunged awkwardly into the water, sending up a spray, and the fish, startled, vanished without a trace. Ha 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 ha. Hiranoya laughed heartily while sitting on a stone by the stream. Let's do it again. The girl, unwilling to give up, picked up the spear from the water and began searching for her next target. I'm not waiting for you. I'm going downstream to find a place to start a fire and grill the fish. Hiranoya sat for a while longer, fingers slipping into the gills of the few fish she had caught earlier, and walked downstream. The girl remained in the stream, holding the spear high, waiting for another target to appear. Many years later, Hiranoya would see the same scene again, which people would call the return of the wild pig. An hour later, just as Hiranoya was beginning to doubt if the girl had run off with her spear, the girl came running back happily, holding not only a piece of black cloth, but also a fish. Look, a fish! The girl placed the black cloth on the ground and held the fish up, her face brimming with excitement. The girl had no shoes and was dressed very lightly, standing in the stream, her hands and little white feet swollen from the cold water. Her body shook from the prolonged exposure to the icy stream, yet her eyes sparkled like jade. Ah, you've worked hard. Hiranoya shifted to the side, making some space. Sit down. The girl placed the fish next to the campfire, picked up the black cloth again, and sat beside Hiranoya. Seeing the still shivering girl, Hiranoya added some wood to the fire. Why are you trying so hard? Want to learn swordsmanship? Hiranoya pulled out a stick that was resting by the fire and handed it to the girl. It had a grilled fish skewered on it. The girl hadn't eaten for 2 days and devoured the fish as if she would even eat the stick, finishing it off in just a few bites. She looked at Hiranoya, who seemed uninterested in refusing, so she picked up another grilled fish. Revenge. The girl spat out 2 words with her mouth full of fish. Her gaze suddenly no longer that of a young girl. Hiranoya nodded, vaguely remembering that she had also sought revenge at a similar age as this girl. And it took her hundreds of years of patience to finally deal with that man. That guy exterminated my entire clan. If it weren't for Butler Liu risking his life to help me escape the city, I wouldn't have survived, the girl said softly. Wait, exterminated your entire clan? Hiranoya interrupted the girl. Your enemy. It wouldn't be the current emperor, would it? After all, only the emperor has such power. The girl realized she had said something she shouldn't have and immediately shut her mouth. Speaking of seeking revenge against the emperor, even a deity couldn't save her. Haha, ambitious. I like you. Hiranoya patted the girl's head and said earnestly, however, I hope you know what you're doing and don't regret it. Some consequences are beyond your ability to bear. No one can bear them. You want to betray me? Or kill me? The girl stopped her hand, which was reaching for the black cloth in her bosom. I have no connection with that lord. His life or death has nothing to do with me. If one day you can achieve it on your own, with that kind of determination, I will ensure you don't die, Hiranoya said plainly. Why do you say that? The girl still couldn't understand. This beautiful woman she had just met had no reason to help her accomplish this seemingly impossible dream. Because long ago, I had the same goal as you. That man was high above, and I didn't even have the courage to meet his gaze, let alone do anything. You succeeded? The girl stood up excitedly. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here roasting fish with you. Hiranoya nodded, her tone a bit wronged. In the last moments of his life, I took him to see a sunrise. Who would have thought he would scold me? The girl thought for a moment. Appreciating the sunrise with a beautiful woman should be a very beautiful scene, right? Why would he scold her? But if the girl knew that the man was just a head, held by Hiranoya while admiring the sunrise, she would definitely not think so. I think we should get along well. My name is Hiranoya. What's yours? Rong Antian, your name is quite strange. It doesn't sound like a name from the Central Plains. The girl scratched her head. To her, Hiranoya's hair color was also strange. I come from a distant place. My surname is Hirano, and my name is Ri. The naming method is a bit different from yours. Seeing Rong Antian staring at her hair, Hiranoya felt that in addition to the hidden pupil engravings and color, she should also change her hair color. Your name is interesting too, Antian. It sounds like you want to overturn the heavens, Hiranoya joked. The girl chuckled and continued to eat her roasted fish. Come on, my previous disciple wasn't as useless as you. In a small courtyard, Hiranoya had one hand on her hip while the other casually knocked the sword out of Rong Antian's hand with a wooden stick. Master, didn't you say your previous disciple was male? How can I compare? Rong Antian pouted, a strand of hair sticking to her sweaty cheek. Are you going for revenge or to work in a brothel? Does this depend on gender? Hiranoya was furious, and the wooden stick smacked Rong Antian's, but how many personal guards are around the emperor? How many soldiers guard the palace? Are you suggesting I deal with those people while you swagger in and stab that guy to take revenge? Rong Antian was left speechless by that comment. Having followed Hiranoya for 3 years, she could say that aside from being beautiful and skilled, this person was just a sharp-tongued slacker who slept all day. Heaven knows how such a carefree person managed to take revenge back then. Master, if you don't turn me into your kind, let us forget about learning swordsmanship. It's too much of a waste of time. By the time I finish, that old bastard might be dead. Rong Antian, during her 3 years with Hiranoya, had also realized that Hiranoya was not human. No way. Teaching you swordsmanship is already helping you cheat. If you bring this up again, I'll eat you. Recently, there was a rumor in the capital that the Rong family from 10 years ago had returned as vengeful spirits. One of the 2 ministers who executed the extermination of the Rong family, Minister Shui, had died a miserable death with tears on his face, suggesting he had begged for mercy from the assassin before he died. But unfortunately, he was killed with a sword to the throat. It was said that blood splattered on the ceiling, and the assassin even wrote the character Rong on the ground with the minister's blood. The news quickly reached Minister Nye's ears, but he seemed unconcerned, merely tending to his favorite pots of flowers and strolling in the courtyard. That evening after dining, Minister Nye sat in the courtyard with his wife and children for a while before returning to his study alone to continue handling official business. Lighting a candle, 2 figures were cast on the screen. Would you like some tea? Minister Nye did not turn his head, his tone flat. No, thank you. It was a woman's voice. Please sit. I won't call for help. Please let this old man finish the business at hand first. Without raising his head, Minister Nye continued to review the documents on the table, gesturing with his left hand for her to sit. The girl was none other than the grown-up Rong Antian, now dressed in white, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, carrying a piece of black cloth on her back that concealed something. Rong Antian was not in a hurry. Even if Minister Nye played any tricks, her current strength was enough to handle it. After 10 years of training with Hiranoya, she was now completely different from before. The 2 sat facing each other in silence. The only sound in the room was the occasional rustling of papers. When the candle had nearly burned down, Minister Nye let out a long breath, stretched lazily, and showed a relaxed expression after work. Antian, the last time I saw you, you were so small, I didn't expect so much time to have passed. Minister Nye looked at the tall and beautiful Rong Antian, who exuded a hint of heroism, and gestured with his hands. You know why I'm here, right, Uncle Nye? Of course, I've heard a bit about old Shui's situation. You're quite ruthless, girl. That's good. At least you're clear on that. Rong Antian flicked her wrist, and the black cloth fell away, revealing a long sword that glimmered coldly in the candlelight. Do you have any last words? Minister Nye remained seated at the table, not moving an inch. I hope you don't harm my wife and children, that's all. Rong Antian nodded. Understood. The same last words as Uncle Shui. I won't harm them. You 2 just wait for the last person below. The sword light flashed, the candlelight flickered slightly, and Minister Nye quietly fell to the ground. Rong Antian dipped her fingertips in Minister Nye's blood and wrote a large Rong character on the floor of the study before climbing out the window. Master, I'm back. Rong Antian walked into a room at an inn and glanced at Hiranoya, who was sprawled out on the bed, wondering if the other party had heard her. She placed the black cloth wrapped around the sword on the table, poured herself a cup of water, and after a long time murmured, Master, why do you think Minister Nye didn't resist? Antian, why are you still here? Didn't you say you were going to kill Minister Nye tonight? Hiranoya, Hearing Rong Antian's voice, sat up groggily. Master, I've already done it and come back. Oh, is that so? Then I'll continue sleeping. Before she finished speaking, her head had already fallen back onto the pillow. Rong Antian sat at the table, unable to figure out why Minister Nye was unwilling to resist all night. Today is a big day. The emperor is celebrating his birthday, holding a grand ceremony. And everyone with power and influence in the capital has the chance to sit in the palace with the emperor. For Rong Antian, this is also a significant day. Her master once said she would tear down the sky, and today she's going to do it in front of everyone. Rong Antian, dressed in white, walks along the palace walls with the agility of a cat, making no sound. Today is the emperor's birthday celebration, and the palace is heavily guarded, with Rong Antian nearly being discovered several times. It's unbelievable that her master is still sound asleep on the day her revenge is about to be realized. She couldn't wake him at the inn, so she came alone. Although she was delayed due to the numerous soldiers guarding the area, she still managed to arrive at the palace before the banquet ended. Looking at the high steps, Rong Antian tries to calm her restless heart. She cannot lose her composure. Stop! The soldiers in front of the palace block Rong Antian, recognizing her white attire as not belonging to the court. Without wasting any words, Rong Antian unsheathes her long sword and swiftly decapitates the soldier. An assassin. The remaining soldiers react instantly. One runs towards the palace while several others surround Rong Antian. Get back! Rong Antian's eyes are icy, her sword shimmering with cold light as it flows through the air like water. The elite soldiers can barely block a single strike before they all fall to the ground. Report. A soldier rushes into the bustling hall, panic on his face, too hurried to kneel and report. There's an assassin. The soldier suddenly collapses, a long sword piercing through his chest. The hall, filled with military generals, leaves the civil officials terrified at such a scene. Everyone looks towards the entrance, where a beautiful girl in white stands, a fresh smear of blood on her face. Bold assassin. A military general, furious, reaches for his waist, only to remember he had surrendered his sword before entering the banquet. You're not needed here. Step aside. Today, on behalf of the Rong family, I only seek one life. Rong Antian's gaze is like a sword, seemingly willing to pierce through the person in the yellow robe seated at the highest position. The Rong family? The one that was exterminated 10 years ago? How could that be? Weren't they all killed? Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Silence. The man at the highest position sets down his wine cup, his expression calm, his tone flat yet authoritative, causing everyone to quiet down immediately. He sizes up Rong Antian, who locks eyes with him. Suddenly, the man shakes his sleeves and stands up, walking down the steps. Your Majesty. No. Several loyal ministers, terrified at the emperor's approach towards the assassin, are nearly paralyzed with fear. The man waves his hand. Not stopping, it's fine, since she can evade the thousands of guards in the court and instantly kill the palace's personal guard. If she wants to kill me, you can't stop her. Truly worthy of the current emperor. Such courage, I admire it. Rong Antian remains unfazed, her sword still dripping blood. The man smiles and asks, I remember, the only daughter of the Rong family who went missing was Rong Qing's. You must be Rong Antian, right? Your Majesty has a good memory to remember such a minor character. Em flattered, Rong Antian retorts. If someone with your skills is a minor character, then what does that make my martial officials? The man gestures at several military officials, who all lower their heads, knowing full well they cannot match Rong Antian. They lack the confidence to quickly deal with the guards at the entrance. Your Majesty is too kind. It's my master's teachings. Oh, where did you learn such skills? The man seems displeased, wondering why such talent was not discovered earlier. Not convenient to disclose. Then I want to ask, Your Majesty, I have a question. Speak. If you knew today, would you still have issued that decree 10 years ago? Of course. The man answers decisively and quickly. This leaves Rong Antian stunned. Why is that? Have you never thought about why I issued the order back then? Rong Antian remained silent. This was something she had never considered. For 10 years, she had only thought about when she could take revenge. Your father, Rong Qing, embezzled national taxes, misappropriated military funds, delayed frontline battles, leading to the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers because of him. What reason do I have not to exterminate your Rong family? The man suddenly bursts out in anger. But my father never mentioned this. Rong Antian's head feels dizzy, like a bolt from the blue. The man shakes his head. Why should Rong Qing report his actions to you? Impossible. My father has always been kind to others, often providing food and money to refugees. He could never do such things. I ask you, how much can a refugee receive? It was merely a show for others. The actual money distributed didn't even amount to a fraction of what he embezzled. No, it's impossible. Rong Antian's 10-year dream of revenge begins to crumble. Could it be that the Rong family truly deserved their fate? Her rationality is worn away, and in a fit of anger, she raises her sword and presses it against the man's neck. Ironclad evidence. All the evidence is still sealed. If you want to see it, I'll personally take you to see. Nonsense. Nonsense. All lies. Rong Antian's eyes turn red, her furious screams causing blood to drip from the sword's edge. Your Majesty, where are the soldiers? Why Haven Tea? They come to protect you. The crowd grows chaotic again, and several aggressive generals roll up their sleeves, ready to rush in and fight. Everyone step back. The man knows that if a few rush in, they will all die. Better for just one to die than to lose his capable subordinates. Any last words? I want to stand to die. Falling down does not suit my identity. Being killed is not the treatment an emperor deserves. Saying this, the man extends his hand, and Rong Antian hands over the long sword, respecting his choice. Without a moment's hesitation, the man grips the hilt, plunging it straight into his heart. He twists the hilt and pulls it out, blood bursting forth. The yellow robe embroidered with golden dragons instantly turning crimson. Ah, that hurts, the man says, blood flowing from his mouth. The sword embedded in the ground as he uses it for support. Rong Antian says nothing. Throughout, the man's gaze remains clear, devoid of blame or deceit. In this world, I haven't seen enough yet. The man's voice gradually weakens, his eyes dimming as he lowers his head. Your Majesty, where's the assassin? Your Majesty. A commotion erupts at the entrance. A group of fully armed soldiers rushes in, each emanating a murderous aura, clearly seasoned in battle. Capture the assassin, Rong Antian. No matter what. A minister shouts, and the soldiers snap back to reality, charging towards Rong Antian, who stands still. I dare anyone to move her. A melodious female voice echoes in the hall. Following the sound, a woman dressed in a white coat embroidered with red flowers appears beside Rong Antian, carrying an extraordinarily large crimson blade on her shoulder. The murderous aura emanating from her completely overshadows the soldiers who just rushed in, like a demon from hell. Who dares to obstruct? Take them all down. I am Rong Antian's master. I dare anyone to lay a finger on her. Good. We haven't found you yet, and you've come right to our door. Do you know what Rong Antian has done? Hiranoya dug at her ear, feeling a bit impatient. I'm here to support my person, not to uphold justice. Even if she kills another emperor tomorrow, I will still protect her. Such arrogance. The soldiers couldn't hold back any longer and resumed their advance. A swift wind, a single slash. Hiranoya crossed the wild sword, and a red light swept across, creating a visible sword chi that swept through the hall. Everything in its path could not escape unscathed. The wind pressure generated by the sword chi shattered everything around. Was that really sword chi? How could it be? I have practiced for decades, and all I could do is leave scars on tree trunks. The sharp-eyed military official trembled and immediately shrank under the table. It was no longer a matter of whether he could fight back, but rather how he could die more easily and completely. Was there anyone unafraid of death? Hiranoya rested the sword on her shoulder again, looking at the wreckage and dismembered bodies around her. The survivors were terrified and dared not continue to throw themselves into death. Master, let's go. Rong Antian came back to his senses, his tone as if he were dead. Hiranoya responded and turned to look at the man beside her, still imposing as ever, and smiled. The two walked out of the palace, swaggeringly under everyone's gaze. Although the news of the emperor's assassination was tightly sealed, it still leaked out, and soon the whole country knew. The world fell into chaos, with warlords seizing power and the local forces quickly expanding without the emperor's suppression. Famine and disease caused by war spread rapidly across the nation, leaving the people in misery. Master, do you think I shouldn't seek revenge? That is your choice. I have no right to stop you. As for the consequences, you should have thought of them, not just focusing on revenge. I told you to consider the consequences when we first met. Master, I understand now. You said my name was reversed. I indeed turned this world upside down. Many years later, the world returned to peace. An old woman sat in the courtyard enjoying the sunlight, holding a piece of black cloth in her arms. The cloth and the sword inside had long decayed and rusted, but the old woman still carried it with her every day. It had become a habit. Antian, get up and move around. If you stay there, you'll fall apart. A beautiful woman walked out of the house. Alas, master, my old bones are not like yours. After all this time, You don't even have a wrinkle on your face. The aging Rome and Tian trembled as he spoke. Someone is coming. Hiranoya suddenly looked towards the courtyard entrance. Oh, Hiranoya responded. Soon, there was a knock on the wooden door. Hiranoya went to open it. And two middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 40s, peeked into the courtyard. Who are you looking for? Rome and Tian. The middle-aged man replied. And Tian, they're looking for you. Rome and Tian widened his squinting eyes, his murky gaze clearly recognizing the two, and waved his hand. Come in. Master, can I go to the river and catch a couple of fish? I want to eat your grilled fish again. Rome and Tian suddenly said. Hiranoya looked at the two and said nothing more, teasing Rome and Tian. All right. Aren't you afraid that your old mouth will eat your own words? After saying that, she left the courtyard, and the man and woman hesitated for a moment, but still made way. Come in, don't just stand at the door. My old bones aren't convenient for that. I won't pour you water, just sit wherever you like. Rome and Tian pointed to a stone chair in the courtyard. Rome and Tian, do you remember Minister Shui and Minister Nye? The man went straight to the point. Rome and Tian nodded. Of course, I killed them with my own hands many years ago. You're their offspring, right? Of course. You caused our family to be destroyed. To take revenge, we have practiced swordsmanship for many years, searching for you for many years. Today is your day of death. Oh, I know. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Rome and Tian also figured it out. He understood why Minister Nye didn't beg for mercy that night, but accepted death willingly. The two people in front of him were just like his past self from many years ago. Minister Nye caused his family to be destroyed, and he understood his sins. So he could calmly accept death. He avenged himself by killing Minister Nye, causing his family to be torn apart, and now he also understood his own sins. Rong and Tian knew he deserved to die, a life for a life, regardless of the initial motives. Looking at Rong and Tian, who showed no resistance, the man and woman fell into a brief confusion, but quickly regained their composure. Do you have any last words? No. I was a lonely ghost who should have died long ago when the Emperor exterminated the Rong family. Just do it quickly. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. One of them wiped the blood off the blade, and the other stabbed into his heart. Seeing Rong and Tian lose his life, the two exchanged glances. What about the girl who just went out? What should we do with her? The woman asked. Forget it. She has nothing to do with this. The man wiped the blood off the sword and turned to leave. After they left, they were still puzzled about why someone as skilled as Rong and Tian could accept death so willingly. In the evening, feeling that the time was right, the two figured they should leave, so Hiranoya patted the dust off her backside and walked towards a courtyard where she and Rong and Tian lived. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Rong and Tian lying in a pool of blood. I'm back, Aunt Tian. Iranuli spuka. Not caring at all whether Rong and Tian was still alive. Wait, I'll go start a fire to grill you some fish, you old guy. I really don't know if you can bite into this meat, so I'll grill it until it's soft. Hiranoya muttered to herself. Soon, the sky darkened, and a bonfire was lit in the courtyard, with several fish skewered by the fire. As the wind blew, the black cloth in Rong and Tian's arms was lifted, revealing the sword that had accompanied her for a lifetime, already broken and rusted. Hiranoya didn't speak, and the only sound in the quiet surroundings was the crackling of the firewood in the campfire. After a long time, she looked up at the starry sky, which was dazzling. It was down to one person now. The next day, nearby residents were awakened by thick smoke and rushed out of their homes, only to see the house of an old woman named Rong and Tian engulfed in flames. By the time the villagers fetched water to extinguish the fire, there was nothing left. No one saw a girl dressed in a white haori embroidered with red spider lilies walking further away along the road out of the village. Reader group, answering some questions about the novel and character settings. If there are any zombie incidents, we will notify you in the group immediately. Feel free to ask questions and point out shortcomings. Old man, I heard there's a skilled doctor in Yangshan County? The old man, squatting by the roadside, smoking a dry pipe, looked over and examined the girl in front of him, noticing that her attire did not seem local. Yangshan County only has one medical clinic. Are you referring to Mr. Wong? The old man seemed to become interested. Are you here to see a doctor? You've come to the right place. Who in Yangshan County doesn't know Mr. Wong? He's not very old, but his medical skills are remarkable. It should be him. The girl saw that the old man was about to speak incessantly and quickly interrupted. Just keep going straight and turn right at the end. Thank you. The girl cupped her hands slightly and disappeared into the bustling crowd. Following the directions, a courtyard appeared before her, with the three black characters Guangxing Hall carved strongly in the center of the wooden plaque hanging at the entrance. To the side of the entrance, however, hung a wooden basket in an abrupt manner. Entering the courtyard, there was a sturdy weeping willow in the center, with a room in each of the three directions. Following the sound of people, she arrived at the central room where a handsome man was taking a patient's pulse at a wooden table. The newcomer quietly stood aside waiting, while the doctor's attention remained on the patient in front of him. Presumably the handsome doctor was Mr. Guang. Just some heat, no need to worry. Let me grab some herbs to cool you down. Mr. Guang's expression softened as he stood up and went to the room on the right side of the courtyard. In a short while, he returned holding a paper-wrapped package, which he handed to the patient. Just brew it and take it. Recently, eat less spicy food. The patient thanked him a couple of times, left the money for the medicine, and departed. Mr. Guang collected the copper coins on the table into a box, but left one behind. After putting the box away, Mr. Guang took the remaining copper coin and placed it into the basket hanging on the wall at the entrance. Sir, what is the meaning of this? The person who had been quietly waiting inside the room felt puzzled. Why place the money outside? Isn't that something anyone can take? The girl was unaware that in recent years, the war had spread and many refugees had appeared in Yangshan County, making it truly difficult for those without a penny. I'm just doing a small part. If this money can allow them to have a warm meal, then it is a deed of virtue. Mr. Guang seemed to be in a good mood, walking with a spring in his step. There are so many refugees. You can't save them all. A doctor with a benevolent heart should not save none at all. The newcomer chuckled lightly and cupped her hands. It seems I've come to the right place. Do you have any discomfort? Mr. Guang habitually sat down at the table, preparing to take the person's pulse. Does your clinic still need workers? After a moment of surprise, Mr. Guang finally reacted, carefully sizing up the person in front of him. Miss, you may have come to the wrong place. This is a clinic for saving lives, and your eyes carry too much hostility. Someone who has shed so much blood is not suitable for this profession. It's all in the past. I'm not a bloodthirsty madman. I won't suddenly lash out and kill the relatives of patients. The man found it hard to refute, as it was indeed inappropriate to speak of past deeds in relation to the present. After all, illnesses can be cured and people can change. Then why did the girl suddenly think of coming here? I'm tired of it. I've taken so many lives, but have never given any. I've witnessed too much death and want to know what it feels like to save lives. I also want to learn some medical skills so I can make a living in the future. That is quite a plain and unadorned reason. Mr. Guang's lips twitched. I am Guang Bai. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Just call me Ri. Hiranoya didn't include the first two characters because every time she had to explain that her surname was Hirano, not Ping Shi, which was too troublesome. Then, from now on, I will call you Miss Ri. Guang Bai familiarized Hirano Ri with Guangxing Hall. The room facing the entrance was for consultations. The right side was the pharmacy, and the left side was where Guang Bai lived. You will sleep in this room. Guang Bai opened the other room next to his bedroom. This was where my parents lived when they were alive. The room was very clean, showing no signs of having been unoccupied for many years, indicating that this room held significant meaning for Guang Bai. How much medical knowledge do you have? I can't see patients, but I have no problem with setting bones, suturing, and treating wounds. Hirano Ri, who'd been wielding knives and guns for years, was confident in these skills. Guang Bai nodded and returned to his room. While Hirano Ri was curiously looking around the room, Guang Bai swayed in, holding a tall stack of books in his arms. If he weren't pressing them down with his chin, they would have fallen. Hirano Ri felt an ominous premonition and suddenly regretted studying medicine. These are books introducing various herbs, disease characteristics, and acupoints. I picked a few of the most basic ones for you. Read them quickly and remember, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. I usually won't leave Guangxing Hall. Guang Bai patted the many medical books stacked on the table, which were at shoulder height. What is the function of snow lotus? Tell me. In the dark, Guang Bai walked back and forth in Hirano Ri's room with a book in hand, his hands clasped behind his back. After a while, he noticed that Hirano Ri was silent and turned to look. The girl was nodding off like a chick pecking at rice, with a wet droplet sliding down the corner of her mouth, her head almost touching the burning candle, causing several strands of hair to curl up from the heat. Wake up! With a furious shout, Hirano Ri felt a pain in the back of her head and sat up straight, hurriedly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. Master, there's still more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting ahead. Nourishes yin and moistens dryness, benefits qi and tonifies the center, transforms phlegm and stops cough. It treats long-term illness and deficiency, pulmonary tuberculosis cough. Before she could finish, the back of her head was hit again. That's bird's nest. I'm asking about snow lotus now. Guang Bai angrily raised the already wrinkled and somewhat page-damaged book. The wrinkles were not, because Hiranoya had read it too many times, but entirely due to Guangbai hitting her with it. Dodging Guangbai's swinging book with a tilt of her head, she grinned mischievously and quickly recited the function of Snow Lotus. Let us test you again. Guangbai nodded in satisfaction. What is the function of Ganoderma? Mr. Guang, these herbs are quite rare. Why do you need to memorize them so thoroughly? Because you can never know what kind of illness the next patient will have. Only by knowing the effects of all herbs can you quickly find alternatives in case a certain herb is scarce. We have time to forage and purchase those rare medicines. But the patient's conditions can't wait. Hiranoya nodded, understanding the meaning of Guobai. It nourishes the qi and calms the mind, relieving cough and asthma. This lasted for 2 years. With the changing of seasons. In the room, heart-wrenching screams echoed, startling a few curious children outside Guangxing Hall, who ran away in panic. Hiranoya tightly locked one hand around the wrist of the person beneath him, while his other hand pressed down on that person's shoulder. No matter how the man screamed in agony, Hiranoya showed no intention of letting go, his expression cold and indifferent. The man cried out in pain, his face turning bright red. With a firm grip, he pressed down, and a crisp crack echoed as the man's bone dislocated. Thank you, Rico. The man got up and moved his arm, realizing it wasn't too serious. It's fine. I really don't know how you managed to dislocate your arm with a hoe. Just don't lift heavy objects with that arm for now, or you'll have to come back again. Hiranoya sighed helplessly and rolled down his sleeves. After the dislocated man expressed his gratitude, he left some coins on the table and walked away with his hoe. Hiranoya grabbed a few coins and placed them in the basket at the gate before returning to the house to put away the remaining earnings in a wooden box. Rico, would you like some flower tea? Under the weeping willow in the yard, there were 2 lounge chairs and a small wooden table. Guobai was leisurely sitting in the shade, pouring himself a cup of tea. You really know how to enjoy life. With no patience at the moment, Hiranoya walked out of the house and flopped down in a lounge chair, teasing Guobai. Now that you have some medical skills, you started to act like a hands-off manager. Isn't this a chance for you to get some practice? Guobai took a sip of tea, his face calm as he continued. Besides, you're better at bone setting than I am. Rico, I'll take that as a compliment. How about trying some flower tea I bought from friend? Guobai poured a cup for Hiranoya, the steam carrying the floral fragrance rising up, and he couldn't help but inhale deeply, savoring the aroma. Hirano lifted the cup and sniffed it. The scent was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite recall what it was. After taking a sip and savoring it, he suddenly spat it out. What kind of flower tea is this? It's wisteria flower tea. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? I think it tastes pretty good. No, it's just that it's not hot anymore. Guangbai just laughed at Hirano for not understanding tea tasting, treating it like water. However, Hirano silently criticized Guangbai for not understanding the pain of being a ghoul as a human. The spread of war did not stop. Instead, it became increasingly intense. The front lines were retreating steadily, and now Yangshan County had become a border. Hiranoya was sweeping the yard with a broom when a commotion of shouting and cursing approached. The gate was pushed open by angry residents, and 2 bloodied individuals were carried inside. What happened? Guangbai heard the noise, put down the herbs he was sorting, and ran out. Amidst the chaotic shouts of the crowd, Hiranoya and Guangbai understood the situation. The 2 bloodied individuals on the ground were a scout sent by a hostile nation and a resident of Yangshan County who had inadvertently discovered the scout and was injured. A brief examination revealed that the scout's injuries were caused by punches, kicks, or rocks, while the resident had a gaping sword wound in his abdomen, and blood oozed out as he groaned in pain. Help carry him inside. Guangbai inserted his hands under the armpits of the resident lying on the ground and dragged him, leaving a trail of blood. Hiranoya bent down to lift the scout and take him away, but the onlooking residents began to shout and curse again, questioning why Hiranoya was saving this enemy soldier. Hiranoya looked up and shot them a glare, causing everyone to instinctively take a few steps back, as if they had been targeted by a venomous snake. No one dared to say anything more, and Hiranoya closed the gate of the Guangxing Hall. A day later, a group of soldiers stormed into Guangxing Hall. I heard this small clinic is hiding enemy troops, the leading soldier said with a fierce expression, his hand casually resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp as he scanned the courtyard. The worn armor on his body seemed to proclaim that these men had just returned from the front lines. There's no such thing as hiding anyone here. You must be joking, Guangbai said calmly. The soldier didn't believe Guangbai's words and exchanged looks with the soldiers behind him. Search. More than a dozen soldiers nearly turned Guangxing Hall upside down, digging everywhere as if they were trying to unearth the ground itself. Where are you hiding him? Speak. The leading soldier drew his sword and pressed it against Guang Bai's neck, the gleaming blade close to his skin. He was treated yesterday, and now he's gone. He must have escaped in the middle of the night. He is an enemy scout. Why did you save him? Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I am a clinic, not a government office. Interrogating enemies has nothing to do with me. No matter who he is, I will save him. The soldier's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he restrained himself. His mission was to capture enemy troops. And since the person was no longer there, killing 1,000 Guang Bai would serve no purpose for his anger. The soldiers soon left, and Hiranoya jumped down from the roof, carrying the tightly bound scout. Why didn't you signal me when you were being held at knife point? I could have dealt with them. If you kill someone in this place of healing, then the plaque of Guangxing Hall is not worth keeping. After a few days of recovery, the scout was released at night, and the injured residents stabilized. They were able to move around normally again. This year's harvest was poor, and the court imposed military taxes, making life in Yanshan County quite difficult. In previous years, refugees fleeing disasters could still receive aid to barely have a meal. But this year, they couldn't even grab a grain of rice. It was reported that a few days ago, there was news of refugees breaking into homes to steal food. That household was even worse off, as they were turned into soup by starving refugees. This chaos left people feeling anxious, and every household dared not light fires to cook, fearing that the smell of food would attract the refugees to sneak in at midnight. The tea houses and restaurants on the roadside all shut their doors, except for one clinic called Guangxing Hall. These days, Guangxing Hall was bustling, with a large pot set up in the courtyard and refugees lining up neatly to receive food. It wasn't that the refugees had learned etiquette, but rather that Hiranoya's presence made them dare not act recklessly. Every day, starving lunatics would be beaten out to obediently queue up. Can we really save so many refugees? We don't have much food left. Hiranoya had asked this before. Yes, I know that they might fill their stomachs with this meal, but perhaps they want to live to eat the next one. However, within my capabilities, I don't want to see them starve to death in front of me. Moreover, if the refugees are full here, they won't go after the other residents of Yanshan County, right? That makes sense. The influx of refugees brought not only the problem of famine, but also disease. A feverish refugee was carried into Guangxing Hall. Guang Bai checked him several times, his face turning pale. Hiranoya had never seen such an embarrassed expression on Guang Bai's face in all the years he had followed him. Guang Bai, what's wrong? It's the plague. The recovered Guang Bai hurriedly pulled out a piece of cloth to cover his mouth and nose, shooing the others away. Hiranoya quickly posted a notice on the gate of Guangshengtang, calling on everyone in Yanshan County to immediately bring anyone with a fever to Guangshengtang. Returning to the room, Guang Bai stood there in a daze, his pupils constricted, panting heavily. Guang Bai, what's wrong with you? Hiranoya noticed Guang Bai's abnormality. My parents died from a disease while dealing with a local plague in the neighboring county years ago. No wonder Guang Bai inherited Guangshengtang at such a young age. But it wasn't the time to think about that now. Hiranoya stepped forward and gave him a solid slap. Are you awake now? Do you know what we should do first? Guang Bai shook his head, disregarding his swollen face, nodded, his eyes regaining clarity, and hurried to the pharmacy to start preparing medicine and lighting a fire. With a notice from Guangshengtang, Yanshan County fell into panic once again. One by one, people with fevers were brought in, most of them refugees. The medicinal materials at Guangshengtang quickly ran out. That day, the landlord Yang was carried in by a group of people. Guang Bai recognized him. He had distributed food during the worst of the famine not long ago. Mr. Guang, Miss Li, please save my master. A middle-aged man who looked like a steward knelt before them. My master personally went out with the servants to distribute food a few days ago, and soon after he returned, he started to have a fever. As long as you two can save my master, I will pay you anything. Guang Bai rushed forward to help the steward up. Life is precious, worth more than gold. Even if we receive nothing, we will do our utmost. So don't worry. After sending the crowd away, Guang Bai approached Hiranoya and whispered in her ear, I need to go out for a while. There are so many patients waiting to be treated. Where are you going? To the mountains to gather herbs. Aren't there any substitutes for the medicine? The usable herbs have run out. I have to go. All right, I'll do my best to keep them alive. Wait for me for 3 days. Guang Bai quickly left with 2 pieces of bread in his pocket and a basket on his back. 3 days quickly passed, but Guang Bai did not return, and the last bit of stock at Guangshengtang was used up. Now, Hiranoya could only do 2 things: bring in new patients and carry out warm corpses. 7 days had passed, perhaps because Master Yang had done good deeds. He had accumulated virtue. The patients under the same roof changed one after another. Yet he still held on to life, though from his breathing. It seemed that if no medicine relieved his condition, he would soon be carried out. The news of Guangbai leaving Yangshan County was known to everyone. But with 7 days gone by, people began to doubt whether Guangbai had abandoned Miss Li and fled alone, especially during a plague. On the 8th day, the gate of Guangshengtang was violently pushed open. The residents of Yangshan County had basically gathered there, cursing Guangbai for being afraid of death. Guangbai is afraid of death. He abandoned thousands of Yangshan citizens. He left his companions and fled alone. He is unworthy of being a doctor. Fellow villagers, smash it. An old man in the crowd, red-faced, took a closer look and recognized him as the one who had guided Hiranoya a few years ago. The crowd dispersed, rushing into the 3 houses like locusts. The sound of smashing and crashing echoed, and among them were those who took advantage of the chaos to loot, stuffing anything that looked valuable from the couple's bedroom into their arms as they ran out. Someone found a wooden box where money was stored, and in the scuffle, the box was pried open and coins scattered all over the ground, causing the crowd to gasp and instantly pounce on it. Standing in the courtyard, Hiranoya felt a bit dazed. The residents bending down to grab money seemed no different from the refugees who had been fighting for food these days. No one went to the house behind Hiranoya, perhaps because they knew who was lying inside, or perhaps it was because Hiranoya was blocking the entrance. The wooden plaque hanging at the gate was taken down, and angry people took turns smashing the words Guangxing Hall with axes. They still seemed unsatisfied. The weeping willows in the courtyard, which had witnessed the growth of several generations in Yangshan County, suffered the consequences. Centuries of growth were cut down in just 10 minutes. The tree trunks creaking as they fell, collapsing the pharmacy. The crowd let out a pathological cheer, and only after there was nothing left to destroy did they leave amidst curses, leaving a scene of devastation. In the evening, a figure limped into the dilapidated courtyard. Back. Yes, it's good that you're okay. No one cared how Guangbai got all these injuries, nor did anyone care how he managed to return from the mountains with a broken leg. The residents of Yangshan County only knew that Guangbai brought back medicine. Mr. Guang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you two, my son wouldn't have come back. An old man who once guided Hiranoya excitedly shook Guangbai's hand, tears streaming down his face. It's nothing, Guangbai nodded, discreetly withdrawing his hand. The situation of the plague in Yangshan County improved significantly. With the support of a large amount of medicinal materials, the death toll was controlled. After a cold winter, the plague completely disappeared, and with the arrival of spring, Yangshan County regained its vitality. However, Guangxing Hall was now left with only a broken house. Mr. Guang, thank you for your care over the years. Where would you like to go next? Hiranoya smiled lightly. Northern region, I want to see snow, hoping that I can make it there by the next winter. All right, take care. On the 10th day after Hiranoya left, Guangbai sat in the room, looking at the empty bedroom in front of him. Both waves of owners of this room had left him. Miss Ri, Guangbai murmured, do you think lovesickness can be cured? No one answered, and Guangbai sat alone in the candlelight for a long time without speaking. That night, no one noticed that Guangbai locked the door of Guangxing Hall and left with a backpack heading north towards Yangshan County. The Wisteria housekeeping company had suddenly risen in recent years, and its boss was a woman named Elmanha. For several years, the business had been lukewarm, but it was said that a capable person helped, and after changing its name, the company stood out from the numerous housekeeping companies, directly securing the top position in Jianyang City's housekeeping industry, almost monopolizing all local housekeeping business, and even gaining a reputation in other regions, hinting at plans to establish branches. Having made money, Wisteria Housekeeping was naturally generous, directly renting an entire 22-story office building. This was incomprehensible to others. A housekeeping company monopolizing such a large office building with so many floors and rooms. Moreover, employees were strictly prohibited from entering the floors above the 15th floor, with stairways completely locked, and elevators could not be accessed without specially issued magnetic cards. There were attempts from curious individuals to sneak up, but they received termination notices the next day, which curbed any curiosity as jobs were important. The salary and benefits at Wisteria Housekeeping were indeed among the best in the industry, making it unnecessary to risk losing such a good job for a moment's curiosity. In the lobby on the first floor, a woman in her 30s hurried past, her high heels clicking on the shiny marble floor, indicating her urgency. The two staff members of the front desk noticed her immediately, stopping their idle chatter and adjusting their expressions. Good evening, Sister L. Yes. The woman referred to as Sister L was indeed Elmanha, the old boss of Wisteria Housekeeping. Seemingly in a hurry, she simply responded and headed straight for the elevator, pulling out the magnetic card that could access the floors above the 15 from her bag. As Elmanha brushed past the two at the front desk, she added, "If I catch you chatting at the front desk during working hours again, you can forget about your bonuses." Although they wanted to complain that no one would come to consult about business at such a late hour, they only dared to think it, replying obediently. In the elevator, aside from Elmanha, there was no one else. She took out a small mirror to tidy herself up, as her hair had gotten a bit messy while rushing. The person she was about to meet was very important, and she couldn't be careless. After confirming that she was presentable, she thought, and at that moment the elevator dinged, arriving at the 21st floor. An old man in his 60s was standing at the elevator entrance with his hands behind his back, making a creaking sound. The previously stern Elmanha immediately became respectful, greeting the old man. "Uncle Huai, why are you going to the meeting so late? My memory isn't what it used to be. I almost forgot. If I hadn't seen shower in and the others go up, I wouldn't have remembered." The old man nodded and entered the elevator. Only then did Elmanha notice that Uncle Huai was holding 2 walnuts in his hand. "They've already gone up?" "Yes. They just went up together." "Uncle Huai, have you started cracking walnuts?" The elevator only needed to go up 1 more floor, so soon after, they exited the elevator and started chatting. "I can't go out during the day, so I can only move around at night. I'm getting bored. Try to find something to do. Unlike you young folks, I don't understand the internet, and staying here all day is driving me crazy." "Haha, true. It's been a long time since I called so many people for a meeting. I don't even know what Origin is planning this time. Hopefully it's good news." As they spoke, they arrived at a door, stopping their conversation before entering. Inside was a huge black wooden table, and Elmanha and Huai Xingyi quickly took their seats. The person sitting at the end of the wooden table counted the number of attendees. "Since all 12 of you are here, let us get down to business. 2 things. The person at the end of the table extended 2 slender fingers, the light above illuminating her face. It was Hiranoya, who had transformed Shun Su a few years prior. "First, be more cautious lately. The 3 Lives sect and the Biological Investigation Bureau have significant conflicts. Don't get on their radar at this time. Although we are not afraid, entangling with them will affect what we're currently doing. Second, Shun Su seems to be playing some game, starting to indiscriminately target living people." Speaking of this, Hiranoya's expression darkened slightly. Shun Su was the ghost she had transformed a few years ago. His blood ghost technique could shield his mental connection. After committing a massacre, he disappeared, and although Hiranoya had tried to find Shun Su, he hid too well and had transformed numerous descendants for his use. Those descendants were not Hiranoya's kin, so she could not sense Shun Su's location through them. Shun Su was like a queen bee hiding in a hive, never leaving home, relying entirely on his descendants for sustenance. The exponentially increasing number of Shun Su's descendants left Hiranoya in a difficult position. She could manage a small number, but as the quantity grew, she was at her wit's end, killing more than she transformed. Yet, unable to find Shun Su, who knew how far he would develop if this continued. Burdened by the mess she had created, Hiranoya regretted it, but truly had no good solutions, only resorting to a last resort, reorganizing the 12 ghost months. However, the selection of members for the 12 ghost months was not forced upon anyone. She only did so after multiple consents. Those who refused were living well and were not harmed in any way. After the transformation, to prevent a situation like Shun Su's from occurring again, she specifically branded the members of the 12 ghost months, allowing them to know each other's locations at all times. "Origin? Origin?" A voice suddenly came from the seat closest to Hiranoya. "Ah, sorry, where was I?" Hiranoya came back to her senses. The second matter is that Shun Su's frequency of devouring and transforming humans has increased. The speaker was a young girl with a high ponytail, looking around 20 years old, with a delicate appearance and a somewhat expressionless face, like a porcelain doll. Notably, the words "first quarter" were engraved on her eyes. "All right, about this matter, Jia Wencheng, you go follow up on it. Find out as much as you can without exposing yourself." A weak man, sitting on the other side of the table, closest to Hiranoya, nodded. His eyes bore the inscription "Last Quarter, 1. Origin, can I go too? I can do this job. I'm almost dying of boredom every day." A girl at the far end of Jia Wencheng's side, still looking like a student, raised her hand, eager to participate. Her eyes were engraved with "Last Quarter, 6. Yu Qing, I know you can't sit still. Go check on the Biological Investigation Bureau. You'll have an easier time getting in the first quarter, 1. All right, I'll go tomorrow. Just be careful around infrared monitoring. Just because you can't be seen with the naked eye doesn't mean you can evade other detection methods. Don't worry, Origin, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Shinran, do you have anything to add? I can't think of anything. Hiranoya's gaze turned to first quarter. 1. The girl with the high ponytail. None. You've covered all the information we've gathered. Shinran replied, clearly used to Hiranoya's forgetfulness. All right, that's it. I called you all here to let you understand the situation, so you can proceed to the next step. You're dismissed. Hiranoya waved her hand and returned to a lazy posture, leaning her head against the soft back of the chair. On this day, Hiranoya's mental link fluctuated. It was Lower 6 who was looking for her, due to a fear of sunlight. Lower 6 arranged to meet Hiranoya at Jianyang City Park at night. At midnight, there was no one here, and it was relatively close to the headquarters of the Biological Investigation Bureau, so even if someone were to check, they wouldn't think to look for the Wisteria Housekeeping Company. Once Lower 6 came out from inside, she headed straight for the park. What's going on? Did you find something that made you so eager to see me? Hiranoya. Thanks to her vampire abilities, she could turn into a human, and thus could be active during the day, with her schedule completely aligned with that of humans. If it weren't for Lower 6 urgently calling her over, she would still be asleep in bed. It's difficult to investigate the original and the Three Lives sect. Their security is quite strict. Many places require access control to get through, and I didn't dare to break in for fear of triggering an alarm. I couldn't even get into the archive room. Then why did you call me to this ghostly place in the middle of the night? Are you looking for a fight? After saying this, Hiranoya's hand moved as if to slap Yu Qing on the back of the head. Wait. Original, please let me finish. Yu Qing hurriedly waved her hands and immediately pulled out her phone, opened the album, and handed it over. I didn't find anything about the Three Lives sect, but I did uncover some information that might be related to Shinsu. Hiranoya took the phone, but only saw various selfies of Yu Qing. Noticing the strange expression on Hiranoya's face, Yu Qing leaned over to take a look and immediately snatched back the phone. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong album. After a bit of searching, Hiranoya finally saw what Yu Qing was referring to. It was a medical record. I found it in an office. Was it from the Field Operations Group C? Or was it from a few groups? It doesn't matter whose office it is. Hiranoya flipped through the medical records captured in the album. Organ failure, currently being treated at Jianyang First Hospital, admitted 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the Black 18 incident. Glancing at Hiranoya, Yu Qing continued, I checked the list of survivors from that incident, and this patient was one of those rescued at the time. Go on. I also checked the other survivors. None of them are ill. This patient's organ failure came on suddenly, without any apparent cause. Yu Qing pursed her lips and zoomed in on the photo, looking at the blood type, Rh-negative panda blood, a rare blood type. A thought began to form in Hiranoya's mind, but she didn't dare to confirm it. I understand now. You've worked hard these past few days. Keep going. After some contemplation, she sent a copy of the medical record to her phone and patted Yu Qing on the shoulder. All right, I'm heading back now. Putting the phone back in her pocket, Yu Qing quickly disappeared into the shadows. Walking along the empty street at night, Hiranoya flipped through the photos of the medical records. The patient's photo was of a little girl, age 16. Liao Xian, it seems I need to see you in person. Enlarging the names section, Hiranoya noted down this name before deleting all the medical record photos. At Jianyang First Hospital, a single patient room. The room only housed a 16-year-old Liao Xian, who was gazing out the window, lost in thought. It wasn't until she felt a slight pain in the back of her hand that she snapped back to reality. A masked nurse had been by her bedside for an unknown duration and had just removed the needle from her hand. It's a new nurse. I've never seen her before. Where's Aunt May? Liao Xian referred to the old nurse who had taken care of her for 4 years. Aunt May was transferred to another ward due to work reasons. I'll be taking care of you from now on. The new female nurse's voice was gentle and pleasant. However, if you miss Aunt May, you should focus on taking care of your health and not overthink. Mental recovery is crucial for your rehabilitation. Once you're feeling better, I'll take you to see Aunt May. Noticing the disappointment on Liao Xian's face, the nurse continued while organizing empty medicine bottles. I wasn't overthinking. Oh really? I knocked on the door for quite a while. Came in and started talking to you, but you kept ignoring me. Why were you staring out the window? Liao Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. The nurse waved her hand and leaned in slightly. Huh, were you thinking about some boy? Sort of, I was thinking about my brother. After a moment of silence, Liao Xian turned her head back towards the window and said in a low voice, her tone not sounding very happy. In the western suburbs of Jianyang City, in an abandoned factory, a black SUV was parked by the dirt road, its dark reflective film blocking the view from outside, making it unclear who was inside. Is this the place? The slightly overweight man driving adjusted his sunglasses and leaned out to inspect the factory. The person in the passenger seat looked down at the content on his phone, This is it, the same as the location we found earlier. Then this abandoned factory seems a bit too lively. Let's go down and ask. Chin-Su, bring the guys along. Let's make it quick. Lao Shi, I'm starving and need to get back to the city to eat something. Haha, hope you still have an appetite then. The passenger, Lao Shi, felt the hard object tucked at his waist and opened the car door. After the Black 18 incident, the government established the Bureau of Abnormal Phenomena and Biological Investigation and Handling, but people preferred to call it the Bureau of Biological Investigation. Shortly after its establishment, Lao Shi, as one of the few survivors of the Black 18 incident, was invited to join the Bureau and became a member of the field operations team. With Chun-Su as his field partner, the two walked up to the iron gate, where a muscular man in a gray vest approached from the guardhouse, sizing them up. What are you two doing? The muscular man's tone was unfriendly. Bro, can we ask what goes on in here? Lao Shi, a former armed police officer, had cleared out too many underground casinos and clubs like this that operated in the suburbs to evade inspections. Just standing at the door, he could tell what these people were up to. What can an abandoned factory be used for? Get lost. Don't look for trouble. The muscular man pointed at Lao Shi and yelled, glaring at them. Both of them were dressed in long black coats, clearly not the type to be there to gamble. And besides, they were unfamiliar faces. If they were cops and got let in, it would be trouble. If the two bosses inside got wind of it, he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Brother, help us out. We took a long time to find this place. Chun-Su stepped forward with a smile, pressing the muscular man's finger back through the iron bars while casually slipping him a pack of cigarettes, grinning broadly. Let's make it easy, brother. The muscular man squinted. Here, we only play cash. Do you have enough? Enough. Lao Shi shook the metallic briefcase in his hand. The muscular man ripped open the cigarette pack and lit one up. All right, go in, but don't cause any trouble. Don't worry, brother. Chun-Su made an okay gesture. Is the target really going to be in this place? After walking a distance away, Chun-Su patted Lao Shi. With so many people, can it hold out? Once we eat our fill, won't we stop thinking about it? Lao Shi displayed a knowing expression. The two entered the factory, where a few thuggish-looking men blocked their way. New here. Yeah, small games upstairs, big games in the basement. The basement, then? Lao Shi looked up at the light leaking from the upper floor and chose the basement directly. The target wouldn't appear in a sunny place. The thugs led them to a dusty room and opened an iron door on the floor. Go down. The two climbed down the ladder one after the other. The environment down here could only be described as smoky and murky. The thick smell of smoke stung their noses, and everywhere were unhealthy cheers, sighs, and raucous laughter. Chun-Su waved his hand, trying to get the smoke away, while Lao Shi pulled out his phone to survey the area. There was no signal in the basement, but fortunately, he had saved the mission briefing in advance. Lao Shi opened the photo of the target and began searching through the crowd. Let's split up. It's too crowded to find anything. What did you say? Chun-Su looked puzzled, unable to hear what Lao Shi was saying over the noise. It's too noisy here. Lao Shi had to lean in and shout in Chun-Su's ear. You really need to get that hearing checked. Chun-Su shouted back in Lao Shi's ear. Lao Shi scratched his head and remained silent. This was a lingering issue from the Black 18 incident. Sometimes he also experienced tinnitus. The doctor told him it was permanent, but at least he was lucky that the grenade didn't kill him. The two weaved through the bustling crowd, searching for a bespectacled fat man. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It is a creature known as a ghost, with a human appearance, yet feeds on humans. This fat man has recently come to the attention of the Biological Investigation Bureau, having eaten at least 3 people, with 6 missing persons cases related to him. Following the clues all the way to this place, they dispatched Liao Shi and another person to investigate. Oh, excuse me, a middle-aged woman's voice rang in his ear. Liao Shi felt a pain in his shoulder as his suitcase nearly slipped from his grasp. It's fine, he waved his hand, not looking at the other person, and continued walking forward, suddenly feeling a chill rise from his feet to his head, as if a rabbit had been targeted by an eagle. He turned around abruptly, panting, but saw no one looking at him, and touched his neck, surprised at how much sweat he had produced. Bang! A loud noise made everyone stop, and the noisy basement fell silent. Police! Don't move! Following the gunfire, Liao Shi saw in the distance, in a corner, Chun-Su holding a pistol in one hand and a black notebook in the other, with a wisp of smoke drifting from the ceiling. Without saying a word, Liao Shi pulled out a similar black notebook from his pocket, prominently stamped with the national emblem. Police investigating a case. Cooperate with the investigation. Liao Shi jumped onto a table and quickly moved to Chun-Su's side, the two forming a 90-degree angle to corner the fat man. Run. The police are here to arrest someone, shouted an unknown gambler, causing the crowd to rush toward the only exit to the ground. The fat man, however, was not in a hurry, standing still and mockingly staring at the two. The lively basement quieted down considerably. Only the distant sounds of people fleeing in the corridor could be heard. "Mr. Policeman, it's just a gambling house, not drug dealing. Do you really need to point a gun at me?" The fat man lit a cigarette. "We didn't come here for that." "Then what is the reason?" "During this time, we've confirmed that there are 3 dead bodies and 6 missing persons cases related to you." "That's impossible, Mr. Policeman. With my body, I can barely move, let alone kill someone." The fat man mocked, patting his belly. "Killing so many people, of course, you've gained weight," Chun-Su snorted coldly. "Who exactly are you?" The fat man narrowed his eyes, catching the implication in Chun-Su's words. "Biological Investigation Bureau, here to clean you up." "Get him." Upon hearing this, the fat man clearly showed a hint of panic in his eyes and shouted loudly, "There's an accomplice. Be careful." Chun-Su caught a glimpse of a shadow rushing towards Liao Shi and shouted loudly, fearing that Liao Shi wouldn't hear clearly at a critical moment. Liao Shi reacted quickly, rolling on the ground in a panic, and heard a bang as the table he had just been standing at was smashed by brute force. The two reacted quite quickly, as expected of bureau personnel. Amidst the smoke, a middle-aged woman's voice emerged. Liao Shi was startled. Was it that the voice of the person who had accidentally bumped into him earlier? "Sick blood human, he can finally eat a good meal." The middle-aged woman's crimson eyes peered through the smoke, making Liao Shi and Chun-Su feel uneasy. "Let's take care of this first." With that, the fat man suddenly sprang up and lunged at Chun-Su, moving with such agility that he could easily outrun a world-class athlete. Chun-Su was distracted by Liao Shi, and the fat man's sudden burst of strange speed caught him off guard. Just as he sidestepped, the fat man crashed into the wall behind him. The suitcase was also knocked aside. "Chun-Su, I'm fine. You deal with the other one quickly." Chun-Su, disregarding his image, quickly retreated. The intelligence for this mission had been incorrect. They had underestimated the number of ghosts. The fat man, having missed and collided with the wall, appeared momentarily dazed. When he turned his head, Chun-Su had already climbed behind the table. "Little brother, stop hiding. I won't do anything to you." The fat man swayed with each step, and Chun-Su, hearing the sound, poked his head out in that direction and fired a few shots. The fat man grunted in pain, clearly hit. But at the same time, he became enraged. "Bastard! That hurts! That hurts!" The fat man cursed, and a few bullets quickly exited the wound, with the blood healing rapidly. "Damn!" Taking advantage of the fat man's cursing, Chun-Su confirmed the position of the suitcase and couldn't help but curse. The magazine in his handgun was filled with metal live rounds, specifically for killing ghosts, and the other 2 magazines were in that damn suitcase. Go to hell. Chun-Su felt a shadow suddenly loom over him, and not wanting to become a meat patty, he rolled and crawled away, no longer caring about his image. Scrambling on all fours. Just as he crawled a couple of steps, he heard a thud behind him, feeling the ground shake. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he had been pinned down. Would the coroner look at his body and throw up? The fat man had missed again, and, taking advantage of the moment he was getting up, Chun-Su stepped onto the table and ran toward the suitcase. Just as he was about to jump to the second table, a large hand suddenly reached out from under the table, grabbing his ankle like a vice. Losing his balance, Chun-Su fell hard, crashing against the edge of the table and nearly biting his tongue off. The strength in that hand was immense. Chun-Su could even hear his ankle bones cracking, and he let out a muffled grunt of pain. Pointing his gun at that hand, he didn't care if he shot himself in the foot and fired several shots until the magazine had only 1 bullet left, the last resort bullet he saved for himself. Fortunately, the fat man, in pain, loosened his grip, cursing loudly. Chun-Su awkwardly crawled down from the table, stood up, and limped over to the suitcase, grabbing it and running. "Little master, there's more behind this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." The fat man, holding his recovering arm and shaking his belly of fat, chased after him. "Damn it!" Chun-Su opened the suitcase and threw a small glass container at the fat man. Unfortunately, in the chaos, he threw it off target, and the container shattered beside the fat man, splattering only a portion of its contents on him. The liquid, like sulfuric acid, instantly hissed, with the areas it touched emitting black smoke as the fat man screamed in agony. "Ah, what is this? What did you use?" Chun-Su couldn't remember clearly. It was something like wisteria extract or whatever. Ghosts fear this stuff, aside from sunlight. At least for now, the scientists at the research center hadn't discovered other ways to kill ghosts. So whether it's a knife or a bullet, the people from the equipment department will soak them in this solution to poison them. And everyone involved in the field work will carry a certain amount of this liquid with them. Unfortunately, Chun-Su only brought one bottle. He didn't expect that this mission would involve two ghosts. There wasn't enough time to change the bullets, and now he could only escape. In front of him was a locked stairwell, dark and unknown. Climbing back up the ladder to the ground was obviously unrealistic. There were probably still gamblers waiting in line to escape, and even if he went there, he would just be waiting, which would give the fat man enough time to kill him 10 times over. Turning to look at Liao Shi, he saw that he was entangled with that middle-aged female ghost, and knowing that Liao Shi couldn't help him, he gritted his teeth, raised his gun, aimed at the chain, and fired the last glory bullet left in the magazine for himself. Sparks flew, the iron chain broke with sound, and Chun-Su tumbled into the darkness. The staircase was not high, but still knocked Chun-Su dizzy, his forehead wet. He must have scraped it. The fat man also reached the stairway and jumped down in a few moves, preparing to have a close encounter with Chun-Su. Chun-Su dared not linger. He took out his phone and turned on the screen, using the dim light to run deeper. There was only one room, and Chun-Su couldn't afford to check it first. He just pushed the door open and rushed in to hide. He locked the door awkwardly and finally had the time to open his suitcase and change the magazine. The fat man was pounding on the door outside, but fortunately, it was an iron door, which could hold up for a few seconds longer. That was enough. Chun-Su's gun was already aimed at the iron door, just waiting for the fat man to break in. "You bastard! I want to see where you run." The fat man slammed into the door with all his might, and the deformed door finally couldn't withstand the blow, bursting open, but what greeted the fat man was a bullet. The flashes from the gun lit up the room in succession, and several bullets drilled into the fat man's chest, causing him to scream in severe pain. Why can't I heal? What kind of bullet is this?" The fat man only felt those bullets drilling into his body, continuously eroding him. He suddenly had a premonition that he was going to die, and in a frenzy, he dug his fingers into the wound, trying to pull the bullets out. Chun-Su would not give him a chance. He changed the magazine and fired. From the previous flashes, Chun-Su had roughly located the fat man's position, raised his gun slightly, and fired several shots, finally silencing him. Chun-Su sat down on the floor, gasping for breath before he calmed down and turned on the light at the door. As soon as he turned on the light, he saw the scene in the room. The 3 dead bodies and the 6 missing persons were all here. Looking at the bloody scene, even Chun-Su, who often dealt with such incidents, almost vomited. Now he understood what Liao Shi meant when he said he wouldn't have an appetite to eat when they came here. Seeing a patch of black ash at the door, Chun-Su confirmed that the fat man had been killed. This black ash was left by him. Supporting himself on the handrail, he returned to the casino, which was now completely quiet. Liao Shi was sitting on a wooden chair, smoking, with a black short knife resting in his arms. The middle-aged woman was lying beside the chair, groaning. It looked like Liao Shi had used a short knife soaked in wisteria extract to turn her into a human stick. "Is it done?" Liao Shi tossed away the cigarette, but, "Yes, call the cleanup crew to come and clean up. Those few people are down below." Chun-Su pointed to the dark stairwell, his expression not looking good. "In a bit, I'll take you to eat something good. It's on me." Liao Shi put his arm around Chun-Su. "Get lost." Chun-Su punched Liao Shi in the chest, and Liao Shi gasped. The middle-aged woman had hit him pretty hard. "Let us go. Let us hurry up and clean up this blood on you. I said I'd take you to see Liao Xin today. I want to go with you. I need to rest my foot." Chun-Su pointed to his swollen ankle. "All right, you take care of yourself. Catch this guy, and you'll be busy in a couple of days." After sending Chun-Su back to headquarters for inspection and reporting, Liao Shi drove home, took a shower, changed clothes, confirmed there were no bloodstains, and that his injuries weren't showing before heading to Jianyang First Hospital. He heard that a new nurse had come today. Not sure she was there now. Welcome to join the QQ group for discussions. Updates will be notified in the group at the first time. Liao Shi parked the car in the yard, carrying a fruit basket into the hospital. Liao Xina's health was poor, so he didn't dare bring anything else to eat. In the clean white ward, Liao Xin was sitting on the bed, her skin pale enough to see the veins, and her figure frail, clearly due to not having seen the sun for a long time. She was currently holding a drawing board in one hand and a pencil in the other. Liao Xin was focused on her drawing, occasionally glancing out the window before turning back to continue drawing, completely unaware that Liao Shi had already stood in the ward. Only when Liao Shi walked closer did the girl notice that someone else was in the ward besides herself, and she hurriedly tucked the drawing board into her arms. "Brother, you scare me to death. What are you drawing? Let me see." Liao Shi had a mischievous smile on his face, reaching out to grab the drawing board. But the girl slapped his hand back. "No, not showing you now. Why not? You've drawn so many already. When you plan to let me see then? Whenever I get tired of drawing, the day I'm bored with it, I'll show you." After saying that, Liao Xan playfully stuck her tongue out at Liao Shi, pulled the drawing paper off the drawing board, turned her body to place it in the bedside cabinet, and locked it up like a treasure. Liao Shi didn't continue to ask anything. He had heard the same answer before. He glanced at the wilted flowers in the vase on the bedside table and replaced them with a newly bought gladiolus. Brother, don't waste money on me. Just the medical expenses have already cost too much. It's fine, brother earns a lot. It's enough to spend. Just focus on your treatment. Don't worry about anything else. Brother, are you really just an ordinary civil servant? Why do I hear the nurses say civil servants don't earn that much? The money I spend on you every month can equal the salary of 2 civil servants. We have commission bonuses every month. Don't listen to those nurses. Liao Shi casually made up an excuse. By the way, brother, Aunt May is gone, and a new nurse has come. Yeah, I heard. How is she? First impression is okay. Talked a bit and seemed quite friendly. She is a young nurse. Just looking at her upper face seems pretty, but I don't know how she looks without the mask. You observe very carefully. Brother, you're already 25 and still single. I think you look pretty good. Let me observe her for you. If she is good in every way, I'll. Before Liao Xian could finish her sentence, she received a light smack on the forehead. Why aren't you taking care of your health? What are you thinking about all day? You don't need to worry about my matters, little girl. I'm just worried about you, Liao Xian replied, covering her forehead. Just then, there was a knock on the ward door. Liao Xian, it's time for a dressing change. The nurse pushed in a small cart and noticed Liao. She's standing by the bedside. Family member? Yes. Liao Shi's professional instinct made him size up the nurse who replaced Aunt May, suddenly realizing that his gaze seemed lewd. Facing someone he was meeting for the first time, it was hardly polite, so he hurriedly averted his gaze, awkwardly took an apple from the fruit basket, and started peeling it over the trash can. How are you today? Any discomfort? The female nurse walked around Liao Shi and began recording on a small notebook, which was densely filled with writing, indicating that she had been writing for many days. Not bad, just a bit of acid in my stomach, Liao Xian replied softly. The female nurse stopped writing, her gaze meeting Liao Xian's, and Liao Xian quickly lowered her head. Did you eat something cold again? After drinking some cool boiled water, I was afraid of disturbing your rest in the evening, so I didn't call you to help me pour hot water. The nurse suddenly turned her head, her tone serious. Family member, this is a hospital, not a nursing home. We can't provide round-the-clock care for patients, so please pay more attention. Yes, I will definitely be more mindful. Liao Shi didn't dare to refute. The nurse was right. Due to work reasons, Liao Shi had too few opportunities and time to visit Liao Xian. So far, it seems that this new nurse is a responsible person, which should be good. This girl Liao Xian is not easy to take care of. I'll trouble you in the future. Liao, she casually said as the nurse began to change the dressing. How's it going, Li Jia? Did you see my brother today? Is he handsome? Liao Xian on the nearby bed tugged at the nurse's white coat, grinning mischievously. Pretty handsome. The nurse nodded, but her tone was very flat. Liao Xian, what are you saying? Don't make trouble for your brother. Liao Shi felt a bit awkward. This girl was too sudden. Even if the new nurse was pretty, she should be so eager, especially since Liao Shi wasn't even thinking about dating right now. This girl Liao Xian has mentioned you a lot. The nurse didn't pay much attention and continued with her work. Li Jia, do you have a boyfriend or not? My brother is a good guy, handsome, and can earn money. Liao Xian shook the nurse's coat back and forth. No boyfriend, not dating. Keep talking and see how I'll poke you, the nurse said, flicking the needle in her hand a few times in front of Liao Xian, threateningly. But her tone sounded playful. Liao Xian immediately shut her mouth, and the ward fell into silence, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Family member, come out for a moment. Fortunately, the nurse broke the silence and waved to Liao Shi after finishing the injection. What is wrong, nurse? Liao Shi closed the ward door. Is it just you, 2 siblings in your family? Yes, our parents passed away years ago. I see. I'm sorry. The nurse's voice softened a lot. I know you have to work to bear the high medical expenses, but you should also take some time to accompany Liao Xian more. You're right. I've indeed been too focused on work. I'll make more time to see her in the future. Yeah, this girl rarely smiles so happily. It's only when you come that she is so lively. The nurse took out her phone. Let us exchange numbers. If there is anything regarding Liao Xian, I can notify you in time. Okay, Liao Shi hurriedly took out his phone, but unexpectedly, a black metal tube popped out. After dealing with the overweight couple from the abandoned factory, the black knife had been put in the black trench coat and was forgotten during a shower. Liao Shi screamed internally that it was bad, quickly covering his chest and stuffing the half-exposed short knife back in. This is a hospital. If it gets misunderstood as a medical disturbance, that will be troublesome. Sorry, Liao Shi turned on his phone. My phone number is. The nurse wasn't blind and naturally saw what almost fell out. Her expression wasn't very natural as they exchanged phone numbers. I can roughly guess what kind of work you do to afford these medical expenses. Just stay on the right path. I know it's hard for you, but it's not to the point of being driven to this. Oh no, I've been misunderstood as part of the underworld. Liaoshi wanted to argue, but felt that revealing his real job would be even worse. Hunting man I ating gusts. That sounds less reliable than hunting vampires. He would just be seen as a lunatic. He could only accept it. Let us put a note. Liaoshi smiled awkwardly. Pinji Li Liaoshi. The nurse's fair fingers tapped a few times on the screen, turned off the phone, and pushed the card away. By the way, Liaoshi. What? I don't like the way you looked at me when you came in. It was like a rogue. After saying that, only the sound of the cart wheels rolling further away was left in the corridor. Oh no, the misunderstanding deepened. Liaoshi returned to the ward with a head full of black lines, and the surrounding sounds suddenly became muffled, as if they were coming from very far away in the deep sea, with only a buzzing noise in his ears. Tinnitus again? Liaoshi shook his head and patted his ears vigorously. This problem had been bothering him since he was blown up by a grenade 4 years ago, occurring several times a day unpredictably. Brother, what's wrong? You two exchange phone numbers? Liao Xian's voice faintly reached his ears. Yeah. Liaoshi sat at the head of the bed and patted again, finally feeling a bit better. That's great. Huh. What did you talk about outside for the progress to be so fast? What? You exchanged phone numbers. When can I call you sister-in-law? Liaoshi was so angry he almost fell over. He still didn't know how to resolve the misunderstanding with Pinji Li, and this little girl misunderstood him again. It was just so I could know your situation as soon as possible that we exchanged numbers. What are you thinking, you little rascal? Liaoshi wanted to symbolically hit Liao Xian a couple of times, but sat back down, fearing he might hurt the already weak Liao Xian. The two continued to bicker, and after tiring of the argument, they heard Liao Xian talking about the daily happenings at the hospital until it got dark. Liaoshi prepared to leave. I'm leaving. I'll come see you again in a couple of days. He looked up at the medicine bottle, just in time to call the nurse to remove the needle. Okay. Liao Xian's little face suddenly became sullen. Brother, you're busy lately. I just made a business deal, and there is still a lot of follow-up work waiting, sorry. Liaoshi reached out to tuck Liao Xian's hair behind her ear, his eyes filled with guilt. It's okay, brother, you go ahead and be busy. Just remember to come in a couple of days. I'm still waiting for you to peel apples for me. Ha, okay. Then let your lead Jie peel apples for you these 2 days. I'll come after I finish my work. I'm leaving first. Liaoshi waved his hand and closed the ward door. The room fell silent again, just like most of the past 4 years. Sigh. The person in the room sighed lightly. Brother, are you really stupid or pretending to be? I just want you to accompany me, this dying person, more. Opening the drawer at the head of the bed, there was a thick stack of drawings. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that these drawings were of the same window view from the same perspective, capturing every day of the 4 seasons over the past 4 years on paper. Hey, original, what urgent matter do you have to call me now? On the other end of the phone, the voice of Yu Qing was pressed down. Still, at the Biological Investigation Bureau, Pinji Li lay on the dormitory bed, completely unconcerned about her image. Yeah, it's been a week, right? Yu Qing's voice sounded very aggrieved. Help me check something. Don't worry about the Sansheng sect for now. Not worrying? I've almost cried these days. I believe in your infiltration ability. I can only say that the content related to the Sansheng sect is too well preserved. If you can't get in, just forget it. Help me check a person and come out after you're done. Who? I guarantee I can recite your ancestors' 18 generations. Liaoshi. Sounds familiar. Yu Qing pondered for a moment. The Black 18 incident, the survivor Liao Xian's older brother. I just met him, also a rare blood type. Oh, that makes sense. Yu Qing excitedly clapped her hands, then realized she was too loud and hurriedly continued to lower her voice. Why is Liao Xian's medical record placed in the drawer of the C Group office? It makes sense if it's not his brother. Who else would care so much about Liao Xian's record being in the office? It should be in the archives. I was still puzzled about this matter. Check as soon as possible, so I can get in touch with this person. Yuan Shu, it's a bit of an overkill for you to personally handle this matter. Just leave it to me. The activity needs to get moving. I'm almost going stir-crazy. You're investigating him in the shadows, and I'm going to draw him out in the open. Pinji Li smiled. Actually, I really want to take you 12 guys to meet the so-called Biological Investigation Bureau. ISNT the opportunity here? Understood, Yuan Shu. This game of chess is quite interesting. The Biological Investigation Bureau, the 3 Life Sect, and the Go Servants are all on the board. If we want to eliminate the Go Servants, we need to get involved. Liaoshi's the first chess piece I intend to use. You want to mix in with the chessboard, which means we first need to infiltrate these 3 factions. Liaoshi is my stepping stone into the Biological Investigation Bureau. Biological Investigation Bureau Headquarters, Underground, Level 3. Every time Liaoshi walked a certain distance, he needed to swipe an identity card to open a heavy metal door. Each door was guarded by 2 fully armed soldiers. This is where interrogations are held. Turning into a room, a huge floor-to-ceiling window split the room into 2 parts. On the other side of the window, the floor was half a meter deep in liquid, and a middle-aged woman was securely fastened in midair by several iron chains. "How's the interrogation going?" Liaoshi pulled out a chair and sat next to Chen Su, who was organizing the documents in his hands. "Found some information. I was just waiting for you to continue the questioning." Liaoshi sized up the middle-aged woman. This was the ghost he and Chen Su had brought back from the abandoned factory, and the Bureau's assessment had come out. She was a Level 3 cannibal. The so-called cannibal rating is a standard established by the Biological Investigation Bureau since its inception, with a total of 5 levels. Level 4 is the lowest, usually consisting of newly transformed cannibals who are still unfamiliar with their bodily functions, making them the best targets for extermination. Level 3 cannibals do not possess special abilities. They are quite tricky for ordinary humans, but with specialized weapons, they can still be hunted. As for cannibals of higher levels, the Biological Investigation Bureau rarely encounters them. These high-level ghosts are few in number and difficult to deal with. Statistics show that in the 4 years since the Bureau's establishment, Level 2 and above cannibals have appeared only 21 times, with successful extermination records being just 3, and each time required a significant expenditure of manpower and resources. In the Black 18 incident, 3 ghosts were involved, 2 rated as Level 1 and 1 as a special level. This was also the Bureau's only successful record of capturing a Level 1 or higher cannibal. "Let me ask her." Liaoshi pressed a button on the table, and from the speakers in the corners of the room, a buzzing electrical sound was emitted. "Chui Mei, do you know who transformed you?" The middle-aged woman hung her head, motionless, not willing to speak, huh? Liaoshi's gaze turned cold as he pressed another button on the table. The gears at the end of the chains began to turn, slowly bringing the middle-aged woman closer to the solution pool. "No, no, no," pretending to be dead. Chui Mei suddenly began to struggle. Chui Mei's feet first touched the water's surface, instantly producing black smoke as her flesh and skin rapidly corroded away. Hearing the piercing screams from the transmitter, Liaoshi covered his ears and pulled Chui Mei back up. Because she was a ghost, shortly after being pulled up, her injuries began to heal. "How long do you think you can stay in a high-concentration wisteria extract pool?" "I really don't know. It was too dark back then, and I couldn't see that person's face." Chui Mei, in pain, was convulsing. "You don't even know their gender? That person didn't speak the entire time." "I don't know." Liaoshi turned off the transmitter and privately chatted with Chen Su. "That makes it difficult. She can't provide the ghost that transformed her. So how can we follow the clues? Let's ask something else." Liaoshi nodded and opened the transmitter again. "According to our investigation, you were a member of the 3 Life sect, right?" Liaoshi said with a serious face. "Logically, the 3 Life sect should be at odds with cannibals. The 3 Life sect is a new cult that has appeared in recent years, due to the similar recruitment conditions for followers to the Biological Investigation Bureau. Conflicts often arise as they compete for members. The scale of the 3 Life sect has rapidly expanded. Their creed is rebirth, regeneration, and new life. And they are a group of fanatics who believe in bloodline supremacy, asserting that only those with rare blood types are the children of God, often causing unrest." "Ha ha." Chui Mei suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at? I'm asking you about the 3 Life sect. I once thought that rare blood humans were the chosen children of God, and the 3 Life sect was the closest place to God." Chui Mei excitedly shook the chains. "Nonsense. It's all nonsense. I was wrong. The leader of the church, the priests, they are all liars. They're just a group of ignorant people. We are all just food flowing with different blood types. I am, the leader is. You are too." Chui Mei's frenzied eyes seemed to penetrate the bulletproof glass that only allowed for one-way observation, staring intently at Liaoshi. "Calm down, keep talking." Liaoshi rubbed his fingers together, took off the pen cap, and began to record. "Until later, I met the children of God, the real children." "You mean cannibals?" "Yes. Powerful strength. Almost no weaknesses. Humans have mistakenly believed themselves to be at the top of the food chain for thousands of years. But ghosts are? Ghosts are the children of God. So, you volunteer to be transformed?" "Of course. I now feel the power of God. Even just a tiny part makes me unable to stop. I can't imagine what God's full power is like. What a madwoman." Chen Su angrily interrupted Liaoshi's recording and pressed the button to control the chains. Transforming into a ghost requires absorbing fresh ghost blood. Being so close, You cannot possibly not know who transformed you. Speak. Chun Su loudly questioned as he looked at Chui Mei, who was descending again. Seeing Chun Su getting carried away with anger, Liao, she was worried that it would further provoke Chui Mei. He wasn't too afraid of her escaping. The wisteria extract pool was large enough that even if she broke free from the chains, she would fall in and die, which would make capturing her alive a wasted effort. He quickly intervened. Chun Su, calm down. Let us interrogate slowly. Chun Su was pushed like this and sat down, panting. Sorry, I was too anxious. Liao, she wanted to say something else when the phone on the table rang, and the caller ID showed Pinjili. He frowned, hoping it wasn't too bad news. Hello, what is going on? Come to the hospital. Now. Liao Xin is in trouble. Jian Su, you continue to interrogate her. I'm going to the hospital. While saying this, he had already rushed out of the room. In the interrogation room, Chun Su loosened his tightly clenched fists, only to realize he was sweating profusely. Ms. Chui Mei, let us continue. From the transmitter came Chun Su's cold voice. Liao Shi had never driven this fast in his life. The distance from the Biological Investigation Bureau to Jianyang First Hospital was considerable, but he managed to shorten the usual hour-long drive to half an hour. He hurriedly ran to Liao Xin's single patient room, which was filled with doctors. Doctor, what happened to Liao Xin? Liao Shi rushed over. Several bags of bright red blood hung on the floor stand, and various unknown instruments were placed around the bed. According to your Bureau's terminology, her blood poison has worsened and needs a blood transfusion. Is the situation under control now? So far, there don't seem to be any major issues. Her bodily functions will recover shortly. I have been a doctor for many years and performed many surgeries, but I have never heard of such blood toxicity. If it weren't for the director personally requesting me to do this with a government certificate, I really couldn't take on this responsibility. The middle-aged, balding doctor looked puzzled. Young man, what exactly is the Biological Investigation Bureau you work for? It's confidential. I can't disclose it, sorry. Liao Shi glanced at Liao Xin, who was pale and unconscious on the hospital bed. Thank you, doctor. Oh, don't thank me. Thank Nurse Xiaoping. She was the one who first noticed the patient's condition and performed CPR for 20 minutes. I don't know how many times she pressed before we arrived and took over. The balding doctor turned to look at Liao Xin. Since you can't say, I won't ask. Go and thank that girl properly. Is she really okay? Liao Shi was still a bit worried. She is fine. Just needs a blood transfusion like before. As long as the blood is clean, she'll be fine. Only then did Liao Shi leave the ward, looking back 3 times. At this moment, he noticed a nurse leaning against a chair in the corridor. He recognized her as the nurse, Ping Yili, who was taking care of Liao Xin. She looked very tired, her hands weakly resting on her legs, her head against the wall, eyes closed, resting, seemingly sensing Liao Shi's gaze. The nurse opened her eyes, and they made eye contact. What exactly is Liao Xin's condition? She doesn't appear to have organ failure. Blood toxicity shouldn't manifest like this. Ping Yili's tone was not good. She has blood toxicity. What caused it? Don't tell me it's from nuclear radiation. Liao Shi thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a decent reason. He couldn't just say it was from accidentally ingesting ghost blood. Could he? So he had to play along. Sort of. Heh, if you don't want to say, fine. Clearly, this reason didn't work. What about you? I just chatted with the attending physician. It seems you are not part of the Black Society. Of course not. He said you work for a biological research institute. Or something like that. Just call it the Biological Investigation Bureau. Right, that is what I wanted to ask. What exactly does it do? Ecological environment protection? Why do you need to carry a knife? It's not ecological environment protection. Liao Shi sighed. Don't ask, I can't say. I signed a confidentiality agreement. You really have a lot of secrets. Then I'll just assume you're part of a Black Society responsible for investigating and studying rare species. Family. Family. Suddenly, the ward door was violently pushed open. I'm here. Liao Shi stood up with a start. What is your blood type? Rh negative. Cool mean. The blood bank is out of Rh negative blood. This time the required amount for the transfusion has increased. You need to come in and donate blood. Liao Shi sat on a stool, with only half a bag of blood hanging above him. The nurse inserted the needle into Liao Xin's arm, and the blood flowed through the tube into Liao Xin's body. The doctors focused intently on the various readings on the instruments, their brows furrowed tightly. How is it, doctor? How is my sister? Liao Shi, feeling a bit dizzy, tried to appear spirited. No, there are still several readings that aren't rising. The blood toxicity hasn't been cleared out yet. We need to continue the transfusion. Dr. Liu, the blood bank checked again, and there is not a single unit left of the corresponding blood type. They've used up all the rare blood type inventory. What about transferring from other places? It would take at least an hour to get all the necessary approvals. An hour, and she could be gone. Doctor, I feel fine. Just keep using my blood. Liao Shi pinched his thigh and said with forced enthusiasm, Are you really okay? Too much blood transfusion can be fatal. Me fine. He is not going to make it. Pull the plug. 10 minutes later, Dr. Liu glanced at Liao Shi, whose lips were starting to turn white, and sighed regretfully. No, I could still hold on. Liao Shi felt as if the world was darkening, and he couldn't see things around him clearly. Young man, we've done our best. You can't sacrifice yourself for your sister. No, I promised Liao Xian I would avenge her and go shopping with her. Pull the plug, Dr. Liu said, clearly not addressing Liao Shi. The sharp buzzing sound filled his ears again. The tinnitus returned. Liao Shi wanted to speak up to stop them, but his lips were numb and his tongue fell heavy. Wait, I'm RH. Consciousness faded, and Liao Shi seemed to hear a voice from afar. He had a long dream, a dream that took him back to August 18th 4 years ago, with no ghosts, no attacks. Liao Shi was shopping with Liao Xian, buying her favorite snacks and wearing the clothes she picked out for him. The siblings bickered and talked about funny things happening around them. Brother, why didn't you come earlier? What? Liao Shi was a bit stunned by this sudden question. Why didn't you come earlier? Liao Xian's tone was strange, seemingly very angry. Just as Liao Shi was about to ask, he suddenly noticed that the surroundings had quieted down. Looking around, he saw that the mall had somehow become empty except for the two of them. Something was off. Liao Shi instinctively moved closer to Liao Xian. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow falling rapidly from the skylight, followed by a dull thud from below. Why didn't you come earlier? Liao Xian's voice was hoarse. Liao Xian, run. He grabbed Liao Xian's hand, but it felt sticky and wet. Looking down, he saw Liao Xian covered in blood. Why didn't you come earlier? Liao Xian shouted angrily, her eyes turning bloodshot, her pupils elongated like a snake's, veins bulging around her eyes. Foul-smelling saliva mixed with black blood sprayed onto Liao Shi's face, her sharp teeth seeming ready to tear him apart. Liao Xin. Liao Shi suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, feeling cold all over and trembling uncontrollably, the mattress soaked with sweat. It was that dream again. This wasn't the first time he had it. After a while, Liao Shi saw his phone, cigarettes, and gun holster on the bedside. He reached over for the cigarette box, lit one, and took a deep drag, which helped him wake up a bit. No, Liao Xian is still in the hospital. Where's this? Suddenly remembering this, Liao Shi jumped out of bed, but his clothes were not nearby, so he hurried to the living room to find them. As soon as he entered the living room, a rich aroma of food wafted into his nose. Who is it? Liao Shi drew his gun from the holster and pointed it at the kitchen, where he could see a figure through the frosted glass. Awake? The person in the kitchen heard Liao Shi's voice and responded. It was a pleasant female voice, easily recognizable, and Liao Shi immediately thought of who it was. The frosted glass door opened, revealing a beautiful girl with shoulder-length dark green hair, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, but her expression was very unnatural. You're Pingyuli? It's the first time I've seen Hiranoya not wearing a nurse's outfit and without a tightly fitting mask. Liao Shi took a long look before confirming. Should we raise our hands and surrender, or should we cover our eyes and avoid this? Hiranoya's eyes looked away, her face full of black lines. Liao Shi looked down and saw that he was only wearing underwear, his muscular body exposed as he stood in the middle of the living room with his legs spread in a shooting stance, holding a gun aimed at her. Damn it, Liao Shi cursed, slipping back into the bedroom. At the dining table, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Liao Shi had already put on a women's shirt that was a bit small for him. Eat up. I specially prepared some food to replenish your energy and blood. At one end of the table, Hiranoya was lounging with her legs crossed, her toes playfully wiggling in her slippers. Thank you. Are you eating? After all that commotion, Liao Shi had lost all his face, speaking meekly. I already ate. All right. Liao Shi nodded. How's Liao Xian doing? Pretty good. She woke up not long after I brought you back yesterday. I slept for a day. Liao Shi glanced at the wall clock, a bit surprised. Yeah, you slept from the hospital all the way to the bedroom, and no matter how much we called you, you wouldn't wake up. That really caused you trouble. Is this your home? Liao Shi looked around. The room was small and simply decorated, but very cozy and comfortable. It was clear that the owner was very clean and had good taste. Yeah, I wanted to take you back to your place, but I couldn't wake you up. I couldn't let you sleep in the hospital corridor all night. Could I? So I had to bring you here. My clothes. You were sweating a lot in the car yesterday, and your clothes got soaked. I washed them and hung them in the bathroom, but they're not dry yet. Thank you. No problem. Just remember to wash the sheets, blankets, pillows, and the clothes you're wearing now before you leave. I don't want to sleep on your sweat smell at night. Cough, cough, Liao. She almost choked on his food. That was quite a big project. By the way, I have a serious question for you. Go ahead. I remember the doctor said before you lost consciousness that there wasn't enough blood for the transfusion. How was that resolved later? I'm also Rh negative. Liao, she was taken aback. He also had rare blood? Why didn't the Biological Investigation Bureau, find out about this person during their survey? If they had, they would have certainly paid special attention, as rare blood individuals are considered top-notch supplies in the eyes of cannibals. And the Three Life cult is also fiercely competing for these people. How did Hiranoya go undiscovered? But didn't he matter now? Since the Biological Investigation Bureau knew about it, they had to protect her. There were two paths to choose from. 1. Lifelong surveillance. 2. Join the Biological Investigation Bureau and become a staff member like Liao Shi. You've asked me enough questions. Now let me ask you a few, Hiranoya said. Noticing Liao, she was lost in thought. Go ahead. Confirming that Liao Xin was fine, Liao Shi's appetite kicked in, and he began to wolf down the food. It had to be said that Hiranoya's cooking was really good. It was a pity she wasn't running a restaurant instead of being a nurse. Does that Biological Investigation Bureau you work for still hire people? Hiranoya asked with a smile. What made you interested in this? Hiranoya stood up and went to the water dispenser to pour herself a cup of water. About the Biological Investigation Bureau, you don't want to talk, but I guessed a few things. Liao Shi didn't respond, just looked at Hiranoya. Yesterday, while doing your laundry, I accidentally found your police badge and gun. I can tell if they're real or not. Ordinary people can't get these things, and police officers don't have the right to carry firearms at all times. I also looked at another document of yours, which is from the Biological Investigation Bureau. You're a member of the field team, right? If I'm not mistaken. Field team members are all armed, correct? Yes, you're right, she said. That can't be your reason for wanting to join the Biological Investigation Bureau, right? To get your hands on guns that ordinary people can't touch? If that's the case, Liao Shi wouldn't allow Hiranoya to join. This isn't a game. And it's not just about her wanting to play with guns. Hiranoya shook her head and smiled. What are you thinking? If it's just to touch a gun, I could spend some money to go to a shooting range and have fun. So why do you want to join? Of course, it's because you provide firearms. Hiranoya placed the cup on the table. Thinking it over, in a city with firearms and biological investigations, it's not hard to guess that you're dealing with one or several dangerous creatures, right? And those are the kinds of creatures that are not known to the public. Otherwise, you and T need to keep things confidential. The use of firearms indicates that these creatures are large enough, and since they haven't been discovered by the public, combining these 2 points, I guess these creatures probably look somewhat like humans. Since I've guessed that, why not be bolder? Are these creatures vampires, werewolves, ghosts, or shape-shifting demons? Liao Shi wiped his mouth and said, very clever, you've guessed quite a bit from just that information. So your reason for joining is out of curiosity about these creatures, right? Hiranoya nodded. Yes, I have a strong curiosity. I can guess that your job is very dangerous. You might be chatting 1 second and dead the next. But I don't care. I want to know what these guys hiding in the dark are really like. Understood. Since you are aware of the dangers of our work and have the corresponding awareness, we will consider it. People with medical experience like you are rare for us. By the way, while you were still sleeping this morning, someone called you several times. Did you answer? Whose calls were they? Liao, she got up to get his phone from the bedroom. I didn't dare to eavesdrop, so I put it on silent and left it there. I wasn't even sure if I would get hired by the Biological Investigation Bureau this morning. If I happened to hear something I shouldn't, I was afraid you might get rid of me for the sake of confidentiality. Hiranoya chuckled. How could that happen? Liao Shi awkwardly smiled, turning on his phone. There were 6 missed calls and 1 WeChat message, all from superiors in Chinsu. It seemed something urgent had come up, so he hurriedly opened WeChat to check the messages. Where are you? Hurry back to headquarters. Kui Mei is did. Seeing this message, Liao, she was stunned. The ghost they caught from the abandoned factory is dead? How is that possible? But now, no matter how he thought about it, it was just speculation. He needed to return to headquarters to know the situation. He had slept until dark, and such a thing had happened. Liao Shi quickly packed his things and prepared to leave. What's wrong? Something happened? Hiranoya guessed from Liao Shi's flustered appearance. Yes, it's a matter concerning the bureau. You're not one of us yet, so I won't go into detail. Okay. I parked your car in the garage, in the left row. Great. After I'm done, I'll come back and sign a confidentiality agreement. While speaking, he had already run into the elevator, almost bumping into a girl in the corridor. Damn, I still have to wash these sheets. After Liao Shi left, Hiranoya suddenly remembered something. Initially, he didn't do anything to you, right? The girl whom Liao Shi almost bumped into walked into the room after confirming he had left. He didn't do anything to me, that's for sure. Xiao Ran, how long have you been here? Hiranoya was tidying up the dining table. I came over when it got dark. The person who came was Chun-ran, who also walked over to help tidy up the table. What is going on with Liao Xin? Chun-ran dumped the leftover food from the plate into a garbage bag. Hiranoya couldn't eat those things either, and keeping them would just make them stink. Just as I thought, she was infected by Shun Su's blood. I could smell Shin Su's scent on her. Then why didn't she turn to a ghost? Who knows? Maybe it's due to the dilute blood. Her body has been resisting transformation, but she couldn't hold on, making her body collapse. Hiranoya stacked the plates together and put them in the kitchen sink. I gave her some of my blood yesterday. She was quite lucky to pull through. If all goes well, Shun Su's blood has been consumed by mine. If she can survive, then she will be my offspring. Understood. In necessary situations, we can also restrain Liao Shi. Biological Investigation Bureau. What happened? Yun Jia. How could Shui may be dead? Liao Shi looked at the woman in front of him, who was imposing without being angry. She was the head of the Biological Investigation Bureau. Yun Jia waved her hand. Come here, Xiao Yao. Take a look. Liao Shi walked around the desk, resting his hand on the table, and looked at the surveillance footage on the screen. The footage was showing Liao Shi answering a phone call, looking panicked. My sister had some trouble. This call was from a hospital nurse, Liao Shi explained. Yun Jia nodded. I heard Shinsu mention it. Keep watching. The footage continued to play. After Liao, she said a few more words on the phone and instructed Shinsu. He immediately left. Chun-Su continued to sit there questioning alone. The small chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The surveillance had no sound, and just by looking at the lip movements, it was impossible to discern the content of their conversation. However, after a few exchanges, Shin-Su's expression clearly became unnatural. Yun Jia accelerated the video playback. From the time changes in the lower right corner, this interrogation lasted a full 20 minutes, until Chun-Su's expression suddenly changed from shock to astonishment. He quickly stood up and frantically pressed the button to raise the iron chain. But the elevator seemed to have a problem. In the footage, no matter how Chun-Su operated, he couldn't stop the chain from descending. Kui Mei, firmly fixed, struggled desperately, but could only watch herself gradually submerge in the pool, feeling her body being eroded away until finally, only a few pieces of clothing remained on the chain. It's strange. The staff would check all facilities before accepting a prisoner in a new cell, and there was no problem with Chui Mei's cell. After her death, they checked again, and still, there were no issues. Yun Jia looked at Liao Shi with great interest, her gaze piercing. Yun Jia, you aren't suspecting that Chun-Su and I are up to something, are you? Although the possibility is low, I can't rule out that situation. I believe you can understand that. Indeed, based on the surveillance, Liao Shi and Chun-Su were the only contacts. But since we captured her, why kill her here? Wouldn't it be easier to deal with it on the spot? That's why I say the possibility of you two being up to something is very low. I called you over just to verify Chun-Su's statement. If you both say the same thing, then there's no problem. You're both old employees, and I trust you. Yun Jia patted Liao Shi. There's nothing else. You can go. Liao Shi politely said a few words and left the director's office. But he didn't notice Yun Jia looking at his back thoughtfully. The clues about the Three Lives sect were cut off just like that. Liao Shi knew they would hide deeper now, and it seemed like another prolonged battle was ahead. Having not come to work for a day, his desk was already piled with documents. Fortunately, Chun-Su had organized them during the day's shift. Otherwise, he would have to work overtime today. The next day, Liao Shi took a leave of absence and specifically went to the hospital, firstly to see Liao Xin, and secondly to deal with some issues with Hiranoya. After spending the afternoon with Liao Xin and confirming she was fine, he then went to find Hiranoya. Before coming to the hospital, he had specifically asked Hiranoya about her exact off-duty time. Shall we go? Let's talk about your future job. Okay, I'll change my clothes. A few minutes later, Hiranoya came out of the staff lounge wearing a black coat. Liao Shi drove and took Hiranoya to a nearby CEF, finding a corner without anyone around to sit down. This is a bit much. It's not like we're filming a spy movie exchanging intelligence. Hiranoya couldn't help but comment as he saw Liao Shi looking around, ensuring the cameras and other people couldn't see the table's contents. Necessary work. Liao Shi confirmed before taking out a brown paper bag from his briefcase. What is this? All the confidentiality agreements you need to sign before starting work. Liao Shi opened the brown paper bag, revealing a thick stack of papers filled with dense text. Flipping through it briefly, almost every page had a place for a signature or fingerprint. Is it too late for me to refuse the job now? I didn't think I'd be signing until my hand hurt. Hiranoya suddenly felt it was too troublesome. If he had known this, it would have been easier to just barge into the Biological Investigation Bureau with the 12 ghosts of the month and forcibly seize Chun-Su's information. That's impossible. You know too much now? You've seen the confidentiality agreement. Whether you want or not, you have to sign it, or you'll end up spending your life in prison. I've only seen this stack of papers for less than half a minute. How could I possibly finish reading it? Who can guarantee that you haven't seen the content inside? Even just a sentence? Do you believe I should report you to the police? The police will listen to us. Just give in. I think I got on the wrong boat. For the next 3 hours, Pinjili sat there, reading page by page, signing and confirming page by page, and finally dropped the pen in her hand when she was about to lose patience. Done. I'm so exhausted. Pinjili tossed the pen aside, stretching her sore wrists. Did you read everything? She asked. Yes. I've never read so many words in a single day in my life. Any questions? Or anything you don't understand? Touching her chin, Pinjili nodded. Those cannibals, can only sunlight and wisteria kill them? Yes. Currently our researchers have only found these 2 effective means to deal with ghosts. So, will we learn superpowers? Or forbidden techniques, skills that can enhance our own strength? What are you thinking? She rubbed his forehead. Have you watched too many dramas? If those things really existed, ghosts would have been wiped out long ago. Ha. Pingi di sudendi lafit, kulachin her stomach. Back in the day, humans were losing ground despite the support of the sunblade, wisteria, sunlight, and breathing techniques. Now, only sunlight and wisteria remain as the most basic methods to kill ghosts. It seems the Biological Investigation Bureau has underestimated the ghosts, or rather, since the establishment of the Bureau, they have not encountered any truly high-level ghosts, thinking they could clear the ghosts just with these 2 methods. What's wrong? Nothing. I just find what I said amusing. No more jokes. Let's talk about something serious. Shi waved his hand and said, Here's a question for you. If a prisoner dies during an interrogation, what do you think could be the reason? What kind of question is that? You were in such a hurry to leave my house yesterday. Could it be because of this? A prisoner died during interrogation. Oh no. A ghost died? Help me think. I always feel this matter isn't that simple, but I can't see clearly being in the Bureau. Shi briefly explained the events of the interrogation day and the layout of the interrogation room. That's simple. There are only 2 scenarios. Pinjili held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of Shi. 1. A pure mechanical failure, like a temporary circuit malfunction, a short circuit. And it'll be fine after a while, so the maintenance worker can't find it. In this case, that ghost death is purely bad luck. The second scenario is much scarier. Leaning forward, she whispered, They're an insider from the 3 Life sect. She didn't speak. He had indeed considered this possibility. You and your partner captured that ghost alive, which means you 2 are fine, otherwise they would have killed her on the spot. There are cameras in the interrogation room, and you 2 can't touch the iron chains locking her up, which further proves you 2 are innocent. Go on. She nodded, lighting a cigarette. So, you should rephrase your question. Perhaps the answer will be easier to find. For example, change it to, why did the murderer decide to kill her at this moment? To stop us from continuing the investigation into the 3 Life sect? Shi followed along. Exactly. You 2 previously interrogated her about who transformed her. She didn't die. But as soon as the 3 Life sect was mentioned, she died. Don't you think that is a bit coincidental? So, the murderer killed her to silence her. She must have known something important, or she revealed something significant to you, which was enough to provoke the murderer's intent to kill. I understand. Shi flicked the ash from his cigarette, deep in thought. Let us piece together the recent events. Catching Chui Mei at the abandoned factory. Pinjili became Liao Xian's full-time nurse. The interrogation, Chui Mei's death, Liao Xian's blood transfusion, and Pinjili joining the Biological Investigation Bureau. No, wait. With this chain of events, Pinjili's level of suspicion skyrockets. As soon as Chui Mei was caught, Pinjili appeared, right at Liao Xian's side, curious about her job. And before the interrogation of Chui Mei was completed, she was dead. At that moment, Pinjili called me and got me to leave. She is also a rare blood human, meeting not only the Bureau's hiring requirements, but also the 3 Life sect's membership standards. Thinking of this, Shi couldn't help but lean back a bit. Sitting across from him, Pinjili was looking out the window with an innocent expression, completely unaware that she was being wrongfully suspected of being an undercover agent for the 3 Life sect. No, if Pinjili were from the 3 Life sect, I never told her about capturing Chui Mei, nor did I tell her where Chui Mei was specifically detained or the interrogation time. Moreover, if she were from the 3 Life sect, her analysis just now would only expose herself faster. Shi took a deep drag from his cigarette and stubbed it out. I know too little now. Rather than guessing and wasting brain cells, it's better to dig up more information about the 3 Life sect. Let's leave it at that for today. Get the hiring procedures done as soon as possible in the next couple of days. It's getting late. I'll drive you home. Okay. The next day, after a brief farewell to Liao Xian, Pinji Li submitted her resignation to the hospital and headed to the address Liao Shi had given her. The Biological Investigation Bureau was there. Liao Shi had been waiting at the gate for a while and greeted the security guard before bringing Pinji Li in. The hiring process was very cumbersome. Besides the medical examination, there were a bunch of documents to sign. As for the department choice, Pinji Li chose the same field operations department as Liao Shi, reasoning that her medical experience could improve the survival rate of team members during missions. The only troublesome part was that she needed to undergo a series of military training, including combat, reconnaissance, and shooting. After packing her belongings, Pinji Li was sent to the deep mountains for a 6-month training period. Under the influence of her blood ghost technique, skills that ordinary people would take a long time to master were quickly learned. Within just 3 months, she completed all the training content. This news also reached other departments of the Biological Investigation Bureau, and they all came to try to recruit her. Even several teams within the Field Operations Department were pestering Liao Shi daily, as she was someone he had brought in. After training, she would basically be in the same team as Liao Shi. The other teams were envious. They heard that this newcomer was not only highly capable, but also strikingly beautiful. The entire female workforce in the Field Operations Department could be counted on one hand, and these single men couldn't hold out for long. 5 months later, Liao Shi received a call from Pinji Li. Typically, during the 6 months of training, contact with the outside world is prohibited. So the fact that Pinji Li got her phone early indicated that her training had ended ahead of schedule. Hello, come pick me up. I've finally made it out of that godforsaken place. Haha, sure. I'll take you out for a nice meal. It's on me. Liao Shi laughed on the other end of the line. No thanks, I'm not hungry. I just want to rest properly. I'll go to the bureau to get my gear and then head home. Pinji Li decisively declined Liao Shi's invitation. She couldn't eat what Liao Shi considered good food. What she needed most was a good sleep. These past few months had worn out the usually lazy Pinji Li. If she weren't worried about raising suspicions by coming out too early, she would have finished the training in a month. Liao Shi drove to the designated location, where Pinji Li was squatting by the roadside with a backpack. This shouldn't be, Liao Shi observed as Pinji Li got into the passenger seat, looking incredulous. What? After such a long training, you still look like you can't wake up and are all lazy? Why hasn't your demeanor improved? Less nonsense. What is wrong with being born lazy? I'll make up for all the sleep I've missed over the past few months when I get back. You probably need to sleep for a week then, haha. Liao Shi smiled. But it's really impressive that you managed to finish training early. Have you trained before? I didn't find any record of your military experience in my research. Talent, you're really something. Liao Shi gave a thumbs up and didn't think much of it. By the way, come to my team, the External Duty Group C. Of course, I don't know anyone in the other groups either. Oh, you have no idea? You've become quite famous in the past 2 months. Other external duty teams are all competing to get you. If you went straight back to headquarters today, you'd probably be snatched up by another group. No way, right? Hiranoya scratched his head, thinking he hadn't really done anything particularly eye-catching. How is it not? We all know about the simulated combat last month. We specifically requested footage from that day. Your abilities were outstanding in all aspects. The people from other groups were practically dying of excitement watching it, all asking me for you. Reflecting on it, Hiranoya remembered that it was a simulated combat drill where he fought against 5 opponents. The fastest completion record was 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 11 seconds, achieved by a member of the External Duty Group with a background in Special Forces who set up a lot of traps and dragged it out until dawn to finish. Hiranoya's record is 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 7 seconds. She didn't hide at all during the entire course. Instead, she chose to confront the ghosts head-on in the blackness of night, where the ghost camp held a significant advantage. At first, the few ghosts didn't pay much attention, planning to toy with Hiranoya before killing her, as the condition for passing this training was merely to survive for a certain time under the pursuit of the ghosts. As long as she passed, that was enough. It wasn't until the 2 ghosts that had exposed themselves to Hiranoya received death notifications that the remaining 3 ghosts realized the seriousness of the situation and began to seriously pursue her. After losing another ghost, the 2 remaining ghosts surprisingly started to flee, resulting in an unprecedented exchange of roles between the attacking and defending camps. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the majority of Hiranoya's time was wasted on traveling and searching for the ghosts. The actual fighting time only added up to just over half an hour. Don't worry, since you invited me, I'll definitely join your Group C. Hiranoya reassured Liao Shi. Haha, good, Liao Shi smiled, but his expression suddenly became serious. However, I need to remind you of one thing. Real combat is different from simulations. People can really die. You could die. I could die. It's unpredictable. Don't think that just because you're strong in training, you'll be invincible in real combat. Of course, I've always been someone who acts according to my abilities and won't push myself too hard. By the way, do I really have to wear that black windbreaker? It's so ugly. In the Biological Investigation Bureau, Hiranoya raised her arms, and a female staff member wrapped a soft measuring tape around her ample chest. Don't move. Be careful not to measure wrong. The female tailor recorded the numbers from the measuring tape. It's practical. Many ghosts like to hide in crowded places. If we go looking for them with knives and guns, we might scare off unrelated civilians. This outfit is big and convenient for hiding equipment, and the fabric is specially made to be waterproof and fireproof, providing some protection in battle. If you're not afraid of dying, then forget what I said. Wearing this kind of clothing isn't a strict requirement. Forget it. Let's finish taking the measurements first and make it. Who knows, I might wear it once. Just thinking about running around the streets with a gun seems a bit scary. Choose your equipment. We can have the logistics department customize it for you. Liaoshi pointed to a wall full of various weapons. Even Hiranoya was amazed. The variety was almost comparable to her Blackwater space. Having lived for hundreds of years, she had also collected many different weapons, including a few legendary lost weapons from human history, which were actually gathering dust in her Blackwater space. After circling the cold weapon area, she indeed didn't find the Sunwheel Blade. It seemed that this method of killing ghosts had truly come to an end. She wasn't particularly happy about it. She had used the Sunwheel Blade before and had some feelings towards it, but she wasn't particularly sad either, considering she had been a ghost for hundreds of years. And many had wished for her to die at the hands of the Sunwheel Blade, if nothing unexpected happened. There were only a few hundred Sunwheel Blades left in this world, all tossed in the corners of the Blackwater space. Hiranoya had thrown quite a few Sunwheel Blades into the Blackwater space. The blade was entirely black and straight. In fact, Hiranoya really wanted to customize a wild katana that was her height, but thinking that even with the windbreaker, it wouldn't fit, she gave up and decided to just pick a suitable one. A dagger would be good. It was small and easy to handle. This one, Hiranoya picked a black dagger from the rack, weighed it in her hand, twirled it, and nodded. The handle is unbalanced. Redo it and add some weight. Do you prefer heavier ones? Yeah, it feels stable when swinging and penetrates deeply. Hiranoya played with the black knife, waving it in the air in front of her, looking as if the knife was barely acceptable. Liaoshi involuntarily took a few steps back, trying to keep his distance from this menacing individual. Now that you've chosen your close combat weapon, let's pick a gun. As for firearms, Hiranoya casually chose one. For her, it was just an accessory. It was useless against low-level ghosts, and even more so against high-level ghosts. It just had to look decent. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going home. Hiranoya yawned. Are you in such a hurry to sleep? Choosing equipment is important. It has to be handy. Have you already decided on a gun that quickly? Don't you want to think it over? Don't worry. I know my own strengths and won't shortchange myself on this. Okay, I hope you're serious about that. So, is there anything else to do? Hiranoya blinked. Nothing else. Just go find the warehouse manager to sign off, and you can take it home. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed over to the manager. Take a day off. Start work the day after tomorrow. Got it. Hiranoya waved her hand and disappeared down the corridor. Hiranoya did not go home. After confirming that no one was following her, she went directly to the Wisteria housekeeping service and took the elevator to the top floor. Chun Ran from the First Crescent was waiting there. During the past few months, when Yuan Shu was absent, everything had been under her responsibility. In the conference room, Chun Ran placed a bundle of documents in front of Hiranoya. These are the ones that have been organized recently. If you want to take a closer look, they are all here. Chun Ran's tone was cold and emotionless, like a talking robot, but Hiranoya was used to it. But I guess you don't have the time for that, so I've summarized these documents and will briefly explain them. Chun Ran added, not long ago, the Biological Investigation Bureau started to focus on investigating the Sansheng sect. The people they captured died in the interrogation room, as if they were killed. The Bureau has been cracking down on insiders lately. Have they caught anyone? Probably not. Otherwise, there would have been major movements by now. It's just that because there are still insiders, they are afraid of leaks or disruptions, which is why the operation has been delayed. They're still in a stalemate with the Sansheng sect. Major movements should refer to encircling the Sansheng sect or something similar, right? If it's confirmed that there are moles inside, once this operation plan leaks, it will definitely be countered by the Sansheng sect. What about Shun Su? Any news? No. Xiao Xianyi lost track of him. It's our negligence. A minor issue. I didn't expect to find Shun Su in one go. Otherwise, this mess wouldn't have dragged on so long without resolution. We'll be more cautious in the future. However, Xiao Xianyi did have some gains. During the past few months of investigation, he confirmed the identities of several ghosts. I don't know if we can pry some information from them. Have you dealt with them yet? Not yet. We're waiting for your instructions. We're afraid of alarming the snake. If he knows we're looking for him, he'll change his hideout. That's good. My current identity is an agent of the Biological Investigation Bureau's field team, so I will capture them in the name of the Bureau. Shinsu won't suspect that I'm the one looking for him. By the way, how's Liao Xin doing? Hiranoya suddenly thought of the little girl. I visited a few days ago. She's still alive and has a new nurse. Just then, Hiranoya's phone vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was a call from Liao Shi. Hiranoya made a shushing gesture to Chunran and answered the phone. Hello? Don't sleep. Grab your gear and head to the crematorium in the North District. Huh? We have a mission. I didn't want to call you over, but this place is quite big with too many doors, and Chun-Su and I are afraid we might miss something. All right, I'll be there right away. Is there anything else? After hanging up the phone, Hiranoya turned to Chunran and asked, No, that's all the important stuff. The rest are just minor things that have already been handled. You go ahead and focus on your work. Hiranoya trusted Chunran a lot. Despite her cold demeanor and expressionless face, she was quite reliable when it came to getting things done. After going downstairs to hail a cab, several drivers ran away as soon as they heard they were going to the crematorium at this late hour. She finally stopped one after offering an extra $50. Sister, just to let you know, I'll drop you off at the intersection over there, and you'll have to walk the rest of the way. I want to be accompanying you, said the driver seriously. Oh, okay. Hiranoya nodded repeatedly. Sister, what are you doing going to a crematorium at this hour? Asked the middle-aged man in the front seat, breaking the silence. Looking for someone, Hiranoya replied, opening her phone. Liaoshi had added her to a WeChat group called Workers Group C, which had 3 people in total. A task briefing was also sent to the group, and Hiranoya opened it to read carefully. Hearing the driver's question, she instinctively answered, Going to the crematorium in the middle of the night to find someone? The driver's hand on the steering wheel trembled, and he lit a cigarette, not daring to speak further. The target was an old man with a wrinkled face, looking to be in his 60s. Continuing to read, she learned more about him. His last name was Gao, and he worked as a cremator during the day and part-time as a night watchman when there were no jobs. His daughter-in-law bled to death in the hospital the year she gave birth, and his son became disabled after being struck by steel pipes at a construction site. The family now consisted of only him and his grandson, who had just started elementary school. To support these 3 mouths, the old man started working at the crematorium, which was one of the few places that would hire him due to his age and lack of education. The briefing mentioned that the target was a Tier 3 cannibal. Hiranoya stroked her chin, realizing that she was called here not because they were short-handed. As a newcomer, today she was the main character. The difficulty of this Tier 3 cannibal was not high. There was no reason Liao Shi and the others couldn't handle it. It can only be said that this task was a test paper specifically set for her by Liao Shi to evaluate her training results over the past few months. Sister, we've arrived. Get out of the car, said the driver. Okay, let me scan the code for the fare. After leaving the car, the driver stepped on the gas, kicking up a cloud of dust and disappearing quickly from sight, as if something was chasing him. After walking a short distance, Hiranoya spotted a familiar black SUV. It was Liao Shi's car. Approaching, she knocked on the window, and 2 people got out of the car. How do you feel? Liao Shi asked with concern. Huh, I still feel quite sleepy, Hiranoya replied, confused by the question. Not that. I mean, are you nervous or scared? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, I guess I'm a bit nervous since it's my first time doing something like this. This is your first real combat experience. We'll keep an eye on you. After all, it's your first encounter with ghosts. If you feel overwhelmed at any time, just let us know, and we'll take your place. Got it. Ha ha, little Lee. It's already impressive that I'm not protecting you. She's the one who can end training early. Chun-Su laughed heartily, patting Liao Shi on the shoulder. Regarding Chun-Su's way of referring to her, Hiranoya really wanted to tell him that her actual age could make her his great-great-great-grandmother. Did you bring your weapon? Hiranoya nodded and took out the dagger hidden at her lower back. I brought it. If things go wrong and a fight breaks out, you focus on attacking and only kill the ghosts. If humans warn you and still block your way, then you can kill them. Okay, let's go. The 3 of them entered the crematorium one after another, with the door attendant standing about 10 meters from the courtyard entrance. The lights were on inside the building, but the curtains were drawn, making it impossible to see inside. The 3 exchanged glances, their hands moving towards their weapons. Liao Shi stood sideways by the door frame and knocked on the door. A rustling sound came from inside, followed by footsteps getting closer. Who is it? The voice was surprisingly young and childish, sounding sleepy, as if it had been woken up by the knocking. We're here to find Gao Ning. The door clicked open. and a little boy wearing a tank top stood at the entrance. Grandpa went on night patrol. He should be back soon. You can come in and sit. Chun-Su had already drawn half of his gun, but was suddenly stopped by a soft hand. Don't do it. He should be a human, Hiranoya whispered. Chun-Su carefully observed the room. A school backpack was hanging on the chair, and there were open textbooks on the table. Ghosts couldn't attend school during the day, and the old man was past school age, so it seemed that this old ghost grandson was indeed a human. Chun-Su nodded and secretly gave Hiranoya a thumbs up. It was amusing that a ghost could resist its bloodthirsty desire while having a human grandson by its side. Hiranoya became interested. It was rare to find a ghost that could control its urges and still retain some rationality. It's quite cold. Then we'll come in. Hiranoya pretended to rub her arms, and when the boy stepped aside, she was the first to slip inside. Liaoshi and Chun-Su exchanged glances and followed suit into the room. What grade are you in, little brother? Hiranoya flipped through the homework on the table. The writing was quite good. Second grade. Oh, then you must study hard and get into a good middle school in the future. Hiranoya sat on a chair while the little boy sat on the bed, chatting casually, while Liaoshi and Chun-Su found it boring and squatted at the door to smoke. About 5 minutes later, a light appeared in the distance. They're here. Liaoshi squinted and stubbed out his cigarette. A skinny old man hobbled over, his flashlight flickering. Grandson, what is wrong, Grandpa? The boy, who was amused by Hiranoya, suddenly heard the old man's call and responded. Didn't I tell you to sleep soundly? Why did you open the door for strangers? The old man, seeing his grandson was fine, turned and glared fiercely at the three. Grandpa, they said they came to find you, and this sister is really nice. The boy pointed at Hiranoya, who was sitting on a chair. The old man glanced at the young woman who exuded a lazy vibe and snorted coldly. It was certainly not a good thing to come to the crematorium in the middle of the night, but he wasn't afraid. Despite his frail appearance, if pushed to the limit, he could deal with these three, provided they didn't threaten his precious grandson. Gao Ning, let's talk outside. It's not convenient here, Hiranoya said, glancing at the yawning boy sitting on the bed. Liaoshi turned his body, facing away from the boy, and showed his police badge to Gao Ning. He didn't want to scare the child. Gao Ning frowned, glanced at his grandson, and nodded. Outside, Hiranoya gently pulled the door shut. In all my years, this is the first time I've been questioned by the police, and it's in the middle of the night. So what is the matter? Let us not beat around the bush. I have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully, Liaoshi said. San Sheng Jiao, have you heard of it? Gao Ning was taken aback for a moment, shaking his head. What is that? Never heard of it. Is it a cult? Why are you bothering me? Is that so? Really never heard of it? Liaoshi's gaze was sharp. Gao Ning didn't back down either. The two stared each other down. Forget it, Liaoshi. He probably really doesn't know. A while ago, the Chui Mei couple popped up, and now Gao Ning appears. Would the San Sheng Jiao still be active if all the insiders had defected? It can't be that coincidental, right? Chun-Su tugged at Liaoshi. Gao Ning, let me ask you something else. Hiranoya crossed her arms and kicked a stone at her feet. Recently, many corpses have gone missing from the crematorium in the North District. Did you do it? What do you mean? Gao Ning sprobfurovet. Stop pretending. Let us wrap this up quickly. No one should waste time. We have more questions for you. Are you saying I stole the corpses? But I have no use for them. Suddenly, a gust of wind passed by, and Gao Ning instinctively raised his hand to block and quickly stepped back. What are you doing? Gao Ning yellet angridi. Heh, nice reflexes. When were you transformed? Do you know who transformed you? Hiranoya flicked the dagger in her hand, which still had a trace of blood on it. Who the hell are you? Gao Ning moved his arms, feeling a slight pain in his forearm. He hadn't expected this girl to be so fast. Biological Investigation Bureau, intern investigator. As Gao Ning recalled this, cold sweat drenched his back. He had heard that skinny kid mention the Biological Investigation Bureau. Once you encounter them, you should run as far as you can. But then he thought his grandson still in the room. If he ran away, what would happen to him? Would he be taken for dissection? Would he be tortured? What about his paralyzed son lying on the bed? Would he be taken too? Or would he die on that broken bed at home? What are you thinking? Gao Ning's vision darkened as Hiranoya delivered a flying kick directly to his face without any respect for the elderly. Gao Ning took the hit hard, staggering back and nearly falling, blood pouring from his nose, but it soon stopped. Liaoshi, Chun-Su, who had been on guard nearby, poked Liaoshi and said quietly, "She hits hard without hesitation. Who would be lucky enough to marry her? I believe she wouldn't treat her husband like this after marriage, right? Why don't you give it a try? I think this girl is quite pretty, and her personality is good. She just hits hard." Chun-Su chuckled. "Shut up. What nonsense are you thinking? Stay alert and don't let anything happen." Liaoshi punched Chun-Su. Not far away, Gao Ning, after taking 2 hits, became serious. His 10 sharp and pointy nails looked very frightening. But without combat training, he only managed to swat at Hiranoya randomly, unable to even grab her clothes, while occasionally taking kicks and cuts himself. After a while, Gao Ning realized that Hiranoya was completely toying with him. The cuts on her body were not healing, indicating that there was something wrong with the knife. Gao Ning began to curse Hiranoya for not following the rules of combat. So how about it? Answer my question, and let us get this over with. Hiranoya held the dagger in reverse grip, one hand on her hip, lazily standing in place. You little girl, don't go too far. Gao Ning panted, intending to say something fierce, but noticed the two men standing by, watching without intervening. Were they possibly stronger? With that thought, Gao Ning swallowed his threats. You don't want to talk, huh? He saved me. Without him, my son and grandson wouldn't be alive today. So no matter who you are, whether you're police or some damn investigation bureau, even if the king of hell comes, I want to say a word. Grandpa, why are you bleeding? The door suddenly opened, and a little boy rubbed his eyes as he walked out, seemingly awakened by the shouting outside. He saw Gao Ning covered in blood and was instantly frightened awake. What have you done to my grandpa? The boy froze for a moment, then suddenly looked fierce and pulled out a broom taller than himself, charging forward. Grandson, don't go. Gao Ning's heart almost leaped out. He rushed over like a madman. I must say, his courage was commendable. Pinjili nodded, sidestepped, and the wooden broom missed its target. With a quick movement, he pressed his body against the boy's side, grabbing him and holding a dagger with the tip pressed against the boy's soft neck, creating a small indentation. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The boy went from opening the door to being restrained by Pinjili in just 4 seconds. You bastard! Try touching my grandson! Gao Ning roared in agony, as if he wanted to devour Pinjili alive. If you answer my questions obediently, I won't do anything, Pinjili said, crouching down and pulling the boy's hair hard, exposing the boy's neck. With just a slight movement of his arm, the boy could say goodbye to this beautiful world. Damn it! Damn it! Gao Ning shouted angrily. I will definitely eat you 3 alive. I'll count to 3, and then you'll make a decision. It's quick, Pinjili said. I say, don't count, damn it. Gao Ning was furious, his fingers trembling. Isn't this better? We wasted so much time. Pinjili smiled, like a venomous snake ready to strike. Who transformed you? A guy named Big Dragon. Do you know his real name? No, that's what his underlings called him, so I called him that too. Where did the transformation take place? I don't know, but it was quite noisy. There was singing. Big Dragon gave me a tube of something red that I also didn't know what it was, saying it could prolong life and give me energy for work. What we're talking about is transformation should be this. Injection transformation? It seems that the so-called Big Dragon was just a small fish doing things for benefits. With such a double agent helping with transformations, it's no wonder that Shun Tzu's offspring increased so rapidly. Any other questions? Pinjili turned to Liao Shi. No, that's the important stuff. So what will happen to him? Pinjili had both hands occupied and had a point to Gao Ning with his lips. Are you willing to come with us? Liao Shi opened a suitcase and took out a metal ring. What if I don't want to? You will die in front of your grandson. Liao Shi pulled out a gun with his other hand. Sigh. Gao Ning sighed, almost using up all his strength. Then I'll go with you. What about my grandson and son? They will be taken care of by dedicated personnel. You can rest assured. If you behave well, you might have a chance to see them. So it means I'll be in prison? Pretty much. Mainly to cooperate with our research work. I'll go with you. Let my grandson go. First, put this on. Liao Shi slowly approached Gao Ning and fastened the metal ring around his neck. Don't make any sudden moves. If you make a mistake, this ring will explode and send your head to the sky. It contains substances specifically designed to deal with your kind. It will really kill you. Gao Ning touched the cold metal ring on his neck and nodded. Pinjili also let go, and the little boy, crying and snotting, rushed into Gao Ning's arms, clearly frightened. Gao Ning checked on his grandson for a while, then felt relieved. Liao Shi pointed to the watch on his wrist, urging Gao Ning to hurry and say goodbye. Gao Ning didn't know what he said to his grandson, the two of them alternating between crying and laughing. And after hugging his grandson one last time, Gao Ning left with the 3 of them. 3 mouths waiting to be fed. If I don't work, we'll starve to death. If I could do it all over again, I would willingly be transformed again, not turning into a ghost. How could this nearly 70-year-old man have the strength to work? Sitting in the car, Gao Ning turned to look at the doorhouse gradually disappearing from view. After bringing Gao Ning back to the bureau and handing him over to the security personnel, the 3 finally left. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll take you back. Liao Shi glanced at Pinjili and asked, what if Gao Ning just doesn't answer you? Would you kill his grandson? What are you thinking? Of course not. Pinjili chuckled. If he dares to abandon his grandson to keep secrets, then even if I kill his grandson, he wouldn't say anything. So his grandson is just a small tool. If it fails, I have nothing to say. I will definitely get him to speak. Liaoshi nodded, acknowledging this approach, remembering how terrified he felt when Pinji Li subdued the boy. By the way, how will we handle the old man afterward? Pinji Li asked. There might be questions for him someday. Usually, he'll stay in the underground level 3. The research personnel will have him cooperate with the research. And if he performs well, there might be a chance for him to go home and see his children and grandchildren. Got it, Pinji Li nodded. This time, Pinji Li slept for a whole day. The Biological Investigation Bureau didn't look for her. Chen Ran was also keeping an eye on things. And the Three Life sect had nothing to do with her. So she finally caught up on all the sleep she missed over the past few months. On the third morning, she was awakened by the phone ringing. It was Liaoshi. After a brief update, it was about an assistance task, helping the police handle a murder scene. The murderer was likely not a first-time offender, and they needed to rule out the possibility of a cannibalistic attack. Just as she hung up, Chen Ran called again. What's going on? Why are the calls coming in one after another? One of our assassins has been exposed, and the police are now pursuing him. Hiranoya fell silent. Could it be such a coincidence? Who exposed it? A human assassin took a job from us a couple days ago and left some clues uncleaned. Should we deal with him before the police do? Clean up the relationship between him and us. The Wisteria housekeeping company secretly engages in the business of hiring assassins, most of whom are human. If caught, the 12 demon moons could very likely be implicated. After double-checking the crime scene and target of this assassin, it matched the mission of the Biological Investigation Bureau. After much thought, Hiranoya said, "Don't rush. I'll go take a look first. If I can't handle it openly, you can find an opportunity to take action." After hanging up the phone, Hiranoya felt wide awake. Things were getting a bit troublesome, and she always hated troublesome matters. The next day, after a brief report at headquarters, the three quickly headed to Zone XC. According to official information, he lived here. Following the address, they arrived at an apartment building. "You go ahead." Liaoshi gestured to Hiranoya. Hiranoya nodded, knocked on the door, but there was no response. After knocking for about 10 minutes, the neighbor next door finally opened the door. "Are you looking for Sun Xiaolong?" A woman in her 30s peeked her head out, wearing pajamas. Sun Xiaolong must be referring to that big dragon brother. It's him, right? Hiranoya raised her phone to show the woman a picture of Big Dragon Brother. "Yes, that's Sun Xiaolong." The woman nodded, and seeing the serious expressions on the three of them, she timidly asked, "Did he owe you money?" "We're police officers investigating a case." Hiranoya showed her identification, which was issued to her when she joined the force a couple of days ago. "Oh, I see. Since you're not in uniform. I thought you were here to collect a debt. Do you know where he went?" Hiranoya pressed on. "You should be at work, right? He suddenly became successful in the past few years and rarely comes home. Do you know where he works?" "I think it's called Dreamland." Hiranoya looked puzzled. "What kind of place is that?" "Hu Enming is the largest bar in Jianyang City, a place for dancing," Chen Su said quietly beside her. "Oh, okay. Sorry for bothering you." After thanking their neighbor, the three drove to Hu Enming. "Xiaoli, you actually don't know about Hu Enming?" In the car, Chen Su looked at her as if she were an alien. Hiranoya scratched her head. As a homebody who just sleeps all day, she had never heard of this place. "Brother Su, I really don't know. I never go to such places. I don't like crowds or noise. It's strange. What is he busy with during the day? Isn't Huanming only open at night? Maybe he just worked overtime last night and is sleeping at Huanming today?" Chen Su turned the steering wheel and made a turn at an intersection. Hopefully, things are really that simple. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of Huanming, finding a spot in the parking lot to stop. At the main entrance, two young guys squatting at the door with dyed yellow hair and tight pants suddenly called out to the three. Hey, what are you doing? We're not open in the morning. Is it your first time here?" One of the yellow-haired guys tilted his head, cigarette in mouth, looking cocky, while the other yellow-haired guy shook his head, slicking back his greasy bangs that covered most of his forehead, letting out a mocking laugh. "Friends, we're here to find someone." Hiranoya smiled. "Is this the so-called spirited young man?" The first yellow-haired guy was instantly captivated, his gaze intense, as if he had already thought of a name for their future child. "Beauty, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll go in and discuss with them." The yellow-haired guy stood up, took out his already cracked phone, and stood with his legs crooked, one hand in his pocket and the other holding out the phone, smiling lewdly. "How old are you this year?" After sizing up the yellow-haired guy, Hiranoya thought his legs were so thin he had no muscle, and his tight clothes made him look like a scarecrow. With this kind of guy, Hiranoya could kick him to death. 17, beauty. I think you're about my age, at most 21, right? I don't mind the age gap, haha. If I add you on WeChat, can you let us in?" Hiranoya smiled, leaned a bit closer to the yellow-haired guy. Their eyes met, and smelling her alluring body fragrance made the yellow-haired guy's face turn red. He patted his weak chest hard. Don't worry. My Vort is my bond. Go ask around. Liaoshi suddenly got a bit angry and tugged at Hiranoya's sleeve. Hiranoya shook her hand behind her back, signaling that it was fine. Then I'll be counting on you. Hiranoya chuckled. Don't worry. Don't worry. The yellow-haired guy was so excited by her words that he quickly scanned Hiranoya's WeChat, suddenly changing the subject. But those two can't go in. Why not? Chun Su exploded. Try bringing Li in alone. Oh, got quite the temper, huh? The other skinny yellow-haired guy who was squatting stood up, hands in pockets, tilting his head. Brother Su, Brother Su. Hiranoya sensed something was off and quickly turned to hold back the restless Chun Su and Liaoshi. It's fine. I'll be out in a bit. Are you crazy, Li? How can we trust you to go in alone? Chun Su sao that. Oh, it's fine, Brother Su, trust me. I'll be out in a bit. Hiranoya said, while subtly patting Chun Su's right waist. Chun Su immediately realized that he had a gun at his right side, and there were more people in the vicinity with guns. Hiranoya was hinting that if something happened, he had a way to protect himself. Even if he ran out of bullets, the two outside could hear the gunfire and come into support. All right, got it. Be careful when drinking. Chun Su whispered in Hiranoya's ear. Let's go. They'll wait for me here, okay? Hiranoya gently patted the shoulder of the yellow-haired guy who wanted her WeChat. Let's go. The yellow-haired guy glanced smugly at Liaoshi and Chun Su, leading the other yellow-haired guy and Hiranoya through the front entrance. Damn it. Those two gatekeeping dogs really think they can bully people. Liaoshi lit a cigarette as he saw the two leave. It's fine. We can handle it. She has weapons and won't get into trouble. Chun Su took a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. We were impulsive earlier. Li is the calmest one here. After taking a few puffs, he regained his composure. Indeed, whether we went in as police officers or barged in, DeLong would be prepared, whether to destroy evidence or escape through another door. It's safest for Hiranoya to go in alone. It won't raise any alarms. Inside Huanming, a man who looked like a manager, dressed in a suit and tie with slick back hair, stopped the yellow-haired guys. Dalmo, Adamo, what are you bringing in now? Brother. Damao, the one who wanted Hiranoya's WeChat, quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handing one over. Do us a favor, brother. Your happiness depends on you. The manager looked closely at Hiranoya, his eyes flickering, then patted Damao's shoulder. You have high standards. Although his tone showed disdain, he still accepted the cigarette and made way. Thank you, brother, thank you. Damao bowed repeatedly in thanks. I thought you were a tough guy in Huaming. After walking a bit, Hiranoya whispered into Mao's ear, Go on. I was just giving him a bit of face in front of you. If he dared to act like this normally, I would have hit him already. You're amazing. Hiranoya agreed, finding joy in seeing this little guy so flattered. By the way, who are you looking for? Mao Uskit. Sun Xiaolong, where is he now? Sun Xiaolong? Damao didn't think of it immediately. You mean Brother DeLong, Hiranoya prompted. Damao and Mao suddenly stopped, looking around to make sure no one was watching, then lowered their voices. What do you want with him? What's wrong? Hiranoya asked, confused. Sister Li, Brother DeLong is a friend of the store manager. We met a few times, and he's not a good person. What do you mean? Since you don't seem to know Brother DeLong, I'll be honest. He suddenly appeared in Huanming 2 years ago, and since then, people often come looking for him, but no one has seen them come out again. We overheard once. Mao patted Damao, signaling him to stop talking. Keep going. Hiranoya pulled out 200 cash. Damao and Mao hesitated for a moment, but took it. We heard people inside screaming, but the sounds weren't like human screams. They sounded more like demons from hell. Hiranoya nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed the process of transforming into a ghoul, which was extremely painful. Most people couldn't withstand the transformation, their bodies turning into a puddle of mush, and only those who survived would be divided into different ranks. I need to find him. Please take me there. No, little Riri, I just want to experience a sweet romance. I don't want to never see you again, Damao surprisingly pleaded. Hiranoya chuckled softly. These two guys weren't inherently bad, just had taken a wrong path. Don't worry, I know my limits. Unable to argue further, Damao and Mao could only continue leading the way. They had already done enough for a stranger they were meeting for the first time. After passing through the booth area and the stage, they arrived at the back, winding through several corridors until a wooden door appeared before them. Brother DeLong was inside. Damao pointed to the wooden door at the end. Thank you. Hiranoya made a small heart gesture with her hand. Damao wanted to say something else, but Mao pulled him away. They were just little lackeys, and it was best to stay away from things they shouldn't see or know. They hadn't lived enough yet. Hiranoya knocked on the wooden door, and a man said, Come in. Upon entering, she found only one person inside, wearing only his underwear, lounging with his legs crossed while watching a movie. The room was filled with the smell of smoke, littered with empty bottles and tissues, and there were used condoms scattered around. The man showed no signs of embarrassment and maintained his position. "Who are you?" he asked, glancing sideways at Hiranoya. Noticing her good looks, which were much better than the previous women, he quickly sat up straight and grabbed a piece of clothing to cover his lower half. "Brother Long, I'm here on the introduction of Uncle Gao Ning. I heard you have medicine that can help me," Hiranoya said, appearing timid, like an innocent college student who had little experience in the world. "Gao Ning," Sun Xiaolong recalled, pushing the trash from the table to the floor. After rummaging for a while, he finally found a notebook and began flipping through it, skimming through the messy handwriting. "Oh, that old dead guy? I remember now. I heard he wants to enhance his health to live a few more years and earn some extra money for his children and grandchildren." Sun Xiaolong laughed heartily, slapping his belly. "That old man is quite interesting." He shook his head, clearly dismissive. "Brother Long, can you help?" Before she could finish, Sun Xiaolong slammed the table. "Call me Brother Long." "Okay, Brother Long." Hiranoya was momentarily speechless, as the emotion she had been building up was completely shattered by that slap. "What do you want me to help you with?" Sun Xiaolong picked at his nose, rolling a booger and flicking it away. "I want to maintain my youthful appearance," Hiranoya said. Sun Xiaolong felt this was a very normal request, especially from young and beautiful girls nowadays who generally had such thoughts. He then extended 5 fingers, 50,000, "and I'll keep your appearance youthful." "Huh?" Hiranoya feigned surprise. "I don't have that much. Can it be cheaper?" Sun Xiaolong grinned. He had been waiting for that line. He continued, "That is definitely not possible. Beautiful. Look at the legitimate cosmetic surgery hospitals now. Which one offers a full package for less than that? Mine is much cheaper. Plus, it's undetectable, unnoticeable, and has no side effects. But Brother Long, I really can't come up with 50,000. My budget is only 30,000, Hiranoya said, almost in tears from anxiety. "Well," Sun Xiaolong sighed, "let us do this, beautiful. I'll take a step back and charge you 30,000 for the same medicine." "Thank you, Brother Long." "Wait." Sun Xiaolong stopped Hiranoya, who was bowing to thank him. "As for the remaining 20,000, you can choose one of 2 ways to pay it off." Sun Xiaolong held up 2 fingers. "First, settle it within a month. Second, stay here with me for a month, just the 2 of us." Seeing that Hiranoya had fallen silent, Sun Xiaolong knew she was hesitating but would definitely choose the second payment option. So he wasn't in a hurry and tossed the paper back onto the bed, crossing his legs again to watch the movie. "Brother Long, have you thought it over?" "I choose the second option," Hiranoya said, her voice barely audible as she looked down with a flushed face. "Then let us settle the payment first." Sun Xiaolong finally heard the words he had been waiting for and moved around the table, preparing to take off his underwear. "Oh no!" Hiranoya sensed something was off, cursed, and delivered a side kick right to Sun Xiaolong's chest as he lunged toward her. Hiranoya didn't expect this guy to be so desperate. She initially wanted to agree with him and extract more information once he relaxed, but he unexpectedly prepared to get hands-on with her. How could she tolerate that? Ugh! Sun Xiaolong was kicked and gasped for air, falling to the ground with a red face, taking a while to catch his breath. Before he could utter the ma and mother, a dagger was thrust into his mouth, and he could clearly feel the cold, hard sensation against his tongue. "Shut your mouth." Hiranoya took out her police badge and waved it, causing Sun Xiaolong's face to turn pale as he recognized the small booklet. She forced Sun Xiaolong back into his chair and took out handcuffs to completely secure him. "You can speak, but only in response to my questions. If you say one unnecessary word, I'll cut off a finger. Do you understand?" Sun Xiaolong nodded, unable to close his mouth for a long time, saliva dripping down the blade. It looked disgusting, and Hiranoya disdainfully wiped the blade on the bedsheet. "Help!" Just as he managed to shout a word, Hiranoya punched in the mouth. The chair tilted, and he fell sideways, his head hitting the ground with a thud, 2 bloody molars flying off to a distance. Sun Xiaolong's face quickly swelled up, and he groaned. Hiranoya approached and kicked him again. "Have you learned to keep your mouth shut?" Sun Xiaolong didn't even dare to make a sound anymore. This woman really knew how to hit. "Do I need to teach you again?" Sun Xiaolong shook his head repeatedly. "Big Brother Long? Big Brother Long? What's wrong?" Outside the door, a staff member from Huanyan knocked and asked, probably having heard the noise. Sun Xiaolong looked at Hiranoya in terror. She pointed to the door, and only then did he dare to speak, spitting out the blood in his mouth and trying to sound calm. "It's nothing, you can go, don't come in. Haha, Big Brother Long. We all saw it. The woman who just went in is really not bad looking. You two have fun. Haha, we're having a great time," Sun Xiaolong said, almost crying. What they meant by fun was not the same thing. Once the employee confirmed they had left, Hiranoya finally loosened her shoe from Sun Xiaolong's neck. He hadn't dared to shout before. At that angle, if his crazy woman exerted any force, his neck would snap. Hiranoya locked the door, adjusted Sun Xiaolong, kicked the clothes off a chair, turned around to mount it, and rested his hands on the back of the chair. I asked and you answered. Sun Xiaolong nodded with half of his face swollen, not daring to spit the blood in his mouth on the floor, swallowing it back down despite feeling nauseous. Have you heard of this person, Shun Su? Sun Xiaolong shook his head. Gui sure? He shook his head again. Who gave you the ghost blood? An old man. Sun Xiaolong muttered in response. Hiranoya raised the knife and brought it down, her face showing no change in expression, while her other hand tightly covered Sun Xiaolong's mouth. Sun Xiaolong only felt a cold object suddenly pierce his thigh. Seeing that Sun Xiaolong had stopped shouting, Hiranoya continued to ask, I'll ask you again. Who gave you the ghost blood? It was an old man. I don't know his name. I've only seen him once. Usually, it's the manager of the illusion dream who trades with him. I only handle the money and the injections. It seems he wasn't lying about the ghost blood, Hirano thought, and continued to ask, why did he give you the ghost blood? I wanted to make money at the time. He said he could help me. Got it. Let me ask you one more question. Do you know about the Three Life Sect? I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Sun Xiaolong nodded frantically. What is your relationship with them? Not much of a relationship. They invited me to join, but I didn't agree. After a few seconds of silence, Hiranoya lightly touched the tip of the knife to a drop of Sun Xiaolong's blood and brought it to her nose to smell. You're not a rare blood human. Why did they invite you? How would I know? They probably valued my connections. I've met a lot of powerful people in this line of work. Hiranoya scratched his head. Another clue gone? Sun Xiaolong refused the Three Life Sect, and the source of the ghost blood was unclear again. All those who had bought ghost blood should have records in this notebook, right? Hiranoya flipped through the notebook that Sun Xiaolong had just looked at. Well, all right. Come with me for a trip. Hiranoya pulled the bedsheet, tore off a strip with a knife, and wrapped it around Sun Xiaolong's thigh to stop the bleeding. I will definitely report you. You used extrajudicial punishment on me. Sun Xiaolong said angrily in a low voice. We'll talk about it when we get back. It will be much more enjoyable to formally interrogate you then. Hiranoya snorted coldly. It was indeed the case. The Biological Investigation Bureau employed extremely cruel methods when interrogating cannibals since the subjects couldn't die and couldn't be classified as humans. Interrogating humans wasn't much better either. After all, those who could be detained by the Biological Investigation Bureau were, at the very least, guilty of crimes against humanity, and once caught, they wouldn't get out. At least let me wear a pair of pants. Less nonsense. Hurry up and go. Hiranoya kicked Sun Xiaolong in the butt, leaving a shoe print. Sun Xiaolong limped out of the room. Along the way, he encountered several employees and the manager he had met earlier, all of whom looked shocked at the scene before them. A few wanted to step forward to intervene, but upon seeing Hiranoya flash her credentials, they obediently stepped back. Damao and Air Mao were squatting at the stairway, looking dejected. Suddenly, they saw Sun Xiaolong, who was only wearing shorts, with a bruised face, limping over. And they were stunned, with Hiranoya following closely behind. Big Brother Long, Damao and Air Mao stood up, but were grabbed by the nape of their necks and forcefully turned around. You two will come with me for a trip as well. Hiranoya held them like little chicks. Little Jia, what's going on? Damao and Air Mao no longer dared to act recklessly. The police are handling a case. You two minors should be studying properly. Why are you messing around in a place like this? A sideways glance revealed that Hiranoya was still holding that little notebook proving their identity. And Damao and Air Mao's faces turned pale in fright. Little Li Jia, we were wrong. We won't mess around anymore. Please let us go. That won't do. You two are now involved in a major case, and you might spend the rest of your lives in prison. Huh, I'm still young. I know, and this is the best result I can strive for. You two might have to follow your big brother Long and take some bullets. Sorry, I can't guarantee that you will continue to live in prison. Hiranoya sighed and said regretfully. While speaking, Hiranoya had already taken the three of them out of the illusion dream, where Liao Shi and another person were waiting at the door. You scared me to death. If you hadn't come out, we would have gone in to find you. Liao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. You still don't trust me to get things done? Hiranoya waved her hand. I just interrogated him a few questions. There was nothing useful at this stage. It's fine. We can take our time asking the rest when we get back. What about these two guys? Take them away. First, go to the Xe District Police Station. Fortunately, Liaoshi's car was spacious enough to fit 6 people. Hiranoya really didn't want to squeeze in the back seat with a bare-bodied Sun Xiaolong. So she switched to the driver's seat to drive, with Liao Shi in the passenger seat and Chun Su in the back seat, keeping an eye on the 3 captives. All the way, Sun Xiaolong groaned in pain from his thigh and mouth injuries, while the Mao and Air Mao huddled together, crying, their noses and faces smeared with each other as tears, continuously mumbling that they didn't want to die, didn't want to go to jail, and hadn't lived enough, wanting to continue being brothers in the next life. I said, how did you scare them? The back seat's Chun Su was annoyed by the three's voices and covered his ears. Even Liao Shi, who was hard of hearing in the passenger seat, was bothered. I just teased them a bit. I didn't expect such a big reaction. Hiranoya awkwardly scratched her face. These two little guys still have some goodness in their hearts. They just need a little guidance and some appropriate warnings. I've never felt time pass so slowly. The car finally arrived at the XE District Police Station. They dragged the still tightly hugging Mao and Air Mao out of the car and handed them over to the police, immediately driving away from their heart-wrenching cries. As for the rest, let's leave it to the police comrades. These two kids will probably just receive some ideological education and be released. They want to really be treated harshly. The car was left with only Sun Xiaolong's groans, but it was much quieter now. By the way, I found this. While waiting for the traffic light, Hiranoya took out a notebook from her pocket. It was all records of people who had received ghost blood injections from him. Liaoshi took it, flipped through it, and found it densely packed with detailed records, including names, ID numbers, phone numbers, and transformation dates, totaling about over 100 people. There were a dozen or so people marked with a check, while the rest were marked with an X. Gao Ning, who had been caught from the crematorium not long ago, was also inside, marked with a check, indicating that quite a few people had failed the transformation. Impressive, little Li. Liaoshi gave a thumbs up and handed the notebook to Chin Su. This list will play a crucial role in the Biological Investigation Bureau's capture of cannibals. Is there a reward? Yes, there must be. This is the first time since the establishment of the Biological Investigation Bureau that such an accurate list has been obtained. It's enough for you to get promoted. Hiranoya nodded and straightened up, gaining higher-level access to more information, perhaps even to materials related to Shinsu. So it turns out it's the Biological Investigation Bureau. I said, why didn't you take me to the XE police station earlier? In the back row, Sun Xiaolong continued mumbling. You all wait, that adult will kill you all. Just as this group of lowly individuals was making fierce remarks, Sun Xiaolong suddenly received a resounding slap. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Chun Su shook his reddened palm. Sun Xiaogua, who had just recovered a bit, was stunned again by the slap, leaning against the chair back and continuing to grunt. On the way back, Liaoshi also contacted the headquarters, quickly sealing off Dreamland, publicly declaring a business suspension for restructuring, while secretly capturing the manager of Dreamland. 3 days had passed since the capture of Sun Xiaolong, but the manager of Dreamland had not been caught. To be precise, he could not be caught because the naked body found in a hotel with its throat cut 2 days ago was the manager of Dreamland. The other information extracted from Sun Xiaolong was roughly consistent with what the Biological Investigation Bureau had. The only useful detail being that his ghost blood source was an old man whose name he did not know, based on the features he described. A portrait was drawn of that old man, but it turned out to be a standard face that could match thousands of others in the database. The clue was broken again. Liaoshi had a splitting headache with the following questions laid out before him. First, is there a mole within the Biological Investigation Bureau? Who is it? Second, who is the old man Sun Xiaolong mentioned? Third, after verification, Sun Xiaolong had never sent anyone to assassinate the manager of Dreamland at the hotel. He didn't even know his friend had been assassinated there. The identity of the murderer who died by the roadside had also been clarified. He had never interacted with the victim he killed in life. It was purely a hired killing. So who hired him? Or was he a lone wolf acting independently, or a member of an assassin organization? Fourth, what was the purpose of the ghost that killed the murderer Lao Meng? Was it to silence him? At least for now, the suspicion of the Three Life sect was too great. Everything pointed to the Three Life sect. When a mole confirmed that the Biological Investigation Bureau was targeting Sun Xiaogua, they decisively decided to abandon the car to protect the commander, cutting off this line and hiring an assassin to eliminate the manager of Dreamland, who knew relatively more. As for Sun Xiaogua, due to Chun Su's protection, the murderer did not take action. To ensure everything remained undetected and to avoid the murderer being captured and revealing the Three Life sect, they specifically sought out a cannibal to eliminate the murderer, thus cutting off all clues. Relevant experts repeatedly analyzed the video of the interrogation of Chui Mei, inferring that there might be two factions within the Three Life sect. One is the human bloodline faction, which believes in the supremacy of human blood, and the other is the species bloodline faction, which considers cannibals to be the noblest bloodline. Cui Mei and her husband are typical of the species' bloodline faction. Analyzing this, it was confirmed that the Three Life sect was the mastermind behind everything. As long as a few key questions were answered, there would be more breakthroughs, and the Three Life sect would be on the verge of disappearing. Liaoshi? Liaoshi? Chen Su patted Liaoshi hard. Are you daydreaming at such an important moment? Sorry, is everyone here? Yes, all 10 external teams, 30 people. Hiranoya was adjusting her earpiece. All teams received a reply. Liaoshi tapped his earpiece. Team G receive. Team B receive. Team J receive. Team F receive. As the overall commander of this operation, I reminded everyone a few things. Liaoshi said seriously, according to intelligence, after the Dreamland Bar incident, all the surviving ghosts on the list have gathered together and are planning to escape from Jiangyang City. We have determined through street surveillance that all 18 of them are currently gathered in this hotel. Everyone, act according to the original plan, do not get separated. If any teammate is seriously injured, that team should evacuate immediately. A 12-story building 100 meters away had mostly been converted into a hotel, with only the bottom floor being a supermarket. In a room with tightly closed curtains, a dozen people were quietly waiting. They're here. A tall, thin man with an effeminate appearance released his grip on the corner of the curtain. Then let us act. Do we really have to do this? I don't want to die, a woman with a mask said timidly. If we don't deal with him here, how will we escape? As for how many will survive, it depends on our luck. I've been annoyed with them for a long time. Just a bunch of humans. A young man with a hedgehog haircut rubbed his hands together, eager to try. What are you afraid of? We have a powerful person backing us up. I don't believe these few humans can be stronger than him. One of them shouted. All eyes turned to an old man, some with fear, some with admiration, and some with reverence. Now, anyone who wants to withdraw, raise your hand. The old man opened his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. A dozen people quickly lowered their heads to look elsewhere, not daring to meet his gaze. The woman who had previously mentioned her fear of dying timidly raised her hand. Anyone else? The old man nodded, and no one replied. The old man suddenly coughed, and a mouthful of phlegm landed on the face of the woman who raised her hand. The woman screamed in pain as her once beautiful face quickly corroded, and before long, she collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of black ashes. Who else wants to test my poison? The old man licked his dry lips, chuckling. No one spoke again, nor did anyone raise their hand. Rather than being killed now, it would be better to fight desperately against the people from the Biological Investigation Bureau later. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. Then let us prepare for the welcome ceremony. 30 external personnel surrounded the 12-story building according to their groups, and the supermarket on the first floor was quickly cleared out. Those who were confused and still there immediately chose to leave upon seeing the guns being held. Liaoshi, Chen Su, and Hiranoya's team, C, were mainly responsible for battlefield support. If any troublesome opponents appeared, they would quickly go to assist. Team A was responsible for coordinating below, while guarding against any ghosts trying to escape. The remaining 8 teams were responsible for checking each floor, and the teams that finished checking first would continue to search upwards. Confirming that they were human hotel guests, they would let them go quickly. If confirmed to be ghosts, they would open fire immediately. Soon, gunfights erupted on various floors, with a few unfortunate cannibals falling under gunfire. Hiranoya was bored, jumping down the stairs in the fire escape, when suddenly a voice came through the earpiece. This is Team E. One person lightly injured. Need support on the 4th floor. Moving out. Liaoshi patted the dust off his pants, took a few quick steps up the stairs, and headed straight for the 4th floor. The corridor was long, but it wasn't difficult to find people. Just as he came out of the fire escape, a figure burst through a wooden door not far away, crashing heavily onto the floor of the corridor. D. A deformed ghost, ugly due to its transformation, lunged at the fallen person. With a loud thud, the ghost, still in midair, felt pain and instinctively curled up. The person on the ground reacted quickly, scrambling toward the direction of the gunfire, using both hands and feet. Hiranoya held a gun in both hands and moved forward quickly, the muzzle still smoking. Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The times have changed. Adults, technology is the primary productive force. This specially made bullet containing wisteria extract has absolute lethality against demons. And even the knives used in close combat were coated with wisteria extract. The demon lay on the ground in agony, writhing, and soon became motionless. The others immediately stopped, aimed at its head, and fired several more shots. The demon twitched twice and transformed into a wisp of black ash. Playing dead? I do believe it when it turns to ash. Liao Shi helped up an E group member who had just retreated to his feet, somewhat speechless. The room is safe. Hiranoya walked around, and besides 2 E group members who had knocked their heads and fallen unconscious, there was no one else. What happened? Liao Shi checked and found nothing serious. They would wake up in a while. We were ambushed. That guy was hanging from the ceiling at the door. We came in and checked the door without finding anyone, so we let our guard down at this position. Who knew he would suddenly jump down from the ceiling and smash their heads to the ground? As long as nothing major happened, it's fine. Jinsu, lend a hand and take these 2 down. Okay. Shinsu picked one person up on his back. Hey. A strange voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Can the dogs of the Biological Investigation Bureau hear me? Who are you? Liao Shi responded, knowing that no one else could mix into this channel. The only possibility was that this guy had dealt with a certain group and obtained their earpiece. Oh, I'm just a nameless rookie who enjoys beheading. By the way, these 3 guys are really weak. Haha. Is there anyone willing to come play with me? What floor are you on? Liao Shi clenched his fists, trying to stay calm. The 6th floor, waiting for you. Then, the sound on the earpiece cut off, leaving an eerie silence. The 6th floor was under the responsibility of the F group. Liao Shi called the F group several times through the earpiece, but there was no response. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Liao Shi cursed softly and led the way to the fire escape, saying to the other groups through the earpiece, Group C, take over the 6th floor. The other groups continue on their respective floors. The 6th floor was eerily quiet. All the corridor lights were destroyed, and only a few rooms with open doors emitted faint light. Stay alert. Liao Shi raised his gun and turned on his flashlight. The corridor was covered in blood, and several corpses lay in the corners, dressed in clothes that did not belong to the Biological Investigation Bureau. That demon was attacking indiscriminately. Careful. Hiranoya Shota. Pulling Chun Su back a few steps and delivering a kick towards the darkness, which echoed with a muffled sound. A sphere rolled to a nearby spot. Shining the flashlight revealed a severed head. It's one of the F group members. Liao Shi recognized immediately. Soon after, 2 more whistling sounds were heard. Having learned from the previous experience, the 3 quickly dodged to the side, and 2 severed heads flew a distance before crashing against the wall and falling to the ground. Not bad reflexes. In the darkness, the voice that had spoken over the earpiece came again. Liao Shi shone the flashlight over, revealing a boy who looked no older than 16 or 17. Deng Chun, right? Liao Shi quickly recalled all the information on the list and asked, Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Deng Chun bowed at a 90-degree angle. Take care of you. Hiranoya raised her gun and fired twice. This unfortunate kid wasn't one of the 12 ghost months, so there was no need for further chatter. Oh dear, how rude. Surprisingly, those 2 shots were dodged, indicating that this kid was not comparable to the low-tier demons they encountered before. Can't this kid talk normally? Jian su sudenli gom lai. Focus. If he can dodge bullets. Deng Chun is much stronger than the previous couple, Cui Mei. Liao Shi drew his short knife. Hey. What are you chatting about? Deng Chun shouted. Blood demon technique. Sensing an unusual fluctuation, Hiranoya became alert. Although Deng Chun's level wouldn't harm her, if the next attack hit her, it would still hurt. A red light suddenly brightened, and the 3 severed heads beside them became like charcoal pulled from the fire. Explode. As Deng Chun's voice fell, the 3 heads actually exploded with a bang. The narrow corridor had no place to dodge. Blood and flesh splattered all over the 3 of them, and bone fragments flew about, leaving numerous cuts like shrapnel on their bodies. Damn it, he has abilities. This is at least a level 2 cannibal. Liao Shi wiped off the flesh stuck to his face. Are you guys okay? Just scratches. I'm Phoenix. Using blood demon technique means that the old man who transformed Deng Chun is at least of this level. The Biological Investigation Bureau seems to have not dealt with demons that can use blood demon techniques much. This time, let us try not to intervene and just observe the strength level of these field teams. Hiranoya stared ahead, thinking to herself, what a pity. The head seemed to have flown a bit far, not killing you all. Deng Chun slowly walked towards the 3. Suddenly, Deng Chun's figure disappeared from sight. The already blurry outline vanished, and Liao Shi and Chun Su's nerves tensed up. Here, Deng Chun appeared beside Hiranoya, kicked out suddenly, and Hiranoya instinctively raised her hand to block, protecting her head, but her whole body crashed against the wall. Cover. Liao Shi felt a tightness in his heart and raised his gun with Chun Su, preparing to shoot. Annoying fly. Deng Chun almost instantly closed the distance to Chun Su, directly knocking the gun out of Chun Su's hand. Concerned about the shooting angle that might injure Chun Su, Liao Shi's finger on the trigger relaxed. Before Liao Shi could make his next move, Deng Chun grabbed Chun Su with one hand and lifted him up single-handedly, while the other hand turned into a palm and heavily struck Chun Su's chest. Chun Su grunted, as if he had been hit by a car, and fell into a room behind him. Blood demon technique. A loud bang echoed in the room, and a large pool of blood and flesh splattered into the corridor. Chun Su, Liao Shi shouted in terror. Ha 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 ha. Dang Chun laughed maniacally, his expression frenzied. Don't look anymore, he's definitely dead. No one can withstand my corpse bomb. Liao Shi was still a few steps away from the room Chun Su had fallen into and couldn't see his current situation. Not far away, Hiranoya had been knocked around and had yet to recover her senses. She could only rely on herself now. My blood demon technique is stronger where there are more corpses, and this floor is filled with them. You can't escape. So that ability is called blood demon technique. This is another piece of intelligence. Ha ha. What does it matter if you remember? You're already a dead man, and you're still thinking about intelligence. You really talk too much. Liao Shi revealed his knife and charged forward. Since this strange explosion relies on corpses, he should stay as far away from them as possible. If he didn't want to injure himself, the closer he was, the better. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the knife is faster. Liao Shi, holding the knife in his right hand, suddenly switched hands. Dang Chun, who was focused on blocking from the right, didn't have time to switch and retreated in a panic. A cold glint flashed from the left, and the tip of the knife grazed Dang Chen's neck, almost slitting his throat. Good opportunity. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Just as Dang Chen's foot landed, still unsteady, Liao Shi's arm bulged with veins as he roared. And with a twist of his left hand, the short knife changed direction and stabbed out. Blood demon technique. This knife headed straight for the throat. If it hit, it would be certain death. At that instant, Dang Chun activated the blood demon technique, and a red light emanated from his pocket. Realizing something was wrong, Liao Shi couldn't react in time. Dang Chun had even hidden a piece of corpse in his pocket to detonate. The blast at such close range pushed Liao Shi away, blood splattering into his eyes. Panting, Dang Chun leaned against the wall, struggling to stand. The previous explosion had blown apart his entire waist. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Really troublesome. Dang Chun touched his hollow abdomen. Some organs still not healed. You are the strongest human I have ever seen. Let me transform you. Dang Chun was delighted to see that Liao Shi was still alive. Dang Chun, I ask you, why were you willing to fall and become a cannibal? Liao Shi gasped for breath. Reaching for the short knife that had fallen to the side, squinting one eye, the blood from the corpse had splattered in and had not yet been dealt with. Fall? No. Dang Chun shook his head. You all don't understand my pain. A bag of rice has to bear several floors. The wrong one is not me. The wrong one is this world. Dang Chun suddenly became melancholic, as if he had experienced some sad past. Liao Shi couldn't help but burst into laughter, chuckling out loud. No wonder his way of speaking was strange before. It turned out he was a late-stage Chinibu. What are you laughing at? Dang Chun, feeling embarrassed, angrily said. It's nothing. If you can survive, one day you will regret the hasty decision you made to become a cannibal. It's not a cool thing at all. Shut up. You don't have the right to preach. Dang Chun, who had almost recovered, suddenly lunged at Liao Shi. Liao Shi tensed his body, taking a defensive stance. This was his last bit of strength. There's no helping it now. Feeling the strength of both their breaths, it was obvious that Dang Chun still had some energy, while Liao Shi, having endured several explosions, was already at the end of his rope. Blood demon technique, blood grasp. Hiranoya whispered softly, shut up. D. Dang Chun leaped up, his face twisted with rage, raising a chunk of flesh in his hand, ready to smash it down on Liao Shi. Suddenly, his expression froze, and his body became immovable. Dang Chun looked in terror at the knife blade, gradually coming into focus in his vision, unable even to scream. The blade pierced straight into his mouth, the tip penetrating through the palate and into his skull. Until his death, Dang Chun couldn't understand why in that moment. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze instantly, stopping its flow, hard as steel, the strength of his muscles unable to move his body, as if he were a doll filled with steel frames. Dang Chun fell onto Liao Shi, who couldn't bear the weight and was directly pressed down. In no time, Dang Chun was reduced to a smear of black ash. Is everyone okay? A slightly plump figure staggered out from a room. Liao Shi raised his head to take a glance, then laid back down, letting out a long breath. Damn. Chun Su, you're still alive. I wasn't hit by the body. During the explosion, I was on the other side of the wall corner. I just got knocked out. Are you okay? Iem Mifine. How about Shaoli? Go check on her. I'm fine. I bumped my head just now and just woke up, Hiranoya said groggily. As long as everyone is okay, let's take a break. 10 minutes later, after having a smoke and chatting for a bit, Chun-Su and Liao, she stood up. The injuries, not serious, just a bit dazed from the earlier explosion, and now they had recovered quite a bit of their strength. If there are no major issues, let us continue with the support mission. Seeing that the other two had no objections, he pressed the earpiece. Team C has completed the clearance of the 6th floor. Other teams, report status. After a brief silence, several voices chimed in, summarizing briefly. There were a total of 12 floors, excluding the confirmed safe 1st floor, leaving 11 floors with only the top floor remaining uncleared. According to the original plan, after clearing the assigned floors, the teams would push upwards, excluding Team F, H, I, and E, which had suffered casualties or had all been killed, a total of 8 people. There were currently 19 field personnel still responsible for searching the building. Based on the battle statistics, out of 18 targets, only one was unconfirmed dead. He should be on the top floor. At that moment, in a pitch-black room on the top floor, a tall, thin man and an old man sat together. The man dialed phone number after phone number, having dialed 17 numbers without anyone answering. "Old you, it's time to execute the plan," the man said respectfully. "Have all the preliminary work been completed?" The old man coughed a few times, his voice hoarse. The man nodded. "Yes, they've demonstrated their value here. If they knew, they would certainly thank you." The old man stood up, chuckling a few times. "Of course, I keep my word. I will take care of these little pests from the Biological Investigation Bureau." Blood demon technique, corrosion. The old man coughed twice, spinning around and spitting a circle of saliva on the ground. When that liquid touched the wooden floor, it quickly hissed, releasing white vapor, creating a pit, until it penetrated a layer, causing the floor beneath the old man and the man to drop into a room on the 11th floor. "What is that sound?" Liao Xi's earpiece transmitted a question from Team G, responsible for the 10th floor. "What was that muffled sound from above?" "I don't know. We're heading towards the direction of the sound." The team responsible for the 11th floor replied. A few seconds later, the team responsible for the 9th floor shouted into the earpiece. "Team G, what happened on the 10th floor?" "The ceiling just shook." "Everyone, calm down, stay alert." Liao Xi stopped the chaotic and meaningless exchanges over the earpiece. "All teams, pay attention. Attention." The team responsible for the 11th floor reported. "There are signs of corrosion on the floor of room 1109, and there are 2 targets standing on a section of the floor that is still descending. Height confirmed. The targets are now on the 8th floor. They will soon reach the 7th floor. All teams, prepare to intercept." Liao Xi said to the other 2, "The targets are coming down vertically from room 1109, corresponding to room 609 on the 6th floor." Did the people above make a mistake? How could there be 2 ghosts? Didn't the intel say there were only 18 targets for this mission? Chun-Su thought as he ran, reloading his handgun. He didn't want to stand too close and get crushed by the falling ceiling. It was better to stay back. We might have been set up. Liao Xi kicked open the door to room 609. A loud crash came from the ceiling above, and those 2 ghosts should be arriving soon. "They're coming." Chun-Su aimed his gun at the direction of the cracking ceiling. With a loud bang, the falling ceiling kicked up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the figures within. Just as the 3 were about to fire at them, Hiranoya's pupils constricted, and she opened her arms to push the 2 standing beside her away, throwing herself onto the ground. The dust that filled the room was suddenly torn open by something, and a howling wind rushed towards where the 3 had just been, slamming into the doorframe, sending rocks and with splinters crashing to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Liao Xi and Chun-Su panted heavily until they heard a dull thud from below, realizing that the 2 ghosts had already descended to the 5th floor. "You really are something, Shaoli." Liao Xi patted Hiranoya on the back, giving her a thumbs up. If it weren't for her quick reaction, there would have been 3 more headless corpses on the 6th floor now. Hiranoya stood up to check the nearly 2-meter-long crack across the doorframe. It didn't look like it was caused by sword energy. It was too rough, and the power decreased too much at the upper and lower edges. It should just be a blood demon technique that manipulates wind. "Everyone, gather on the 2nd floor immediately. The target has long-range attack capabilities. Find cover." Liao Xi called through the earpiece, and the 3 of them quickly headed downstairs. "Shaoli, how did you know the enemy was going to attack?" Chun-Su casually asked while going down the stairs. "Just a guess." "Huh? The enemy is coming straight down. It's too easy to intercept. They must know this. So they'll either set up defenses or launch a counterattack. That smoke can block our line of sight, but can't provide defense. So it must be cover for an attack. They know the position of the door. As long as they attack toward the door at the moment they land, if they're lucky, they could take out 3 people in 1 hit." Remembering the terrifying sound of the wind breaking just now, Chun-Su swallowed hard. The two demons slowed their descent. And it wasn't until everyone had gathered on the second floor that a dull thud echoed from the ceiling of room 209. Are there still a few alive? Liao Shi, hiding at the door of 209, noticed that the number of people on site was not the 19 counted earlier. 17. Two were killed by long-range attacks on the 8th and 9th floors, someone in the crowd reported. Damn it. Liao Shi angrily punched the wall, blood streaming down. The casualty rate has already exceeded half. What's the difference from suicide? What were the higher-ups thinking by handing over on-site command to him? Liao Shi, have you gone mad? Chun-Su pressed down on Liao Shi's fist and slapped his face. Everyone came in here with the determination to die. Your command was not wrong. Our enemies have brains too. You're not a god. You can't predict the enemy's position, strength, numbers, and special abilities. Didn't you prepare mentally before coming here? This is the first time the Biological Investigation Bureau has encircled so many cannibals, and the fact that these people are still alive is thanks to your timely command. Yeah, Brother Liao, if you hadn't warned us in advance, I'd have lost my head at the door of 509 long ago. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Of course, I was mentally prepared. Liao Shi gasped for breath, calming down somewhat. I'm sorry, it's just that the brothers died too suddenly, and it reminds me of 4 years ago. Those present who understood Liao Shi's past knew that 4 years ago, during the Black 18 incident, he was the only survivor among 75 police officers. The rest perished in that mall. They're coming. Hiranoya's voice pulled everyone back from their sorrow as cracks began to appear in the ceiling of 209. The cracks in the ceiling of 209 spread outward, creaking under the strain, and in just a few seconds, the ceiling was covered in cracks before collapsing with a loud crash. Take cover. Several wind blades shot toward the door. Crisscrossing, 7 or 8 cracks burst out, and debris fell to the ground. Hearing no more movement inside, Liao Shi cautiously peeked in and vaguely saw 2 figures, with no new signs of erosion on the ground. The 2 figures moved, and the people guarding outside became extremely alert, prepared for any sudden situation. It's been a long wait, everyone from the Biological Investigation Bureau. An elderly voice came from inside, and a purple mist spread out from his body. The eerie purple smoke rapidly filled the room and began drifting toward the corridor. Get back. Stay away from the smoke, Liao Shi commanded, and the people blocked at the door of 209 quickly retreated. The smoke drifted toward both ends of the corridor, suddenly swirling into a strange, strong wind, and all the smoke quickly blew toward the position of the group. A few people who moved slowly inhaled a mouthful and fell to the ground, their bodies going limp. The smoke is toxic. Run. Find a ventilated place. Does anyone have a gas mask? The remaining people shouted in panic as they fled. Run. The exit to the first floor is not near you. The tall, thin man beside the old man sneered. No one can leave here. The 2 demons continued to advance, the smoke following them, and the remaining people at the end of the corridor covered their mouths and noses with their clothes. Fire sprinkler. Hiranoya looked around and aimed at a fire sprinkler on the ceiling of the corridor, causing the pipe to burst, and a large amount of water sprayed out, intercepting the eerie purple smoke. Seeing this, others quickly shot at the sprinklers above, caring little about getting wet. The paralysis toxin mixed with the water and slowly flowed toward them. Those in the front who came into contact with it also fell unconscious. Now, only 5 people still had combat capability. Blood demon technique, Windblade. While a few were busy dealing with the toxin, the tall, thin man opened his mouth and blew a breath, which turned into wind blades sweeping toward them, the wind pressure lifting the falling water and creating a gap. Watch out. A field officer slipped and couldn't dodge in time. The wind blade struck him in the waist, cutting him in half. It's a trap, damn it. Liao Shi cautiously stepped back a few paces. Although his shoes prevented direct contact between his feet and the water on the floor, he wouldn't act recklessly until he was sure what other techniques these 2 demons had. According to intelligence, the tall, thin man present should be the last of the 18 targets, while the old demon was not even on the list, making him the 19th. Looking at the current situation, the previous 17 demons were merely tools to exhaust field personnel. The real attackers were these 2 guys. They had been waiting on the top floor from the beginning to avoid being found right away, and after the other demons died, they quickly moved to the second floor to intercept the remaining field personnel. Even if they managed to circle around to the way down to the first floor, they must have prepared in advance. They had played a good hand, daring to counterattack the Biological Investigation Bureau. Stop whining. Your mouth stinks. A beautifully crafted red object flew through the sky, and the tall, thin man's expression changed drastically as he awkwardly dodged. The old man also stepped back a couple of paces. Who threw toilet plunger? The tall, thin man flushed with embarrassment and yelled angrily. I'll give you a mouthful. Hiranoya, hiding in a small room where cleaning staff stored various cleaning tools, held a plunger in her hand. The rubber part at the bottom still had a lot of brown foreign substances, and due to the dampness, it had become sticky and disgusting. You trickster. If you have the guts, come out. As the tall, thin man was halfway through his words, he quickly lowered his head as another toilet plunger spun through the air, the foul-smelling filth spreading out due to inertia like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, hitting both demons in the face, causing them to scream, not knowing whether they were more angry or disgusted. Ah, that's disgusting. I'm going to kill you. The tall, thin man scrubbed his face vigorously after lifting his clothing, finally wiping it off, though there was still some smell left. Come and try. The man who had been lowering his head suddenly heard a light laugh in front of him, his hair standing on end. When did you get so close? Sensing danger, the man hurriedly retreated, and a cold light flashed as his left eye was directly slashed open. The old man also stopped his movements and lunged toward Hiranoya. Cover. Liao Shi and the others rushed over just in time, swinging their knives to block the old man's outstretched claws. The tall, thin man covered his bleeding left eye, retreating while releasing several wind blades from his mouth, but they were all intercepted by the woman in front of him, pushed to the walls and ceiling with strange force. Not a single one able to reach her or the few people behind her. How is this possible? They're clearly just small daggers. However, his eyes were almost healed. Although the burst water pipe blocked the advance of the paralyzing smoke, it also washed away the wisteria extract from these people's cold weapons. Now, in terms of close combat, even if you were chopped in a meat paste, he could still revive. The few people from the Biological Investigation Bureau also noticed this and quickly pulled out their handguns. At this moment, they could only rely on special bullets to achieve a kill, but the cramped space made it easy to accidentally injure allies. So they needed to find an opportunity. Where was she hiding? After the tall, thin man's eyes recovered, he began to try to counterattack. This woman held a dagger in one hand, while the other hand remained behind her back. No matter what you're hiding, it's useless. The man kicked out, and Hiranoya dodged to the side, using the momentum to slash the passing leg with her dagger, leaving a long cut. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The man fell to the ground in pain, and before he could regain his footing, he felt another pain in his foot and suddenly lost strength, kneeling on the ground as his Achilles tendon was cut. Blood demon technique. Windblade. The man supported himself with his hands. His foot still needed some time to recover, but that distance was enough. He aimed his mouth at Hiranoya and took a deep breath. I'll blow you away. Hiranoya raised her other hand, which had been hidden behind her back. High up, the rubber head, covered in brown, viscous filth, was thrust directly into the man's pouting mouth, making a popping sound. While he was still inhaling and gathering strength, the man, still stunned, inhaled a mouthful of filth, instinctively letting out a scream. Seizing the opportunity while his mouth was open, Hiranoya pushed hard, and the bottom of the rubber almost shaped the man's 2 rows of teeth. The lethality was not strong, but the humiliation was direct. The man almost crushed his lungs to blow out a windblade. Hiranoya dodged to the side as he threw the split toilet plunger aside. A circle around his mouth was covered in brown substance, and unable to endure it any longer, the man vomited, almost bringing up his soul. The confused old man and Liao Shi couldn't help but glance over, wondering what kind of technique could make a demon feel this way. I want to kill you. The man's eyes turned red, unsure if it was due to demonization or from the severe vomiting. He secretly glanced at Liao Shi, who, under the siege of 3 people, surprisingly held his ground, leaving the 3 gasping for breath and showing signs of injury, having done his best to draw hatred. If these 2 demons used their blood demon techniques together, the 3 of them would definitely die. Hiranoya had done her best to separate the 2 demons, preventing them from joining forces. Even with 3 against 1, it was so exhausting, it felt like this old guy wasn't that strong. From the current performance, the level of the lower moon demon wasn't high, yet they could still hit him with their knives. Liao Shi spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm after taking a punch. This old thing could really take a beating. He glanced sideways at Hiranoya, who was in a one-on-one battle with the wind demon not far away. She seemed to be evenly matched with that demon, having fought for quite a while, and it looked like there would be no clear winner anytime soon. The old man's stamina was also nearly depleted, panting heavily, and more wounds were appearing on his body. Although he could recover, the speed had slowed down significantly. In contrast, the 3 people, although in poor physical condition, still had the guns that could kill him at the ready. On the surface, he seemed to have the upper hand, As long as he could wear them down, he would win. But in reality, the old man had been tense from the beginning, on guard against the three directions that could fire a fatal shot, making him physically and mentally exhausted. He could not drag this out any longer, seeing the two fighting on the other side, still unable to determine a winner. Continuing to delay would only lead to his own problems. The old man coughed a few times and suddenly expelled a large amount of high-concentration purple smoke, his face turning pale, clearly exhausted. With so much smoke appearing at once, even the falling water could not absorb it all in time, and some of the smoke still entered the noses of the three. Liao Shi reacted the fastest, quickly holding his breath and distancing himself from the smoke, managing to clear it away. Chun Su and the other person were not so lucky, inhaling a large mouthful of smoke and wobbling before collapsing to the ground, their weapons falling beside them. It's just the two of you left. It's one-on-one now. The old man laughed, standing up. Cough. Liao Shi wanted to say something, but couldn't he feel his tongue? Had the smoke already affected him after just a bit? In the next moment, Liao Shi felt as if he had been hit by a car in the chest, all the air in his lungs forced out, and he flew up. You inhale my paralyzing smoke. Your reaction speed has slowed down a lot. Ha ha ha. The old man waved his hand and stepped towards Liao Shi, who was on the ground. Liao Shi awkwardly rolled away, splashing water everywhere, accidentally swallowing some. The next moment, everything felt blurry, the sounds became distant, and he felt powerless as a deep drowsiness swept over him. He only remembered that Hiranoya looked at him meaningfully not far away before everything went dark. Little girl, to be able to fight for so long with a human body and still have strength left, I have high hopes for you. Would you like to be transformed by me? The old man stepped forward. Hiranoya kicked away the claw of the tall, thin man who had grabbed her. Why do you all want to convert into demons? Just now, a kid on the 6th floor asked the same thing. Are you doing this for performance? Is there an industry standard for converting humans? The little girl said, it's just a desire for talent. Your skills are impressive. You shouldn't be limited to being human. Come and follow us to pursue immortality. Follow the gods. Sure. Hiranoya suddenly withdrew and sheathed her knife. The two demons were momentarily stunned by her straightforwardness, then burst into laughter. This guy must be the one you converted. Hiranoya pointed at the man she had just fought with. Yes, the old man nodded. I don't want to be converted by him. He's too weak. Hearing this, the man rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight again, but was stopped by the old man. That's natural. A good seed like you would be wasted turning into a low-level demon. The old man extended his hand. May I borrow your knife? This was a test, but unfortunately, Hiranoya didn't care about it at all and directly tossed the dagger over. The old man nodded in satisfaction. His vigilance relaxed significantly, and he made a cut on his wrist. Now, little girl. Hiranoya stretched out her hands to catch a bit of the blood that flowed out, and licked it with her tongue, as if savoring it. She nodded slightly, shook her hands, and rinsed them clean under the water pipe. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This girl always manages to do the unexpected, fighting with a toilet plunger, suddenly surrendering and disarming, abandoning such precious high-tier demon-produced blood, and after consuming the demon blood, astonishingly showing no signs of turning into a demon. Although she only licked a tiny bit, that should be enough to turn her into a low-tier demon. Even if she wasn't qualified for the transformation, she should have been eroded by the demon blood, turning into a puddle of blood. Why haven't you transformed yet? The tall, thin man asked in surprise. My question has already been answered, so let me answer yours. Hiranoya said as she swept her wet hair back, her two black pupils rapidly transforming into amber, becoming elongated and sharp, with the characters for zero appearing in both eyes, and her nails turning sharp. You are a high-tier demon. How is that possible? You only licked a little. No, you are actually a high-tier demon hidden within the Biological Investigation Bureau. How did you do it? The old man retreated in terror. I just tasted your blood. It was too diluted. The one who transformed you was Tishin Su. There is another layer between you, Hiranoya said as she approached, gesturing with her hand. Don't come closer. The old man's hair stood on end, like a cat that had been startled. Blood demon technique, Windblade. The tall, thin man took a deep breath, gathering all his strength into a windblade, a strike powerful enough to split a car in half. It was his strongest attack. The windblade, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, shot towards Hiranoya, but with a casual wave of her hand, the windblade was dispersed. Shock was still evident in his eyes, and before he could finish his sentence, a delicate, white hand pierced through the tall man's mouth, exiting through the back of his head. When did you get here? The old man only realized it when blood splattered on his face, unable to sense his breath anymore. How could he die so suddenly? Blood demon technique. Just as the old man was about to initiate his move, he felt darkness enveloping him, the surrounding scenery changing rapidly. His bones cracking one after another until he crashed against the wall and stopped. His spine had been broken by the previous kick, leaving him unable to move. The old man slumped against the wall, groaning, watching a pair of demonic eyes gradually approach from the darkness. "Who transformed you?" the woman asked coldly. "I won't tell you." Stop, stop." The stubborn old man felt a beam of light shining down on him. He had just been kicked into the room, and she actually pulled the curtains open a crack to let sunlight in. The old man struggled to get up. His spine had mostly recovered, and he hurriedly crawled toward the door, turning his back to Hiranoya. Two whooshing sounds came from behind him, and a sharp pain shot through his ankles. Turning his head, he saw two knives pinning him in place. The daggers had clearly been taken away. So where did these knives come from? "Getting more sunlight will make you talk." I'll tell. Seeing himself burning and close to death, the old man hurriedly shouted. And Hiranoya also closed the curtains. "It's the people from the demon servants," the old man said, barely hanging on. Hiranoya's eyes lit up. It was indeed from Shun Tzu's side. "You're from the Three Lives sect, right? How did you end up with the ghost servants?" "Yes. I belong to the bloodline faction of the Three Lives sect. The relationship between the ghost servants and our higher-ups is complicated, and that's how I got the chance to be transformed, making it feel like a cultivation journey." Hiranoya complained, saying that to find the ghost servants' location, they first had to deal with the Three Lives sect. The ghost servants are deeply hidden and have not yet been exposed to the Biological Investigation Bureau. They are a force established by Shun Tzu, and all the members are transformed ghosts. The meeting times and locations of the Three Lives sect are not fixed. We are also notified on short notice. Another two knives stabbed into the old man's hands, pinning him down in a large character shape. "Where on earth did that woman hide the knives? You should be able to feel it. These knives can prevent your wounds from healing." Hiranoya squatted on the old man's back, pressing him down so he couldn't breathe, and drew out a sunwheel knife from the Blackwater space, pressing it against the back of his head. "Honestly, speak properly. I really don't know." The old man shivered and even peed himself. "I'm just a lackey. I can't participate in any high-level meetings." Sigh. Feeling the trembling body beneath her feet, Hiranoya thought carefully. It seemed there was nothing more to ask. Knowing the relationship between the ghost servants and the Three Lives sect was already an unexpected gain. "All right, that's enough. Can I leave now? You can die." The cold blade pierced through the old man's brain, and his body stiffened, soon turning into a wisp of black ash, mixing with the black ash of a tall, thin man into mud with the water on the ground. The entire second floor was left with only the sound of water flowing on the ground, while Liao Shi and others lay in various corners of the corridor. Team C calling Team A. Hiranoya tapped her earpiece. Team A should still be waiting downstairs. Team A received. Mission accomplished. Call for medical personnel. While waiting for Team A and the follow-up cleanup crew to arrive, Hiranoya briefly checked the injuries of the few people still breathing. Apart from Liao Shi, the others were mostly fine, only having inhaled the paralyzing smoke. Blood demon technique. Stream. She gently placed her hand on Liao Shi's chest. This was a healing ability Hiranoya had learned. The old man's punch had almost collapsed Liao Shi's chest cavity, and by the time the medical personnel arrived, he would have already been gone. About 15 minutes later, a group of people in protective suits sealed off the hotel, processing the corpses and bloodstains layer by layer, publicly declaring it as a revenge act by a fugitive who had been shot dead. The already stabilized Liao Shi and the others were taken to the hospital for treatment. In the Biological Investigation Bureau's first encirclement operation against the cannibals, only 6 out of 30 team members survived. Liao Shi was awakened by a rumble of thunder, and what came into view was a snow-white ceiling and a bottle of hanging medicine. The smell of disinfectant wafted in his nose. He was in the hospital. Has it ended? He tried to prop himself up, but the pain in his chest made him grimace in agony. So he gave up, lying back on the pillow. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Shun Tzu sleeping soundly on his back, snoring loudly, which was what had woken Liao Shi. Turning to the other side, he saw a person on the bed next to him curled up under the blanket like a ball, with a strand of dark green hair sticking out from the corner. Great, everyone is alive. Liao Shi let out a long sigh of relief. If he had lost these two teammates, he would have definitely broken down. Suddenly, the ball emitted a sound of grievance and anger, and Liao Shi couldn't help but laugh, only to pull at his chest wound, causing tears to well up from the pain. The ball suddenly poked out a head. "Oh, you finally woke up?" "Yes. I could hear you even with my bad hearing." Liao Shi teased. "When did you wake up?" I never actually fell asleep." Hiranoya's eyes were bloodshot, with dark circles under them. If I hadn't seen this guy was injured, I would have hit him last night. Hiranoya's words revealed a hint of murderous intent. You look fine, didn't get hurt much and won in the end? Liaoshi hurriedly changed the topic. Just minor injuries. Hiranoya extended an arm, covered in purple-black bruises and scratches, but said nothing about having intentionally inflicted them to avoid raising suspicion. But those two guys are dead. We didn't catch any alive. It's okay. You did well. Seeing Hiranoya's disappointed expression, Liaoshi quickly comforted her. Capturing a target alive and eliminating a target are two completely different difficulties. Those two ghosts had the strength to take down so many people. It was impressive that Hiranoya could handle it alone. At least Liaoshi knew he didn't have that strength. After just a few months of training, to have such strength, he really is a natural for this line of work. Liaoshi felt gratified. Opportunities are unstoppable when they come. The ordinary 20-year-old Hiranoya just happened to meet him, which is why she had the chance to enter the Biological Investigation Bureau. Staring at me for so long. Am I that good looking? Seeing Liaoshi staring at her, Hiranoya shrank her little head back into the blanket. Go away, go away. Liaoshi turned his face away, ignoring her, while Hiranoya laughed at his flushed ears from across the bed. The sound of their playful banter also woke Shin-Su, who was sleeping soundly. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his body, he sat up, and the three began to bicker together. There was a knock on the hospital room door, interrupting the brief commotion inside. Sister Yin, what brings you here? The visitor was the director of the Biological Investigation Bureau. Sister Yin didn't look well. Fatigue was almost written all over her face. It seemed she had been busy because of this operation, especially since 2/3 of the personnel had died, leaving the field department in chaos. I don't have much to do for now. I took the time to come and see you. Sister Yun's secretary placed some supplements on the bedside. You're too polite, Sister Yun. This is our duty. Liaoshi tried to sit up but felt a tear in his chest. Sister Yun stepped forward to hold him down. Enough, no need to be strong. It's just us here, no need for formalities. Although this operation suffered heavy casualties, there were also gains. We have cut off the channel for the 3 lives sex transformation of ghosts. You all can rest assured and recuperate. All work will temporarily be taken over by the military. I'm sorry. It was my oversight in command that led to so many losses. Liaoshi said in a deep voice. But, Sister Yun, I have a question. Why was such an important command given to me? Sister Yun hesitated, looking at the 3 lying in the bed, and after a moment of silence, she said, the reason for this, I cannot disclose for now. You will know in the future. By the way, Hiranoya, right? Sister Yun's gaze suddenly turned to Hiranoya, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Yes. Sister Yun, you know me. Of course, you are the most outstanding performer in this operation. Sister Yun glanced at the other 2, waved to Hiranoya. Are your legs okay now? I need to talk to you about something. Nodding, she put on her slippers and followed Sister Yun out of the hospital room. The secretary wanted to follow, but stayed in the room under Sister Yun's glance. What is going on, Sister Yun? Hiranoya asked when she sensed the atmosphere was a bit off. Sister Yun took out a black-covered document from her pocket and handed it to Hiranoya. The emblem of the Biological Investigation Bureau was stamped in the center. Upon opening it, she saw her own photo, and looking down, the original intern title had been changed to official agent. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Sister Yun, have I been promoted? Hiranoya showed a delighted expression, but in her heart, she was thinking that she had finally waited for this day. Of course, your performance in this operation is enough to prove your ability. Sister Yun nodded. Keep looking. As she continued to look down, she noticed that the job title in the position column had changed. Hiranoya previously held the position of an intern in the Field Operations C Group. Why does the current document state that she is the leader of the Field Operations F Group? Hiranoya was momentarily speechless. Her promotion came so quickly that it was unexpected. Isn't this a bit rash? The entire old F Group has been sacrificed, and the Field Operations Department needs a new leader to guide the newcomers. Although you've only been with the Biological Investigation Bureau for just over half a year, you've shown excellent responsiveness and adaptability in recent tasks. To be honest, I wanted you to continue learning how to be a qualified leader in Liaoshi's C Group. But the situation has changed. The Field Operations Department is severely understaffed, and there are too few people to shoulder the burden, so you are being pushed into this role. However, based on your previous performance, I believe you can lead the F Group well. Sis Yun, since you've already prepared the credentials for me, can I really refuse? Hiranoya showed a difficult expression with a hint of complaint, but deep down, she was overjoyed. Being a leader means a higher level of authority and access to more information. But I have a small question. Go ahead, Yunjie said. Noticing the worry on Hiranoya's face dissipate a bit as she put away her credentials. Brother Chun-Su has more experience than I do and is not lacking in strength either. Why not promote him first? He has been Liao Shi's partner for 4 years, and they have developed a good rapport. If you split them up, the combat effectiveness of C Group will drop significantly. You, on the other hand, I've seen your task summaries. You tend to act alone and Haven T, yet develop the iron triangle with Liao Shi and the others. In fact, at times, you and the two of them are somewhat of a burden to each other, which is why I promoted you. You understand, Siziun. I will do my best. By the way, a word of caution, don't celebrate too early. If your performance doesn't meet my expectations, I can remove you at any time. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Right, as for the specific members of the F group, I won't get too involved. You don't seem like someone who can't pick good people. Feel free to choose anyone from the training base, and if you encounter suitable candidates, you can bring them into the group after signing a confidentiality agreement. Okay, nodding, and seeing that Yun Jie had fallen silent, Hiranoya made a gesture, sis. If there is nothing else, I'll head back to my room to sleep. I Haven T slept all day and can't stand it any longer. Wait, Yun Jie stopped the person who had just taken a step, inwardly cursing. Back then, on the second floor of the hotel, you fought 2 opponents and won. I don't care what methods you used or how long the battle lasted, but I've heard that there might be an insider in the Biological Investigation Bureau. You must have heard something about it. Just a bit. If there really is an insider, the timing of their first appearance coincides perfectly with when you join the Bureau. Yun Jie's eyes suddenly became sharp, her expression serious. I hope that insider ISNT you. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on this matter, Hiranoya guaranteed. All right, nothing else? You can go back now. Yun Jie's expression softened as she patted Hiranoya's shoulder, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. The two returned to the ward, chatted with Liao Shi and Chun-Su for a bit, and then said their goodbyes to leave. What's wrong, Xiaoli? What did Sisian say to you that has you looking so worried? Liao Shi and Chun-Su inquired as soon as Yun Jie left. Nothing. I'm still happy about it. It's just so sudden, I wasn't prepared. Hiranoya took out her brand new credentials. Official Specialist. Leader of Field Operations, F Group. Not C Group. Liao Shi and Chun-Su confirmed several times. This is a good thing. What's there to be unprepared for? Be happy. Starting today, we're on the same level, haha. Will C Group still be hiring after I leave? Liao Shi stroked his chin and shook his head. Who knows? If we come across good candidates, of course we'll take them. Just the two of us can manage. That is how it was before you came. And there is no strict limit on the number of people in the Bureau. Hiranoya nodded. Since there's no limit on the number of people, that was good. She didn't want to recruit anyone in the short term. Managing people while also investigating Chun-Su was too troublesome. Team Leader Ping. We will support each other from now on. Don't flatter me. I'm just a lone commander now, and it's still you who brought me out. A week later, Liao Shi, who was the most severely injured, could finally move freely. Hiranoya and Chun-Su had returned to the Bureau 2 days early to work, and now a mountain of mess awaited them to handle. During the time the field department was collectively absent due to injuries, a lot had happened. Back at the Bureau, Liao Shi noticed that the office of Group C was right across from Group F. He knocked on the door and walked in. The room was large with several desks, but only the one at the back was piled high with a stack of documents. The sound of a pen scratching against paper came from behind the desk. Hearing someone come in, the person looked over, and it was indeed Hiranoya. I said, does the team leader have that much to do? Hiranoya complained, but her hands didn't dare to stop as she wanted to leave work early. Sister Yin specially gave you a few more cases to train you since you're new. Who told you not to recruit team members? Just review them properly. Liao Shi had a mischievous smile. Every day in Jianyang City, big and small events occurred, and everything with suspicious points would be handed over to the Biological Investigation Bureau for review and evaluation. From neighbor disputes and thefts to murders and arson. Anything that could be suspected of being done by a cannibal would prompt the Biological Investigation Bureau to intervene. With fewer people now, even the workload that felt manageable under normal circumstances seemed heavy when redistributed. It will be better once the new recruits arrive in a couple of days, Liao Shi comforted. I hope so, Hiranoya said, closing a file she had just reviewed. By the way, do you have time after work? Accompany me to the hospital to see Liao Xin. She hasn't seen you for a long time, and she was just mentioning you on WeChat these past couple of days. I told her that you and I are now colleagues. Sure, I'll find you in the office after I finish. At 8:30 p.m., the night once again enveloped the city. In a dark corner, a man squatted against the wall, his sharp rows of teeth biting his fingers as he twitched uncontrollably. Saliva dripped from his wrist onto the ground, freezing quickly due to the cold weather. judging by the ice accumulating at his feet. He had been squatting there for a while. The man tilted his head back, staring greedily and longingly at a brightly lit tall building not far away. It was the inpatient building of Jianyang City Hospital. He had been hungry for quite some time, when he had just transformed into a ghost. He had been reckless in front of his prey, until he encountered a group of guys in black claiming to be from the Biological Investigation Bureau. They had specialized weapons to restrain him, and if he hadn't run fast, he would have been killed long ago. Since then, he had tried to minimize his hunting trips, only coming out when absolutely necessary, and usually locking himself in his room. After being hungry for so many days, he finally couldn't hold it any longer. Upon re-entering the outside world, he learned that the Biological Investigation Bureau had had a fierce battle with a group of ghosts a week ago, and many people had reportedly died. It was a good opportunity to hunt now, with the Bureau short-staffed. As long as he kept a low profile, no one would notice him. Unfortunately, after squatting in the alley for more than 2 hours without any success, he found that taking action on the street would be too obvious. But the feeling of hunger was almost killing him. Let's take a gamble. There are plenty of corpses in the hospital morgue. Although the taste is much worse than that of the living, I can't hold out any longer. With this thought, the man made his way into the hospital courtyard. Sniffing the air, he detected not only the smell of disinfectant, but also a faint scent of food, something not ordinary. Instantly, his eyes turned red with desire. Following the enticing aroma, he entered the inpatient building, ignoring the few passers-by, who seemed like mere refuse compared to the source of that fragrance. He had a premonition that if he could consume the owner of that scent, his strength would reach the level of those adults, allowing him to unleash those magical blood ghost techniques. Upon reaching the 12th floor, the scent was most intense, making the man's stomach growl. The owner of the aroma was in a single patient room. The man steadied his trembling body from excitement, wiped the drool off his chin, and after confirming no one was around, he attempted to twist the doorknob. It was locked from the inside. After a few attempts, the man cursed softly and stealthily approached the service desk. Fortunately, the duty nurse was busy in the adjacent room at that moment. The man quickly slipped in and opened the drawer to search for the key, to prevent emergencies that could arise from patients locking their doors. Each patient room had a backup key. A set of keys lay carelessly in the first drawer on the left side of the service desk. Confirming that the duty nurse had not yet come out, the man took the keys and quickly returned to the previous patient room. Each key had a number. He gently inserted the key into the lock, turned it to the right, and the door clicked open. The man didn't move until he confirmed that both the duty nurse and the patient on the bed were quiet. Then he pushed the door open just enough to slip inside and shut it behind him. The room was dark, but as a ghost, the man could see clearly. A little girl was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, completely unaware of his presence. Tender flesh and fresh blood. Under the moonlight, the man's shadow stretched onto the bed, and drool dripped uncontrollably. Seemingly sensing someone in the room, Liao Xen woke up, groggily noticing a shadow standing by the bed. A pair of greedy eyes reflected a crimson hue in the moonlight, staring directly at her. Goosebumps instantly covered her body, and she instinctively screamed, scrambling to back away. However, Liao Xen was weak and still in the bed. The shadow saw her wake up and lunged at her, catching her off guard and pinning her at the edge of the bed, her upper body hanging off the side. Footsteps approached the door. The duty nurse, hearing Liao Xen scream, rushed over. Upon entering the room, she saw Liao Xen struggling with half her body suspended and a shadow on top of her. The man had initially intended to sneakily resolve his hunger problem, but he never expected this fresh-blooded human to wake up and scream, summoning the nurse. His sharp claws clutched Liao Xen's delicate neck, trembling slightly, though it was unclear whether it was from anger, fear, or hunger. I hope those guys from the Biological Investigation Bureau arrive after I've already left, the man thought, just as he was about to bite down. His sharp teeth nearly touching Liao Xen's neck, feeling the warmth of the food and the rapid heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing beneath the skin. Suddenly, a dull thud resounded as something hit the back of the man's head, causing a wave of dizziness that nearly made him faint. Shaking his head to regain his senses, he immediately knew who had done it. There was no one else in the room except the nurse who had just rushed in after hearing the scream. As he moved his neck, the bones cracked. The man angrily turned his head. The nurse was gripping a small iron stool tightly, her face pale with terror, nervously staring at him. Furious at this third party interrupting his meal, the man let out a roar and lunged at the nurse. She screamed and swung the iron stool again, but unfortunately for her, the stool was still too heavy, and the man had learned from his first hit. There was no way he would let her hit him again. A hand reached out to block the side of the head, feeling the stool coming. while the other hand gripped the leg of the stool and pulled hard, easily overturning it. The nurse was yanked off balance, and the man slapped her face with such force that it sent her flying, spinning in the air and crashing into the bedside table, blood quickly gushing from her forehead. Under the stimulation of the blood, the man's last bit of rationality dissipated, veins bulging on his forehead as he opened his mouth wide and pounced on the nurse's abdomen, biting down on her neck. The nurse screamed in terror, desperately slapping the person on top of her with both hands, her legs kicking and struggling. A surge of hot blood splattered. The nurse's screams faded away, and her struggles grew weaker until, within a few seconds, she was completely still. Liao Xian reached out to turn on the small night light by the bed, and in front of her, this unfamiliar man was crouched on the floor, making chewing sounds. This scene reminded her of the black event of August 18th a few years ago that she had witnessed firsthand. Why was she encountering it again? Why was it happening to her? Why was it always haunting her? Were they? Brother, where are you? Am I about to die? A series of questions emerged in Liao Xian's mind. She tried to escape, but her weak body found it difficult even to leave the hospital room. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings for something to defend herself with, and there was only that fruit knife. However, the fruit knife was on the bedside table, and beside the table, the man was gorging himself. Liao Xian leaned forward, reached for the fruit knife, and kept her eyes fixed on the man. At the moment she touched the knife, the man seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Liao Xian. His eyes were bloodshot, and his snake-like narrow pupils bore no resemblance to those of a human. The lower half of his face was smeared with blood, and his cheeks were stuffed. Upon realizing Liao Xian's movement, he abruptly stopped chewing. Liao Xian was terrified by his horrifying appearance, shivering for a moment, and the fruit knife she was holding almost slipped from her grasp. Several people from the same floor, who had heard the noise and come to investigate, arrived at the room and immediately saw the nurse lying there, her head nearly chewed off. Blood splattered everywhere, on the floor, the bed, the walls. Those who had come to watch or help had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. They retreated in horror, returning to their rooms to lock the doors, never to come out again. Blood, blood, blood. The man crawled over, his gaze obsessed, saliva mixed with still fresh blood dripping onto the white sheets, gradually closing in on Liao Xian, who had retreated into the corner with nowhere to escape. Get away! Get away! Liao Xian's hands trembled as she gripped the fruit knife, wildly waving it in front of her. The man, with a wound carved across his face, showed no sign of retreating. Suddenly, he lunged at her, his bloodied hands gripping Liao Xian's shoulders, sharp nails digging into her flesh, easily pinning her down. The man leaned over her, his nose pressed against her body, constantly sniffing like a dog, making grunting noises, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Liao Xian understood that this man was not trying to take advantage of her. He simply wanted to consume her, and his trembling hands were only a result of excitement. Pain shot through her shoulder blades as the man's strong hands clutched her shoulders tightly, suddenly exerting force, resulting in two crisp cracking sounds. Liao Xian let out a scream. Feeling cold and unable to move, she sensed her already dwindling life quickly slipping away. The man's head lowered again, and she felt a sharp pain in her neck, a warm sensation rushing out, making it hard to breathe. I'm going to die. The figure of the man in front of her quickly blurred, and her consciousness became unclear. I really don't want to die. The man had never tasted the blood of a rare human before. This was his first time. If he had any regrets about making too much noise earlier, after tasting the rare blood, he felt it was worth dying for. There was still plenty of rare blood left beneath him, and it wasn't safe to linger. Regaining some rationality, the man quickly assessed the situation. There were too many witnesses, and the Biological Investigation Bureau's people were probably on their way. He didn't want to be killed while having his dinner. He hoisted Liao Xian and the nurses' bodies and hurriedly left before any foolish onlookers could block the door. After taking only a few steps, the man suddenly stopped, forcefully tossing the two bodies aside and rapidly retreating back to the bed. In this room, he heard a second heartbeat besides his own. Impossible. He checked carefully when he entered the room. Besides him, this rare-blooded human and the nurse who came in later, there is no fourth person. It is impossible to have this heartbeat sound. But that distinctive voice was truly clear to the man, and it became even more vivid and steady. Just as the man was about to check again, a corpse on the ground suddenly moved. To the man's astonishment, that person actually staggered to their feet. The man, unable to believe it, rubbed his eyes, but she had indeed come back to life, and now there were no wounds at all. The most amazing thing is that the aura she now exudes is no longer the scent from earlier, but that of a pure ghost. The same kind of ghost as him. The man knows he has not transformed this rare-blooded human. So how did she become a ghost? Just as he was lost in thought, Liao Xian's figure suddenly disappeared. He felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and the man gagged, almost throwing up everything he had just eaten. His body slammed against the hospital bed, and the immense force overturned the bed. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the man had no strength left to move. Had he just been kicked? How could it happen so quickly? I touched my concave abdomen. My internal organs were almost shattered by the kick, but thankfully my spine was in the way, preventing my stomach from having holes on both the front and back. My scalp tingled as I sensed the killing intent. As I slightly raised my head, a delicate hand violently gripped the back of my head and forcefully pressed it against the tiled floor. The fragments of the tiles scattered, revealing the cracked cement beneath. The man's brain matter splattered on the ground like flowers scattering. Another kick, and a motionless man slammed against the opposite wall like a lump of mud, his bones cracking with a few sharp sounds. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I didn't transform you. So how did you become a ghost? The man leaned against the corner with his head tilted, his neck hanging at a strange angle on his shoulder, looking terrified. This girl, clearly looking like she had just been transformed, how could she be so strong? He had no strength to fight back at all. How powerful was the ghost she transformed into? How much blood did she feed her? Liao Xian let out a low roar that didn't sound human from her throat. Seeing that the man was still not dead, her right hand opened, and blood emerged from her pores, gathering together as if it were alive, forming the shape of a fruit knife, albeit crooked and deformed, clearly indicating that she had not yet mastered this power. Blood demon technique. The man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and he instinctively shouted. He wouldn't mistake it. This was a power that only high-level ghosts could use. I was wrong. I shouldn't have eaten you. Please spare me. The man's voice began to tremble as he knelt on the ground, constantly pleading. His recently healed head was once again battered and bloody, but he didn't care. If he could survive today, he would be willing to smash it 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Liao Xian held the condensed fruit knife, slowly walking over, when suddenly he stopped and looked towards the door. Someone opened the door, and the weak light from the bedside lamp illuminated a face filled with terror, sadness, and disbelief, emotions that were hard to imagine coalescing on the same person's face at the same time. The person who came to visit was Liao Shi. Not far away, Liao Xian in a hospital gown looked both strangely unfamiliar and strangely familiar. His blood-red eyes and sharp teeth had appeared too many times in the countless nightmares over the years, but he never thought he would see them in reality. Instinctively, Liao Shi approached Liao Xian, wanting to confirm with his own eyes up close. It had to be an illusion. It just had to be. A hand suddenly slapped Liao Shi's shoulder, pulling him back and out of the ward. I know it's hard for you to stay calm right now. I'll handle it. Your emotions are very unstable. Don't act on impulse, Pinji Li said calmly, releasing Liao Shi's shoulder. But Liao Shi's gaze turned back again. Besides Liao Xian, there was also a ghost kneeling on the ground. Liao Shi slapped himself, gasping for breath to calm his emotions, trying hard to suppress irrelevant feelings. At this point, it was too late for words. The priority was to subdue Liao Xian and ensure no one else got hurt. Looking around, many curious patients from the same floor peeked out of their rooms to watch. There were too many witnesses. The situation couldn't continue to escalate. Watch out! Pinji Li's voice startled him. Liao Shi quickly dodged to the side as a blood-red fruit knife whizzed past his ear, firmly embedding itself in the wall opposite. It's blood demon technique. At least a second-tier ghost. Liao Shi turned pale. The knife was clearly not something manufactured commercially. It had to be from the blood demon technique. Just a moment ago, Liao Xian had an identical one in his hand, and this flying knife was presumably Liao Xian's as well. However, judging by the situation, Liao Xian must have just transformed. How could he possess the strength of a second-tier man-eater? If this continued, once Liao Xian completely familiarized himself with his body and abilities, he would become a first-tier, even a special tier. By then, whether to suppress or eliminate him would be an almost impossible task. Liao Shi couldn't let Liao Xian escape. It had to be resolved here. You handle that guy. Leave Liao Xian to me. Pinji Li drew out a dagger and rushed in first. Seeing the two rush in, Liao Xian, who had already lost his reason and humanity, let out a low growl from his throat. He flicked his hand, blood gathering, and instantly condensed into another fruit knife. This knife was much sharper and more orderly than the previous one, clearly indicating that Liao Xian had already become adept at it. Hiranoya threw a close-range hook punch aimed at Liao Xian's temple. Liao Xian raised his hand to block it, his knife-wielding hand lunging forward. Hiranoya quickly sidestepped to avoid the stab, mixed with the sound of slicing air. With her right leg bent, she kicked directly at Liao Xian's knee. With a crack, Liao Xian let out a roar, kneeling on the ground with one hand supporting himself, while his left leg bent backwards in front of him. Taking advantage of the fact that Liao Xian only had one hand free, Hiranoya pressed the attack, landing a hook punch squarely on Liao Xian's face. The punch was powerful, hitting him right on the bridge of his nose, sending him sprawling backwards, with the back of his head hitting the ground. Hiranoya shook her wrist. She wasn't ghosted yet, and hitting like this in her human form was still quite painful. She glanced sideways at Liao Shi, who was exchanging blows with that male ghost, but his gaze was always focused on Liao Xian's side, showing a look of heartache. Hiranoya wouldn't hold back. Liao Xian was now a ghost, having just transformed not long ago, completely devoid of reason and suffering from unbearable hunger. Moreover, ghosts are not so easy to kill. This punch completely stunned Liao Xian, who fell to the ground and couldn't recover for a moment, blood spurting from both nostrils. Hiranoya patted her forehead after checking the sides of her jacket. She hadn't anticipated such an event today and hadn't brought the wisteria flower extract. Liao Shi, did you bring the extract? No, Liao Shi responded loudly, taking advantage of a brief opening during their skirmish. At this moment, Liao Xian had also recovered, her shattered knee restoring itself as she swiped a claw towards Hiranoya with a fierce expression. Rika immediately retreated, and Liao Xian used this opportunity to stand up. Without the extract or a gun, there was only a dagger with a bit of extract on it. She wasn't sure if it would be enough. As long as she could stop Liao Xian's movements, such as by damaging her tendons or joints, it would be fine. Liao Xian's attacks became frenzied, and Hiranoya, constrained by her human form, could not go too far, spending most of her time on defense. Liao Shi, if you don't hurry up, I'm going to die. Seeing Liao Shi starting to gain the upper hand, Rika deliberately took a swipe from Liao Xian, her arm marked with 3 long claw marks. Blood quickly soaking her entire arm and dripping onto the ground. Liao Shi had just adjusted to the situation when Liao Xian suddenly turned into a ghost. His mind was in disarray. He had been pressured and beaten since the beginning. It wasn't until he was almost caught by this ghost that he realized his predicament. Completely abandoning any thoughts unrelated to the fight, focusing entirely on the man in front of him. The male ghost wasn't particularly strong. Perhaps it was because he hadn't replenished enough nutrition, or maybe he had exhausted too much energy with Liao Xian before Hiranoya arrived. In any case, his strength was comparable to that of Gao Ning, the ghost who was caught while guarding the crematorium not long ago. Seeing Hiranoya continuously getting hurt and pushed into a corner, Liao Shi quickened his attack pace. The situation must not change from 2 people and 2 ghosts to 1 person and 2 ghosts. Although Liao Xian had lost her rationality, she knew there was someone not far behind her who wanted to subdue her. Once it changed from 2 people and 2 ghosts to 2 people and 1 ghost, she would be at a disadvantage. Everyone knew this, and they gathered all their strength and spirit to confront the enemy in front of them. Liao Shi's sudden burst of strength caught the male ghost off guard for a moment, but no matter what, Liao Shi remained within the limits of humanity, making it difficult to break through that barrier. The male ghost, however, was different. His physical capabilities far surpassed those of humans. With all his strength, Liao Shi narrowly avoided having his throat sliced several times. Seizing an opportunity, the male ghost delivered a whip-like kick to Liao Shi's ribs. The old injury that had just begun to heal caused Liao Shi's face to turn pale, beads of sweat dripping down his cheeks as he knelt on the ground. Gasping for breath, his forehead veins bulging, unable to even shout from the pain. The male ghost leaped high, fingers crossed, and raised like a hammer, striking down towards Liao Shi. If this hit, Liao Shi's head would be crushed. Sigh. Hiranoya sighed lightly. With the proliferation of firearms and the loss of breathing techniques, it seemed that people's physical fitness had significantly declined. The strength of this male ghost in those years wouldn't even be worthy of carrying shoes for the lower-ranked demons. Based on the strength Liao Shi had shown so far, with some growth over time, he might reach the level of being a small enforcer for the lower ranks. And with more effort, perhaps he could challenge the lowest-ranked lower moon, the 6th. Yet, facing such a weak enemy, Liao Shi was beaten like this. This was already the strength of a leader, and the members would only be weaker than him. If the previous generation of the 12 Moons were still around, organizations like the Biological Investigation Bureau and the 3 Lives Cult would probably be pushed aside easily, and with a bit of luck, they might even take out a few lower-ranked demons. However, Hiranoya had no such thoughts. The strength of the current generation of the 12 moons she led was not inferior to the previous generation. But the original intention of its establishment was merely to eliminate Shinsu, with no other evil intentions at all. Seeing the male ghost leap high, Hiranoya immediately stopped using her blood demon technique to simulate a human form. Blood demon technique, blood grasp. The male ghost's figure became stiff in the air, and all the blood in his body stopped flowing, as if it had frozen instantly, turning into a series of supports throughout his body. And then he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Liaoshi finally recovered a bit, moving to the side while holding his ribs to prevent the male ghost beside him from launching a surprise attack. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Liaoshi thought he was going to die, but the male ghost actually landed awkwardly. Looking back, a similar situation had occurred not long ago when the Biological Investigation Bureau was clearing out those dozen ghosts. What was happening? The male ghost stared at Liaoshi in terror. What did you just do to me? Liaoshi was also confused by the question. Did he mean that his seemingly certain strike had missed due to other factors? He didn't know why he had lost his balance just now either. What caused it? I'll kill you. The man scrambled to his feet and lunged at Liaoshi. Liaoshi had no time to dodge, raising his foot to kick, landing on the male ghost's chest, and using the momentum, he kicked the male ghost upward, causing him to lose balance and crash back down, resulting in a head-to-head collision between the two. At this point, there were no more fancy moves. As long as he could kill the opponent, he would resort to any means, no matter how clumsy the actions looked. Liaoshi still held a short knife in his hand, and instinctively, he thrust it backward. A scream came from above, indicating he had struck, though he couldn't tell where exactly. Ignoring that, seizing the moment, Liaoshi struggled to rise, twisting the knife handle with one wrist. The male ghost would not let Liaoshi have his way, grabbing both of Liaoshi's wrists, preventing him from getting up. Both of them were making painful sounds. Liaoshi endured the pain in his wrists, desperately twisting the knife handle, while the male ghost was trying hard to break Liaoshi's wrists before he could be killed. It was unclear who couldn't hold on first, but both twisted their waists forcefully to the side, causing them to change from facing the sky to kissing the ground, yet their hand movements never stopped. At the same time, they curled their legs and stood up together. In that moment, the two were locked in a grip, their eyes meeting, with only each other in their sight. The atmosphere became tense. Hiranoya wanted to grab a small stool to watch the commotion, but unfortunately, the two quickly separated. Liaoshi took the initiative with a headbutt, perhaps because he had been struck by Liaoxian not long ago. The male ghost was dazed from the impact, and his grip weakened significantly. Seizing this opportunity, Liaoshi broke free, leaped up, and heavily kicked the knife handle. The male ghost stumbled from the kick, and the blade plunged deep into his chest. The short knife, contaminated with wisteria extract, pierced through the male ghost's right lung, directly emerging from his back. The poison hindered the male ghost's breathing. Relying solely on his still healthy left lung could not support such intense fighting. The male ghost felt darkness closing in and collapsed to the ground, gasping like a deflated balloon. Liaoshi endured the pain in his ribs, bent down to pull out the knife from the male ghost's body, and decapitated him. As the male ghost's body turned to a wisp of black ash under his unwilling gaze, there was no time to rest. Hiranoya was still struggling hard. Liaoshi turned his head and saw Hiranoya in the corner, focusing solely on defense, having taken quite a bit of damage, and hurried over. Poor Hiranoya. If it were an ordinary ghost, she would have probably been killed long ago, but now she was up against Liaoxian, and she couldn't bring herself to kill him. Liaoshi had intended to sneak attack from behind, as long as he used the short knife contaminated with wisteria extract to pierce her limbs. He could bring Liaoxian back alive to headquarters. But Liaoxian's vigilance was extraordinary. As soon as Liaoshi closed in, she noticed him. The situation changed from 2 against 2 ghosts to 2 against 1 ghost. Liaoxian roared, her eyes turning red, and kicked Hiranoya away to create distance before turning to pounce on Liaoshi, her gaze devoid of any emotion. In that instant, Liaoshi hesitated, standing still like a wooden puppet. Faced with his own sister, he couldn't bring himself to strike. Damn it, he faltered at such a critical moment. Hiranoya was frustrated, stomping her feet in anger. Blood demon technique, blood grasp. Liaoxian's claws had already hooked onto Liaoshi's collar when she suddenly froze in place, nearly stumbling. Liaoshi instinctively wanted to help, but quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. This strange situation had appeared again. It was the 3rd time, and Liaoxian's certain strike had missed, as if some force was forcibly holding her back. Before he could think further, a shadow darted out from behind Liao Exine, which was Hiranoya, who had been waiting for an opportunity. She kicked up, and Liao Exine, still unsteady, was sent flying a few meters, crashing into the already fallen hospital bed. Liao Exine's forehead hit hard, dark red blood flowing down her brow and sticking to several loose strands of hair. Liao Exine let out an angry roar, her hands clawing and raised above her head. No, get away. Hiranoya, who was about to rush over her, felt the energy fluctuations of the blood demon technique and hurriedly warned Liao Shi. This time, the aura was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one that had formed like a fruit knife. The raised claws swung violently in their direction, and 10 nearly 1 meter high scarlet blades rapidly approached, carving deep trenches into the already shattered ground along the way, with shards of tiles flying everywhere. Liao Shi wanted to dodge, but he exerted too much force, re-injuring his old chest wound, causing his body to freeze momentarily. In just that moment, several of the red lights were already upon him. In a panic, he could only raise his arms to protect his head. Blood demon technique, clear moonlight. Hiranoya hurriedly dodged to the side, while secretly casting a protective spell. The speed of the claw strikes noticeably slowed down, and at the moment they hit Liao Shi, a faint glow appeared on his body. Even so, the immense force of the claw strikes still knocked Liao Shi over. An especially made windbreaker from the Biological Investigation Bureau was slashed with several long cuts, 3 wounds running from his shoulder to his waist. The clear moonlight is a support-type blood technique that Hiranoya had imitated from an unnamed spirit long ago, capable of forming a protective shield on a designated person to resist a certain amount of damage using moonlight. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Since it must rely on moonlight to activate, cannot be used as an attack method, and cannot be applied to oneself, Hiranoya had never used this somewhat useless blood technique, and he didn't expect to use it today. He intended to check Liao Shi's injuries first, but a terrifying aura suddenly approached again. Hiranoya glanced over to see a dark red spear had appeared in Liao Exine's raised hand, aimed directly at the collapsed Liao Shi. Picking on the weak. Blood technique, clear. Hiranoya was still a step behind. The second layer of protection had not yet fully formed. A dark red shadow sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, thunderous roar as a spear heavily pierced Liao Shi's left shoulder, completely pinning him to the ground. The semi-formed light of the moon still played a role in mitigating some of the damage. Otherwise, Liao Shi would have been nailed to the ground by now. Hiranoya was completely speechless. She now resembled a caregiver, constantly looking after Liao Shi from the shadows, but Liao Shi was truly a burden, utterly unhelpful. However, due to the need to not appear too obvious, many conspicuous blood demon techniques could not be used in front of Liao Shi. Even the few blood demon techniques she had secretly used at this stage couldn't be unleashed with full power. Otherwise, it would either drain her blood completely or unleash 10 claw strikes strong enough to damage the concrete floor without harming Liao Shi. If such things happened, Liao Shi would definitely become suspicious. The overhead lights flickered frequently, emitting a buzzing sound. Looking around, the previously misaligned claw marks were carved into the walls, tearing them open and exposing several bare wires. Within a few breaths, Liao Exine quickly adapted to the flickering environment. In the dark, demons were not affected by the lack of light. The room suddenly fell silent, leaving only the buzzing of electricity. The next moment, the lights went out again. A gust of wind swept through, and when the bulb lit up once more, Liao Exine had already lunged at Hiranoya. Fortunately, Hiranoya had anticipated this and rolled aside just in time as another 10 sharp red glows appeared. While stabilizing her stance, the sound of walls being violently destroyed echoed, and dust filled the air, enveloping the 3 of them. At this moment, the lights seemed unable to withstand the chaotic current, and with a pop, the room was plunged into darkness, leaving only the faint moonlight revealing 2 figures facing each other. Her body felt as if it had entered an ice cellar, her head heavy and dizzy. The last time she felt this way was when she had overdone the blood transfusion for Liao Exine. Liao Shi pressed his dry lips together, lacking even the strength to lift his hands, his limbs cold, barely able to feel their existence. The sounds of fighting around him grew, increasingly muffled, and images composed of memories floated before his eyes. Lost in thought, he didn't know how long had passed. Was it a few seconds or several minutes? Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely noticed a hint of green in the room. A pair of eerie green demon eyes seemed to be inscribed with some words, sparkling like amber. Hiranoya let out a light sigh. After Liao, she was pierced by the spear conjured by Liao Xian. She had been distractedly monitoring Liao Shi's condition. This had dealt a significant blow, and the blood loss from the wounds alone was enough to kill him. Fortunately, the lights finally broke completely, and Liao Shi fell unconscious. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to use the blood demon techniques. At that moment, Liao Xian seemed to wilt, trembling as she stood there, as if she would fall with a single touch. In the intense aura suddenly unleashed by Hiranoya, she sensed the presence of a strong being, the presence of a creator. It was her creator. As her offspring, she understood the identity and power gap between the two the moment she felt this aura. Now, she had lost her rationality, but she had not lost her intelligence. She still comprehended some things. Gale, spear. In the darkness, Hiranoya thrust her arm forward, and from such a short distance, it produced a crisp sound of sonic boom. Almost simultaneously, Liao Xian was swept away by a fierce gust of wind. Slowly rising to her feet, her entire right shoulder and arm torn off, leaving only a piece of flesh connected, hanging limply to the ground. Sorry, I haven't used this pure martial technique in a long time. I hit a bit off. Hiranoya squinted one eye, her small, sharp dagger pointed at Liao Xian, making a simple aim. Originally, this strike was meant to sever her arm, rendering her unable to move. Just a few more hits would allow her to capture her alive. Hiranoya did not want to leave Liao Xian to the Biological Investigation Bureau. If one day she was exposed, Liao Xian would be a leverage point against the Bureau, at least able to restrain Liao Shi, or even blackmail him into doing things for her. A flurry of footsteps interrupted her thoughts, and Hiranoya immediately activated her blood demon technique to transform back into a human, quickly disguising the scene. The door to the hospital room was pushed open again, and several beams of flashlight light shone in. The room was in disarray, with the walls, floor, and ceiling covered in shocking scratches. A few dangling wires occasionally sparked, and bloodstains were splattered everywhere, while a pile of black ashes lay in the corner. 3 people were lying on the ground: the dead on-duty nurse, the seriously injured Liao Shi, and Liao Xian, who had been turned into a stick and fell into a coma. It was the people from the Biological Investigation Bureau. They were likely alerted by the patients on the same floor who first noticed something unusual, and the operator directly connected them to the night shift team of the Bureau. This was a point of negligence on Hiranoya's part. She should have sent someone to keep an eye on Liao Xian in advance. As a result, she couldn't forcibly take Liao Xian from the Biological Investigation Bureau. Between exposing the existence of the 12 ghost months in advance and handing Liao Xian over to the Bureau, the latter was obviously the more appropriate choice. There was no need to make a big fuss over just one Liao Xian. Hiranoya sat on the floor, leaning against the deformed iron frame of the hospital bed, one hand covering her lower abdomen. This was a wound she had inflicted on herself earlier, and though the amount of blood looked alarming, it hadn't damaged any organs. After such a serious battle, if one came out unscathed, they would likely be suspected. A beam of light shone over, and Hiranoya raised her other hand to shield her eyes. It was the leaders of Group C and Group F. Oh my God, how could both of them be so seriously injured? Quickly, go find a doctor. A few people at the door rushed in to check on the two's injuries, chattering away. This incident successfully drew the attention of the entire Bureau again. Director Yin had been wearing a stern face. She was aware of Liao Xian being infected by ghost blood. Once ghost blood enters a normal human body, they will be transformed within an hour at most. Liao Xian had remained human for 4 consecutive years, so the Biological Investigation Bureau had not kept a close watch on her. But unexpectedly, after such a long time, she suddenly turned into a ghost. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the 2 leaders from Group C and Group F, there would have been more casualties. In just 1 month, first, the encirclement of the remnants almost wiped out all external teams, and then 2 group leaders nearly died, along with so many witnesses. The subsequent handling would be a major issue. Higher-ups had pressured her to expedite the handling of the frequent ghost creation issue by the 3 Life sect, and several influential figures were holding meetings frequently, seemingly preparing some plan. But what exactly it was, Director Yin did not know. She only heard that they were preparing to extract some volunteers from nearby prisons. Liao Xian was transferred to the underground of the Biological Investigation Bureau for strict surveillance. But no matter what means were used, she could not be awakened and remained in a coma. After the new documentation was established, a large influx of newcomers poured into various teams, injecting fresh blood into the battered external department. As expected, it was the same everywhere. The newcomers were full of confidence and enthusiasm for their work, showing none of the weariness and numbness on the faces of the older members. Another month passed. There was no progress on the 3-life sec side. Only a few low-level minions were captured. Liao Shi and Hiranoya, lying in the hospital recovering, were almost fully healed. Liao Shi had adjusted his mindset. As he put it, no matter what, at least Liao Xian was still alive. And he wouldn't have any negative thoughts just because she became a ghost. She would always be his biological sister. After the doctor's examination confirmed they were in good health, they successfully completed the discharge procedures. Compared to previous days, there were significantly fewer people on the streets. Counting the days, there were only a few days left until the new year. No wonder. It was uncertain whether the Biological Investigation Bureau would take a holiday during the new year. Hiranoya breathed on the car window and randomly drew with her finger on the fog. After breathing again, the car glass smelled bad. Liao Shi glanced at Hiranoya, who was playing like a child, and made a joke. They were on their way to the Biological Investigation Bureau. Since she had been discharged from the hospital, it was time to get back to work. Rolling her eyes, Hiranoya pulled up her sleeve to wipe off the little figure on the car window, breathed again, and maliciously wrote the mirrored capital letters help. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. The car stopped at a traffic light, and Liao Shi noticed Hiranoya's giggles. Turning his head, he discovered the mirrored letters and praised her, reaching out to wipe them off. However, from the outside of the car, it was no longer the mirrored help. This word was meant for people outside to see. Sure enough, a sedan on the right side rolled down its window, and the driver stared at Liao Shi's car in surprise, clearly misunderstanding the situation. The two of them bantered along the way and soon arrived at the Biological Investigation Bureau. After parking, Liao Shi shivered. Chun Su was already downstairs, ready to welcome them. After some small talk, they headed to the 3rd underground floor, where Liao Xian was. Passing through several doors, they arrived in front of a sealed large tank filled with liquid, where a girl with a breathing mask on her face was floating, her long, smooth hair slowly drifting in the liquid. Has she been like this the whole time? Liao Shi pressed her palm against the glass, staring at the unconscious Liao Xian. The person in charge said she was in a state of self-isolation, her body weak, and she wouldn't wake up for a while. Jian Su, who had been staying at the investigation bureau recently, explained. What does that mean? Liao Shi didn't understand what self-isolation was. An inappropriate example would be an ostrich burying its head in the ground or a turtle retracting into its shell. You guys hit her too hard. She couldn't handle that kind of shock all at once. And, on top of that, she hadn't eaten since the transformation, making her body weak and her brain unwilling to wake up and face the outside world. Hiranoya pretended to look away, giving off a vibe of don't look at me, don't blame me. So how could she wake up? Liao Shi raised his most concerned question. The person in charge said she had some reaction to external stimuli, but it wasn't enough to wake her up. They estimated they could only wait for her to come around on her own. By the way, Liao Xian's personal belongings have all been put on your desk. I don't know what's in there, but seems quite heavy. Liao Shi nodded. Liao Xian wouldn't remain in a coma forever, which could be considered good news. Returning to the familiar field office, apart from a few old friends exchanging pleasantries, they also saw many new faces along the way. Are they all newcomers? So many? Liao Shi and Hiranoya followed behind Chen Su, and the newcomers they passed all called him Brother Su with great familiarity, indicating they had probably been around for a while. Yes, Chen Su greeted a passing newcomer and continued. While you were away this month, many new employees joined. Except for a few groups, all the other field teams have expanded their numbers. Now, there are over 100 people in the entire field office. Thinking back to when there were only 3 or 4 people in a group, with 30 people across 10 groups, they indeed hired a lot. Besides our Group C and Group F, which other groups haven't hired anyone? Liao Shi pressed. None. Only the 2 of us are so willful. Chen Su shrugged. Recently, everyone hasn't had any major tasks, just site inspections and surveillance. Since both of our groups have injuries, we haven't assigned any tasks. So there are neither catches nor ghosts to hunt. Over time, we become quite popular in the eyes of these newcomers. Popular? Hiranoya looked puzzled. She and Liao Shi had been in the hospital the whole time. How could they be popular? Yes, you 2 group leaders haven't shown your faces for a whole month, and no one knows what you look like. This past month, I've been managing everything, and these newcomers think Group C and Group F are the slackers of the field office. Don't be fooled by their surface enthusiasm. They actually look down on us. It seems we need to find an opportunity to clear our names. Liao Shi pushed open the office door. 2 cardboard boxes were tied on the desk, sealed with tape. They're all here. Chen Su pointed to the boxes. Liao Shi nodded and walked over. The top box was lighter. He tore off the seal and opened it to find toiletries and change of clothes. Nothing special. The second box, however, was heavy. After tearing off the seal, the top item was a drawing board with a half-finished sketch attached. Based on the incomplete image, he could vaguely recognize what it depicted. It was the view from Liao Xian's hospital room, with the tall old tree's branches and leaves just reaching the window edge. Liao Shi had noticed this place. It wasn't anything special, with no beautiful scenery or perfect symmetry, and the composition was hardly worth mentioning. Just an ordinary window. Taking the drawing board, he noticed the box contained a thick bundle of sketch paper, and the content was exactly the window view he had just seen, already drawn. Flipping down, the second page was still the window view, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth as well. Liao Shi flipped faster, but each page was the same window view from the same angle. The only change was the old tree's branches and leaves outside the window, which, under Liao Shi's rapid flipping, transitioned from lush and dense to withered and bare, snow-laden branches, new tender leaves sprouting, and thriving once again. Every day, for 4 years, had been recorded in this manner. Liao Xian secretly spent 4 years drawing, and what she had been drawing every day was actually the same thing. Just as he was about to flip to the bottom, a small envelope fell out, dated around the last blood transfusion. Opening the envelope to read, it was indeed in Liao Xian's handwriting, but the content left Liao Shi feeling almost powerless. At that moment, Liao Shi finally understood why, when he asked to see what Liao Xian was drawing that day in the hospital, she would say, "I'll show you when I get tired of it." Seeing Liao Shi's poor state, Chun Su came over to comfort him, but Liao Shi waved his hand, indicating he was fine. "The companionship I owe her over the years, I will make up for it. I won't let her remain in a coma like this. And I absolutely won't let her die." Liao Shi's gaze was determined. He wanted to find a way to wake Liao Xian up. The research on ghosts by the Three Lives sect was no less than that of the Biological Investigation Bureau. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the capability to manage so many ghosts. If Liao Xian didn't wake up for a long time, perhaps the Three Lives sect could come up with some methods. Enough thinking, let's go. Time to eat and celebrate your discharge. Chun Su pulled Liao Shi up. "You guys go ahead. I won't join you as my stomach isn't feeling well." Hiranoya casually found a reason to skip the gathering. Liao Shi and Chun Su were used to Hiranoya rarely eating with them, so they didn't say anything more and left the field office while joking around. Hiranoya walked to the table, where the letter was still lying on it, and leaned against the table to read. "Brother, I'm sorry for making you see this letter, but by the time you read this, I will probably be gone. I know my body better than anyone else. Every day for more than 4 years, I've become weaker. That feeling of despair and helplessness is too painful. I don't have the strength to leave this hospital room. Painting is the only thing left for me to pass the time. Today, I need to paint a few more leaves than yesterday, and tomorrow I should paint a few flower buds on the tree. Only in this way can I feel that I'm still alive, that my life is still changing, that I haven't died. But gradually I've realized that after 4 years, I'm still trapped in this small hospital room, and the scenery outside remains unchanged. I've experienced the same 4 seasons in front of the same window. There's no change at all. When I die, I hope the physical ailment takes me away before the pain from my mind does. The only thing that has made me happy over the years is when you can occasionally come and keep me company, even for 10 minutes or just 1 minute. It makes me happy for a long, long time. I know you're busy. You say you're a civil servant. But I know well that civil servants can't earn that much to support my 4-year stay in a single room. I don't care what job you're hiding from me or where you earn so much money. Now that I'm gone, if you're still doing dangerous or improper work, please stop. Don't push yourself anymore. I know you still blame yourself for not coming earlier on that black day, August 18th, when I might not have contracted that strange illness if you had come sooner, but I've never blamed you. There is so much I want to say, but it seems too whiny, so let it be. By the way, hurry up and find me a sister-in-law. Don't worry. Hey, did you see that man and woman who just walked in behind Chun Su? Who are they? They aren't from our group of newcomers, are they? Those two seem to be from Group C and Group F. I just saw them enter the Group C office. In the stairwell, 2 newcomers from the field department were chatting while smoking. Are they the last 2 from the retirement department? One of them showed a surprised expression. I thought I had never seen them before. What nonsense. Both of them are group leaders. The other person emphasized the word group leader, and they both shared a knowing smile. It's great. They say the field department is a frontline department, and the place with the highest mortality rate actually has 2 groups dedicated to retirement. I really don't know what that has to do with the director. Huh. Looking at it today, I suddenly have a longing to transfer to Group F. What's wrong? Are you interested in that girl? The other person nudged him with his elbow. Just look at that face, And don't be fooled by how she dresses. With my years of experience, her figure must be great. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands in front of him, his mind already fantasizing about an office romance. You're thinking of transferring to Group F? You probably don't stand a chance. Group Leader Ping doesn't look at you. A deep voice came from behind the two, startling them. Group Leader Gao, Mingo, when did you arrive? You scare me to death. The two recognized the person. It was the leader of Group B. Just like you. I came to the hallway to smoke and take a break. Gao Min brushed off the dust on the steps and sat down, taking out a cigarette. The two, understanding the hint, immediately pulled out a lighter to help him light it, but Gao Min pouted, moving the cigarette away from the flame. Seeing that Gao Min was ungrateful, the two felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to put away the lighter or continue bending over to light it. I heard you two for a while in the hallway. So, you want to transfer to Group F? Gao Min's eyes glinted like a sharp sword in the light of the flame. Mingo, are you joking? One of them scratched the back of his head. It didn't matter before, but now it does. Between Group C and Group F, well, have you newcomers ever felt that we old employees said anything bad? That's true. The groups in the field department generally get along well, often joking with each other, but the old employees have never spoken ill of Group C and Group F. But why have those two groups been so relaxed? We deal with documents and surveillance every day. How can I go on trips? Trips? Gao Min took the cigarette out of his mouth, looking puzzled. You little brats. Gao Min couldn't help but scold, recognizing it as gossip among the newcomers. A month ago, a whole floor of people almost died at Jianyang City First Hospital. There were over 50 unrelated witnesses to the cannibal. Can you guess who handled this matter? Gao Min pointed at the two with the cigarette, but his hand trembling with anger. Group Leader Liao and Group Leader Ping almost risked their lives to minimize the situation. Group Leader Liao nearly didn't survive and lay in the hospital for a month, and you little brats are spreading rumors here. Hearing the real story from the old employees, the two were clearly stunned. You newcomers are living the retirement life. You Haven T even officially encountered a ghost since you joined, and you think you're invincible. Starting to live in luxury, right? You have no sense of vigilance at all. If I hadn't spoken up just now, you really wouldn't have noticed me. If I were a ghost, you two would have been dead already. I really don't know how you completed more than 6 months of training. The two almost shrank into their stomachs, not daring to breathe. You still want to transfer to Group F? With your behavior, you would only hold them back. Gao Min put the cigarette in his mouth, took out a lighter to light it, and took a deep puff. After all, you've only been in the bureau for a little over half a month. If you don't know they're normal, then let me tell you clearly Group C's Group Leader Liao, a survivor of the Black August 18th incident, is the only one in the Biological Investigation Bureau with a record of killing a first-level cannibal. 2 months ago, during the 3 Life Sex Encirclement operation, he was the overall commander. Half of the reason we old employees are still alive is because of him. Gao Min lifted his shirt to reveal a ghastly scar, like a giant snake coiled around his chest, left from a check in the room. If it hadn't been for Liao reminding him in time, that wind blade would have sliced him in half. Group F's Group Leader Ping, who became a group leader just 6 months into her job, did so based on her strength. The content you trained for over 6 months, she completed in 4 months, finishing her training early. In the 3 Life Sex Encirclement operation, she single-handedly took on 2, killing 2 nearly first-level cannibals and successfully saving all the old employees who were still alive in the Biological Investigation Bureau office. Gao Min took another puff of his cigarette and frowned. If the field department is the department fighting on the front lines, then Group C and F are the ones fighting at the very front, breaking their heads and bleeding to pave the way for others. It has nothing to do with the retirement life you mentioned. Seriously, it seems I need to apply to Sister Yun for an early group assessment. Otherwise, these newcomers will be reaching for the sky. Gao Min tossed the cigarette butt away, stepped on it to extinguish it, and left the stairwell, muttering to himself. On New Year's Eve, Hiranoya was dozing off in the office, holding a steaming mug. Although the bureau wasn't on holiday today, it was quite humane, at least not sending anyone out for duty, so everyone could huddle in the office to warm up. Even the 12 Oni months were given a break, and Hiranoya had no intention of having them busy chasing Shinsu in the past few days. She was startled awake by a knock on the door. Quickly sitting up straight and moving her mouse, pretending to be seriously reviewing documents, as Sister Yin had caught her slacking off quite a bit lately. Oh, Team Leader Hirano is so serious. Liao, she said in a sarcastic tone as he leaned over, propping himself up on the desk and glancing at her computer screen. You were on this page an hour ago when I got here. Coughing lightly, Hiranoya took a sip of hot water, her face showing no hint of embarrassment. I find this part suspicious, so I'm reading it a few more times. What about you, Team Leader Liao? Why are you here in my F group office, slacking off during work hours? Come on, ha! Liao, she chuckled, then handed her a brown paper envelope from behind. On to business, here is today's task, and I brought you a copy. You really think of me, always thinking of good things. Hiranoya rolled her eyes, but still took it and opened it. Liao, she shrugged. All the field teams have tasks after sunset today. You'll have to pick it up sooner or later. Escort? Protection? Looking at the two large red stamps on the first page, the task level didn't seem high. Continuing to flip through, the target for this task looked very familiar. It was the first target after Hiranoya joined the Biological Investigation Bureau, Gaoning. The old man who worked as a cremator and night security guard at the crematorium. The ghouls who performed well throughout the year in the Biological Investigation Bureau could earn a day out. Any precautions? This was Hiranoya's first time receiving such a task. Having lived for hundreds of years, she had only done work related to killing humans and ghouls. Escorting and protecting was a first. Nothing special. The target will have restraining devices on them. They won't do anything out of line. Just keep a close eye on him and make sure he doesn't say anything. Aren't you afraid he'll eat someone? Not at all. Before being released, the Bureau will ensure these ghouls are well fed. Many of the executed prisoners from across the country have been brought here. Oh, I see. Hiranoya nodded. This wasn't hard to imagine. The 12 Oni months used the cover of the Wisteria housekeeping company for their killing business, acquiring unclaimed corpses from morgues, while the Biological Investigation Bureau collected the bodies of executed prisoners. Remember to go to the 4th underground level when it gets dark and take him out. Isn't it the 3rd underground level? All right, you still don't know about this. Liao, she slapped his forehead, forgetting that he had never taken Hiranoya to the 4th level, quickly explaining. There are 5 levels underground. The first level is the parking lot, only connected to the ground. The second level is the armory, where you got your dagger and pistol, and it's the only way to access the remaining 3 levels. If something happens down there, we can counterattack immediately. The 3rd level is for detaining ghouls who haven't been interrogated yet. The 4th level is for those with low threat levels or who can control their cannibalistic urges. They live here, assisting researchers in related studies. Also, this level can only be accessed through an independent elevator from the 3rd level. No wonder the elevator only goes down to the 3rd level. Hiranoya nodded. Noticing that Liao, she had no intention of continuing about the last level, she asked, what about the 5th level? I'm not too clear on that either. Only researchers and the director have access there. I heard they brought in a lot of new equipment recently, but I don't know what it's for. Nodding and understanding, she thought about asking the 6th waning moon to sneak in there, using her mimicry blood technique, one day. In the evening, the winter sun set early, and street lights turned on quickly. Today was a special day. The streets were empty, with only a few cars still on their way home, while others were gathering with their families. Glancing out the window, Hiranoya decided it was time to carry out the task. She patted her backside, grabbed the file, and headed to the 3rd underground level following Liao's instructions. Along the way, she encountered several field team members also holding file bags, both old and new employees. Exchanging greetings. For some reason, Hiranoya felt that the new employees had been much friendlier in the last couple of days. When going to a new place for the first time, following the crowd usually doesn't lead one astray. And sure enough, after passing through a metal door, she found the elevator. The elevator ran down for a while before stopping. It seemed these 2 levels were quite deep. When the doors slowly opened, it wasn't the dim, cold scene filled with cockroaches and rats she had imagined. On the contrary, the environment here was quite nice. After passing through the checkpoint, there was a community with plenty of lights illuminating the vast space. The residents here were all ghouls, wearing specially made tracking collars, many standing on both sides, looking eagerly at the incoming field team members. They knew what was about to happen. Some fortunate ones who had performed well would get a chance to go out. Are all the people here? A member of the field team noticed that not many ghouls were gathered and asked the person in charge, immediately realizing it was a foolish question. If there were many ghouls alive here, why would they prioritize killing them during tasks? It was because ghouls who could retain their rationality and kindness were too rare. Otherwise, humans and ghouls would coexist peacefully. The person in charge nodded, of course. There are a total of 43, all here, and there are 20 slots for going out, right? Counting the number of tasks at hand. The team leaders confirmed it was correct. Let us start calling people. Those who were pointed out, come here. The person in charge shouted to the crowd. This regulation was quite good, allowing half of the people to go out. Seeing the ghouls called one by one, their faces filled with excitement. Hiranoya quietly sensed the presence of all the ghouls present. There were no second-tier ghouls. The highest was only 3rd tier. But that was normal. Any ghouls with a bit of power wouldn't be able to stay here. The Three Lives sect and Shun Su Wun Ti casually send out ghouls with some fighting strength. Gao Ning, here. In the crowd, a hunched old man quickly walked over upon hearing his name, causing the ghouls nearby who weren't called to look on enviously. Hey, Hiranoya yawned and waved her hand. Hello, hello, good to see you again. Gao Ning's old face broke into a grin, seemingly not bothered by having been beaten up by Hiranoya before. After chatting for a bit, it was clear that Gao Ning was very excited now, talking animatedly and gesturing wildly. After the checkpoint searched Gao Ning and confirmed he wasn't carrying any dangerous items, they allowed him to leave. When I came here over half a year ago, I was shackled with chains on my hands and feet and a muzzle. I never expected I'd be able to walk out openly one day. Gao Ning followed Hiranoya through the corridor, curiously looking around, as this was his first official view of the above-ground part of the Biological Investigation Bureau. If you perform well, there will be many such opportunities. I heard that if you maintain good behavior for a long time, the time and frequency of outings will also change. Gao Ning nodded repeatedly. By the way, what have you been doing down there for the past few months? Hiranoya asked casually, pretending to care. I thought I was going to be part of human experiments. I was terrified when I first came here. Gao Ning clearly didn't think much about it and continued to speak to Pinji Li. Actually, it's nothing much. Occasionally, there are people in white coats who come over with a little notebook, asking me to do some exercises, lift weights, draw some blood, and then write down a few things in the notebook. Then from Monday to Friday, I have to work, and on Saturday mornings, I watch educational videos. Participate in group learning, which is quite similar to what they do in prison, but relatively easier. Hiranoya nodded, thinking that it would certainly be easier to maintain their good mood. Otherwise, if the residents clashed with the guards due to these issues, given their physical strength, one punch could take out a guard. The tracking rings around their necks were also one of the means to limit them. Do you know there's another level below? Hiranoya continued to ask. I know, but I've never been there. The guards don't let us leave this level, but the researchers often run back and forth from there. Speaking of which, recently, the people coming up from below to draw our blood have become quite frequent. Gao Ning seemed to realize something and asked back, why are you asking these things? It's nothing, just curious. The people above don't even know what the 5th level is for. It's just a small wager, Hiranoya casually mentioned, stopping the inquiry. What is the Biological Investigation Bureau trying to do? Hiranoya had already taken the position of team leader, gaining more permissions and seeing a lot of information she didn't know before, but she was at a loss regarding this matter. Neither she nor the others could access it. However, one thing was certain. The 5th level was not that simple. Using an access card to open the main door, the biting cold winter wind, mixed with the pungent smell of fireworks unique to New Year's Eve, pulled Hiranoya back to reality. Gao Ning took a big breath of the outside air and coughed a few times, clearly still not accustomed to the outside air after living underground for over half a year. Hiranoya recently bought a car to facilitate her tasks for the Biological Investigation Bureau. She didn't park it in the garage. Instead, she left it in the yard for convenience. It's not a nice car, but it's sufficient for her needs. Besides, there's no need to buy something better. Although she has enough money, suddenly having a flashy supercar as a young woman in her early 20s who just started working would definitely raise suspicions about the source of her funds. After a while, a white sedan drove out of the courtyard. The streets on New Year's Eve were no longer congested, and Hiranoya quickly increased the speed of the car. Following Gao Ning's directions, they passed through several alleys and arrived at an old residential area. After parking the car, they got out and took a closer look at their surroundings. Uncollected garbage, dilapidated streetlights, and hallway doors plastered with various advertisements. It's a bit laughable. The living environment isn't very good, Gao Ning said, glancing at a wild dog rummaging through the trash nearby, sounding slightly apologetic. Hiranoya noticed the wild dog, looking thin and gaunt, its belly almost touching its spine, staring warily at the two. It's fine. Hiranoya shook her head. This is it. Gao Ning led the way ahead, entering a dim, dilapidated corridor. He took out a key and inserted it into the iron door plastered with advertisements. When he opened the door, a waft of food aroma came out. Grandpa! The boy in the living room looked stunned for a moment and rushed over to hug Gao Ning with a face full of surprise. Oh, my grandson! Gao Ning also embraced the boy, affectionately ruffling his hair. You've grown taller in the 6 months since I last saw you. Where have you been for so long, Grandpa? The boy began to say, but suddenly choked on his words, noticing Hiranoya standing behind Gao Ning with her hands in her pockets. It was she who had pressed him against her chest with a knife to his throat that night at the crematorium 6 months ago. He had nearly died that day. Noticing the boy's timid gaze, Hiranoya waved her hand and flashed a mischievous smile. Gao Ning had his back turned and didn't notice, only patting the boy's back to signal that everything was fine. "Oh, you must be Uncle Gao." A plump woman with a spatula came out of the kitchen. "You're Gao Ning," she recalled, not recognizing the woman. "I'm a nanny hired by your relatives. I heard you were busy with work and couldn't take care of these two." The plump woman explained. Gao Ning remembered the agreement he had with the Biological Investigation Bureau. It seemed this nanny was quite good, even coming to check on them on New Year's Eve. "Thank you so much for your hard work, especially during the new year." Gao Ning clasped his hands together in gratitude. "It's nothing, just part of the job." The plump woman waved her hand dismissively and suddenly pointed to her own eyes, asking, "Hey, why are your eyes so red?" "Oh, that? I trouble, Gao Ning replied casually. "By the way, I'll go check on my son first." Gao Ning changed the topic. "Oh, okay, then I'll hurry and cook dumplings. We'll be able to eat soon." The plump woman waved her spatula and went back into the kitchen. In the inner room, a man was leaning against the head of the bed, clearly showing signs of weakness from not having exercised for a long time. The Spring Festival Gala was playing on the TV, but the man's eyes were fixed on the door, obviously having been listening for Gao Ning's voice. "You little rascal, you've lost weight again," Gao Ning said, sitting at the edge of the bed and carefully examining the man's pale hand. "Aren't you the same?" The man smiled helplessly, reflecting on their conditions over the past 6 months. "While you were gone, Niojie took good care of me and Xiaogu. Awaziti's suffering, don't worry." The man on the bed reassured him, referring to the plump woman as Niojie, while Xiaogu was Gao Ning's grandson. "This one is." The man's gaze shifted to Hiranoya, who was standing behind Gao Ning, looking at the young girl in her early 20s, with shoulder-length dark green hair, dressed in a black down jacket, her hands tucked in her pockets, which seemed slightly bulging as if she was holding something. "Are you from there?" the man asked. Hirano's gaze turned to Gao Ning. "This must be his doing. I never said anything." Gao Ning raised a hand and swore he hadn't mentioned a word about the Biological Investigation Bureau to anyone. "I guess, girl, don't make it hard for my dad." The man's weak voice echoed again. "He has been acting sneaky for the past year, not telling me anything. Half a year ago, he suddenly left without a word and hired Sister Nyo to take care of us. I guess he must be up to no good and got caught. Otherwise, with our family's financial situation, how could we afford a nanny?" The man continued explaining. "Now he suddenly comes back with this iron ring around his neck. I don't even know what it's for, but this thing is usually only given to people who made mistakes, right?" Hirano squinted her eyes, her expression becoming serious, her voice cold and carrying a hint of warning. "Stop asking, knowing too much isn't good for you. You can rest assured. I'm not in a mood to guess those things. I just hope my dad can be comfortable inside. After all, he's getting older, and I'm worried he might get bullied." "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you have to curse me? I'm currently doing big business with Team Leader Ping. I just can't find the time to come back." Gao Ning interrupted the two, giving the man on the bed a fierce eye roll. The man just smiled and said nothing more, ending the topic. On New Year's, family reunions are the happiest moments. There's no need to bring up unhappy topics. The dumplings are ready. Sister Nyo, taking small steps, walked in with 2 steaming plates of dumplings, followed by Xiaogu, who was eagerly carrying 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks. "Quick, try them. I can't say much else, but my dumplings are definitely delicious." Sister Nyo placed the plates on the table, wiped her hands, and skillfully helped the man on the bed sit up, holding a bowl to help him eat. Previously, to make it easier for the man to eat, Gao Ning had specially moved the dining table into the bedroom. Xiaogu timidly placed a set of bowls and chopsticks in front of Hirano, then shrank back to his position, making Hirano laugh as she wanted to tease him. This little chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sister Nyo was feeding the man, while Xiaogu was wolfing down his food across from Hirano, leaving only Gao Ning and Hirano staring at each other. Ghosts cannot normally eat human food. No matter how fragrant the dishes, they are inedible to ghosts, like a plate of sand stir-fried with cotton candy or coal oil. Just thinking about that strange texture and taste made one feel like throwing up. "Hurry up and eat." Sister Nyo noticed the two who were motionless. "Grandpa, let me feed you one." Xiaogu picked up a steaming dumpling and held the bowl to Gao Ning's mouth. After a slight hesitation, Gao Ning opened his mouth with a smile, chewed a few times, and swallowed. "Thank you, good grandson. This filling is really good." While praising Xiaogu, Gao Ning gave a thumbs up to Sister Nyo. Only Hirano noticed that Gao Ning's other hand, hidden under the table, was tightly gripping his thigh. After being fed 4 or 5 dumplings in a row by the boy, Gao Ning's speech became a bit slurred. He felt uncomfortable and almost threw up a few times. But he still endured the nausea and continued to eat with a smile. "Miss, you should eat too. Is it that my cooking doesn't suit your taste?" Should I cook you a bowl of noodles? Sister Nyo noticed that Hiranoya's bowl was still clean and thought it was her fault. No need to trouble yourself. Thank you. Hiranoya waved her hands repeatedly, smiling politely. I have work to do. I'll be busy later, and I've already eaten at home. Girl, I don't have anything good to treat you with. Just eat a couple of dumplings for good luck on New Year's. The man beside them said. Team Leader Ping, have a couple. Gao Ning desperately signaled from the side, hoping Hiranoya would give a bit of face in front of his family. All right. Hiranoya rubbed her forehead, picking up a dumpling. This was indeed a tough battle. Enduring the strange feeling, she ate 3 or 4, then put down her chopsticks. She was already at her throat with it. This was tougher than fighting with other ghosts. She really didn't know how Gao Ning managed to eat a dozen while forcing a smile. Sister Nyo had also finished feeding the man and was symbolically pushing 2 dumplings aside, cleaning up the leftovers on the table, and getting ready to go home. She still had her own family's New Year's dinner and her own family to accompany. Wrapping up in her clothes, Sister Nyo refused Gao Ning's offer to walk her downstairs, feeling that this family had finally reunited, and by the looks of it, Gao Ning would have to leave with the girl they called Team Leader Ping, so she didn't want to delay their reunion time. Just as she reached the stairway, a strong smell of burning fireworks invaded her nose, washing away the aroma of the food, and Sister Nyo couldn't help but rub her nose. Leaving the corridor and walking into the dim alley towards the shed, Sister Nyo's home wasn't far. She would be back in a moment on her bike. After walking a few steps, a brilliant firework exploded in the sky, and a red light illuminated the dark alley. Sister Nyo's hurried steps paused, her body stiffening in place. A pair of terrifying eyes blocked her not far away. Looking closely, it turned out to be a black-skinned stray dog, extremely thin. Sister Nyo breathed a sigh of relief, reaching to smooth her chest, sidestepping the black dog to continue towards the shed. But she heard the sound of paws pattering behind her. The black dog had actually followed her. Go away, go away. Sister Nyo waved her arms exaggeratedly, trying to scare off the black dog, but it only dodged slightly and continued to follow. Sister Nyo quickened her pace, grabbing a beer bottle from beside a trash can and smashing it in front of the black dog, trying to scare it off. The black dog let out a low whine, arching its back as if ready to pounce, barking a few times. Seeing this, Sister Nyo realized something was wrong and turned to run. Another firework exploded overhead. 1, 2, 3. Sister Nyo abruptly stopped. In front of her were at least 8 or 9 stray dogs of various shapes, and a few stray cats were crouching on the wall, surrounding her with fierce eyes and drooling mouths. Suddenly, she felt a rush of heat near her ear, followed by a sharp pain as 2 paws grabbed her shoulders. The black dog had ambushed her, jumping on her shoulder and biting down. Due to the collar, it didn't bite her neck, but made Sister Nyo scream, shaking her body while the black dog thrashed its head, tearing off half an ear. The other stray dogs seemed to have received a signal and all rushed over, overwhelming Sister Nyo, who lost her balance and fell to the ground. The wild dogs began attacking their prey, tearing open her down jacket, and the red fluff was swept away by the wind, but Sister Nyo's cries were unheard, drowned out by the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers. The firelight ignited again in the sky as a few stray dogs wagged their tails, gathering together to eat something, seemingly enjoying their New Year's dinner. Not far from the old community, in an unfinished building, a man and a woman were sitting together. No, no, no. This is wrong. This is wrong. The woman suddenly opened her eyes wide, frantically pulling at her hair. What's wrong? The man asked. My little cuties didn't catch that person. This is troublesome. This is troublesome. The woman tugged hard, opening her palm to reveal a bunch of hair. TCH, I knew those wild dogs were unreliable. The man spat on the ground, standing up, and in the light of the fireworks, his legs looked like those of a cheetah, with a structure completely different from humans, with joints growing in the opposite direction. Hurry up and think of a way to check again. Tell those wild dogs not to eat anything. Find a place to wait. We'll need them later. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. All right. It seems my hungry little guys will have to wait a bit longer. I'll go take a look. After saying that, the man exerted force in his legs and jumped directly from the unfinished building, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You all went out. That's great. I want to go play too, but unfortunately, the priest said I can't run around. The woman left in the unfinished building stared intently with her scarlet eyes at the dim, old neighborhood across from her. Since that's the case, let my little cuties play with you for a while. On the 3rd floor, Hiranoya sat on the sofa yawning while watching the Spring Festival Gala on TV, and Gao Ning's family chatted together. Glancing at the clock, it was still early before dawn, so there was no rush to take Gao Ning back. just as Hiranoya was getting drowsy. A loud bang suddenly came from the window, startling Xiao Gu. The laughter and chatter in the room instantly vanished, leaving only the sound of the crosstalk performer on TV. Did a firecracker hit the window? Is it broken? The man in the wheelchair pushed himself toward the window to check. Don't go over there. Gao Ning quickly grabbed the armrest of the wheelchair and turned to Hiranoya. Team leader Hirano, I think I can sense their presence. Yes. Taking out the handgun she had kept in her bosom, Hiranoya nodded. She had noticed it too, the sudden presence of ghosts around. The sight of the black handgun startled Xiao Gu and the others, leaving them unsure of what to do. Hiranoya chambered around, aimed the gun at the window, and slowly walked over. A few cracks radiated from the center of the window, where a half-dead sparrow lay, twitching occasionally. A bird? Did I sense it wrong? Gao Ning craned his neck to see better and realized he hadn't been mistaken. You weren't wrong. Hiranoya bit her lip, shining her phone's flashlight outside. In that direction, she sensed the presence of hundreds of ghosts. At some point, a row of crows, sparrows, and various birds had densely gathered on the wall nearby, an estimated hundreds of them, all quietly staring at the window where the flashlight shone, tilting their heads. Turn off the lights, and also turn off the TV. Hiranoya quietly put away her phone and instructed Gao Ning in a low voice. Sensing carefully, she found that these birds had similar auras, likely just hypnotized or controlled. The opponent had blood demon techniques. The room fell into complete darkness. Gao Ning's son and Xiao Gu, though still unclear about what was happening, saw the serious situation and dared not make a sound, obediently cooperating. What's going on? Gao Ning whispered, having lowered his voice. He only saw a sparrow on the windowsill, but was curious about the hundreds outside that he couldn't see. Hiranoya said nothing, only extended a finger to touch her red lips. Bang! The pitch-black sky was illuminated by fireworks, as bright as day. The red light, symbolizing the new year, had never been so dazzling or so annoying. In an instant, the room was filled with red light, reflecting the panicked expressions of a few people. The birds were all startled by the loud explosion, flapping their wings in a frenzy. The cries of hundreds of birds even drowned out the sound of the fireworks. Inside the room, the few people could only hear the windows repeatedly being hit with a bang. Clearly, they were flustered by this scene they had never witnessed before. What are you standing there for? Run. Hiranoya rushed to Gao Ning's side in a few steps and slapped the light switch. Run? Where to run? Wait for me in the car. Gao Ning cursed a few times and picked up her son from the wheelchair. I'll leave Xiao Gu to you. Just a few steps out, the glass couldn't bear the weight anymore and shattered all over the ground. A swarm of birds rushed in through the gap, with a few unfortunate ones accidentally getting their wings cut by the broken glass, yet still crawling towards the people on the ground. Every day, there really isn't a moment of relaxation. After finding that shooting a few times at the flock of birds had little effect, she grabbed Xiao Gu by the collar, threw him over her shoulder, and hurried to catch up with Gao Ning's pace. The prologue and Chapter 15 are missing and cannot be restored. If you want to read them, you can join the QQ group. The birds flew wildly inside the room, even knocking down the clock hanging on the wall. Hiranoya carried the boy and rushed to the door in 2 steps, reaching out to close it. The door immediately made a series of loud banging sounds. If someone opened the door, they would see feathers still floating in the air and blood from a bird on the door panel. Despite this, a few small sparrows still managed to squeeze out, surrounding a few people and chirping loudly, while pecking hard at Xiao Gu's backside, causing him to grimace in pain. We don't know how many are still outside. I'll lead the way, you follow closely. Hiranoya quickly opened the door to the hallway, poked his head out to check the surroundings, and after confirming it was safe, dashed out. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Hiranoya was fine, but Gao Ning was not. He was panting heavily, saliva quickly building up, and he was gripping his son's fingers with noticeably more strength. Hiranoya didn't have time to provide psychological counseling to Gao Ning. She immediately slapped him across the face. Under the pain, Gao Ning's gaze regained a hint of rationality, and he quickly shook his head to catch up. As the 4 of them exited the corridor, the smell of blood became noticeably stronger, but the situation was urgent, and with 2 burdens beside him, there was no time to save anyone else. After just a few steps, a low growl came from the darkness, and a shadow with a mouth still stained with blood lunged at them. Rika, prepared, kicked out her leg, and the creature whimpered, falling back heavily. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a black stray dog, the very one they had encountered not long ago. It seemed that the hidden ghost could control not only birds. Carrying the person, Hiranoya and Gao Ning continued on their way, and soon they encountered a new situation. A disheveled figure lay on the ground, bloodied and still bleeding, clearly hanging by a thread. Wasn't this Neo Jia? Gao Ning's son recognized her immediately by the light of the fireworks. Gao Ning slowed his pace, looking at Hiranoya with a gaze that expressed desperation and hunger. However, the plea here was clearly not for food, but for saving someone. If you can hold it in, take her with you. Without much hesitation, since Neo Jia was a good person, it wouldn't be a problem to help her if they encountered her on the way. There was enough space in the car for one more person. With permission granted, Gao Ning immediately stopped, freeing one hand to wrap around Neo Jia's waist and hoisting her onto the other shoulder. Gao Ning's son was shocked to see his nearly 60-year-old father effortlessly carrying two people who weighed over 200 pounds combined, moving quickly. Carrying three people, Hiranoya and Gao Ning continued on, encountering several wildcats and dogs that attempted to ambush them, but each time they appeared, a bullet would end their lives. The most troublesome were still the birds circling overhead. Occasionally, a few would dive down and peck fiercely, causing Gao Ning to curse. The irritating bird calls and Gao Ning's shouts accompanied them all the way until they finally spotted their car. The five of them quickened their pace and rushed inside, locking the doors and windows. As they inserted the car key and turned on the headlights, a figure unexpectedly stood a few meters in front of the car. Who is that? I don't know, but anyone causing trouble like this is definitely not good news. The male ghost, standing not far from the car, crossed his arms and was about to deliver some pretentious opening lines when the car's engine roared to life, and the headlights flashed. The white car charged straight at him. The unprepared male cannibal barely managed to dodge, almost crashing into the front of the car. Go to hell. Go play by yourself. Seeing the male ghost's awkward posture, Gao Ning couldn't help but roll down the window and shout. His good mood was completely ruined by the inexplicable attacks from other cannibals, and he was feeling quite displeased. This was the perfect opportunity to vent, so he stretched his neck and yelled, only to be yanked back into the passenger seat by Hiranoya. Roll the window up. I don't want any birds flying in. Looking up, he saw a swarm of birds still circling over the car, and Gao Ning immediately complied. The car quickly sped out of the alley and accelerated on the empty street as Hiranoya aimed to shake off the flock. Gao Ning, what are you doing? Hearing Hiranoya call him, he instinctively turned his head, only to see a dark gun barrel pointed directly at him. Honestly, tell me, when the Biological Investigation Bureau interrogated you, was there anything about the Three Lives sect that you didn't mention? Hiranoya's tone was very flat, the gun resting against his lower abdomen, and the person in the back seat couldn't see what was happening in front, but Gao Ning was already sweating profusely. For heaven's sake, I've said everything I know. Gao Ning raised a hand to swear. Do they really only know a little about your situation? Hiranoya's gaze flicked back. Gao Ning noted. After thinking for a moment, he decided to put the gun away. Seeing this, Gao Ning also let out a long sigh of relief. At this point, Gao Ning had no need to deceive her. After all, his son and grandson were still in the back seat. He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, Hiranoya might take some terrifying actions. This kind of thing had happened 6 months ago, and he didn't want it to happen again. Hiranoya doesn't believe it's a coincidence. There have been too many coincidences lately. Liao Xian was attacked by a ghoul, and on New Year's Eve, Gao Ning's family encountered a ghoul as well. Moreover, there should be at least 2 ghouls involved this time. One is the man who just blocked the car, and the other is the ghoul who can control birds and dogs with blood magic, who is yet to appear. Based on their aura, both of these ghouls are about as strong as the old man who spat poison during the hotel siege. It doesn't make sense for ghouls of this caliber to make such a grand effort over a bit of food. They must be acting under orders. So who is giving the orders? The Three Lives cult? Or Shinsu? If Gao Ning really confessed everything he needed to, he wouldn't have any value left to protect, and there would be no reason to risk sending 2 ghouls to deal with him. Following this line of thought, it seems the target has narrowed down to just himself. However, it can't be Shinsu. He knows a bit about Hiranoya's strength. With these 2 guys coming, it's practically a gift. This only leaves the possibility that the Three Lives cult wants to eliminate him. But how do they know his movements well enough to send someone to wait for him? Gathering so many stray cats, dogs, and birds is not something that can be done overnight. It seems the undercover agent hidden in the Biological Investigation Bureau has quite a bit of authority. Thinking of this, Hiranoya squinted her eyes. Originally, whatever that undercover agent was doing in the Biological Investigation Bureau had nothing to do with her, but today it somehow involved her. So she had to make him suffer a bit. An old man was sitting at a table, his brow furrowed, his right hand gripping 2 shiny walnuts. In front of him was a chessboard. Uncle Huai, you've been thinking about this move for 5 minutes. Sitting across from him was a handsome young man with slick-back blue hair, resting his chin on his hand while observing the old man. Less nonsense, Saner. Don't disturb me while I'm breaking the game. The old man, known as Uncle Huai, was indeed Huai Xingyi, the second in command of the 12 ghouls of the moon, reformed by Hiranoya. Don't think about it, uncle. My cannons and chariots are ready to feast on your old pieces. No way to save you. You brat. You don't need to use blood magic to cheat, do you? Hey, don't slander me, you old man. I'm Fu Xian, and you are Huai Xingyi. You can't possibly feel the difference in our strengths. Who are you calling an old man? Just because the original is not around doesn't mean no one can manage you. You must be asking for a beating. Huai Xingyi rolled up his sleeves and stood up, casually switching the position of a chess piece. So you're resorting to tricks now? Fu Xian quickly stood up and backed away. As the two were arguing, a small pool of black liquid appeared on the wall. Sensing this aura, both men immediately stopped and looked respectfully in that direction. Soon, ripples appeared on the surface of the black liquid, and a tentacled eyeball crawled out, with the word 0 engraved in its pupil. Original, the two said respectfully. A strange feeling established itself between the two and the eyeball, and Hiranoya's voice unexpectedly echoed in their minds. Huai Xingyi, come to the North District to find me. I have a bit of trouble here, and it's inconvenient to act with others around. And me? Dear Original, is there anything you need me to do? Like preparing for a grand confession? Fu Xian said, his face full of flattery, gazing obsessively at the eyeball that spoke in his mind. Notably, Fu Xian was one of the few in the 12 ghouls who actively requested conversion after learning Hiranoya's true identity. No need. You just keep busy with your own things. Hiranoya coldly interrupted Fu Xian, knowing that this lovesick fool would never stop talking once he started. All right, as you say. Those cheap, low-end words are not worthy of you. How can they match the deep bond between us? Stop. Cut out. Hiranoya felt goosebumps and quickly called for a halt. Hurry up, or the car will break down. Okay, Original. Huai Xingyi nodded, and then the eyeball turned to ash and dissipated. Uncle Huai, let's discuss something. Fu Xian rubbed his hands together, looking quite eager to please. Not taking you with me. I don't need to drop my pants to know what you're going to say. Huai Xingyi rolled his eyes, knowing Fu Xian too well. He then pushed a chess piece on the board. Checkmate. I've broken the game. What the hell? You old man, you cheated. How did you break it? What did you just call me? I won by skill. You think you can compete with me in chess? Go learn for a few more years. Leaving behind a mysterious glance, Huai Xingyi pushed the door and left, leaving Fu Xian staring blankly at the chessboard. On the road, a white figure darted past at high speed. Following closely behind was a flock of chirping birds, the group stretching far and wide, numbering over 1,000. And the count was still increasing as more birds joined in along the way. Passers-by, after gasping in surprise, pulled out their phones to capture this astonishing scene. Why are there more and more? Gao Ning turned his head to glance at the dark mass following behind, goosebumps rising all over. Furthermore, once these birds were controlled, they completely lost their reason and recklessly chased after them, making it impossible for the car to shake them off. A few fast-flying ones even kept attacking the vehicle, occasionally making loud, thumping noises, and the cracks in the rear window were growing more numerous, on the verge of shattering. We can't keep this up. The car 1T hold. Hold on tight, Hiranoya said calmly, her right hand shifting gears as she pressed the accelerator all the way down. The engine roared at its limit, and the intense push made everyone in the car stick tightly to their seats. The dashboard showed the speed continuously rising, and there was no sign of slowing down even while turning. The 4 tires screamed in a drift, leaving behind black marks and acrid white smoke. Gao Ning and the others were so frightened they didn't dare to breathe, clinging tightly to their seats and grabbing the overhead handles, fearing they would be thrown out during the next drift. Meanwhile, the driver remained unfazed, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. Calculating the time, the second in command should be arriving soon. Hiranoya had dragged this battle long enough. At an intersection, the male ghoul had been standing there for over a minute, waiting for the white sedan to appear. If the car wanted to return to the Biological Investigation Bureau, this intersection was a necessary route. So the male ghoul had taken a shortcut to lie in wait. Hey, young man, not going home for the new year? Waiting for someone here? Hearing a sudden voice from behind, the male ghoul quickly turned his head, retreating a few steps with a wary expression. The speaker was an old man, looking kind and gentle, holding 2 walnuts in his hand. Young man, why are you waiting here for the original? Original? What are you talking about? Crazy old man. Can't you understand? Well, of course, you wouldn't know the true identity of that person. What am I even confirming here? Within a few kilometers, there's only one other person with a similar aura to yours, and according to the original's instructions, you just happen to match up. Old man, since your mouth is so loose, you might as well save it for chatting with King Yen. The male ghost stirred up a gust of wind, and, in the next moment, appeared beside the old man. He delivered a sweeping kick aimed straight at the old man's face, producing a cracking sound like an explosion, almost transforming into a black shadow. However, to the male ghost's shock, it felt as if he had kicked a solid concrete wall. Not only did he not advance an inch, but his leg also throbbed with pain. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the old man had casually blocked his kick with just one arm, his expression utterly calm. Impossible. No one can withstand my kick. The male ghost was stunned. Since his transformation, his status in the church had risen to unprecedented heights, and among those who had also been transformed, he was one of the top few. Everyone was well aware of their strength and believed that, except for a few members in the church, no one in the world could surpass them. But reality gave him a hard slap. An old man could actually block his kick. What level of ghost are you? I've never seen you before. Are you one of the Master S people? Or one of the priests? The male ghost could tell that the old man was of the same kind, but that was all. He couldn't discern what level the old man was. According to your grading standards, you must be a special grade. The old man stroked his chin and replied, if a first-tier ghoul possesses blood magic and can use it skillfully, making it impossible for a single field team to handle, then a special grade ghoul is almost impossible to kill using conventional means, unless attacked continuously with large-scale destructive weapons like missiles. At least in the male ghost's current understanding, there were no special grade existences. He could name the few first-tier ghouls, and even among those, there were hardly any like himself who were close to first tier. Old man, you really deserve the title of special grade when it comes to bragging. The male ghost laughed heartily. Oh, really? Then let's bar a bit. The old man slightly opened his squinted eyes, revealing a glint of brilliance, and the third segment of the upper string was particularly eye-catching. The aura of Huai Xingyi was no longer concealed, completely released. The male ghost was momentarily taken aback, his body covered in goosebumps, his pupils constricted, and his face turned pale. He had never seen a ghoul with such strength in his life. Just the aura before the old man made it hard for him to breathe, let alone the fact that the old man appeared so calm, as if he hadn't even gotten serious yet. If the one who transformed him was a king, then the one in front of him could be a deity, the god of all ghosts. The male ghost couldn't imagine that there could be a more terrifying existence than this old man. Even if someone told him that this old man was the progenitor of ghosts, he would believe it. But he did not know that there were two others stronger than Huai Xingyi, and there were four more who were not far behind. What are you? The male ghost's voice began to tremble. Such an existence could not possibly be one of the church's people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to stop him. After all, he was here on the orders of the priest to kill her. Just an old man. Huai Xingyi slowly put away the walnut and placed it in his pocket. Although the old man hadn't made a move yet, the male ghost felt almost immobilized by the terrifying aura, the bloodline suppression making it difficult for him to breathe. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It felt like drowning. The male ghost's breathing became erratic and rapid, sweat pouring down, veins bulging, every inch of his skin trembling. Every cell in his body was telling him how terrifying the seemingly kind old man in front of him was. I don't want to die. The male ghost let out a scream, almost exhausting all his strength. Blood magic, anchor shift, launching an attack at such close range. His opponent would definitely not be able to react. This was the male ghost's strongest attack, true to its name. This kick was enough to move an anchor stuck on the seabed. Keep in mind that an anchor weighs several tons, while a small car weighs only about 0.8 to 2 tons. This kick, even a male ghost himself could not withstand, launching such a powerful kick at such a short distance. The terrifying acceleration was beyond what his bones could bear, thus he could only execute it once in a short time. But that was enough. As long as he could temporarily kick this old man out of his way, he could escape. Don't think that after this kick the male ghost would only have one good leg left. The leg structure, which was different from that of humans, could still give him unmatched speed. This kick compressed the air around him to the extreme, and the sharp sound of sonic boom exploded in his ears as visible shockwaves spread outwards. This kick also caused the skin of the male ghost to tear under the immense acceleration, flesh and bone separating. This physical strength to unleash such a powerful kick was impressive. Huai Xingyi accurately grasped the kicking leg with both hands, not retreating an inch. It was merely a change from blocking with one arm to grabbing with both hands. Anything else? Huai Xingyi gently pushed, sending the leg that was torn and bloody away. Was this a form of appreciation for his own strength? Or was it disdain? The male ghost had no time to think about that. He was now only focused on how to escape or how to die more comfortably. The old man did not move, still standing there, seemingly waiting for the male ghost's next performance. To hell with you. Cursing under his breath, the male ghost limped on one leg and transformed into a black shadow, disappearing in an instant. Not bad speed. Huaixingyi nodded, showing a look of appreciation. The male ghost traversed several streets. He knew that in his current state, it was only a matter of time before the old man caught up. So he didn't dare to hide or circle around, but instead tried to increase the distance as quickly as possible, allowing his leg some time to recover so he could truly escape. Seeing that his right leg was almost healed, the male ghost suddenly crashed into something, tumbling over and landing face first, completely altering the shape of his nose, with 2 streams of blood flowing down his chin to the ground. What the hell? Upon closer inspection, a huge ice wall full of cracks had appeared without him noticing, and he had just crashed into it. On that ice wall, he sensed the old man's aura. He had actually caught up. Good fellow, you've exhausted this old bone of mine. Huaixingyi patted his waist and stepped out from behind the ice wall. Your blood magic. Is it ice manipulation? The male ghost pinched his nose, cautiously probing. But rather than probing, it was more of a delay tactic. His injured leg was almost healed. Ice manipulation? Sort of, but not quite. Huaixingyi replied, raising one hand and gently waving it at the ice wall. The ice wall actually melted into water in an instant. Huaixingyi flipped his palm, and the melted water coalesced into a one-person-sized water ball, spinning in midair between the two of them. With another wave of his hand, the water ball seemed to come to life, protruding a corner, and then a water arrow shot towards a male ghost, so fast and powerful that he didn't even have time to react before his body was pierced through, leaving a large wound. Blood magic, Golden Fortress. Blood magic. Execute with fluidity. The male ghost lay on the ground in pain, propping up his damaged body as he retreated, blood flowing from his wounds down to the road. Don't run. Huaixingyi thought for a moment and waved his hand at the male ghost, and his limbs quickly melted away, ultimately turning into a puddle of foul blood, leaving only his head and torso. Blood magic. Execute with fluidity. What? What'd you do to me? The male ghost now looked like a writhing maggot. I just liquefied you, that's all. Huaixing, yi koldi ripliet. Noticing that the limbs of the male ghost began to regrow, and once again used his blood ghost technique to eliminate the newly grown limbs, repeating this over and over. Everything in a world is constrained by physics. Almost everything visible to the naked eye exists in 3 forms: solid, liquid, and gas. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. This is Huaixingyi's blood ghost technique, 3-state transformation. The difficulty of transformation is determined by the amount of energy required for the target to undergo a morphological change through scientific means. A simple example is that melting a piece of ice is significantly easier than melting a piece of iron. Water makes up more than 70% of the human body, making it incredibly convenient for transformation. The poor soul in front of him had no chance to resist. Let me ask you 2 questions. Huaixing, he squatted down, resting his hand gently on the male ghost's waist. Ask away. I won't tell you. The male ghost cursed angrily. I want to know the exact location of your other companion. Can you tell me? Huaixing, he rubbed his lower back. I'm getting old. My body isn't what it used to be, and it hurts a lot to move around. Although I can sense the general location of your companion. It would be easier if you just told me directly. I can make it quick for you. How about that? How do you know I have another companion? The male ghost's eyes widened in shock. No one besides the ritual knows about this operation. At this stage, the only one who has come into contact with the 2 of them is the target of this operation. That woman. An incredible thought crossed his mind. The old man in front of him was in cahoots with that woman. But how could the Biological Investigation Bureau allow such a powerful ghost to roam free? However, if the 2 were unrelated, there would be no reason for the old man to stop him here. Impossible. Impossible. The male ghost shouted excitedly. Which side are you on? You still haven't answered my question. Huaixing gently pressed on the male ghost's body, and nearby tissues immediately began to melt. The sight of his own body gradually melting away, yet feeling helpless and without pain, was a kind of despair the male ghost had never experienced in his life. I'll tell you. Just stop. It was only when he felt his entire abdominal cavity turning into a pool of blood, his belly soft against the ground, that he couldn't bear the sensation anymore. You should have said that earlier, young man, my legs are going numb from squatting. Huaixing, he lifted his hand, and the liquefaction immediately stopped. We are in the Futai community. We split up at the 3rd building going north from the south. I don't know if they're still there. Where's that community? In that direction. Just turn a few streets and you'll get there. The male ghost moved his head, pointing with his chin to a location. After sensing it, Huaixingyi found that the direction of the ghost was about the same as the position the male ghost pointed to. So he should not be lying. All right, thank you. Huai Shink, you nodded. The blood ghost technique works smoothly. The male ghost's face changed drastically. His mouth opened in terror. But he could only emit gurgling sounds like he was drowning, spitting out a strange-colored liquid, his features quickly deforming and twisting. In just a few seconds, he melted away like a candle placed on a fire rack, leaving only a few wet clothes behind. The original should be leaving her attack range soon. I need to hurry, or else I will be out of the picture. Huaixing Yi pulled out the two glossy walnuts again and walked in a certain direction. Hurry up, hurry up! In the dim, unfinished room, a slender black shadow sat in the corner, muttering to itself, with two wild dogs licking the back of the shadow's hand. Why can't so many birds even catch up to a lousy car? Suddenly, the shadow shouted angrily, slapping one of the wild dogs. The dog whimpered, spitting blood, and crashed into the wall on the other side of the room, convulsing a few times before going limp. The other dog tucked its ears back, tail between its legs, retreating a few steps and whimpering in fear. Seeing this, the person showed a look of pity and pulled the trembling wild dog into her arms. Oh, little cutie, did I scare you? I'm really sorry. The master didn't mean to. While speaking, she gently stroked the fur of the wild dog in her arms, her eyes filled with affection. The shadow walked to the window of the unfinished room, the firework lights illuminating her face. She was the male ghost companion, with messy hair, sunken cheeks, and casual clothing. She looked like a vagabond. What kind of partner has the ritual sent me? They should have stopped the car by now. With my little cuties, she absolutely won't survive. The female ghost's emotions began to escalate, and she instinctively wrapped a strand of hair around her finger and tugged hard. The pain from her scalp made the female ghost's consciousness clear up a bit, revealing a look of pleasure. This was her habit. Pain could clear her mind of distractions and help her think. Being a ghost, her powerful, self-healing ability prevented her from going bald, so she had developed this habit. In the community, he failed to stop the car, but fortunately there was a backup plan. He took a shortcut to intercept it, and now he still hadn't succeeded and had lost contact. After all, that guy was a quasi-first-tier man-eater. There was no reason he couldn't handle something this small. The only explanation could be that he was dead. Regarding this, the two of them had not made backup plans. The ritual had warned them before departure that this target was very powerful and needed to be cautious, but unfortunately, they hadn't taken it seriously. If they couldn't catch up, they would have to resort to the third plan. The female ghost's eyes glinted with cold light as she sensed the flock of birds under her control with her blood ghost technique. They were still tirelessly chasing that white car. At this speed, in another 10 minutes, they would reach the limit of her control with the blood ghost technique. The female ghost could control living beings, turning them into her tools, but it required a comprehensive consideration of the intelligence of the controlled subjects, controlled distance, and quantity. Just then, the female ghost suddenly noticed that several wild dogs guarding downstairs had lost their presence. Who? The female ghost's gaze suddenly turned to the dark corridor. Those dogs couldn't have escaped her control. They definitely hadn't run away. Moments later, footsteps approached from afar. The visitor entered the unfinished room. It was an old man, slightly hunched over, holding two walnuts in his right hand, which clacked in his palm. The two stared at each other in silence. After a long while, it was still the female ghost who broke the silence. Old man, this is my hunting ground. Oh, is it? Huai Shink, you just I know what you are. Those wild dogs downstairs were killed by you, right? That was me. Quite straightforward. The female ghost smiled. I don't care whether you came here because you smelled blood or for some other reason. It's best to stay far away. Let's put aside the matter of killing my little cuties for now. I don't have time to deal with you. While speaking, the female ghost no longer suppressed her ghostly aura. Ordinary ghosts would feel it and run away without hesitation, as the bloodline suppression of high-level ghosts over low-level ones is absolute. There's a guy with weird long legs. Do you know him? Have you seen him? The female ghost's eyes widened. Then she perked up. So, you were able to kill him too? From what you're saying, I guess I found the right accomplice of his. Huaixing Yi walked forward. Without further ado, the female ghost immediately bit her finger, pricked the wild dog in her arms, and the dog stiffened, letting out a painful whimper as its eyes quickly turned blood red. The female ghost threw the wild dog to the ground, and it bared its teeth at Huaixing Yi. Your blood ghost technique is quite interesting. Huaixing Yi stroked his chin and said, No wonder there are no wildcats or dogs in the North District. It turns out you did it. The female ghost did not dare to be careless. This old man in front of her was very likely the one who had dealt with her quasi-first-tier companion, and his strength would not be weak. Go! She pointed at Huaixing Yi, and the wild dog let out a low growl and lunged at him. Huaixing Yi sonortet koldi, si des tipping. and the wild dog missed its target. Suddenly, it felt pain in its abdomen, whimpered, and crashed into the wall, colliding with another dead dog. Huaixing Yi withdrew his foot and shot a cold glance at the female ghost. Save your little tricks. One wild dog can't take me down. Of course I know, the female ghost said, twisting her hair with her fingers and pulling hard. What about hundreds of them? A low, heavy breathing sound came from behind. Huaixing Yi turned his head. In the dark corridor, hundreds of eyes filled with greed and madness were fixed on him. Go, go, my cute little ones. The female ghost opened her arms, her expression frenzied. Tear him apart. Kill him. Eat him alive. Seeing the wildcats and dogs in front charge first. The female ghost trembled with excitement, unable to help but squeeze her legs together. Yes, just like that. Pounce on him. Ha ha ha. Stick to him. As she spoke, she used her trembling hands to yank out large handfuls of hair from both sides, blood flowing down her ears. Little girl, how about I don't fight you today, and I introduce you to a psychologist instead? Huaixing Yi punched a wild cat, showing its claws away, unable to help but say, ha 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 ha. The female ghost pulled down a few more strands, appearing much calmer. You've made me laugh. My emotions are getting a bit excited again. The female ghost threw the hair in her hands to the ground. I do this often. You'll get used to it soon. If you can let me play a bit longer before you die. Huaixing Yi said nothing more. There was nothing to discuss with a madwoman. They were not on the same wavelength. The door frame was not wide, only allowing 3 wildcats or dogs to pass through at a time. So Huaixing Yi managed to cope relatively easily, throwing punches and kicks left and right. Strange enough, the female ghost did not ambush him during this time. Huaixing Yi was not in a hurry either. He always felt that the female ghost had a backup plan. The female ghost was also not anxious. She was waiting for the right opportunity. Before long, a small hill of wildcats and dogs surrounded Huaixing Yi, but even more of them charged at him heedlessly. A few smaller ones that were not easily noticed, after squeezing into the room, did not rush to attack, but instead surrounded Huaixing Yi, leaving only one gap. The position of the gap was directly facing the female ghost. Huaixing Yi frowned. He noticed this too, but was still unclear about the female ghost's intentions. Now's the time. The female ghost's eyes flickered, and over 30 wildcats and dogs pounced up at once. Huaixing Yi quickly dealt with a dozen of them, but overwhelmed by their numbers. He had no choice but to retreat a step towards the gap left by the female ghost. Ugh! A pool of dark red. Foul-smelling blood spewed from the female ghost's mouth, and Huaixing Yi's heart screamed that it was bad news. Not wanting to step into that disgusting blood without understanding the female ghost's intentions, he quickly dodged, disappearing from his spot in the blink of an eye. The remaining wildcats and dogs all pounced at empty air, and the stinking blood splattered everywhere. Little girl, my legs aren't good. Don't make me move so much. The female ghost coldly snorted. After such a long period of high-intensity combat, he was still not out of breath. She did not believe for a second that this old man was fighting her with all his strength. However, this battle was about to end. The stronger the opponent, the more advantageous it was for her. The female ghost glanced at Huaixing Yi's left wrist, which had splattered with a bit of her blood. The remaining wildcats and dogs continued to pounce up, and just as Huaixing Yi was about to strike down, a strange feeling surged up from his left hand. That feeling was very uncomfortable and even instinctively felt dangerous. Without a second thought, while that feeling had not yet reached his chest, he quickly transformed his right hand into a knife and severed his entire left arm. The strange discomfort vanished along with it. Oh, the female ghost narrowed her eyes. Old man, your reaction is really fast. Huaixing Yi glanced at his left arm, which was turning to ash as it separated from his body, and spoke. Is this how your blood ghost technique is activated? Blood contact, like a virus spreading within the host, and then controlling it? Exactly. The female ghost snapped her fingers, changing the subject. But what does it matter if you know? A rustling sound came from nearby. Looking over, the blood that the female ghost had spat on the ground had spread into a large puddle, and a bunch of wildcats and dogs were rolling around in it, getting covered in the foul-smelling blood. Some that had already rolled in turned their attention to Huaixing Yi. Do you understand why I call them cute little ones now? Ha ha ha. Because they can always help me find more cute little ones in this way. What will you do? Kill them? You'll get their blood on you. Not killing them? You'll be torn to pieces by them. Ha 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 ha. The female ghost was excited and trembled again, tearing off a handful of hair, her face flushed. Opening her arms to Huaixing Yi, closing her eyes, leaving only a look of enjoyment on her face. Then come and kill me. Come on, let my blood splash onto you. Hurry up. What a pervert. Huaixing Yi couldn't help but curse. Ha ha ha. Then I beg you to come and kill me, this pervert, or be torn to pieces by the perverted cute little ones. The female ghost shouted excitedly, releasing the aura of a cannibalistic ghost. The reason the priest chose her to team up with the male ghost was because of their blood ghost techniques. The male ghost was responsible for close combat, and the female ghost handled long-range harassment. In this kind of cooperation, no one from any field team could handle them alone. Even if they found the female ghost responsible for long-range attacks first, they wouldn't have any effective means to kill her. One careless move could even turn them into one of her puppets. Huaixing Yi sensed that aura. It was first tier. Not quasi-first tier, but a genuine first tier. No wonder she was much trickier than that male ghost. According to the Biological Investigation Bureau's classification of cannibals, a first-tier cannibal had blood ghost techniques, and it was nearly impossible for a single field team to eliminate one. Multiple teams had to act together for any chance of success. However, today was the female ghost's bad luck. She encountered not the Biological Investigation Bureau, but a third-party force hidden in the shadows that she had never known about. Your blood ghost technique is quite interesting, but it's a pity that you stand opposed to the original. Otherwise, with some more training, you could compete for the position of the 6th lunar phase. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? Have you already given up resisting? Seeing a few fast ones almost pounce in front of Huaixing, she shouted, blood ghost technique, scattered like the wind and rain. With a wave of his hand, all the wildcats and dogs in the room disappeared. They vanished into thin air, as if they had evaporated from the world. Without the sounds of barking and meowing, everything was gone. Not even a single hair was left behind. The room was eerily quiet. Huaixing brushed off his sleeves and took out the walnut to play with again. The blood ghost sorceress was stunned for a long time before she opened her mouth and continued. What is your blood ghost technique? To put simply, it's a 3-state transformation, gas. The walnut in Huaixing's hand made a cracking sound. Your blood ghost technique requires contact with blood to activate. Then can the vaporized blood still be considered blood in the traditional sense? Damn it, who are you serving? The female ghost stepped back 2 paces. My target, along with the male ghost, is that woman from the Biological Investigation Bureau. As we are the same kind, our goals should be aligned. How about we both take a step back and end it here today? That won't do. The original order was to eliminate all of you. Huaixing shook his head. Just as he finished the first half of his sentence, the female ghost turned and leaped directly out of the window sill, which had no installed windows. They were on the 12th floor, and even if the female ghost jumped from this height, she wouldn't land lightly. She hugged her knees and rolled forward a few times to lessen most of the impact, letting out a muffled grunt and limping away. She would rather limp for a while than continue fighting with this old man. The old man's blood ghost technique, which could vaporize liquid, was practically her nemesis, and ordinary creatures were helpless against him. Hopefully, the third plan would work. Otherwise, if she just escaped back like this, the sacrifice wouldn't easily let her off. The back window was about to give way. In the white sedan, Gao Ning shouted in terror. It was already the fastest. Pinji Li pressed the accelerator hard, but it had already reached the floor. Did it really take this long for Huaixing to deal with 2 small fries? Thinking of this, Pinji Li felt a bit irritable. A muffled groan came from the back seat. She woke up. She woke up. Xiao Gu exclaimed in surprise. As the bloodied Niu Jie frowned and surprisingly opened her eyes. This was the only thing worth celebrating on the way. Something's wrong. Stay away from her. Pinji Li glanced at the rearview mirror. There was a faint trace of a cannibalistic aura in the air, and Niu Jie's condition was very strange. The others also wanted to keep their distance, but the space in the car was limited, and Gao Ning's was unable to move due to paralysis in his lower body, so they could only sit there. Gao Ning, hold her down. Pinji Li was busy driving, and now the only one who could move was Gao Ning. Although he was just a low-level ghost, he was much better than the 2 panicking in the back seat. Just as he said it, Niu Jie sat up stiffly like a zombie, extending her arms to strangle Pinji Li's neck. Gao Ning reacted quickly. As soon as Pinji Li finished speaking, he turned to press down on Niu Jie, pinning her outstretched hands directly onto his thigh. Due to the position, Gao Ning couldn't exert much strength, and with his son and grandson watching him, he didn't dare to use too much force. But Niu Jie was different. She struggled fiercely, baring her teeth and completely ignoring the cracks in her wounds. Blood quickly staining the seat. Niu Jie, are you crazy? You'll die. Gao Ning's son, seeing the usually kind Niu Jie suddenly so violent, also wanted to help hold her down, but he was too weak to exert any strength. Think of a way. Gao Ning shouted. Hiranoya knew they were calling for her, but unfortunately, she really couldn't get away. If she could use her blood demon technique, all these troubles would have been resolved long ago. Just when she was at her wit's end, the flock of birds behind her suddenly went into chaos, pecking at each other, and some even dove down, crashing to the ground. Feathers flew everywhere in an instant. Not far away, a handsome man with a blue pompadour ran his hand through his hair. Damn, old man, good thing I followed. Otherwise, when this is over, the original will scold you for your inefficiency. Just as Hiranoya was about to unleash her blood demon technique to clear the area, she sensed another presence and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the rearview mirror, in just a few seconds, the flock of birds had dispersed. The third hand of the moon phase had done well in casting illusions on them. What's going on? Who is that? Gao Ning, also a ghoul, naturally sensed a powerful aura just now, which, though fleeting, had taken care of so many birds. Whatever, it's a good thing the flock didn't continue following. Hurry up and get in the back seat to handle her. Don't stick your butt out here and affect my driving. Hiranoya shouted angrily at Gao Ning, pretending not to know about the bird situation. Gao Ning's face turned red. He was kneeling on the passenger seat, one leg wedged against the gear stick, and his upper body squeezed through from the front seat. Every time the car swayed, his butt would bump against Hiranoya's right shoulder, making it incredibly awkward. The back seat wasn't spacious, and with 3 people already occupying it, Gao Ning's squeeze made it even more cramped, shoulder to shoulder. Almost no room to move their legs. However, with Gao Ning's arrival, he ended up straddling Nyojia's thigh, and the struggling Nyojia was firmly pinned down. My Nyojia's blood smeared all over Gao Ning, and saliva immediately came out. It was truly one wave after another, and he actually forgot about this. Gao Ning, if you dare to bite her, I have a right to shoot you dead right now. This remark scared Gao Ning, leaving him speechless. For the past 6 months, he had worked the hardest jobs just to see his son and grandson, completing 12 times the workload just to avoid a 10. Now that he had achieved his wish, he would also have the opportunity to come out openly in the future. Turning to look at Xiao Gu, the boy was trembling and staring at him, his gaze never having been so unfamiliar before. With a determined heart, Gao Ning tightly closed his eyes and stopped looking at Nyojia, turning his head to the side, pressing down with a bit more force. Seeing this, Hiranoya also breathed a sigh of relief. Hang in there. The flock of birds is already out of sight. We're almost at the bureau. She glanced at the surrounding roads and said. At the same time, she took out her phone and sent a message to the head of the medical team at the Biological Investigation Bureau. The situation with Nyojia being controlled was unclear whether it was permanent or temporary. If it were the former, she absolutely couldn't be sent to a hospital for treatment, as her appearance would scare too many people. Fortunately, after a few minutes, Nyojia's body softened and stopped moving. Recovering his composure, Gao Ning quickly let Xiao Gu squeeze into the passenger seat while he stayed in the back to prevent Nyojia from losing control again. The cars soon drove into the courtyard of the Biological Investigation Bureau. Because they had given prior notice, a bunch of people were waiting there. As soon as the car stopped, doctors in white coats rushed over with a stretcher to take Nyojia away. Gao Ning's son and grandson were also taken away by medical personnel for examination to prevent contamination from the ghoul's blood. As for Hiranoya and Gao Ning, they were taken away to report on the task. It wasn't until late at night that this matter was concluded. At the Wisteria Housekeeping Company, on the top floor, the 22nd floor. This floor was above the 21st floor used for meetings of the 12 ghosts, and it was Hiranoya's exclusive floor. Apart from herself, even the members of the 12 ghosts could not enter at will. This floor was almost completely opened up, filled with display racks, calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, cold weapons, armor, and all sorts of miscellaneous items haphazardly piled up. A keen observer could tell that each of these seemingly junk items was quite valuable, collected by Hiranoya over hundreds of years from various places. Next to a floor-to-ceiling window stood a small rosewood table, which could only seat 4 people. Huai Xingyi and Fu Xian were sitting at opposite corners, with a disheveled-haired woman squeezed in on one side, her head bowed, not daring to lift it, not even daring to breathe. This woman was the ghost who manipulated the wild dogs and the flock of birds using the blood demon technique tonight, and at this moment, she was as obedient as a little cat. Not far from the table, one of the few rooms on this floor had the sound of running water coming from inside. A young girl with a high black ponytail was standing at the door waiting. Fu Xian occasionally glanced in that direction, his face full of curiosity. Old 3, if you can't control those dirty thoughts in your head again, I'll help you dig them out and treat them, the person guarding the door said in a deep voice, showing no emotion on their face. Cough, cough, wrong. Fu Xian quickly retracted his gaze. He didn't want to be dealt with by the first hand of the moon phase because of such matters. The group fell silent again. and it was clear that everyone was waiting for the person in the room to come out. Soon, the sound of running water stopped, and the door opened slightly, with a wet arm reaching out. The person at the door, Chun, ran, handed over a black bathrobe, and the door was gently pulled back. When the door opened again, Hiranoya took a deep breath of the dry, cool air outside, walked to the table in her slippers. Phew, the smell of bird droppings is finally gone. Pulling out the remaining chair, Hiranoya sat opposite the ghost. Chun quietly stood at Hiranoya's diagonal rear. Today was quite eventful, Hiranoya said, pushing her damp hair back. Let us start with you, old three. Hiranoya's gaze flicked to Fu Xian, her tone icy. Sorry, I made a mistake regarding the rankings of Huaixing Yi and Fu Xian. Fu Xian's body stiffened, his mind momentarily blank. Do you remember my order from tonight? Hiranoya lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Repeat it back to me. The second quarter goes to support. I stay on standby. As soon as the words left her mouth, Fu Xian felt the flow of blood within him become chaotic. Blood ghost technique, blood choke. Fu Xian let out a muffled groan, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, his face turning bright red. More accurately, blood was flowing within his body at an abnormal speed, with a large amount rushing to the surface. The capillaries in the more fragile areas, like his nasal cavity and gums, burst due to the intense pressure, and soon bright red blood began to trickle from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth. Beside him, Huaixing Yi was sweating profusely, and the female ghost caught in the middle was trembling, pulling out a handful of her hair. This woman, clearly sitting there without moving, could use the blood ghost technique to torment a high-level ghost like this. Blood pressure was still skyrocketing, and blood dripped from his chin onto the smooth, rosewood table. But Fu Xian dared not use tissue to wipe it. Fortunately, just as his brain was about to collapse from the blood pressure, the speed of blood flow slowed down, gradually returning to normal, regaining control of Fu Xian's body. I know you did it for my sake, and it did help me. So this little punishment for your unauthorized action ends here. Hiranoya pulled out a few tissues and handed them over. Wipe the table clean, then wash your face. Yes. Original. Fu Xian replied as he took the tissue, not daring to say anything else. After cleaning up, Fu Xian greeted them and got up to head into the bathroom. Now, shall we continue with the second matter? Hiranoya glanced at the remaining two and said softly, Original, please let me explain. Huang Yishengyi, realizing his fate would be no better than Fu Xian's, quickly took the initiative to admit his mistake. Hiranoya pouted and made a gesture inviting them to speak. On one hand, I felt that I should be cautious and test their blood demon techniques before making a countermeasure. On the other hand, I thought her blood demon technique might be helpful to us, so I wasted some time and, with a stiff upper lip, said I had to. After hearing this, Hiranoya nodded. I thought you were going to say that your legs are not convenient and that you're too old to run after them. How could that be? I was just joking, I replied awkwardly. If you really said that, Upper Moon 2 could just replace you. The 12 Kazuki don't need the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Yes, let's not digress, back to the point little by little. Hiranoya waved her hand to bring the topic back. You old 2, block Sharon's attack. Huh. I obviously didn't catch on to what she meant. Standing diagonally behind Hiranoya, Upper Moon 1 Chun stepped forward without saying a word and delivered a straight kick at me. This casual kick was aimed at my chest, and the speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Thanks to Hiranoya's reminder, I prepared a block as Chun approached. And although the kick came suddenly and fast, I managed to cross my arms to block it at the last moment. Unfortunately, the result wasn't good. I was kicked away by this seemingly casual kick, and the chair under me cracked. I stumbled back 5 or 6 meters before finally steadying myself. Shaking my numb arms, I swallowed hard. Although I held the title of Upper Moon 2, there was still such a big gap between me and Upper Moon 1. Just a casual kick could make me look so pathetic. Not bad. Hiranoya scratched her chin, looking puzzled. Your reaction speed and ability to withstand blows are not much different from the previous generation's Upper Moon 2. Are you really taking this long to deal with this tier of small fry? Hiranoya didn't shy away from pointing out the female ghost's embarrassment. Continuing with her finger pointed at her. Are you really getting old? Or are you being overly cautious? To be honest, in Hiranoya's eyes, my behavior was like a human preparing to deal with an ant by listing the strategies from Sun Tzu's Art of War first. But her blood demon technique can manipulate enemies. I almost fell into a trap. Really? Are you trying to fool me? Hiranoya's gaze was deep, and her tone was cold. Do you not know why it was you sent over, and not someone else? I know as well as you do what your blood demon technique is like. I fell silent. The original blood demon technique was learned and integrated from the blood demon techniques I'd seen. My behavior was indeed extremely foolish. To be honest, I wasn't afraid of the female ghost's ability to control others' blood demon techniques. One point I hadn't mentioned yet about the three-stage transformation ability is that the blood demon technique can be activated on oneself, but consumes a lot and lasts only a short time. However, even that short time was enough to deal with the female ghost. Blood demon technique, blood throttle. My face instantly turned red. I had just seen Fu Xian suffer, and now it was my turn so quickly. The worst part was the blood pressure fluctuating. One moment it was like a high-pressure water gun, and the next it turned into a trickle. The continuous sudden changes in blood pressure nearly collapsed my body, and I soon slumped over the table. The cleaned-up Fu Xian obediently sat back down, seeing my miserable state but not daring to say anything. I was also bleeding from all 7 orifices, but due to the prolonged time, my brain had stopped working at that moment, and I lay limp on the table, not moving. Do you know where you went wrong? I shouldn't have slacked off. I shouldn't have procrastinated, I said, rolling my eyes and gasping for breath. There shouldn't be a second time. The chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As my voice fell, I let out a long sigh. The feeling of near death disappeared, and it took me a while to calm down from my trembling. Now let's talk about how you brought her back. Seeing that I had calmed down a bit, Hiranoya pointed at the female ghost and said, "My face, which had just regained some color, turned pale again." Hiranoya waved her hand cheerfully and said, "I don't plan to punish you for this. You brought her back because you thought she was useful, and your intentions are good, right? However, her blood demon technique doesn't seem to be very useful to us." Hiranoya's gaze turned to the female ghost across from her as she continued, "Your blood demon technique must have quite a few limitations, right? Such as the willpower of the controlled subjects, the number, distance, and individual strength." The female ghost felt a chill. How could she have guessed that? However, from the way she spoke, if she answered incorrectly, she might not have a good outcome. So she hurriedly said, "But if I can obtain more blood, I can definitely reach a higher level. At that time, I could control hundreds, even thousands of people. A whole city. I could do it." "Stop right there." Hiranoya shook her finger and said, "I told you, your blood demon technique, isn't very valuable to me. His blood demon technique is similar to yours, but it doesn't have as many limitations." Hiranoya pointed at the third crescent, Fu Xian, beside her. Simply put, Fu Xian's blood demon technique is to create illusions. If used properly, it can easily manipulate enemies, for example, making companion B appear as an enemy in A's eyes. Therefore, your value to me is roughly 0. Hiranoya half-gripped her right hand and squinted one eye to look at the female ghost. "Old 3, find out who sent her." "Okay," Fu Xian quickly responded, activating the blood demon technique. The female ghost immediately stiffened, her eyes vacant. After a minute, the female ghost regained her senses. I checked her memories, but couldn't find her appearance. Someone called to inform them. The number seems fake, and the person is a man who sounds not yet middle-aged. She referred to that person as the sacrificial. That's all. Stroking her chin, Hiranoya noted that the person was surprisingly cautious. Since they were called the sacrificial, they should belong to the Three Lives sect, which is good. At least it wasn't Shinsu targeting her. The Three Lives sect has many conflicts with the Biological Investigation Bureau, so it's understandable that they want to deal with the Bureau. However, this operation route has obviously been leaked. Otherwise, how did they manage to ambush her? It's definitely the work of an insider. This is easy to think of, but what's difficult is whether this insider is the so-called sacrificial. Is today's operation targeting the Biological Investigation Bureau or herself? More troublesome matters are piling up. Hiranoya yawned and stopped thinking about it. She has always disliked troublesome things. All right, there's nothing else. Let's withdraw. Hiranoya stood up, preparing to leave, and casually said, "Xiaoran, take care of that woman." "Yes." Shenran nodded slightly. Seeing this, the female ghost suddenly erupted, transforming into a black shadow and rushing towards the floor-to-ceiling window at high speed. Even if she crashed through the glass and fell from the 22nd floor to smash into pieces, she could restore herself and escape the building before they reached downstairs. Chun-Ran merely raised a finger expressionlessly, and a black beam shot out from her fingertip. Blood demon technique, lunar eclipse. The black beam penetrated the shadow in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, causing no pain and no screams. In an instant, the female ghost turned into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of black ashes. "What are you still doing? Go to bed early." Hiranoya waved her hand. Huai Xingyi and Fu Xian left one after another. Chun Ran stayed behind to clean the table. Xiao Ran, do you think the punishment just now was overkill for them? Not all. Chun Ran adjusted the chairs and continued, "I think it was a bit light. Since you gathered the 12 of us, you haven't punished anyone as severely as today, so some individuals will definitely relax. Only through strict punishment and reward can the 12 ghosts truly obey. The ghouls want to die, so the more brutal the punishment, the more effective it is. That is true. After pondering for a moment, Hiranoya found some logic in it. She had previously considered their feelings and refrained from being too harsh. It seems that won't work in the future. All right, after a busy day, I'm going to sleep. Stretching, Hiranoya turned and walked into the bedroom. Good night, Xiaoran. You should rest early too. Good night, Yuan Chu. The next day, Hiranoya returned to the Biological Investigation Bureau, and the car that had been parked in the yard last night was towed away for repairs. Upon entering the office, she was blocked by Liao Shi and Chun Su for inspection, and they only released her after confirming she was uninjured. While the three were chatting, their phones suddenly rang simultaneously. It was obvious it was a group notification. Taking a glance, it was a message from Director Yun, requiring all employees to gather in the conference room this afternoon. All staff, what is Director Yun going to say? Chun Su's eyes flickered. It must be something big, especially since many people are still out on missions. They all have to come back for this meeting. I guess it's related to yesterday's incident, Hiranoya speculated. Recently, it's the only thing worth discussing in a meeting, but is it really necessary for everyone to be present? The large-tiered conference hall was now filled with people. Director Yun stood at the front of the stage, dressed formally, with a serious expression and a stack of speaking notes in her hands. Staff members were still adjusting the large screen behind her as she walked around the stage. Look at that stack of speaking notes. It's so thick. She will probably talk for a long time. Liao Shi gestured to Chun Su and Hiranoya. Chun Su quickly nudged Liao Shi with his elbow. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Unconsciously turning her head, Hiranoya was surprised to see Director Yun approaching the three of them. Shali, pay attention to my speech later. When it's your turn, come up and recount the entire process from last night to everyone, keeping it around 10 minutes. Go up from the right aisle and come down from the left aisle. Director Yun directly approached Hiranoya, extending the speech notes towards her and pointing with her finger. Your speech is in the third section. Don't miss it. The sudden call for her to speak caught Hiranoya off guard, leaving her no time to chat with Liao Shi and Chun Su. And she hurriedly concocted a story in her mind about how she narrowly escaped death yesterday. The meeting proceeded in the usual dull manner, with Director Yun and several leaders delivering passionate speeches about the new year, thanking everyone for their hard work over the years, formally welcoming newcomers to the family, and discussing future prospects. After nearly an hour of lengthy speeches, Hiranoya was almost asleep by the time it was her turn to speak. She went on stage and recounted the fabricated story to everyone before promptly returning to her seat to catch some sleep. Director Yin continued with a few more remarks, suddenly adopting a much more serious tone. Everyone, you all understand the situation with Team Leader Ping, and I'm sure you can see some issues. The ghouls have clearly grasped the action routes and timings of the field operations team. I know everyone is aware of the insider in the Biological Investigation Bureau, but since that insider has formally begun actions, we should have some fun with them. Director Yun's gaze swept over everyone present. I know the insider is sitting right here, so please relay a message to your masters from the Three Lives sect. I hereby announce, the Biological Investigation Bureau officially issues a declaration of war against the Three Lives sect. The insider hiding here will bring this message to your master. This time, it's not the same as before. Many people stood up and applauded, but quite a few still showed concern on their faces. Director Yin motioned for everyone to quiet down. One employee stood up and said, Director Yin, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Go ahead. The Three Lives sect has been our old adversary for a long time. We can vaguely sense how much strength they have hidden. If we officially go to war, it will certainly require expansion, but our field operations department only has this many personnel. Besides the Three Lives sect, there are other ghouls to deal with. In that case, it will be impossible to manage. Many people responded to this, their earlier joy fading significantly. Director Yun smiled and gestured for the questioner to sit down. I understand your concerns, and I believe this is a common worry among everyone present. Regarding this matter, I will clarify it in my upcoming remarks. Then there was a lot of chatter. Next, I will talk about the second important matter, the Zedong Housekeeping Company. The confused Hiranoya suddenly woke up and sat up straight. On the big screen, a photo of the Zedong Housekeeping Company's office building appeared prominently. Zedong Housekeeping Company? Blinking, Hiranoya looked back at the big screen, and indeed the familiar building was displayed, definitely not mistaken. Speaking of his company, I'm sure some of you are familiar with it, while others are not, so let me introduce it further. Sister Yin looked around at the audience, and nearly everyone had a puzzled expression. The image on the big screen changed to a frontal photo of a middle-aged man with a beard, his eyes cold. This is Meng Qingjun, 44 years old, and everyone around him calls him Old Meng. Sister Yin clicked the mouse and continued to switch images. A few months ago, Field Team C, while investigating the Three Lives cult, obtained intelligence from a third-tier ghoul named Gao Ning, revealing that the Three Lives cult has a method to transform humans into ghouls, and the person in charge is a human nicknamed Big Dragon. Following this lead, they traced it to the Dream Illusion nightclub, where Big Dragon was located, and Team C successfully captured Big Dragon. At the same time, we discovered the corpse of the owner of the Dream Illusion nightclub in a hotel. The person who killed him was none other than Meng Qingjun, who we previously introduced. Sister Yin paused, allowing the audience to digest the information before continuing to switch images. Meng Qingjun realized he was wanted and quickly prepared to leave the city, but was killed at a highway service station on the outskirts of the city, with remnants of ghoul presence at the scene. Many office staff nearly vomited upon seeing the unedited images of scattered flesh on the screen. The technical department thoroughly investigated the contents of Meng Qingjun's phone, and after reviewing the contact records of this assassin, we identified a suspicious contact, which upon deeper investigation, was linked to the Zedong housekeeping company. Next, we covertly investigated the people coming in and out of the Zedong housekeeping company, and indeed confirmed our suspicions. On the surface, Zedong Housekeeping Company appears to be a housekeeping service, but in reality, it is engaged in hiring assassins. Employers provide payment and target information, and the Zedong Housekeeping Company dispatches assassins to eliminate the targets. This also explains how a previously obscure Zedong Housekeeping Company rose to prominence so quickly a few years ago. Another noteworthy point is that the company's name contains Zedong, which easily evokes thoughts of wisteria, doesn't it? Its establishment coincides with the outbreak of ghouls. So we have reason to suspect that this company is aware of the existence of ghouls and understands the role of wisteria in relation to them. At this point, many people have already guessed what Sister Yin is about to say next. If that is the case, it's possible to wipe out the Three Lives cult in one go. If the speculation is true, the Zedong Housekeeping Company and the Biological Investigation Bureau have the same goal. We are both working to eliminate ghouls, although they're also killing and engaging in illegal activities. The previously mentioned issue is obviously more important. To officially declare war on the Three Lives cult without affecting the normal lives of ordinary people. We cannot rely on the military or any forces that can easily be discovered and reported by the masses. The ghoul crisis is far more severe than that of the Three Lives cult, and is always a significant reason for the establishment of the Biological Investigation Bureau. We cannot let the existence of the Three Lives cult bring the Bureau into public view. Therefore, if the Zedong Housekeeping Company, which operates in the shadows, can become an ally, it can alleviate the pressure of manpower shortages in the Biological Investigation Bureau to some extent. But Sister Yin, isn't that colluding with dark forces? An employee stood up to ask, when did I say it was a permanent alliance? We can first provide them with certain conveniences while gathering more evidence of their crimes. And when the issue with the Three Lives cult is over, we will hand them all over to the police department. Forming an alliance with them is merely to extract their only value. The crowd nodded in realization, and Hiranoya also had an expression of understanding, listening intently. I wonder how Sister Yin would feel if she knew that among the audience, there was not only an insider from the Three Lives cult, but also Hiranoya, an insider from the Zedong Housekeeping Company. Meanwhile, Hiranoya was conducting a high-fidelity live broadcast to the apparent head of the Zedong Housekeeping Company, Lu Manha, using blood demon techniques. Sister Yin continued to chatter on, but it was mostly nonsense, so Hiranoya stopped listening. It seems that the Biological Investigation Bureau has only uncovered the second layer of the Zedong Housekeeping Company. Regarding this, Hiranoya was already mentally prepared, just arriving a bit earlier than expected. For Hiranoya, this is actually a good thing. Previously, due to the need for secrecy, the Zedong Housekeeping Company had been conducting covert investigations on Shun Su, needing to avoid Shun Su's subordinates, as well as the police and the Biological Investigation Bureau. Now that the Biological Investigation Bureau has expressed a desire to cooperate, it aligns perfectly with Hiranoya's intentions. This way, the human assassins from the Zedong Housekeeping Company can conduct their investigations freely, as long as they avoid Shun Su. Moreover, the 12 Moon Demons can also gain some leeway for their activities, and if anything goes wrong, they can shift the blame onto the human assassins. It seems that Sister Yin also got tired of talking, speeding up her speech to quickly finish the closing remarks, announcing the end of the meeting. On the other side of the city, Lu Manha, sitting in the Zedong Housekeeping Company office, was curiously tidying up. according to the intelligence received from the original source. The Biological Investigation Bureau's contact with the Zedong housekeeping company would not last long. First, she communicated with other members of the 12 Moon Demons, instructing them not to run around the company lately. And then she instructed the human assassin in charge to prepare their words to welcome the Biological Investigation Bureau. Sure enough, 2 days later, 3 black cars with special license plates stopped in front of the company building, and 11 suit-clad guards escorted a middle-aged woman into the lobby. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. They have arrived. Standing in front of the dark floor-to-ceiling windows that blocked the sunlight, Lu Monha gazed deeply at the few small black dots below, put down her cup, and called the front desk on the first floor. I think this housekeeping company is quite low-key, Chun Su said, looking at the towering dome and spacious lobby, complemented by the luxurious decor. They have made money, so why not allow them to be a little extravagant? Hiranoya quietly said beside him. Our salary isn't low either. But I haven't seen you decorate your house like this. Liao, she joked casually. It's just blatant flaunting of wealth. Chun Su chimed in, his tone sour. Hiranoya shrugged her shoulders and didn't say anything. In fact, she really wanted to refute Liao Shi, as this place was indeed her home. While they were talking, everyone had already arrived at the front desk, where 2 staff members showed professional smiles. Hello, how can we assist you? Yun Jie stepped forward, and everyone made way, subtly protecting her in the middle. Is your boss in? Yun Jie took out her police badge from her bag. The staff member's expression stiffened for a moment, took the badge and confirmed it, then said, I'm sorry, officers, our boss is usually very busy and requires an appointment. If you're in a hurry. Before she could finish, the front desk phone rang, and the staff instinctively glanced at it, surprisingly seeing the boss's office number. I'm sorry, it's the boss's call. Let me ask her. The staff pointed at the phone and then picked it up. Hello, boss, what is the matter? Yes, they've arrived. Okay, I understand. At this point, the staff hung up the phone. Ladies, the boss says welcome to our company. Please wait here. She will come down to meet you shortly. Okay, I understand. Yun Jin nodded and led everyone away from the front desk, feeling utterly shocked inside. It seemed that the intelligence capabilities of the Wisteria housekeeping company were far stronger than imagined. A few minutes later, a voluptuous woman in her 30s with black glasses walked quickly over, and the surrounding employees greeted her respectfully. This woman was El Monha. After a simple makeup and colored contacts, appeared completely unrecognizable from her ghoul-like appearance. What brings you here, Lu Yunjie? El Monha approached with a smile, shook hands with Yunjie, and whispered, Why did you bring so many employees? You know me? Yunjie squinted her eyes, her expression darkening. It wasn't because of El Monha's sarcastic tone, but because she had revealed her name upon their first meeting. The employee information from the Biological Investigation Bureau was always confidential. Being able to match a name with a face, coupled with prior knowledge of this visit, raised questions. Was it the Wisteria housekeeping company's intelligence work that was so good, or did the Biological Investigation Bureau have an insider among them? If there really was an insider, wouldn't the Biological Investigation Bureau become a backyard for various factions? Before she could think further, everyone had followed El Monha to the elevator door, where a young elevator attendant was holding the door open with one hand, waiting gentlemanly for everyone aboard. When Hiranoya entered, she exchanged a subtle glance with the elevator attendant. As planned, this attendant was the third of the upper moons. Disguised as Fu Xian, the metal door closed, and the elevator fell into an awkward silence, with only their breathing audible. Blood demon technique, illusion. In this confined space, all humans experienced a momentary daze in their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure, so brief that no one realized what had just happened. From the perspective of Yunjie and the others, El Monha told the elevator attendant to go to the meeting room. Everyone saw the attendant press the button for the 21st floor, but in reality, Fu Xian pressed the button for the 15th floor, which was the highest floor accessible to humans. Above that was the territory of the 12 Kazuki. Counting from the 16th floor to the top 22nd floor, there were a total of 7 floors, excluding Hiranoya's 22nd floor and the 21st floor used for meetings. The remaining 5 floors comprised 3 floors for the upper moons and 2 for the lower moons. This area was divided into many work zones, with employees bustling back and forth, thick files in hand, while operators continuously sent notifications from a relatively soundproof area. For a moment, everyone felt as if they had returned to work at the Biological Investigation Bureau. Moving further, a large screen stood against the wall, with scrolling notifications passing by. After glancing at a few notification titles, Liao Shi couldn't help but exclaim, Any one of those messages would be enough to keep the person involved behind bars for a while. On one side of the screen, there were several individuals lining up at the counter, and they didn't seem like simple characters. Did you see the guy with glasses? Chun-Su nudged the two people beside him and whispered while pointing with his thick chin at the individuals in line. Liao Shi and Hiranoya followed his gaze to a man carrying a briefcase, dressed in a dark blue plaid suit, with a 3 to 7 part hairstyle. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, looking like a lawyer from a movie. Cultured, energetic, serious, and exuding a strong scholarly vibe. What's wrong? Are you interested? Liao Shi couldn't see anything special. Interested in what? Chun-Su clenched his fist. He rolled his eyes hard. I know this person. He's still on the police wanted list. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance. He can be incredibly twisted when he acts. The two observed him again. Perhaps it was too conspicuous. The man turned his head and exchanged a glance with them, adjusting his glasses but said nothing. Liao Shi couldn't help but avert his gaze. The man's eyes made him uncomfortable for a moment. That kind of gaze was only seen during battles with cannibals, a predatory look that shouldn't belong to a human. According to my police friend, there are already more than 5 cases linked to him, with victims who were skinned alive and died from blood loss and pain. It's been quiet for over a year. I thought he had gone abroad to avoid the heat. But it turns out he has been working as a hired killer for the Wisteria housekeeping company. Chun-Su explained to the people beside him. Sister Lu, this is my office, Il-Manha said, stopping at the door of a small room, hesitating. You brought so many people from the bureau. My tiny office can't accommodate all of you. Sister Lu frowned, catching Il-Manha's cautious thought, and waved her hand, instructing everyone to wait outside. Since they had already ventured into the tiger's den, they might as well be bolder. Il-Manha closed the glass door of the office, and silence enveloped her ears. Have a seat. Il-Manha kindly pulled out a chair in front of the desk. Sister Lu was not polite and sat down, locking eyes with Il-Manha across the table. You really don't plan to hide anything, do you? Lu Yin said, her meaning clear regarding what she had seen on the way. Since you've all noticed and come to me, why should I deceive myself? It's better to continue operating without delaying business. Il-Manha rubbed her fingers together. This city is just a giant ATM. Just a capitalist feeding on human blood. Lu Yin snorted coldly. Think what you like. Il-Manha maintained a calm expression and continued. But let us be honest, you didn't come here just for that today, did you? Speak up. What do you want me to help you with? What makes you think I'm not here to arrest you? With the dirty business you've been doing over the years, you deserve to be shot 20 times over. Ha 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 ha. Il-Manha laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Sorry, I couldn't help it. That joke is too funny. Come to arrest me? Just because of those few rotten fish you brought outside? You don't think you've come to a nursing home, do you? With so many of my killers outside, if you really made a move, who knows what they would do? Rubbing her sore jaw, Il-Manha's expression regained its calmness. We're all smart people. Let's not play those superficial games. If you really came to arrest me, it wouldn't be your Biological Investigation Bureau's job. I'm very clear about what you're responsible for. Then I'll be straightforward. Lu Yin cleared her throat. The Wisteria housekeeping company must cease all assassination activities from now on and fully cooperate with the Biological Investigation Bureau to handle the 3 Life sect. Il-Manha fell silent, her fingers lightly tapping the table. What if I refuse? After a long pause, Il-Manha spoke. Then I will hand over all the dirty activities of the Wisteria housekeeping company to the police. So you're not here to ask for my help, but to coerce me into helping you, right? You can't use righteous means to deal with trash. Huh. Il-Manha shook her head. Your words are really harsh. So is your response still the same? If you want me to agree, I have my conditions. Lu Yin frowned. Conditions? You need to understand the situation. You have no right to put forth conditions today. Il-Manha shrugged, leaning back against her soft chair. If you keep acting all high and mighty, then there is nothing to discuss. I have people scattered all over Jianyang City. You can't catch them all in a short time. You've also made it clear you want to take me down, so I'll struggle and fight back. Let me think. How many people do I have? Over 400? Or 600? Il-Manha walked over, circled around Lu Yun, gently placing her hands on Lu Yun's shoulders, and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Tell me, how long do you think it would take for these 600 people to turn Jianyang City upside down? Her tone was icy, like a venomous snake whispering in her ear. A chill ran down Lu Yun's spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. She involuntarily shrank back. Are you threatening me? Aren't you doing the same? Il-Manha lightly patted Lu Yun's shoulder, returned to her position, and quietly watched her. In just 2 short sentences, the initiative shifted. The atmosphere inside the office became unbearably oppressive, like a powder keg ready to explode. Was the news about those 600 people true? Lu Yun needed time to verify, but what she lacked most now aside from people, was time. Lu Yun couldn't afford to gamble. She didn't have that capital. After struggling internally for a long time, she finally sighed deeply. You win. I agree to your terms, but your conditions must be within the bounds of the law. Of course, I'm not a warlord. I won't make it too difficult for you. Elmanha sat up straight. Go ahead, state your conditions. Very simple. Leave me one of your people, and I'll return them to you later. Lu Yun was taken aback, not quite understanding. What do you mean? Elmanha opened a drawer and rummaged around for a while, pulling out a black bracelet and twisting it on her finger. This is a bomb bracelet with tracking functionality. I don't trust your character, so have your people wear it. If you cause any trouble during or after our cooperation, I'll blow that person up immediately. No, this won't work. Lu Yun decisively shook her head, handing over the lives of her people to such a scoundrel, seemingly guessing Lu Yun's thoughts. Elmanha sneered. Sister Lu Yun, I understand your concerns, but consider it from another perspective. If we reach a cooperation with the Biological Investigation Bureau. Lu Yun stood up and took the bracelet. A pleasant cooperation? I hope so. Lu Yun suppressed the urge to slap Elmanha and clenched her hands. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Yun suddenly stopped at the door. Although I know you won't tell me, I still want to ask. Lu Yun didn't turn her head, making it impossible to see her expression. Is there a spy from the Wisteria housekeeping company in the Biological Investigation Bureau? Since you already know it's a white question, how should I answer? Elmanha shook her head with a smile. No more sending off. Take care. Lu Yun said nothing further and left. A group of field team members gathered around the door as she stepped out. Sister Yin looks a bit off. I can guess this conversation didn't go smoothly. Let's talk more on the way. Without saying much, Lu Yun walked quickly ahead, gripping a metal ring tightly in her pocket. Cold and piercing. Sister Yin, what's going on? Liao Shi in the passenger seat leaned against the car door. Chen Su, who was driving, and Ping Yili sitting in the back seat with Lu Yun were all ears, listening intently. The cooperation has been established, but the other party has conditions. Lu Yun's tone revealed her fatigue. What conditions? Can we know? Chen Su asked cautiously. It's not a secret. I'll tell everyone in the group shortly. After a pause, Lu Yun continued. She requires us to ensure the safety of their people. How does that sound like the demands of every kidnapper? Liao Shi complained, glancing at the silent Chen Su beside him. As long as we guarantee our safety and prepare the vehicle, we will release the hostages. It's practically the same. However, Ping Yili furuit herburai silaitli. She remembered that the previous plan with Elmanha wasn't like this. What about the bracelet? That bomb bracelet? Now with the Wisteria housekeeping company stirring things up, it wouldn't be suitable for anyone to wear that bracelet. Even someone with a slightly fiery temper would see their loyalty to the Biological Investigation Bureau plummet. Elmanha wouldn't change the plan. Having learned from the previous experiences with Huai Xingyi and Fu Xian, she didn't have the guts to go against Ping Yili. The only possibility was that Lu Yun was up to something, but what was she planning? It was getting interesting. 3 days passed, and the cooperation between the Biological Investigation Bureau and the Wisteria housekeeping company gradually unfolded. The influx of manpower allowed the field team to free up many members to handle more important matters. Although it was their first collaboration, everyone was skilled at tracking and eliminating trouble, so they managed to work together quite well. The door of the field team F office was pushed open, and a team member walked in holding several small boxes and a list. Sister Lee, this is for you. The team member flipped through the list and checked the small boxes, placing one of them on Ping Yili's desk. This is distributed by the Bureau, customized according to each person's number. I heard it has a positioning function. Since we are cooperating with that company, the Bureau is worried they might cause trouble. So this bracelet can track specific individuals' locations at any time, and we can provide timely support in case of emergencies. This sounded familiar. Hiranoya decisively opened the small square box in front of her, revealing a black wristband lying quietly inside. The feeling was akin to having taken a bite of shit. Does everyone have one? Hiranoya pressed. Of course, Sister Yun means we all have to wear it. The only way to take it off is with a special key from the Bureau. A team member rolled up their sleeve, showing the black wristband on their left arm, identical to the one in Hiranoya's box. After sending the team member away, Hiranoya took out the wristband and examined it closely. The worst part was that the one she was supposed to wear was actually the genuine wristband that Lu Manha had given to Lu Yun. What kind of terrible luck was this? Hiranoya felt a heaviness in her chest, but suddenly thought of something. The team member had just said that the wristbands were customized based on each person's number. Had Lu Yun started to suspect her? The chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Startled, Hiranoya furrowed her brows, but soon relaxed. Since joining the Biological Investigation Bureau, she hadn't shown any abnormalities except for being somewhat outstanding in strength. But if that were the case, it could be explained. Having joined recently and being stronger than most of the old employees would inevitably raise suspicions. However, it was merely suspicion, which is why what was sent to Hiranoya was a wristband and not handcuffs. Although the wristband was scarier since it could explode. With this in mind, Hiranoya understood the meaning behind Liu Yun's scheme. Everyone had a wristband, which would not cause any dissatisfaction. If someone with a fake wristband passed information to the Zedong housekeeping company, Liu Yun would surely be able to track down who it was based on a location. If the fake wristband had no records with the Zedong housekeeping company, and the company could monitor the movements of the investigation bureau, then the true owner of the wristband could very well be an insider sent by the company. The reason it wasn't stated as absolute was that an insider could completely use remote communication to pass on information. One could say that while Hiranoya was trying to give the Biological Investigation Bureau a hard time, she ended up making things complicated for herself. Going to the company was not an option, nor was not going. After all, employees with fake wristbands generally had no possibility of going to the company without orders. And those with orders would definitely undergo one or more checks by Liu Yun. Since Liu Yun arranged it this way, Hiranoya would play her own hand. Ultimately, both of Liu Yun's plans were based on the same point. Insiders would pass on information, which would manifest as the company reacting based on the information received. So, what if the insider did not pass on any information? Liu Yun would certainly provide important information, either true or false, to those on the suspect list. If the insider did not pass on any information, then no matter how many wristbands there were, they would just be a pile of scrap metal. When Liu Yun realized that the company had no reaction at all, she would definitely feel overwhelmed and might even suspect that there were no insiders in the bureau after all. Additionally, there was another matter. The field department's assessment was about to start, which Liaoshi had just informed Hiranoya about not long ago. On the wall of the field department, there was a ranking list from the last assessment, with a total of 10 groups. And Liaoshi and Chen Su's group ranked third. According to Liaoshi, the assessment results were evidence of a group's overall strength. So if one wanted a raise or more authority, the ranking had to be high. The assessment occurred every 2 years, with regular business performance accounting for 60% of the total score, while the remaining 40% was calculated from competition scores between groups. Fortunately, to ensure fairness, the competition events would not be too challenging for smaller groups, so even a smaller group could score high. Hiranoya hadn't had a chance to ask about the specific events yet, but the official announcements would likely come out in a few days. Suddenly, the screen of her phone lit up with a message notification. The contact's name was unfamiliar, and the profile picture exuded a social vibe. Are you there? Little Rika, the new employee from the Biological Investigation Bureau, but she couldn't find this person in the company group chat. Sorry, I forgot to save you in my contacts. Who are you? Hirano quickly typed a line of text with her fingers and hit send. Within a few seconds, the other party replied, clearly waiting for the message. It's me, Demao. Little Rika, do you still remember those 2 guys at the entrance of the Dream Illusion? Dream Illusion? The Dream Illusion nightclub? The big dragon who sold ghost blood to Gao Ning seems to be from that place. Thinking about it, she suddenly recalled the 2 energetic blonde boys at the entrance that day, vaguely remembering one was named Demao and the other Air Mao, who later got taken to the police station for a lesson and cried for a long time in the car. Oh, Demao, got it. What is up? Great. Little Rika, you didn't delete me. Demao sent another message, complete with a crying emoji. At the time, she had promised not to delete him. But Hiranoya wouldn't admit that she actually forgot. Cut the crap. Why are you looking for me? I'm busy right now. If you waste one more word, I'll really delete you. To be honest, Demao had no value to her, if it weren't for the sake of face. She would have deleted him the moment she realized who he was. She just hoped to get through this simply. Sister, don't delete me. I really have no way out. You have to help me. After a while, Demao sent a long message. After reading it, Hiranoya roughly understood the situation. It was just that Demao's father was sick, and after borrowing all the money he could, he still couldn't cover the medical expenses and had to resort to loan sharks, ultimately owing them over 100,000. After hesitating for a moment, Hiranoya did not reply. To be honest, this matter had nothing to do with her. She was never a warm-hearted person, and she absolutely wouldn't care about things that had no value to her. Even if Demao's family was driven to death, it had nothing to do with her. But given her current identity, it was inconvenient to refuse. Sensing Hiranoya's attitude, Demao added, Little Rika, I know this is quite troublesome for you, but I still want to ask you for help. You work in the city, so you should be able to talk to the leaders there. By the way, sister, those loan sharks just told me that if I really can't pay them back, they want me and Air Mao to go find them and said they would introduce a job that pays well. I didn't catch the name, but from what he said, I feel like it's not a good place. Just as she was about to send a refusal message, Hiranoya immediately deleted all the text and re-edited a message. Asked him again. After a few minutes, a message came back. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Sister, I asked, but he didn't tell me anything else. Just said not to let me know too much right now. Okay, send me your location. I'll come find you now. Okay, sister, thank you so much. Putting away her phone, she took her coat from the back of the chair and walked towards the office of the field department head. After reporting her whereabouts and intentions, she finally left the Biological Investigation Bureau. She wanted people to know all her movements to clear her relationship with the company. About half an hour later, she arrived. Don't run around. Wait for me. Briefly replying to the Mao, Hiranoya drove a repaired car through the streets. Nanyang County, named for being located south of Jiangyang City, is the largest and most populous among the 3 surrounding counties, to the point where its prosperity hardly reveals that it is just a county. Bro, isn't this a bit too flashy? Mao had his hands in his pockets, whispering something to the Mao's ear, while 3 or 4 guys who looked like small-time thugs stood scattered behind them. It's fine. We're not afraid of that group trying to make things difficult for us, but we can't let them think about messing with Xiao Mao. Today, we're just here to let them know that. He glanced at the brothers behind him, touched the stick hidden in his sleeve, and felt a bit more at ease. Checking his phone, he saw there were just a few minutes left until class ended. They were waiting at the gate of Nanyang County No. 1 high school along with other parents picking up their kids. Many parents, upon seeing these few young punks, showed disdain and walked around them. Suddenly, Mao nudged Mao with his elbow, nodding towards a direction. Following his gaze, Mao saw 4 men slowly approaching, grinning and smoking, with unfriendly expressions. Those men were the loan sharks who came to collect debts every day. Noticing Mao and his friends, the 4 men showed surprised looks, pointed at Mao from a distance, exchanged words, and burst into ugly laughter as they walked over. Oh, look who it is, the 2 little punks. The leader, a chubby man in a mink coat and a bald head, adjusted his glasses and swaggered over, his loud voice drawing the attention of surrounding parents. What do you want? Mao and Mao's faces darkened at the chubby man's words. Oh, come on, brothers, look at this. The chubby man spread his hands innocently, glancing around at the people, and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, all the debts from the past 2 years are from this big guy, not paying back, and still having the nerve. This statement made the surrounding parents roughly understand the situation between the 2 groups. That these few unruly punks owed high-interest loans to the big thug across from them due to gambling and video games. It was just a dog-eat-dog story. Noticing the disdainful looks from the crowd, Mao and Mao couldn't hold their heads high, let alone their brothers. But who would believe their explanation knowing the real situation? Even if they did, it wouldn't help them. Just leave, we will pay back the money. Mao forced down the curse that was already at the tip of his tongue and said in a deep voice, You said that half a month ago, and you said it again a week ago. The chubby man pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket. Haven't we already paid you 30,000? We don't have any more money. Just give us a few more days. Mao frowned, also holding back his anger. 30,000 is supposed to settle it? What about the remaining 180,000? The chubby man blew out a puff of smoke at Mao. 180,000? Wasn't it 120,000 a week ago? The chubby man chuckled, pulled out his phone, and showed them a photo of a signed debt note with a fingerprint. Enlarging it, he pointed to a line of terms and said, Look carefully, the longer you owe, the higher the interest. It accumulates daily. Mao felt a buzz in his head, nearly falling over, gasping for breath for a while before managing to spit out a few words through gritted teeth. You're making money off others' misery, and you will pay the price. One of the chubby man's lackeys poked Mao's shoulder with his finger. Hey, how do you talk? It's black and white with a red thumbprint. You signed the agreement. How can you blame us? All right, stop shouting. There are so many people here. Give my little brother some face. The chubby man held down his lackey's arm and then laughed heartily. Otherwise, with so many little brothers here today, they might just beat up these poor debt collectors. The group laughed together, completely disregarding the fact that Mao and his crew were already trembling with anger. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. After a few more jabs, they stopped talking. But Mao, right? The chubby man stood next to Mao, affectionately putting an arm around his shoulder, and whispered in a tone only they could hear. I know your family situation, and I don't want to make things hard for you. But the debt agreement is written clearly. It has to be paid back as agreed. I was going to come and see your sister today, but out of respect for you, I won't disturb her. This week, if the remaining 180,000 plus the accrued interest isn't paid, I'll sell your sister off in the mountains. Mao's body stiffened, his mind going blank. In this era, society has progressed a lot, but in remote areas, there are still cases of women being sold as brides, and a considerable number of human traffickers are engaged in this trade. I've seen a photo of your sister. She looks pretty good, fair-skinned and plump, good for bearing sons. Many people believe in this. She will definitely fetch a high price. Otherwise, just listen to your brother and go work at the church. CNMLGB, Damao Shote Ungridi, throwing all his strength into a punch that landed squarely on the chubby man's cheek. Paying off debts is a matter of course. Even if he owed $1 million or $100 million, he would find a way to pay it back. But if they touched his family, that was crossing the line. Seeing the two suddenly start fighting, Air Mao and the others, who had been prepared, immediately pulled out their sticks, while the chubby man's lackeys cursed and pulled out spring knives. The 9 of them blocked the school gate, dividing into 2 groups confronting each other. Many students who had already come out were quickly pulled away by their parents, while some curious onlookers stood on the sidewalk not far away to watch the show. The security guard shouted a few words from a distance, but when Air Mao shouted back while holding the stick, he shrank back and pretended not to see. He earned only $2,000 or $3,000 a month as a security guard, and it was fine to manage the students on campus. But when it came to fights with knives and sticks, that should be left to mercenaries who made tens of thousands a month. He didn't want to get killed by these thugs. You little punk, dare to hit me. Just wait, I'll make you go bankrupt. I'll first have my way with your sister, then sell her in the village. The chubby man sat on the ground, holding his nose, blood gushing out. I'll pay you with a coffin. Damao was furious, pulling out the stick and swinging it at the chubby man's head, no longer caring if he would kill the other person and end up in prison. The huge debt and the chubby man's threats had made Damao see red, and he felt murderous towards him. Seeing Damao's eyes were off, and that he was swinging with the intent to kill, the chubby man rolled to the side to escape. The blow that should have hit his head instead struck his shoulder with a whoosh. Crying out in pain, the chubby man disregarded his image and scrambled to his feet, fleeing towards where his lackeys were standing. Damao swung again at the chubby man's back, but missed, realizing that the previous strike not only broke the chubby man's shoulder blade, but also snapped his stick, leaving it shorter. Cursing, he threw the half-stick hard at the chubby man's backside, causing the chubby man to jump in fright, covering his rear and hiding behind his lackeys. Are you crazy? You want to die? If you kill me, none of you will be fine. The chubby man shouted loudly. The few who had been riled up quickly regained their senses. They were just there to support Damao and Air Mao. But Damao's last strike was clearly aimed at killing. If something really happened, they wouldn't escape legal consequences either. Seeing that besides Damao and Air Mao, the other 3 had backed off, the chubby man continued to persuade. Damao couldn't hear it, nor did he pay attention to what the chubby man was doing. He was now consumed with one thought, to kill that son of a bitch. He pulled a knife from his pocket, quickly moving toward the chubby man. The glint of the blade stopping the chubby man's heart. Air Mao was startled when he brushed past Damao, completely unaware that Damao had secretly taken a knife behind his back, but was already too late. Damao was closer to the fat man, and by the time he rushed over to stop Damao, the fat man would probably have been stabbed to death. The few henchmen on the opposite side were also holding knives, but they were just for intimidation. They didn't have the guts to actually stab someone. But Damao was different. Just look at his eyes. He was definitely serious. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Nobody wanted to die, so the henchmen all retreated, revealing the fat man who had been hiding behind them. Damn it! When Damao saw the fat man exposed, he charged forward, gripping his knife tightly, aimed directly at the fat man. The fat man was so scared that his legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground with a terrified scream. All right, Damao, that's enough. Damao's figure suddenly stopped, and the inertia caused him to stumble, nearly falling. A gentle voice entered his ears, bringing clarity to his mind, and a faint familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. It's not worth exchanging a life for a life. Besides, if you get caught, what will happen to the others in your family? The person stopping Damao continued. Damao, shaken by this, calmed down a bit and turned to look at the person standing beside him, exclaiming, Shali Jia. Hiranoya released her grip on Damao with her left hand and moved her wrist around. Hey kid, you've got some strength. But everyone around could clearly see that this woman had managed to stop Damao using just one hand. The fat man also came to his senses, and the few lackeys rushed forward to help him up. Who are you? The fat man asked, brushing off the dust from his butt and looking at Hiranoya. Hiranoya didn't waste any words and directly took out her credentials from her pocket. Police, you too. Come with me. Hiranoya pointed at the fat man and Damao Air Mao and said, what about them? The meaning of the fat man was very clear. Normally, in this situation, all the people involved should be taken away, But this woman only mentioned taking away 3 people. There will be someone to handle them later. You all come with me first. No way. If we're going, take them all. They beat me up pretty badly. They need to compensate for my medical expenses. The fat man stepped back a few paces, furrowing his brow and showing doubt. You look unfamiliar. I haven't seen you at the county bureau. You look like you're just in your 20s. Are you a police officer? Why are you alone? Where's your uniform? The fat man had connections with the county chief, who was also connected to the county police chief. He often hung around the county bureau and was doing quite well, which was why he dared to engage in usury. He had a good impression of everyone at the county bureau, except for this woman, short dark green hair, quite pretty. Logically, if he had seen her, he should have remembered. I don't want to waste words with you. I've already shown you my credentials. If you don't come with me now, the situation will be different. I think you're feeling guilty, huh? Executing a mission without wearing a police uniform? I don't believe there are so many plainclothes officers wandering around every day. And what is your badge number? The badge number? The Biosurvey Bureau and police have different systems. If I say it, probably no one will believe it. Seeing that Hiranoya couldn't respond, the fat man snorted coldly. You're with these 2 idiots, right? Relatives? Perfect. Help them pay back the money. And my medical expenses, too. A few lackeys surrounded them, and when Demao saw this, he gripped his small knife tightly. Wait, I'll make a call. Hiranoya calmly took out her phone and sent a message to someone. Due to the numerical disadvantage and the presence of a heavyweight guy like Demao, the fat man really didn't dare to start a fight. It was just to intimidate them. They needed to find a way to get the money and leave quickly, especially since her shoulder was still hurting. Brother? Suddenly, a girl with a single ponytail dashed out from the crowd, looking pure and tender. Xiao Mao, what are you doing here? Mao, take the girl back first. Demao thought this was bad. The fat man was still watching. And Xiao Mao coming over was just causing trouble. But Mao glanced discreetly at the fat man. If it turned into a fight, there wouldn't be enough people left to handle it. Would Mao get beaten up? What if someone got killed? You 3 help out and take Xiao Mao back. Make sure she gets home safely. Mao hesitated for a moment and patted the shoulders of the 3 people next to him. What about you 2? The 3 weren't fools. They could guess what would happen after they left. Stop worrying about us. We could take a beating. It's not the first time. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Mao. After a brief farewell, they took Xiao Mao and left the school gate. The 3 lackeys didn't stop them, and once the people left, they completely surrounded Hiranoya, Demao, and Mao. How do we settle this? One lackey waved his small knife. Demao was about to take action first, but was held back by Hiranoya. Don't rush. It'll be quick. Just as everyone was puzzled, the fat man's phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up and saw the caller ID, his face clearly showed displeasure. However, after answering, he put on a flattering demeanor. What is up, Brother Kai? You're calling me now? Yes, I'm here. There's one. While talking, the fat man glanced at Hiranoya with a complicated expression. They talked for a while on the phone, and the fat man's face turned sour, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He then hung up. Brother, Director Kai is inviting you to dinner? The lackey, who had his back to the fat man, still didn't know what was happening, only hearing the fat man addressing someone on the other end of the line. I'd rather not eat your food. Go eat shit. The fat man kicked the lackey in the butt. The call was from the county police chief, who, after clarifying his current situation, gave him a scolding, saying the provincial department was preparing to send someone for a thorough investigation, and now a female officer was coming to investigate first. The fat man forced a smile, trotted over to Hiranoya. Comrade police officer, it's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. To be honest, if it weren't for Director Kai calling me personally, I would never believe that such a young girl could mobilize the provincial public security department. He smirked. These kinds of people never shed tears until they see the coffin. Pulling out a shiny pair of handcuffs. Shall I put these on you, or will you do it yourself? I'll do it myself. Without a hint of hesitation, the fat man took the handcuffs in both hands and locked them on himself. Get in the car. He pointed to a nearby white sedan and walked ahead. Demao and Mao didn't expect things to develop this way, but the outcome was quite pleasing, grinning and following along. Comrade, what's going on? Why aren't they handcuffed? The fat man pointed at the grinning Demao and Mao. Oh, there aren't enough handcuffs. It's fine. You can use them for now. Hiranoya glanced back and said. One sentence almost made the fat man furious, cursing inwardly about bias, but his body obediently followed along. Let us find a quiet place to talk. Hiranoya fastened her seatbelt, started the car, and left the school gate. Where do you 2 live? Hiranoya asked Demao and Mao, who were sitting in the back seat. Go north for 2 intersections, then turn right. Demao pointed the way. casually giving the fat man in the passenger seat a hard slap. Hey, comrade, look, they're still getting physical. The fat man was shaking with anger, hurriedly complaining. Who else is at your home? Our brother should have just sent Xiao Mao back. It's just her now. Our parents in the hospital, Air Mao answered honestly. Okay, then we'll go to your house to handle this. The fat man, sitting in the passenger seat, saw that Hiranoya didn't pay any attention to him, making him even more furious, breathing heavily. 5 minutes later, the car stopped in a community. De Mao and Air Mao led the way, and Hiranoya followed, escorting the fat man. After opening the door, the little girl from earlier was waiting at the entrance, her eyes red, clearly having just cried. Seeing De Mao and Air Mao enter the house, tears streamed down her face again. Brother, are you both hurt? No, we're fine, haha. De Mao patted his chest and hugged Xiao Mao. Is this your sister? Hiranoya glanced over. She hadn't noticed at the school gate, but upon closer inspection, Xiao Mao was quite pretty, her looks completely different from her two brothers. Of course, isn't she cute? Mao chocolate. Looks like your parents passed all the good genes to your sister. Hiranoya teased, pulling the fat man who was still standing inside. When Xiao Mao saw the fat man, she instinctively took a step back, but when she saw the handcuffs on his hands, her expression softened. Can I borrow the bathroom? Over there. Air Mao pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Hiranoya pushed the fat man inside. All right, you guys chat first. I'll go ask him something. Just stay here. We can avoid each other. Mao asked in confusion. I'm afraid of dirtying your floor. The tiles in the bathroom are easier to clean. Hiranoya smiled kindly and gently pushed against the wooden door of the bathroom. Happy New Year, everyone. Weekly updates are changed to daily updates. Let's save time. As long as you answer honestly, I won't rough you up. How about that? Hiranoya locked the bathroom door, uncuffed one of the fat man's hands, and cuffed it to the iron water pipe. If you don't take me to the police station, I won't say anything. This isn't a proper interrogation process. Stop stalling. Do you know about the 3 Lives sect? The fat man showed a clear moment of panic in his eyes, but still kept his mouth shut. With a light sigh, she took off her jacket, rolled up her sleeves, and threw a punch at the bridge of the fat man's nose. He had just been hit by Dama not long ago, and his nosebleed had barely stopped when he took another hit. Tears immediately streamed down the fat man's face. He heard the sound of his nose breaking, and now both his scapula and nose were fractured. Damn you, Bang. Say no. Bang. I'm telling you, Bang. Stop. I said bang. Don't hit me. Don't bang. The fat man leaned against the wall, his face continuously taking hits. No matter what he said, the other party wouldn't stop. At that moment, he realized that the person in front of him wasn't afraid of him reporting the use of private punishment, and didn't even fear beating him to death. Just as he was about to pass out, the anticipated next punch didn't come. Hey, wake up. A delicate, fair hand slapped against the fat man's chubby face. The man instinctively shrank back, but was tightly cuffed in place, unable to move. He was already terrified of the beating. What is your connection to the 3 Lives sect? The woman's tone revealed pleasure, clearly enjoying the few punches she had just thrown. The fat man, with his tongue out, mumbled incoherently. After confirming several times, he realized that Chai Zhuochang referred to Director Kai. Director Kai. Isn't he the county bureau chief, who is covering for these loan sharks? He was the one who just talked on the phone with the fat man. Realizing this, he reported the situation to the Biological Investigation Bureau and took the fat man back. Director Kai couldn't be casually arrested like this. After all, he was the county bureau chief. If he were suddenly taken away, it would definitely cause chaos below. So, this matter should wait until the paperwork comes down. For now, ensuring that Director Kai doesn't flee is the priority. Good afternoon, Director. Director Kai, leaving work so early? Go and pick up your child from school? Get out of the way. The young officer quickly stepped aside, staring at the hurried figure heading towards the parking lot, muttering to himself. How strange, what's the rush? Hiding in the car, Director Kai quickly pulled out his phone. The person on the other end had just sent him a message. Run. Just one simple word sent Director Kai's already anxious heart plummeting. Damn, how can I collect debts from those people? Furious, he threw his phone against the leather seat of the passenger side, pounding the steering wheel with his fists, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. After calming down for a moment, Director Kai grabbed his phone again, trembling fingers sending another message. Can you send Ghost to protect me? The investigation bureau people might be coming. The person he was contacting was a priest from the 3 Lives sect who had enough power to mobilize the church's ghouls. As long as he had ghouls protecting him, he could escape this damn county and live abroad under a new identity. He clicked send, and a red exclamation mark appeared on the chat bubble. That was the sign indicating that the other party was not a contact. Damn it. Director Kai cursed loudly and threw his phone aside again. At 4 in the afternoon, at the Biological Investigation Bureau. Lao Su, which little girl are you thinking about? Time for a mission. Liaoshi pushed the door open and saw Chun Su staring blankly at his computer. Oh, let us go. Chun Su snapped back to reality, grabbed his coat from the back of the chair, and casually asked, what mission? Collaborate with Team D to go to Nanyang County to catch someone. Ah, Liao Gu, are you in a hurry? I need to use the bathroom. You're like a lazy donkey taking too long to relieve yourself. Hurry up. Half an hour later, Liaoshi knocked on the bathroom stall door. Chun Su, are you stuck in there? The brothers from Team D have been urging for a while. I probably ate something bad earlier. I'll be out soon, oh no. I'm feeling it again. Came Chun Su's weak voice from inside. Liaoshi frowned and pinched his nose. We don't have time. If we wait any longer, people will run off to the moon. Fine, you stay there. I'll go with Team D first. Once we finish, I'll come back to find you and send you the location. After a moment's hesitation, he decided that the mission took precedence. There were quite a few people in Team D, so catching someone shouldn't be a problem. At 5 in the afternoon, outside Nanyang County. Why is this road so congested? The D team member driving leaned out, discovering that the long line of cars seemed endless. I'll go take a look. Another D team member opened the car door and walked towards the traffic jam, where 2 drivers were chatting with their windows rolled down. Hey, what's going on up ahead? We're in a hurry. He casually tapped on the half-open window and handed over a cigarette. The driver glanced at the D team member standing outside, took the cigarette, and said, everyone's in a hurry. I've got a truckload of goods here. And the construction site in the county has called me several times. I don't know how long this will last. Is there an accident or something? I heard there's a parade. I don't know what for. I'm puzzled too. If it's a parade, fine. But why are they just wandering around on the main road, delaying others from getting in and out of the county? In his heart, the D team member had a rough idea. He chatted a bit more with the driver before turning back. Something's off. There's suddenly a parade up ahead. Back in the car, he briefly reported the situation. Liao Shi and the D team leader exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. Get out, gear up, and walk into the county. It was highly likely that this matter was related to the Three Lives sect, and they were using the parade to obstruct the Investigation Bureau's entry into the county. Organizing a parade requires a lot of people. It's impossible for all the participants to be ordinary humans. It seems the Three Lives sect is also preparing for a fight, gathering so many non-ordinary humans. At 6 in the evening, inside Nanyang County, the sky was getting dark. In one room, 3 busy figures were illuminated by the light shining through the window. Aren't you done yet? Director Kai glanced at the clock, realizing that it had been 2 hours since he received the message. Almost there, almost there. A woman walked out of the room carrying 2 designer bags. Director Kai frowned. You made me wait half a day just for these 2 worthless bags? The woman rolled her eyes, her voice rising sharply like a duck. What do you know? These are limited edition. I spent a lot of money buying them from abroad. Director Kai suppressed his anger, keeping his temper in check. The child was still nearby, and he needed to control himself. All right, let us hurry up and leave once we find them. There's not much time left. Let us go. Shua. We're going on a trip abroad. Kaiju rubbed the little girl's head beside him. Let us go. The excited child, unable to contain her emotions, completely unaware of the real situation, bounced over to open the door with her small backpack. The family of 3 quickly approached the elevator with their luggage. The elevator was going up and was just a few floors away. As they saw the elevator's number stop at their floor, Kaiju suddenly had a bad feeling. The metal doors slowly opened, and 5 or 6 men in matching outfits locked eyes with Kaiju's family. Oh, isn't this Brother Kai? Bringing your wife and child out to have some fun? One of the men in the elevator spoke first, stepping out with a smile, while a few others subtly surrounded Kaiju's family. Kaiju wasn't a fool. He didn't recognize these men and immediately guessed they were from the Investigation Bureau. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. The man who spoke stepped forward and gave Kaiju a friendly hug. Your family is here, so let us be nice and cooperate. The low threat went unheard by the woman and child, only reaching Kaiju's ears. How about you put your luggage down first and have a meal before you leave? Looking around, Kaiju saw there were too many of them, and the place was too crowded, leaving no possibility of escape. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, Okay, who are you guys? Can't you see we're trying to catch a flight? The woman's voice, like a duck's, rang out in the hallway. You two, who was just rushing me earlier? Now you want to drink and eat? Shut up. Kaiju's head was spinning. He frantically gestured to the woman, whose words were making his already bad mood even worse, pushing him to the brink of collapse. What are you making eyes for? I'm telling you, you can't eat this meal. You better step aside. Saying this, he pushed one of the men, blocking his way. Can't you understand when I say shut up? Kaiju slapped the woman in the face, releasing all his pin-up negative emotions from the day. The force of the slap knocked her to the ground, startling the men from the investigation bureau. You dare hit me? The woman touched her burning cheek, incredulous, and scrambled to her feet, clawing at Kaiju's face. The child nearby was frightened and began to cry loudly, hiding against the wall. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the men from the investigation bureau no longer held back, quickly pulling the two apart and pinning them down. Get off me! Get away from me! I'll come with us for a while. One of the men holding the woman showed her his Biological Investigation Bureau badge. Biological Investigation Bureau? Nonsense. I've never heard of it. You're from the Environmental Management Department, right? Why are you here in Nanyang instead of investigating in the deep mountains? Wait, my husband is a police officer. Who do you think you are? You'll be in jail. The woman shouted angrily, her hair disheveled, attracting the attention of curious neighbors peeking out from their doors. You talk. Where's your badge? The woman glared at Kaiju, but saw him shaking his head dejectedly, his eyes dull. They're here to arrest me. I can't stop them. Are you a poacher or what? Shut up, my goodness. The man holding the woman could no longer endure her sharp voice and continuous curses, pulling out an electric baton from his waist and pressing it against her neck. The woman stiffened and fell silent. Take them away. The leader of Team D cleared his ears, pointed at the two on the ground, and instructed Kaiju's neighbors to take care of his child before they left together in the elevator. They simply covered the handcuffs of the two with a black cloth to avoid unnecessary attention from passersby, and the elevator reached the first floor. As the door opened, they nearly collided with someone. Sorry. The thin man looked weak and stumbled from the impact. It's fine. Liaoshi waved his hand, shielding the target as he left the elevator. But didn't T notice that after they left, the thin man's eyes turned cold? The chapter is not finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Initially, they were late. The investigation bureau had already taken the person away. The thin man entered the empty elevator, casually pressed a floor button, and continued. Do we need to get rid of those people and take the target? A tentacled eyeball popped out of his pocket and made a sound. No need. The investigation bureau will interrogate him too. I just want to know the information. And it's only slightly delayed compared to if we captured him ourselves. There's no need to reveal ourselves before the investigation bureau at this stage. Okay, I understand. If there's nothing else, go back. After a long drive, they finally met up with the team that had executed the capture. Kaiju and his wife were now as obedient as wilted eggplants, being pushed into the car, which quickly drove out of the county. Overall, the capture went smoothly. They had expected to break in, but were surprised to find the target at the elevator entrance instead. Once in the car, things felt much easier. Liaoshi remembered he hadn't informed Chin Su yet and took out his phone. Where are you? There's a traffic jam on the way into the county. The reply came back quickly. Turn around. We caught the person. Really? That was fast. Liaoshi returned a smug expression and put away his phone. The road out of the county was relatively clear. Most of the demonstrators were gathered on the other side of the road, so they could maintain a good speed. The team members chatted casually, creating a relaxed atmosphere, except for Kaiju and his wife. Hey, be careful ahead. The passenger in the front suddenly slapped the driver. The vehicle slammed to a halt, forcing the car behind to stop as well. What's going on? The driver from the back leaned out his head. There are two people standing in the middle of the road. The driver in front responded, feeling the cold gun in his waist. Liaoshi opened the car door. Stay alert. Hey, what are you doing? Liaoshi stepped out, using half the car door to shield himself, gripping the gun with one hand and asking loudly, wary of the situation. We need something from you. The two people in front lowered their heads, obscured by the darkness. A bad thought began to form. He slowly drew his gun, ready to shoot at the first sign of trouble. Brothers, give us a favor and let us pass. The man who spoke earlier raised his hand. We're from the investigation bureau. Give us that person, and you can go. Brother Liao, get in the car. I'll just run them over. A team member still in the car whispered. No, there are too many people around. Liaoshi replied, his mouth slightly open. The sound of approaching cars came from behind. Soon, other vehicles passed by. It would be easy to cause a commotion by running over someone, whether they were human or a monster. Do you want to run me over? Then there's nothing to talk about. The other side coldly snorted, a murderous intent filling the air. It's a monster. Run. Liaoshi was startled. The distance between them was still far, and the voices were too quiet for humans to hear their earlier conversation. Make a move. The other party immediately took action, and in an instant, several sharp sounds of wind brushed past their ears. Liao Shi quickly dove into the car, and the car door, which hadn't been closed in time, emitted a series of banging sounds as it slammed against the frame, while the bulletproof glass was riddled with cracks. The driver also reacted swiftly, pressing the accelerator to the floor, causing the tires to smoke against the ground as they sped towards the two individuals. However, to avoid attracting the attention of bystanders, the driver chose not to crash into them, instead swiftly turning the steering wheel and whizzing past the two. More banging sounds followed, and surprisingly, the bulletproof window on Liao Shi's side shattered completely, sending shards of glass flying into the back seat, startling the young officer Kai into a scream. A red, translucent, shuttle-shaped crystal landed on Liao Shi's thigh. It was clearly not a piece of glass from the window, but likely the object that had shattered it. Number 2 vehicle. Number 2 vehicle, target identified. 2 individuals. One possesses blood demon techniques, at least 2nd rank. The other's strength is unknown. Do not lean out to counterattack. The opponent has long-range attack capabilities. Repeat, the opponent has long-range attack capabilities. The officer in the passenger seat took out the walkie-talkie and relayed the information to the other vehicle following behind. Number 2 vehicle, received. It's over, it's over. The church is here to silence me. Kai covered his head, his face pale. Do you know those two? Do you know the other one has strength? Can they use blood demon techniques? I don't know them, but they must be sent by the priest to kill me. You know the priest of the Three Life Church? Upon hearing that Kai was clear about who sent the people, it seemed he was acquainted with the higher-ups of the church. I have the priest's contact information. Delete me today. You must save me. I don't want to die. Kai pleaded desperately, grabbing Liao Shi's arm. Liao Shi shook him off. Then let us hope the information you provide is worth your little life. Now drive faster. I'm already going as fast as I can. The driver swerved to avoid the cars ahead. They weren't on the highway yet, and increasing speed could easily lead to a rear-end collision. Number 2 vehicle. Can you still see those two? Can't see them, but I can feel them. The voice from the walkie-talkie was urgent. Background noise mixed with the sounds of banging metal, presumably from the rear of the number 2 vehicle being turned into a sieve. Can we call for backup? How to call? The power is such that even bulletproof glass can't withstand it. Anyone who comes will just be walking to their death. What about air support? Use snipers. Are you going to shoot someone as fast as a car in the air? Have you lost your mind? Then let us just fight. Are you crazy? Get your head back in. Leading them to the city will be even worse. Everyone was in a flurry, as if all strategies had become ineffective. The vehicles on the highway now felt like 2 rapidly moving iron coffins. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the number 2 vehicle skidded, its tires screeching against the ground. The car swaying dangerously close to the adjacent lane. The driver struggled to regain control of the steering wheel, but ended up increasing the distance from the number 1 vehicle. What happened? The tire was shot out. The officer with the walkie-talkie cursed as he craned his neck to look through the rearview mirror. The rear of the number 2 vehicle was occasionally shooting out sparks as countless red, translucent shuttle-shaped crystals pierced it like a hedgehog. Guys, the leader of Group D, driving the number 2 vehicle, turned to glance at the other 3 officers in the car, his gaze firm. Our tires are no longer fit for driving on the highway. Though the others had mentally prepared for this outcome, it still seemed to come too suddenly. However, everyone's expression was calm. They had already anticipated situations like this the moment they joined the investigation bureau. You few are newcomers, and you've encountered a 2nd-rank ghost so soon after joining. We've put you through quite a trial. Zhang, what with the hesitation? This isn't like you. Exactly. Where did that boasting of yours go? Who cares if it's 2nd rank or 1st? Let us do it. Even if we die, we'll at least take a piece out of them. The newcomers cracked their knuckles, showing no signs of fear on their faces. Or perhaps a different emotion burned away their fear. Ha ha ha, great. Let us go crazy today. Zhang laughed heartily, shifted gears, and pushed the speed to the limit, completely disregarding the need to avoid other vehicles. Number 1 vehicle, prepare to open the left rear door. What are you doing? Less talking. Open the door. The roar from a number 2 vehicle came through the walkie-talkie, and as they spoke, the 2 vehicles aligned side by side. With the number 2 vehicle no longer intercepting attacks from behind, the rear of the number 1 vehicle suddenly came under fire, with crystals raining down like hail. Now, open the door. The moment the crystal attack paused was the opportunity. Jump! 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 The officer in the back row of the number 2 vehicle shouted, and a figure leaped directly into the number 1 vehicle, landing on the thighs of the people in the back row. The number 2 vehicle slowed down, returning to directly behind the number 1 vehicle, and once again, the sound of crystals striking echoed, all hitting the number 2 vehicle that had just returned to position. How was the target? Is everything all right? Damn it, you all are crazy. What are you trying to do? The number 2 vehicle's walkie-talkie was filled with curses. I'm asking if the target is okay. It's fine. It's fine. You'd better be fine too. Ha 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 ha. Tiger, take good care of my sister. And my mom. My wife. My dog. Get lost. You take care of yourselves. The officer in the passenger seat of the number 2 vehicle rolled down the window and threw the still-sounding walkie-talkie outside, shattering it on the ground. He pulled out 4 cigarettes and distributed them to the other officers in the car. Fast, ISNT at this life. He exhaled a smoke ring, gently caressing the cold gun in his hand. Better to die early and be reborn. You better not mess up my team. Damn it, haha. As he spoke, another round of crystal fire erupted, completely shattering the bulletproof glass at the back of the vehicle, with several remaining crystals bouncing wildly inside the car. 5 o'clock direction. Brothers, prepare, Zhang shouted, pressing a button to lower the windows all around the car. Fire. Several gun barrels protruded from the windows, unleashing tongues of flame into the darkness behind them, instantly filling the car with the smell of burning gunpowder and tobacco. Zhang, I can't see the target. I can only suppress. Understood. Zhang lightly pressed the brakes, quickly establishing a distance of about 100 meters from the number 1 vehicle, then looked back. Using the light from the street lamps, he faintly saw a shadow moving in the bushes. Let us get them. Taking advantage of the enemy's lack of response, they fired another round. The ghoul was indeed taken aback. He expected the vehicle behind to sacrifice itself to protect the target. With his speed, he could have caught up to the number 1 vehicle, but if he didn't deal with the number 2 vehicle first, he would be caught in a pincer attack. Since you're ready, I'll help you out. He sidestepped to hide behind a tree, dodging a bullet, and his figure vanished once again into the darkness. Where did he go? Not sure. He just seemed to hide behind a tree. Not pursuing? Don't let your guard down. Find him. Zhang kept a close eye on the rearview mirror, and suddenly a flash of light caught his attention, sending a chill straight to his head. Left rear. Take cover. Everyone hurriedly ducked down into their seats, and the car was like a firecracker going off, with countless crystals shooting in from the left rear. Is anyone still alive? Ouch. It really hurts. Scratches. Wei is dead. Hearing the sound, I looked towards the back seat, and the agent lying on the left side didn't get up again, a crystal embedded in his neck, bright red blood oozing out from the edges. Zhang wasn't in good shape either. Several crystals had bounced around the car, one lodged in his thigh, another in his shoulder. The speed of the car dropped again. Another tire exploded, and the friction between the rim and the ground sparked dazzling flames. That figure was getting closer, and I could even see his face clearly. Take cover. Before we could recover from a last attack, the next wave was already coming, this time targeting the front tires instead of the inside of the car. Amidst the dense attack, there was another bang of a tire bursting. Car number 2 was left with only one front tire barely holding on. They're trying to leave us behind. With a bitter smile, I decided to slam the brakes completely. Since you want to keep us, then let's crash. Not running away. In the darkness, a man walked onto the road with his hands in his pockets. Can't resist the enthusiasm, huh, buddy? Zhang and the other 2 opened the car doors and got out. The man shook his head. A cat catching a mouse. Only the mouse that can run is interesting. Is that so? Zhang flicked off the ash from his cigarette and continued. Do you know there's a type of mouse in Africa that eats cats? That kind of mouse produces a special body odor that makes cats go limp and unable to move. Then it bites through the cat's throat, draining all the blood, and drags it to a hidden hole to slowly eat it. Zhang looked around, but it seems there aren't any holes nearby. So let's have you for dinner right here. Tensing up, the man's pupils constricted, and he quickly retreated. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the agents from the investigation bureau quickly drew their guns and fired. A bullet grazed his scalp, warm blood trickling down his brow bone. If he hadn't dodged quickly, there would have been a hole in his forehead. He extended one hand, palm facing the group, and crimson light gathered in his palm as elongated crystals shot out rapidly. Zhang and the others hurriedly ducked to the other side of the car, using the vehicle for cover. After a round of shooting stopped, the group, already familiar with the opponent's attack pattern, rushed out from behind cover. As long as they could use this gap to rush in front of him, there would be a chance for a counterattack. Boring. The man scoffed, raising his other hand, and the light brightened. Zhang Ji's hair stood on end. How could the intervals between attacks be shorter? How could he shoot continuously? Did he only use one hand during the chase, just now? Noticing the cannibalistic man switching hands, Zhang felt a bad premonition. Duck, he yelled. They had already rushed out from behind the car, and trying to turn back for cover was obviously unrealistic. And there was no cover in the middle of the road. Perhaps lying down was the only hope to avoid this round of attacks. Useless little mice. The man's palm turned slightly downwards, and countless crystals pierced through the fragile bodies of the group, mixed with shredded flesh and blood falling to the other side of the road. The few people standing in the middle of the road didn't even have a chance to wail before being turned into a sieve. The light from the streetlights shining through the hollowed bodies, illuminating the other side. It instantly quieted down, leaving only the sound of the cold night wind. The man dusted off his knees and walked onto the road. I almost believe your story. I thought you were impressive, Investigation Bureau. Coughing. I heard a figure lying in a pool of blood, propping himself up, turning his face towards the sky, greedily breathing in the bloody air, but choking on the blood he inhaled. You're still alive, huh? It seems I underestimated your vitality, human. The man walked over, stepping on Zhang Ji's chest, full of holes with one foot. But this is where it ends. Ugh. Zhang Gu let out a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead bulging, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the man under the streetlight. A cat catches a mouse, and the cat wins. The man seemed bored, releasing his foot and stepping over Zhang Gu's body, moving towards the direction of car number 1. A bloody hand suddenly gripped the man's ankle tightly. Huh, if you have this much strength, you might as well save it for yourself to prolong your life a bit. The man disdainfully shook his leg, but couldn't shake off the iron grip. Get off. Slightly raising his palm, the crimson light was aimed at Zhang Ji's forehead. A cat catches a mouse, and the mouse wins. Zhang Gu suddenly grinned, pulling out something round and smooth from his pocket that he had somehow grasped in his hand. Group D, mission target secured. The flames rapidly expanded in the man's terrified pupils. The dazzling fire soared into the sky, illuminating it. The grenade explosion ignited the nearby car number 2, which turned into a fireball flying into the air, crashing down with a bang, followed by a rain of shredded flesh and blood. At the entrance of the highway, the brilliant flames lit up the horizon, and the rearview mirror of car number 1 captured that magnificent fireball. Damn, Zhang Gu and Wei Zi. The remaining 2 members of Group D had red eyes, clenching their fists. Liao Shi remained silent. The commotion from the Three Lives sect was getting louder. Originally, second-tier ghosts were as rare as giant pandas, but they have been frequently encountered recently. We've entered the highway. Let us speed up and not let old Zhang and the others die in vain. Liao Shi lightly patted the driver's shoulder, saying, there are 2 ghosts on the other side. I wonder how many old Zhang and the others have dealt with. On the roadside, a figure flashed through the darkness, the firelight briefly illuminating his silhouette. Turning to look back, distant burning cars flew through the air. The breath had vanished. Sniffing, the man realized that the companion responsible for handling car number 2 must have run into trouble. The man's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the speeding car number 1. Inside the car, Liao Shi suddenly felt a shiver, goosebumps erupting all over. Instinctively turning his head, he saw nothing but the rapidly disappearing streetlights. Was it just my illusion? Why does it feel like it has gotten darker around? The driver turned on the high beams, but found they could only illuminate a very short distance. This reminder made the others notice that the surroundings had darkened to the point where the light emitted by the streetlights was almost as dim as that of a candle. Only a single point of light could be seen. This situation is abnormal. The car suddenly made a sharp turn, the body scraping past another small car, and the unprepared few were thrown against the car door. Liao Shi's side was almost thrown out of the car due to the broken window from before. It's too dark. I can't see if there are any cars ahead, the driver explained, still shaken. Suddenly a car's rear appeared in the darkness ahead, and the tail lights were barely visible. We should slow down a bit, right? Another agent had just spoken when he felt he had said something very foolish. There were still ghosts chasing from behind, and if they slowed down and got caught, what would be the meaning of Zhang Gu and the other sacrifice? Do you believe in my reaction speed? The driver tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed straight ahead. The agent in the passenger seat decisively shook his head, double-checking that his seatbelt was securely fastened. Let us take a gamble. Trust me this time. Taking a deep breath, I pressed down on the accelerator, accelerating back to the speed that had decreased due to the sharp turn. As we were about to enter Jianyang City, the traffic gradually increased, and all the vehicles dared not drive too fast in the eerie darkness, except for a black SUV. I, sitting in the passenger seat, felt my body swaying left and right, and in the darkness ahead, the pale tails of cars appeared. The couple, Director Kai and his wife, were so frightened that they couldn't even speak, only occasionally dry heaving. Is anyone carsick? Liao Shi cautiously shrank away, trying to distance himself from Director Kai. If you dare to vomit a single drop in my car, I'll throw you out. The weak Director Kai nodded repeatedly, but but then let out a gagging sound. His face flushed as he puffed out his cheeks. Glancing at Liao Shi's murderous glare, he steeled himself and swallowed it back down. Liao Shi felt a bit nauseated by Director Kai's actions and almost threw up as well, quickly turning his head away to avoid looking at him. After all, it was just a scare. He wouldn't really throw him out of the car, but he was worried that if they vomited, the car would sway again, and everyone would be in a mess. Liao, we're almost in the city. After following for so long, the one shooting from afar hadn't continued to follow. So he should be dead. I'll call for backup. Seeing that the opponent had lost their long-range attack capability, I reported to the bureau immediately, thinking that if support arrived, they could hold the line. On the bed, Pinji Lee's phone rang, and reluctantly, she turned it on. It was a message from the field team group. Are there any brothers in the southern suburbs? Urgent support needed. A second-tier ghost is following our car. The sender was Liao Shi, and it included a location showing they were currently on the highway from Nanyang County to Jianyang City. Team J is here. We have other tasks, but 2 people can go. Team H can send 3. Don't die. Wait for us. Several messages popped up in the group, and within a few seconds, 7 or 8 support troops were called in. This situation wasn't the first time. Everyone looked out for each other, helping when they could, as it might be their own team needing support next time. The Sansheng sect was not being obedient. The opponent's goal was clearly to silence them. But Director Kai couldn't die. He held the intelligence on the Sansheng sect, and Pinji Li needed to use this to dig out information on Shinsu. Jing Letian, where are you now? On the roadside, a thin man suddenly heard a voice in his head. Looking closely, it was indeed the 4th of the waning moon he had encountered earlier at the elevator with Liao Shi and the others. At the entrance of the highway in Nanyang County, Jing Letian lazily replied. Not far ahead was a charred wreck of a car, with several bodies lying in the middle of the road. The investigation bureau's people were dead, and there was the aura of other ghosts. Jing Letian stepped forward, kicked, and confirmed they were all dead. What about the target? Didn't T see any bodies? I just received news. There's another group on the highway. The target should be in that car, and they're almost to the southern suburbs. You're close. Go help. All right. In the Biological Investigation Bureau, Lu Yan's office. As the bureau chief, Lu Yan was naturally in the field team work group, and she saw Liao Shi's message. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the phone on the desk. Sister Yin, what is the matter? How is the progress on the Henganjiu project? Still doing some minor adjustments, including impact resistance, and that means it has basically passed, right? Lu Yan interrupted the other person. Yes, that is what I mean. Sister Yin, why do you ask? Bring out a test subject. Huh? But the safety can't be confirmed yet, and I said bring one out. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. All right, we'll try to ensure the safety and controllability of the use. Biological Investigation Bureau, Underground Level 5, Research Department. The metal door slowly opened, and a huge airtight alloy cabinet was pushed out. In the southern suburbs of Jianyang City, I can't do it. There are too many cars entering the city. It's slow, the driver said while occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. The surrounding darkness grew even thicker, and everyone felt the man-eater's presence drawing closer. Yet they could see nothing. Blood ghost technique, Black Veil. The driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, gasping for breath, desperately widening his eyes to look around. I can't see anything. Me neither. Can't you see? Am I blind? Stop. Don't drive anymore. The people in the car suddenly lost their sight and fell in a panic, and the couple, who had never experienced an attack from a man-eater, screamed in terror, flailing around. Suddenly, there was a loud bang nearby, followed by the sound of metal clattering, likely from a car colliding with something in the darkness. Everyone calm down. At least we can still hear. Stay alert and wait for support. Liao Shi calmed down, quickly pressing down on the others who hadn't recovered yet. However, at this moment, Liao Shi also felt uncertain. Judging from the situation of the other vehicles around, this blood ghost technique was not targeted but rather area-wide. Everyone who stepped into the field would be trapped in this darkness. If support arrived later and was just as blind, it would be troublesome. Hand over the people. Outside the car, someone lightly knocked on the door and spoke softly. Everyone's scalp tingled. Was it a man-eater? When did they stand outside? Why didn't they hear any footsteps? Did they come over during the commotion just now? Deaf. That shouldn't be the case. I only sealed off your vision. The person outside the car placed a hand on the roof and knocked again. Liao Shi fumbled in the dark to open the car door. One hand reaching for his knife, and the other feeling along the car body towards the source of the voice. He didn't know if there were other vehicles nearby. Shooting randomly could easily cause friendly fire. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, his stomach churned, and he dry-heaved before collapsing to the ground. You're blind, but I'm not. What do you want with a knife? The ghost withdrew its foot its tone dripping with disdain. Pansy, stay in the car and protect them. Don't let anyone out. Use your life to protect them. The driver patted the passenger's specialist and opened the car door first. Liaoshi stood up and found his way back to the car. Investigation Bureau, conserve your strength. The two who got out of the car didn't speak, but adjusted their positions according to the sound. A sharp wind whistled past Liaoshi's ear, and he quickly raised his arm, instantly feeling as if he had been hit by a truck, flying in the opposite direction and landing heavily on the ground. The other specialist, hearing the attack, rushed towards that direction, swinging out a knife based on instinct but missed entirely. Before he could retract the knife, he suddenly curled up, crashing into the rear of the car and slumping down against the tire. Pretty quick reaction. You could block my attack just by listening. Withdrawing his elbow, the man-eater walked towards the still-dazed Liaoshi. If it weren't for using his arm to block most of the force just now, his head would likely have been smashed. As a weak human, you're the first one to block me under my blood ghost technique. The man was raising his foot to kick, only to find a pitch-black gun barrel aimed at him from Liaoshi's arms, with a low shot aimed high. And given that the two were less than half a meter apart, even a blind person could hit him. The shooting angle would definitely not harm anyone else. The cannibal naturally understood this logic. The gun's muzzle flashed with fire, the result of the gunpowder igniting at the bullet's base, but he couldn't evade it. His raised leg hadn't yet come down. He didn't want to take that bullet either. The bullets used by the Investigation Bureau were tipped with wisteria extract, which would surely kill him if it exploded inside his body, just like getting shot. He suddenly exerted force with the leg still standing on the ground, kicking back as the bullet drilled straight into his flesh. The man let out a muffled groan and quickly distanced himself from Liaoshi after hitting the ground. Touching the wound, he was relieved. Being a high-level ghost, a single bullet's extract wouldn't kill him as long as it didn't hit a vital spot. Thanks to his blood ghost technique, the opponent couldn't aim properly, and this shot was low, hitting his intestines. However, the sensation of the wisteria extract flowing through his body was still excruciating. Large purple necrotic spots appearing near the wound, his forehead bulging with veins. Gasping for breath with a flushed face, the man shouted loudly, gritting his teeth as he reached into his abdomen, stirring around, and pulled out a section of intestine along with bullet fragments, tossing them on the ground. Seeing that the Investigation Bureau personnel were still frozen in place, he relaxed a bit, took a few breaths to calm down, and revealed a murderous intent. Just as Liaoshi was carefully assessing the situation based on the sounds, he suddenly felt the pressure of wind and immediately raised his knife to block, but a hand suddenly emerged from behind, gripping his neck like a steel clamp. The hand that held the gun reached back, but was struck away by the other hand, the gun falling aside, its exact location unknown. The man seized Liaoshi's neck and lifted him up, slamming him down hard. If it weren't for his instinctual support with both hands, he would likely have lost his front teeth. A large foot immediately pressed down on his head. It was useless. In this darkness, everyone had done their best. Liaoshi closed his eyes, feeling the pressure on his skull increasing. Above him, the roar of a helicopter echoed. Suddenly, there was a loud noise beside him. Debris flew, and the ground trembled. What was that? The man stopped exerting force with his feet, warily staring at the strange metal cabinet descending from the sky not far ahead. At that moment, the three yellow lights on the metal cabinet sequentially turned green, and with a click, one side of the cabinet opened a gap. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The horizontal Fish 018 has been deployed to the mission location. Received. Executing the second task. A voice came through the pilot's headset, and he exchanged a glance with the co-pilot, who pulled out a brown paper bag from his side, sealed with a note marked confidential. After tearing off the note and opening the bag, it contained only 2 sheets of paper filled with various parameters, titled Field Test Data Record. God, these madmen in the research department. The co-pilot took one of the sheets, glanced at its contents, and although he still didn't know what they were urgently transporting here, he could guess quite a bit from the paper. On the highway below, fog had rolled in. The man squinted, looking around. The darkness created by his blood ghost technique had now obscured even his own vision. The half-open cabinet door suddenly swung wide, and a hand rested on the door. Finally, someone came out. Who was it? The man warily stared at the middle-aged man stepping out of the cabinet, his body tense. It says right here. The middle-aged man pushed the cabinet door shut with one hand, pointing at the number above it, 018. Playing tricks. The cannibal released his foot from Liaoshi's head. When did these guys in the Investigation Bureau start colluding with cannibals? The one claiming to be 018 on the opposite side exuded the scent of a cannibal. 018 shrugged, saying nothing. Since you don't want to talk, then die. I will bring this news back to the church. With that, the man leaped into the air. 018 slightly sidestepped, dodging the leg coming down from above, and with a punch to the man's side, created a dent instantly. The man rolled out awkwardly, taking a few seconds to recover from his injuries. His gaze now filled with caution. "You can see me within my blood ghost technique?" The man questioned as he noticed 018's eyes were always tracking him. "Of course I can't see you, but you are also within my blood ghost technique. Didn't you feel it?" The man suddenly realized, no wonder it suddenly got foggy. It turns out you did it. Within the range of my blood ghost technique, everything that can move is within my perception. Blood ghost technique, kleudfoglot. The man moved his body and stood up, saying, "Buddy, we're all of the same kind. There's no need to make it so awkward, right? I'm just following orders to deal with 2 church personnel. As long as you don't interfere, I won't touch the investigation bureau people. How about that?" "That's quite a coincidence." 018 chuckled. "I'm also here on orders. To deal with you." He raised a finger, pointing at the man, his gaze icy. "So there's nothing to discuss, then?" The man retreated 2 steps, knowing that with his current state, it would be difficult to defeat the opponent after their brief exchange. 018 tugged at the metal ring around his neck. "There's nothing to discuss. I'm still wearing an explosive collar. How dare I disobey?" The man snorted coldly. The few steps he had retreated had already brought him close to the black off-road vehicle parked there. He delivered an elbow strike that shattered the car window, only to see a gun barrel poking out, quickly ducking down to avoid it. Almost forgot there was someone from the investigation bureau in the car. The man shrank beneath the car door, calculating that the bullets were nearly out, when he suddenly lunged for the handgun. A sound came from behind, and he quickly dodged back, a cold gleam slicing past his ear. With the delay caused by the person in the car, 018 had ample time to rush over. Wielding a long knife that looked similar to those used by other investigation bureau agents, the man, still shaken, distanced himself, disappearing into the darkness. "Useless. I know where you are." 018 swung his knife at the darkness behind him, a splash of blood hitting the ground. The wound did not heal. It was clear that the knife held wisteria extract as well. His number indicated he was the 18th cannibal created by the research department, and to enhance his strength, the department had injected a portion of blood from all the cannibals they had imprisoned into him to increase their numbers. There were a few others like him. He didn't know how many, but the survival rate of these artificially created ghosts was very low, and all those numbered before him had died in the research department. "Damn it, you guy. Would you rather be a dog for the Biological Investigation Bureau than put up a fight?" The man shouted angrily, clutching his bleeding chest. "Aren't you also a dog raised by the Sansheng Church? We're evenly matched. What do you know? The church gave me eternal life. It gave me unparalleled power." The man clenched his fists. Half a year ago, he was still troubled by the damned tumor in his body. The people from the Sansheng Church found him, saved his life, and granted him powers beyond human capabilities. This power made him believe in the existence of God. What do I understand? 018 shook his head and suddenly vanished from his spot. The next moment, a blade shimmering with cold light appeared in front of the man, who hurriedly dodged, leaving behind half of his forearm. Casually kicking aside the severed limb on the ground, 018 continued to press towards the man. "I don't like the investigation bureau either. For the past few months, they've been injecting me with the blood of ghouls every day. That kind of pain, I think you understand it at the beginning of your transformation, and I experience it every day." The man tightly pressed his other hand against the wound. "Try to slow the bleeding. But I feel that I can't say I hate it. I was a murderer before, confined in prison without peace. And who knows if tomorrow would bring my sentencing notice. It was the people from the Biological Investigation Bureau who pulled me out, giving me the right to live, allowing me to continue seeing this world. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Compared to this, it seems our similarities are increasing." The man warily glanced around and suddenly dashed towards the forest on the side of the road. The mission failed, having been injured multiple times, and with the residual wisteria flower extract still not expelled from his body, he was already powerless to deal with 018. However, escaping was still easy. 018 wasn't strong enough to take care of the Investigation Bureau personnel while handling his own issues. Just as he reached the roadside, about to rush into the forest, a skinny hand suddenly grabbed the man's ankle, pulling him off balance and causing him to fall awkwardly down the slope. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, he looked up, and 018's figure finally arrived late. If it wasn't 018, who grabbed him? Did he encounter a ghost? The man locked eyes with 018, seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Both knew that what had just happened was not an illusion. The man knew that 018 couldn't have reached him in time, and 018 knew that it was unreasonable for the man to fall. There was a third party involved. Who? Come out. He thought you two hadn't reacted yet. From the shadows, a thin man gradually emerged. 018 could only sense this person's presence, but couldn't see his face clearly, while the other man could see it clearly. This suddenly appeared third party looked very thin, with strange markings carved into his eyes. And it seemed he wasn't from the Three Life sect. At least, he hadn't heard of them. Just as he was about to say something, he found himself unable to speak. A pain radiated from his neck, and instinctively reaching up, he touched a huge gap. Shocked, he looked towards the direction of the third person, who was clearly still standing in place. When? How did he attack? A pitch-black hand gently rested on his shoulder. Turning to look, he found that the areas of his body, shrouded in darkness, had grown countless shadowy hands, writhing and clawing, one of which was clutching a dripping piece of flesh. As long as there is darkness, is my domain. The thin man raised his hand and slightly clenched his fist. Blood demon technique, dissection. In the darkness, the man was devoured by countless monstrous hands growing from his body, being torn apart piece by piece. The intense pain caused him to spasm, desperately trying to open his mouth to scream, but no sound escaped. In just a few seconds, the man was literally torn into pieces, reduced to ashes. Along with it, the surrounding endless darkness dissipated, and the bright light of the street lamps, along with the helicopter spotlight, illuminated the remaining two. 018 naturally knew everything through his perception, but he still hadn't recovered from the shock. The helicopter was flying very high and had never entered the dark domain, but it could still see clearly outside using thermal imaging and other means. You are not from the Three Life sect, nor are you part of the Horizontal Fish Project. Who are you? 018 stood alert on the slope, and as the darkness receded, he also noticed the strange markings in the thin man's eyes below. During the conversation, although he was looking down, it felt like he was the one looking up, just a concerned citizen witnessing an injustice. The thin man covered his mouth and yawned, casually walking up the slope with his hands in his pockets. 018 immediately blocked the front of vehicle number 1. The thin man grinned. Don't worry. Our goals are the same. I won't harm them. 018 gripped his knife, contemplating whether to fight the other again. His blood demon technique was still effective. If he was prepared, he should be able to act before the other could unleash his abilities. With such a fierce gaze, what are you thinking? A black hand patted his shoulder, causing 018's hair to stand on end. He swung his knife down at the strange hand that had suddenly appeared on him, but it vanished into thin air before it could hit the ground. I told you, I'm not interested in them. The other shook his head and walked away towards Jiangyang City. Unless something unexpected happens, we will meet again in the future. The thin man waved his hand and disappeared into the depths of the night. The waning moon, what does it mean? 018 stood still, not following after him. The origin, it's done. Are the targets still alive? The voice of Pinji Li echoed in Jing Lishan's mind again. Alive, the investigation bureau has protected the targets very well. But there's one more thing I need to report to you. Speak. The investigation bureau is artificially creating ghouls. I encountered one that has a chaotic and mixed aura. Feels like a quasi-first tier, but seems to only have the strength of second tier, probably pieced together from many low-tier ghouls. The voice in his mind paused before continuing. I said those people from the research department wanted so many death row inmates recently for what? Now I understand, you can come back. Okay. An explosion occurred on the Jianyang City highway, with no survivors. The explosion in Jianyang City caused damage to the streetlight circuitry, resulting in multiple rear-end collisions. Shocking. The chase on the Jianyang City highway. Biological Investigation Bureau, Director's Office. Liu Yun was reviewing the news online from today. The incident that happened last night hadn't been prepared for crowd evacuation, so the gunfire for vehicle number 2, the explosion, and the temporary blindness of everyone near vehicle No. 1 caused quite a stir. Fortunately, there were connections with various media outlets, and after notifying them that the news content was related to the investigation bureau, major media outlets had to painfully delete the content they had already published. Additionally, some small videos posted by civilians on platforms were also immediately taken down. The more troublesome issue was on the field team side. Team C was supposed to send 2 people, but only Liao Shi arrived and was now injured and lying in hospital. Chen Su, on the other hand, did not carry out the mission, leading to a series of severe consequences. Initially, he was to face punishment, but after understanding the situation, it was determined to be a special circumstance. So he merely wrote a brief reflection. Team D faced much more severe consequences, a total of 6 specialists, including 4 from Vehicle No. 2 and the team leader, all sacrificed. Another matter that gave Liu Yun a headache was the report on the Horizontal Fish Project experimental subjects, which matched the content reported by the observer in the air, regarding the sudden appearance of a third party just as the ghouls from the Three Life sect were about to escape. Who on earth is this person? Good morning. All right. Two listless people waved at each other in the corridor, greeting one another. What's wrong? You look so tired. Pinji Li casually asked, as this guy usually wasn't like this. Just the bureau's turmoil. I wrote a reflection late into the night. Chun Su waved a stack of letter paper in his hand and pushed open the office door. As for Pinji Li, Chun Su didn't bother to ask. She looked the same every day. A day later, a document was issued regarding the year-end review, along with the various field performance scores for each group over the past year. Damn, why is it so low? Pinji Li noticed the scores at the end of each item, where the red marks were significantly more than the green ones, and the total score was pitifully low. She exclaimed and leaned forward to look at Group C of Liao Shi. All green. It represented excellence in every aspect. Liao Shi took a glance at Pinji Li's evaluation form and chuckled. Did you clock in on time for work? Liao Shi pointed to the first item, quickly recalling. Pinji Li shook her head like a rattle drum. Focused on work at the station, no laziness, no entertainment, no sleeping, and responsible for outdoor tasks. I did all of that. Why is it still failing? She didn't know who was catching one and punishing another, and they had to be sent for treatment to stop the bleeding before being put in the cell. Hiranoya lowered her head in shame. Stop, 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 she exclaimed. Don't read it, master. She snatched the assessment sheet back, thinking, where would I get group members as a Lone Ranger? She stuffed the paper into her pocket and sulked. This ridiculous assessment seems to be targeting me. Liao Shi chuckled. It's fine. There are other assessment contents. You'll definitely be able to turn the tables then. By the way, what else is there to assess? Oh, it's nothing much. Just the cooperation among group members, Liao Shi rambled on. It seems that the assessment format in previous years mainly focused on how well group members work together in various task scenarios. Hiranoya's solo group. Where's the cooperation? All right. There's also the fighting and shooting competitions between groups. All right. You don't need to comfort me anymore. Hiranoya's face darkened, further confirming that this was a targeted action against her. I am already prepared to be the bottom-ranking member of the field team. The person in charge of the assessment naturally knew the situation of Hiranoya's Group F, but the rules were already set in stone. It wouldn't be appropriate to create new rules based on Hiranoya's situation for the others. And anyway, the assessment results wouldn't have any substantial impact. So it was left as it was. One day later, the assessment officially began. The initial events could be described as completely unrelated to Hiranoya. Group cover, group first aid, building offense and defense. Without group members, Hiranoya couldn't complete them at all by herself. The assessors could only reluctantly give her a very low sympathy score. But even so, the scores of other groups had already reached 3 or 4 times that of Hiranoya. Even Group C, which only had 2 members, ranked high in the scoring range. After waiting half a day, it finally came to the event where points could be earned. Target shooting. Quick shooting from 7 steps away. Accurate and quick shooting within 7 steps. The current combat methods, influenced by firearms, effectively reduce the mortality rate of humans battling ghouls, making it the primary means of combat. Target shooting was divided into several sub-events, including rapid fire at moving targets for 1 minute, rapid fire at fixed targets for 1 minute, and close quarters combat indoors. The only opportunity to score. Liao Shi also noticed the gleaming eyes of Hiranoya beside him and shifted his body slightly. However, scoring aside, one still had to act like a human. Under the enhanced physique of the ghouls, vision, muscle control, and reflexes all reached their peak. And despite restraining himself from hitting all 10-ring shots, he still scored the highest in the entire event. After quickly finishing, he arrived at the next venue, which was filled with a strong smell of sweat. Hiranoya pinched her nose and looked around the arena. Close combat. The second scoring item. Many people were already standing on the platforms, sparring with each other while wearing protective gear. After receiving a clean set of protective gear from the examiner, she took off her jacket and changed. The examiner led Hiranoya to a platform and briefly explained the specifics. Unarmed combat, cold weapon combat. Hey, group leader ping. Hearing someone on the platform call her, Hiranoya looked up. Gao Ning, aren't you supposed to be locked up underground? There's a volunteer activity which can reduce the sentence. Gao Ning, wearing protective gear, rubbed his fists together and waved at Hiranoya. Come on, let's practice. Hiranoya smiled slyly, tied her hair back into a short ponytail with a rubber band, and put on her protective headgear as she walked up to the platform. Seeing the look in Hiranoya's eyes, Gao Ning instantly flinched. Hey, Group leader ping, it's just an assessment. Although I won't die, it still hurts. Less nonsense. Let me score. Turning to glance at the examiner, the other party nodded, indicating they could start. Taking a deep breath, it had been a long time since she used her breathing technique in combat. Beast breathing. She crouched low, her body almost, yet still in a standing position. Beast breathing is the most suitable breathing technique for close-quarters combat, with swift attacks and a very stable stance. Every move coming unexpectedly. Both Gao Ning and the examiner were intimidated by Hiranoya's momentum. It was a subtle aura, yet it felt like a poisonous snake coiling around the platform. Score. Suddenly attacking while staying close to the ground, Hiranoya had only one thing on her mind. Fortunately, Gao Ning was a ghost. Although he was low tier, his reflexes were still much better than a human's, quickly raising his hands to block. However, he still underestimated the power of this punch, which hit like a truck. Gao Ning let out a muffled grunt and stepped back a few paces, suddenly feeling the ground beneath him give way as a sweeping kick knocked him down. Just as he felt his back hit the ground, a seemingly harmless fist came rushing towards his face. I'm going to die. Gao Ning momentarily stopped breathing, his body stiffening and unable to move, a thought flashing through his mind. Stop, the examiner shouted, pressing the stopwatch as Hiranoya's fist halted just before hitting Gao Ning's nose. For seconds 27, battle ended. He almost didn't react. Swallowing hard, the examiner confirmed multiple times that he hadn't miscounted the time, recording the score on the assessment sheet. Next item, cold weapon combat. Hiranoya took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing, and her expression returned to calm. The snake on the stage disappeared. Gao Ning finally regained his composure, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and still felt a chill in his heart when he recalled the earlier scene. Are you okay? A hand as white as jade stretched out in front of him. I'm fine, Gao Ning replied as he took the hand, and the other person pulled him up. That's good. You're up next, right? Let me score some points. What are you dawdling for? Go on. Change your armor. Your rubber suit won't withstand my strikes. Please spare this old man, he said as he received the metal armor and returned to the arena. In his hand was a dagger he had received from the Investigation Bureau a long time ago, and he was somewhat familiar with it since it had accompanied him for a while. The two stood opposite each other, cautiously facing off, feet apart, ready for the examiner's signal. Seeing Hiranoya's gaze lacking the murderous intent from before, instead appearing cautious like a little rabbit, made Gao Ning hesitant to make the first move. Team leader Hirano, swords have no eyes, so you better wear your armor properly, Gao Ning teased. This time, Hiranoya had no killing intent and seemed like a completely different person than just moments ago. He needed to regain some face in this round. You care so much about the score. You must be afraid of getting a low score if this round doesn't go well. But I'm sorry, Team Leader Hirano. I can't let you score easily, Gao Ning thought to himself. Hiranoya looked at Gao Ning, silent, with a furrowed brow and a worried expression. Old Gao, I hope you can take it and don't get killed by my one strike. If I strike too hard and your blood splatters everywhere, I'm going to be in big trouble. In reality, Hiranoya thought. Start, the examiner shouted. Take this. Gao Ning leaped high, wielding the long knife that came down straight towards Hiranoya's crown. A strange aura appeared again, but this time it was slightly different from before. Although puzzled, there was no time to dwell on it. Gao Ning's knife was already descending. Breath of Flowers, second form, Murasaki Yumi. Hiranoya's small dagger emitted swift arc slashes all around, and at the moment the two blades clashed, brilliant sparks erupted, numbing Gao Ning's hands. This strike was surprisingly blocked by a small dagger, and Gao Ning, forcing himself to suppress his shock, pulled back. Breath of Flowers, fourth form, red flower tire. Gao Ning hurriedly raised his hand. Unlike a long sword, the dagger's small size made the attack exceptionally rapid and difficult to track. Two downward slashes came at him. Gao Ning only had time to block one with his long sword, while the other struck directly on his right shoulder. Sparks flew from his metal armor, producing a piercing sound of metal grinding against metal. He staggered back a few steps and looked down to see a deep gash extending from his right shoulder down to his thigh. If it weren't for the metal armor, this blow might have even sliced through his internal organs. The assessment is over. 2 critical wounds. The examiner urgently called for a stop and pressed the stopwatch again. The total time for the 2 combat assessments was less than 20 seconds. It was almost all instant kills, in comparison to the other candidates' times. The fastest barely reached a minute, while the slower ones took 10 minutes or more to finish. How did this guy manage to get a failing grade? This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Stealing a glance at the first half of Hiranoya's assessment. which was entirely red. Gao Ning was filled with confusion. He stood up, dusted himself off, and saw Hiranoya staring at him with a joyful expression. He congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations. You must have scored high." Hiranoya nodded. "Great, I wasn't killed, thanks to the specially made armor from the research department." The final review ended after 2 days. F Group office. Why am I still in last place? The shout startled the people next door, who all poked their heads out. Liaoshi walked over and looked at the list of this year's assessment rankings that Hiranoya was holding, unsure of how to comfort her. Indeed, F Group was in last place. My C Group is still third, just like last year. There's no helping it. F Group failed in all their projects, and it's too hard to score points relying on just 2 items. Fine, it is what it is. I am tired. Let it all be destroyed. Hiranoya silently vowed that when she had the chance, she would definitely hang the person who set the assessment standards from a streetlight in Jianyang City. The assessment results were clear. Everyone knows your level. The strongest beauty warrior of the fieldwork group, single-handedly fending off 2 first-level man-eaters. No, you don't know. Ha ha. I'm going to apply for an additional category in the next assessment for bragging. You would definitely score high. Screw you. Hiranoya lightly punched Liaoshi on the shoulder. Just as the two were chatting, an alarm sounded in the corridor, and red lights flashed continuously. All on-duty field team specialists, equipped with gear, immediately proceeded to the underground 5th floor. Repeat, all on-duty field team specialists, equipped with gear, immediately proceed to the underground 5th floor. The loudspeaker in the corridor blared. What's going on? The 5th floor? ISNT, that the research department? What are these lunatics up to this time? Who knows? Let us go, hand me my gun. People in the corridor chattered as they rushed by, clearly unaware of what was happening. Meanwhile, in the underground 5th floor, after passing through several alloy blast doors, in a small room, the ground was covered in blood, with 3 or 4 bodies twisted on the floor. A researcher in a blood-stained white coat sat up, clutching his chest. How could the first stage be so high? A crimson spear flew directly at the researcher's abdomen, causing him to spit out blood in shock. He couldn't understand why the experimental subject had gone berserk. The anesthetic had clearly been administered continuously. Not far away, a barefoot girl in a patient gown slowly approached, her hair still wet and covered in undried nutrient solution. With a casual wave, another crimson spear formed in her hand. "I'll ask one last time." The girl spoke, her expression indifferent and her tone cold. The researcher weakly raised his eyes to meet her ghostly gaze. "Where's my brother, Liaoshi, now?" In another room of the research department, a shadow submerged in nutrient solution, filled with various monitoring instruments, suddenly stirred, causing the parameters on the display screen to fluctuate wildly. "Team leader, a test subject has gone out of control. Aren't we evacuating?" A researcher watching the parameters asked. "Our research team's protective doors and walls are special. I've locked them. As long as we don't open them, not even a god can break in from outside." Gurgle, gurgle. In the pool of nutrient solution as large as a swimming pool, several bubbles surfaced. "What is happening?" The team leader frowned and approached the screen to closely examine the parameters. "I don't know. It started after the alarm went off just now, and all the parameters are unstable. Increase the dosage of the anesthetic." Saying this, the team leader rose and went to the edge of the pool, the huge shadow reflecting in his pupils, worry etched on his face. "Experimental subject 041. Now is not the time for you to wake up. Team leader, come quickly." Hearing the voice, the team leader hurried back to the screen, his eyes widening in shock. "It's rejecting the anesthetic. It's going to wake up." The researcher's voice trembled. "Inject a microdose of wisteria extract." The team leader immediately ordered. In several previous experiments, the wisteria extract had been divided into super micro doses that made the ghoul feel slightly uncomfortable, micro doses that caused strong discomfort, medium doses that resulted in limb paralysis, and raw liquid that caused obvious adverse reactions with large purple necrotic spots, as well as concentrated liquid that was lethal upon contact. As the supermicro extract was injected, the huge shadow lying in the pool stirred, waves rippling across the surface of the nutrient solution, a muffled sound emanating from the pool's bottom, resembling speech, or perhaps an animal's roar. "What is happening?" Seeing the shadow gradually stop moving, the team leader inquired again. "The data is stabilizing." Just as he finished speaking, the researcher sitting in front of the screen changed drastically in expression. "It's going to wake up. All parameters are abnormally active. Quick, inject the concentrated solution." "But team leader, the concentrated solution will kill 041. "I know, but its characteristics are too dangerous. Quickly kill it, a grotesque thick tentacle suddenly broke through the cover of the nutrient pool, pulling the team leader back. In the nutrient solution, the team leader screamed in terror, but only released a few bubbles before being dragged to the shadow, flesh and blood surging, and the team leader's figure was quickly submerged, leaving only a few pieces of clothing floating on the surface, clean without a trace of blood. The concentrated solution. The researchers, stunned by the scene before them, quickly regained their composure and operated rapidly on the keyboard. Behind them, in the huge pool, countless tentacles surfaced, clinging to the edge of the pool, exerting force together, gradually revealing the true form of the shadow at the bottom. It was a large, irregularly shaped mass of flesh, pink in color, with no eyes, no mouth, but covered in the same disgusting, thick tentacles. Project Henganju, experimental subject number 041. Due to excessive injection of ghoul blood, its form underwent a tremendous change, showing a certain level of awareness of the outside world, but its intelligence was akin to that of an infant, only interested in food, while also exhibiting astonishing regenerative capabilities. Every injury would heal in a very short time, and more flesh would grow in the same spot. After numerous experiments, 041 had grown from a size comparable to a person to its current classroom size volume. The parameters on the screen rapidly disappeared and returned to zero. It wasn't that 041 was changing, but that as it crawled out of the pool, the tubes inserted into the mass of flesh were being rubbed off. In the last moment of life, the researcher clicked the confirm button and then was taken away by the tentacles, sinking into the mass of flesh like falling into a swamp. In a matter of seconds, several pieces of clothing were spat out. One tube, still inserted in the mass of flesh, a light purple transparent liquid quickly flowed into the mass, causing it to convulse violently, countless tentacles whipping around the room. Centered on the injection point, a large area of purple necrosis rapidly appeared, dissolving as if encountering a strong acid, while simultaneously new flesh buds regenerated. Dissolve, regenerate, dissolve, regenerate, dissolve, regenerate. Although the speed of regeneration could not match the rate at which the extract spread within the body, the prepared dosage of the concentrated solution was limited, and soon the injection stopped automatically. A large area of purple necrosis was quickly covered and replaced by the newly grown flesh, and 041's volume grew to nearly touch the ceiling. After a brief rest, the huge mass of flesh, with the help of the tentacles, began to crawl forward. The alloy metal door, now as fragile as paper, torn open with just a few pulls. The mass of flesh quickly crawled down the corridor, heading in one direction, where it sensed a delicious smell, the very scent that had awakened it from the pool. In another room, Liao Xin, aided by the blood ghost technique, quickly destroyed the door, crouching down and slipping through the gap, looking towards the depths of the corridor, as if sensing a strange presence of a kindred approaching. However, Liao Xin didn't pay much attention to it and moved towards the direction with a stronger human presence. As the most important thing right now was to find Liao Shi. After transforming into a ghost, the desire for food had not overshadowed her rationality. She still retained a certain humanity. She didn't know how long this humanity would last, but at least, while she was still conscious, she needed to tell Liao Shi about that matter. She had to stay away from Hiranoya. On the night of her transformation in the hospital, she still vaguely remembered some things. The Hiranoya who subdued her had the smell of a ghoul and possessed the same strange abilities as her. This chapter has not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. However, as Liao Xin moved forward, a familiar presence appeared in the distance. At the same time, Liao Shi and a group of unaware field agents, fully armed, took the elevator down to the 5th underground floor. Despite being so far apart, Ping Yi Li and Liao Xin sensed each other at the same time. The source of the alarm must be Liao Xin. It was just unclear if that girl still remembered her. With this doubt in mind, Ping Yi Li silently followed the crowd. Along the way, they occasionally encountered researchers in white lab coats, their faces filled with terror, running towards the elevator. Only the agents from the field department, dressed in black uniforms, moved against the crowd. After passing through a long corridor, the group saw the culprit behind the alarm. Liao Shi's pupils constricted as he squeezed through the crowd to rush forward, but he was held back by several other agents. Nobody knew if Liao Xin would attack anyone on sight. They couldn't let Liao Shi take that risk. Liao Xin, who was standing opposite, also noticed Liao Shi and walked forward. "Little Liao, don't move." Everyone raised their guns. Liao Xin lightly waved her finger, and several small crimson daggers materialized out of thin air, shooting towards the crowd. The few who reacted quickly fired their guns, but Liao Xian's figure suddenly vanished from sight, and all the bullets missed. Instead, all the daggers she had previously shot hit their targets, and the frontline agents were all injured, unable to hold their guns due to various wounds. Liao Xin, don't hurt them, Liao Shi shouted ahead, taking the opportunity to break free from the agent holding him back, standing in front of everyone. Let me talk to her first. I'm her brother. She definitely won't harm me. If I wanted them dead, I wouldn't be using small daggers to attack. Liao Xian's cold voice came from ahead, and half of her body appeared at the doorway on one side of the corridor, slightly raising her hand as several crimson spears formed in the air, pointing directly at everyone. If those spears had hit earlier, they would have been skewered like candied hawthorn. Standing at the back, Ping Yuli discreetly leaned back, moving out of everyone's line of sight. Something was off. What was Liao Xian trying to do? Brother, come to me. Liao Xian lowered her head, not showing any expression. Liao Shi hesitated, unsure if Liao Xian was still the same as before. The others also held Liao Shi back, given the uncertainty of Liao Xian's safety. He absolutely couldn't go over. What are you hesitating for? Come here. Liao Xian shouted loudly. The spears in the air trembled, not as if they were about to disperse, but rather like arrows on a bowstring, ready to fire. Brother, if you don't come, you will die. She will kill all of you. Liao Xian's tone revealed a plea, slowly raising her hand, the spears exuding killing intent. Is it you who wants to kill us all? An agent replied in terror, with no cover around. In this straight corridor, only death awaited. Little Liao is already losing her mind. We must kill her before she makes a move. The crowd surged, and in that moment, Liao Xian saw Ping Yuli standing at the back of the crowd. She looked as lazy as ever, a mysterious smile hanging on her lips, and their eyes met. Breath came to an abrupt halt. The instant their gazes collided felt like being tightly coiled by a brightly colored venomous snake. The cold scales brushed against her neck, the snake's tongue hissing in her ear, its sharp fangs ready to inject lethal venom at any moment. Get down, Liao Xian shouted, her little hand waving downward. And the dozens of spears that had been suspended in the air whistled sharply as they cut through the air, leaving several red afterimages. Blood demon technique, wall of size. Fiery flames suddenly erupted from the ground, splitting the corridor in two, the moisture in the air rapidly evaporating in the terrifying heat. And the sudden blinding light made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Dozens of spears vaporized before they could even hit the wall of flames due to the extreme temperature. This strange fire came quickly and went just as fast, appearing in front of everyone for less than a second, so much so that many did not even realize what had happened. Only the residual warmth in the air reminded everyone that what had just occurred was not an illusion. Blood demon technique, flowing light instant, drowning in the vast moon. Liao Xian felt everything around her suddenly quiet down, the sounds of everyone's heartbeats and breathing vanished completely. Hiranoya turned sideways and squeezed through the crowd. Strangely, everyone was frozen in place, as if time had stopped, leaving only herself and Hiranoya able to move. Her gaze sharpened, and several long spears began to coalesce. Don't be so rough, shouted Liao Xian. Hiranoya casually shattered the incoming spears, smiling lightly. It's been a while. Why have you become so impatient? What did you do to my brother and the others? Liao Xian tightly gripped a spear, blocking Hiranoya's path, the pressure of her bloodline nearly suffocating her, causing her legs to tremble as she struggled to hold on. They're fine. It's just us who fell under my blood demon technique. Hiranoya turned to glance at the crowd, which had changed slightly in their movements, and said, I used the blood demon technique to enhance you. Liao Xian was taken aback, clearly not understanding what that meant. Hiranoya extended his finger and continued to explain. The reaction time of the brain. The speed of the body. Right now, you are 500 times faster than before. It's not that I've stopped time, but our speed is so fast that it creates the illusion that they are not moving. What do you want to do? Liao Xian held her spear warily, her clothes soaked in sweat. I'm not doing anything, just here to chat with you. Hiranoya gently pushed aside the spearhead at the tip of her nose and continued. I know you care about your brother and are afraid that I will kill him. This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Liao Xian didn't respond. She indeed thought so. Don't worry. I'm not that idle. Your brother is not bad, and I wouldn't go through so much trouble just to bully a weak human. Then what is your purpose? Hiranoya paused for a moment and asked, Do you remember the Black 18? I can never forget in my life. He sighed lightly and scratched his head. The instigator of that incident is actually related to me. In fact, you could say that the Black 18 was caused entirely by me. Liao Xian swallowed hard, her thoughts returning to that day stained red. The entire mall, the massacre of hundreds or thousands of people, the scattered limbs and flesh everywhere. Except for a few lucky ones, the vast majority were slaughtered by those three suddenly appearing cannibals. Even she herself was mistakenly transformed after inhaling the blood of the devils, and Liao she nearly died there while trying to protect herself, suffering from the lingering effects of tinnitus ever since. Those three cannibals were my offspring, but they broke free from my control and launched that attack to secure enough food. Do you know how severe the consequences of your actions are? Liao Xian's hands and voice trembled with anger. The actions of this person in front of her changed the fate of too many families, including her own and Liao Shi's. I know, of course I know. Hiranoya nodded and said, unfortunately, one of them is still alive. I came to the Biological Investigation Bureau to leverage their power to investigate his whereabouts and then eliminate him. So it's not for my brother? Liao Xian asked. Ha ha. Hirano laughed and waved his hand. I admit your brother is quite handsome. If you try hard enough, maybe I could consider it. Answer me seriously. Liao Xian adjusted the angle of her spear again. Hirano stopped laughing and looked seriously at Liao Xian. As for that guy Liao Shi, I'm not interested in him at all. I only used him as a stepping stone to enter the investigation bureau. As long as he behaves, I won't kill him. How can I trust you? Liao Xian asked. Whether you trust me or not, what can you do about it? Hirano retorted. Just as Liao Xian was about to say something else, he was interrupted by Hirano. Enough, this conversation ends here. I can't stay in front of them for too long. Continuing will get us discovered. You should get some rest. Suddenly, Hirano's voice came from behind, and Liao Xian felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck before everything went black. Hirano Riri looked down the corridor, where there was a strange aura, but she didn't pay much attention. After supporting the unconscious Liao Xian and laying her on the ground, she returned to the back of the crowd and released the blood demon technique. The voices of the surrounding crowd returned to normal, and soon everyone reacted to the fact that the imposing Liao Xian had suddenly collapsed. However, Liao Shi was somewhat puzzled. His gaze had been fixed on Liao Xian, and in that brief moment, it seemed like a familiar figure flashed in front of her. Although Liao Xian's sudden fall was baffling, there was no time to think too much about it. The crowd hurriedly lifted Liao Xian into a room, administered a shot of anesthetic, and notified the relevant personnel to handle the situation. However, the commotion in the corridor continued, with researchers desperately running outside. Grabbing one, they quickly asked, what is going on? 041 is out. Let me go. I don't want to die. What 041? The officers were left confused, but soon learned that a dull, indescribable strange sound was coming from deep in the corridor. Liao Shi also heard their conversation and suddenly recalled the escort mission a few days ago in the southern suburbs of Zhangyang City, where there was a cannibal that called itself 018. Could the current 041 be related to it? It's coming. It's coming. Run. The researcher broke free from his grip and ran toward the elevator without looking back. At the corner of the corridor, an ugly tentacle emerged, and before anyone could react, several more reached out, clinging to the side wall, exerting immense force that cracked the wall and caused tiles to fall. What the hell is that? Several officers instinctively took a few steps back. Not far away at the corner, a massive pink mass of flesh, occupying the entire corridor space, was writhing towards them with the help of the tentacles, completely obscuring how much space was still occupied in the corridor behind it. How could the research department have such a thing? What good does it do to think about this now? Shoot. A few people raised their guns, and bullets disappeared into the massive mass of flesh. The mass twitched a few times, briefly paused, then accelerated, with new flesh rapidly filling in the gunshot wounds, leaving behind several protrusions. Withdraw, withdraw. As the bizarre mass of flesh drew closer, everyone joined in the escape. Jiansu, where's Chensu? Liao Shi ran a few steps, but found that Chensu, who had been right beside him, was nowhere to be seen. That guy's lucky. No need to worry about him. Hiranoya glanced around and also didn't see the slightly plump figure. Just take care of your own life. After several counterattacks, the mass of flesh only grew larger, and everyone realized that without effective means, all attacks were merely nourishing the mass. Fortunately, the elevator to the ground was not far away. The metallic outline of the elevator door was already visible. The mass of flesh was still relentlessly pursuing them, and those running fast had already reached the elevator, waiting with the last few researchers. How much longer do we have to wait? The elevator just went up. It will take at least half a minute to come back down. Turning back to look, they thought that after half a minute, the mass would have already taken care of everyone. The mass waved its thick tentacles, toppling everything around it, writhing several meters forward in just a few seconds. Blood demon technique, blood choke. The massive mass of flesh suddenly slowed down, as if it had been caught. As expected, even in this form, blood still existed within it. As long as the blood could be controlled, it could be restrained. Hiranoya stood at the side of the crowd, quietly activating the blood demon technique. It didn't take long, nor did it need to be completely immobilizing. It just had to hold them off until the elevator arrived. Around the corner of the hallway, a slightly plump figure came tumbling and crawling towards him, drenched in sweat, closely followed by a massive tentacle. Fortunately, he was fast enough, and the tentacle didn't catch him. Jiansu, where the hell have you been? Liaoshi immediately recognized him. I got pushed aside earlier, and I had to take a detour to get here. Damn it, that meat lump almost got me. Good that you're okay. The elevator is coming soon. Turning his head to take a glance, he saw the elevator approaching quickly. Hurry up. Hurry up. As soon as a gap appeared in the metal doors, a crowd rushed in, eager to avoid being left outside as potential meat snacks. Once everyone was inside, Hiranoya finally lifted his head, releasing the blood demon technique. The meat lump seemed furious, with countless tentacles waving at the elevator doors, frightening the people inside, even deforming the metal doors. Fortunately, the elevator wasn't damaged and pulled everyone up. When the doors opened, a row of gun barrels greeted them. Seeing that the newcomers were from the field operations team, the others quickly opened a gap, dispersing everyone before swiftly closing it again. The bureau chief also arrived, and seeing that the investigation team members were still alive, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed somewhat. Yunya, what is going on down there? You need to explain this to us today. Exactly, especially that big meat lump. What on earth is it? The disheveled field operations personnel crowded around Lu Yun, demanding answers. After all, they worked in a place with such a dangerous entity beneath their feet daily. It's not convenient to discuss right now. I'll explain it all to you slowly. For now, let us take a break, Lu Yun said, glancing at the people around her, her voice serious. The Honggonyu project is supposed to be classified. Aside from a few people, it should remain strictly confidential. However, with what happened today, if I don't clarify things with the field operations team, morale will surely be affected. Metallic scraping sounds echoed from the elevator shaft, and the ground trembled. The previously chattering crowd immediately fell silent. Behind them, a few people were quickly pushing a strange device that looked like a giant horn. The device was pushed to the side of the elevator shaft, aimed downward, and the work button was pressed. A sharp sound pierced their ears, and those nearby covered their ears, grimacing in pain, but found it almost ineffective. What is this thing? A sonic weapon. Hiranoya covered her ears and walked away into the distance. As a demon, her hearing was already several times that of a human's. The frequency of the sound waves was clearly targeted at the species of man-eating demons, although it could not cause substantial harm. It was as uncomfortable as nails scratching a blackboard, drilling into one's brain. Here, one must commend human wisdom. Following the sunblade, breathing techniques, and wisteria, another means to restrain man-eating demons had emerged. The meat chunk below was even worse off. It was already trying to climb up, but suddenly a loudspeaker was pressed in front of it, and the piercing sound nearly drove it insane. Faced with the options of continuing to climb or returning the way it came, the meat chunk chose the latter without hesitation. Since the sound wave attack couldn't cause physical harm, the meat chunk naturally couldn't continue to grow in size. Seeing the sound wave attack take effect, several people carrying small loudspeakers slid down the cable in the elevator shaft, pushing the meat chunk toward the research department. The field team saw that the situation was under control and began to disperse. Where's that kid Shinsu? Liaoshi scanned the area and found he had disappeared without a trace. He probably wet his pants and changed, someone joked nearby. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Chunsu locked the wooden door of the stall, took a deep breath, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it with trembling hands, his brows furrowed and his expression complex. At the moment he rushed out from the corner of the corridor, he spotted a pair of demon eyes among the crowd of field team specialists. After so many years as a specialist, he could never mistake the unique eyes of a man-eating demon. But if it was indeed a demon, how could it move in the sunlight? However, considering that person's previous behaviors, it seemed to add up, a terrifying overall strength, surviving multiple life-and-death situations. And it seemed he had never seen that person consume human food. Chun-Su took a drag from the cigarette, the nicotine helping to clear his mind. Iranuli, what are you here for at the investigation bureau? He exhaled a puff of smoke and looked up at the mist dispersing in the air, his eyes turning colder. I hope you're not here to disrupt my plans. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly checked the inner pocket of his clothes, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Thankfully, the item was intact. In a small conference room, the field team specialists gathered, with Lu Yun sitting at the end of the table. Sister Yun, everyone is here. Lu Yun nodded. Then let's begin. I believe you all can't wait any longer. You all remember the task in Nanyang County a few days ago, right? The crowd nodded. That time, Teams C and D went to capture someone and nearly all sacrificed themselves. On the highway, 2 man-eating demons from the Three Life sect had followed closely behind, one of which was exchanged for the lives of the D-team leader and others. The other nearly killed the remaining people. Liaoshi naturally remembered that night. A second-tier man-eating demon was not easily taken down. Later, it was the Horizontal Fish Project that saved them. The meat chunk you just saw in the research department is one of the project's test subjects. Sister Yun, don't you think such experiments go against humanity? Someone once told me that defeating evil with evil methods is justice. Lu Yun's expression darkened. As long as we can eliminate those damned man-eating demons, I don't care about the process. Additionally, I called you all here for 2 more things. Lu Yun's face suddenly turned grim as she slowly walked toward the door. Firstly, during the Nanyang County task, a third-party force emerged, also man-eating demons. Judging from the footage returned by helicopter, the demons they sent this time should be first tier. If this faction's first tier numbers are limited, that's fine. But I'm afraid they might have the ability to mass produce like the Three Life sect. What should we do then? A specialist sitting at the table turned to ask. For now, we hold our position. Horizontal Fish 018 has had contact with them and has not shown hostility toward the Investigation Bureau for now. However, they are ultimately man-eating demons and enemies of humanity. That much is indisputable. Lu Yun stood by the door, holding onto the doorknob as she continued. The main enemy at this stage is still the Three Life sect. The Wisteria Housekeeping Company is also lurking in the shadows. We don't have enough personnel and cannot afford to spread ourselves thin. At this point, Lu Yun raised her second finger and said, now for the last matter. The undercover agent lurking in the Investigation Bureau has been found. The crowd widened their eyes, looking at one another. Right in your field department. Lu Yun dropped this bombshell. And after a moment of stunned silence, the room erupted in chaos. Sister Yun, even though the field department is divided into 10 small teams, we've fought side by side so many times. We have deep bonds. How could a traitor be among us? Yeah, sister, there must be a mistake. Silence. Lu Yun's face darkened. The uproar only made her more irritated, and she couldn't help but shout, causing the room to fall silent. The Three Life sect members captured during the Nanyang County operation have already spilled everything. From the contacts on his phone, we tracked down to the field department here. And combined with the clues from previous operations, the identity of the undercover is already a done deal. Although I also don't want to believe that there's an undercover among you. I just received more concrete information. The room where the Horizontal Fish Project injection samples were stored has been vandalized, and the person who took the samples was clearly recorded by the camera. Lu Yun turned the doorknob, and 7 or 8 men with fierce expressions and guns rushed in. The scene startled everyone, who remained frozen in their seats, glancing suspiciously at each other. Field Department, Team C, Leader Liao Shi, Member Chin Su. Field Department, Team F, Leader Hiranoya. The 3 individuals listed above, please cooperate with our investigation. The expressionless person at the front read aloud from a list in his hand, scanning the crowd before flipping the paper over, revealing a large red stamp on it, signifying its authenticity. The most surprised were undoubtedly Liao Shi and Hiranoya. With Hiranoya, who had been dozing on the table, suddenly yanked up roughly from behind, nearly spitting out saliva. Sister Yun, this must be a misunderstanding. Liao Shi shouted in fear, instinctively struggling, but a few people pressed him down on the table, just in time to see Hiranoya, with her hands cuffed, slightly shake her head at him. It certainly wasn't her who was exposed. Ever since she put on the wristband these past few days, she had been in contact with the Blood Demon technique and the 12 Demon Moons. There was no reason for her to be discovered. Moreover, if her identity were exposed, they wouldn't have sent these small fry. You two, please bear with us for a moment until we catch Chen Su. Lu Yun's cold voice reached their ears. This guy has been with me since the Investigation Bureau was established. How could it be him? There must be a mistake, Sister Yun. Liaoshi still looked puzzled. Why did the demon caught at the underground casino die during interrogation? Why did the Three Life sect know our action details during the hotel ambush? Those 2 first-tier demons could have poisoned you at the last moment. Why did they only knock you out? Why were you chased by 2 demons during the Nanyang County escort mission? Did you really think Chen Su had an upset stomach at that time? Lu Yun bombarded him with a series of questions. Seeing Liao Shi frozen in place, she continued. The demon from the underground casino said, before dying, that she had seen high-ranking members of the Three Life sect during the hotel ambush. Chun Su was with you until the end, and those two demons didn't dare to kill him. The same logic applies to Nanyang County. To allow those two demons to exert their abilities, he deliberately did not participate in the task. So do you understand now? I made myself clear enough. Liaoshi was pressed down on the table like a wilted eggplant, silent. Lu Yun sighed and waved his hand, instructing them to take Liao Shi and Ping Yili away. They absolutely could not be released until it was confirmed that they were truly unrelated to the Sanxing sect. Meanwhile, in Jianyang City, the northern suburbs. The northern suburbs of Jianyang City are adjacent to a mountain. Many years ago, to fend off enemy airstrikes, an air raid shelter was built here. But with the end of the war, this concealed shelter was abandoned. Now, it is overgrown with weeds, and the path is no longer visible. Without someone to guide, even standing 100 meters from the entrance, one would not see where it is. The entrance is sealed with a thick iron door. A figure looks around, confirming that no one else is following, and then opens the iron door, slipping into the darkness. In the shadows, the sound of another person's footsteps is heard. Long time no see, Chinjai Sai. Biological Investigation Bureau, Underground, Level 3. Oh, what brings you two down here? You must be here for a little adventure, right? With that outfit, you must be from the Field Operations Department? Why are you wearing handcuffs? Welcome to hell. Liao Shi and Ping Yi Li were escorted to the third level, where cannibals and humans were held. Along the way, they passed by numerous cells, and many onlookers leaned against the bars, shouting and causing a commotion, spitting in the direction of the two and cursing at them. Several guards quickly surrounded them, wielding electric batons to poke back the most unruly offenders one by one. The people in the cells quieted down somewhat, but various insults and vulgarities still occasionally came from all directions. This is your cell. Liaoshi was pushed into a dark small room. The iron door was closed. Hiranoya continued walking forward for a while and stopped at the door of another room, which was also locked. It was a single room. Although there were 4 beds in total, there were no other prisoners. It was estimated that Liao Shi was in a similar situation. The two of them were separated from others, as those locked up here were basically all related to the Sanxing sect, and they would not be allowed to communicate with other prisoners until the interrogation period was over. The last time she was here, she was locking up others, and in the blink of an eye, she had become the one being imprisoned. Liao Shi stared at the prison uniform on his lap, his expression dim. Chun Su, is it really you? Liao Shi was very confused. He was reluctant to believe it, but what Lu Yun said made some sense. In the other cell, Hiranoya had already changed into the prison uniform and comfortably laid down on a bed. This imprisonment felt more like a vacation for her. Far away at the Zedong housekeeping company, one of the upper strings, Chun Ran, suddenly heard Hiranoya's voice in her mind. I'm here, original. Chun Ran responded. I've encountered a situation here. I'll leave everything to you for the time being. Don't contact me for now. Keep a close watch on the Sanxing sect. Okay. In just a few words, Hiranoya's voice disappeared. Lying on the bed, Hiranoya looked at the ceiling, feeling quite chaotic inside as she thought about how to handle her phone. When she was checked earlier, the staff took away her phone as a suspect. All the contents of her phone would inevitably be examined. This was something she had just thought of. She had the contact information for everyone in the 12 ghost months, mainly for their means of contacting her, since not everyone could use blood demon art to directly transmit their voice into a designated person's mind. Although the others hadn't been exposed, and even if they were checked, nothing could be found, it was different for Upper String 5, Lu Manhe. Her public identity as the owner of the Zedong housekeeping company had already caught the attention of the Investigation Bureau. Hiranoya had no reason to have her contact information. Once discovered, her relationship with the company would be exposed. Lu Yun also knew that besides the undercover agents from Sansheng Jiao, there were also company personnel in the bureau. Things were getting complicated. A way to divert their attention needed to be thought of. After confirming that there were no guards near the cell, a pool of black liquid appeared at Hiranoya's feet, quickly engulfing her and making her disappear from sight. Evidence room, there was only one guard here, and in his blind spot, a shadow of black flashed by. In a file room filled with iron racks, a pool of black liquid gradually flowed out from the gaps in the tiles, quickly covering the floor, and Hiranoya's figure emerged from it. Looking around, the small file room was filled with iron racks, each piled with various pieces of evidence marked with numbers. After taking a turn, she found an object with the strongest cannibalistic aura and stopped. It was a somewhat rusty hammer with a wooden handle that had some cracks. One end stained with dried blood, likely from a cannibal, probably left behind during a struggle with a human. However, it didn't matter who the hammer's owner was. What mattered was that it could be used by Hiranoya. There was no need to tamper with her own phone, as that would raise suspicion. If something went wrong with someone else's belongings that caused her phone to be rendered useless, she wouldn't be suspected. Blood demon technique, shadow beast. She pointed her fingertips at the hammer, and a wisp of black shadow entwined around the hammer's body. Faint beast-like sounds faintly audible. Putting the hammer back in its original place, Hiranoya returned to the black water space and disappeared between the gaps in the floor. The head of the evidence room pushed in a small cart, filled with the evidence that had just been counted and marked, now needing to be placed in its proper position. This work was monotonous. Every day involved counting, cleaning, and registering these items. He could only handle these objects, but had no right to know the details of the cases. Therefore, his only pleasure was to stare blankly at one piece of evidence and make up stories based on its characteristics. The items stored here range from the commonplace to the bizarre, like a stone from the roadside, a few seeds, bloody fragments of brick, a poison cup, knives, phones, homemade pistols, and diaries. Today, the small cart didn't have much on it. The only interesting items were 2 mobile phones. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with them. Rather, it was about their owners. He heard from other staff that both of these phones belonged to employees of the Bureau, and he didn't know what mistake had landed them in the basement. Humming a little tune, he categorized and placed various objects on the available spaces of the iron racks. The head of the department paused in confusion, sticking his head through the gaps in the racks to take a look. He had vaguely heard some noise just now. Who is it? After hearing another rustling sound, he confirmed the direction of the noise and walked deeper into the evidence room, thinking that there should be no one else here. Indeed, there was no one else. Upon arriving at the place where the sound came from, he found only an empty corridor with iron racks on both sides piled with miscellaneous items. Strange. The head of the department scratched the back of his head, about to turn and leave when he heard another strange noise. What is that? After confirming it wasn't a figment of his imagination, he followed the sound along the racks, quickly locking his gaze on a small hammer. The surface of that small hammer was wrapped in a faint black mist, and the animal-like growls were also coming from it. Furrowing his brow, the head of the evidence room was responsible for all the items here, and he didn't recall this thing being here. Items like this should be with the research department for study. When was it brought in? How strange. Thinking this, he reached out to take it to the research department. The once calm black mist seemed to sense the presence of a person, rapidly dispersing and expanding. This sudden change startled the head of the department, causing him to retract his hand and take 2 steps back, hiding behind the iron rack and peering out to observe. The black mist quickly solidified, settling on the ground and transforming into a strange creature, resembling a cow but with a fierce appearance, lacking the gentle demeanor of ordinary cattle. Its head was pure white, seemingly just bones, with 2 stout long horns standing on either side. Its body is black as ink, surrounded by swirling black mist. The creature looked as if it had just awakened, turning its head to survey the surroundings. But the 2 long horns swept down a whole array of items from the iron rack. The head of the department had never seen such a scene. A monster resembling a cow emerging from a broken hammer? Who would believe that if he told anyone? If it weren't for his years of experience working in the Bureau and having seen many strange things, he would have thought it was a ghost and probably died of fright. The creature seemed very agitated. The cramped space was too small for its large body. With a roar, it swung its body, and a row of iron racks collapsed like dominoes, revealing the head of the department hiding behind. The man and the beast locked eyes, and the room fell into an eerily silent state. Hiss! 2 jets of hot air burst from the monster's bovine nose, and its hooves scraped against the ground, producing a dull thud. Its thick tail flicked back and forth impatiently. The person in charge swallowed and trembled as he moved towards the door. This monster did not seem friendly at all, at least those glowing red eyes did not. The monster noticed the supervisor's fear, let out a roar, and charged at him with its head down, its long horns aimed directly at the supervisor's vulnerable abdomen. If one of those horns pierced him, it was likely his intestines would be pushed out through his back. Unable to contain his terror any longer, the supervisor screamed and turned to flee, not caring whether he would step on the evidence scattered on the ground. Nothing was more important than his life. The monster did not care either. Crashing through everything in its path, the iron frame between them was deformed and shattered. Larger items were smashed to pieces, and smaller ones were trampled into pulp by the hooves. The supervisor, hearing the clattering sounds rapidly approaching from behind, wished he had 10 legs to run faster. He had never felt the evidence room was so large. A slight turn of his head revealed 2 bullhorns aiming at him, and a pitch-black monster was eagerly charging towards him. This was it. His intestines were going to be pushed out from the front. Just the thought of that image made him want to run on all 4s. He dashed out of the evidence room, turned to lock the door, but collided face first with the monster. The half-closed alloy door was pushed outward by the brute force from within, and the supervisor was knocked to the ground by the tremendous impact. His shoulder that had braced against the door shattered. The monster, taken aback by the strength of the door, stumbled back a few steps, shaking its head and letting out a low growl. Fortunately, people passing by heard the commotion from the evidence room and had already gathered at the door, although they were startled by the sudden appearance of the monster. Some quick-thinking individuals rushed forward to push the door. The others quickly reacted and hurried over to brace against the alloy door, locking it securely from the outside. The monster inside regained its composure and charged at the door again, nearly knocking over those holding it. They rubbed their sore spots and quickly changed positions to hold it steady. Many others took the opportunity to find heavy objects and pile them at the alloy door, allowing those holding the door to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After a few more collisions, the monster realized it could not break through, roaring in anger and thrashing about inside to vent its frustration. The evidence room supervisor, whose shoulder blade had been shattered, was swiftly carried away by medical staff, and a group of fully armed personnel gathered around. They were feeling quite exhausted. First, the research department's experimental subjects went berserk, and now an unknown monster appeared in the evidence room. What would happen next? After repeatedly confirming that the locked monster was not lying in wait at the door, the team leader waved his hand, and one of the team members opened the large door. Two team members holding shields rushed in first, followed closely by others with guns. Inside the room, it was like setting off fireworks. Flashes of fire lit up as bullets rained down on the monster. Who knows how many shots it could withstand? So they opted for a saturation attack. The monster wailed as it was hit by a volley of bullets, retreating further back into the corner. Seeing that the monster was feeling pain and the bullets were having an effect, the team leader abandoned the idea of using heavy firepower. Stop! At the command, everyone ceased firing. The monster, now cornered, was down but still gasping for breath, its fierce eyes glaring at the soldiers who approached. What was this thing? It didn't look like a ghoul. Was it an experimental subject from the research department? Impossible. They hadn't reported this to us during the suppression. Inject it with anesthesia. While it's still alive, send it to the research department. A few people gathered around to discuss, and one brave soul poked the monster's pitch-black body with the tip of a gun, but the texture felt unlike flesh. As they were discussing, the monster let out a mournful howl, its head drooping and completely still, the red light in its eyes fading, its body gradually dissipating into wisps of black mist, quickly leaving no trace behind. So, this is the whole story of what happened in the evidence room yesterday. In the director's office, Lu Yun rubbed her temples lightly, and the three people sitting across the table nodded in response. One of them, with a splint, was the supervisor of the evidence room, while the one in the middle was the team leader who killed the monster. A broken hammer that had been in the evidence room for over half a year suddenly produced a monster. Do you think anything was discovered during the inspection? Sitting on the other side, the research staff member adjusted his glasses and said, I found a report from the inspection of the items at that time. Although some ghoul blood was extracted, its potency wasn't sufficient to activate the blood curse technique, and moreover, the ghoul from that case was already dead. However, we can't rule out the possibility that residual blood on the hammer activated the blood curse technique due to some unknown factors. There is still limited research in this area. Stop, you're rambling about things I don't understand. Lu Yun raised her hand to stop his incessant talking and continued, in summary. It cannot be determined whether this incident was caused by human actions or due to the evidence not being properly handled, right? Yes, the research staff member nodded. But it is undoubtedly a product of the blood curse technique. Instrument tests revealed a significant amount of residual traces of the blood curse technique in the evidence room. Lu Yun nodded. This aligned with her assumptions. If that monster was a brand new enemy, the Biological Investigation Bureau would have a lot on their hands. However, this attack was truly absurd. It should have been triggered by coincidence because there were no escape incidents in the third-level prison or the fourth-level living community. And it was a fantasy for outside ghouls to enter the Investigation Bureau unless they could become invisible. What about the losses? Lu Yun flipped through the report in front of her, feeling a headache coming on. The vast majority of items were damaged to varying degrees. We are still counting the exact numbers. The repair work is expected to be quite challenging and will take months to complete. Prioritize the unresolved cases and take your time with the already concluded evidence. After arranging the follow-up work, the three of them left the office one after another. Lu Yun walked alone to the window, gazing at the tall buildings in the distance, her brow furrowed. The Three Life Sect, the Wisteria Housekeeping Company, the third-party ghouls on the highway in Nanyang County. She had a premonition, whether it was an illusion or not. The recent dire situation in Jianyang City was only going to worsen. Note, I've been busy again recently. Sorry everyone, the update speed has slowed down again. But I'll try my best not to delay updates. When reason is weak, anger grows strong. In the outskirts of Jianyang City, an abandoned air raid shelter. The leader is back. Xiaochun, I heard you got the stuff? In a room, a man turned to look at Chinsu. I got it. Chinsu took out a hollow glass tube, the thickness of a thumb, from his pocket, filled with a viscous liquid. It was the experimental reagent for the Bureau's catfish project. The man known as the Master breathed heavily, stepping around the table and taking the glass tube from Chinsu's hand, raising it above his head to examine it closely under the light. Great, with this, we can complete that plan. Master, do the people over there still refuse my request? Chinsu's gaze was cold. He no longer resembled the naive figure he had been at the Bureau, clearly transformed, or perhaps this was his true self. The Master nodded and replied, the human you is more useful than the transformed version, not to mention that transformation has a failure rate. Chinsu did not respond, lowering his head, lost in thought. The Master, immersed in joy, did not pay much attention and carefully placed the glass tube into an insulated box before ordering Chinsu to leave. After Chinsu left, the Master took out his phone and dialed a number. You can prepare the car. At the Zitong Housekeeping Company, Chun Ran quickly began investigating after receiving news from Hiranoya. With the company's investigative resources, it was relatively easy, and she soon learned about recent events at the Bureau, including Hiranoya's covert destruction of evidence. Once this line was cut, unless both sides exposed themselves, the Bureau would not be able to uncover the relationship between Hiranoya and the company. Without concerns, they could instead proceed with their plans vigorously. Meanwhile, far away, before dawn, Zhang Peng parked his car under an office building, sitting inside with a bird's nest of messy hair, nibbling on bread. He was from the Zitong Housekeeping Company, recently hired to monitor someone's movements. The target appeared to be an employee of the sanitation company, but was actually a member of a church called the Three Life Religion. Strangely, many tasks over the past 6 months had been related to this Three Life Religion, and he didn't know what the company was focused on. However, that didn't concern Zhang Peng. He only cared about how much he could earn from a job and completing his work, leaving any extra matters aside. Due to work reasons, the sanitation company had an earlier start time than other units, and employees were already entering the gate, mostly older individuals. These employees were coming to change into sanitation uniforms and were not the focus of Zhang Peng's surveillance. After about 10 more minutes, Zhang Peng finished his bread when a man in a suit walked toward the entrance. Zhang Peng perked up, putting on the headphones he had placed in the passenger seat. Soon, footsteps were heard through the headphones, followed by the sound of the door lock opening. He grabbed his laptop, opened the screen, and clicked a few times with the mouse. A black and white image flickered a few times before stabilizing, showing a single-person office. This was a miniature camera Zhang Peng had painstakingly installed in the target's office days ago, hidden at the top of a bookshelf behind the target. A place hard to reach even with a stool, and it hadn't been cleaned in a long time, so he wasn't worried about it being discovered. After monitoring for so long, there was finally an anomaly last night. The target respectfully answered a phone call. The specific content was unknown, but the target's tone was indeed suspicious, feeling more like a conversation between a servant and a master than between a leader and a subordinate. Perhaps it was a bit exaggerated, but that level of respect and admiration was unmistakable. It was hard not to associate this phone call with someone from the Three Life Religion. From the footage coming from the office, the target had just sat down when he picked up the phone on the desk and held it to his ear. Hello, how's the vehicle maintenance going? No problems, good. I received notification that we need 6 dust suppression spray vehicles soon. Yes, no drivers needed, just the vehicles in place. Okay, goodbye. The conversation ended, and Zhang Peng, hiding in the car, stared at the screen without blinking, afraid to miss a word. Fortunately, he heard everything and could guess the content of the conversation on the other end. Dust suppression spray vehicles? 6 of them? On ordinary days, one can often see these vehicles cruising down the main road. The huge fans at the back blow mist to the roadside to suppress the dust suspended in the air, ensuring air quality. I took out my phone to check the weather forecast. The recent PM levels were normal, and there were no severe weather warnings. It had been a week of sunny weather with moderate temperatures, so there was no reason for a demand for such vehicles. Since that phone call last night, all actions related to the target have been suspicious, especially this behavior that is completely inexplicable. After repeatedly confirming that I hadn't overlooked anything, I directly sent the recorded footage back to the company headquarters. This news quickly elevated in priority and was soon handed to Lu Manha. Upon seeing the content, Lu Manhe had a rough guess. It was normal that others in the company were unaware, but everyone in the 12 Ghost Month knew what had recently happened in the investigation bureau. An undercover agent from the Three Life sect had stolen a trial reagent for the horizontal fish project from the investigation bureau. The only function of that thing was to transform humans into ghoul-like creatures. If these 6 mist-dusting vehicles were requisitioned by the Three Life sect, then what they were planning was truly terrifying. Lu Manhe didn't dare to delay. She hurriedly took the elevator upstairs to find Chun Ran. After Pinji, Li went missing. Chun Ran naturally took over all decision-making authority. Although Chun Ran had been busy with everything before, after reviewing the intelligence, her perpetually expressionless face showed a rare hint of worry, which quickly vanished, replaced by a shadow of gloom. The original had always prevented us from casually transforming humans, striving to suppress the growth of ghouls, fearing that an excessive number would escalate the covert conflict between the two races into an overt full-scale war. The actions of the Three Life sect were completely contrary to our principles. 100 years ago in Neon Country, it was quickly approaching such a situation. Lu Manhe echoed, then asked, as far as I know, doesn't the Three Life sect have ways to transform humans? They also control quite a few ghouls. Why go through the trouble of stealing ghost blood from the investigation bureau? Isn't it more convenient to draw their own blood? According to the current intelligence, 99 of the Three Life sect's ghouls were 3rd tier or below. Even if they drained all their blood, it wouldn't be enough to dilute for the 6 vehicles. Those transformed would hardly be called ghouls. Chun Ran paused and continued. The horizontal fish project from the investigation bureau is different. Its products are all near 1st tier. Although their auras are chaotic, they're significantly stronger than ordinary waste. Even the diluted blood could probably transform into 4th tier or even 3rd tier. The higher tier ones. The Three Life sect has them too. I remember there were near 1st tier ones before. Then I don't know what they're calculating. First, let us inform the investigation bureau about this news and see how they plan to respond. Okay, keep a close watch on the Three Life sect. Don't make any mistakes. I don't want to be blamed by the original for any errors. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Peng lingered a bit longer downstairs at the sanitation company. The target in the footage showed no further unusual movements, and soon a message came from the company. The surveillance mission was paused, and the known intelligence was delivered here, allowing him to identify himself. Following that, a location was provided. Since the higher-ups had arranged this, Zhang Peng no longer hesitated, started his car, and turned towards the designated direction. At a large courtyard, a fully armed guard stood at the entrance kiosk. Zhang Peng hesitated for a moment, confirming the indicated location was correct, and then steeled himself to drive up to the entrance. The guard approached, eyeing Zhang Peng warily, one hand signaling him to stop while the other tightly gripped his gun. Is there something wrong? The guard gave a standard salute and walked up to the car window. Hello, I'm here to deliver something. What is it? Who's it for? What's your name? The soldier fired off a series of questions. Zhang Peng felt a bit awkward being interrogated. It wasn't convenient to show him the intelligence. However, thinking quickly, since the company had just allowed him to identify himself, why be low-key? I'm an employee of the Wisteria Housekeeping Company, and I have important intelligence to deliver to your leader. You must be mistaken. Are we in a spy movie? Intelligence? The soldier chuckled, pointing at the sign at the courtyard entrance, saying word by word, look carefully, Biological Investigation Bureau. This is a research institution for precious wildlife. If you're delivering intelligence, you should go to another place. Zhang Peng was also confused and took out his phone to check the task location from his superiors. It was indeed this place. Was there perhaps another entrance? Or a password? Brother, the location I received is definitely here. Please check with your leader. The intelligence I have is very important. Seeing that Zhang Peng looked serious, as if he really wasn't in the wrong place, the soldier nodded and returned to the kiosk to make a phone call. In less than 2 minutes, the soldier came out again, saluted Zhang Peng, and said, you are allowed to enter, but apart from necessary items, other belongings cannot be brought inside. Before entering the building, I need to conduct a body search. Please cooperate. Okay. Although puzzled, Zhang Peng agreed to the soldier's request. After all, he had no weapons on him, and the only valuable thing was a broken phone, so he thought he might as well let them search. A broken research institution still required guards and body searches. Was this really a place for precious wildlife protection and investigation? After some hassle, Zhang Peng finally entered the building. A person saw Zhang Peng and immediately came over, leading him to the director's office. After laying out all the recent findings, he left. It was clear that he had completed this task well. Both the company and the investigation bureau personnel were anxious after hearing it. although he didn't see the reactions of the company's higher-ups. He guessed they were probably just as shocked as the director of the investigation bureau. It's just 6 mist-dusting vehicles. It's not like we mobilized 6 tanks. What's the big fuss? Zhang Peng shook his head as he sat back in the car, preparing to head home for a good sleep. The past few days of surveillance had been exhausting. Little did he know that these 6 mist-dusting vehicles would soon almost turn Jianyang City into a real ghost town. In the Biological Investigation Bureau, several individuals who appear to be leaders were gathered around a table, all with serious expressions. The room was filled with smoke, and the ashtray on the table was stuffed with cigarette butts, indicating that this group had been sitting here for a long time. I say we absolutely cannot allow this. One middle-aged man slammed his hand on the coffee table and shouted, "Since we know what the Three Life sect intends to do, what reason do we have not to act?" "I also agree with Minister Li," said a woman sitting on one side. "If we don't stop them, and they really use mist to transform a large number of pedestrians, Jianyang City will be finished." Another man snorted coldly and adjusted his glasses. The Three Life sect must have prepared for this operation for a long time. Do you think that if we act rashly now, it won't alert them? And what might they do in response? For a moment, no one responded. It was precisely because they couldn't think of the Three Life sect's specific counterattack that this meeting had dragged on for so long. I say we should maintain the status quo and pretend we don't know their plan. Let them fill the mist-dusting vehicles with the reagents. Then we can catch them red-handed. And by then, we can control the reagents, and they won't be able to stir up any waves. Easier said than done. How many ghouls do you think are secretly protecting those vehicles? And what tiers are they? A few can be killed, can't they? The field department will handle it properly. One of the people laughed at their companion's words with a tone of sarcasm. "So all my people in the field department are gods, huh? You old Zhang. In the logistics department, eat and drink well every day, sitting in the office doing nothing, while my subordinates almost suffer casualties in every mission. Just talking about the previous hotel ambush, we nearly all died. Why do you have to let them take this risk?" Seeing the ministers of the field and logistics departments at odds, glaring at each other, the minister of the research department quickly stood up to mediate. "Everyone, let's sit down and talk slowly. Recently, my research department has developed some new tools, and if the field department needs anything in this mission, I will fully cooperate to ensure that the casualty rate is minimized." The minister of the field department glanced back and sat down on the sofa. "We haven't even fought against the Three Life sect yet, and we're already fighting amongst ourselves at home. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Lu Yun's cold voice entered everyone's ears, and everyone immediately shut their mouths. After a pause, seeing the previous expressions of defiance fade away, she signaled to continue the meeting. "Regardless of which response method we choose, the field department will fully cooperate, but there will be significant impacts on manpower and combat capability." She looked around and saw some people still didn't understand. So she added, "Yesterday, an undercover agent from the field department escaped, and all members of Group C and F are now on the suspicion list, currently locked in the 3rd underground level. How significant is the impact? We need to assess. About 20 to 30%. They are currently some of the few experienced officers in the field department with similar levels of ghost combat experience, and they all have kill records. Although the field department has recruited many newcomers in the past 6 months, they're still just newcomers." Many people present frowned. 30% seems small, but it's actually quite exaggerated. Saying that the field department is seriously injured might be an exaggeration, but it's not far from it. They only heard that someone was caught by the Bureau yesterday, but didn't know the impact was this significant. Do I need to apply for military assistance? Lu Yun had a rough idea in her mind. This operation was not a trivial matter and allowed for no mistakes or carelessness. That would be perfect, but they can only be responsible for crowd evacuation and vigilance. Professionals are more suitable for dealing with ghosts. Having too many of them would only complicate things. No problem. I'll coordinate with them. Now the most pressing issue is whether we should resolve when we will take action. Those in favor of an early ambush, raise your hands. 3 hands were raised. Those in favor of ambushing on the day of the Three Life sex operation, raise your hands. 3 hands were raised, and people looked at each other, resulting in a tie. Unanimously, the 6 ministers turned their gazes to Lu Yun, the director. Lu Yun felt overwhelmed by the 6 pairs of eyes. Her decision could significantly affect the future of Jianyang City, and she couldn't imagine the consequences of a wrong choice. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, everyone remained silent, and Lu Yun sat there like a statue. The room was eerily quiet, the atmosphere oppressive. The future of Jianyang City would be decided by the 7 people present. It was a high-stakes gamble, a bet on the lives of millions. Lu Yun took a deep breath. Her gaze firmed, and she found her answer. "Everyone." Lu Yun slightly opened her mouth and continued, word by word. Let's ambush on the day of the three-life sex operation. Taking action early brings too many variables. If we fail to eliminate the three-life sect completely because of it, the retaliation we face will only become more frenzied. With this statement, those who previously opposed her fell silent. As the director, Liu Yun had the final say in all matters. Director, I have another question. What? It's about the credibility of this intelligence. Those guys in the company are definitely up to no good. Another minister sitting beside him chuckled and patted the other's shoulder. Old Li, you're overthinking it. The people from the company have no reason to lie to you about this. Ever since we reached a cooperation, everyone in the company has been prohibited from leaving the city. Right now, we are all in the same boat. The benefits and drawbacks are the same. Rather than dealing with it alone, it's better to involve us. Liu Yun nodded in agreement, but this also reminded her that with the current manpower shortage, she could call upon many people from the Wisteria housekeeping company. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Any other questions? Yes, regarding the Hengongyu project. The Minister of the Research Department said solemnly, at this point in the project, only 3 test subjects remain alive, 007, 018, and 041. A 3 success rate? Strictly speaking, 041 is not considered success. The Minister of the Research Department interjected. That disgusting mass of flesh was created due to an overdose of the agent and cannot be considered a qualified product. At least that thing has enough vitality and can't distinguish between friend and foe. It can cause a lot of trouble for the three-life sect. Let's bring it over when the time comes, but do not activate 041 unless absolutely necessary. Understood. The Minister of the Research Department nodded, thinking of the size of 041, which was about the size of a small swimming pool, and felt a headache coming on. Air transport will be difficult, and it would probably need to be dragged over in a container. In addition, there was another issue that needed to be resolved, which was the exact time and location for the three-life sect to use the spray vehicle. It is unlikely to happen during the day because the cannibals cannot directly contact sunlight, whether it's deployment or the survival rate after use. Both would be greatly reduced. At night, these factors do not need to be considered. However, the streets at night have very few pedestrians, and it may take a long time to convert a sufficient number of cannibals. Therefore, we need to find a densely populated area. The spray vehicle must explode in the crowd like a bomb. The commercial street is the only option. Throughout the city, it has the highest foot traffic at all times. Once the agent is sprayed here, the spread of the cannibals will be as rapid as that of zombies. The Wisteria housekeeping company would not hide the matter of the three-life sect from the Investigation Bureau, and similarly, the Investigation Bureau had no need to conceal the operation from the company. El Manha quickly received the results of the Investigation Bureau's meeting. Stay put and wait for the opportunity. Since the Investigation Bureau is not in a hurry, there is no need for them to be either. For the next few days, they just needed to keep an eye on those 6 vehicles. In an instant, all 3 parties entered an unprecedented silence. For the next few days, the city's cannibals and three-life sect followers disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Ordinary people, unaware of the situation, felt nothing. Students went to school. Workers went to work, repeating yesterday's mundane routine as usual. They didn't know that this was a significant moment of peace for many before their deaths. 3 days after the dust suppression vehicle was deployed, at 7 in the evening, Zhang Peng continued his surveillance mission. Although the target remained in the office diligently approving documents, he occasionally raised his arm to check the time. This aroused Zhang Peng's suspicion. After so many days of monitoring, he had never seen the target so anxious to leave work. It must be something else. Sure enough, about half an hour later, the target took out his phone and typed a line of text, sending it to someone. Zhang Peng squinted for a long time, but couldn't make out the specific content. The pixel quality of the pinhole camera was indeed limited. His fingers quickly clicked on his laptop, splitting the screen in 2. One half displayed the target's office, while the other half showed the garage where the vehicles were parked. This second camera had been added yesterday. On the screen, a dirty garbage truck drove into the garage, turning and disappearing into the camera's blind spot. Fortunately, it didn't block the 6 spray vehicles. Zhang Peng rubbed his sore neck, reclined the seat back, and comfortably stretched while keeping a half-hearted watch on the surveillance. Just then, the target pulled out his phone again, typing another message to send. Zhang Peng sat up suddenly, rummaging through some clutter until he finally found his phone. He accessed his contacts and dialed his superior's number. The target's behavior had shown several anomalies tonight, so it was crucial to report immediately. However, the moment the phone rang, the other party cut off the call directly. Within seconds, a long message came through. All tasks canceled. Stop all current work. Do not return to headquarters for now. Maintain silence externally, and do not contact anyone in any way. Zhang Peng read his superior's reply with confusion, scratching his messy hair, feeling a bit angry. He had spent over half a month monitoring the target, and now that he finally had important intelligence, he was told the mission was canceled. It was like studying hard for a semester only to be told all exams were canceled at the end. What a joke. Though he was unwilling in his heart, his body obeyed, and Zhang Peng began to organize the notes, photos, and charging cables that were piled in the car. The screen flickered, and a dirty garbage truck passed by. This raised Zhang Peng's alertness. At this time, there shouldn't have been any vehicles returning. Moreover, what was even stranger was that the target was still sitting in the office working overtime, with the documents on the desk showing no signs of decreasing. About 10 minutes later, the target took out his phone again, typing out another message and sending it. Zhang Peng realized something and quickly leaned over to grab his gun from the passenger seat. What he was watching was no longer real-time surveillance, but a looped recording that had already played 3 times. At least, he had been watching for nearly 40 minutes. What had happened during those 40 minutes was unknown, but it was enough for the target and the 6 spray vehicles to relocate elsewhere. What did they realize they were being monitored? Today? Or had they known from the very beginning? There was no time to think further. Zhang Peng prepared to return to the company to explain to his superior in person. Since the other party could silently disable his surveillance, was the mission cancellation announced by his superior really from his superior? The more he thought, the more fear gripped Zhang Peng, sending chills down his spine. He started the car, ready to turn around. Turn off the engine. Start the engine. Turn off the engine. Where are you planning to go, handsome? 3 knocks came from the car window, and a woman with curly hair, looking to be in her 30s, was smiling outside. What do you want? Zhang Peng was startled and discreetly aimed his gun at the woman through the window. Get out of the car. We need to talk. Why should I get out? Zhang Peng looked around through the car mirror. Since it got dark, there had been no one around, and now he could only see the curly-haired woman. While speaking, he attempted to start the car again. Don't bother. It won't start. What did you do? The curly-haired woman didn't respond, reaching out to tug at the car door. Open it. Impossible. The woman laughed lightly, seemingly unconcerned. She turned and whistled. A shadow flashed outside the car, and a burly man appeared. What the hell? Zhang Peng was alarmed. He was sure he hadn't mistaken it. The burly man had appeared out of nowhere. At this speed, even a leopard couldn't catch up. Before he could snap back to reality, he heard the piercing sound of metal breaking beside his ear. The night wind rushed into the car, and a large hand like a steel clamp grabbed Zhang Peng by the back of his neck, tossing him to the ground like a chick. Pain shot through him, and his handgun was thrown aside. However, this jolt brought Zhang Peng back to his senses. He rolled and crawled to grab his gun. A foot stepped on the back of his hand, the sharp heel piercing through his flesh. Zhang Peng screamed, raising his head. His bloodshot eyes filled with anger as he glared at the curly-haired woman above him. Under the streetlight, her eyes were a pair of crimson vertical pupils, not resembling anything human. It felt as if something was blocking his throat, making even breathing sluggish. If you cooperate, you could have lived a little longer. Sorry, handsome. The curly-haired woman's voice carried a hint of deliberate regret, her eyes revealing mockery. Good night. As her words fell, Zhang Peng felt a rush of wind on the right side of his head. He caught a glimpse of a shadow before everything went black. The curly-haired woman pulled out the high heel stuck in the corpse's hand, taking out a piece of paper from her small bag to wipe the blood off the other shoe's tip. Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Not letting him send the message back, will it really not affect the church's plans? The burly man said in a deep voice. The curly-haired woman casually tossed the crumpled paper onto the corpse. Don't worry, they know it's only a matter of time. After all, the commotion won't be small, and the later they find out, the harder it will be for them to discover, which is more advantageous for us, right? In the darkness, 6 figures slowly emerged. You guys finally made it from the church. I thought you were too scared to come. What a joke. How could I miss such a lively event? A short-haired man said excitedly, rubbing his hands. The church really put in a lot of effort this time, gathering all 8 of us in the first tier together. The burly man who had been with the curly-haired woman scanned the others and said, Now that we're all here, let us stop chatting and keep an eye on the spray vehicles. The main business is urgent. The only old woman said with her hands behind her back. Everyone nodded in agreement and instantly disappeared into the street, leaving behind a disfigured corpse. A taxi drove through the deserted street. The driver yawned. There were hardly any passengers in the northern district today, so he thought it would be better to head home early to rest and spend time with his wife and kids. His home was a bit out of the way, near the sanitation company, which was even more deserted. Listening to the radio in the car, the host was half-heartedly warming up for a concert happening tonight, apparently featuring a big star in the XC district. It was boring, so the driver reached to change the channel. At that moment, a figure appeared in the middle of the road under the headlights. The driver was startled and quickly pulled his hand back, slamming on the brakes. Managing to stop just in time. Trembling, he lit a cigarette, cursing as he opened the car door and stepped out. Damn it, which drunkard is this? It's only this early and he's already in this state. He almost dropped the cigarette he had just lit, the glowing tip landing on the ground at the same moment as his rear end. But the figure ahead was not a drunken person. It was clearly a corpse with a tragic appearance. The driver screamed and stumbled back into the taxi, trembling as he called the police. The body was found less than 100 meters from the sanitation company, which was just a street away from the nearest police station. Less than 10 minutes after the call ended, a flashing police car stopped in front of him. You call the police? 2 officers got out of the car, noticing the taxi with its hazard lights on and a man sitting on a roadside. It's me. There's a dead person lying there. The driver pointed quickly. The 2 officers were experienced and quickly set up a cordon to check. The older officer frowned. This wound doesn't look like it was self-inflicted or from a car accident. It looks more like it was smashed by something like a baseball bat. This was problematic. They initially thought it wouldn't be a difficult case, so they hadn't sent many people. Should I go call for more people? The younger officer asked, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yeah, wait a second. The older officer nodded, suddenly remembering something, and quickly called the younger officer back. What's wrong, sir? Did you find something? Is the new equipment from the bureau in the car? I'll check. The younger officer ran a few steps to the police car, opened the trunk, and started rummaging through it. After a while, he found a not very large briefcase. He respectfully ran back to hand it to the older officer, curious. What's this, sir? I'm not sure what it does, the older officer said, looking at the words Biological Investigation Bureau engraved in the middle of the briefcase. He opened the side latches, revealing a strange-looking instrument quietly resting inside. The leadership just said that if we encounter a homicide, remember to use this to take a look. Just as he spoke, the older officer turned on the device, and a beam of light hit the corpse, revealing a strange black shadow that abruptly appeared within the light's range. If we detect a shadow, maintain the scene. Report immediately. The younger officer noticed the bizarre phenomenon and momentarily lost his composure. What the hell? Quickly report. 5 minutes later, at the Biological Investigation Bureau, the previously quiet building suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm, and flashing red lights lit up every corridor. All personnel, attention. Enter Level 1 alert status. All on-duty field agents report immediately. The announcement repeated over the hallway speakers as everyone prepared their weapons. The head of the field department rushed in, looking serious. What happened, Chief? A corpse has been found in front of the sanitation company. It looks like a murder. The agent was stunned. It wasn't like they were under Level 1 alert because of this. Next to the sanitation company, it seemed there was a monitoring staff member from the 3 Life cult. It can't be. It must be tonight. Lu Yun received the news from the local police station at the first opportunity. After confirming multiple times that the other party had not received any information about monitoring personnel and could not contact them, he glanced at his watch. It was already 8:10 p.m. Damn! Lu Yun slammed his fist on the table, causing ripples in the water of the cup. In the elevator, several members of the 12 Ghost Months, led by Chun Ran, looked serious. When did this happen? If it was when the spray vehicles were taken. It has been at least half an hour. Lu Manha lowered her head, not daring to breathe. No one responded, leaving only the humming sound of the elevator. It's useless to say anything now. Everyone from now on searched the entire city. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find those 6 spray vehicles. Lu Manha, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Chun Ran said in a deep voice. Keep in touch with the Investigation Bureau and make sure they are not slacking off. If there is another problem this time, I'll kill you in place of the original. Lu Manha stiffened as she left the elevator, obediently nodding her head. The strength of the first string was enough to deal with her as easily as beating up a primary school student. If she had known it would develop into this, she would have sent 2 more people to keep an eye on the 3 Life call from the start. On this seemingly peaceful night, some people were unable to remain calm. All ways out of the city were urgently sealed off, highways were closed, and all flights at the airport were halted, whether coming in or going out. In just 10 minutes, the entire Jiangyang city had turned into an isolated island. Next came the military and police. Every road leading out of the city was tightly blocked, with rows of spike strips set up to intercept vehicles. Police cars with flashing red and blue lights occasionally sped through the streets, and even helicopters appeared in the sky, circling low over the city with searchlights. Such a large operation naturally caught the attention of many citizens. In an instant, the internet exploded. Various chat groups and social media platforms were flooded with related short videos and photos, and rumors ran rampant. Everything from a Third World War, alien invasions, zombie crises, to the capture of fugitives and military drills. Some even thought it was the apocalypse, frantically ranting on the streets, vandalizing and destroying things, only to be swiftly apprehended by passing police cars. However, this content was quickly suppressed, and all trending information shifted back to news about a certain superstar as commercial tour reaching its fourth stop. With headlines like most dedicated actor, even with a cut on his finger, he insists on performing. Time, 8:24 p.m. Inside the Biological Investigation Bureau, except for some necessary staff. Most have been deployed outside, scattered throughout the city, especially in the commercial street. Even at night, the crowd flow remained huge. The station field team vigilantly watched the nearby streets, ready to call for backup at the first sight of the spray vehicles. Meanwhile, two people stood beside a snack stall, their gaze fixed on the unaware field agents. These guys are really dumb, standing so brazenly at the intersection. Who would dare to drive the spray vehicles over? The burly man said. The curly-haired woman beside him smiled and crossed her arms. Standing like this is more advantageous for us. I'm worried they 1TC us. The burly man checked the time and asked, "What is going on? Are our people in position? Shall we start? Let's begin." Time, 8:30 p.m. It's been over half an hour since the people at the Biological Investigation Bureau received the alert, and the lockdown started about 20 minutes ago. However, there has been no movement from the Sansheng sect, while the Investigation Bureau is in a state of panic. Several calls have already been made from above to inquire about the situation with Liu Yun. Liu Yun is at a loss. Neither on the ground nor in the sky has anyone found a trace of the Sansheng sect, let alone those 6 sprayer vehicles. Though they considered checking road surveillance, they discovered that many cameras malfunctioned and showed distorted images when the Sansheng sect moved their vehicles, making it impossible to track their whereabouts. Everyone, at the west gate of Jianyang Amusement Park in the North District, 6 suspicious vehicles have been found. A specialist from Fieldwork Group, I said in the work group. They're all here? Wait, we're nearby. We'll rush over to assist. Stay close, act cautiously. Group B will arrive in about 10 minutes. Several groups in the chat quickly expressed their readiness. Half of the fieldwork teams are set to arrive in 10 minutes, initiating the first confrontation with the Sansheng sect tonight. At the west gate of Jianyang Amusement Park, several black vehicles stopped one after another. A group of fully armed individuals in black coats surrounded the entrance, glancing at each other. The ticket inspector and tourists stopped to watch. Where's Group I? After scanning the area, one of the specialists noticed that, aside from the 4 arriving groups, there was no sign of Group I. Could they be inside the amusement park? That doesn't make sense. How could they chase those large sprayer vehicles into the amusement park? If they forced their way in, how could there still be so many tourists calmly queuing for tickets? Group I, where are you? A specialist asked in the group chat, noticing the 4 support groups had already arrived at the west gate of the amusement park. Huh? Support? A Group I specialist replied, sounding confused. Aren't the 6 sprayer vehicles here? Where are you? We've been at the north gate of the amusement park. The view is much clearer here. The 4 support groups, bewildered, returned to their cars and drove to the north gate, where they indeed found all members of Group I, who were looking relaxed, showing no signs of having confronted the Sansheng sect. Group I, are you messing with us? Before the vehicle came to a complete stop, an irritable person opened the car door and rushed over. What the hell are you playing at? Are you sick? What is with your attitude? What attitude? Are you even serious? You brought us here under false pretenses. As they argued, the two began to shove each other. Stop fighting, a frantic specialist shouted, stamping his feet, nearly in tears. Fight! Beat him! Several other specialists yelled, their faces flushed, attracting curious gazes from nearby tourists. The two wrestled, exchanging punches without holding back, showing no intention of blocking, relying entirely on who could take more hits until one fell. Everyone was trained, and, after trading a few punches, they were left bruised and battered, with one person bleeding profusely from the nose. Wait, something's off, a voice called out among the ruckus. Are you all insane? What are you doing? A specialist squeezed through and pushed aside the one throwing punches, shouting. The pushed individual rolled twice on the ground, covered in dirt, glared up with a murderous look, ready to retaliate. What greeted him was a sharp slap. Have you lost your mind? I know you usually have a temper, but not like this. Many began to regain their senses and stop the commotion, lowering their raised hands. Indeed, The two fighting were usually quick-tempered but had good relationships. It shouldn't have escalated this far. More alarming was that instead of rushing to break it up, others stood by and watched. Something was wrong. Everyone felt it. The two who had been fighting also calmed down, realizing their odd behavior, and a sense of fear spread among them. We've all been affected. Several group leaders gathered around the two who were on the ground. Brother Tion, what is going on? One of the leaders asked Group IS leader. Brother Tion spat out a mouthful of blood, rubbed his sore chin, and looked at several phones displaying the work group chat, showing the very messages he had sent. Brother Tion widened his eyes in horror, quickly pulled out his phone, and exclaimed, I didn't send that message. Absolutely did not. Many began to wonder if Group I had deleted their chat records after sending the message, but that thought quickly faded. They believed someone was playing tricks on them. Now, everyone understood what had happened. Someone had deliberately deceived them. Damn it, Group I, you keep an eye on this side. We're pulling back. Contact us via video if anything happens. This can't be a fake. The four support groups immediately decided to turn and run toward their vehicles. Their proximity to Group I didn't mean they were close to the other teams. If this was a ploy by the Sansheng sect, any incident with the other three teams would be disastrous. Not daring to think further, the group leaders hurriedly used their phone cameras to verify their identities, ensuring the messages were genuinely sent by them, and quickly sent out the current intel. They soon received video responses from the other three groups, finally easing their anxious hearts. That was quick. The man with a buzz cut watched as several investigation bureau vehicles drove out of the north gate, revealing a disappointed expression. I thought it would take a few lives for them to notice. Looks like I need to hone my blood manipulation skills. The old woman beside him asked, What is next? We're done here. Notify the other side to prepare. Time, 9:00 p.m. Everyone's phones chimed. It was a voice message from Group K stationed at the commercial street. A sprayer vehicle spotted on the commercial street. Send a video. Everyone was uncertain. After all, a voice changer could easily replicate such things. Soon, a video was sent, shaky as if the shooter was running, but it quickly stabilized as the shooter jumped into a vehicle, raising the camera to capture a white and green sprayer dust suppression vehicle passing by. It's really here. Shouts echoed in the video before it ended. No one doubted anymore, and everyone checked the distances between the various groups and the commercial street. We'll go help. Other groups, don't move. Only one vehicle has appeared so far. There are still 5 left. Group A posted the video in the chat. Less than half a minute after Group A's video was released, Group B's video followed closely. One spotted at the airport. Our group will arrive to assist in 5 minutes. One target at the train station. A sprayer vehicle has arrived on University Street. One just turned into the hospital parking lot. Come to Fountain Square. One has appeared. Time, 9:03 p.m. Aside from Group C and Group F, which are detained at the Bureau, there are 8 active field teams outside and 6 dust suppression spray vehicles. Currently, all are alive. Happy New Year, everyone. Today we have double updates. Elmana's phone rang. It was a contact from the Investigation Bureau. Chen ran. The Sansheng Jiao has moved. How's it going on your side? Can you handle it? After a pause, Elmanha continued. They didn't mention it. Just send me 6 coordinates, but I feel it's tough. The field teams are too few, and if the Sansheng Jiao has a first-tier ghost, it will be difficult for them. You go keep an eye on it. Don't expose the existence of the 12 ghost months until the last moment. Understood. The few people behind instantly disappeared. On the other side, the field teams and 6 spray vehicles began a chase. The first team to catch up to the target was the one at Fountain Square. Spray vehicle ahead. I command you to stop immediately. A loud voice came from the horn in front, but unsurprisingly, the other side had no intention of stopping. Instead, they accelerated, increasing the distance from the vehicle behind. A few loud bangs were heard ahead. Occasionally, a vehicle spun out, being roughly slammed into another lane by the massive spray vehicle. Boss, there are more and more unrelated civilians around. We need to stop this vehicle. We can't let it spray the drugs. I know. The bald man in the passenger seat shouted, then rolled down the window and leaned out. A black gun barrel extended out the window, but the severe bumping of the vehicle made it impossible for him to shoot immediately, especially with so many people around. If a bullet went astray or ricocheted, it could cause an accident. Steady the car, damn it. I'm trying. The officer gripping the steering wheel shouted back. He had never driven so fast in a busy urban area, especially so close behind another vehicle going the same speed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession, and suddenly the right side of the spray vehicle ahead dipped slightly and began to skid, its wheels grinding against the asphalt, sending sparks flying, almost hitting the front window of the Investigation Bureau. The vehicle made a turn, and the driver desperately tried to stabilize it. But it seemed the steering was overdone. Coupled with the vehicle's size, it eventually rolled over due to inertia. The officer in the back slammed the brakes. The force so great he nearly stood up in the confined space. The bald man in the passenger seat didn't even have time to pull back, and the sudden braking threw him out. Fortunately, his strength was great enough to hold onto the door frame tightly and avoid being flung away. The two vehicles scraped along the straight road a bit before both came to a stop. The door of the black vehicle in the back opened immediately, and 4 officers with guns surrounded it from both sides. The bald man slumped against the car door on the ground, groaning. That last jolt had dislocated his arm. With such a commotion, many curious bystanders stopped to watch. Behind the two vehicles was a scene of chaos, with at least 20 various vehicles' rear ends smashed to pieces. Piled on the road, many car owners saw the 2 vehicles that had been recklessly crashing around finally stop and came over to demand compensation. But upon seeing several fully armed men in black with long guns, they turned away disappointed. 2 officers stepped onto the protruding part of the overturned spray vehicle and climbed onto its body. One aimed a gun at the driver's window while the other opened the door. Inside was a middle-aged man, currently bloodied and with a shard of glass embedded in his forehead, clearly injured from the crash. He was raising both hands, looking terrified at the officer opening the door. "Get out! Unbuckle your seatbelt." The 2 officers pulled the driver's arms, yanking him out and pressing him against the vehicle, securing his hands and feet with iron cuffs. They searched him thoroughly, confirming there were no dangerous items before bringing him down. The other 2 officers set up a cordon, dispersing the onlookers to a safe distance. A few police cars arrived late, and several officers got out to block the road and arrange for subsequent vehicles to turn around and leave. The bald man also managed to reset his dislocated arm and was now resting on the hood. The target at Fountain Square had been captured. He raised his phone to capture the scene before him and clicked send. A red exclamation mark appeared next to the message. No signal. He tapped his phone, restarted it. But it was still no good. Does anyone have signal on their phone? The bald man shouted anxiously. A few officers took out their phones to check and soon realized that, for some unknown reason, all phone signals had vanished. Earlier, considering the search area was too large, radio communication might not cover everyone, so they had opted for the more troublesome phone communication. If one person had no signal, it would be fine, but if everyone didn't, it could only mean the San Shengjiao was up to something. Team leader, this vehicle is empty. What do you mean empty? The bald man was now flustered and spoke harshly. The vehicle's water tank. It's empty. A thunderbolt hit their heads, and everyone experienced a brief moment of blankness. The water tank was empty? Where was the drug? The bald man suddenly realized that this vehicle was actually a decoy from the San Shengjiao, and clenching his fist, he walked toward the driver, punching him squarely in the face. "Tell me, where's the drug?" Endless anger made the veins on his forehead bulge. What drug? The driver, hit by a punch, nearly fell over. The other 2 officers quickly grabbed him from behind. Suddenly seeming to understand something, the driver widened his eyes and said, "I don't know. I was just paid by them to do a job. I didn't know this car was for trafficking drugs. They paid too much." Paid? Trafficking drugs? Everyone was momentarily taken aback by this answer. Then what do you know? The bald man realized that this driver was just a temp and didn't plan to dig too deep into the questions, estimating that the San Shengjiao wouldn't tell him either. "They contacted me last week, asked me to run a job, and without saying a word, transferred me a deposit of 100,000. They said the remaining payment would be sent after the job was done. It was quite a lot, and I couldn't resist. Officer, I really don't know anything else. If I had known they were doing that kind of business, I wouldn't dare drive this car, even with 100 lives." He continued, "They changed the phone number they used to contact me every time. I don't even know who it is." The middle-aged driver was crying and snotting. Seeing that no further information could be gathered for the time being, and with the driver's emotions very unstable, unable to tell what was true and what was just panic-induced nonsense, they exchanged a few words with the nearby police, who took the driver back to the investigation bureau for further interrogation. "Let us go. Get in the car," the bald man called out. "Where to?" "To find the other teams and pass on the intelligence from Fountain Square. Time, 9:15 p.m. Where did it go? Hurry and find it." "It was just here, in a hospital parking lot." Several officers looked around, trying to find a spray vehicle the size of a bus among the many cars. Logically, they should have spotted it at a glance. "Are you sure you saw the target turn in here?" "Of course. Do you want me to show you the video again?" "Search again. In such a big parking lot. We've already circled it 3 times. Let's expand the area. The entire hospital compound." Suddenly, a team member shouted from a distance. The others looked up to see him sprinting, the lights behind him growing brighter. A massive vehicle suddenly emerged from a narrow alley. It seemed to be in the area where they had just glanced, possibly a bicycle shed, and it was squeezed in there. The vehicle sharply turned and sped straight towards a nearby commissioner. Yeah, dee. In the driver's seat, the driver was red in the neck, eyes fixed on the approaching figure. His expression resembled that of the frenzied commissioners at the amusement park not long ago. A muffled sound came from the front of the vehicle, and the body jolted twice. The driver looked up and noticed several other people ahead. You all have to die. Ha 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 ha. The driver, excited and red-faced, leaned out of the window, laughing maniacally. Get out of the way. The group watched helplessly as their brother was flattened, the vehicle showing no signs of slowing down, and they scrambled into the chaotic pile of cars in the parking lot for cover. The spray vehicle didn't care about that, flooring the accelerator and crashing straight into the pile of cars. Several sedans were squeezed together, then crashed sideways or forward. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the parking lot, and yellow lights flashed continuously. The commissioners who had dived into the pile of cars were unfortunate, as a vehicle suddenly squeezed past them and crashed into him, pinning his chest against another car's rear. With a muffled grunt, he was rolled underneath by countless vehicles pushing from behind. The commissioners who had hidden elsewhere had now drawn their guns, aiming at the four tires. The vehicle had already made its way halfway into the parking lot, and the front tires were no longer reachable, but the rear tires were hit with two loud bangs as they both exploded. The spray vehicle's speed immediately slowed down, wedged in a pile, and no longer able to advance. Everyone surrounded the vehicle with their guns drawn, but the driver was still not giving up, seeing several people approaching in the rearview mirror, shifting gears to reverse, trying to crash into one again. The prepared commissioners quickly dodged, and one of them took the opportunity as the driver reversed to grab the driver's side door, smashing the window with the butt of his gun. The driver instinctively dodged the flying glass shards, but was grabbed by a commissioner from outside by the collar. Get out. Get lost. The two exchanged punches through the car door, and the driver ignored the risk of flipping the vehicle, focusing on brawling with the commissioner clinging to the door, who also dared not let go. If he fell, the front tires would crush him. As the vehicle swayed unpredictably backward, the others dared not approach. Fortunately, the yard wasn't large, and after a prolonged right reverse, the spray vehicle crashed into the pile of cars and came to a complete stop. Damn it, get out of the car. Another commissioner broke the passenger window, ignoring the glass shards, and directly climbed inside. The one-on-one confrontation turned into a righteous two-on-one. The driver was quickly dragged out, battered and panting heavily. The commissioner who had been hanging onto the door wasn't much better off, spitting out a bloody tooth, and went to help cuff the driver. Still feeling tough? I just killed someone? The driver was unusually compliant, like a lump of clay, mumbling. You ran over two of my brothers. Just wait until we get back to the interrogation room to deal with you. A commissioner hissed into the driver's ear, gritting his teeth. Brother Bye, there's a problem. There's no medication in the car. Huh? The team leader, who had just shoved the driver into the vehicle, widened his eyes. The phone also has no signal. Which car is the medication in? At the hospital entrance, the old lady has some skills. She managed to turn such an honest driver into a bloodthirsty madman. But that's all she can do. She can't control too many people's emotions at the same time. Helping us stall for so long is already enough. Let's calculate the time. The other teams should be discovering it soon, right? Probably. These temporary workers are unreliable. Getting caught so quickly. I really want to see their expressions when they find out the 6 broken cars they've been monitoring for so long are all empty. Ha! All right, stop laughing so loudly. Be careful not to be seen, and prepare for the next step. Time, 9:25 p.m. 8 external teams have lost 2 members, and there are no deaths in the Sanshengjiao. Director, several teams have been unreachable. In the command center, Lu Yun furrowed his brow, staring intently at the hundreds of cameras split across the screen, trying to find the missing teams. Keep trying. Has there been any movement from the Wisteria housekeeping company? Suddenly remembering that he hadn't heard anything from the company the whole time, Lu Yun asked. They sent quite a few people, but they're mainly focused on reconnaissance. 2 targets were discovered by them, but they aren't participating in the combat. Lu Yun sighed softly. Well, at least the company has helped out to some extent at this critical moment, so he wouldn't expect more from them. Director, a team has made contact. It's the one from Fountain Square. Lu Yun quickly stood up. They said the spray vehicle was empty. The contact person confirmed repeatedly that he wasn't mistaken, relaying it to Lu Yun. Empty? Is it 6-1 or 6-2? Lu Yun quickly calmed down. It was normal for the Sanshengjiao to act this way. Diluting a batch of medication across 6 vehicles wouldn't be enough. Concentrating them would be more efficient. while the other vehicles would act as decoys. With that thought, a realization suddenly struck Lu Yun, his eyes widening as a chill ran through his mind. Quickly contact the company's personnel. Have them expand the search area. Don't just focus on the spray vehicle. Also, give me a map of Jianyang City. Expand the area? Search for what? The contact person was momentarily confused. Anywhere there's a crowd. Before the map arrived, several people wearing red armbands entered. Lu Yun recognized them. They were the ones who took Group C and Group F away a few days ago. They walked straight towards Lu Yun without stopping. Lu Yun's expression grew serious as he stood up to ask, "What is going on? Director Lu, please come with us. You're now listed as a suspect of being an undercover agent for the Sansheng Jiao." "What do you mean?" The other party's voice was not deliberately lowered, and everyone present heard this shocking news. The director is a suspect? Several teams on the front line that had completed their targets reported that the drivers were all temporary hires, and the employer contacted the drivers via text message. Although the employer changed phone numbers multiple times, one number caught our attention. Lu Yun did not respond, and his ominous premonition grew stronger. "Director Lu, your personal phone has 3 records of contacting the driver. We have the right to arrest you." "Impossible. I never contacted these people." The external teams had already encountered this situation before the recent arrests. "We were all played by the Sansheng Jiao. Can't you see that?" Lu Yun took 2 steps back, shouting in agitation, reaching out to push away a person approaching him. "I know that, but it's just a possibility. Who knows if you, Director Lu, actually contacted the driver during this opportunity? For the greater good, I have no choice but to temporarily revoke your command. Director Lu, please bear with me." A few people received the official order and quickly subdued Lu Yun, handcuffing her. "Give me 10 minutes. Is that okay? Just 10 minutes. 5 minutes would also work." Lu Yun's tone carried a hint of pleading. She knew she was just one step away from the truth. The team leader hesitated for a moment and nodded. 5 minutes. Starting now. Where's the map? Haven't you brought it yet? Lu Yun, disregarding the handcuffs behind her back, searched the crowd for the employee who had gone to get the map earlier. Here it is, here it is. A young girl, holding a half-human tall, rolled-up map. Directly spread it out on the ground in front of Lu Yun. "Get a pen," I said, "mark it." Lu Yun crouched down. Fountain Square. Train station. Commercial Street. Hospital parking lot. Airport. University Street. 6 prominent red circles appeared on the map of Jianyang City. For minutes left, the team leader behind reminded. Chen ran. The investigation bureau said that several of the spray vehicles are empty and asked us to expand the search area to find all suspicious locations. After a moment of silence, Chun Ran said, "If nothing unexpected happens, all 6 vehicles are empty. They're all bait released by them. Then they have too many ways to use the drugs. They could use the fire sprinklers in the buildings. We can't keep an eye on every internet CAF, hotel, and restaurant in the city, right? Little Ran, I have a guess that need verification." A young girl of short stature wearing a black mask said, sounding no more than 17 or 18. "Whatever help you need, we will fully cooperate, Tang Yi." Chen Ran turned her head and said, the 2 locked eyes. Tang Yi nodded, opened the map on her phone, marked the 6 locations where the dust-suppressing spray vehicles appeared, and observed carefully. At this crucial moment, no one disturbed her thinking. Everyone was quietly waiting. In terms of strength, Tang Yi was not as good as the top 3 of the upper string, but in terms of brains, no one present could outsmart her. Here, Tang Yi's tightened brows suddenly relaxed, her slender finger pointing at a building. "Why this one?" Chen Ran glanced down and asked. "If all 6 vehicles are bait, then the real target location must be a certain distance away from the bait. This place is far enough from where the 6 vehicles appeared, even if it is discovered. The investigation bureau won't be able to rush over in time. Moreover, there are enough people here, and the equipment meets the requirements for large-scale use of the drug. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. There are only 30 seconds left, Ms. Liu. Haven't you completed your task yet?" In the command center, the team leader raised his hand to check his watch. Lu Yun crouched on the ground, motionless, her forehead already covered in sweat. The various pressures from the outside world made it impossible for her to concentrate, and she had only ruled out a few suspicious locations so far. "Time's up. Take her away." The team leader saw the second hand reach the 5-minute mark, lowered his arm, and waved to a few team members. "Give me 1 more minute. I can find a real target of the Sansheng sect in 1 minute." Lu Yun was roughly pulled up, anxiously shouting, but no one paid her any attention. Biochemical Investigation Bureau, Underground Level 3. Liaoshi paced back and forth in the cell, biting his lip. About 2 hours ago, he suddenly heard the alarm outside, and many of the guards in the cell quickly withdrew. Something must have happened during these days. He had chatted with the guards about the recent actions of the Sansheng sect, such as the 6 spray vehicles. This wouldn't be the usual small move. It must be the final battle between the Sansheng sect and the Investigation Bureau, a do-or-die battle. The guards weren't fools. In situations like Liao Shi's, they either confirmed there was no suspicion for release and reinstatement or kept him locked up for life, which is why they dared to tell him. A sound of footsteps approached from a distance, quickly getting nearer. A familiar figure was sandwiched in the middle, hands cuffed, looking dejected and blank. Sister Yun, are you all crazy? Why lock her up at this time? Liao Shi grasped the iron bars, pointing at the guards and shouting. Lu Yun was also attracted by Liao Shi's voice, turning her head blankly, letting out a soft sigh, shaking her head, and then her figure disappeared from Liao Shi's sight. Liao Shi felt a bit breathless, his ears buzzing. The director was arrested? For what? Why at this critical moment? This ISNT, just the commander of the Investigation Bureau. If the field officers fighting on the front line learned this news, what would happen to their morale? And he and Ping Yi Li could only stay in this small, dim cell waiting. The Sansheng sect really plays a good hand. Liao Shi's eyes widened, clenching his fists. There aren't enough cells. You two can stay together. The guards brought Lu Yun into a cell and uncuffed her. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length dark green hair was sprawled across the bed, sleeping soundly, completely unaware that she had gained a new roommate. Seeing Ping Yi Li in such a vacation-like manner, and thinking about how Liao Shi still looked worried about the country and the people even when locked in a cell, Lu Yun suddenly felt angry and slapped Ping Yi Li's thigh with her open hand. Hiranoya suddenly sat up with an exclamation. Who disturbed my sleep? Oh, it's you. Yunjia. What brings you here? My room is a bit messy. Please make yourself comfortable. With a stern face, Hiranoya suddenly broke into a smile, hurriedly crossed her legs, smoothed out the wrinkled sheets, and gestured for Lu Yun to sit down. When are you going to change this lazy attitude of yours? All you do is sleep all day long. Lu Yun crossed her arms and rolled her eyes as she sat down. How can you sleep so soundly on this hard and cold board? Aren't I just hanging around here with nothing to do? Hiranoya scratched her messy hair dismissively, not caring about her appearance at all. I haven't seen you miss any sleep even when you have things to do, Lu Yun quietly complained. Iranuri chocolat, casually arranging her hair. Then her expression turned serious. Yunjia, why are you here? You don't look like you came willingly. Lu Yun sighed softly and recounted everything that had happened recently in detail. Hiranoya sat cross-legged on the other side of the bed, quietly listening. The Sansheng sect was indeed devious, taking advantage of the Investigation Bureau's small numbers and passiveness. After a couple of laps, the field team members would likely be exhausted both physically and mentally. So, Sister Yin, what do you think Sansheng sect will implement their plan? Lu Yun bit her lip and said word by word. The stadium in DC District has a star concert tonight, which can accommodate 50,000 people. There are enough fire sprinklers covering all the audience seats. 50,000 is no small number. Hiranoya was also shocked. Such a large-scale transformation, even if not all 50,000 were present. How many could successfully be transformed? A few thousand? Or 10,000? 20,000? This was already a conservative estimate. Lu Yun frowned and added, the research department has calculated that this dosage of the agent is enough to transform them into second tier. Second tier? Why is it still so high after dilution? As a ghoul, Hiranoya knew that based on the performance of the experimental subjects from previous tests of the Yakagawa fish project, it should be very difficult to transform into a second-tier ghoul after dilution, unless this agent was different from before. This time the drug is a quasi-special level dosage. Lu Yun said, a special ghoul, higher than the first tier, almost impossible to kill. Currently, only 3 special ghouls are recorded, which were the orchestrators of the infamous 18 incident that caused hundreds of deaths. If it weren't for the explosion that caused the wall to collapse and let sunlight in, the death toll would have been even higher. Wow. Hiranoya stroked her chin. These people really know how to play. A quasi-special, if transformed successfully, would have a strength of a high tier. Don't worry, they can handle it well. Hiranoya stretched, got off the bed to move her muscles, and spoke ambiguously. With that girl Chan ran around. Even 100 high tiers wouldn't worry me. After all, her blood demon technique is too abnormal. Lu Yun chuckled. True, the field team guys, plus the 3 experimental subjects from the Yakagawa fish project, Sansheng sect can't cause much of a stir. Here we are. The car stopped, and several people led by Chun Ran got out. The huge stadium in front of them was brightly lit, and even standing outside, they could hear the countless cheers and melodious singing from the audience inside. Sister Shaoran, if I say if. Tang, he said beside her. If the Investigation Bureau doesn't make it in time, and we don't manage to stop the spread of the transformation, or if I guess the location wrong. And the number of ghouls completely spreads in Jianyang City and even to other areas. What should we do? Simple. Shenran glanced at Tang, took off the black gloves she had been wearing, and stuffed them into her pocket. Her hands, constantly corroded and restored, looked as if they had been severely burned. If it comes to that, I will completely erase Jianyang City from the face of the earth. Time, 9:40 p.m. The overall commander of the Biological Investigation Bureau was dismissed, and all preparatory work for the Sansheng sect was perfectly completed. The arrests at the other 4 locations went smoothly, with 6 spray vehicles being intercepted one after another. As expected, the water tanks of the 6 vehicles were all empty. They were all decoys. The agents noticed that their phones lost signal until they had left the arrest site for some distance before recovering. After communicating and obtaining the latest information, everyone decided to gather together. Based on previous reconnaissance, Sansheng sect, besides using these 6 spray vehicles, had no capacity for large-scale use of the agent. Rather than having its 8 groups scattered, it was better to act together and leave the reconnaissance and surveillance tasks to the company. However, the sacrifice of team members and Lu Yun's arrest were infuriating. Fortunately, the field department minister took over as the overall commander temporarily. He was familiar with all action plans and understood the frontline field teams. In the command center, after taking over command, the field team leader began to study the Jianyang City map, marked with 6 red circles by Lu Yun. Others doubted Lu Yun, but he didn't believe it. If Lu Yun were truly with the Sansheng sect, would this mess still drag on? When Lu Yun was captured, she must have been looking at this map, indicating she had a clue about the true location of the Sansheng sect's plan, which might help him find it. Minister Luo, news from the company has come in. They have confirmed the location of Sansheng sect's plan. Where? The stadium in DC district. There's a star concert tonight. And I checked, about 40,000 tickets have been sold. So many people? Minister Luo's eyes widened, and he immediately said, "Quick, send the field team over." Time, 9:43 p.m. University Street, where a car chase had just occurred. The spray vehicle was blocked by cars waiting at a red light ahead, forced to slow down, allowing the following vehicles to catch up. The driver was now handcuffed and sitting obediently in the police car. A curly-haired woman stood not far from the cordon, her eyes half closed, her eyelashes occasionally twitching. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and appeared somewhat out of breath, looking like she had just exerted herself. "What do they say, Moon?" said a burly man beside her. The way he said Moon didn't sound like he was asking for specific content. It seemed more like a title for the curly-haired woman. They figured out. Looks like these guys aren't stupid. They're pretty quick. Did you not manage to block the message? The woman called Moon chuckled lightly. My blood demon technique can sense and control electronic devices within a limited range. The receivers are too dispersed, so I can't block everything. In that case, we need to execute the second phase of the plan. The burly man raised his hand to check the time. The concert is about to start. I don't even know which star it is. Why are they starting so late? Moon shook her head. Let's go. If we're late, we might miss it. Good things shouldn't be monopolized by that restrained old woman. In the stadium, an old lady in the audience suddenly sneezed. She was the ghoul who could manipulate emotions. How strange. Who is cursing me? She thought. It's probably that Moon and Star 3 who were just given the tarot card sequence by that adult. Only they had reason to curse her now. They must be on their way. Checking her watch, she noted that there were 5 minutes left until the concert started. She wondered where they were. Time, 9:55 p.m. Biological Investigation Bureau, Underground Level 3. Lu Yun was biting her fingers, anxiously pacing around the room. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Outside, it wasn't just the 8 field teams, but also the safety of 1,000,000 lives in Jianyang City at stake. Sister Yun, stop pacing. Let me sleep for a while. Hiranoya, lying inside, turned over. Aren't you at all worried? What good does worrying do? We're still locked up here. The room fell silent for a moment. With your abilities, it shouldn't be hard for you to get out, right? Lu Yun suddenly walked to the bedside. What do you mean? Lu Yun glanced around. The guard wasn't on this side, lowered her voice, and said, "You know what I mean. You also know what kind of enemies the field team is facing now. And you know better than anyone whether they can all make it back safely." I see. Hiranoya propped herself up on her arms and sat up. Are you thinking about a prison break? Keep your voice down. Lu Yun couldn't help but curse, cautiously ran to the bars to look around, then returned. Are we doing this or not? Not doing it. Hiranoya yawned, turned over, and faced Lu Yun with her back. I'll give you a raise once this task is done. The response was the sound of Hiranoya snoring. I allow you to come late and leave early. Hiranoya suddenly sat up, startling Lu Yun. It won't affect the assessment. It won't affect. Lu Yun gritted his teeth. Deal. After saying that, Hiranoya got out of bed and walked to the iron bars, holding a piece of wire that had appeared in her hand at some point. Lu Yun widened his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Where did you get that wire? Hiranoya twisted the iron wire and poked it into the lock hole outside. The shoe sole, to check my pockets a bit. I saw it wasn't too strict, so I brought it in, thinking it would be useful for when I got bored inside and wanted to go out for a walk. Lu Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing this. It turned out this lady had long had the idea of escaping from prison. What had just happened was completely her empty-handed swindle, and he had foolishly agreed to her request. He had thought it would be a meticulous escape plan, using everything valuable in the room, bribing the guards, and finding helpers, but unexpectedly, the other party directly pulled out a piece of iron wire. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead. What are you dazed for? Let's go if you don't leave now. I'm going to lock the door. Lu Yun suddenly came to his senses and saw that Hiranoya was already standing outside the door, one hand resting on the half-open iron gate, shaking it back and forth. A thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind. The prison on the third underground level must be reinforced, with electronic locks, handcuffs, leg irons, increased guards, and cameras. In a monitoring room, the guards on duty also noticed that the cell had been opened, grabbed their batons, sounded the alarm, and rushed inside. All the prisoners in the cells were in an uproar. Someone was actually trying to escape. For a moment, the cheers and shouts drowned out the buzzing of the alarm, and everyone was cheering on the two walking in the corridor. Oh right, if possible. Bring Liaoxi along too. Lu Yun suddenly patted Hiranoya and pointed to a nearby cell, which he had noticed when they came in. At that moment, Liaoxi, looking confused, heard the alarm but had no idea what was happening. He even thought that the Three Life sect had attacked the investigation bureau, because the angry shouts and running sounds of the guard were getting closer. Soon, 3 or 5 guards wielding electric batons dashed past outside the cell, followed by the sounds of fists and kicks, accompanied by screams. One guard, with a bruised face, fell at Liaoxi's feet, hitting his head on the iron bar and passed out. This prisoner, your execution day has come, Hiranoya said sternly, holding the electric baton and tapping on Liaoxi's cell, looking like a guard. Stop joking around. Hurry up before the enforcement team arrives. Lu Yun, seeing this, was furious and kicked Hiranoya on the backside. The enforcement team was the same people who had locked her up before and had the authority to execute them directly. Hiranoya sidestepped and pulled out a wire, inserting it into the keyhole. After a few twists, the prison door opened. Beautiful. Help me open mine too, called out a prisoner from the next cell, stretching his neck. The 3 of them ignored him and continued on their way. A sealed alloy door completely blocked their path. This was also the only way to the surface. To the monitoring room, Lu Yun said, turning back. This alloy door was prepared to prevent prison riots, and it had no keyhole. It couldn't be opened by brute force, only through identity scanning. Hopefully, her director's access would still work. After operating the computer in the monitoring room and entering her identification, the alloy door nearby clicked open, and the 3 of them sighed in relief. Time was tight, and there was no time for idle chatter. They rushed straight to the elevator entrance, where an elevator was gradually approaching. Calculating the time, Lu Yun realized it should be the enforcement team coming down, her face turning pale as the elevator arrived at the B2 floor. You handle the right side. I'll take the left. Hiranoya handed Liaoxi an electric baton, and the 2 crouched against the wall on either side of the elevator entrance. Lu Yun, seeing this, obediently found a corner where she wouldn't be hit and hid. Ding! The silver elevator doors slowly opened, and 2 members of the enforcement team, leading the charge, stepped out first with explosive shields. The view from the explosive shields was very limited, and since Hiranoya and Liaoxi were crouched against the wall, the 2 team members only noticed the 2 standing outside after fully exiting the elevator. The shields were not large, in such a confined space. They had no choice but to use smaller shields, just large enough to protect their heads down to their knees, leaving their lower legs completely exposed. Realizing the danger, one of them received an electric strike to the leg, and the current instantly surged through his body, causing his muscles to seize up, and he collapsed to the ground. The following enforcement team members drew their guns and quickly reminded those still in the elevator. Another electric baton strike came, this time landing on a face. It was uncertain what the specific feeling was, but Liaoxi abandoned any thoughts of trying it out when he saw the man being directly knocked away by his strike. Hiranoya also dealt with the members of the enforcement team. Her body sank, and she was as agile as a cat, slipping past the still-standing team member. With a step into the elevator, she nearly pressed herself against the last two members of the enforcement team. At such a close distance, the two dared not shoot recklessly and instead reached for the daggers at their waists. In a flash, a side kick suddenly struck one of them in the waist. The man winced in pain, his body softened, and he involuntarily took a few steps back, his movements slowing down. Hiranoya continued, pressing one hand directly on the hand of the other person in front of him who had just grasped the handle of a knife. The team member yanked hard, but the dagger remained unmoved, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes at Hiranoya, wondering how such delicate hands could hold him down. Responding to him was an elbow strike, which landed solidly on his jaw, causing him to spin around in a daze. The team member lost all reaction to steady himself against the elevator and fell over with his eyes rolling back. Another person had already regained their senses and brandished a white dagger towards Hiranoya. A black electrobaton came down from above, directly knocking the dagger out of the team member's hand. Liaoshi also rushed into the elevator, delivering a kick to the unarmed law enforcement team member, sending him crashing against the corner. Seizing the opportunity, Liaoshi charged forward and delivered another blow to the head. Seeing that all 6 members of the law enforcement team were down, he finally called over the hidden Lu Yun. Upon seeing the mess on the ground, with several people bleeding from their heads, Lu Yun was quite frightened. "They won't die, will they? Don't worry, I was careful. They just passed out." Liaoshi made an okay gesture. Speaking of fighting with cannibals, Liaoshi knew his own strength, but when it came to fighting people, all members of the field team were top-notch fighters. Even Tyson would have to think twice. Having broken out to this point, there was basically no difficulty left. Most of the armed forces of the Investigation Bureau had been dispatched outside to assist the field department, while the civilian staff were all concentrated in the command center. Therefore, since they ascended from the underground 3rd floor to the ground level, they had been moving smoothly without obstruction. Even if they encountered a few people, everyone pretended not to see each other. The 3 rushed out of the Investigation Bureau's compound. Driving was impossible as the car keys were locked in the evidence room, and there wasn't enough time to search for the keys. A taxi passed by, and just as Liaoshi was about to reach out, he suddenly noticed that there was already a passenger inside, so he had to retract his hand. Then he saw Hiranoya, who had boldly stood in the middle of the road without him realizing it. The driver quickly slammed on the brakes, stopping in front of the car right next to Hiranoya. "Damn, are you trying to get killed?" Liaoshi couldn't care to complain. He rushed over and yanked open the car door, pretending to be a villain as he pulled the bewildered passenger out of the car. And then he and Lu Yun got in one after the other. "To the stadium," Lu Yun quickly said. The driver grumbled under his breath, showing no intention of starting the engine until a black gun barrel poked into his slightly pudgy waist from the passenger seat. The barrel sunk right into that layer of fat. Lu Yun glanced at Hiranoya, who was sitting in the passenger seat with the gun, looking rather gang-like, then turned to look at Liaoshi, who had a calm expression beside him. "Is she usually like this? You get used to it." A large stage was temporarily set up in the center of the stadium, with lights flashing. "It's time. Let's begin," the voice of the backstage manager echoed in the earpiece. The warm-up music abruptly stopped, followed by a melodious human voice humming the prelude. Soft blue lights flickered and gradually illuminated the stage, where a singer dressed in formal attire appeared in the spotlight, their humming resonating in the stadium along with the gradually rising instrumentals. The audience below raised various light sticks and LED signs with the singer's name, continuously screaming. The singer slightly raised their head, looking at the sea of lights below, and couldn't help but smile, raising their hand in response to all the audience members. This was a carnival, a celebration belonging to the 42,000 people present. This figure was just obtained, and the singer had not anticipated such success in Jianyang City. "Hello, fans of Jianyang City. Let me see your raised hands. Brother, brother." The audience erupted in synchronized shouts, the light sticks and stands waving continuously, with many fans even standing up excitedly, stretching their necks to scream. "I can't hear you." The singer deliberately cupped one hand over their ear while pointing the microphone towards the audience. The response from the fans was even louder, momentarily drowning out all the sound equipment surrounding the stadium. The singer smiled with satisfaction. The enthusiasm of the audience had been completely ignited with just 2 simple sentences, and they had a premonition that this tour would be incredibly lively. Just then, a helicopter appeared above the open stage with its searchlight on, drawing the attention of many. But their gazes quickly shifted back to the stage. No one thought much of it, assuming it was something prepared by the organizers. "What's going on? Director, did we call for helicopter?" The backstage staff also noticed the distinctive thumping sound of the helicopter's engine overhead and quickly used the intercom to contact the director. If the helicopter lingered overhead for too long, the noise would ruin this perfect tour. I asked around, it's not our plane. After a few seconds, an annoyed voice from the director came through the intercom. Has the investigation bureau arrived so quickly? How's the fire control system handling things? Why hasn't it started yet? They said the agent has completely entered all the pipelines, but it still needs some time to flow through. It will be ready soon. Damn it. It's been waiting until now, and we can't do anything. Should I just bring that helicopter down? Are you out of your mind? If that helicopter falls now, won't the audience all run away? Who are we going to spray the agent on later? Amid the noisy audience, several individuals scattered in different places were continuously typing on their phones, their heads never lifting, standing out from the crowd. Meanwhile, police cars flashing red and blue lights surrounded the stadium, and a group of unfriendly-looking men in black robes gathered at the entrance. Is everyone here? Why are there 2 missing from Team B? The leader of Team B just died. One member shook his head. Our team was responsible for handling the spray vehicle in a hospital parking lot. Then let's prepare to go in. Hopefully, when we come out, we'll still see the majority of people. The leader didn't say anything childish like everyone would survive. After years of dealing with cannibals, they all knew each other well. Today would only be a bloody battle, without exception. They're here. A cannibal sitting near the entrance sniffed, catching the scent of many fresh human beings. Only the investigation bureau's guys were the fresh humans moving together. Go welcome them and delay the start of the spray. Of course. Clicking send on the screen, the cannibal stood up and left his seat. In his eyes, the investigation bureau was just a group of prey trying to huddle together for warmth in a snowstorm. With just a little added wind, they could strip away the last bit of warmth. At the entrance, the ticket taker yawned. The sea of spectators had already taken their seats, and he had nothing to do here. However, since it was still during work hours, he couldn't leave his post. So he just sat at the door playing on his phone. Suddenly, a group of uniformly dressed, menacing-looking guys appeared before him, startling him into standing up straight. What are you here for? Looking at their appearance, they looked less like concert-goers and more like collectors of protection fees. The leader walking in front displayed his credentials, and the ticket taker immediately stepped aside. Just as the leader was lowering his head to show his credentials, he suddenly heard his teammate's warning voice. Someone lunged at him, and before he could react, he heard a whooshing wind pass by from where he had just been standing. When he looked back in shock, a sturdy broomstick was stuck upright in the solid tile floor. What the hell? A few people who reacted quickly immediately pulled the team leader and the team member who had just protected him to the wall, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. A man stood at the end of the corridor by the entrance, all alone, and showed no signs of hiding. Just as the team leader had lowered his head, the man opened the door and threw a broom, standing in the corner like a spear, demonstrating incredible power. This was definitely not human. Since that was the case, there was no hesitation. The fast-reacting team member drew his gun and fired. Modified bullets flew toward the man, who was already prepared, crouching to dodge the first 2 shots, and then disappearing back behind the door without a sound. All the agents split into 2 lines, closely pressing against the walls as they moved forward. When they reached the door, the leading agent kicked it open and raised his gun, aiming inside. A white shadow flashed past, hitting him in the chest like a punch, causing him to stumble and nearly collide with the person behind him. Looking down, he was relieved to see he had a bulletproof vest on. Otherwise, he would have likely been dead. Pulling it out, he found it was actually a playing card. TSK, TSK, TSK. It even had armor on. He should have aimed for the neck. From the shadows, the man's figure stepped out. Everyone quickly aimed, but no one dared to fire because he was holding a young girl in his arms, her face pale with fear. The man's other hand was raised, palm up, and a stack of playing cards fanned out slightly, spinning rapidly in his palm like a tower of paper, each card sharp as a blade. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the remaining 53 cards flew toward the crowd. The quick ones dropped to the ground, while those who were a bit slower got hit hard, with many unprotected areas getting cut or pierced. Damn it, how is this like magic? One agent cursed while wiping away the blood that was about to drip into his eyes. This is not magic. It looks like an electromagnetic cannon to me. The man laughed as he pulled out a new deck of cards from his pocket. This brother is quite clever. It is indeed similar to an electromagnetic cannon. As he spoke, another stack of playing cards began to spin rapidly again. The electromagnetic cannon accelerates projectiles using magnetism, while I use wind power to accelerate projectiles. I wonder how long your armor can hold up. With that, he waved his hand again, and the playing cards flew once more, thudding against the walls and the ground. However, this time everyone was prepared. They all took cover behind the drink machine as he waved his hand. Think of a way. He's using the hostage to buy time. We can't shoot, and we can't rush in. What do you suggest? What do you suggest then? Just as they were arguing, they suddenly noticed a ticket inspector shivering in a corner not far away. They exchanged glances, and the agent closest to the ticket inspector nodded to indicate he understood. Crouching down and rushing over to him, shaking him vigorously. The ticket inspector, thinking something was wrong, trembled and screamed in terror. "Are you crazy? Don't you fear for your life? Why aren't you running?" The agent grabbed the panicking ticket inspector and pointed to a playing card that had fallen nearby, a black 2, demanding an explanation. I haven't finished my shift. My supervisor hasn't left his post." For a moment, the argument among the agents and the flying playing cards halted. Everyone was struck by the ticket inspector's dedication, and the corridor fell silent except for the dull sounds echoing from the stadium. With a whoosh, the agent quickly ducked, as a playing card embedded itself not far above the ticket inspector's head. "Do you know if there's another way to get in here?" The agent pressed the ticket inspector's head down lower and continued to ask. After a simple moment of thought, the ticket inspector's eyes lit up. "There's a small door on the right. It's a passage for goods, usually locked. There are many people today, so it might be open." "Okay, got it. Now get out of here. Don't stay here and be an eyesore." The agent nodded and pushed the ticket inspector toward the exit. The ticket inspector, not daring to linger, ran out in a hurry as several playing cards thudded at his feet. "Leave a small group to handle this side. The rest of you go to another entrance." After some discussion, everyone began to move, using the cover to shift positions. The menacing cannibal, who was holding the hostage, let out a cold laugh and did not stop their movements. From the start, he knew it was unrealistic to hold so many people back by himself. Moreover, having them disperse was in line with their plan. This door should be it." The agent running ahead pointed, his face showing excitement, and indeed, the door was open. Suddenly, several green vines sprang out from a large flower pot at the door, instantly wrapping around 2 agents like pythons. The agents screamed in terror as they realized the vines were continuously branching out and growing thicker. "Shoot at the roots." The agents behind aimed and fired at the flower pot. But they were ultimately a step too late. The vines grew too quickly. The 2 agents entangled by the vines fell heavily to the ground. Their bodies twisted like a pretzel. "Damn, how many monsters are hiding here?" One agent cursed under his breath, glancing at his watch. Too much time had passed, and they still hadn't caught the real members of the Sansheng sect. A scream came from beside him as another vine wrapped around an agent. Heaven knows how many flower pots were placed in this corridor. The vines had clearly been growing for some time, having snaked in from another corridor, making it impossible to hit their roots. Gunfire erupted again, aimed at the stems, but unlike hitting the vital roots, the stems continued to thrash about until they were shot to pieces, swinging heavily and hitting several people. Suddenly, the vines writhed violently, as if experiencing intense pain, before crashing heavily to the ground and becoming still. A burst of flames appeared around the corner of the corridor, the fire rapidly spreading across the vines as if igniting gunpowder, engulfing the entire vine in just a few seconds, leaving only a searing warmth and a pile of ashes. Why is it taking so long to resolve this? If it drags on, Xiao Ran is going to explode. At the end of the corridor, a tall man with red hair appeared, his muscular physique like iron, his clothes stretched tight, and a jagged scar running vertically across his left eye. No one responded. Everyone saw that this red-haired giant had the characteristic ghoul's eyes, but unlike others, his eyes bore the words Upper Crescent. 6. Seeing that no one from the investigation bureau was responding to him, everyone wearily aimed their guns at him. Luo Yao laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Don't mind me. I'm just a brother. My boss Yuanshu also has issues with the Sansheng sect, so he asked me to come and help." "Are you in cahoots with the cannibal from the South Suburb Expressway?" Luo Yao looked puzzled, stroking his stubbled chin. "South Suburb? Which one?" "The one with a similar inscription. Marked Lower Crescent, 4. This agent reminded him that both had mentioned someone referred to as Yuanshu aimed their targets at the Sansheng sect. If these two were indeed from the same group, there might be a chance for cooperation, at least temporarily. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao slapped his forehead. "Oh, you mean that kid Letian? I almost forgot he went to the South Suburb not long ago. So you've all met him. Let's not talk about that. What are you here for? Just to cause trouble for the Sansheng sect? Or do you have other plans?" The agents still did not dare to lower their guard. How could they have so much conversation with the cannibal? Were they crazy to want to cooperate? One of the agents said he was about to shoot. "Yes. How do you know he's not a ghost from the Three Lives sect? Isn't this just a trick of the Three Lives sect? Just based on his word? Stop arguing. Leave a few people to watch him, and the rest continue moving forward with me." Luo Yao leaned against the wall, took out a cigarette and brought it to his lips, a small flame igniting the tip of the cigarette. He watched as most of the agents entered the stadium, muttering to himself. It seems that what the original said was right. Showing up so early, the investigation bureau doesn't appreciate it all. Is the drug situation not resolved yet? The investigation bureau has already come in. It's about time to start spraying the drugs. The remaining 2 cannibals in the audience were communicating through their phones. At this moment, the performance was at its climax, with the singer using every movement, every glance, and several interactions with the audience to elevate the atmosphere to its peak. No one in the audience wanted to leave, not even for a bathroom break, as it would be a waste of the ticket. The collective roar of 42,000 people nearly lifted the dome of the stadium. Suddenly, the singer stopped singing, turning his gaze towards a corner of the audience. Unbeknownst to them, a fire had erupted there, flames rapidly spreading and rising in the stands, quickly capturing everyone's attention. Many spectators near the fire point hurriedly got up and scattered. The fire spread quickly, reaching 2 meters high in less than a minute, with plastic chairs melting and emitting acrid black smoke. The fire sprinklers overhead began to spray water the moment they detected smoke and high temperatures. Instantly, the entire venue was thrown into chaos. People hurriedly put on hats or used whatever they had to shield their heads, simultaneously getting up to leave the stadium. Only the members of the Three Lives sect remained seated, enjoying this baptism. Agents who had just rushed from the corridor entrance to the audience area suddenly heard the unique sound of water flowing and metal pipes clashing overhead, their faces turning pale as they realized it was too late. "Put on your protective gear," the team leader shouted, and all agents immediately pulled up the masks hanging at their chins. A damp crowd surged forward like madmen, violently pushing back a few agents who had just arrived at the stands. Panic was evident on everyone's faces. They didn't want to be burned alive. But little did they know that from the moment the investigation bureau arrived at the stadium, it had been completely sealed off. Not even a bird could fly out. Anyone daring to break in will be shot on sight. It sounded cruel, but these 42,000 people could not leave until it was determined whether they would be transformed. In a state of panic, people rushed to the entrance, only to find the massive double doors tightly locked from the outside. With yellow and black ceiling strips crisscrossed over the glass, red and blue lights flashing, surrounded by countless police cars and military trucks, as well as innumerable armed personnel in white protective suits pointing their guns at the door. Helicopters began broadcasting messages from the sky, trying to calm the panicking crowd. But these people had already heard through layers of communication about what was happening at the entrance. They were completely sealed in. "We're going to be burned alive. Help me. Who see my glasses? Baby, where are you?" The crowd pressed together in a mass of black, various voices blending together. In their panic, people instinctively shouted or screamed. But this only led to one conclusion. 42,000 mouths were wide open, allowing every drop of water from the fire sprinklers to fall into their mouths. And this entire scene was projected onto the big screen at the Investigation Bureau's command center. Their current state made it impossible for anyone to take in anything. The minister in charge of the field operations, who had taken over temporary command, clenched his fists. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, and for a moment, no one in the command center spoke, leaving only the sound of the crowd pushing against the stadium doors echoing through the screens. While the door is still intact, expand the security perimeter and leave as much room as possible for those trying to escape. If anyone tries to force their way through, deal with them all. The field operations minister sat down, utterly exhausted, and made the decision. He was human too. Expanding the security perimeter to give these unfortunate spectators a final chance for survival was already showing compassion. But he also had to guard the last line of defense for the million residents of Jianyang City. If these people attempted to break through, they could only stay here. Notify the field team inside to evacuate. It's no longer useful to stay inside. Wait, the field team has sent back information. The field operations minister raised his tired eyes to look. No one on site shows signs of transformation. The voice of the staff member trembled slightly as they widened their eyes and spoke word by word, afraid of making a mistake. Impossible. A member of the research department suddenly stood up, rushing to the big screen, closely watching every surveillance feed from inside the stadium, eager to find a transformed person and insisting, according to current research, the transformation of cannibals is very fast. Regardless of success, the subject will show symptoms within a minute. How long has it been since the sprinklers turned on? At least 4 minutes. Could be that there's a problem with the drug? Absolutely not. The top-grade blood was processed to ensure it could transform humans. Then where's the problem? For a moment, everyone's minds came to a halt. What exactly is the Three Lives sect doing? Could the operation on this side of the stadium also be a distraction? What is their real target? The 12 ghost months were also somewhat confused, with the upper-level member Tang Yi biting his finger, repeatedly reviewing the map, trying to find the real target location of the Three Lives sect. It had been several minutes since the fire sprinklers were activated, but so far, no one had shown any signs of transformation. As ghosts, they were all too aware of the time required for transformation. It has to be here. The stadium is the most suitable place. A few drops of blood dripped from Tang Yi's palm onto the ground, but he remained oblivious, still attempting to find a location on the map where the drug could be used. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on Tang Yi's phone. That's enough. We've done our best. Chun Ran gently pressed out Tang Yi's phone and continued, call old Sixpack. However, what the others didn't expect was that the confusion was not only felt by the Investigation Bureau and the 12 Ghost Months. Even the instigators, the Three Lives sect, were now equally baffled. In a dim alley not far from the stadium, a mobile home was parked, and inside, faint sounds of scolding and questioning could be heard. Why is there still no movement? The Son of God plan should have succeeded by now. If those tens of thousands of people are fine, how can the people of God be seen by all living beings? How can humanity know that God exists? We also don't know where the problem lies. Lord of the sect, everything has been proceeding according to plan, but the water that was sprayed definitely does not contain the blood of cannibals. After a moment of silence on the phone, it was said, then do we continue with our cooperation? Of course. The Investigation Bureau has finally gathered together. We need to have some fun with them. Okay. After a response, the Lord hung up the phone and immediately dialed another number. The other end rang once before being picked up immediately, as if waiting for the Lord's call. Chun-Su, where are you? Just over by the stadium, enjoying the view. On the other end of the phone, Chun-Su's voice came through, mixed with the sound of wind and the engine of a helicopter. Is the scenery that plays with all of us nice? Chun-Su chuckled. Did you think of me so quickly? You really are the master. At this point, stop being so cryptic. What did you give me back then? Blood. Can't you recognize it? What blood? The pig's blood. I bled myself. There was another moment of silence. And Chun-Su didn't rush to hang up, holding the phone with one hand while lighting a cigarette with the other, sitting on a high platform in the stadium overlooking the chaotic crowd below. Do you know how important the Son of God plan is to the church? Of course. I used to be one of the voters, so I know. Then why are you still doing this? Just because the ghost servants refuse to transform you? Yes. Just because they refuse to turn me into a high-level ghost. It's that simple. However, things have changed since the Investigation Bureau launched the Project Horizontal Fish. Chun-Su pulled out a can of dark red liquid from his pocket, examining it in his palm. They actually managed to create something like this. You want to create the Son of God, and I, on the other hand, am creating a god. Chun-Su, if you have the guts, don't let me catch you. When I do, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The master roared on the other end of the line, his eyes red with anger. Chun-Su pulled the receiver away, waiting for the phone to stop vibrating from the master's shouting before putting it back to his ear. After I finish this drug, if I die, you can chop me up. If I don't die, then you won't have the chance to kill me. The master was about to continue cursing when a busy tone came through the receiver, clearly indicating that the other party had hung up. Find him. Dig him out even if we have to search 3 feet underground. The master stormed out of the RV, running towards the stadium. After multiple checks confirmed that the water in the sprayer contained no ghost blood, the security cordon quickly opened 2 exits. The audience was allowed to leave after being checked one by one, while the stadium still had an undetermined number of ghouls mixed in, making this procedure quite necessary. Have you received the news? That old guy wants us to find this person first. I have a vague impression. It seems he got the potion from the Investigation Bureau, right? So he didn't give us the real medicine? A few people were wandering and chatting in the empty stadium. The sprayer had been turned off, and the ground was wet. Along the way, one of them took out a few seeds from his pocket, stuffed them into a flower pot, and dripped a few drops of his own blood. Not long after, a huge vine suddenly shot up from the flower pot, completely squeezing out the originally planted plant. And even the pot showed numerous cracks. Looking around, almost the entire venue was covered by these strange vines. In one corner, several pale-faced spectators were being relentlessly pursued by the vines, clearly the unfortunate ones who couldn't escape the stadium in time. The glow sticks they had used earlier were now their only weapons. However, these were as good as useless, dealing no damage to the vines. Suddenly, the vine twisted, firmly wrapping one person in midair. The sound of bones cracking echoed as that person coughed up blood, and then, like a lump of mud, was flung onto the central stage. There, a mound of bodies lay piled up, made up of dozens of spectators who had fallen behind, now lifeless. with blood continuously flowing down from the stage. A figure stood by the pile of corpses, gesturing to the ghoul controlling the vines in the distance. Then walked up to the top of the corpses, extending sharp claws to cut a long gash on his own arm, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the corpses below. Every body that was tainted with blood rose within less than half a minute, staggering with eyes rolled back, like walking corpses, dispersing in all directions. In this operation, the Three Lives Church mobilized 6 first-level ghouls, each carefully selected, with blood techniques that were most suitable for this mission. 2 were responsible for controlling emotions and altering electronic signals to delay the investigation team's pursuit of the sprayer. 2 who manipulated objects with wind were tasked with delaying the investigation team's entry into the stadium while keeping the crowd in the stands. The remaining 2 could use the corpses from failed transformations to attack, maximizing the effect of the over 40,000 people present. Aren't we missing someone? The emotional controlling ghoul, an old woman, glanced around and noticed there were only 5 people. The wind-manipulating guy was missing. Just as he was about to say that he had gone to find another responding ghoul at the entrance, the main entrance was violently kicked open. Heard you were looking for us? The originally wide door was crowded by a group of people in black robes, all dirty, many bandaged. But each face showed a murderous intent, with resolute and cold eyes. Ah, really, the bloodlust is so strong that I didn't even notice you were already here. The ghoul on stage casually pushed aside a corpse that was walking forward, clapping and laughing. To make it this far means the guy playing with you outside must be dead, right? He really is useless. Seeing the scene, many couldn't help but mutter a few curses. Leave 2 people to watch them. The others hurry to find the potion. The old woman signaled the other ghouls. In the arena, many corpses suddenly changed direction, slowly moving towards the position of the agents. The agents in front hesitated for a moment, but still opened fire. Fortunately, the bodies controlled by the blood techniques still fell within the range of human strength. Several shots to the head took down quite a few staggering corpses. The agents made a path with bullets, and the few ghouls hiding behind didn't dare to rush up immediately, as they were outnumbered and could easily be hit by stray bullets. Suddenly, a vine shot out from the side of the leading agent, about to wrap around him when a fireball struck it, forcing it back. The flames roared, scorching a few strands of the agent's hair, causing him to squint. Who the hell is this? The fire drew the ghouls' attention, and they all turned to look, only to see that an entrance that should have been locked was opened at some point, where a red-haired, muscular man stood. Something's not right. I feel he's very dangerous. Is he an experimental subject from the Horizontal Fish Project? Just as another ghoul was about to speak, the red-haired man suddenly shot a fireball, muttering a curse, and immediately ducked behind a nearby pillar. The fireball struck the wall embedded with tiles, the intense heat quickly creating a dent in the wall. Hold him back. The old woman left a sentence, and her figure suddenly disappeared. This red-haired ghoul was difficult to handle if it dragged on any longer. The potion would be hard to find. The ghoul controlling the corpses nodded, suddenly exerting force, and the bodies that had their heads blown off stood up in unison, with several unreacting agents being pinned to the ground. Another ghoul saw that the time was ripe and immediately activated the blood ghoul technique. The agents surrounded by the corpses, or those who hadn't had time to push off the bodies pressing down on them, suddenly realized that the corpses in front of them were rapidly expanding, their bellies swelling to a terrifying size like balloons, ripping their clothes apart. Before they could speak, the area was filled with a mass of blood and flesh. All the corpses closest to the agents exploded, and a nauseating smell immediately filled the stadium. The lucky agents who were not blown to death covered their mouths and wobbled as they tried to stand up, taking deep breaths of the disgusting air. They didn't want to, but the feeling of suffocation made their bodies instinctively breathe. Is my accelerated corruption fun? The ghoul on the platform said with a hint of mockery, then looked in the direction where Upper Moon 6 was, raising a middle finger. Luo Yao, standing in another position, hesitated for a moment, retracted his hand, and abandoned the idea of attacking the ghoul with a fireball. Attacking from this position would surely put the fireball in the path of the Bureau S agents. If that ghoul's blood technique accelerated the corruption of the corpses, then the area where the agents were should now be filled with methane gas produced by the rotting. That could catch fire and possibly cause an explosion. Coughing and retching, the agents who still had strength put on their masks and pulled those who had collapsed back to the entrance. How can we get in? We can't get in at all. A first-tier ghoul is not something we can deal with. An agent who had already retreated took off his mask and greedily breathed in fresh air. Damn it, contact headquarters. Didn't they say there would be reinforcements? If we keep dragging this out, we're all done for. I'll contact them. In the arena, several ghouls had keen ears, and the conversations among the agents reached their ears. They've all gone to hide. Aren't you leaving? On the stage, the ghoul who had detonated the corpses asked with his hands in his pockets, "You're strong, but I don't think you can survive our six-person attack." "Oh, really?" Luo Yao showed a surprised expression. Then his eyes revealed a hint of coldness, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The ghoul's pupils shrank suddenly, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He saw a red shadow vaguely flash by, and before he could react, his abdomen suddenly contracted, and a fist like a sandbag slammed into his stomach. In that instant, he felt as if his soul had been knocked out of his body. His eyes rolled back, and all the organs in his belly turned upside down. "Huh." Luo Yao suddenly grunted, hooking his fist downwards, a burst of fire appearing at the tip of his fist. The immense force directly smashed the ghoul open, the flames drilling a hole in its belly and bursting out its back, followed by the ghoul crashing heavily to the ground, creating a dent in the stage built of metal frames. The ghoul controlling the corpses standing nearby also reacted, swinging its sharp, ghostly hand towards Luo Yao's back. Sensing it, Luo Yao suddenly sidestepped, grabbing the hand in midair. The ghoul cried out in pain, trying to break free, only to find itself lifted like a chick. A huge foot kicked violently at its chest, the impact so strong it couldn't even scream. A brief, tearing sensation shot through its shoulder, and then it saw its arm being gripped by the red-haired strongman, its body rapidly flying backwards, crashing heavily onto a pile of flesh. As it just got up, it noticed that its landing point was where the Bureau agents had been earlier. Suddenly remembering something, it looked in horror at the position of the red-haired strongman. A fireball rapidly enlarged in its pupils. The blazing flames instantly consumed a large part of the stadium, turning much of the interior to ashes due to the extreme heat. Luo Yao turned around, stepping on the head of the ghoul in the pit, twisting the sole of his shoe. "When did you come up with the foolish idea that I can't take on all six of you?" Coughing through the dissipating smoke, a weak voice came out. Luo Yao turned his head slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. "Recovered so quickly? Not bad." The walls and ruins were pushed aside from within, and the ghoul who had just been blown to tatters spat out a mouthful of muddy blood, staring angrily at Luo Yao. "What are you so proud of?" The ghoul wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth. "That was just a game with you. Stop being so self-satisfied." With a wave of its hand, Luo Yao suddenly heard a rustling sound around the stage, many stiff hands clawing onto the stage, revealing a pale, bloodless face. "So many corpses, when did they surround us?" Luo Yao was alarmed and exerted force with his feet, not bothering to control the other ghoul, hurriedly fleeing towards the stage's edge. "With so many corpses exploding at once, even if I don't die, I'll lose some skin. I'm not stupid enough to stand here and wait. If I go back looking like this, I don't know how others will laugh at me." Too late. Just as the words left his mouth, the ghoul's jaw along with its tongue suddenly vanished. In pain, the ghoul covered its bleeding wound and wailed. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yao, who had jumped off the stage, looked over cautiously. That aura was unfamiliar, not from the other members of the 12 Kazuki. The agents hiding at the entrance also noticed this scene. They weren't afraid of dying, but such a level of battle was hard to intervene in, especially with two groups of ghouls in a dog-eat-dog fight. There was no need to rush in. However, upon seeing the newcomer, everyone's expressions changed, and a few couldn't help but exclaim, "How could that traitor Chin-Su be here? What kind of speed and strength does he have?" The ghouls in the arena were equally shocked. Several responsible for finding Chun-Su also stopped, since the main character had voluntarily revealed himself. There was no need to exert themselves further. "Kid, looking at your appearance, you should have already used that potion, right?" The old woman walked slowly toward the center with her hands behind her back. Chun-Su raised his hand to glance at his still bleeding jaw connected to his tongue, casually tossing it to the ground, his expression indifferent. Yes, it took some time to transform and adapt to this body. He clenched his fist, glancing at the ghoul whose jaw he had ripped off. "Those corpses are mine. If you damage them again, I'll kill you." The ghoul moved its newly grown jaw, cursing. "You're so full of yourself. Do you think you can eat them?" Chun-Su didn't reply, which was tantamount to confirming the other's thoughts. "Is this your purpose for coming to the stadium?" The vine-controlling ghoul squinted its eyes. There were tens of thousands gathered here, and the Bureau would certainly deploy a blockade on the outskirts, making it impossible for anyone to leave in a short time. In other words, if Chun-Su failed to transform, nothing would change, but if he succeeded, all these tens of thousands would become his food, and the Bureau's blockade would instead create a cafeteria for him. What a clever little scheme. Luo Yao couldn't help but admire. Managing to play the 3-life religion, the Bureau, and the 12 Kazuki all by himself. Just take it as you're complimenting me, Chun Su replied. Your appetite is quite big, but you might be overestimating yourself, kid. The old woman had now walked to the center. Looking down at Chun Su, the Bureau has already started evacuating the crowd. If you calculate the time, about half of the people have already left. Ten Su Su, his face showing no excessive disappointment, as if this was all part of his calculation. It's okay. I have a backup plan for this. Scanning the few people present, Chun Su pursed his lips, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. The others felt a chill from his gaze, instantly realizing his thoughts. The means for a cannibal to enhance their strength are not limited to eating people. Cannibalism among their kind is also an option, especially consuming stronger peers. There were 7 high-level cannibals present, and numerous rare-blooded humans were hiding nearby. While the quantity was not comparable to tens of thousands, the quality was superior. If they could really consume these, the effect would only be stronger, not weaker. At this moment, the sound of several planes overhead caught everyone's attention. They all looked up, and 2 black boxes, gleaming with metallic luster, suddenly fell, stirring up more dust on the already ravaged ground. This was Luo Yao waving his hand to block the falling debris. It seemed there were actually 2 experimental subjects for the horizontal fish project. It looked like the investigation bureau was worried I wouldn't be full. Chun Su squinted and couldn't help but chuckle. The 2 metal cabinets, marked with the numbers 007 and 018, were opened from within, and 2 men with neck rings stepped out. One was 018, who had appeared on the highway to Nanyang County earlier, while 007 looked like a young man in his early 20s, carrying a long spear made of pure metal adorned with a red tassel on his shoulder. Oh, what a lively scene. Are you all waiting for me to make my entrance? 007 shouted excitedly, dramatically sweeping his hand across his forehead. If you don't say anything, does that mean you're mute? 018 calmly replied, but his eyes subtly scanned the surroundings. When he spotted Luo Yao, he lingered for a moment, noticing the familiar engraving in the red-haired strong man's eyes. Ugh. 007 stretched lazily, took a deep breath, and casually jabbed his long spear into the cement ground, piercing it. Ah, so good. After being locked up by that bunch of useless people for so long, I'm finally out. Seeing that 007 completely ignored his words. 018 simply turned his head away and stopped paying attention to him. Hey, my friend, can I ask you a few questions? 018 looked at Luo Yao. Luo Yao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. Oh, of course. Although it's our first meeting, you made a good impression on me. Much more polite than these stinky fish and rotten shrimp. I suggest you answer a few questions before I kill you. 018 didn't care about the latter part of Luo Yao's sentence, and continued. You and that guy with the engraving of Lower Crescent 6 are on the same side, right? Luo Yao clicked his tongue, scratched the back of his head, clearly disappointed with the question. Why does everyone ask this when they meet? Is that brat Jing Letian dancing naked on the highway? Why does everyone know him? At this moment, Jing Letian, hiding outside the warning tape and checking for any missed targets, sneezed loudly, rubbing his nose in confusion. It seems they are indeed on the same side. 018 nodded and continued. Can you tell me what you were really trying to do? Luo Yao shook his head. Buddy, I can't tell you that. Although you're very polite. I can't disclose such information. Is that so? Then I have nothing else to ask. It might have been an illusion, but Luo Yao sensed a fleeting hint of disappointment on 018's face. Why are you being polite with him? Suddenly, 007 violently punched the unsuspecting 018 in the face. The force so great that it knocked off half of 018's head, leaving everyone present bewildered. Aren't they on the same side? Although a cannibal wouldn't die from losing half a head, it was still unusual to treat a companion like this. I don't care if you're upper crescent, middle crescent, or lower crescent. 1, 2, 3, 4, or JQKA. First, take a shot for me. As he spoke, 007 suddenly kicked up, grabbing the long spear in his hand, twirling it, and his figure suddenly vanished, turning into a fleeting shadow that shot towards Luo Yao. Oof. Luo Yao assumed a combat stance, flames erupting from his fists. 007. Focus on the main target first. 018, still standing in place, turned pale. They knew everything while inside the metal cabinet. The investigation bureau had been relaying real-time battle updates to them. This red-haired man was on the opposite side of the Sansheng sect and was tentatively aligned with the investigation bureau. Now that they were here, the situation was already chaotic enough with the four-way melee involving the red-haired man, the investigation bureau, the Sansheng sect, and Chun Su. It was extremely foolish to attack a potential ally instead of forming an alliance to deal with a common enemy. What are you thinking? A voice suddenly rang out behind him. 018 snapped back to reality and kicked out, knocking a vine that had reached for him back into the air, quickly engaging in a struggle with the cannibal controlling the plants. Aren't you going to make a move? Just watching your people get beaten? Chinsu's voice was not loud, but still reached the old lady's ears. Getting old, huh? Old bones are not as nimble anymore. The old lady stood with her hands behind her back, motionless in the distance. Aren't you the same? What are you waiting for? Chun-Su watched the fierce battle not far away and smiled. I'm waiting for the fish to tire out before I net them. A red tassel lightly brushed against Luo Yao's face, and at this moment, Luo Yao's expression shifted from playful to cautious, his flaming fists swinging forward like cannonballs. 007 laughed loudly, flipping his spear and sweeping it powerfully. Luo Yao quickly dodged to the side, but suddenly saw 007's figure close in to just half a meter away, immediately exerting force to change his dodging direction, but it was still a moment too late, and his left cheek was slashed with 2 gashes from the opponent's claws at close range, quickly creating distance. Luo Yao reached up to touch the blood on his face. All right, kid, too busy paying attention to your weapon. You actually forgot you fight like a girl and scratch faces. Ha! 007 twirled his spear, holding it diagonally behind him and standing sideways. Winning is the goal. I don't care about the process. Is that so? Then it seems our values are a bit different. Suddenly, white mist rose around Luo Yao, and the ground, which had been sprayed with water, quickly dried up as he assumed another stance. I will let you experience a pleasant process. Blood Demon Technique, Cage of Fire. The ground split open in a radius of 10 meters centered around the two, and bright flames illuminated the entire stadium, causing 018 to retreat hurriedly, feeling the terrifying pressure. Before his feet even landed, the flames from the cracks surged high into the air, converging into a massive hollow hemispherical fireball that enveloped both 007 and Luo Yao. What a terrifying temperature. 018 squinted at the enormous fireball, feeling as if his breath had stopped. Wow, this furnace is quite hot. 007 looked up at the towering flames, sweating profusely in just a few seconds, unable to resist tugging at his collar to fan himself. Thanks for the compliment. Luo Yao clenched his fist, flames surging at his fingertips. But unfortunately, it will only get hotter here, and in the end, you will die in this purgatorial cage. Don't joke. Who would die in such a broken place? 007 pointed his gun at Luo Yao. Luo Yao did not respond, carefully thinking about the situation. Apart from himself, there were 7 ghouls present, consisting of 6 first-level and 1 quasi-special level, based on their auras. The only troublesome one was the quasi-special level. Originally, he had planned to team up with the Investigation Bureau to deal with the quasi-special level first, then eliminate the ghouls from the 3 Lives cult before making a getaway. But now the Investigation Bureau had unexpectedly targeted him first. He needed to resolve this quickly. He couldn't let the quasi-special level become a special level. He didn't even know what blood demon techniques the quasi-special level possessed. If it turned out to be difficult, and he had to call for support from Xiao Ran and the others, it would be extremely embarrassing. In the dim alley, a silhouette flickered. Upon closer inspection, there was a camper van parked behind it, with several dismembered corpses lying quietly on the ground. A car zoomed past, and Elmonha shrank back into the shadows, her gaze directed towards the stadium, muttering to herself, "Why is that guy Lao Lu taking so long? With such a strong aura, did he encounter a tough opponent and needs to use blood demon techniques?" Above the stadium's dome, at a height of nearly 70 meters from the ground, there should have been no one, but several figures were standing there. The fireballs below illuminated them, with the leader being Chan Ran, one of the upper moons. "How's the evacuation going?" Chan Ran asked. A man sitting quietly on the ground with his hands over his ears opened his eyes and turned to respond. "Almost everyone has left. The sound are mostly far away now." Chun Ran nodded, her gaze returning to the battlefield below. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "Xia Er, Xia Lu, you two go lend a hand. Don't let the others sit idly by. Luo Yao can't handle so many people alone. You need to speed up the battle. Finally, it's my turn. I'm about to die of boredom." Xia Lu, the 6th lower moon, jumped down from the dome impatiently, while the 2nd lower moon, dressed in a business suit, nodded, adjusted her glasses, and leaped down as well. Below, 018 was engaged in a fierce battle with several ghouls. Suddenly, 2 consecutive loud thuds sounded for the ground nearby, sending dust flying. Just as 018 thought of turning to look, a vine suddenly shot out in front of him, forcing him to focus on the ghoul in front. He threw a punch, But another ghoul sprang out from behind, grabbing his arm, twisting and yanking it off forcefully. With one arm missing, 018 turned in pain, just as another vine struck at his previous position. Realizing the danger, he activated his blood demon technique. A faint mist enveloping him. All moving objects were within his perception, and the sudden vine had actually figured out the range of his technique, waiting for the right moment outside of it. In a flash, 018 sensed two entities suddenly appear within his awareness. Immediately after, the ghoul still clutching his severed arm seemed to be hit by something, its head exploding and body flying off until it crashed heavily into the stands. The other vine suddenly withered, shriveling up and breaking in the middle with a sound like crunching cookies, devoid of any moisture. "Hello there." Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. It sounded like a young girl. 018 turned warily, but saw no one, feeling alarmed. There should clearly be someone there according to his perception. In his confusion, a figure slowly materialized. "Uncle, what are you thinking about?" Yuqing playfully waved her hand in front of 018's face. "Nothing." 018 snapped back to reality, turning to look at the withered vine, where a young woman was also standing. "I was just curious how many of you with inscriptions in your eyes there are." The ghoul controlling the vine scoffed. "Why would someone in a suit come to fight? Are you trying to make me laugh? Just a little hobby." The second lower moon, Iju, slowly approached the ghoul. The ghoul waved its hand, and several more vines shot towards her. Surprisingly, Iju did not block. Strangely, those vines began to wither and dry the moment they touched her body. The ghoul controlling the vines raised a hint of caution. "Is this your blood demon technique?" "Correct." In the next moment, the ghoul's voice suddenly appeared in her ear. Its pupils constricted, and it hurriedly dodged to the side, but felt a brief grip on its arm. It felt its skin tightening and cracking. Even moving became difficult, and a thirst sensation quickly arose. Looking down, its arm began to dry up like the vines. Panic-stricken, the ghoul swiftly swung its other hand and severed the grabbed arm at the shoulder. The arm fell to the ground, quickly transforming into a desiccated, mummy-like state. "Let me introduce myself." Iju adjusted her glasses. "I'm Iju, and my blood demon technique is absorb." The ghoul controlling the vines moved its newly grown arm and licked its dry lips. "I see. Then it's best if you don't touch me." "You're really unfortunate. My specialty is long-range attacks." Iju smiled. "I hope you can avoid me for a long time. That thirst must be uncomfortable, right? My blood demon technique not only drains your blood, but also the moisture in your body. After a few times, you'll turn into a dried corpse." At the entrance, the agents peered inside, initially thinking that with the headquarters sending support for the Herring Project, they would have a chance to showcase their skills. However, the experimental subject had unexpectedly started fighting with a previously mentioned red-haired strongman. Just as the fight began, two more ghouls appeared, looking quite strong. One could become invisible, and the other could absorb. The agent, lost in strange thoughts, shook his head, filled with confusion. Just then, a figure engulfed in flames burst out from the massive fireball. A red-hot metal spear falling to the ground, and the figure slammed heavily against the wall, breaking a large hole through it. As the fireball gradually dissipated, Luo Yao emerged from within, his clothes torn in several places, but overall his aura remained steady. "Why are you so tough? You're just first level. Logically, those punches should have been enough to blow you apart," Luo Yao said, his gaze fixed intently on the hole created. As the smoke cleared, the charred and battered 007 emerged, supporting himself against the broken wall. The intense heat made him feel hot all over, and the burned areas would take time to recover. Taking deep breaths of the cool air, 007 felt a twinge of fear. He was reluctant to recall the battle inside. He could faintly sense the strength of the red-haired strongman. The other party hadn't even used all of their abilities. "Still want to fight, little brother?" Luo Yao withdrew his fist. "You don't have a chance to win against me. How about we cooperate first to deal with the Three Lives cult? Stop with the nonsense. I can handle those guys myself." As they spoke, 007 suddenly rushed forward, kicking up a long gun along the way. The gun's tip revealed a strange black sheen as it aimed at Luo Yao, slicing through the air with a sharp crack. Blood demon technique, wall of size. A wall of flames erupted from the ground between the two, but 007's speed did not diminish. Instead, his body was covered by a layer of black metallic sheen, charging straight through the wall of flames. Blood demon technique, black armor. Just as the wall of flames appeared, its temperature not yet fully risen, 007 took the opportunity to break through. The gun's tip aimed directly at Luo Yao's brow. Luo Yao snorted coldly, raising his hand to block. The opponent suddenly twisted his arm, the gun's tip shifting downwards. His pupils contracted, and he quickly dodged, but ultimately was a step too late. The gun's tip pierced directly into Luo Yao's shoulder. Instantly, he felt weak, forcing the gun out and creating distance. The healing speed of the wound slowed down. It seemed that the gun had been treated by the Bureau. Luo Yao glanced at his shoulder, his expression darkening. The opponent had actually managed to injure him. He had noticed the strange black metallic sheen on the gun's tip and the opponent's body earlier. It was likely his blood demon technique. A technique that enhances one's self and weapons? No wonder those punches didn't kill you. Guessing correctly, 007 weighed the still-hot long gun, which explained his reckless fighting style. Luo Yao moved his neck, clenched his fists again, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. I did underestimate you, my apologies. Blood demon technique, Crimson Lotus. Blood-red flames surged at his fingertips, and while 007 felt no heat, all the hairs on his body stood on end. His instincts told him that this thing was very dangerous. Let's settle this quickly. To be honest, I can't use this thing for long either, after all. All the high temperatures are locked in here, and I can't stand it either. Luo Yao stepped forward, taking a battle stance. What a coincidence, I also prefer fast. 007 bent his body, muscles tensed, his eyes suddenly sharp. The entire long gun was covered in black, appearing incredibly hard. Even without moving, the sharp intent it exuded instilled fear. The two figures, one black and one red, suddenly vanished, colliding in an instant, producing a series of loud bangs. The guy fighting Luo Yao is really tough. He died after all this time. The third upper crescent, Fu Xian, sat on the dome, resting his chin on his hand, a hint of concern passing over his face. These Bureau agents are really cowardly. There are 7 demons in the 3-life sect. And now that 5 are held up, they don't dare to step up? After all, they are human in battles of this level. Getting too close could get them killed by the residual waves, which is understandable. Chen Ran was also standing aside, observing below. The weakest among them was at least a first-tier ghoul, capable of easily smashing cars, not to mention there were a lot of area blood demon techniques involved. Now, the ground was filled with vines, moving and exploding corpses, and flames that could turn people to ash. The only 2 who hadn't taken action were the quasi-special level Chen Su and that hunchbacked old woman. Let me add some fire. Chen Ran withdrew her hand from her pocket, removing her gloves to reveal a hand that was completely the opposite of her appearance, grotesque and ugly, constantly rotting and regenerating, with dark energy swirling between the exposed bone seams. Fu Xian frowned, instinctively shifting to the side. He didn't want to inadvertently get caught up in Chen Ran's actions. Blood demon technique, centipede. The entwined dark energy solidified, quickly turning into a pool of viscous black liquid that dripped down. The metal support of the dome that came into contact with the black liquid was instantly eroded clean. The puddle seemed to come to life, forming a massive pitch-black centipede in just a few seconds, with hundreds of legs digging into the dome, leaving behind numerous deep pits still being eroded. The black tentacles swayed. Chen Ran reached out to touch the centipede's head. Receiving the command, the centipede fell directly into the arena along the edge of the dome, its huge body crashing into 2 unfortunate corpses before disappearing into the world. The fighting Luo Yao, Yu Qing, and Yi Zhu changed expressions. They recognized this thing. The handiwork of one of the upper crescents. I said, "Corpse Handler, can we change the venue? I really don't want to be touched by Sister Xiao Ran's pet." The 6th lower crescent, Yu Qing, said to the ghoul he was controlling. The other party also glanced nervously at the centipede, which was several meters long and as high as an off-road vehicle, and nodded. The old woman in the audience lifted her head to look at the dome, squinting her eyes and muttering to herself, "Is there someone else up there?" Then her figure vanished, suddenly appearing above the dome. The centipede lost one of its targets, its tentacles swaying as it aimed its sharp jaws at Chen Su, moving quickly with hundreds of legs, leaving a gouged trench behind. Above the dome, the old woman stood with her hands behind her back. "Girl, you're their leader, right?" "Yes." Chen Ran replied casually without turning her head. "Withdraw your people. I guarantee your safety. Soon, I can also introduce you to Wang. Your strength is not bad. It would be a shame to die." "Oh." Chen Ran turned her eyes. "You're Wang? Are you referring to the leader of the 3-life sect?" "Sorry, he just died, killed by our people." The old woman surprisingly shook her head, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. The 3-life sect is merely Wang's toy, just a farm supplying food. The leader is dead, so what? It's no big deal. Tomorrow we can just establish a 4-life sect or a 10-life sect. Chen Ran squinted her eyes. The people of the demon servants? The old woman was clearly surprised. Girl, you have quite the insight to know our name. Let me introduce myself. I am Temperance from the tarot card. I can recommend you to become Wang's subordinate. If I'm not mistaken, the Wang you mentioned should be a guy named Shinsu, right? Chun Ran slowly walked over, removing her gloves. How do you know this? The old woman became vigilant, suddenly recalling something. Wang had warned them long ago that a group of people was chasing him, and if they encountered these people, they must flee and never entertain the thought of fighting. She had once dared to ask Wang why, with such supreme power, he still called himself Wang instead of God. Because the one chasing me is the God who created us. Shinsu answered like this. The entrance of the giant centipede instantly disrupted the battlefield, and everyone couldn't help but be distracted by its position, trying to avoid being affected. Fortunately, the centipede was busy chasing Chun Su at that moment and didn't pay them any mind. The centipede was very fast. Even Chun Su couldn't shake it off for a while, circling the audience seats twice, while the centipede carved a deep trench behind him. Chun Su grabbed a nearby corpse and threw it behind him, and as soon as it made contact with the centipede, it disappeared like a piece of paper tossed into a fire. He turned to look in another direction, a hint of a smile in his eyes, and immediately vanished from his spot on the side of the sixth crescent. Yu Qing used her blood demon technique to become invisible and was the first to knock down one person. The ghoul that could resurrect corpses was now half of its body twisted off, lying motionless on the ruins, severely drained of stamina and unable to repair its body. Yu Qing was also covered in dirt and grime. She hadn't expected this guy to be so tough, able to counterattack just by using his hearing to identify her position. If she hadn't forcibly suppressed her heartbeat and breathing, it would have been hard to take him down. She quickly went to help others look elsewhere. The situation with the second crescent, Iju, was a bit tricky. Neither side could hurt the other. Iju needed to touch the enemy to use her blood demon technique, but the opponent was very skilled at using vines to attack, not giving her a chance to get close. Looking at the other side, Yu Qing's expression changed. How was the centipede coming toward her? It had clearly been far away just a moment ago. A figure flashed past her side. Yu Qing reached out to grab it, but was a moment too late, missing. When she focused again, she saw Chun Su, who had been hiding at the edge without attacking, now standing next to the ghoul controlling the corpses, grabbing its collar and dragging its half-body away while cursing. The vibrations on the ground grew more pronounced, and Yu Qing knew it was the sound made by the centipede. She quickly dodged to make way. Stop him! Several vines suddenly changed direction, whipping towards Chun Su but hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The others also noticed Chun Su, and the half-body ghoul being dragged had a look of terror in its eyes as it cried for help. Knowing what Chun Su was about to do to it, 018, who was nearby, rushed in with a knife. Chun Su raised his hand towards the direction 018 was coming from, fingers spread wide, then suddenly clenched. He felt a strange force slow 018 steps, as if something was pulling him from behind. Struggling to break free, 018 felt his breath halt, his lungs being violently compressed, like a deflated balloon suddenly shrinking, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. The pulling force from behind suddenly disappeared, followed by a strong impact, and the weakened 018 was slammed to the ground, his eardrums bursting, blood flowing from his ear canal. Only then did he feel his breathing become much smoother, and when he looked up, Chun Su had already run far away. Everyone witnessed 018's predicament, raising their vigilance. There was clearly nothing behind him, yet he was suddenly pulled, followed by that strange, spherical shockwave. For a moment, no one dared to get too close without understanding Chun Su's blood demon technique, except for that giant centipede. Chun Su, already on guard, turned sideways and again opened his hand toward the pursuing centipede, tightening his grip. The centipede was oddly repelled, its massive body crashing heavily onto the ground. Chun Su opened his mouth, tearing off half the ghoul's neck in his hand, ignoring its heart-wrenching screams as he ravenously consumed his spoils. A fireball flew towards Chun Su's face, shot by Luo Yao. Unable to get close, this was the only way to delay him. They absolutely couldn't let him become a special-grade ghoul so soon. Chun Su was engrossed in eating when the sudden fireball made him frown, quickly freeing one hand. The round fireball suddenly twisted, as if something was pulling it, and then the dazzling fireball vanished into thin air, leaving only the scorching heat as proof of its previous existence. Above in the dome, the fourth crescent, Tang, stared intently below and suddenly spoke. If that guy's blood demon technique is as I think, Brother Fu and Sister Xiao Ran should be able to deal with him easily. Just as the first crescent, Chun Ran, returned. She was putting on gloves and suddenly looked up into the distance, her eyes flickering. She's coming. The battle below continued. At this moment, besides the single-minded 004 still entangled with Luo Yao, the remaining 7 people alive finally formed an extremely fragile alliance under the pressure from Shinsu, cautiously wary of each other while attempting to approach him. 018 glanced at 007 in the distance with a sigh. This guy always did this. As long as it was a recognized opponent, he wouldn't listen to anything until a clear winner was decided. Looking back at Shinsu, perhaps only someone like 007, who had maximum resistance, could have a chance to break through. He knew 007's ability could harden weapons or his own body for a certain period, and only he could ensure that his lungs wouldn't be deprived of air and collapse when rushing past. Speaking of this, he had already guessed Chun Tzu's blood demon technique during the several attempts everyone made to attack him earlier. The guy could forcibly compress the air within a certain range to a point, creating a large vacuum environment, and then suddenly relinquish control. The compressed airball would explode like an enhanced balloon, creating a shockwave. This was also why the air in his lungs would be sucked away. The others were not fools and had guessed nearly the same thing. They exchanged glances, their expressions serious. Everyone present, regardless of whether they excelled in close combat or long-range combat, relied solely on physical means. Close combat was needless to say. Getting within range would result in being sucked away and blown up, and long-range attacks also struggled to reach that guy. Even fireballs couldn't burn in a vacuum and couldn't hit Shinsu at all. Covered in blood, Chun Tzu smacked his lips. He had finished enjoying his spoils, feeling the blood surging within him, a smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, he raised his hand towards an empty direction, and the sound of an explosion echoed in the stadium as a bloodied figure fell far away. Yu Qing. The lower moon too, Iju instinctively gasped. Just now, everyone had been taking turns to attack in order to create a close combat opportunity for the invisibility-capable lower moon 6. Yu Qing crashed into the audience seats like a pile of mud, smashing through a row of chairs before finally stopping. At that moment, his body resembled a mass of red, twisted dough. Nearly all his bones were shattered, with several ribs jutting out from his chest, lying on the ground motionless. Damn it! 018 cursed softly. After defeating that first tier ghoul, Chun Tzu had grown stronger, able to severely injure that little girl with a single blow. Just as everyone was caught in a stalemate, they vaguely heard the roar of a car engine, accompanied by a man's scream. The sound grew clearer, and everyone looked towards its source, another entrance to the audience area, which had just been locked by several ghouls from the Three Lives sect. Through the crack of the door, light flickered. With a loud bang, the iron chain wrapped around the doorknob snapped, and the metal double doors burst open. Swinging to the sides and crashing to the ground, a dilapidated taxi flew in at full speed, soaring over the heads of the people in the trapezoidal audience area. The screams and cheers from inside the car echoed in their ears. Under the influence of gravity, the front of the car nosedived, landing in the center of the stage. 2 white airbags exploding out just as the rear of the car returned to the ground. Superhero landing, Hiranoya shouted, raising both hands as she stepped out from the driver's seat. In the passenger seat, Liao Shi trembled as he got out, his face pale as he cursed. You green-haired, crazy woman. Do you want me to die? Time rewound 3 minutes. After reaching the security zone, the head of the investigation bureau, Lu Yun, and the taxi driver who was originally supposed to drive were chased away. With Lu Yun's assistance, Hiranoya and Liao Shi obtained equipment from the security personnel and drove into the stadium. Hiranoya called it a protective iron shell. Of course, this taxi really helped, speeding down the corridor, crashing through who knows how many vines along the way. But as the corridor narrowed to barely accommodate the car, the situation changed, especially with the sparks flying from the sides of the car at such high speed and the occasional sharp turns that almost slammed into the walls. Not to mention the final leap from the trapezoidal entrance to the center of the stage. I will never ride in your car again. Liao Shi, still venting his fear from the ride, turned to Hiranoya and said, Look around you first. Liao Shi cursed as he raised his eyes, suddenly falling silent. This was different from what he had imagined. Where were the other brothers from the field department? Why were they hiding at another entrance? Why were there so many corpses? Did the plan of the Three Lives sect succeed or fail? How could such a large stadium be destroyed like this? It looked like it had been hit by an earthquake. 1, 2, 3, for why were there so many ghouls? And why was there such a large, pitch-black centipede? His gaze sharpened, and his expression changed to one of horror. Chun Tzu. You son of a... Chun Tzu smiled and said, I didn't expect to see you after turning into a ghoul. The 2 guys manipulating the vines glanced at Liao Shi and Hiranoya, who had suddenly appeared, clearly human but daring to run right into their midst. The air suddenly became thin, and the ghoul quickly dodged out of Chun Su's attack range. Don't get distracted. Our business isn't finished yet. Chun Su withdrew his hand. A gunshot interrupted Chun Su, and feeling the bullet whistling towards him, he had to dodge. Liaoshi held his gun with both hands, the muzzle still smoking. You're ruthless. Liaoshi. Chun Su, seeing who had fired, was filled with disgust. Old partner, it's surprising to see you so decisive in firing. Liaoshi did not respond. And Chun Su continued with a smile. Clearly, both my sister Liao Xin and I are ghouls, yet you treat us so differently. Don't you find that ridiculous? Liaoshi's gaze slightly changed, but quickly became resolute. You're not the same. What's different? Chun Su's figure rapidly enlarged in Liaoshi's pupils, and he could clearly see his own reflection in Chun Su's eyes. His body couldn't react. He couldn't move. Get out of the way. Just when it seemed hopeless, a vine struck from the side, just in time to block Chun Su's punch. Although it was quickly broken by brute force, it startled Liaoshi awake from his fear, giving him the chance to awkwardly dodge. Chun Su, wary of the gun in Liaoshi's hands, immediately distanced himself, turning his head to glare at the ghoul controlling the vines, his tone cold. When did you start to care for humans? After fighting for so long. Knowing we few first-level ghouls couldn't handle you for the time being, not to mention those few useless humans still hiding behind the entrance. The other side wiped the dust from their face, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and pointed at Liaoshi and Hiranoya. These two are different. They have the courage to stand here. I admire them. It's just a casual rescue, not to mention pitying humans. Moreover, at this time, having one more ally increases the chance of tearing you apart sooner, doesn't it? I agree. Iju glanced at Hiranoya's position and spoke up. Hiranoya rolled her eyes. This guy Itazuki just couldn't help but wanted to take action quickly. No way, absolutely not. With a helicopter overhead and a group of field personnel surrounding the entrance. Unless they were all blind, taking action would definitely expose her. Looking again at the only visible upper moon, Luo Yao was happily fighting a ghoul in the distance. Although he was in an advantageous position, the opponent seemed very excited, with a metal collar around his neck. Wasn't that a man-made ghoul from the Investigation Bureau? Why was he fighting Luo Yao? How did Lower Moon 6 end up in such a state? Were these guys in a free-for-all before I arrived? Hiranoya had a black line on her face as she pulled out the gun from her waist, hoping that tonight's battle would be limited to this. When Chun Su saw Hiranoya reaching for her waist, his pupils contracted slightly, but he relaxed when he saw her take out a handgun. He remembered when the experimental subject escaped from the research department of the Investigation Bureau. Chun Su had taken the opportunity to steal the serum and inadvertently witnessed Hiranoya transforming to stop the experimental subject. However, he was unsure about what other means she had, so he remained cautious of her. Looking at her now, although he didn't know how she usually disguised herself as human, it was clear that she still wanted to maintain that facade in such a dangerous situation. Team Leader Ping, do you really plan to use that little thing against me? Chun Su laughed. He had no intention of exposing Hiranoya, not to mention whether anyone would believe it. This matter held no value for him, and there was naturally no need to waste energy on it. Why would he detonate a bomb buried in the Investigation Bureau ahead of time? Although he didn't plan to expose Hiranoya, it was still necessary to tease her a little. Hiranoya's expression tightened, sensing that Chun Su's words had deeper meaning. But unable to guess what he was trying to express, she feigned ignorance and said, using a gun is enough to deal with you. She had originally thought Chun Su would appear in another manner, but he shook his head sarcastically. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, followed by the ground rising. Chun Su quickly dodged from his original position as several vine-like tendrils with soil debris shot up from the ground, nearly ensnaring him. You are really annoying. Chun Su landed on the ground, waved his hand to break the tendrils coming from his previous location, and glared at the ghoul controlling them. Thanks for the compliment. The ghoul grinned. It's also thanks to your blood demon technique that the stadium was destroyed like this, exposing a lot of soil, allowing me to bury seeds everywhere in advance. Chun Su's gaze sharpened. These seeds were like time bombs for him, especially since he couldn't leave the ground. How many did you bury? Who knows? The other side laughed maliciously. Chun Su snorted coldly. The ghoul had stuffed the seeds into its pockets for convenience during battle to quickly release blood demon techniques. With limited pocket space, he didn't believe there could be enough seeds to fill such a large stadium, especially since many had already been used in the previous fight. On the other side, at the Investigation Bureau's command center, the central screen displayed an aerial view of the stadium, clearly transmitted by a helicopter. Can we contact 007? The head of the field operations department's face was grim. We can't reach him. That fireball that covered him likely burned his communication device. What an idiot. Can't he tell the situation? Hearing the furious scolding from the head of the field operations department, everyone else fell silent, afraid to speak. Deploy 041 to the battlefield. The head of the field operations department said, after a long silence. But that guy's growth potential is terrifying. We have no other options. We can't attack that area with missiles, and the racket we've already made is enough. The head of the field operations department shook his head. Don't let Chinsu's solo fight against many fool you. He isn't afraid of these people at all. For every ally we lose, he becomes stronger. I don't want to see a special grade ghoul being fed. Nearby the stadium, a transport helicopter that had been circling for a long time flew directly above the open stadium, and the crew released several hooks, causing a large container hanging below to crash down with a loud thud. The noise startled everyone below who were already on edge, and the giant centipede curiously turned its head to look at the container, which was several sizes larger than itself. However, it merely shook its antennae and turned its head back to Chun-Su's position, its hundreds of legs moving again. Although Chun-Su was curious about which powerful entity had been brought in the container, he had no time to think about it. Among all the enemies present, only the giant centipede terrified him the most. He absolutely couldn't let it touch him. Far too many corpses had been turned to ashes in an instant by mere accidental contact. Get lost. Chun-Su raised both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, and shouted angrily. His hands were directed at the centipede's head and tail. In a shocked gaze of everyone, the air at both points was rapidly evacuated, causing the centipede's body to twist violently, its midsection taut, pulled by the forces from both ends. Following that, two visible spherical shockwaves emerged, and the segments closest to the shockwaves were instantly crushed. As the shockwaves expanded, they collided with each other, squeezing the middle section of the centipede's body into a shape. The deafening sound of the explosion echoed throughout the stadium, making everyone's ears ring. Chun-Su bent over, panting heavily, beads of sweat covering his forehead. It was evident that compressing the air at two locations simultaneously was still quite taxing for him. However, the effect was significant. The crushed remnants of the centipede's body thrashed on the ground and, like other remnants, turned into wisps of black mist and vanished. How could Shinran's blood demon technique be broken by him? Iju stared in shock at the dissipating black mist, unable to hide her astonishment. I think he has adapted better to his own blood demon technique, 018 interjected. Just then, the container's door was pushed open from the inside, and several grotesquely thick and ugly tentacles emerged, writhing on the ground. The hideously ugly mass of flesh appeared before everyone, its massive size making the originally spacious stadium feel somewhat cramped. What the hell is that? The ghoul controlling the vines sensed a similar presence from the mass of flesh, but would never have believed such a creature could exist if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Everyone disperse. 018 shouted urgently as he saw everyone frozen in shock. This mass of flesh was one of the last 3 experimental subjects from the Horizontal Catfish Project, transformed due to an overdose of ghoul blood, and it was a monster with no thoughts other than eating. The mission was to use it as a last resort, but he hadn't expected it to be deployed so soon. Hearing 018's warning, the ghoul closest to the mass of flesh immediately dodged. As if sensing the presence of living creatures nearby, the surface of the mass of flesh rippled, and a tentacle quickly shot out, wrapping around the calf of the ghoul, accelerating its decay. The ghoul felt a chill on his leg, realizing something was wrong, and twisted his body in midair. With a cracking sound, his leg bones disconnected, and he forcefully kicked the tentacle with his other foot, tearing off half of his calf, which allowed him to escape. Gurgling sounds echoed. The mass of flesh rolled up its half-eaten prize, pressed it against itself, and with a surge, that half-calf was devoured as if it had sunk into a swamp. The mass of flesh emitted a low response, seemingly satisfied with the appetizer. The tentacle swayed and emitted another low sound. It sensed many delicious foods in the arena. The ghoul who had lost half a leg cursed while waiting for his calf to regrow, suddenly feeling the air around him become thin. The air he had just inhaled began to be drawn out in strands. Without oxygen, even for just a moment, it was enough to disrupt the body. He felt darkness clouding his vision, dizziness overwhelming him, and weakness in his limbs, causing him to kneel on the ground, desperately trying to gasp for air. Stop him! Someone reacted first, rushing to block Chun-Su. Chun-Su waved his hand, creating another vacuum area to stop the obstructor. This time, Creating two vacuums at once was no longer as strenuous for Chun Su as it had been before. He rushed to the ghoul, still kneeling on the ground, struggling to breathe. Stopping the control over the air, the ghoul was directly slammed into Chun Su's arms by the shockwave, while several tendrils burst from the ground, attempting to reclaim him, only to be shattered by the shockwave in the same manner. Damn it, there's no way out. Everyone could only watch helplessly as that unfortunate guy was shredded to pieces in just a few seconds. Hiranoya stared at Chun Su, who was adapting to his sudden power increase amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, his brows slightly furrowed. With his current aura, he could already step into the ranks of Upper Moon. On the other side of the battlefield, it was different from other places. It felt as if he were in a steamer, with hard plastic chairs sagging and deforming. And even the ground cracked due to the moisture being dried up. Little brother, if you keep going like this, you won't survive until dawn. Luo Yao's breath was slightly heavy, but his expression was still good. The guy he'd been fighting for half a day didn't seem to know where he got so much strength and energy. 007 propped himself up with the blade of his long gun, still glaring sharply at Luo Yao. The bastard playing with fire wasn't wrong. He indeed couldn't defeat him, and if he continued, he wouldn't survive until dawn. His stamina was severely depleted, and he didn't have the strength to heal his injured body. The half of his body that had just been shattered hadn't healed, and the only remaining foot was trembling. Can I ask you a question? Luo Yao suddenly spoke. Speak, 007 replied, thinking of ways to stall for time until he recovered. I believe you received orders from the Investigation Bureau as well, right? I shouldn't be the primary target. Why are you so fixated on me? 007's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard the command from the command center through his earpiece when Luo Yao had trapped him in the fireball, but later the high temperature damaged the earpiece. So he didn't bother to care anymore. I don't know. If it weren't for that previous incident, I might not be like this now. 007 moved his legs and continued. My mom told me since I was little to handle the hardest task first and then deal with the rest slowly. Once you commit to something, you must see it through, but I never took it to heart. And then she died of an acute cerebral hemorrhage. 007 bit his dry lips. That day, she asked me to go downstairs to buy something. I found it troublesome, agreed, but locked myself in my room to play games. And it wasn't until it got dark that I remembered. When I took off my headphones and opened the door, her body was already starting to cool. Luo Yao didn't respond. He was actually a bit confused, unable to understand the necessity of connecting these 2 points. However, thinking about it, since the experimental subjects of the Horizontal Fish Project were all death row inmates taken from prison, it was normal for someone who dared to kill indiscriminately to have a different thought process than an ordinary person. Although not all death row inmates are insane. Normal people rarely end up in that situation. So, after saying so much, you still decide to finish your business with me first? Luo Yao scratched his head. Yes, even if the next round is death. Then let it be. I understand. Luo Yao nodded. Since the other party had his insistence, he chose to respect it. Let's settle it with one move. No need to hide anything. The other side can't drag it out any longer. Luo Yao glanced at the battlefield on the other side. That's exactly what I mean. 007 moved his recovered body, raising the blade of his long gun above his head, pointing the gun tip straight at Luo Yao. After fighting for so long, he was well aware of what attacks the other side had. Continuing to dawdle was indeed meaningless. Blood Demon Technique, Black Scythe. The metallic long gun in his hand turned black again, and at the moment he struck, the air around him emitted a sharp whistling sound. Luo Yao's hair stood on end. He waved his hand, and a thick wall of flames rose from the ground. Suddenly, a wrist-thick hole appeared in that wall of flames, created by the airflow generated by the thrown spear. Indeed, it's the final strike. It actually broke through my defense. Luo Yao knew he couldn't dodge in time, so he crossed his arms in front of him. The black long gun pierced through with unrelenting force, nearly making Luo Yao tumble. Luckily, he tightened his muscles and managed to lock the spear that pierced through his arms. Looking up again, he saw 007, whose body was charred from the flames, charging through the searing heat. The raised fist came crashing down towards Luo Yao's face. He tried to reach out to block, but the metal spear that pierced his arms kept him immobilized. No surprises happened. This punch landed solidly on Luo Yao's crown. The physical strength of a first-tier ghoul was already formidable, and this was his final desperate strike. With a loud crack, it was hard to tell whether it was the sound of his arm breaking or his skull shattering. After a brief moment of contact, both fell to the ground, unmoving. Luo Yao lost his ability to act due to the punch, and in addition, the wisteria extract from the spearhead needed some time to decompose. 007, however, was completely drained. Lying flat on the ground, panting heavily. This wasn't Luo Yao's fault. In a battle between ghouls, unless it was to devour each other, they couldn't really kill one another. No matter how uneven the battle, it would turn into a war of attrition. Although Chun Su had been dealing with the others, he was still paying attention to this side. Seeing both of them fall, he suddenly stomped his foot, the compressed air exploding beneath him, propelling his speed to a terrifying level. Staggering to the ground, Chun Su let out a long breath. Thankfully, even though it was his first time using the shockwave to accelerate, he controlled it quite well. At least he didn't blow his own legs off. Looking to the other side, a group of ghouls was still in pursuit. Luo Yao was already rubbing his healed head, ready to get up. Chun Su, although envious, knew he couldn't do anything to him for the time being, while the other one was still lying on the ground. When Luo Yao pulled out the spear lodged in his arms and regained his sight, he realized 007 was nowhere to be found. He hadn't waited for dawn before entering someone's belly. Chun Su stood at the highest point of the trapezoidal spectator seats, closing his eyes to enjoy the surging power within him. Even his breathing was a bit heavy. This is the power close to that of a god. Investigate Buell. Attack. The ghoul controlling the vines waved his hands, and the walls behind Chun Su were immediately covered in cracks, with countless vines sprouting from beneath his feet. Chun Su stomped hard, crushing the first few that came at him, but in front of him, a mass of dark vines reached out. Just a little trick. Chun Su snorted coldly, raising his hand to prepare to unleash the blood demon technique. Suddenly, all the vines in front of him dehydrated and snapped, revealing the figure of Lower Moon 2, Iju, who reached out to grab him. Chun Su quickly adjusted his wrist to aim at Iju, but the ceiling above him suddenly cracked open, and several vines that had been hiding in the ceiling waiting for an opportunity instantly wrapped around the unprepared Chun Su. With a strong pull, the blood demon technique that was supposed to target Iju exploded in the air behind her. With his free hand immediately grabbing the vine that had wrapped around half of his body, he prepared to unleash the blood demon technique to blow it up. Although it would cost him half of his body, he couldn't care less at this moment. He didn't want to be caught by Iju and turned into a mummy. Just as he touched the cold vine, pain shot through his back and arm, and a series of whistling sounds came from the air. Chun Su gritted his teeth in pain, unable to hold back a curse. Vaguely, he saw the field agents who had been hiding at the entrance rushing in at some point, their guns aimed straight at him, bullets raining down. Get lost. Get away. Chun Su was hit in the chin by a bullet fired by an unknown assailant, his tongue shattered in half, making his speech somewhat slurred. Feeling a real threat of death, Chun Su erupted with an unprecedented desire to survive, raising his bloodied hand to directly smash the body entangled in vines, dragging a trail of blood to escape from the area. Just as his foot was about to touch the ground, he was confronted by a figure in black, 018, wielding a long knife and staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Blood demon technique, mist demon. 018's figure suddenly became somewhat transparent. Chun Su had never encountered this move before and naturally did not want to withstand it at such close range. He immediately prepared to dodge again, gathering strength in his legs to jump, only to find that he bumped into something as if he were encased in an impenetrable suit of armor. Looking down, he saw that as 018's figure became increasingly transparent, he was instead covered by a thickening layer of white mist. The white mist seemed to come alive, binding his joints, leaving him stiff and unable to move. Finally caught you, you bastard. The last remnant of 018's figure struck the only part of Chun Su not covered by the mist, his neck, before vanishing. With a clang, the shattered knife flew away and landed on the ground. Chun Su gasped for breath, feeling warm blood streaming down his neck to his chest. If he could move, he would have wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just at the moment the knife touched his neck, he had activated the blood demon technique through his neck, sending the embedded knife flying away, saving himself from being killed. But the white armor binding him still held Chun Su tightly in place. He could no longer sense that bastard's presence. How was this thing still here? Chun Su struggled fiercely, but instead of breaking free, he lost his balance and fell to the ground like a plaster statue. A crowd gathered around, looking at Chun Su, who was immobilized by 018 sacrifice, and they all raised their guns. Chun Su glared with bloodshot eyes and roared in anger. He refused to accept this. How could he fall so low because of these small fries? He should be the being closest to a god. Just one step away, just a little more time, and he could rise above all beings. Once, Chun Su believed humanity was at the top of the Earth's food chain, but the emergence of ghouls shattered his perception completely. Immortality, blood demon technique. These were things humanity had never possessed. In Chun Tzu's eyes, ghouls represented the form of human evolution, the true offspring of gods. He joined the Investigation Bureau. He joined the Three Life sect, all to further understand ghouls and even become the true offspring of gods. He succeeded. He felt the blood of a god flowing in his veins, no longer a filthy mortal shell. He felt the existence of ghouls at the pinnacle. He felt that the being at the top was the closest to a god, although he did not know where that being was at this moment. The oppressive force he vaguely sensed in his blood made him shudder, unable to imagine the true strength of that being. But he believed that one day he would find that guy, surpass the gods, kill the gods, become supreme, achieve immortality. The figures of the crowd were still approaching. In order to ensure Chun Tzu was sealed off with his life on the line, 018 had not left too wide a gap to land a finishing blow. One must get close. Liao Shi, holding a gun, approached with a complicated expression. Lying on the ground was his former comrade, now an enemy that many were desperately trying to kill. Chun Tzu's hoarse screams shook their ears, causing Liao Shi to slow his pace involuntarily. Squinting, he noticed that the milky white armor binding Chun Tzu had developed cracks. A chill shot through his head, and Liao Shi, walking ahead, suddenly turned around and shouted, "Retreat." Just as he shouted, a powerful shockwave followed, and Liao Shi quickly wrapped Ping Yili in his arms and pressed her to the ground. Behind them, countless fragments of white scattered around, sharp pieces piercing many unreactive agents. The blood-soaked Ping Yili felt moisture on her face, the strong smell of blood invading her nose, causing her body, which Liao Shi was pressing down, to convulse uncontrollably, not knowing how many fragments had pierced her. As the shockwave dissipated, wailing sounds erupted everywhere. Ping Yili moved Liao Shi aside, only to see many agents dead or injured. No one had emerged unscathed from the explosion. Liao Shi was unsure whether he was lucky or unlucky. He had been the first to react and lay on the ground, saving his life. But his exposed back was already pierced like a hedgehog, with fragments of stone and white armor embedded in his flesh. The largest piece was deeply embedded in the upper right of his back, likely piercing his lung. "Are you stupid? Why are you protecting me?" Ping Yili turned Liao Shi over onto his back, propping his head on her thigh, and reached to feel the fragments on his back. Fortunately, they did not touch the ground, so they wouldn't cause secondary damage. Liao Shi coughed up blood again, his voice weak, and smiled with bloodied teeth, saying, "Chun Tzu won't last long. Liao Xin will meet the same fate. I have to keep at least one of my loved ones with me, right?" Hiranoya was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted Liao Shi's face. "All right, stop talking. You can live a little longer." Liao Shi was panting heavily, but with a big hole in his lung, he couldn't take in much oxygen. "Forget it. Since you saved me, I'll help you out." Hiranoya listened to the wheezing breath, dug into his ear, and lowered his head, the two of them locking eyes. "Follow my lead, and learn the strength and frequency of my breathing." Hiranoya hesitated for a moment, but decided to teach Liao Shi the breathing technique. Ever since society entered the modern age and firearms and cannons emerged, the orthodox breathing techniques, sword skills, and martial arts have nearly been lost, with only a few superficial remnants remaining. However, even these remnants can serve to strengthen the body. As a young demoness who has lived for over 1,000 years, Hiranoya's only hobby throughout the long years has been to learn interesting things. The breathing technique she is now teaching Liao Shi is the gentlest among the many breathing techniques, water breathing. It's not that the others are bad, but Liao Shi's current physical condition cannot handle any other breathing techniques. Only the gentlest technique can keep him breathing without bursting his lungs. Faster, faster. Breathe faster. Hiranoya pinched Liao Shi's mouth with her fingers. Keep your mouth smaller. Did you even watch my mouth shape? Are you trying to eat me at your age? Liao Shi struggled to mimic Hiranoya's breathing. Although he couldn't quite get it perfectly, he felt that his previously painful body seemed to hurt less, and his head was no longer as heavy as before. Instead, he felt particularly clear-headed due to the large intake of oxygen. If he could, he even felt strong enough to get up and perform a set of military exercises. However, thinking about his injuries, he decided against it. Who knows if it was this strange breathing technique that worked, or if it was just the large release of adrenaline causing a temporary revival. In that moment, Liao Shi actually felt everything was perfect. The knee pillow was soft, and besides the smell of blood, there was a faint floral fragrance in the air that relaxed the mind, which was the scent of Hiranoya. Yes, just like that, keep it up. Don't fall asleep." Seeing Liao Shi inexplicably dozing off, Hiranoya quickly slapped his face. He was clearly breathing according to the correct technique. So why was he getting sleepy? She turned to look around. Iju was squatting on the ground, dealing with the bullets that had accidentally entered her body. And the recovered Yuqing was lying in the audience, pretending to be dead. Hiranoya's face flashed with a moment of annoyance, but she didn't intend to blame anything. Yuqing was only a 6th rank lower moon, a first-tier strength. After Chun-Su had devoured so many first-tier ghouls, he was no longer someone Yuqing could compete with. She didn't have the blood demon techniques like Iju, so Chun-Su wouldn't be cautious about getting close to her. Besides, with so many upper moons lurking in the shadows, there was no need to go out and seek death. Hiranoya glanced around and, not trusting the few ghouls from the Sansheng sect, beckoned to the 6th upper moon, Luo Yao. Take him out. Okay. Luo Yao didn't waste words, scooping Liao Shi up in a princess carry. His sturdy, block-like physique made it seem as if he was truly carrying a princess. Hiranoya stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and looked towards Chun-Su's position. The presence of the vine-controlling ghoul had vanished, and Chun-Su rushed in front of him as soon as he broke the white armor, sending it to his mouth. As for the large meatball that had been forgotten in the corner, waving its tentacles, it had long been immobilized by Chun-Su's blood demon technique. Liao Shi was still alive? His life was indeed tough. Chun-Su chewed on what was in his mouth and suddenly thought of something, immediately calling out to Luo Yao. What are you doing? Luo Yao said coldly. Big guy, I just wanted to say goodbye to my good brother. Look at him now in this state. I might never see him again. The stadium fell silent, and Chun-Su's voice echoed within. Be careful with Hiranoya. Luo Yao snorted coldly, turned, and quickly left the stadium with a group of investigators carrying the injured and the dead. Liao Shi ignored him, quietly lying in Luo Yao's arms, struggling to breathe. He had no time to think about why this ghoul would listen to Hiranoya, nor did he have time to consider what Chun-Su's earlier words meant. For a moment, the lively stadium was left with only Chun-Su, Hiranoya, Iju, and a large meatball that kept squirming in the corner. Why are you telling him that? Hiranoya said in a deep voice. Chun-Su shrugged and replied, Nothing, just for fun. Then he smirked. I just thought if he can survive, he would be quite curious about what you really are, right? When did you find out? It was just recently. To be honest, I really didn't expect there to be a blood demon technique that could turn a ghoul into a human walking under the sun. Just as he was about to say something, Hiranoya suddenly stopped. The helicopter above had also left at some point. He touched the earpiece hanging on his ear and turned to Iju, saying, You guys go ahead. I'll handle this guy. Just now. The command center had transmitted a message through the earpiece, indicating that they judged the current situation to be out of control, and missiles had already been launched. Expected to land in about a minute, just enough time for the field personnel to evacuate. It was easy to imagine that the missiles were likely filled with something like wisteria extract to kill the ghoul. Although Chan Ran was protecting the others, it was better to have them leave the stadium first to avoid any accidents. Iju didn't hesitate, nodded, and left. Chun-Su stroked his chin, full of curiosity. Why did that big guy and this girl listen to you so much? Are you all in cahoots? Hiranoya raised her hand to check her watch. 10 seconds had already passed. What about the engraving on your eyes? Is it the upper phase or the lower phase? Who is your boss? Jiansu Jia de Insesten Hon Stili. He was quite interested in this organization, as everyone inside was ridiculously strong. Can we save some time? How come I never noticed you could talk so much before? Hiranoya looked up at Chun-Su. There's still 45 seconds. Since you're seeking death, let me help you. Chun-Su's expression darkened. Previously, he had reservations about Hiranoya, who had never fought before because there were many people around. But now it was purely one-on-one, and he had absorbed several first-tier ghoul powers. There was nothing to fear, unless a thunderstorm struck. Blood demon technique, no falling moon. This was destined to be a night that the entire city would not forget, having experienced emergency lockdowns, police chases, stadium lockdowns, and a blood-red full moon hanging in the night sky. What kind of blood demon technique is this? Chun-Su looked up, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. He could actually manipulate celestial phenomena. However, as Hiranoya unleashed her blood demon technique, the aura that belonged to the ghouls erupted completely. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chun-Su felt a suffocating sensation. Every drop of blood and every cell in his body seemed to be commanding him to kneel and submit to the person before him. That was the suppression from his bloodline, something he had never felt so clearly before. It's nothing, just a little trick to monitor all living beings in the city. I've had similar experiences before, and I don't want you to slip away from me again. Hiranoya walked over slowly, her expression calm, her tone as lazy as their usual conversations, revealing no hint of murderous intent. You should say less. It might help you live a little longer, Hiranoya said. A low rumble came from the distant sky, and the two looked up to see three elongated objects with bright tails streaking across the sky. Chun Su's pupils constricted into pinpoints, and his trembling legs struggled to flee. He wasn't stupid and naturally knew that the missiles carried weapons not meant for humans. "Where are you going?" Hiranoya's figure appeared behind Chun Su like a ghost, pulling him back. "Get away!" Chun Su shouted in a trembling voice, swinging his hand forcefully. The meatball that had been locked in a vacuum in the corner suddenly exploded, scattering mud everywhere. The power of this explosion was incomparable to the previous ones. Maintaining the vacuum environment had continuously drawn in air from the surroundings, and since air was flowing, the shock wave generated by the infinitely compressed air at the center would only grow more terrifying. In less than a second, a visible shock wave swept across the entire stadium, forcefully blowing away all corpses, vine fragments, seats, the stage, and rubble, completely plowing the ground around the explosion point once more. Even the dome, supported by metal frames, was no exception. The supports broke without even having a chance to bend, and the originally tall dome collapsed instantly under the force of gravity, then was ripped apart by the shock wave, falling into the surrounding parking lot and streets, creating countless deep craters. The audience section closest to the explosion point was blown open, with broken concrete burying the corridor, revealing the block street outside the stadium. What a cool breeze! Hiranoya spat out some mud. It would be even better if it weren't dusty. Looking down again, Chun Su's skin and flesh had basically separated, clearly indicating that his physical strength had not yet adapted to withstand the intensity of this blood demon technique. The missiles above had already begun to tilt downward, and he could even see the numbers on them. Hiranoya did not choose to leave, partly to keep Chun Su occupied and ensure he stayed in the stadium. Secondly, to control him and prevent him from using blood demon techniques. The blood demon technique that can create a vacuum environment. Who knows if Chun Su could use it to counter the missile attack? Holding the mumbling Chun Su, she turned around and pointed a slender finger at his forehead. Blood demon technique, flowing light and fleeting moments, engulfing the vast moon. The originally restless Chun Su suddenly stood still as if under a spell, his pupils dispersed. Hiranoya waved her hand in front of Chun Su's eyes, and seeing that he didn't react, she smiled with satisfaction. This blood demon technique was one of her favorites. Those affected by it would feel time, either slowing down or speeding up, completely at Hiranoya's discretion. Of course, she wouldn't change the flow of time in the real world, as that would be too exhausting. Instead, adjusting the target's perception of the outside world was much easier. From Chun Su's perspective, both he and the three missiles flying towards him seemed to be moving incredibly slowly, while his thoughts raced. Move! Run! Can I run? If I activate the blood demon technique now, I should be able to stop them, right? Why haven't I raised my hand yet? Hurry up! Faster! Hiranoya, you bastard! If I survive, I will definitely nail you to the wall and peel your skin off again and again. I want you to suffer. Let me die, please. Just let me die. An alien invasion. Hey, sausages are coming. From an external perspective, Chun Su's hand barely lifted halfway in 2 seconds before freezing. But from his perspective, such a simple action took him 721 years and 357 days to accomplish. Even if he survived the missile bombardment, his mind wouldn't be normal, right? Hiranoya thought to herself as a puddle of black water appeared beneath her feet, diving in at the moment of the missile explosion. 3 months had passed since the stadium incident, but what happened that night remained a topic of conversation among every citizen of Jianyang City after dinner. The official explanation was that there was an escaped suspect trying to leave the city, which led to an emergency lockdown and a citywide manhunt, resulting in multiple vehicle collisions on the roads during the pursuit. At the same time, 3 small meteorites were detected to have landed in the stadium, which prompted the emergency evacuation of the audience, followed by the explosion. Although this was the official narrative, and there had even been a press conference, numerous videos were still circulating online, and various versions of the story were spreading among neighbors. Many people saw the 3 missiles crossing the sky that night, making the meteorite explanation rather far-fetched. No one would believe that meteorites could strike so precisely, nor would they believe that a meteorite could flatten half of a stadium. However, what the public found most difficult to accept was the red moon that night. Some claimed it was an atmospheric phenomenon caused by the meteorites. Others said it was a divine sign. And some claimed that the gates of hell had opened, allowing evil spirits to escape, which also explained why many at the concert that night claimed to have seen man-eating monsters, as well as the recent spate of cannibal incidents in Jianyang City at night. Although this explanation was the most absurd, it had the largest following. At once, amulets from various temples, Taoist shrines, and even street vendors were sold out. and the Taoist Association was stirred, sending people to visit Jianyang City every few days. Some even proclaimed online that Jianyang City was a gathering place for Yin energy, an entrance to the underworld, and that now the seal was loosening, allowing myriad demons to invade. Only one solution could be implemented. The speaker's ancestors had been ghost hunters for 8 generations, skilled in exorcism techniques, but they had never been passed down. Now that such a major incident had occurred, the speaker decided to make a decision that went against their ancestors, to write a book of the family's secret skills and share it with the world. Below was the link to their shop. In Investigation Bureau, Field Operations Department, Group C office, Liaoshi moved a chair to sit in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, not knowing how long he had been sitting there, his gaze fixed in the distance. Lost in thought. That night, more than 100 members of the Field Operations Department were mobilized, but fewer than 10 returned. To describe their condition as injured was an understatement. He understood how serious his injuries had been. He only vaguely remembered someone teaching him how to stop the worsening of his injuries. The rest was hazy, and when he woke up again, he had already been lying in the ICU for several days. The doctors were quite surprised, bringing in many interns to observe, claiming it was a medical miracle. In this doctor's view, Liao Xie's condition was almost impossible to survive. Even if he did survive, he would surely be bedridden for life. Perhaps that strange breathing method really worked? With that thought, Liaoshi adjusted his breathing frequency again, inhaling a few times but couldn't get it right in one breath, causing pain in his lungs and deflating him immediately. He still hadn't fully mastered it, sometimes experiencing a sensation similar to a stitch, but even so, he felt his physique was better than before his injury, though he couldn't tell if it was just an illusion. Group leader. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder as someone patted him. What are you thinking about? Startled, Liaoshi almost dropped the cup in his hand and turned to roll his eyes. Nothing, just thinking about an old colleague. Since the stadium incident, the Investigation Bureau had expanded its recruitment, considering various factors and deciding to loosen restrictions, no longer only recruiting rare blood members, increasing the number to 200, effectively doubling the size. The Sansheng sect no longer existed, but there were still an unknown number of remnants that had not been captured. Not to mention the source of the man-eating ghouls had not been investigated. The expansion was indeed necessary. And the surviving officers from that night were all promoted to team leaders, with the number of groups increasing from the original 10 to now 26 from A to Z. Group leader, what was the whole process like that day? We only saw the red moon and nothing else. What happened at the scene? A curious team member approached, but was elbowed by another to signal him not to ask too many questions. Liaoshi smiled and said, "There's nothing to hide. It's all in the past. I can tell you new recruits about what level of enemies we are facing." Taking a sip of water to clear his throat, Liaoshi fell into reminiscence. This has to start from the cooperation between the Investigation Bureau and a company called Zedong Housekeeping. The 4 new agents from Group C all pulled up chairs and gathered around. During this time, they were not busy and had no pressing matters. So they were all curious about this story, sitting around Liao, she like kindergarten kids listening to a teacher tell a story. In the end, she saved my life again. But she was forever left in the stadium, holding back Shinsu. Liaoshi pressed his lips together and placed his cup on the table. This matter was complicated, but it was actually short, only about half an hour of content, yet nearly 100 people died in it. The office fell into silence, and everyone was affected by the heavy atmosphere. I really didn't expect that the group leader's former team member would be an undercover from the Sansheng sect. Liao Yi, you must have suffered a lot during that time, right? A female team member asked with concern. Who was that senior who held back Shinsu in the end? I must buy some flowers tomorrow and place them at the monument downstairs. Another team member was already looking for tissues everywhere. The second one from the left in the top row, Liaoshi replied. A black and white photo of Hiranoya was displayed alongside the other fallen agents of the Investigation Bureau. Liaoshi wiped the dust off the photo with a damp cloth every day when he came to work. Such a pity, such a pity. The team member shook his head. Don't think about that anymore. How is the preparation for tonight's operation going? Liaoshi patted the team member's head. Almost done. I've checked. That area doesn't have many people, the team member replied. All right, it's getting late. Pack up, quickly finish dinner, and get ready to depart. Yes. On the other side of Jianyang City, in a coffee shop, 5 young men and women gathered around, discussing in low voices, with several sheets of paper covered in writing and drawings scattered messily on the table. Big Cat, you've been talking for ages. Are you scared? The short man opposite suddenly sat up straight. How could that be? I've done urban exploration before, okay? How could an abandoned hospital scare me? Urban exploration typically involves exploring abandoned buildings or factories, with many streamers on various platforms focusing on this type of content. But what you did was merely wander around a broken house and take a few pictures. This time, we're going for a supernatural exploration. A young woman next to the man, referred to as Big Cat, said, "Supernatural exploration typically takes place in locations where deaths have occurred, making it one of the hottest forms of exploration." "All right, Mimi, don't tease him," another tall, thin man said. "Let me reiterate. Everyone sitting here is an exploration enthusiast gathered online. Some are locals, some are not. I can't memorize everyone's real names right now. So let us continue using your online names. As the team leader for this exploration, I'm responsible for all of you, and I hope everyone can cooperate with me. Don't wander off, stay in touch, bring your gear, and help each other." "All right. Xing, if you keep talking, my ears will get calluses," another team member interrupted. The team leader, Xing, frowned but quickly hid his displeasure. "Nyogo, have you memorized everyone?" Got it. I'm different from the Big Cat. I specialize in supernatural adventures. I heard about the situation in Jianyang City and specifically flew over. I know all the taboos and precautions." "All right." Xing nodded and suddenly looked at another person. "Beauty, what about you? Did you remember? You've been silent from the beginning." Everyone's gaze turned to her. This person was unusually quiet, sitting there without saying a word, only occasionally responding with a when asked. As for why she didn't use a username like everyone else, even if others had longer usernames, they could still pick out keywords. This person's username, "I just want to sleep in," was so peculiar that they didn't know how to address her properly. Got it. The person with shoulder-length dark green hair, "I just want to sleep in," saw everyone staring at her and nodded repeatedly. "Beauty, your username is really inconvenient for us to call you. Can you give us a memorable name?" Xing asked. "I just want to sleep in," thought for a moment while touching her chin and said, "My name has the character in it, so let's go with Lioli. I can't think of anything better at the moment." Everyone was at a loss for words. It seemed this team wasn't very reliable, having such a casual person among them. Hiranoya really didn't have any good ideas. She had never been good at naming things. Her own nickname was given to her by others, and they weren't very pleasant, such as Zero of the First Quarter or the Demon with the Prajna mask. A few months ago, someone even called her green-haired crazy woman. In recent months, she had made significant progress and had caught on to Shun Tzu's clues. That guy was going around the city, capturing living people, and the Three Lives cult was his biggest breeding ground. But unfortunately, the cult leader was already dead. The place they were heading to today was an abandoned hospital, where there were signs that it might be a small delivery point. However, entering alone might raise the suspicions of the cannibals inside, causing them to flee. But joining the exploration team was different. The cannibals wouldn't let such a fat sheep escape. If someone went missing inside, it would attract more curious adventurers to explore, thus capturing more fat sheep. This was also one reason why they had set the delivery point at the abandoned hospital. "All right, it's getting dark. Time to set off." Xing glanced at the sky outside. "Dear audience friends, your familiar brother Nyo is back. The self-proclaimed paranormal exploration enthusiast in the exploration team, Brother Nyo, held up a selfie stick, sitting in the passenger seat and greeting the phone camera. "Brother Nyo, haven't seen you in a few days. Where are you exploring this time?" As the popularity of the live stream gradually increased, an old viewer asked. Let me keep you in suspense for a bit. I'll show you the night view outside. Let's see if any sharp-eyed local fans can recognize it." Brother Nyo adjusted the phone camera to capture the road ahead. The bullet screen was buzzing with various comments, and a few viewers even got into a dispute over such trivial matters. Brother Nyo chuckled, and with just a few words, he stirred up the excitement in the live stream. Some confused viewers, seeing such high engagement, couldn't help but clicking out of curiosity, further boosting the heat. New friends in the live stream, don't forget to follow. Brother Nyo will take you to explore the haunted house without leaving your home. Brother Nyo started his usual call for followers when his gaze suddenly stopped on a floating comment. Wow, some sharp-eyed fans guessed it. That's right. Brother Nyo is currently in Jianyang City. To be precise, I'm in the eastern suburbs of Jianyang City. Jianyang City? Why does that sound so familiar? What? Jianyang City? Brother Nyo, are you crazy? You're actually going to such a ghostly place. My friends living over there are thinking about moving out quickly. Hey, Jianyang City is the ghost town that was all over the internet before with the red moon, lockdowns, and meteorite, remember? Brother Nyo, I want to see you conquer a female ghost. Is Brother Nyo going to the stadium? Looking at the bustling bullet screen, Brother Nyo filtered out some unnecessary comments and chose a relatively normal one to respond. The stadium? I'm not going there this time. That place has been explored to death by other adventurers ever since the explosion. If you want to see it, you can search for recordings from other streamers online. Brother Nyo shook his head while answering. In fact, he had wanted to go to the stadium at first. as it was currently the hottest exploration spot in Jianyang City and even nationwide. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a tourist attraction. However, those who had managed to get past layers of guards and barbed wire came out pale-faced. The videos posted online were heavily edited, only showing the ruins of the outer corridors and the enormous vines scattered on the ground, but nothing of the interior of the stadium, which had led to many curious netizens complaining. When Brother Nyo started planning to come to Jianyang City, he had paid online for an unedited video from a fellow adventurer who had previously visited the stadium. He couldn't stand it after watching more than half. The first half was fine, similar to the edited versions circulating online, but as the video progressed to the inside of the stadium, it was completely different. The ground and walls were covered in dried blood, and there were body parts scattered everywhere from the explosion. The level of gore was such that not a single second could be shown. Because of this, Brother Nyo completely crossed the stadium off his list of exploration sites. Brother Nyo, so where are you planning to go? Someone asked in the bullet screen. Brother Nyo lowered his voice deliberately, with a sinister expression. Jianyang City, East City Hospital. Seeing that many people in the bullet screen were unfamiliar with the place, Brother Nyo cleared his throat and continued to explain. The East City Hospital is now abandoned. Locals say it was abandoned because it was too remote, but that's not the case. Brother Nyo scanned the outside suspiciously and whispered, before I came, I checked. The East City Hospital was actually built on top of another building. I wonder if the local friends in Jianyang City know about that building. If not, you can ask your elders at home. It's called Yueshua Grand Hotel. Suddenly, Hiranoya, who had been sleeping in the back seat, opened her eyes. It seemed she had heard something familiar. Wasn't the Yueshua Grand Hotel opened by her 70 to 80 years ago? How did it come up here? Brother Nyo, who was talking about the key point, didn't notice the movement behind him and continued facing the screen. Back then, during the war, the Yueshua Hotel was directly bombed. Hundreds of people dining inside were buried alive. These poor souls have been restless ever since, but couldn't leave the site until the East City Hospital was built on the foundation of the Yueshua Hotel. Think about it. Audience friends, a hospital is a place where people often die. The energy is heavy, and on top of that, there were already hundreds of vengeful spirits here. Just as Brother Nyo was getting into the mood, a sudden laughter from behind interrupted the atmosphere, and he turned around with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sorry, go on. Hiranoya said, suppressing her smile, as she would need these people to go in later. It wasn't the time to cause trouble. Brother Nyo's version of events was also questionable. She had clearly moved everyone to the cellar back then, and only a very few unlucky ones were crushed by falling debris. Alright, there was also someone who hanged themselves. Brother Nyo was live streaming, and to maintain his image, he didn't say much, rolling his eyes and turning his head back. Brother Nyo, wasn't it just one person? Brother Nyo, are you really so scared that you're going in group now? Ha ha ha, wow, that girl's voice is so nice. Brother Nyo has made it big. Show us. Were you still filming about paranormal exploration? Film the girl. I'll give you $10 for that. Hiranoya's voice was also captured in the live stream, instantly raising the popularity of the stream once again. Brother Nyo didn't expect that the earlier incident would lead to more attention, laughing heartily. Who said I'm cowardly? It's just that I'm unfamiliar with this place. So it's easier to act as a group. He then turned the camera to introduce each member. This handsome guy driving is the team leader for this adventure, Aishing. Hi, everyone. Aishing is still focused on driving, giving a quick greeting before turning his head back. On the left side, in the back, we have the big cat who loves urban exploration. Ah, hello, big cat. The big cat shrank his shoulders, looking a bit shy even through the screen. In the middle at the back, we have a little beauty. Hello, everyone. My name is Mimi, and I'm in my 3rd year of high school. Although Mimi suddenly interrupted Brother Nyo's introduction, everyone couldn't help but glance at her. While she seemed small at first glance, it was surprising to learn she was just a high school junior. One has to say that her family is quite trusting to let her come out and play like this. Ahem. And finally, the last one. Who is the most requested by you all? Miss Rika. Brother Nyo aimed the camera at Hiranoya. Hiranoya awkwardly waved her hand. She has always been bad at managing her expressions in front of the camera. Brother Nyo, where are you now? I'm about to take a flight to protect the 2 ladies. You old cow, eating tender grass. What kind of risk is there in going to a haunted house with a team this good-looking? Hey, Lily, my hey is mine? Wipe the drool off above. It dripped onto my arms, Lily. Seeing that this group of viewers was talking nonsense one after another, Brother Nyo quickly pulled the conversation back on track. If they kept talking like this, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room would turn sour. Brother Nyo, we've arrived. A Shing, who was driving, suddenly said, and Brother Nyo also felt the car slow down. Looking around in the dim light, there were only some low, dilapidated small houses. with only one tall building standing out in the middle of a patch of overgrown wasteland. The low, shabby walls were filled with a sense of age, covered with outdated flyers and spray-painted marks left by former adventure enthusiasts. After turning the steering wheel, turning off the headlights, Ashing slowly drove the car behind the wall. Their actions were not good in the first place, so they naturally didn't dare to make too much noise. Being discreet wouldn't hurt. The five of them opened the car doors and got out one after another. The East City hospital they had been looking forward to was now right in front of them. The sky had completely darkened, and whether it was due to the evening breeze or the hospital itself, several of them shivered. Hiranoya pretended to tidy up her outer coat while touching the dagger tucked at her waist, which she had not left in the car. This thing was actually quite useful. It didn't require her to exert energy to activate her vampire skills, so she decided to keep it. Nyogu was still holding a selfie stick, explaining while lifting and lowering his phone to scan the entire East City Hospital. It must be said that the long-abandoned East City Hospital was completely devoid of light, standing there dark and ominous like a black coffin stuck upright in the wasteland. Even Nyogu, who specialized in paranormal exploration, couldn't help but swallow hard. The eerie feeling was truly terrifying. The small houses they had passed earlier were some distance from the hospital in the center of the wasteland. There was no sound, and even the streetlights were just blurry dots. For a moment, the five of them seemed to have arrived at a place cut off from the world. The only companion being this coffin they had to look up at. Just in case, let's check our belongings once more, Ashing reminded everyone. But his eyes kept fixed on Nyogu. Nyogu didn't know what to say, so he patted his pocket and made an okay gesture. In fact, it wasn't much. Urban exploration was not like wilderness exploration, which required carrying tents and food supplies. If needed, they could simply hail a taxi to a nearby motel for a bite to eat and a night's rest. Compared to the wilderness, urban exploration often involved climbing over fences, crawling through holes, and scaling walls. Carrying too much would hinder movement. As long as they had their phones, power banks, and flashlights, they could explore most places. Let us go, it's time to head in. Ashing noticed everyone had finished checking and walked ahead to scout, trying the main entrance first. He didn't dare turn on the light. If any passing residents saw and reported them, the trip would have been for nothing. The others understood and formed a line, each person carefully feeling their way forward. The last one, Hiranoya, moved quickly. She could see at night almost as well as during the day, clearly spotting any stones or holes underfoot, but had to keep up the pretense. After about 10 minutes of feeling around, they finally found the rusted gate. Ashing pushed and pulled a few times, and the metal door creaked loudly. Using the faint moonlight, he carefully searched and finally found a rusted iron chain covered with a plastic bag to keep it dry. Grabbing the chain and giving it a tug, he muttered, "Damn, it's locked tight. What should we do?" Mimi's voice came from behind. Big Cat looked up and experimentally jumped a few times. The wall wasn't high. They could climb over, but it was too dark to see if there was anything on top. "Aren't you just stating the obvious?" Nuye whispered sharply, pointing out that several parts of the old wall had glass shards embedded in it. The group was momentarily at a loss. "How about this? We send someone lighter up first to clear the glass with a stone, and I'll cover the oil with a cloth from the car." The three men's eyes instinctively turned toward Hiranoya and Mimi. In the darkness, a beam from a flashlight swept past, revealing some spiders hiding in the corner. Their 8 legs quickly moving across the web. By the time the flashlight was turned back, they had disappeared. That's disgusting," Mimi exclaimed, as a floating spider silk suddenly got tangled on her face, causing her to hurriedly brush it off. Once inside the building, they didn't have to worry about whether their light would be seen by passers-by, and everyone quickly turned on their flashlights to explore the surroundings. Hiranoya sniffa. The faint smell of cannibals lingering in the air, but she couldn't tell where it was coming from. She bent down and pressed her flashlight against the ground, revealing some blurry footprints on the dusty tiles, barely visible. Unfortunately, these footprints seemed to have varying ages. Some are very new, hardly covered by dust, while others had only the faintest outline left. Judging by their extension, they likely belonged to previous explorers and wanderers who had been here, with the footprints showing no pattern, just meandering around the hall like the other 4 now. "Hey, look what I found." Ashing couldn't hide his excitement, holding up a reflective silver metal piece. "It's just a dime. I thought you found a gold bar." Mimi splashed cold water on his enthusiasm. The others didn't seem to mind, and Ashing happily cleaned the dime and tucked it into his pocket. This is the fun of urban exploration. You never know what you'll find in a cabinet or a crevice. A dime may not seem like much, but it's a good omen for our adventure," he said. At this moment, Brother Nyo exhibited the qualities of a professional broadcaster. Although he had been talking nonstop on the way here, he now quietly aimed the camera at every corner of the hall, making the viewers feel as if they were standing there with them. The large cat moving around suddenly stopped. "Everyone, come look at this." A few people gathered around, and on the table in front of them was a thick, yellowed book. The large cat carefully opened it, revealing lines of somewhat faded text that were still legible. The large cat lowered his head to read carefully. "It's just the security duty record from the past." The large cat's face showed a hint of disappointment as he flipped through. The last recorded duty time was in 2002, which was 20 years ago. If he remembered correctly, the South City Hospital had also been abandoned around that time, so it wasn't an interesting find. Subconsciously flipping back a few pages, the large cat's downcast expression returned. When reading backward, he noticed that someone had written their name and visit time in different colors and handwriting. It was evident that there were 2 or 3 exploration teams, as well as one with 7 or 8 members. A duty roster placed at the entrance had been turned into a visitor registration form. As the large cat flipped through a few more pages, a strong hand suddenly pressed down on him, catching the large cat off guard and making him shudder. Nearly crying out, turning his head to complain, he saw a Xing looking serious, staring intently at one of the pages. "What's wrong, Captain?" Mimi was startled by Xing's expression and quickly asked. A Xing, however, remained silent, seemingly entranced, standing still for a long time until he blinked due to dry eyes and came back to his senses. "In nothing, I just misread it." A Xing shook his head and said to the others, "That was kind of creepy. I thought you got cursed for taking that dime and that a ghost possessed you." Brother Nyo said, patting a Xing on the back, relieved as he tucked the exposed pendant back into his clothes. A Xing smiled, but didn't say anything more. Hiranoya noticed that a Xing's gaze lingered on the opened record book for a moment. Hospitals of the past were generally not very large, far from what they are today. Calling it a hall was an exaggeration. It was merely the size of a few classrooms. After walking around, the only thing worth looking at was the signatures of other exploration teams at the back of this record book. "I say, let us sign one too," someone suggested, and the others agreed. The prepared large cat pulled out a pen from his waist pocket and was the first to sign his name, followed by the others. "I say we leave a memento, then let's hurry and get out of here. We don't want the nearby residents to catch us." A Xing suddenly spoke up. Brother Nyo was the first to object, quickly walking over and glaring at a Xing. "If you take back that stupid suggestion right now, I'll pretend nothing happened. And you can still be our exploration team's captain." "I'm serious. We should go." A Xing stood his ground, taking a deep breath as he faced the questioning looks from the others. Mimi was also displeased, walking over with a stern face. "A Xing, what do you mean?" "I lied to my parents saying I was at a classmate's house just to come out with you. And now that we've come this far, you suddenly want to back out?" "Mimi, believe me, I don't want this either," a Xing said, his face full of guilt as he reached out to grab Mimi, but she shook him off. "Don't touch me. If you want to leave, you can, but I want to go in and look." Mimi turned her back and walked towards Hiranoya, instinctively moving closer to the only other female present. Hiranoya stood at the back watching the show, not expecting that a Xing was the one who was taking advantage of a younger girl, as he was in a relationship with Mimi that was not just a simple online friendship. It's worth noting that Mimi was only in her senior year of high school, while a Xing looked like he was nearing 30. In other words, when Xing was in high school, Mimi might have just been learning to walk. A Xing, at this moment, everyone is on the same team. No one wants to argue with you, but Mimi is right. We've come this far, and if we don't go in and explore thoroughly, I won't have the face to sign my name on the book. Demount grabbed a Xing's arm and continued, "But if you say you want to back out, fine. Let's cross out all our names on the book. I don't want future participants to see our 5 names up there and feel embarrassed." This provocation successfully changed a Xing's expression. For an adventurer, a Xing's behavior was a desecration of this hobby. Brother Nyo stood aside, arms crossed, holding his phone, saying nothing. He wouldn't say too much because everything he said and did had to be considered for the live stream. One wrong word could easily spark conflict, and not all viewers were rational people. Moreover, the program's effect was explosive, and the barrage of comments in the live stream had already made the screen unreadable. Internal conflict was something everyone loved to watch as long as it wasn't happening to them. "Let's go, keep exploring." Seemingly determined, a Xing gritted his teeth and said, "But I hope you all understand that I'm thinking of everyone." The latter part of the sentence was ignored by the others. Even though it had just gotten dark, this building couldn't be fully explored in just a few hours, especially since they still needed to rush over to rest later in the night. "Stop dawdling. You're acting like a woman." Brother Nyo lightly punched him and said with a smile, "Let's go." Upstairs, Hiranoya was still walking at the back, keeping a distance from the others, and pressed the flashlight to the ground to observe again. A variety of footprints gathered here, all leading to the stairs, except for a single vague set of footprints that turned right. The footprints heading to the stairs were undoubtedly left by the previous expedition team. As for the solitary set of turning footprints, Hiranoya raised the flashlight, and at the end of the dim corridor on the right side was a closed iron gate, locked with a chain from the other side. She reached out to touch the lock, twisting her fingertips, and found little dust. Someone had been in and out of here not long ago. The flashlight shone inward, but before the light could reach the end, it was swallowed by darkness. The corridor was very deep, but why was this abandoned hospital locked? Riri, where are you? I'm here. Coming. Hiranoya heard Mimi calling her not far away, so she decided not to think about this issue for now and turned to follow her. In a room somewhere in the hospital, an old man with a hand as thin as a dry branch raised it and spread his 5 fingers. All right, I'm going to lock the door now. Wait, the old man called to a young guy. What's wrong? The usual rule, remember? The young man adjusted his duckbill cap and turned to leave. Hand over 80%, keep 20% for ourselves to eat. Remember, how many times has it been? Thanks to Mio7 for the gift. Thanks to Child, who doesn't want to grow up for the gift. Brother Nyo, leading the group, shouted. They had just started the live broadcast on the 2nd floor, and quite a few viewers began to send gifts. Even though he still had a lot of program effects to prepare, this trip to Jianyang City was definitely worth it. What a strong smell. Big Cat entered a room and couldn't help but cough, waving his hands to retreat. Mimi also pinched her nose and hid behind Hiranoya, seemingly not planning to go in. Brother Nyo, however, was different. He wrapped a scarf around half his face and strode into the room. Just as he was about to speak, he almost threw up. He couldn't tell what was causing such a terrible stench. It made him feel like yesterday's meal was about to come back up. After a moment of gathering himself, Brother Nyo began to communicate with the live stream. Dear viewers, my goodness, this room is just too smelly. Look, there is hardly anything in here. He then zoomed in on the internal details with the camera, revealing only a crooked wooden table used for consultations leaning against the door and a chair lying on the floor. As for anything useful, it had all been taken away. Brother Nyo was also overwhelmed by the stench, so he hurried to the end of the room to open a window, only to find a sturdy iron mesh welded outside. The cool night breeze flowed into the room, alleviating the foul smell a bit. Ugh! Brother Nyo pulled down the scarf, rubbed his nose, and looked at the phone screen. Friends, I suddenly remembered a saying from abroad. Seeing that Big Cat and the others were also curiously looking at him, Brother Nyo said solemnly, it is said that in places where evil spirits roam, unusual things will happen, such as seeing shadows, walls growing mold, hearing strange sounds, and smelling unbearable foul odors. Hirano's arm hurt, and when she glanced sideways, Mimi was almost like an octopus trying to wrap around her. She couldn't understand why someone so timid would dare to meet A Xing. Does love really have such great power? Hiranoya gently tugged at her arm, and Mimi realized she was behaving a bit out of line, quickly letting go of Hiranoya, but still staying close to her, as if afraid that Hiranoya would run away the next second. It's hard to tell how Mimi would react upon discovering that the person she was clinging to so tightly was actually a demon. The thought of Hiranoya quickly vanished. She enjoyed joking and teasing others, but not at the expense of someone else's life. Brother Nyo, stop talking. Damn, this is really thrilling. I clicked it by accident. No offense to the spirits. Friendly reminder, high energy ahead. Whereas the barrage army. Quickly block the screen so I don't see it. Brother Nyo, isn't that phrase from the movie The Conjuring? Seeing that his rumor was exposed, Brother Nyo remained silent. Not everyone noticed that barrage, so ignoring would be fine. Brother Nyo, on the ground. On the ground. Brother Nyo, there are 2 women behind you. The barrage quickly turned into these 2 messages, refreshing continuously. Women. I know there are 2 women behind me. Damn it. Brother Nyo rolled his eyes. He had long been used to the audience trying to scare him. He aimed the camera at himself, tilting it slightly to reveal the calm-faced Hiranoya and the pale-faced Mimi standing at the door. Blind streamer. Look, on the ground. Brother Nyo noticed such a barrage again, complaining as he pointed the camera and flashlight at the ground. What the hell? You guys must be tricking me again. Is there money on the ground? Suddenly, Brother Nyo stopped talking and took 2 steps back. Is that blood? On the ground in the camera. Brother Nyo's voice came through, revealing a corner covered in dark red that had been there for who knows how long. How long has it been? Whether it's blood is still debatable. Don't be scared. If you are, don't be an occult exploration streamer. Big Cat also shined his flashlight over. Maybe it's just mold we don't recognize. No need to panic. Big Cat bent down and pulled out a dagger from his waist, scraping on the ground. He always carried this knife with him in case he encountered places that were inconvenient to enter during explorations. Another cool breeze rushed in through the window, the tattered curtains fluttering. Suddenly, Mimi let out a scream, startling everyone, especially Hiranoya, who was next to her, nearly deafening her. "What's wrong?" Brother Nyo shouted. "There's something under the window curtain." Everyone's hearts raced like a roller coaster, swallowing their fear only to have it rise again. Brother Nyo swallowed, cautiously moving to the window, pulling out the Buddha pendant once more. Under everyone's gaze, Brother Nyo grabbed the curtain and yanked it hard. The dust that flew up made him cough, but he also saw what Mimi had just mentioned. It was a skeleton looking small, with some black short fur stuck to the ground around it. A dead rat. Ashing breathed a sigh of relief, explaining, "Rats like this are common in rural areas. They're usually eaten by cats or foxes." However, it was strange that the hospital's walls were so high. Theoretically, cats shouldn't be able to get in. Where did the cat come from? Ashing couldn't shake off the feeling of coldness creeping up his spine, wondering if he was being overly suspicious. "Let us go. There's nothing in this room. Be careful of the germs from the dead rat." Brother Nyo pushed Big Cat and Ashing on either side, exiting the room and casually closing the dilapidated wooden door to prevent the stench from spreading, affecting their further exploration. "Damn, who is so heartless to kick the door like this?" Gripping the door tightly, Brother Nyo muttered under his breath. There was a clear crack on the wooden door and an obvious footprint. "Let's go to the third floor. I don't want to stay on the second floor. It stinks." Mimi frowned. That smell has already spread to the corridor. No one wanted to continue smelling that odor, so they naturally agreed with Mimi's idea. Hiranoya was still at the back, observing the others. This Ashing seems to know that there's something wrong with this hospital. When he discovered the black-red stains on the floor and the dead mouse, he quickly ran to the door and only went in after confirming safety with Big Cat and Brother Nyo. He was the most active one during the planning and wall-climbing phase, reflecting on Ashing's sudden suggestion to end the exploration downstairs. Hiranoya was sure this kid must know something. Moreover, Hiranoya was certain that the black-red stains on the floor of the room were either mold or blood. And it was human blood, not that of the dead mouse. Combined with the layout of the room, the table slanted behind the door and the kicked door, it all made sense. One night, this adventurer discovered a cannibal in the East City Hospital. His teammates might have died, or might not have, but during the escape, he and his teammates must have gotten separated, and the cannibal sealed off the escape route. Right, that matches up. The locked iron bars on the first floor must be a shortcut. Once locked, as long as the cannibal guards the staircase, no one could leave alive. In desperation, this adventurer hid in this room, using the only movable table to block the door, but the window was welded shut with iron mesh. So he couldn't get out and didn't dare to move the table. The cannibal wasn't in a hurry to hunt him down, but waited at the door. Days later, the starving adventurer ate the only living thing in the room, a mouse. Then, either the cannibal was hungry or bored. He kicked open the door and killed the adventurer, leaving behind a pool of blood that he couldn't be bothered to clean, along with the adventurer's excrement and the decaying, stinking remains of the dead mouse. "TSK, what's wrong?" Ashing heard Hiranoya clicking his tongue and curiously asked, as he hadn't spoken to this usually quiet teammate during the journey. "Nothing. Just find the owner here quite interesting." Ashing paused for a moment, a grim smile on his face. "What nonsense are you talking about? There are only as few explorers here. Where are the people?" "Well, there are no people." The conversation between the two was quiet and did not attract the attention of the others who were busy looking around ahead. "Oh," Ashing suddenly bumped into Big Cat's back. "Brother Nyo, did you just see that?" "If I'm not blind, yes." Brother Nyo's tone was a bit stiff, but he quickly regained his composure and pointed the camera towards the staircase leading to the third floor. "Audience friends, did you see that? The shadow at the staircase. Damn it, Brother Nyo, please don't scare me. I saw it. It's huge, definitely not a wild cat or dog. It looked like a person squatting there, and then it disappeared in a flash. Bullet screen, save me. What were those two red dots facing the camera just now? Don't tell me those are eyes. Charge, Brother Nyo. The female ghost is right in front. Let her see your might." Everyone was also quite scared. They hadn't noticed earlier and only saw the shadow when they reached the staircase, illuminated by the edge of the flashlight. It was squatting right above their heads beside the staircase railing, staring at the 5 people they didn't know for how long. "Charge! Damn it! Scare myself." Brother Nyo was the first to rush up the stairs, taking several steps at a time, quickly reaching the 3rd floor. The audience liked Brother Nyo, not because he pretended to be mysterious like other paranormal streamers, renting locations for show effects, fabricating ghost stories, or hiring people to scare others. They liked Brother Nyo's boldness. Brother Nyo had said in the live stream that he was a staunch materialist warrior and he did paranormal streaming to combat superstitions. If there were no ghosts, he would help solve a local paranormal case. And if he encountered a ghost, then let us see whose life is tougher. Brother Nyo had encountered a lurking shadow long ago, in a haunted old house where someone had died, and it scared him quite a bit. Later, he gritted his teeth and chased the shadow around the house for 4 laps before finally catching it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a homeless man with a history of mental illness, hiding in the house to escape the cold. Thinking Brother Nyo was a thief and quietly watching him. In the end, Brother Nyo withdrew all the tips from that night-s livestream to buy clothes and food for the homeless man, solving a local paranormal case where ghostly shadows could be seen moving in the old house every midnight. Damn it, Brother Nyo, slow down. Big Cat, who was following behind, had just stepped up 3 steps, and Brother Nyo was already on the 3rd floor. Seeing someone brave to take the lead, the others ran faster one after another. Sometimes, people just need that first person willing to step forward, and such people are few and far between. Bro, whether it's human or ghost, don't run. Come chat with Brother Nyo. Brother Nyo was running wildly down the corridor, holding a flashlight in one hand and a selfie stick in the other, while in the distance, a shadow was also running wildly. Damn, the shadow in front muttered to itself. Did this exploration team come out of a mental hospital? Why aren't they scared of me at all? The shadow lifted its cap, which was about to cover its eyes. This broken hospital had no entertainment activities. The only interesting thing was scaring these oblivious adventurers. But today, as script seemed a bit different on the wasteland outside E-City Hospital. 2 black SUVs were parked at the main entrance. Brother Liao, is this place really that remote? Several figures in black robes got out of the car, each holding a suitcase marked with the logo of the Biological Investigation Bureau. Remote is good to avoid attracting attention, so we can escape the Bureau's sight. Brother Liao stretched his limbs and turned to the 4 new agents. You've only been on the job for a few days, having only done simulated combat in the Underground Research Department and with the controlled cannibals. Today is your first real combat. If you're not psychologically prepared for blood, I approve that you can wait in the car. Seeing no one respond, Brother Liao continued. All right, let us prepare to go in. I pray you 1T encounter anything above the 3rd tier, and I hope you 1T come out missing limbs. Brother Liao, one of the agents suddenly called him. What is wrong? I just saw a flash in the building. It seemed to be at the 3rd floor. Brother Liao quickly turned his head, and faintly, there was indeed a reflection. Are there humans in the building? With the night vision of the cannibals, they wouldn't need light at all. Unfortunately, the light was too weak. It was impossible to see clearly without a closer look. Hurry up, let us storm in. Brother Liao grabbed a hydraulic cutter and directly cut the iron chain locking the main door, leading the charge towards the hospital entrance. Faintly, a strong male voice reached their ears. Come chat with Brother Nyo. Several agents stumbled, almost falling. Brother Liao rubbed his ears with his hearing impairment. It seemed he had just heard someone speaking. The agents exchanged glances, thinking that these adventurers were quite bold. Were they? They were just seen running up. No, I didn't see them on the 4th floor. Did they go back down? Impossible. I've been watching here the whole time. Do we really encounter a ghost? Where could they hide? Nyogo and Mao discussed animatedly. The man in the baseball cap wasn't foolish. If categorized by level, he was only a tier 3, and those 5 madmen could subdue him if they coordinated even a little. They needed to come up with a way to separate them and defeat them one by one. Hiding in a dark corner, the man in the baseball cap coldly scanned the few people in the distance, his gaze lingering on the 2 female explorers. Although Mimi was scared of encountering that shadow again, she was even more afraid of being left behind alone if she couldn't keep up with the others. So she gritted her teeth and ran along with the group. The 3 men in front pushed open the doors on either side to check, while Mimi continued to stand in the corridor close to Ping Yili, waiting. Suddenly, there was a clang behind her. It wasn't very loud, but Mimi heard it clearly and instinctively turned her head. Without the beam of a flashlight, there was nothing but endless darkness behind her. Yet, she had a feeling that someone was watching her. She glanced back at the front. The 3 men were still busy checking inside the rooms and hadn't heard the noise at all. Did you hear that? Mimi to get at Ping Yili Silive. What? I didn't hear anything, Ping Yili replied casually, not mentioning that a cannibal wearing a baseball cap was standing just 5 meters away from Mimi. Mimi hesitated for a moment, but was driven by curiosity to slowly raise her flashlight. The edge of the light revealed a standing figure, with faint reflections showing a pair of crimson eyes. Mimi screamed in fright. The flashlight slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. And without a second thought, she turned and ran. Those crimson eyes and snake-like pupils. She wouldn't believe anyone telling her that was a person. What is going on? Xing rushed out but saw Mimi sprinting away at such speed that he didn't even have a chance to reach out and grab her. Nyogu and Demao stood at the doorway, flashing their flashlights in Mimi's direction and then in the opposite direction. The back of a figure with green shoulder-length hair. That was definitely their teammate, Lu Li, but who was the person standing opposite her? Come here. Hurry up. Demao felt his scalp nearly explode and quickly called out to Ping Yili to stay away from that figure that really didn't seem human. Hiranoya hesitated for a moment, but still took 2 steps back. The baseball cap-wearing cannibal had the scent of other cannibals on it. He needed to find another one before making a move. The cannibal with the baseball cap smiled, seeing that it was so easy to break them apart, and he wasn't in a hurry anymore. He turned and disappeared into the darkness. About a minute later, the remaining people finally calmed down from their panic. What was that thing just now? It definitely didn't look like a human. Big Cat wiped the sweat from his forehead. Maybe it was someone wearing colored contact lenses and makeup. Brother Nyo comforted himself, but that makeup was too realistic. We're doomed. Xing's eyes were vacant as he squatted on the ground, holding his head. Xing's muttering caught Brother Nyo and Big Cat's attention, and Brother Nyo grabbed Xing by the collar and pulled him up. What the hell are you doing? Did you hire an actor? No, it wasn't me. Xing retorted excitedly. Just now on the first floor, you suddenly wanted to retreat. Was it because you already knew something was wrong? Brother Nyo questioned Xing near his ear. This time, Xing no longer hid anything and nodded straightforwardly. I saw a friend from my previous expedition when Big Cat was going through the list. So what? Hiranoya suddenly heard movement behind him but didn't turn around. He has been missing for a long time. And just now I saw the time he signed and matched the time he went missing, so I started to hesitate. But when you guys provoked me, I became curious whether he was still here, so I came over. Before he finished speaking, a drop of thick, foul-smelling liquid fell on his forehead. There was a rustling sound above, and the 3 of them instinctively raised their flashlights. Which one to eat first? The cannibal with the baseball cap was hanging from the ceiling by its fingers, avoiding the sight of the others. Now Brother Nyo was no longer calm in his understanding. Humans wouldn't hang from a ceiling like that. The cannibal kicked off with its feet and lunged directly at Xing, who was the slowest runner in the middle. Help! Help! Xing struggled desperately, punching the cannibal's side face, but that mouth full of sharp teeth kept getting closer. Damn you! Xing only felt a rush of wind by his ear, and then a large foot wearing sneakers kicked solidly on the monster's face. The monster knew how to feel pain. Brother Nyo's kick was hard enough to send the monster tumbling away from him, its sharp claws digging into him and tearing away a chunk of flesh. The cannibal, smelling the blood, could no longer control itself. Its remaining sanity disappeared, and it opened its mouth wide to lunge again. Big Cat was closest to the cannibal, which also lunged at him with such force that Big Cat could hardly get up. Get off! Get away! Big Cat screamed in terror, and in his panic, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the cannibal's chest. For hands grabbed the cannibal from both sides, forcibly pulling it away from Big Cat. What the hell is this monster? Brother Nyo panted heavily. It felt like a tug-of-war with a lion just now. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. I killed someone, Big Cat said, pale-faced and trembling, barely able to stand. Before the others could comfort him, the monster with the dagger still embedded in its chest actually stood up unsteadily, pulled out the knife, and threw it aside. Damn! Run! Brother Nyo shouted, waking Xing and Big Cat, grabbing the stumbling Big Cat on one side and running for it. Audience friends, I encountered the real thing. I encountered the real thing. Brother Nyo shouted at the camera. We're still live streaming. Are you crazy? Big Cat yelled angrily from behind. Wait, don't run. Big Cat turned his head to look, suddenly slowing down, breathing heavily. It's not chasing us. That's good, that's good. What about Xing and Li? Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the hospital, Xing was hiding under a table, covering his mouth and not daring to breathe. That monster had been chasing him, and Brother Nyo, Big Cat, and Li had no idea where they had gone. There were still footsteps outside, and he didn't dare to go out to confirm whether it was other teammates. After being stabbed in the chest, how could that monster chase him for so long? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Xing perked up his ears again, and after confirming that the footsteps had disappeared, he pushed the door shut tightly and locked it, then struggled to move the table to block the door. Now that monster couldn't get in. Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighed in relief, and thought he would look for the others when it got light. Just then, someone knocked on the door from the outside. On the other side, Hiranoya was following the scent of another cannibal in the dark corridor. Sniffing, she caught the scent of another person in the adjacent room. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look at her too. As soon as she pushed the door open, a gust of wind rushed in, and Hiranoya immediately raised her hand to block it. Trying to smash me? In the darkness, Hiranoya stared at the person standing in front of her, Mimi. Ah, sorry, I thought it was that monster coming in. Why didn't you turn on the light? Mimi realized that the person in front of her was her teammate and quickly apologized. Turning on the light would just reveal my position to it. Hiranoya casually replied, joking that since they entered this hospital building, that cannibal could already discern their hiding spots by their heartbeats and breaths. In the distance, a sudden sound of running approached them. It was that guy with the baseball cap. Are you hurt? Hiranoya asked, as she could smell a faint hint of blood on Mimi. No, I guess I just started my period. How did you know? That kind of thing is very sensitive to the smell of human blood. While speaking, she pushed Mimi into the room and closed the door. Mimi wanted to say something, but she also heard the sound of running and quickly shrank into a corner of the room. This person, why is she not scared at all? And she seems to know that monster very well. Don't come out unless I call you. Hiranoya's calm voice came through. Outside, the cannibal was staring at the woman in front of it, curiously examining her. In the darkness, the two stared at each other. Can you see me? The cannibal said in a deep voice. In this pitch-black place, why does this woman know exactly where I'm standing? I'm not blind. Hiranoya replied after a brief pause. Huh, you're not afraid of me, huh? The cannibal was too lazy to dwell on that, stepping closer to Hiranoya. Such tender flesh must be delicious. Hiranoya had already touched her lower back, and she didn't understand why every guy she fought always had endless nonsense to say. Stop. Don't move. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. The two looked over, and in the darkness stood a man dressed in a black cloak, wearing night vision goggles. An investigator's outfit? What a coincidence. Hiranoya recognized the outfit at a glance, and was about to speak when a beam of light shone over. Hey, big sister over there, stay away from that guy, and come to me. The officer removed the night vision goggles, raised his pistol, and quickly approached, waving at Hiranoya. The investigator from the Bureau of Investigation also looked shocked, beads of sweat covering his forehead. As the distance closed, the officer yanked Hiranoya behind him. A newbie? Hiranoya sized him up and found he was a stranger. What newbie or not? You adventurers are really baffling. I heard you guys yelling downstairs just now. The officer rolled his eyes. Ah, definitely a newbie. Hiranoya raised a finger and pointed behind the officer. If I were you, I wouldn't take my eyes off that ghoul. The officer, reminded by this, quickly turned his head. A blood-filled mouth was charging straight for his neck. The officer concentrated all his strength in his legs at that moment, suddenly dodging back. The ghoul snapped at empty air, but its sharp claws still slashed forward, leaving several bloody cuts on the officer's arm and shattering the night vision goggles on his head. The officer winced in pain, his body stiffening for a moment. But the ghoul wouldn't wait for him. It followed up with a kick that made the officer gag. Dropping to his knees, his body curled like a shrimp, and even his pistol flew out of his hand. This batch of recruits for the field department is really lacking. Hiranoya shook her head. A Tier 3 ghoul is only slightly stronger than a newly transformed Tier 4 ghoul. Even slightly capable humans can subdue or even kill them. The officer in front of her almost got killed for making such a low-level mistake. It must be his first real combat experience. Moreover, the scent on him is that of an ordinary human, not a rare blood human. Hiranoya remembered that the Investigation Bureau had previously only recruited rare blood humans. It seems that during her time away, the Bureau has made quite a few adjustments and is leaning towards an organization called the Demon Slayer Corps from a long time ago. Run. What are you standing there for? The officer suddenly shouted, startling Hiranoya. Focus on yourself. The ghoul with red eyes lunged at them again. The officer pulled out a knife from his pocket and blocked the ghoul's reaching hands, then kicked it in the abdomen to create some distance. The ghoul wasn't foolish. Knowing that field personnel typically carried weapons infused with wisteria extract, it naturally avoided getting scratched and retreated a few steps into the darkness. The officer kept a vigilant eye ahead. The flashlight's beam couldn't illuminate the entire corridor, and darkness still filled the distance. Let's go, that thing is too strong. I can't fight it while protecting you. The officer, holding his stomach, slowly backed away and grabbed Hiranoya, who had been stunned and hadn't run away. It's okay. I have many teammates in this building. You're safe now, the officer comforted, gazing into her amber eyes. Reflecting on the first time he encountered a real ghoul in the Bureau's underground research department, he remembered how scared he was, trembling with fear. It was normal for the explorer in front of him to be paralyzed with fear as well. Many teammates? Hiranoya noticed something unusual, as far as she remembered. The groups with the most members were Group K and Group A. She asked, which group are you from? K or A? The officer was taken aback. What are you talking about? Have you read too many novels? Groups? I'm a patrol officer from the area. I came here after hearing your commotion. Patrol officers dress like this? Hiranoya glanced at the Investigation Bureau's distinctive black robe and scoffed. The officer fell silent, thinking that he must strictly adhere to regulations and not reveal anything about the Investigation Bureau to anyone. Let's go. Once we get downstairs, we'll be completely safe. I still need to find your other companions. By the way, how many of you came? 5 in total, and there's still one hiding. Hiranoya pointed to the room next door where Mimi was hiding. The officer nodded and walked over to knock on the door, trying to call Mimi out. I mean, are you sure one person can protect the two of us? Aren't you going to call other teammates or the group leader for help? They have their own areas of responsibility. Besides, we're very close to the first floor. I'll be fine. The officer asserted. Seeing this, Hiranoya stopped insisting, nodded, and called out to the room. Mimi, adhering to their agreement, only opened the door when Hiranoya called her. Along the way, Hiranoya and Mimi followed behind the officer, who was using a flashlight and a pistol to scout ahead. Miss, why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? The officer suddenly turned to look at Hiranoya. Being indecisive isn't a good habit, Hiranoya smiled. The officer shrugged off the confusion and continued to scout ahead. The ghoul indeed did not let them off easily. At the entrance to the stairs leading to the first floor, they encountered a locked iron gate. The officer didn't act like in the movies, shooting the lock off. Doing so would realistically just ricochet and hit a random, unlucky bystander. Right now, they only had the option to take a detour. Just as the officer was about to turn the corner, a shadow suddenly lunged at him, grabbing his wrist. In panic, the gun went off, and a shot hit the ceiling. The ghoul stretched its neck, ready to bite the officer's throat, but his hands were restrained, leaving him no chance to react. Suddenly, there was a whooshing sound in the air. The ghoul's instincts kicked in, making its hair stand on end, but its body hadn't reacted yet when it received a powerful blow to the temple, causing its head to tilt to one side. After a brief pause, the officer finally had the opportunity to break free from the ghoul's grasp and saw a dagger stab straight into the ghoul's temple. The ghoul clutched its head, cursing loudly, and pulled out the knife, wildly swinging it at the officer, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Hiranoya frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and realized the reason why the dagger didn't directly kill the ghoul. The wisteria flower extract on it had probably evaporated after such a long time. The officer was still grappling with the ghoul, and at such a close distance, he was afraid of accidentally injuring the explorer and didn't dare to shoot. He couldn't find an opportunity to swing his knife either, and blocking was already quite difficult. In less than half a minute, he had already taken some hits. The ghoul quickly adapted to the officer's attack style, feigned a slight opening, and seized the opportunity to successfully punch the officer's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. The officer, in pain, dropped his knife. The ghoul laughed loudly, knowing the officer wouldn't dare to shoot. Let me borrow your knife. Suddenly, Hiranoya's voice came from the side of the ghoul. Don't come over. The officer shouted in pain, trying to stop her. The ghoul was not something these ordinary people could handle, especially not a woman who was at a disadvantage in strength. Ha ha. Just step forward, swing the knife, and it's done. Hiranoya took a breath, satisfied as she sheathed her knife. Fortunately, her eye technique hadn't deteriorated. The officer's eyes widened as he momentarily couldn't react, his mouth opening and closing without making a sound. The ghoul he had struggled against for so long was finished off by this woman with a single stroke. How did she swing the knife? He didn't even have time to see that head fall off. Here, your knife. Hiranoya twirled the knife, reversing her grip and offering the handle to the still-dazed officer. A lighter knife should be better. The officer numbly took the knife and put it away, struggling to hide his shock. His own knife was indeed a bit unwieldy, but he didn't know what the problem was. The other party just swung it once and already knew how to improve it. Oh, okay, thank you. The officer's tone was no longer as forceful. You know a lot about this? A little bit. The officer wanted to say something else, but suddenly a sound of footsteps came from a distance. Is anyone hurt? Liao Shi's voice came, and several figures appeared in front of the officer. Wrist fracture. I should be out of commission, the officer said, but I found 2 survivors. Liao Shi raised his flashlight to shine behind the officer and immediately froze. Brother Liao, is there something wrong? The other officers also noticed Liao Shi's unusual expression. Are you crazy? Do you want to scare me to death? Hiranoya couldn't help but curse as Liao Shi's flashlight was still aimed at her. How can you talk like that? We rescued you with good intentions, and you're still cursing. One officer couldn't stand it and retorted. Liao Shi suddenly rushed toward them, scaring several people into thinking that the usually gentle team leader was about to attack a woman. They reached out to grab him, but were a step too late. The distance between the two was not far, just a few steps, and Hiranoya didn't expect Liao Shi to suddenly rush over. She had no reaction and was directly pulled into an embrace by two strong arms. Great, great, you're still alive. Liao Shi's voice trembled with excitement. The warmth and familiar scent in his arms told him that the person in front of him was real. Startled and wanting to break free, Hiranoya paused and patted Liao Shi on the back. I'm not that easy to kill, but if you keep holding me this tightly, I might really be choked to death. Liao Shi immediately let go, recalling the softness he had just held, and awkwardly smiled. I got too excited, sorry. Hiranoya gasped, clutching her chest, nearly having her two lumps of flesh crushed in her lungs by Liao Shi. It turned out that Brother Liao knew that person. The agents gathered behind, whispering among themselves. Do you feel like she looks a bit familiar? You feel that too? I walked with her just now and kept feeling like I've seen her somewhere. A few suddenly remembered something and exchanged glances. This woman's appearance is exactly the same as the person on the tombstone. Where have you been these past few months? Why didn't you contact us? Liao Shi's tone carried a hint of reproach, but more so, it was concern. Just wandering around, picnics, amusement parks, that sort of thing. Hiranoya shrugged, naturally not telling the truth, as always. Why didn't you come back to the bureau? Everyone is worried about you, thinking you might be dead. Seeing Liao Shi stop, she picked up on his words and chuckled. What are you thinking? I've always had a strong life. How could I just die? True, Liao Shi continued, but seriously, you should come back. You have no idea how much the bureau has changed recently. I can tell. Hiranoya glanced at the few agents behind Liao Shi, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Overestimating their abilities, careless, lacking combat experience, not cooperating. I remember the previous newcomers weren't this bad. Hiranoya didn't shy away from the group and continued. I believe that since they were selected into the field department, they must have some strength. But if they maintain this state, the fatality rate from that night at the stadium will only become the norm in the future. Liao Shi sighed lightly, not refuting her, and the few newcomers knew they were in the wrong and kept silent. To expand the field department's manpower, the Bureau lowered the admission standards, effectively dropping the passing score from 60 to 40. Almost anyone with a bit of skill could get in. This severely led to the current uneven strength in the field department, with the strong resenting the weak for dragging them down and the weak banding together to slack off. Especially after the stadium incident, with the Sansheng sect being taken down, all high-level ghouls in Jianyang City disappeared, except for a few low-level ones and some remnants of the Sansheng sect. When facing such low-level ghouls, one only needed to pull the trigger from a distance, not needing to think about anything else, which also caused the newcomers to lose the thought of close combat and to be careless about it. Just like earlier, the agent escorting Hiranoya was beaten so badly that he nearly lost his life. After thinking for a moment, Hiranoya nodded, I'll go to the bureau tomorrow. As for now, there are still 3 explorers who don't know where they ran off to. We need to hurry and find them. The agent with a fractured wrist was sent off with Mimi by another agent, while the other agents followed Liao Shi and Hiranoya upstairs. Slow down. Ye. I can't run anymore. Big Cat shivered against the wall, not caring how many years it had been since the wall was cleaned. The light ahead turned around, and soon, a sweating Nyoga came back, grabbing Big Cat's arm. Let us go, brother. If we don't run, we'll die. However, Big Cat pushed Nyoga away with all his strength. You go ahead, I can't do it anymore. I really can't. Damn it. Nyoga wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed. He and Big Cat had circled every floor of the building to shake off whatever monster might still be chasing them and to find the lost Xing. But they ended up exhausted, and not only did they not find Xing, but the monster was nowhere to be seen either. Not daring to stay a moment longer, Nyoga gritted his teeth, wedged the selfie stick under his arm, squatted down with his back turned. Nyoga, what are you doing? Less talking. Hurry up. Nyoga scolded anxiously, signaling Big Cat to hurry. Since they couldn't find Xing for the time being, they had to leave this cursed place quickly. Every escapee counts. Big Cat knew not to delay at this moment, and quickly climbed onto Nyoji's back. No more talking, Nyoga, once we get out. You're my brother for life. Big Cat said with red eyes. Nyoga didn't reply. He needed to conserve all his strength for running. After going down 2 more floors, Nyoga was running out of energy, his speed noticeably slowing. Nyoga, let me down, I can manage on my own. Big Cat was halfway through when suddenly he felt a chill at his neck and a soft hissing sound, as if someone was sniffing him from behind. Big Cat turned his head sharply, using the light from Nyoga's flashlight to see a pair of crimson eyes faintly visible in the darkness. The eyes were only half a meter away from him. Big Cat was startled and flailed on Nyoga's back, causing the unprepared Nyoga to lose his balance, and both of them fell to the ground. Big Cat, are you crazy? Nyoga cursed, clutching his sore knee, but he too saw the 2 glaring red eyes staring at him, eerily resembling two floating red lanterns in the dark. I thought you could run fast, kid. The owner of the ghouls' eyes approached slowly. As they shone their flashlights, they discovered a terrifyingly thin, corpse-like old man standing before them. This old man was not like the previous ghoul wearing a baseball cap. He lunged forward and bit down on Big Cat's calf, tearing off a chunk of flesh with a swift motion. Big Cat screamed in pain, scrambling backward, unsure whether it was fear or pain. Nyogo was so terrified by the horrifying scene before him that he felt like his soul had left his body, unable to muster the strength to stand. The camera lens, having been dropped earlier, was not properly aimed at the three, but the shadows reflected on the wall were still recorded. Listening to the heart-wrenching screams and the bizarre sounds of chewing and swallowing in the background, the comments in the live stream chat went wild. Just as some viewers were about to call the police, several loud bangs echoed in the video, followed by an old man-esque scream and the sound of many footsteps. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The camera shook, and due to the angle, only a figure in a black robe could be seen picking up the selfie stick before the live stream was abruptly cut off. Nyogo and Big Cat finally saw who had arrived and were so excited they could barely speak. Seeing someone was injured, Liao, she called out, and the remaining agents took the sobbing duo out. As for Xing, Liao Shi and the others spent a long time searching and finally found him in a room that couldn't be opened. Taking this opportunity, Liao Shi gave the agents a good lesson, explaining that Xing's method of self-defense was no different from waiting to die, a classic example of the opposite case. The next day, in the lobby of the bureau, Hiranoya and Liao Shi stood in front of a wall, staring intently. Can't we find a better photo to hang up? Hirano pointed to her black and white photo and said, why is it that other people's photos are either kind or solemn? Well, mine can't look serious at all. Liao Shi shrugged and replied, there's nothing we can do. This is the only photo we could find of you. Besides, you've always looked like you just woke up. How can you possibly look serious? Hirano still wanted to argue about something, but Liao Shi spoke first. Since you're back, I'll take it down. After saying that, he leaned over to grab it. Forget it. Hirano pulled Liao Shi back. Just leave it there. Liao Shi turned his head in confusion. It will be useful later, Hirano said. After hearing this, Liao Shi was momentarily stunned, clearly not processing it. And by the time he came to his senses, Hirano had already walked far away. In the investigation bureau, in the director's office. Sister Yun, long time no see. Hirano walked into the room, and Director Lu Yun was sitting at the desk organizing a thick stack of documents. She looked up in surprise for a moment, then smiled and stood up. Although I heard Liao Shi's report yesterday, and knew you were fine, seeing you in person now still takes a while to adjust. Is my appearance a surprise or a shock? That's definitely a surprise. How can we not welcome the ace of the field department back? Lu Yun walked over, placed her hands on Hirano's shoulders, and said solemnly, welcome back. Hirano smiled and took a half step back to distance herself. Sister Yun, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Lu Yun's smile froze on her face, making her look somewhat awkward. What? What do you mean? I'm not planning to come back, Sister Yun, Hirano said in a flat tone, revealing no hint of joke or deception in her words. Why? Is the treatment at the investigation bureau not good? Or is the work pressure too much? I can support you as the director. Lu Yun was also anxious. This matter was different from others. She believed she knew Hirano's strength well. But no one in the entire investigation bureau would dare to stand up and say they could defeat a first-level man-eater alone like she could. The incident at the stadium a few months ago had further reshaped her understanding. She managed to single-handedly hold off a special-grade man-eater, complete the mission, and survive. A talent like that should be kept even if it meant offering $1 million monthly salary. It's not about the treatment. Hirano shook her head, lightly brushing her hand over her lower abdomen. It's this issue. You're pregnant. Lu Yun blurted out, showing a look of sudden realization. No. Hirano rolled her eyes, firmly denying it. With her current strength, finding a partner on this earth who could match her was unrealistic, let alone developing it to that point. Moreover, after knowing Hirano's true identity, no one would dare to come forward. I don't have much time left, Hirano said. Lu Yun thought she misheard and took a long time to recover. Huh? You think I walked away unscathed that day? I'm not the Earth God. I can't just burrow underground and escape, Hirano said as she plopped down on the sofa. Luck played a huge part in my survival that day. Hirano paused, lost in memories. I couldn't leave when the missile exploded. In a moment of desperation, I hid around a corner. But Chun Su's blood demon technique and the 2 consecutive shockwaves from the missile still threw me away. I crashed into a wall and passed out. By the time I woke up, there was no one around. After I went out, you all were gone. and it was a kind passerby who took me to the hospital. Lu Yin looked ashamed. At that time, for safety reasons, all personnel on alert had been evacuated, and after the explosion, everyone was focused on maintaining order in the city. The cleanup inside the stadium didn't start until the third day. I was pushed into the emergency room directly, severely blood loss, and passed out again. When I woke up, over a month had passed since the stadium incident. My attending doctor said it was a miracle I survived, but the follow-up examination was like a bucket of cold water dumped on me. My organs were basically ruined by the shockwave, and the doctor said I was in a state of terminal lucidity. Did the doctor say how much time you have left? Lu Yun felt a heaviness in her chest. Tomorrow? The day after? A week? Or a month? Iranuri shuja. The doctor said I won't last 6 months. The room fell into silence. The goal was achieved. Hiranoya noticed Lu Yun's dim expression and sighed in relief. After lurking in the investigation bureau for so long, the demon servant could no longer hold back. With the Sansheng sect, the demon servant's biggest puppet, having fallen, the demon servant had to personally handle everything that followed. This meant that the conflict between the 12 demon moons and the demon servant would shift from the shadows to the open. In other words, in this war, the weakest investigation bureau had no place to stay. This was a war among ghouls, and if the investigation bureau wanted to continue intervening, every subsequent battle would have to be on the same scale as that night at the stadium. It was just a discarded piece that had exhausted all its value. It was better to sever ties early. Staying here any longer held no meaning. So what are your plans next? After digesting the information, Lu Yun continued to ask. I don't know, maybe just wander around and then die peacefully in a quiet place. Hiranoya's expression was flat, as if she were discussing something trivial. Lu Yun didn't offer any further comfort. Since the outcome was already decided, it was better to accept it calmly. After a brief exchange, Hiranoya got to the main topic of her visit. By the way, Yunjia, were all the ghouls from the Sansheng sect dealt with that day at the stadium? Although she had swept the whole city with blood demon techniques that day, it was mainly to confirm whether Chensu was still at the stadium, and she hadn't really paid attention to the movements of other ghouls. Yes, there was one recorded. Lu Yun didn't hide anything. Facing this dying contributor of the investigation bureau, she saw no reason to conceal the truth. Do you remember when the dust suppression vehicle appeared? All the agents were misled by false information. After a brief recollection, although she and Liao, she were both detained at the time, she had understood the situation. There indeed was such a guy who was said to have used blood demon techniques to alter telecommunication signals. Later, all the ghouls gathered at the stadium to deal with Chensu, who had suddenly betrayed both sides, but this guy was nowhere to be found. Someone must have escaped to inform the demon servant. No wonder the previous investigation found that the hideout at the East City Hospital only had 2 useless guards left. It turned out to be a discarded piece. Following this line of thought, could there be a lookout near the East City Hospital? Was her current search for the demon servant under the cover of the investigation bureau also exposed? Hiranoya's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness as she spoke. Sister Yun, do we have any information on the escaped ghoul? Can you give me a copy? Yes. We later retrieved the street surveillance footage and found some details, but the information is very limited. Lu Yun said, getting up to print a document from the computer, which turned out to be just a single A4 sheet. I'll do some research on it. If I can catch her trail, I'll get in touch with you. Hiranoya took the paper, glanced at it, and said to Lu Yun, all right, I've said my goodbyes. I should be leaving now. I'll see you off. They passed by the field department, with unfamiliar faces all around. Everyone noticed the young woman being personally seen off by the director and whispered among themselves. At the entrance of the office where Liao, she was in Group C, Lu Yun suddenly called out to Hiranoya from behind. Hiranoya turned to look at her. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Liaoshi? Lu Yun knew Hiranoya had come from Liaoshi's Group C and had a good relationship with him. No. Hiranoya shook her head. He still doesn't know my situation. Let's leave it at that. It's like dying in front of him, then coming back to life, only to die again. Lu Yun nodded, understanding Hiranoya's meaning. It would be too much for a comrade who had fought alongside her to suddenly learn 3 months after her death that she was still alive, just to be told that she was about to truly die. Lu Yun could not accept such a roller coaster of emotions. A month later, the weather was not good today. It had been overcast since morning, and even by noon, there was no sign of it clearing up. This was a cemetery, filled with the smell of burning paper and the sounds of people sobbing, as rows of tombstones neatly covered the flat land. In one corner, a few people dressed in black robes stood there. These were the last survivors of the stadium incident from a few months ago, and it was thanks to the person lying beneath the tombstone in front of them that they were lucky enough to survive. Liaoshi wanted to say something, but he was choked with words at this moment. He previously didn't understand why Hiranoya had suddenly deleted all her contact information and cut off all ties with her colleagues at the Investigation Bureau, but today he understood. He wanted to dig up the person lying below and question her about why she hadn't told him her situation earlier. Even though it would still be sad, he would be willing to accompany her through the remaining days. At least she wouldn't leave alone. But now it was too late. Even if he dug her up, she wouldn't be able to hear him. As the atmosphere became tense, Liaoxi's pocket vibrated. Taking out his phone, he saw it was a message from the bureau. "There's a task. I need to go." Liaoxi signaled to a few others. Driving back to the bureau, the specialists he led had already packed up and were waiting at the door. "What's going on?" Liaoxi took the file bag handed over by a specialist, opening it as he walked. From the documents and the introductions from others, Liaoxi roughly understood the situation of this task. The respiratory department of Jianyang City First People's Hospital had been experiencing strange occurrences in recent months. Every day, around 11 a.m., a patient would die. But there were no signs of any damage on the bodies. This had been happening for 4 consecutive days, and the hospital doctors have been unable to find the cause. "Do you have any thoughts?" Liaoxi sat in the passenger seat, stroking his chin. "The timing is very regular. This is definitely not a coincidence. If even the hospital doctors can't find a cause, it's very likely the work of a ghoul." One specialist said, "This ghoul shouldn't be a common one. It likely has some method of killing people silently. However, the timing of the attacks is strange. At least in my memory, I've never seen a ghoul hunt during the day." "No, that's not right." Another specialist refuted. "It's not hunting. The bodies are all intact. If it were a ghoul, there would be no reason to leave them untouched. Its purpose must be something more complex." After analyzing for a long time, they couldn't reach a conclusion, only confirming that the ghoul's motive for killing was not for food. As for why it chose to act during the day, that remained a mystery. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Upon arriving at the hospital, Liaoxi made his way to the respiratory department. He wasn't sure if it was usually like this or if it was due to the recent events. But the respiratory department was almost empty except for a small nurse at the reception desk. When the nurse saw Liaoxi and his group approaching, she got up to look at them. After showing her his work ID and chatting for a bit, the others began to check each room along the corridor to confirm that there were no ghouls hiding anywhere. Liaoxi was led by the nurse to the room where the deaths had been occurring. Due to the hospital's fear of further incidents, this room was currently empty. After sending the nurse away, he took out his equipment and scanned every corner of the room, but found no trace of a ghoul having been there. At the entrance of the respiratory department, Chun Ran, one of the members of the 12 Ghosts, had her hands stuffed in her pockets, wearing a cap and mask that concealed her features. Hearing that there were signs of a ghoul's activity in the hospital, she had been sent out by Hiranoya, hoping to uncover any movements of the ghoul. As for why Hiranoya didn't come herself, claiming she was already dead and shouldn't be exposed to the public eye, Chun Ran knew it was just her being lazy, but she didn't say anything. To avoid sunlight, she had sneaked into the hospital the night before and waited until now, hoping to catch the ghoul during the fixed time of death. However, it was strange that she hadn't found any signs of a ghoul from the underground parking lot to the rooftop. The hospital had a high flow of people. There were deaths every day, with blood plasma stocks and the smell of blood from patients' wounds. It was rare for a ghoul to resist the temptation to feed, which was why ghouls often appeared in hospitals. Having stayed in the hospital for so many days without any signs of feeding, if it wasn't a psychopathic killer, then the ghoul hidden here not only had a strong ability to hide, but also terrifying patients. Its purpose was likely not simple. It was more than likely related to the ghost servants, possibly plotting some new plan. As time approached, Chun Ran turned back to the respiratory department. If there were no new discoveries, it would mean the other side had grown suspicious and had stopped, or that their plan was already complete and didn't require further action. Just as she entered the respiratory department, she saw a few people dressed in black robes moving around in the corridor. Chun Ran recognized this attire. It was the special uniform of the Biological Investigation Bureau, indicating they were also aware of the situation here. Since they were from the Investigation Bureau, Chun Ran didn't want to get too close. The goals of the 12 Ghosts and the Investigation Bureau were the same, and there was no need to create trouble. Just as she feared, one of the specialists suddenly noticed Chun Ran standing at the entrance of the respiratory department, frowned, and quickly walked over. Chun Ran frowned slightly. As a high-level ghost, she didn't look like a low-level ghost that could be easily recognized. Only her eyes, teeth, and nails were distinctive. But now she was completely covered and even wore color contact lenses to hide her features. How could the Investigation Bureau notice her? The specialist approached Chun Ran and suddenly turned to look at the nurse at the reception desk. "Can I see the list of recent admissions?" The officer spoke up. suddenly recalling that if these deceased individuals had any connections in life, it could eliminate the possibility of it being the work of a ghoul. Ghouls rarely have selective targets when killing. If there are connections among the victims and no traces of a ghoul have been found previously, it can essentially be determined that this incident is unrelated to ghouls. Seeing that the officer's focus was not on her, Chun-Ran relaxed her vigilance and sat back in the chair beside her. After all, there were investigators on the case, so she could afford to be a bit lazy. Watching the seconds tick by on her phone, the entire corridor was eerily quiet, with only a cleaning lady passing by, and no one else appeared. What's going on? Still haven't found anything? Liaoshi walked over to the desk and noticed Chun-Ran sitting inconspicuously not far away. No, I sent the list to the bureau, and they said they couldn't find any connections among these people. Gender, age, occupation, social relationships, nothing ties them together. The officer who had come to review the list spread his hands. Liaoshi shifted his gaze from Chun-Ran to the list, checking each name one by one, trying to find any useful information. For a moment, the corridor fell completely silent. Buzz! The sound of vacuum cleaner broke the silence, causing the officer to turn and glance. Upon seeing it, he suddenly remembered something and quickly turned back to confirm. The black cord of the vacuum cleaner stretched into a room. The officer nudged Liaoshi with his elbow, signaling him to look. After a brief moment of thought, Liaoshi waved, and several officers followed him into the room where the black cord led. A black plug lay on the floor, while another was plugged into the power source. One was for a breathing pump, and the other was for the vacuum cleaner. Annie, do you usually clean at this time? The officer at the door asked the cleaning lady. Seeing they were talking to her, the woman nodded. Yes, what's the matter? All right, we've solved the case. No wonder the instruments couldn't detect any traces of a ghoul earlier. Liaoshi shook his head helplessly. He had dealt with many cases where human incidents were mistaken for ghoul-related activities, but this bizarre situation was a first. Let's hand this case over to the police. We don't need to handle it anymore. Prepare to withdraw. Chun-Ran, sitting outside, heard everything clearly, shook her head, and got up to leave. An absurd task ended with a few people laughing as they packed their things and walked out. Just as they were near the door, an officer holding equipment was about to put it into a briefcase when it got caught and fell to the ground. Ouch! The officer's face twitched, looking pained. The equipment crashed to the floor, hitting the switch, and a beam of light shone from the front of the device. The officer's hand froze as his expression changed. Under the beam of light, a black imprint appeared on the chair. Scan it with another device. After a brief moment of shock, Liaoshi instructed another officer holding equipment. He wanted to confirm that this wasn't due to the device being damaged from the fall. The other officer took out the device and also scanned the black imprint. It's not a problem with the equipment. It's the girl who just sat here. She really is a ghoul. Where is she? Where is the person who just sat here? Liaoshi rushed to the desk, startling the young nurse. She just left. The nurse pointed toward the door. Where did she go? Liaoshi knew it was daytime, with the sun high in the sky, and she would definitely still be hiding in the hospital building waiting for nightfall. Okay, it seems she went upstairs. Don't miss any floor. Excuse me. Sorry to bother you. Have you seen a young woman wearing a hat and mask? She should be quite young, with a single ponytail about this tall. I'll go to the surveillance room. You all keep searching. The group made quite a commotion, and upon learning that Chun-Ran had gone upstairs, they searched through the other departments. However, several departments were as quiet as the respiratory department, with patients and their families filling the corridors, making it quite difficult to find someone in such a place. While searching, Liaoshi reported the situation at the hospital to the bureau and received feedback that reinforcements would arrive soon. The black imprint in the equipment was too deep. An ordinary low-level ghost wouldn't leave such traces even after staying in one place for a day. The person who was just there had only sat down for a few minutes and left such a mark. It was a high-level ghost, at least above the second tier. The hospital had too large a flow of people, and Liaoshi didn't dare to draw his weapon. If he provoked the other party, hostages could be taken, which would be disastrous. A small team wouldn't be able to handle such a situation, so calling for reinforcements was necessary. After several rounds of questioning, they finally encountered a young man holding a test report. She just left not long ago, went into the fire escape. Thank you. The officer thanked him and turned to rush toward the fire escape, while also informing the others of the news. Nowadays, most hospitals have elevators, and fire escapes are rarely used. At the same time, during the day, it is the dimmest place in the entire hospital, making it the most likely hiding spot for a ghoul. The officers quickly entered the fire escape from different floors, dividing into two groups. One going up and the other down, not missing any corners, even checking behind doors. Chun-Ran, sitting on the steps playing with her phone, perked up her ears. The echoes in the fire escape were loud, and she heard many footsteps. This is unusual. There are too many people, and they're rushing. Moreover, half of the footsteps are getting farther away, while the other half are getting closer. It's the people from the bureau. Without needing to think too much, she guessed that she must have been exposed. I've been found by the investigation bureau. Take me away. Chen Ran quickly tapped on her screen. Don't move. The footsteps had arrived in front of her. 3 men in black robes, 3 gun barrels. Chen Ran slightly raised her head. Under the dim light, their emotionless eyes, like deep wells, were exceptionally cold and frightening. Put down the phone. We found a target. Hurry upstairs. The 2 officers ordered Chen Ran while communicating with their teammates. Chen Ran certainly wouldn't comply with such orders. With a cold snort, she sent a message with a tap on her screen. This action was not discreet, and everyone saw what she did. Put down the phone. Second warning. The officer shouted loudly, taking a step forward, the gun barrel almost pressing against Chen Ran's forehead, ready to snatch the phone away. Third warning. If you don't put it down, I'll shoot. Chen Ran extended her phone forward, and an officer reached out to take it. Chen Ran quickly twisted her wrist and shoved the phone into her pocket. It was a blatant provocation. One of the officers, in response, pulled the trigger, and the gunshot echoed loudly in the narrow fire escape. Blood demon technique, solar eclipse. Chen Ran had been observing the movements of the 3 officers and immediately noticed someone had pulled the trigger. A circle of black mist enveloped Chen Ran, and the bullet disappeared the moment it came into contact with the mist. Suddenly, a warmth spread from her right shoulder at the back. Chen Ran knew that was a mark left by Hiranoya when she first transformed her, allowing Hiranoya to know her location at any time and even kill her directly by activating the mark. It's a pity we both came for nothing. Chen Ran glanced at the officers and took a step back. See you next time. As soon as she finished speaking, a Japanese sliding wooden door appeared behind her, slowly opening. Through it, one could see an endless ancient room and staircases extending in all directions, with golden candlelight shining brightly. Wait, don't run, one officer shouted, and as he saw the wooden door about to close, he rushed up 2 steps to pull Chen Ran out. Don't go in. Come back. Liao, she shouted from the corridor. The officer who had rushed to stop Chen Ran suddenly realized he had already stepped through the door. The wooden door closed, and the officers in the corridor rushed up to try to push it open again, but the door vanished just as suddenly as it had appeared. The officer who rushed forward stumbled and fell heavily on the stairs. On the other side, Chen Ran looked at the officer, who was dumbfounded by the disappearance of the door, and spoke. Welcome to Infinite City. The ground shook slightly, and everything around began to change rapidly. Every staircase and room transformed into a corner of a Rubik's Cube and started moving. The officer's face turned pale. He had no idea where this was. But it definitely wasn't Jianyang City. Such a large building couldn't possibly go unnoticed. He also had no idea how powerful the ghoul capable of controlling so many buildings was. Nor did he know what would happen next. Within a few breaths, the surrounding scene stopped changing, but it was no longer the same as when he arrived. Xiao Ran, why did you bring a human back? A ghostly voice suddenly sounded beside the officer, startling him into instinctively raising his gun. Senior? The officer recognized the person and clearly froze for a moment. He remembered this person from a recent encounter at Dongqing Hospital, dealing with the exploration team's encounter with Hiranoya. Oh, it's you. I was wondering why the scent felt so familiar, Hiranoya said, slowly approaching and not caring that the officer still had his gun pointed at her. Reaching out to ask, is your wrist fracture healed? The officer quickly took a few steps back, gripping his gun tighter and watching Hiranoya warily. What are you doing here? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm the owner of this place, Hiranoya replied, confused by the question. So disgusting. The officer frowned tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, as a hero of the investigation bureau, you willingly transformed into a ghoul to survive. Thinking about how I once admired you so much, and how Liao Ge missed you, I just feel disgusted. You're no different from Chen Su, who has also become a ghoul's lackey. Hiranoya paused for a moment, then smiled and shook her head, not saying anything. From an outsider's perspective, she could understand this viewpoint. Xiao Ran, deal with it. Guests who come here cannot be let go. After leaving this sentence, Hiranoya no longer lingered and turned to leave. Understood. Yuan Chu. Chen Ran nodded, looking at the officer, whose face was full of disbelief. Yuan Chu. This school just called it that, right? The officer clearly remembered that the 3 most important matters for the investigation bureau at this stage were: first, dealing with the remnants of the 3 Lives sect; second, investigating the ghoul organization Oni Shirshir behind the 3 Lives sect; and the third matter was investigating a mysterious organization led by Yuan Chu, composed only of high-ranking ghouls. As Chun Ran slowly approached, the officer held his gun in one hand and pulled out his phone to light it up. Important discovery. Before Hirano could finish her sentence, a head fell to the ground, and the thumb that had been pressing the recording button could no longer release its grip. Chun Ran glanced down at the bloodstained screen, where a red exclamation mark appeared in the dialog box. There were no signal bases in Infinite City, and the message could not be sent. After crushing the phone and stuffing it into the corpse's pocket, she opened the wooden door leading to Jianyang City and casually tossed it out. 2 days later, a strange foul odor permeated the area, prompting residents to start searching for the source of the smell. They discovered a decaying corpse in a corner, the body severed. Residents immediately called the police, and when the police arrived on the scene, they simply examined the body before notifying the investigation bureau. The corpse was armed, dressed in a black robe, and, more importantly, carried Investigation Bureau identification. The Investigation Bureau had been searching for this officer since his disappearance, and upon receiving the news, they quickly sent people to retrieve the body. According to forensic evaluation, the officer's time of death was 2 days ago, meaning he was killed shortly after entering that wooden door. The enemy didn't even bother to interrogate him for Internal Investigation Bureau information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the stadium incident was also nearing completion. Based on the analysis of the traces left by the ghouls at the scene, it was determined that the female ghoul that appeared in the hospital 2 days ago was the same as the one that created the black centipede in the stadium. The most obvious characteristic of this group of ghouls was the mysterious engravings in their eyes, currently known to be divided into upper string and lower string, with the smallest number being 1 and the largest being 6. The lower string was significantly weaker than the upper string, but the order of the numbers was still unclear. According to expert research, if the number 6 is the last one, then there are at least 12 ghouls in this group. Currently recorded and documented are lower string 6, female, with the blood demon technique ability of invisibility, first appeared in the stadium incident, strength assessment, first tier. Lower string 4, male, blood demon technique ability unknown. Suspected to manipulate shadows, first appeared in the Nanyang Highway incident, strength assessment, first tier. Lower string 2, female, with the blood demon technique ability of absorption, first appeared in the stadium incident, strength assessment, first tier. Upper string 6, male, with the blood demon technique ability of fire, first appeared in the stadium incident, strength assessment, special grade. Jianyang City First Hospital Ghoul number 1, female, eye engraving number unknown, blood demon technique ability unknown, can create organisms, erodes all items. First appeared in the stadium incident, strength assessment, special grade. Jianyang City First Hospital Ghoul number 2, gender unknown, eye engraving number unknown, blood demon technique ability unknown. Suspected of spatial teleportation, given the blood demon technique's abilities, strength assessment, special grade. It was a dim room, with an ordinary wooden chair in the center facing a square wooden table. A man sat in the chair, busy shoving food from the table into his mouth, making crunching sounds. He casually tossed a clean bone behind him and glanced at the door, licking his fingers. Come in. The woman with curly hair and high heels had been waiting at the door for a long time. She gently pushed open the door, afraid of making a sound that would displease the man inside. Upon closer inspection, it was Moon who had appeared during the incident at the stadium. But her clothes were now tattered, and she carried a foul odor. Master. Moon lowered her head and stammered. I thought you had died with that old hag moderation. The man snorted coldly, tearing a piece of meat from the table in front of him and weighing it in his hand. Moon slightly raised her head, but dared not meet the man's gaze. It was chaotic that day, and I was afraid that returning would expose the position of the ghost servant. So I only dared to come back today, being cautious. The man remained silent, but Moon could feel his gaze piercing through her like a sword. After a long while, a barely audible sound came from the man's nostrils, and Moon's anxious heart finally settled back into her stomach. How can I trust that you haven't colluded with the Bureau during this time, or with that woman? The man's tone shifted, his eyes narrowing into slits. Master. I am absolutely loyal to you. For the past few months, I've been hiding completely, living in the sewer. I didn't even dare to scavenge for food. You have to believe me. At the end of her plea, Moon dropped to her knees, shuffling forward on her knees. The man's eyes flashed with disdain as he used his shoe to block her advance. It stinks, get away. Yes, master. Moon immediately suppressed her sorrowful expression, ignoring the tears and snot on her face, lowering her head and retreating on her knees. I just wanted to see your reaction, but it seems there was none. The man said quietly, lifting his hand to smell the blood-dripping piece of meat. No, My loyalty to you is as visible as the heavens. Moon trembled, her eyes fixated on the bloody meat. Noticing Moon's gaze, the man chuckled. You must be starving after not eating for so long, right? Moon nodded. For the past few months, she had been so hungry that she had resorted to eating cockroaches and rats from the sewer, and when thirsty, drank the foul, dark water. The piece of meat in the man's hand now radiated a sacred glow in Moon's eyes. Enjoy it. The man tossed the meat towards Moon, and it landed on the ground in front of her with a thud. Clearly, the man did this on purpose, and Moon knew that if she wanted to survive, she had to lie on the ground like a dog and eat the piece of meat. Without any hesitation, Moon placed her hands on the ground and lowered her body to devour it eagerly. A large hand landed on Moon's head, but with her mouth full. She looked up in disbelief. Master! Just as she opened her mouth, Moon's body twisted violently, as if crushed from 6 directions by a steamroller. Her heart-wrenching screams unable to drown out the sound of bones breaking. If whining could prove loyalty, this world wouldn't have so many traitors. The man's expression was indifferent as he casually tossed a brick of dark red meat, resembling a compressed biscuit, into the corner. Call the priestess over. The man said quietly to the person at the door after a moment of silence. The person at the door nodded and turned to leave. A few minutes later, a woman leaning on a cane entered, feeling her way to kneel in front of the man. Master! Sensing the priestess's fear, the man stepped forward, lifting her chin. Their eyes met, or rather, 5 eyes met, as the priestess's eyes had no pupils, only a pale gaze, while a third eye twisted grotesquely between her brows. Devoid of whites and filled with a pitch-black pupil. As long as you obey, I want to turn you into someone like Moon. The man pinched the priestess's chin and continued. Now, activate your blood witchcraft. I want to know the Bureau's next moves and the future of that wisteria cleaning company they are collaborating with. The eye between the priestess's brows blinked eerily, and her expression became dazed. I see. Bright lights, it's very noisy, all singing. There is a lot of blood in the corridor, and several people in black robes. Suddenly, the priestess frowned, painfully closing her eyes. The man knew that her blood witchcraft could see a short distance into the future, but could not see too much, so he wasn't too surprised by her sudden halt. However, from this brief description, the man roughly guessed that this was his pickup point in Jianyang City. After covering her eyes and taking a long breath, the priestess finally re-entered that state. This time, she was able to see the wisteria cleaning company, something that had remained unclear to her before. Before her was a haze, everything around still fuzzy, and every voice sounded muffled as if underwater. The priestess shook her head, suppressing the pain in her brain, and continued to observe her surroundings. She had tested many times. Only a ghoul stronger than her could prevent her from seeing the future. But even if she could only see a few things through the haze, it would help with the upcoming actions. It was precisely because of this that she had known in advance that the Bureau was targeting the abandoned city hospital in the east and had evacuated the ghouls there beforehand. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. The priestess's gaze quickly moved in the vicinity, soon locking onto a blurry figure. This figure was different from the others, with a face that was blood red, which caught the priestess's attention. After staring for a few seconds, the red-faced figure suddenly walked towards her. The priestess felt a sharp pain in her brain and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The haze before her became increasingly unclear as the figure approached. A chill ran through her body, and although she couldn't make out the features or expression of the red-faced figure, her intuition told her that it seemed to be staring at her, a gaze that transcended time and space. The priestess trembled, blood flowing from the space between her brows, while the man watched her with a grave expression. This situation had never occurred before. Meanwhile, the priestess, whose consciousness was drifting elsewhere, was constantly retreating, yet the red-faced figure seemed to know her location. Closing in step by step, suddenly, the red-faced figure rushed over, and the priestess felt the haze before her filled with purple, her consciousness forcibly pulled back into her body. The priestess clutched her head in pain, her nails nearly digging into her scalp as she rolled frantically on the ground. The red-faced figure had discovered her. It was the first time someone had acknowledged its existence, and it was also the first time she realized how much damage her consciousness being harmed could cause her. The ghoul's self-healing ability seemed to vanish at that moment, and she could not eliminate the constant pain in her brain. The man remained calm, quietly waiting for the priestess. After about 10 minutes, the priestess, drenched in sweat and with a pale face, knelt before the man again, her voice weak. Master, I failed. Someone pulled my consciousness back. The man's brows furrowed as he stroked his chin. I understand. You can go now. Bring the lover and demon cards over. I have something to discuss with them. Yes, master. The priestess groped around the ground, found her blind stick, and slowly left while leaning against the wall. On the other end, in the investigation bureau, underground level 5, research department. The team leader, the phone of that agent, which broke a few days ago, has been repaired. A researcher in a lab coat said, "Any findings?" The leader of the technical team was staring at several identical spectra on the computer, looking serious. These spectra were recorded by the technicians at the scene, capturing the traces left by the ghouls. With the right technical means, they could be marked with identities like fingerprints. The spectra being compared were from the deceased agent and the stadium. Surprisingly, it matched with the black centipede that appeared at the stadium. And another group also matched with the stadium, which was the one that could transfer its kind with the blood ghost technique and had unclear pupil engravings. We found something. The person beside him placed a laptop on the table and opened an audio channel. Team leader, listen to this. According to the timestamp, this audio message was an attempt sent by the agent after entering that door, but for some reason, it didn't go through. The team leader leaned in to listen carefully. Important discovery. Has Hirano been fully restored? Yes, he only said this much. That's strange. The leader frowned and opened a document on his computer. If I'm not mistaken, the unfinished runner reminds me of someone. The leader pointed to the document he opened, which was marked as deceased with a photo of the agent Hiranoya in the corner. Send me the audio. The leader said, I need to report this to the higher-ups. Since yesterday's meeting, Lu Yun has been frowning, and no one dared to provoke her at this critical moment. The researchers had come to find her yesterday to report some recent situations. That ghoul organization with eye engravings was far more terrifying than imagined, as if their shadows could be seen everywhere. However, what troubled Lu Yun the most was why the agent who entered the door would shout Hiranoya's name at such a crucial moment. After a discussion among several department heads, they could only conclude that Hiranoya might have had contact with that organization and perhaps held important information the investigation bureau was unaware of. Unfortunately, the person was already dead, and knowing more was useless. It was all taken to the grave. They couldn't exactly summon a Taoist to call back the soul, could they? There was also another concerning matter. There was a capture operation today. According to intelligence, that KTV hid quite a few ghouls and had colluded with the local mafia, meaning that during the upcoming operation, there was a high likelihood of conflict with ordinary humans. It wasn't a matter of fear of losing. But once human enemies emerged in such a battle, the uncontrollable factors would increase significantly. Not to mention how troublesome it would be during evacuation. Having someone suddenly pull out a knife would be quite the ordeal. As evening approached, the KTV at this time was not very crowded. The afternoon crowd had dispersed, and the evening crowd had not yet arrived, making it a good time to implement the operation. Chingu, how's the crowd evacuation work nearby? Liaoshi glanced at his watch and picked up the walkie-talkie. The operation site was located in the city, not exactly in a bustling area, but there was still a considerable flow of people. To avoid accidental injuries, the police were contacted in advance to evacuate nearby buildings and streets. Wrapping up, we can act in 5 minutes, the police on the other side responded. Lighting a cigarette, Liaoshi sat in the car, staring through the glass at the large door on the other side of the road. According to the intelligence, the target of this mission was the same as the previous East City Hospital, both being delivery points for the ghouls. The only difference was that this KTV was brightly lit, and he could still see the waitstaff moving around, completely lacking the desolation of the East City Hospital. Checking the time, his cigarette had burned down to the butt. Taking one last puff, Liaoshi got out of the car and disposed of the cigarette, but in the roadside trash can. The operation began. Raising the walkie-talkie in his hand, a group of black-robed people gathered around the KTV. This operation mobilized 4 teams, nearly 50 people, with Liaoshi as the on-site commander. Liaoshi originally wanted to be lazy and refuse, but Lu Yun was very firm, stating that he was the most senior agent in the investigation bureau. Having survived countless operations and had often served as a commander, he had to do this. Liaoshi knew that Lu Yun intended to cultivate him as the new core figure in the field department after Hiranoya. As he pondered, Liaoshi led a group of agents who had been monitoring from various directions into the door. The sudden appearance of a mass of black robes left the front desk staff flustered. Notify all your employees to immediately put down their work and gather here. Liaoshi took out his work ID and showed it to the front desk staff, who didn't dare to be negligent and immediately grabbed the work walkie-talkie to start calling people. Despite the KTV not being large, there were indeed quite a few waitstaff. After about 2 minutes, the waitstaff and the manager gradually arrived, and with the agents from the investigation bureau, the hall was nearly filled. What's going on? Police comrades? A man with a face full of flesh strode over, clearly showing some displeasure. Received a report. We're here to crack down on organized crime. Liaoshi sized up the man. Who are you? Boss, I'm the boss. The man forced out a stiff and unpleasant smile. I didn't hear anything about an inspection. Look at me. I haven't even washed my hair yet. Liaoshi snorted coldly. You're saying the police's connections are worthless now? Don't worry. That little cop who used to give you a heads up before inspections has already been arrested. The boss's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Look at what you're saying. How dare I do such a thing? Liaoshi glanced at him and said nothing more, walking towards the private rooms. Passing by the fire alarm button on the wall, he immediately pressed it. The agents checked each private room along the way, and when they encountered guests, they all used the excuse of a fire alarm to send them away. Those who initially didn't believe it also began to leave upon hearing the fire alarm in the corridor. After the black-robed figures had walked far away, the boss's eyes turned cold. Last night, a certain big shot told him that someone would come to cause trouble today, and he had already instructed his brothers to wait. The boss naturally thought they could just turn around and run if they couldn't handle it. But that big shot said 2 friends would come today and will be stationed there. Brothers, the boss shouted, welcome the guests. The expressions of the waitstaff, who filled the hall, changed. They no longer looked as refined as before. Several cabinets at the front desk opened, and the waitstaff handed out gleaming machetes to everyone. In the innermost private room, a man and a woman sat in the center, surrounded by a circle of men, women, and children, all silent, avoiding eye contact with the center. The only sound in the room came from the woman in the middle. Upon closer inspection, the woman was hugging a handsome waiter, who was either a regular staff member of the KTV or a hired thug. However, at that moment, the waiter's face was flushed, his clothes disheveled, and his pants half down. Little brother, satisfy me a bit more, the woman said, wrapping her arms around the waiter and lightly nibbling on his earlobe, her voice sultry. No, I can't take it anymore. The waiter's voice was weak, his eyes dazed. One last time, the woman's snake-like vertical pupils suddenly constricted, and the veins around her eyes bulged. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Come on. The man in her arms had a dazed expression, his hands resting on the woman as he prepared for the next move. But his head was suddenly smashed by a large hand, blood and flesh splattering all over the woman. Darling, stop playing around. The investigation bureau is right outside. A male cannibal, sitting in the center of the private room, shouted from the woman's other side. The lover licked the blood and flesh clean from the corners of her mouth and winked at the man. Then when we go back later, can Big Brother the Demon satisfy me? The demon rolled his eyes, not daring to agree. He had experienced the lover's power and no longer dared to do anything with her. The lover chuckled softly, but said nothing, casually pushing the corpse that slumped against her to the floor, looking at the other cannibals in the room. These were the locals from the Harvest Point, the highest among them barely at the second tier. Brothers and sisters, the lover gently called out, does anyone want to spend a lovely night with me? The demon slightly raised his head, noticing a strange feeling. It should be the lover activating her blood demon technique. Me, pick me. Almost all the cannibals in the private room excitedly shouted, their expressions frenzied, regardless of age or gender. So many people. The lover swayed her hips as she walked over to an old man, gently placing her hand on his chest and slowly sliding down. The old man couldn't help but close his eyes, a look of enjoyment on his face. But I only want one person. How about this, you all compete? Whoever kills the most tonight, I'll be that person's lover, she teased another cannibal, without needing the lover and the demon to remind them. Several cannibals had already burst through the door after hearing the request. Despicable. How dare they run so fast? I will definitely kill the most. The other cannibals reacted as well, rushing into the corridor. The demon, seeing that in the blink of an eye only he and the lover were left in the private room, cast a wary glance at her. I hope you don't use your blood demon technique on me. The lover shook her head with a smile. How could I? It's much easier to control the hormone production of low-tier ghosts and humans than high-tier cannibals. But if Big Brother wants me, I'm still willing to put in some effort. The lover's tone shifted as she walked toward the demon. Get lost, go away. The demon suppressed his restlessness, pushing the playful lover away and walking toward the door. Not far down the corridor, the crowd of officials busy evacuating the guests from the private rooms suddenly heard a commotion of shouts from afar. Turning their heads to look towards the depths of the corridor. At the corner, a person suddenly burst out, their expression frenzied, mouth agape as they charged at the officials. The alerted officials reached for their guns at their waists, But the next moment, 6 or 7 figures followed closely behind, some even crashing into the wall because they couldn't stop in time, their heads exploding, yet they merely shook themselves and continued charging forward. What the hell? Faced with such a scene, few could suppress their fear. The officials in the front row, knowing what was happening, retreated in panic, while those behind, unaware of the truth, peeked nervously. A round of gunfire erupted, and the fastest charging cannibals were hit, collapsing to the ground with howls, only to be trampled into mush by those following behind. As for those lucky enough not to be shot dead, they crawled toward the officials, dragging their bodies affected by bullet toxins that couldn't heal. Fall back. Quickly fall back. One of the officials in the front row squeezed backward, and halfway through evacuating, they were blocked by panicked guests, with officials rushing in from behind, all crowding in the narrow corridor. It was unclear which cannibal, braving a bullet, reached the front and grabbed an official by the neck, flinging them into the midst of the cannibals. Each cannibal reached out their hands, leaving their marks on the official's body. Some clung to their thighs, some bit into their chests, and others cradled their heads, fearing someone would take them away. In the chaotic melee, the official was literally torn into countless pieces, scattered among the cannibals. The remaining officials no longer cared about disgust or anger. Their only thought was fear. They didn't understand why this group of cannibals was behaving so crazily, fearless. Soon, at a certain moment when the gunfire paused, a gap in the firepower network appeared. An official, lowering their head to reload, suddenly felt a ghostly hand grab their arm, and in the next second, countless greedy faces surrounded them. A wave of excruciating pain surged through their body, bones breaking, biting, muscles tearing. Damn it! The official glared with bloodshot eyes, breaking free and pulling out a grenade from their pocket, pulling the pin just before a cannibal bit off their finger. With a loud bang, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone was knocked to the ground by the massive shockwave, ringing in their ears. The walls on either side of the explosion were blown out, and smoke and the smell of blood quickly filled the corridor. The officials, dazed and swaying, helped each other to stand up, only to see that the group of cannibals, having clustered too closely, had been obliterated by the modified grenade, leaving only a few who had been shot but were still crawling on the ground. And a man and a woman who had just walked out from the corner. The two newcomers didn't need to speak. The officials felt an intense sense of pressure, but unsure of the opponent's abilities, no one dared to move. Fire. Suppress them. A team leader in the front, having reloaded, raised his gun to aim at a cannibal still crawling toward them, his finger on the trigger, but his expression suddenly went blank. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. The other officials who had aimed alongside him experienced the same situation. One moment they were alert. The next they bizarrely fainted. Some even started foaming at the mouth. Gentlemen, put down your guns. The alluring female cannibal swayed her waist as she walked over. Everyone, get out. All of you retreat. Liao, she shouted loudly, directing those behind him to leave first. Just a few steps back. The end of the corridor was blocked by a group of waitstaff wielding knives and clubs, with the KTV boss standing among them. In such a hurry to leave? Not planning to stay a bit longer? The boss taunted. The officials caught in the middle did not respond, silently splitting into two groups. It was unclear who screamed first, but that shout ignited a powder keg. The waitstaff charged forward with their gleaming blades, quickly engaging in a fierce melee with the officials. The narrow corridor's walls were splattered with blood. The floor's tiles became extremely slippery, and the crowd in the chaotic brawl could no longer distinguish each other, only knowing that whoever came close had to be stabbed first, with blood-soaked faces smeared with the stench of gore. The officials on the other side, hearing the gruesome sound from behind, desperately wanted to join in to help, but the cannibals they were guarding were eyeing them covetously, not rushing to attack, only waiting for the officials to collapse first. Liaoshi had already lost his mind from the bloodlust. He could no longer remember how many people he had cut down, just mechanically searching for the next target in the crowd, swinging his knife, swinging his knife, swinging his knife. It was unclear how long they fought, perhaps only a minute, perhaps 10 minutes. Although the officials were outnumbered, their quality far surpassed that of these thugs, as they brutally took down a crowd of enemies, tearing a gap in the corridor, allowing the battlefield to open up significantly. Liaoshi led another wave of officials slowly pushing toward the exit. Take care of the wounded. Watch for hidden people in the rooms on both sides. Liaoshi covered one arm while directing. His arm had nearly been severed during the chaotic fight and was still oozing blood. The waiters blocking the way ahead had lost their earlier enthusiasm, each one lacking the will to continue fighting, with only a few trying to find an opportunity to rush forward. The boss, who was curled up at the back, saw the situation turn against him, his face shaking with anger as he shouted, "From now on, a reward of 500,000 for killing one. A reward of 200,000 for injuring one." In an instant, the hesitant thugs standing still had greedy looks in their eyes. Killing one was too difficult. But injuring one seemed much easier, just a swing for 200,000. The gap created by the agents quickly disappeared, and the thugs' attacks became fierce again. The agents, outnumbered since the beginning of the fight, were already exhausted, and now faced with another wave of fierce attacks. They were pushed back and unable to advance. The boss chuckled to himself, knowing that once they realized that injuring someone for 200,000 was easy, they would start thinking about that 500,000. As for whether he could afford to pay that much, he guessed no one would dare to ask him for it then. After all, that big shot had promised him that if he entertained the guests well tonight, he could be transformed. While lost in thought, a soft hand suddenly rested on the back of his neck. Just as the boss turned to curse, he found that the other party had gripped his head with their fingers and forcefully twisted it, turning his head around. The only downside was that his head had turned a bit too much. The thugs busy making money didn't notice that the boss's head was being twisted behind him. But Liao Shi and the others facing that direction were distracted by this. There was a suddenly appeared wooden sliding door. And on the other side was an ancient wooden building, golden lights, and a person wearing a red mask. It was the cannibal organization with the engraved eyes. Why are these people everywhere? Were they here for this time? Liao Shi wanted to curse loudly, but with so many thugs waiting for money in front of him, he knew he couldn't rush it and had to deal with the current situation first, though he kept an eye on the newly appeared cannibal, who seemed to be watching him too. Standing outside the corridor, Hikari observed Liao Shi with interest. After a few months, this guy seemed to have improved quite a bit. He had begun to integrate breathing techniques in his fighting. She clearly had taught him that much, so he must have some talent. Hikari continued watching for a while before losing interest. Relying on one person to explore the full application of breathing techniques was too difficult. After all, not everyone was like Norikuni Yurichi, with Liao Shi's qualifications. It would take him some time to learn the complete concentration breathing technique, and as for the deeper aspects like patterns, the He Blade, and the transparent world, it seemed unlikely he would master them in this lifetime. It had taken her many years to acquire those skills. Changing her perspective, she tried to see to the end of the crowd and vaguely spotted a male and female cannibal. They were the targets of this outing. Her previous guesses were indeed correct. Someone on the demon servant side could track the movements of the 12 Kizuki in advance. The delivery point at the East Hospital was clearly abandoned. This operation had taken a detour. Instead of directly searching the demon servants, they had followed the investigation bureau's main force, and it had indeed yielded results. From the aura, it felt like these two strongest cannibals were about to reach quasi-special grade. As for why Hikari was personally involved in this operation, it was mainly because only her blood demon technique allowed for easy movement without the risk of being surrounded by the investigation bureau. Blood demon technique, blood throttle. Suddenly, all the waiters who were struggling with the agents froze in place. The unfortunate one in front was struck by an agent's blade, his eyes filled with pain. The agents were also confused. Everything had been fine just a moment ago, so why were they all suddenly frozen? However, a few sharp-eyed agents noticed that the cannibal with the mask had gently waved his hand towards them. A more terrifying scene unfolded. All the waiters' veins bulged. Their faces twisted in agony, as if they were suffering from unbearable pain. The next moment, it was as if the blood had come to life, from every wound. A column of blood shot out, converging towards the masked cannibal. Riki gently waved her hand, watching the countless blood spheres form from the gathered blood of those in front of her. She really liked this blood manipulation technique of the blood demon. After all, blood vessels, regardless of their size, are spread throughout the body. Once blood becomes something that can be manipulated at will, the opponent is not far from death. She had used blood choke many times before, but due to the need to hide her identity, she had not dared to unleash her full power. Today, she could finally let loose and enjoy it. In just a few seconds, the waiters, drained of their blood, collapsed one by one, their faces as pale as paper. Hiranoya stopped the blood demon technique, and a large blood ball fell to the ground, the crimson liquid flooding the floor, reaching up to the shoe tops. But it quickly spread out. But, the agent stared in fear at the cannibal stepping into the corridor, leaving a trail of blood with each step. The sense of oppression felt from his cannibal was much stronger than that of the previous man and woman. Don't move. Suddenly, a gun barrel was raised from the crowd. Hiranoya stopped in her tracks, looking at Liao Shi, whose forehead was drenched in sweat from tension. Liao Shi was trying hard to keep his hand steady while holding the gun. He knew that the cannibal organization with engraved eyes had no obvious hostility towards the investigation bureau, but since they were cannibals, they would definitely eat people, and he had no reason to let any of them go. "Step aside," Hiranoya said flatly, slightly altering her voice to sound more neutral so that Liao she wouldn't recognize her. "What do you want?" Liao she immediately understood that the other party was looking for the man and woman at the end of the corridor, and for the moment, he had lost the thought of fighting back. He just wasn't clear about the other party's intentions and needed to gather more information. "It has nothing to do with you." Hiranoya continued walking forward, pushing aside the gun pointed at her. The agents felt extremely frustrated, but they could tell the situation. This cannibal could kill everyone present at will, and no one dared to provoke her, so they all stepped aside. The demon and the lover at the end were also intimidated by the cannibal in front of them. They remembered that before this mission, their master had warned them that the priestess had seen a very powerful red-faced man in a prophecy. But she hadn't told them that the red-faced man was a high-ranking cannibal wearing a mask. They all attempted to counterattack using blood demon techniques, but their bodies stiffened and couldn't move, leaving them to watch helplessly as the other party slowly approached. Hiranoya suddenly stopped halfway, turning her head to the side. It was an empty room, but she suddenly felt someone watching her from there. After confirming several times, the feeling of being watched still couldn't be shaken off. So Hiranoya turned and walked into the room. Indeed, something was watching her. The feeling was strange, more elusive than the sensation of being stared at. Blood demon technique. Blood strangle. Relying on her instincts, she released the blood demon technique in the direction of that gaze. But nothing happened, causing Hiranoya to frown slightly. There were still cannibals monitoring this place through blood demon techniques from somewhere. It was obvious they were from the ghost servants. "Get lost." Hiranoya's right hand was wrapped in purple flames, and a translucent giant ghost hand reached toward the direction of that gaze, causing the walls it touched to collapse like paper. After retracting the hand and pausing to pay attention for a moment, the feeling of being watched disappeared, and he indeed had grasped something just now. A wooden door appeared at the end, and on the other side of the door was similarly ancient architecture and golden lights, making it impossible to guess where this place was. Hiranoya pushed both a man and a woman, who were cannibals, into the room and stepped inside. "What is your purpose?" Liao she couldn't help but question as he saw the wooden door gradually closing. The other party ignored him, and Liao she continued to ask, "Have we met before? This person, I feel like I've seen him before." The Prajna mask looked at him. After the door closed, it slowly disappeared as if it had never appeared. The demon and the lover were carelessly thrown to the ground, their bodies stiff, with the demon face down, unable to even roll over. Fortunately, Hiranoya, who had come in through the wooden door, stopped the blood demon technique, and the control over their bodies returned to the two of them. Looking up, the intricately arranged ancient room extended into infinity, with corridors connecting each room, with no end in sight and no ceiling visible. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind them, and the two turned to see another wooden door appearing out of nowhere. A tall, thin man with slick-back hair walked in. "It's up to you," the person wearing the Prajna mask said to the man, and then left through the door. The man nodded and walked toward the demon and the lover, slowly bending down. The two also saw the engraving in the man's eyes. Upper Crescent, 3. The demon, seeing the other party unsuspecting and so close, thrust his fingers toward Fu Xian's chest, feeling only a slight pause at the fingertip before piercing through the entire chest and emerging from the back. A still beating heart was grasped in his hand, and bright red blood continuously surged down his arm. Fu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The demon's originally vigilant expression relaxed considerably, thinking that these people his master feared were nothing much after all. With this thought, the demon's other hand grabbed Fu Xian's neck and pulled him toward his mouth to feed, but his peripheral vision noticed that the lover, who should have been by his side, had vanished. Fu Xian in his hand also began to struggle desperately, slapping and pushing the demon like a girl. The demon was startled, as if realizing something, and suddenly pushed Fu Xian away, watching the other party warily. But suddenly, Fu Xian in front of him transformed into the lover's appearance, or rather, reverted back to the lover's appearance. "Cough, cough, are you crazy?" the lover yelled, holding her neck and the empty chest. "I'm sorry, I mistook you for an enemy." The demon hesitated and apologized. That man's blood demon technique must have been some illusion ability, but when exactly had he fallen for it? The lover said nothing further. She believed the demon wouldn't attack her for no reason. After a brief rest of a few minutes, the heart that had been taken out of her body grew back, and the two began to discuss strategies. Looking around, It was as if they were in a gigantic maze. There were no signs of direction, not even a single identifiable landmark. With no other choice, they dared not remain here and had to choose a corridor leading in various directions, trying to see if they could find a way out. They didn't know how long they had walked, their feet beginning to ache. Yet the surroundings showed no signs of change. Just as they were about to rest, a peep sound suddenly echoed from an unknown source. Before they could find the source of the sound, the ground beneath them suddenly shook, and everything around them began to move, left, down, up. The two grasped the handrails of the corridor to protect themselves from falling, their eyes fixed on the surroundings, trying to find some patterns in the movement, only to discover that everything moved in an irregular manner, and every room looked exactly the same. They couldn't even tell where the corridor that was carrying them had moved during this change. After continuing for a while, the lover couldn't hold on any longer and started beating the wall, cursing loudly. The demon wasn't in a good state either, having been trapped here for a long time. His claustrophobia was starting to kick in. The peep sound rang out again, and the surroundings changed once more, with the corridor ahead transforming into an empty room. The demon entered, looking down and scanning the area, scratching a mark on the wooden floor with his nails. This was the mark they left to confirm they hadn't lost their way. They left a scratch every time they passed through a room. They had left hundreds of marks, but during the numerous changes of the rooms, they had never encountered any of their previous scratches, enough to show how vast this place was. The two dragged their weary bodies forward, continuing to make marks, while the surrounding silence was eerie, with only the two of them endlessly repeating the monotonous action, until they arrived in a room where a sudden wooden door appeared before them, identical to the one that had brought them here. The demon and the lover excitedly rushed over, each pulling a door handle. With a creak, the wooden door opened. On the other side of the door stood a person so familiar it was uncanny. Master. After a moment of shock, the demon and the lover both knelt on one knee on the ground to show respect. Come back to the base with me. It took quite a bit of effort to find you, Shun Tzu said coldly to the two. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a smile, their tense faces showing a hint of relaxation, finally able to leave this wretched place. Just as the lover stepped forward to follow Shun Tzu, the demon stopped as soon as he set foot on the other side of the headquarters. Seemingly noticing the demon's movement, Shun Tzu also stopped, turned his head to look at him, and asked, "What's wrong? Developing feelings? Can't bear to come back?" Little did he know, this statement completely confirmed the demon's thoughts, and he shook his head, retreating warily. "Lover, if you trust me, come out quickly." The demon glanced at the lover standing next to Shun Tzu, her face full of confusion. "You can't really have developed feelings, can you?" The lover laughed coldly, clearly showing no intention of coming back. "Use your brain." The demon suddenly shouted loudly, "Since we entered this place, have you seen anyone else? They went through a lot of trouble to snatch you and me from the investigation bureau. Do you think they would keep us here?" The lover was taken aback for a moment, wanting to refute him, but her eyes flickered as if she had thought of something, staring at the demon in terror. "I initially said that I mistook you for an enemy before I moved. Have you thought about where that Upper Crescent 3 is now? Also, do you think, given the Master's personality, he would act to save us? How did he accurately find us?" Although the lover's mind didn't work as fast as the demon's, she had come to understand by now that based on the Master's personality, he would never come to save them. Then who was this person next to her? In shock, the lover quickly moved closer to the demon while activating her blood demon technique, trying to manipulate the hormones of the imposter to a lethal level. Shun Tzu's face suddenly twisted in pain as he crumpled to the ground. Seeing this, the demon also decided to act, but was hesitant to get too close. Gritting his teeth, he plunged his hand into his abdomen and pulled out a piece of intestine. The lover looked at the demon's self-mutilation with disdain. Confirming that this was not an illusion-created demon, she knew the demon's blood demon technique was capable of such extreme acts. The severed intestine suddenly began to wriggle as if it had come to life, the surface of the intestine rapidly undulating, soon sprouting several mouths of varying sizes with sharp teeth. The demon, holding his healing abdomen, used his other hand to fling the living intestine at Shun Tzu. The intestine, upon landing, quickly wriggled up Shun Tzu's legs, wrapping around him within seconds, and the strange mouth spit down on Shun Tzu, quickly gnawing away, revealing white bones within a few bites. Soon, the imposter stopped moving, leaving only the sound of gnawing. Is it over? Perhaps the demon slumped weakly against the wall, eyes vacant. Meanwhile, the real Infinite City. The demon and their lover lay side by side on the ground, their bodies still rigid, having spent nearly a week in the illusion, while in reality, only 2 days had passed. Hiranoya and Fu Xian were sitting around a small table, drinking tea. Suddenly, Fu Xian frowned and turned to look at the demon lying on the ground. "What's wrong?" Hiranoya asked, crossing her legs and blowing the tea leaves floating on the surface of the water. "This guy is quite interesting. Even after exhausting themselves in the illusion, he still has the energy to think about so much at the last moment." Hiranoya nodded, realizing that there might not be any gains from here on out. After all, once the other party became aware that everything around them could be fake, they wouldn't reveal too much. So, was there anything gained before this? On the way, they hadn't said anything of value, but when they finally encountered that guy Shinsu, I hinted to them to go back to headquarters. That woman instinctively thought of what headquarters looked like, which allowed me to find out some information. Are there any distinctive features? Hiranoya recalled Shun Su's blood demon technique. He could create an independent space identical to the current scene, which was also why he could evade Hiranoya's surveillance. As long as there were distinctive things within that space, it would be possible to guess where he had hidden himself. Fu Xian put down his cup and recalled carefully. The walls were pitch black and airtight, showing signs of mold, with many pipes on the ground, yellowed paper, and several machines of unknown purpose, all covered in dust. Fu Xian wanted to say something several times, but held back. The image of headquarters only flashed in his lover's mind for a moment, and he couldn't see much, so he could only mention the clearest details. Hiranoya touched the handle of the cup thoughtfully, and after a while, nodded and said, "What are they doing now?" Fu Xian glanced back into the illusion of demons and lovers and said, "For days have passed in the illusion, and they are still sitting in the room without moving. Their emotions are very low, so it probably won't have any value. Then let's kill them." "All right." Meanwhile, in the investigation bureau, "Move aside. Please make way." A bespectacled staff member rushed down the hallway with a stack of documents, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins and heavy dark circles indicating poor rest the night before. But at this moment, he dared not slow down, only wanting to find Director Lu Yun immediately and tell her everything. A fact that almost no one would believe if spoken. Lu Yun, who was sitting at the computer slacking off, was startled by the suddenly opened door and nearly dropped her mouse. After seeing the person, she covered her still racing heart and scolded. "Group Leader Luo, aren't you leading your subordinates in the intelligence department? Why are you here trying to scare me to death?" Bang! In response to Lu Yun was a heavy stack of documents. "What's this?" Lu Yun leaned her head out in confusion, pointing at the small mountain in front of her. Group Leader Luo struggled to calm his breath, looking serious as he said to Lu Yun, word by word, "Sister Yun, you need to be mentally prepared for what I'm about to say. What kind of scene haven't I seen? You can't scare me." Lu Yun chuckled, trying to lighten the mood, but at the same time, she reached for the top document and opened it. "Sister Yun, I'm serious," Group Leader Luo repeated. Only then did Lu Yun put away her playful demeanor and seriously examine the contents in her hand, but after just 2 glances, she looked up in shock to meet Group Leader Luo's gaze. Group Leader Luo pulled over a chair, sat across from Lu Yun, trembling as he lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. During the raid operation at the KTV by the field department the day before yesterday, there was a cannibal with a red Hanya mask. I had my subordinates do some investigation and initially found nothing. On a whim, I expanded the search range. And guess what? Group Leader Luo opened another document, pointing to the printed content. I actually found a lot of folk stories about cannibal monsters in Japan, and coincidentally, they also call such things cannibals. Are you saying that cannibals likely originated in Japan? That's just one of the possibilities. Group Leader Luo continued to flip through. I sorted the folk stories I could gather. The most recent record of a cannibal attacking humans was during the Edo period, about 400 to 200 years ago, and according to the last record, the cannibals should have been completely eradicated by an organization called the Demon Slayer Corps. I also checked the earliest records of cannibals, which date back 1,000 years. And here's the most interesting part. Group Leader Luo paused, then continued. I found hundreds of related stories, among which 16 mentioned a cannibal wearing a red Hanya mask, and even the descriptions of the clothing were surprisingly similar. The time span of these stories is vast, with the earliest being 1,000 years ago. Are you saying that the cannibal we encountered the day before yesterday is someone who has lived for 1,000 years? Hearing this, Lu Yun felt her hands and feet go cold. How many people would one have to eat to live for 1,000 years? What kind of power would they have? Even a quasi-special grade cannibal requires the strength of an entire city to kill. If this is true, does the Investigation Bureau, or rather, humanity, still have a chance? Before last night, I wasn't sure, but after the final verification, I confirmed it. In one of the stories about the masked cannibal, I found an interesting name. Group Leader Luo pointed his finger down. Hiranoya. Lu Yun's eyes widened as she stared, trying to confirm she wasn't seeing things. The translation isn't wrong, is it? Lu Yun questioned. Absolutely not. I even asked a friend in Japan to help me verify, and it is indeed this name, with not a single stroke wrong. Lu Yun slumped back in her chair, motionless. Even her breathing seemed to pause. After group leader Luo saw that Lu Yun had calmed down a bit, he continued. Based on the perspective and content of the story, it's not hard to see that this is a description from within the Demon Slayer Corps. In the credibility level, I believe I don't need to elaborate. The room fell silent. The sound of the clock ticking was exceptionally clear. Group leader Luo stopped speaking. He had also taken a long time to accept this news. Could you please leave me alone for a moment to think? After a while, Lu Yun said weakly. Group leader Luo nodded and got up to leave, but Lu Yun suddenly called out to him. This afternoon, I'll lead the team and gather all the group leaders from the field department. Where to? To the cemetery. I want to personally dig open that grave. If she's there, then it's just a coincidence. If she's not, Lu Yun sighed deeply. If things are truly the worst-case scenario, I really don't know what to do. Sitting alone at the desk, flipping through one document after another, her chest felt heavier and heavier. That afternoon, 3 black SUVs parked in succession outside the cemetery, attracting a lot of attention. After showing their credentials to the local staff, they were led deeper into the cemetery, and no one spoke along the way. The atmosphere was oppressive. Are you sure? The staff member holding the tools asked one last time. Liaoshi wanted to refuse. Although he had learned some things from Lu Yun not long ago, he still resisted the idea of digging up a grave. There should be other ways to prove the authenticity of that matter. He just couldn't think of them at the moment. Or perhaps he was unwilling to face the final result of digging up what lay beneath his feet. I'm sure. Let's get to work. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yun nodded firmly. With the answer given, the staff member wasted no time, swinging the pickaxe to chisel open a corner of the marble edge sealed in front of the tombstone. With a flick, the pick head went inside, and a heavy stone slab detached from the ground, revealing the space that should have contained the deceased. There was no body nor an urn, only a folded piece of paper. Driven by curiosity, the staff member originally wanted to ask what the tomb owner was about. But upon turning his head and seeing the expressions of the others, he wisely took his tools and left quietly. Lu Yun bent down to pick up the paper sealed in the tomb and opened it. It contained some writing, the characters neat and elegant, clearly recognizable as Hiranoya's handwriting, and she read word for word. Little Master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. If it was the Investigation Bureau people who opened this, then congratulations, you finally found me. I don't know what the situation has developed into now, whether the ghost servants are still around, or whether the Investigation Bureau is still here. But since this place has been opened, it seems the matter isn't over yet. We creatures are still alive. I want to apologize for this point, because all the existing ghouls in the world are my descendants, and everything originates from me. Whether it's the ghost servants or the 3 Life sect, the Black 18 incident a few years ago, where ghouls first attacked, is also my responsibility. I did not intend for this to happen. Everything was controllable, and humans would have never discovered the existence of ghouls. However, 3 ghouls used blood magic to break free from my control. In order to gain the strength to completely escape my tracking, they planned the Black 18 incident, resulting in that massacre. Although I dealt with 2 of them, one escaped. I can tell you his name, Shun Su, who is also the leader of the ghost servants. Back to the point. I assume you're most concerned about my intelligence, right? Sorry, I don't intend to disclose anything. You just need to know that on the issue of the ghost servants, my views align with yours. As for whether I'm willing to continue cooperating, that depends on you. The strength of the ghost servants is very strong, with core members at 1st tier and above. Of course, this strong is relative to you. I have the ability to deal with the ghost servants, but once a large-scale search is initiated, it is easy for the ghost servants to notice and relocate in advance. This is not the first time they have done so. However, the ghost servants are not afraid of the Investigation Bureau, so you can pursue with confidence. If we cooperate, you can save most of the people, and we can save a lot of time. If you agree to cooperate, follow the steps below. 3 days later, in the evening, in front of the Investigation Bureau's gate. Today is a grand day. All external personnel have been recalled. Even the research department, which has been hiding underground, is fully present. Everyone is dressed in formal attire, looking splendid. And some have even set up several cameras to broadcast the current scene to the prisoners and ghouls held in the underground prison. Lu Yun is in a formal dress, with an assistant helping her touch up her makeup. Sister Yun, the banner is ready. A man jogs over. Lu Yun turns her head to take a look and nods. Where's Liaoshi? Isn't he here yet? No, we can't reach him by phone either. With a sigh, Lu Yun recalls that Liaoshi has been on leave ever since he learned that news a few days ago. She gives the man a look and says, "Forget it. We won't wait for him. How's the preparation?" "Everything is ready as required." "Then let's start." With Lu Yun's command, the spotlights temporarily set up on the rooftop are all turned on, and the courtyard of the Investigation Bureau is brightly lit. A bright red carpet leads directly to the courtyard gate and the building's main entrance. And the newly hung banner is also clearly visible. All members of the Investigation Bureau warmly welcome Comrade Hiranoya's inspection work. Many people look up to see the content of the banner and lower their heads in shame. This is a banner specifically raised to welcome the ghouls, which is a tremendous humiliation for the Investigation Bureau. Everyone quietly waits for the appearance of that person, but there is no sign of anything unusual around. "Sister Yun, what if she never intended to cooperate with us?" The chief commander leans close to Lu Yun and asks in a low voice. Lu Yun replies while searching the surroundings with her eyes, "It's fine. Even if we take a step back, we still have an ally." "Who?" "The Wisteria Housekeeping Company. We have previous cooperation experience. Although it wasn't perfect, we are all on the same side of humanity." The chief commander nods in realization. Since the end of the Three Life Sect incident, the Wisteria Housekeeping Company has almost faded from the Investigation Bureau's side and has rarely been in contact. Thinking about it this way, the situation doesn't seem so bad. Why haven't they appeared yet? Are we being played? The chief commander anxiously looks at his watch. 10 minutes have already passed. Lu Yun furrows her brows, silently pondering. She feels like she has forgotten some detail. "Bring me that paper." Lu Yun pats the chief commander's shoulder. He pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket and hands it to Lu Yun, which is the same one brought out from the grave a few days ago. Everything in the courtyard today is arranged according to the instructions on that paper. Damn this sense of ritual. Lu Yun scans each line and looks up for confirmation until her finger stops on one line. "Where are the firecrackers?" The chief commander picks up the intercom to inquire, and then learns that the firecrackers haven't been brought out yet. So he quickly orders someone to lay them at the entrance. "Light them now." Suddenly, a series of popping explosions fill the courtyard, sending red paper scraps and smoke flying everywhere. "They're here," someone suddenly exclaims, and everyone looks toward the end of the red carpet. A quaint wooden door appears out of thin air, and 13 figures emerge successively. The person in the center steps in wooden clogs, dressed in black innerwear, adorned with a white haori embroidered with red spider lilies, wearing a red Hanya mask, with a sword on each side of the waist, and a scarlet wild katana slung diagonally on their back. "Long time no see, everyone." Hiranoya removes the mask and waves to the crowd, where many familiar faces are seen. As the sound of firecrackers ends, the group walks over the red carpet to Lu Yun. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly." Hiranoya waves her hand, and the weapons on her body disappear, her outfit transforming into casual attire. "We also didn't expect you to have such an identity." Lu Yun responds with a forced smile. "Follow me. I'll show you something about all the suspicious traces of the ghost servants." "That would be great. I've also found quite a bit of information lately that needs to be verified with your materials." Lu Yun places her hands in front of her and turns to walk toward the building, with Hiranoya and the others following behind. As they get closer to the building, one of the lower-tier members signals discreetly with a gesture. Due to the angle, aside from the 12 Kazuki, the others did not notice this and continue to stand on both sides. When the procession reaches the center of the courtyard, Lu Yun suddenly lunges toward the side crowd, and the spotlights mounted on the top of the building shine on the 13 individuals. The crowds on both sides quickly part, and the armed personnel hidden in the back rows, holding riot shields, immediately surround everyone in the center. "Start the operation." The chief commander, overlooking the situation from above, shouts into the intercom. In the next moment, snipers and agents hidden on the rooftop push a large mechanical device to the edge of the rooftop, aiming it downward. Gun barrels that have been concealed under clothing extend from behind the riot shields. "How do you like our welcoming ceremony?" Lu Yun's voice, which had already hidden among the crowd, comes through the loudspeakers with an unmistakable hint of pride. "Cooperation? Let that thing eat shit. As long as we deal with Hiranoya, the other descendants won't survive." To ensure that Hiranoya lets down her guard, Lu Yun is willing to risk everyone's lives, even her own, to keep her trapped in this ironclad courtyard. Looking at the crowd that has changed dramatically in just 10 seconds, Hiranoya can't help but click her tongue. To be honest, there's something here, but not much. I hope you can still be so tough later. All the members of the 12 Kazuki suddenly frowned and looked up. A few unknown machines began to operate, emitting strange sounds continuously. To humans, this sound seemed inconsequential. But for the exceptionally sensitive hearing of the cannibals, it was unbearable. Plugging their ears was useless. The sound seemed to penetrate directly into their brains, causing extreme physiological discomfort. Sonic weapons. Rika Hira had seen one of these in the underground laboratory of the Investigation Bureau before. It sounded even more unpleasant than nails on a chalkboard. However, that was about it. Sonic weapons, whether applied to humans or cannibals, could not be used as lethal weapons at this stage. But if the tables were turned, it would be different for a cannibal with blood demon abilities. Hiranoya exchanged a glance, and the lower crescent one immediately understood. Tilting his neck back, with his mouth slightly open, he produced an indescribable sound, as if it was a frequency that could not be emitted from vocal cords. Even the most skilled high-pitched singers couldn't replicate it. Upon hearing this sound, the agents instinctively covered their ears, retreating in pain, trying to distance themselves from the source of the noise. But it was futile. No one could escape the speed of sound. Soon, someone noticed a slight vibration in the firearm they held. The spotlight on the rooftop flickered a few times before completely failing, and even the sound wave weapons went silent, with jagged cracks running through them. Seeing that the sound wave weapons were destroyed, the lower crescent one also closed his mouth. In theory, as long as a certain fixed frequency is reached, it can destroy objects made of specific materials. Some have even managed to shatter glasses simply by hitting high notes at them. So, shattering metal, or even the human body, was just a matter of finding that frequency. The members of the Investigation Bureau, clutching their swollen ears, finally realized that their weapons were mostly unusable. Turning to look at the door, they saw it was completely locked to prevent Hiranoya and others from escaping. No one could leave until the matter was resolved. The smoke from the firecrackers had yet to dissipate when the situation underwent two changes. The fully armed humans were now unarmed, locked in the same courtyard with 13 unscathed ghouls. Some attempted to draw knives for self-defense, but could only find broken knife handles, while others tried to fire their guns, only for the bullets to explode in the bent, deformed barrels. The upper crescent one Chung, looked around the crowd with satisfaction. Climbing to the position of upper crescent one was due to the terrifying potential of his blood demon art to turn the tide of battle, especially with technological advancements. Humans increasingly relied on tools for combat. If it weren't for the limitation of only being able to attack with sound waves, the enemy could exploit this weakness. And there would definitely be a place for him among the upper crescent. What do you want? Lu Yun stepped out from the crowd, glaring at the members of the Ghost Moon with gritted teeth. Without their weapons, any resistance from them was meaningless. It was only a matter of time before they were found out among the crowd. It had just turned dark, and the 13 ghouls present had plenty of time to deal with the Investigation Bureau. This question should be mine to ask, right, Sister Yin? I came here with a sincere attitude for cooperation, yet you treat me like this. Not at all. By age, I'm not worthy of you calling me sister. Lu Yun retorted sarcastically. Hiranoya didn't care about this point and glanced around. By the way, I haven't paid attention to the Bureau's affairs for a while. Is everyone present today the entire combat force that the Investigation Bureau can mobilize? What is the point of asking this? Lu Yun continued with Hiranoya's question. She was stalling for time. At the start of the operation, Lu had to send a signal to the military every 3 minutes to confirm that the plan was still proceeding smoothly. If no signal was sent after 10 minutes. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Just roughly assessing the combat power between the Investigation Bureau and the Oni Shurs, Hiranoya replied. Oh, Lu Yun crossed her arms, intrigued. Do you have any insights? Not very sure. Humph. No matter how many first-level man-eaters the Oni Shurs have, even if they fight to the last moment, victory will surely belong to humanity. No, you misunderstood. Hiranoya shook her head repeatedly. What I mean is, your people will definitely all die. What is uncertain is how long you can hold out. This retort made Lu Yun's chest surge with anger, but she managed not to curse. However, Hiranoya's words were not without reason. There had been no relevant intelligence proving how many troops the Oni Shurs actually had. The number of second-level, first-level, and even special-level troops was still unknown. Back during the stadium incident, a single special level caused chaos throughout the entire city. What if the Oni Shurs had another one hidden? Forget it. It's not the time to think about this now. Lu Yun shook her head and looked up at Hiranoya. Let us go, since you're here. I'll take you to get the materials you want. No rush. It's been a long time since we last met. I still want to have a good chat with you. While speaking, she waved her hand, and a puddle of black liquid emerged from the ground, from which a table and 2 chairs appeared. Lu Yun was even less in a hurry. The longer Hiranoya dragged it out, the better. She pulled out another chair and sat down face to face. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Lu Yun's mind. She seemed to realize something. She had been chatting with Hiranoya for so long to keep her in the courtyard. But what was Hiranoya's reason for chatting with her for so long? Unless she was also stalling for time. Quick, return to the building. Focus on checking the archives in my office. Lu Yun suddenly stood up, shouting at the people behind her. Then she turned around, slammed her hands on the table, and glared at the indifferent Hiranoya, gritting her teeth. You still have a 14th person. Hiranoya smiled, but didn't speak, instead directing her gaze towards the building. Apart from the 12 members of the 12 Kazuki and Hiranoya, there was one more person present. The reason behind assigning the last member of the upper and lower ranks for the previous operation was to allow the investigation bureau to conclude that there were only 12 members in the 12 Kazuki based on the clues they found. Including Hiranoya, a total of 13 people appeared in the courtyard, which caused Lu Yun to lower his guard and overlook the defenses inside the building. Several agents with weapons that were still somewhat usable quickly checked each room, and the once crowded building now had no sight of even the cleaning lady. As everyone was outside in the courtyard, an agent rushing down the stairs suddenly saw darkness in front of him and collided with a shadow. Instinctively, the agent swung the half-dagger in his hand to attack the figure, but upon recognizing the person's face, he immediately stopped. Liaoge, why didn't you say anything? I almost. The agent patted his chest, still feeling uneasy, when he suddenly remembered something and cautiously scrutinized Liao Shi, who was holding several freshly printed sheets filled with text. Liaoge, should you be at home? When did you arrive? Just got here, can you step aside? Liao Shi replied coldly. Let me see what you have. Here you go. Liao Shi extended his hand to pass the A4 paper, and just as the agent instinctively reached out to take it, Liao Shi suddenly threw it hard. The unprepared agent got the paper slapped onto his face, but quickly reacted, swatting it away with one hand while the other, holding the dagger, lunged to attack. Liao Shi was not going to be hit by this wild swing. He was already prepared to block. As the agent's hand lunged towards him, Liao Shi grabbed the agent's wrist with both hands like a vice and twisted it in the opposite direction. Taking advantage of the terrain, the agent stood on steps of different heights, and with Liao Shi's twist, his balance was thrown off, causing him to bend awkwardly and fall back onto the steps. However, seizing this opportunity, the agent suddenly kicked up, trying to strike Liao Shi on the head, while the other hand clutched Liao Shi's collar tightly, using the weight to bend Liao Shi forward. Slightly tilting his head, Liao Shi took the kick solidly on his shoulder. Realizing that a soft approach would not resolve the situation quickly, Liao Shi's expression turned cold, and he delivered an elbow strike to the agent's temple. The agent rolled his eyes back and immediately collapsed motionless on the steps. Adjusting his clothes, Liao Shi walked down the steps, bent down to pick up the paper he had thrown, and successfully made his way to the entrance. I found the materials you wanted. Liao Shi, facing the skeptical gazes of everyone, quickly walked up to Hiranoya and tossed several sheets onto the table, standing coldly to the side. You've worked hard. Umph. Lu Yun, trembling, pointed a shaky finger at Liao Shi, unable to utter a word as he clutched his chest. Actually, you don't need to blame him. Hiranoya, flipping through the contents of the paper, glanced at Lu Yun and continued, if you kill me today, all my offspring will die with me, including his sister. The corner of Liao Shi's eye twitched, giving Hiranoya a fierce glare. If it weren't for his fear of Liao Xin being dragged down with him, he would never have helped Hiranoya. Hiranoya let out a satisfied sigh and looked at Liao Shi. Thank you. Liao Shi didn't care how Hiranoya viewed her, because in her eyes, Liao Shi was just a pawn, nothing more, nothing less. To her, Liao Shi served only two purposes. One was to lead her into the investigation bureau, and the other was to help her with certain tasks by leveraging Liao Xin. Just like today. Well then, let's cooperate happily. Hiranoya stood up, folded the paper neatly, and casually tossed it into the black water space, extending her hand to Lu Yun. Lu Yun had no intention of shaking hands. In the distance, a low rumble echoed from the horizon, and everyone looked up to see 7 or 8 dazzling lights rapidly approaching. Was that a missile? Hiranoya placed her hand flat on her forehead, squinting at the sky. Yes, what I prepared for you is definitely more spectacular than that day at the stadium. Lu Yun grinned, explaining that if the military did not receive a signal within 10 minutes, they would assume all personnel of the investigation bureau were dead, the plan had failed, and they would execute the backup plan, sending the entire investigation bureau into the sky. Hiranoya smiled. You'd rather drag so many people down with you than let me go. That's really your style. As long as I can eliminate you disgusting creatures, I wouldn't hesitate to bring this city down with me. After saying that, Lu Yun quietly closed his eyes, waiting for the final moment. As the sparks in the sky grew brighter, many people sighed and unwillingly closed their eyes, awaiting death. Blood demon technique, mist, sleeping lotus bodhisattva. Everyone felt a chill, and then their vision went dark. A rumbling explosion echoed from the ground, followed by a wave of scorching heat sweeping over them. Looking up, a gigantic ice sculpture, almost as large as the nearby building, suddenly appeared on one side of the courtyard. Though it was cracked from the explosion, it was still recognizable as a bodhisattva with hands clasped in prayer, flanked by ice sculptures of sleeping lotuses the size of trucks. All the missiles were intercepted. Not a single one landed in the courtyard. Why are you saving us? Lu Yun quickly snapped out of his shock, rubbing his arms, his breath visible in the cold air. There's a reason for sparing your lives. Otherwise, I would have barged into your office to look for the documents long ago. Hiranoya replied lightly, snapping her fingers. The massive eye sculpture quickly crumbled and collapsed. An ancient wooden door reappeared, and the people of the Ghost Month stepped inside one after another. Well then, see you all again soon. Somewhere in Jianyang City. In a dim room filled with a strange smell of mildew mixed with blood, the door was tightly locked. A man sat alone on a shabby bed, sweating profusely, his face pale, muttering continuously. She's coming for you, what will you do? A deep voice resonated in the man's mind. Get out. The man banged his head forcefully, trying to drive away the eerie voice. It's useless, Shinsu. Since the day you created this space, a fragment of my consciousness entered your body. After all this time, you still haven't managed to expel me. Stop struggling and agree to my request. In return, I can help you get rid of that person. Shut up. Shinsu punched his forehead hard, blood and flesh flying, half of his head shattered. But in the next moment, thanks to the powerful regeneration of the ghoul, his head grew back intact. After a moment of silence, the voice in his mind spoke again. TSK, what terrifying physical strength. It's a pity your soul is so weak. Shinsu did not do anything further. The owner of the voice was not in his brain, but in his soul. The only way to truly rid himself of it was to commit suicide. Naturally, Shinsu could not do that. Speaking of which, this voice appeared when he first created this hiding space. It claimed to be a god from another world, sensing the existence of this world and sending out a fragment of its consciousness, but it was trapped by Shinsu's space. The remaining power was insufficient to support its departure, and even if it left, that fragment would not be able to return to its original body unless Shinsu assisted in reconnecting to another world. Shinsu was naturally incapable of that. Creating and maintaining the space had completely drained his power, leaving him no strength to accidentally reconnect to the so-called other world. Not to mention he had no obligation or desire to help it. The two parties, having reached an impasse, parted ways unhappily, or rather fused into one. The fragment of consciousness burrowed into Shun Su's soul, constantly gnawing away like a maggot, gaining strength. Shinsu tried countless methods to expel it from his body, but all failed without exception, ultimately forcing him to reach an agreement. Since then, Shinsu's appetite grew to a terrifying extent. Part of it was absorbed by himself to maintain the existence of this space, while another part was consumed by the entity within him to help it regain the strength to return to another world. Hiranoya has never stopped pursuing him, nearly exposing himself countless times, and successfully predicting and evading his pursuers numerous times using the blood sorcery of the priestess. At this point, Shinsu realized that he needed a safer way to obtain food, a method that Hiranoya could not directly trace back to him. Thus, the Sansheng sect was born. However, as the demand from that entity within him grew larger, the hunting operations of the Sansheng sect gradually required the involvement of ghouls to meet their targets. And it was this very point that brought the Sansheng sect into the sights of the Investigation Bureau and Hiranoya. What followed was the encirclement and destruction of the Sansheng sect. The hunting tasks fell back into the hands of the Oni Shurs, which also led to the continuous loss of several members, including the recently missing lover and demon. How about it? Agree to my request. You know she will find you soon. The deep voice in his mind once again tempted Shinsu. After a long silence, Shinsu slightly raised his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If it really comes to that moment, I will agree. Kill her in exchange for my body. In the Infinite City, Hiranoya, resting on a tatama mat, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. It must be those guys from the Investigation Bureau cursing me again. Hiranoya murmured to himself as he got up and walked into the next room. There, a huge map of Jianyang City was pinned to the wall at the corners. covered with dense red circles and crosses, and the floor was strewn with A4 papers brought back from the investigation bureau. Hiranoya carefully stepped over and approached the figure next to the map. Xiao Tang, how's the progress? Standing next to the map, the fourth of the upper strings. Tang Yi frowned tightly, gripping a red marker in one hand, and the word hesitation was almost written on his face. Not going very smoothly. Hiranoya looked in the direction pointed by Tang Yi. Look at these locations, Tang Yi explained. According to what Fu Xian discovered from the subconscious of Lover and Demon, the location where Shun Su is likely to be is a factory related to paper. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Hiranoya nodded. At that time, Fu Xian indeed saw a large pile of yellowed paper and an unknown lathe in their subconscious. Tang Yi paused and continued. I let Fu Xian enter my mind and share that memory with me. Then I tried to look up relevant information online and quickly confirmed that the lathe was used for printing, not for papermaking. This is the key point. Tang Yi's finger pointed at several red circles on the map. Excluding 2 abandoned papermaking factories, Jianyang City has a total of 4 abandoned printing factories. After hearing this, Hiranoya furrowed her brows. Why are there so many printing factories? Jianyang City has developed rapidly in recent decades. The city has expanded a lot, and the printing factories have relocated multiple times. If we act rashly, I'm afraid we might go to the wrong place and alert the enemy. After a moment of silence, Hiranoya asked, the ghost samurai still doesn't know about the situation of the Wisteria housekeeping company, right? That's right. Only the investigation bureau knows now. A look of confusion appeared on Tang Yi's face. She didn't understand why the original suddenly asked this. Hiranoya smiled, gently patted Tang Yi's shoulder, and turned to leave. Then let's draw the snake out of its hole. Tang Yi was taken aback for a moment. Her eyes brightened as she understood Hiranoya's plan. She immediately waved her hand, and a wooden door appeared out of thin air. As members of the 12 Ghost Months, they had complete access to Infinite City and could come and go freely. On the other side of the door, sitting in the office of the chairman of the Wisteria housekeeping company, the fifth of the upper strings, LV Manha, was startled by the sudden appearance of Infinite City. When she realized it was Hiranoya, she quickly stood up to greet her. Upon seeing it was Tang, she sat back down. How many people can be mobilized now? Tang rushed in front of LV Manha. What? Does Infinite City need to hire cleaners? LV Manha asked, puzzled. Tang rolled her eyes and said, I mean, how many people from another department can be mobilized? Oh, this. LV Manha suddenly understood, and after a few clicks on her computer, she looked up and said, 16 assassins, 23 scouts. That's enough. Give me paper and a pen. LV Manha was not slow in responding. These items were plenty in the office. She found them and handed them over. Tang quickly wrote down a few addresses, then pushed the paper in front of LV Manha. Let those 23 people scout around here. Scout for what? No need for anything specific. Just scout freely. Let them take a look at the flowers and plants. Tang sighed and had to spend time explaining her improved plan. After hearing it, LV Manha nodded. I see. You mean to let humans investigate. The ghost servants only know that the Wisteria housekeeping company collaborates with the investigation bureau, so they won't have too many worries. If anything abnormal occurs, we can know the situation at any time through the original blood demon technique, right? Yes, as long as we mark those people. Tang rolled up her sleeve to reveal an eerie black pattern, resembling a bizarrely blooming spider lily. This is Hiranoya's blood demon technique, Soul Hunt. It can track the location and actions of those marked at any time, and it can also activate energy to kill the mark holder. Every member of the 12 Ghost Months has this mark to prevent a second Shin Su from appearing. But as long as no major mistakes are made, it's just a tattoo. I understand, but how can you be sure the ghost servants will react to these people? They are all hidden within Shun Su's blood demon technique. If they don't show themselves, we won't be able to find anything abnormal, even if we dig 3 feet into the ground. Tang smiled and said, well, this involves the intelligence brought back from the investigation bureau. LV Manha recalled what she had seen. There were mostly recent mission briefs, a mix of many things, and there were quite a few unrelated to ghost servants. So she couldn't think of any useful intelligence for this operation. The 3 printing factories are not too far apart. I compiled the recent mission briefs and listed all tasks within a 10-kilometer radius centered on these 3 abandoned printing factories. I found a common point. All the cases of missing persons and attacks had the same outcome. No traces of cannibals were found, and they were handed over to the local police. LV Manha paused for a moment, thought for a while, and suddenly looked up. Did you find something wrong? These places are too clean. As the stronghold of ghost servants, They're surprisingly stable and peaceful. Tang Yi said solemnly. I combined the data on missing persons and attack cases from other cities and calculated that the crime rate near these 3 printing factories is significantly higher. There must be cannibal attacks involved. With the investigation bureau's methods, even if they can't catch the culprits, they shouldn't be unable to figure out what caused it, right? You mean there are cannibals among the ghost servants who can use some means to modify the investigation bureau's agents' investigations locally, leading to incorrect judgments on the cases? I understand. LV Mana nodded, realizing that only blood demon techniques could achieve this. When the Wisteria housekeeping company scouts marked with the soul hunt mark are discovered, they will also be subjected to this blood demon technique, and even if they find something, they will say they found nothing under its influence. If the investigation bureau's agents can't find anything, it's because they often come into contact with cannibals, and their instruments can't determine which task's residual cannibal aura belongs to. That's why they can't realize this. The 12 ghost months are different. They are cannibals themselves and are very sensitive to the aura of their kind. After the mission ends, when they return, anyone carrying a strange scent will reveal their specific hiding place. Regarding the last paragraph, let me explain. It addresses why the 12 ghost months are not afraid of ghost servants using the aura left on the Wisteria housekeeping company scouts to trace back and realize that the 12 ghost months are investigating this matter. It was mentioned earlier that the investigation bureau's agents come to scout near the printing factories for their tasks, carrying the scents of many cannibals encountered in previous missions, some from long ago and some recent. The ghost servants recognize these as unfamiliar scents, and they know they belong to the investigation bureau's agents, as ordinary people do not carry cannibal scents. Therefore, when the scouts go near the printing factories, even if the cannibals notice the aura of Soul Hunt, they won't think much of it. It's just that the Wisteria housekeeping company and the investigation bureau's collaboration is ongoing, and they're still investigating. As long as they continue to use blood demon techniques to disperse them as usual, Tang Yi is following this line of thought to plan this operation. As long as the other party dares to use blood demon techniques, they will inevitably leave traces. What Hiranoya meant by drawing the snake out of its hole is this. At midnight, 2 swaying figures walked along the empty street, and a small stall not far away was lit up. Boss, 2 servings of stinky tofu, extra spicy. The stall owner looked up at the newcomers, threw the cigarette but to the ground, and stood up to approach the stall. Okay. The 2 drunken men stood at the stall waiting for the stinky tofu to fry, chatting idly. Here you go. After a while, the owner placed 2 bowls of steaming stinky tofu in front of them, glancing around for time to time. While eating, the 2 looked up at the large sign that read Son's Stinky Tofu and struck up a conversation with the owner. Brother Son, I haven't seen you here before. Your stinky tofu is so good. I have to come often in the future. You're too kind. Old Son smiled and explained. I used to set up shop at another location, but the city management came, so I moved here for a bit. It's tough doing business these days. The 2 shook their heads, opening up the conversation. Yeah, the pandemic has been severe in recent years. I don't know how many businesses have shut down. Recently, Jianyang City hasn't been peaceful either. There are red moons and meteorites every few days, and sometimes there are explosions. People die. To be honest, if it weren't for my parents being old and not wanting to move, I would have taken them away from this broken place a long time ago. Another customer chimed in. By the way, buddy, it's my first time setting up a stall here, and I'm not familiar with the area. How's the public safety around here? Old Son suddenly interjected, glancing into the darkness outside the stall. Pretty good. One customer bit off a piece of tofu and slurped the sauce on top. It's been quite peaceful around here, and I haven't heard of any disturbances. But I heard that incidents happen around here all the time. Heard it's haunted or something. Lao Sun's voice noticeably dropped a few degrees, vigilantly staring at his surroundings as if afraid of something. The customer looked startled for a moment, his expression dazed. Then he laughed and said, Just joking, brother. What era is it now, and you still believe in these things? Since the founding of the country, it's not allowed to become a spirit. Lao Sun squinted at the 2, paused for a moment, and said, Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm a bit timid. At the same time, not far from here, in an abandoned printing factory on a few streets away, deep inside the factory, in a room, several antennas protruded through the dilapidated ceiling to the outside. Countless wires connected into the room. All the wires eventually converged, connecting to a simple flat bed where a thin man lay. The man, seemingly in a deep sleep, suddenly frowned, and the next moment he opened his eyes. Magician, are you still there? Before long, hurried footsteps came from the door, and the newcomer cursed while pushing the door open, a freshly lit cigarette in his mouth. What is going on? What's going on? I just lit a cigarette. The man on the bed pointed to the wires connected to his body, which were custom-made for him by the deceased moon. capable of transmitting his blood demon technique through electrical signals to farther places. The man on the bed was the Pope of the ghost servants, using his blood demon technique to monitor the slightest movements around him. No unauthorized creature could enter the printing factory. Blood demon technique ate public grass and wood. Far away, the stall owner Lao Sun's expression flickered as he spoke those words. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm a bit timid. Author's note. Here, the Pope of the Ghost Servants and the leader of the Three Lives sect are different. The former is a code name, while the latter is a position. They are not the same person. Additionally, the cannibals of the Ghost Servants correspond to a specific tarot card, and the abilities of the Blood Demon technique reference the interpretations of the corresponding tarot cards to varying degrees. How about it? Should I take action? A cold glint flashed in the magician's eyes, the meaning very clear. No need, I've already handled it. In Infinite City, with his eyes slightly closed and sitting cross-legged, Hiranoya suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction, as if seeing through the entire Infinite City. I found you. On the map of Jianyuan City, there was only one remaining red circle. Original, when do we set off? Chun ran, one of the upper strings. Said beside Hiranoya, one can't rush to eat hot tofu. We still need a way to enter that space. Can't we just open it directly in Infinite City? Hiranoya shook her head. The door to the Infinite City seemed to appear anywhere, but that was not the case. Each time it appeared, Hiranoya had to know the location precisely. Specifically, she needed to know the exact spatial coordinates of the opening point. For example, if she wanted to open the door to the Investigation Bureau, it would be difficult to ensure the door's position accurately appeared at the designated location with only a vague coordinate. When she first mastered the Infinite City, Hiranoya often got the door stuck halfway in a wall or underground. There was even one time she opened it directly into a sewage pit and almost drowned when she opened the door. Since then, she rarely opened doors recklessly. This time, the location to be transported to was in another space, and Hiranoya did not want to be inexplicably swept away to a strange place. Keep an eye on the movements of the Investigation Bureau. Once you find out they have contact with the Oni Sure, notify me immediately. Understood, Origin. Chunran nodded and continued to ask, do we still need to notify the Investigation Bureau about the location of the Oni Shure's hideout as planned? Of course, but it's late now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The next morning, Lu Yun dragged her still sleepy body into the office, went to the water room to make a cup of hot coffee, and when she returned to the office, she suddenly noticed someone sitting at her desk, casually crossing their legs and clicking on the computer with a serious expression. Where did you just go? Hiranoya looked up at Lu Yun and waved with a smile. Lu Yun, who was about to shout down the hallway to summon the field department, recalled Hiranoya's skills from that night and thought better of it. Can you stop being so elusive? Besides, didn't you take all the intelligence from the Investigation Bureau that day? Lu Yun was speechless at this ghoul from the specialized department that hunted ghouls freely coming and going. She put down her cup and walked around to see the Minesweeper game halfway through on the screen. What's wrong? Hiranoya asked. Nothing. Just didn't expect you to have the leisure for this. Lu Yun moved a stool and sat down across from Hiranoya. So, what do you need from me? You think I came here just to play Minesweeper? Hiranoya lightly cleared her throat and put away her smile. No more jokes. I need to discuss something serious with you. Go ahead. Lu Yun sat up straight. We found the main base of the Oni Sure. At the old site of Jianyang Third Printing Factory. Lu Yun was taken aback for a moment and shook her head in denial. Impossible. There were specialists who investigated there before. It was empty and no traces of ghouls were found. It's south that place. I'm very sure the ghoul's aura indeed came from the printing factory. Then how could our specialists not find it? Lu Yun suddenly froze. If the Oni Sure had a blood technique that could influence people's judgment, then it would make sense. Understanding this, Lu Yun took a sip of coffee and asked, why are you telling me this? It's simple. Hiranoya pointed at the screen on the computer and smiled. I need someone to clear the mines for me. Why should I wade through this mess for you? Lu Yun frowned tightly. Then the Investigation Bureau can choose not to go. Hiranoya shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. As long as you can accept the increasing number of ghouls being hunted by the Oni Sure. Lu Yun's hand holding the cup visibly trembled. Her fingertips turned white, and she suppressed her anger to the point of wanting to spill the coffee on Hiranoya's face. Gritting her teeth, she spat out two words, despicable. Knowing the enemy's lair and not taking action, watching it continue to harm the area, Lu Yun couldn't do that. And neither could the others in the Investigation Bureau. Hiranoya was not in a hurry. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Lu Yun would definitely agree. And there was no other outcome. After a long silence, Lu Yun sighed deeply and asked, "How do we need to cooperate?" "Just like usual, give out tasks and such. Keep a distance from the printing factory to avoid raising their suspicions." "What do you mean?" Lu Yun didn't understand why they wouldn't act quickly after knowing the enemy's location. "What if the enemy moved? I can't enter that space myself. I need a guide. Right now, the ghouls have a huge demand for food, and you will definitely encounter them in your daily life. At that time, spare its life. I need to leave a mark on it. And once it returns to its lair, I can know the exact coordinates through that mark and teleport everyone in." After thinking for a moment, Lu Yun nodded, agreeing to Hiranoya's plan. Considering the activity time of the ghouls, they could only schedule tasks at night, and it was getting tedious to write. The crowd surged, and the lights were bright. The bustling commercial street had never been quiet, even on the night a few months ago when Jianyang City was locked down. Vendors called out. Couples embraced. Happy families held their children. Best friends walked hand in hand, and boys playfully tussled, all crowded in this commercial street filled with night. At the end of the road, a line of taxis also filled the roadside, with drivers idly watching potential customers passing by, their left hand resting outside the window, pinching a slowly burning cigarette. But, with a creak, the back door of one taxi was pulled open, causing the car to sway slightly. The driver lifted his head slightly, glancing at the back seat through the central mirror, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The new passengers were two young guys who looked quite similar. Probably brothers. "Driver, to Nanyang County," said one of them as he got in. "Okay." The driver tossed the cigarette, but out of the window, skillfully put down the vacant sign, and turned on the meter as he turned the car onto the main road. "Bro, our revenue has dropped these days." After a long while, the boy on the left let out a muffled response, resting his head against the backrest with his eyes closed. Hearing the other person sound disinterested, the first speaker wisely closed his mouth and turned his head to stare blankly at the bustling street flying past them. "Adamo, Adamo." The one who was resting his eyes called out a few times. Seeing that the other didn't respond, he reached out and patted the other's shoulder. "What are you thinking about?" Nothing." Mao shook his head, just thinking about how to run the store well. The two in the taxi were none other than Mao and Mao, the brothers who had encountered each other at the Dream nightclub in Nanyang County a long time ago. After some time of growth, they had lost the youthful spirit they once had, becoming honest and straightforward. Even their once striking yellow-dyed hair was trimmed into a neat buzz cut, making them look much more agreeable. After their dealings in the Dream nightclub in Nanyang County came to an end, they wanted to start a business. After much thought, they managed to borrow some money and opened a small, pitiful store, joining a bubble tea franchise to start a bubble tea business. During the initial opening period, business was good due to promotional activities, but in recent months, a new trendy bubble tea shop suddenly opened next door, causing their business to plummet. The once busy store, bustling with customers, had become quiet, with only a handful of people occasionally choosing to buy. By this rate, they wouldn't even be able to cover their next rent payment, let alone break even. It will get better. People are just looking for something new. Once the hype around the trendy shop dies down, we'll naturally have returning customers. Mao forced a smile, putting his arm around Mao's shoulder, trying to comfort him, though truthfully, he couldn't guarantee that outcome. The trendy shop's popularity would eventually fade, but whether that would happen before their next rent payment or after they had lost everything was uncertain. Another long silence ensued. "Bro, we won't just end like this in our lives, right? Living aimlessly, finding an ordinary job, having an ordinary relationship, getting married ordinarily, and having an ordinary child." Mao suddenly spoke, his head still turned to look out the window. "What the hell are you talking about?" Mao, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly raised his hand, ready to hit him out of frustration, but then he saw a pair of red eyes in the reflection of the window. With that, Mao's anger dissipated completely. He sighed lightly, letting his hand that had been raised gently fall onto Mao's head and rubbed it. "What are you talking about? Our lives are just beginning. The bubble tea business is just starting too, with our hands and feet. I don't believe there won't be a glorious time for us brothers in such a big Jianyang city." "Why think so far?" Mao was silent for a moment, then smiled and turned his head, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "Yeah, why think so far? It's just a business failure. Not like losing a piece of flesh. Besides, we still have to earn money to support our little sister in college. We can't be defeated by a lousy bubble tea shop." Hearing Mao mention his sister, Mao's face also broke into a smile. "Yeah, we still have to support that girl in school. We can't let a broken bubble tea shop take us down." The two fell silent again, and the driver remained taciturn, with only the sound of the car radio echoing in the vehicle. Once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword, to see the splendor of the world. The youthful heart is always a bit reckless. Now you have made the world your home. The girl who once made you heartache has now quietly disappeared. Cough, driver. Could you turn off the music? Demao sat up and patted the driver's shoulder from behind. He and Mao were really not in the mood to listen to this song. The driver glanced at Demao in the rearview mirror, reached out, and turned the volume knob, but the music only got louder. Demao frowned, feeling the piercing pain in his eardrums. Are you looking for trouble? But the driver remained indifferent, as if Demao didn't exist at all, which made Demao furious. Just as he was about to curse, Mao tugged at his clothes. What's wrong? Demao turned his head, still showing anger on his face. Mao, with a hint of panic in his puzzled eyes, pointed at the window and mumbled something. Demao didn't catch it clearly, pointed at his ear, shook his head. The noise from the car radio was too loud for him to hear what Mao said. Mao pulled Demao over, leaned close to his ear, and shouted, "This road doesn't seem to lead to Nanyang County." Demao leaned forward to look outside. The taxi had already left the bustling commercial street. Now, only the rapidly flashing streetlights and the closed stores along the road could be seen. There are only a few roads leading back to Nanyang County, and Demao and Mao could walk them with their eyes closed. The road they were on was definitely not any road they remembered. Where the hell are you going? Demao pulled the driver's collar from the back seat, leaning close to the driver's ear, and said fiercely, "Huh?" The driver snorted coldly, completely unfazed by the hand gripping his collar, and calmly replied, "You'll find out soon." Although Demao was angry, he had not lost his rationality. The control of the vehicle was still in the hands of the driver, especially at such high speeds. Demao really didn't dare to do anything to the driver. If the car lost control, both he and Mao would be in grave danger. They had seen drivers trying to take longer routes to make more money, but they had never encountered someone who took such an extreme detour. They had not encountered human traffickers before, but they had certainly never heard of someone daring enough to abduct two adult males at the same time. Seeing the driver's attitude, Demao didn't dare to make a move either. He took out his phone to call the police, while Mao rolled down the car window and tried to call for help from passing vehicles. "Hello everyone, this is Jianyang City Traffic Radio. I'm a main host. I'm being kidnapped." Mao shouted hoarsely, but the voice of the car radio drowned out his cries. Demao successfully connected to the police, pressed the speakerphone button to his ear, and tried to communicate with the operator, but he couldn't hear anything either. The radio host was busy reporting on the current road conditions in Jianyang City. "Damn it, turn it off." Mao angrily tossed the phone into Mao's lap and quickly leaned forward to reach for the radio button. If he couldn't deal with the driver, could he not turn off this damn radio? As long as the broadcast stopped, the operator on the other end would know what was happening here, and Mao's cries for help could be noticed by passing vehicles. Suddenly, a hand like a vice gripped Mao's wrist. The driver, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other squeezing Demao, slightly turned his head and glanced at Demao with a contemptuous and indifferent look, as if a butcher were staring at a lamb. Those were blood-red eyes filled with a terrifying snake-like vertical pupil, with veins bulging around the eye sockets. For a brief moment of shock, Demao screamed in terror and struggled to break free from the iron grip. Fortunately, the driver seemed focused on driving and did not make it difficult for Demao. With a gentle pull, Demao's hand was freed, and due to inertia, his body leaned back against the rear seat. Mao, whose view was blocked by Demao's body, looked confused at Demao's pale and terrified face and was about to ask, but noticed the clear purple bruises on Demao's wrist. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. What kind of strength could instantly crush a person like this? This guy was definitely not human. We must find a way to escape before he reaches his destination. Demao, cradling his injured arm, said to Mao with lingering fear. Meanwhile, on the other end of Demao's call, the operator was confused as she listened to the noisy broadcast coming from the receiver, which seemed to be mixed with the caller's sporadic voice. After trying to inquire a few times, all she heard on the other end was the radio. The operator yawned, thinking it was probably just another prank by some kid. After all, she had received such calls before, as mischievous children often did this. After listening for 5 or 6 seconds and making one last inquiry, there was still no effective response from the other side. So she shook her head and hung up the call, rolling up her sleeve to check the time. She greeted another operator nearby and picked up a water cup to leave for the water room. There was a line waiting in the water room, but the operator was not in a hurry, as her colleagues were helping to keep an eye on things. The night shift did not have many reports, so she could afford to slack off for a bit. The operator swayed the empty cup in her hand while her mind echoed with the loud broadcast from earlier. Shaking her head, she tried to forget about that call, but for some reason, she felt a bit anxious. The sound of the broadcast still lingered in her mind, and the person in front of her was leaving with a cup. Did she just hear something strange? The operator stood there in a daze, trying hard to recall all the sound from that call. At one point, it seemed like there was a brief scream from a man mixed in. "Hey, if you're not getting water, can you move aside?" Someone behind the operator suddenly poked her in the back, snapping her back to reality. She noticed that the line had already moved on, leaving her behind with another person who was also waiting. "Sorry, you were here first." The operator turned and ran, her figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. The person in line watched her vanish and muttered a curse. A pitch-black SUV was weaving through the streets at night. "Liao, go. Want to eat some grilled sausages?" The man in the passenger seat asked. "Why don't you ask me?" One of the people in the back suddenly leaned forward, questioning. The man rolled his eyes and poked the newcomer in the belly, saying, "Look at you. Your belly's almost a ball. What have you done besides eating during these night shifts?" This elicited a burst of laughter from Liao Shi, and the person who had leaned forward realized he was in the wrong and sulkily sat back. Ever since Liao Shi passed on information to Ping Yi Li, the night shift duties in Jianyang City had been handed over to Team C, where Liao Shi was. This difficult task had found a new home, much to the delight of the previous outdoor team responsible for the shifts. Liao Shi had no objections, although he had been coerced into passing on the information. He believed that while one might escape the death penalty, one could not escape punishment for lesser crimes. Punishment was still necessary, but fortunately, Liu Yunyi was sympathetic due to their old relationship. Moreover, the investigation bureau was currently short on experienced officers like Liao Shi, so the punishment was merely symbolic. If it had been someone else, they would have been locked up in an underground prison long ago. "Since you mentioned it and said you're hungry, I remember there's a convenience store up ahead. You could get a few when we stop." "Okay." The passenger officer made an okay gesture and then picked up the radio. Car 2, please pull over at the convenience store ahead." Car 2 received. "Which pig is hungry again?" After a brief static, the radio responded, clearly knowing that someone couldn't resist getting a midnight snack again. The three in Car 1 remained silent. After a moment of silence, Liao Shi, who was driving, took the radio. "Xiao Chao, you need to write a self-reflection and hand it to me tomorrow." Seeing that there was no response from the radio, Liao Shi could already imagine the expressions on Car 2's faces. Car 2 received the response. Liao Shi grinned, purposely adopting a serious tone. "Received." The convenience store was not far, just a minute's drive, and the two black SUVs parked in succession by the roadside. The officer who wanted to buy sausages left the passenger seat and entered the convenience store, while Liao Shi and the other sat in the car, passing around a cigarette and chatting casually. "Attention, duty team. A report has been received from Jianyuan Street. It is unclear whether it is a case of cannibalism. Please go take a look." The radio in front suddenly crackled with the voice of headquarters. Liao Shi hesitated at first, wondering why such matters were not reported to the local police station first, but suddenly remembered that Jianyuan Street was not far from the old printing factory and understood headquarters' intentions. He reached for the radio. "Team C received, heading to the scene now. The technical team is still tracking the caller's phone in real time. Please wait for the update." The officer selling sausages still didn't know what was happening, leisurely chewing on one as he walked back. Liao Shi rolled down the car window and shouted, prompting the officer to quickly jump back into the vehicle. The two cars stepped on the gas and sped toward Jianyuan Street. "Bro, where is this?" "We're almost out of Jianyuan Street." Demao fiddled with his phone map, shooting a fierce glance at the driver. "There are fewer and fewer pedestrians. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to leave." Mao stared out the window, seeing the surrounding vehicles dwindling, cursing the driver's ancestors in his heart. "Don't panic. Two men can't really be taken away by him. Can we? If it gets too dangerous, we'll just jump out of the car." Demao feigned calmness to comfort Mao, glanced at the speedometer, and gritted his teeth, resolutely saying, "Although the car door won't open, the window can. As long as we climb out through the window and protect our heads, even if we break an arm, it's better than staying in the car. God knows where the driver is taking us, and how many of his accomplices are at the destination. If we get there, it will be hard to escape." Meanwhile, Mao had not given up on calling for help. He leaned out halfway and waved his arms at the speeding cars on the other lane, trying to get their attention, but they disappeared like all the vehicles they had encountered before. How to find help on such a long street? The officer in the passenger seat kept scanning the sides of the road, trying to spot any suspicious individuals, but despite straining his eyes throughout the journey, he found nothing and couldn't help but grumble. If one pass doesn't work, let's turn around and make another lap. Liao Shi gripped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing to the sides. A taxi came speeding towards them on the opposite lane, and even from a distance, the loud music was audible. Even Liao Shi, who was somewhat deaf, could hear it clearly. Both vehicles were driving in the far left lanes of their respective directions, and in the moment they passed each other, Liao, she saw a figure in the back seat of the taxi, leaning out excitedly and waving. People these days, Liao, she shook his head, sighing so full of energy. After driving about 200 or 300 meters, his phone suddenly vibrated. Liao, she freed a hand to check it. It was a real-time location update from headquarters. A prominent red that was moving quickly towards the end of Jianyuan Street, getting farther away from him. This is bad. Liao Xie's face changed drastically. He slammed the brakes, and the second vehicle behind him did the same, nearly crashing into the back of the first car, causing both vehicles' tires to screech on the road. Turn around. It's that taxi. Mao shrank back into the vehicle, falling silent, a strong sense of despair washing over him. His voice had gone hoarse from shouting. They had encountered at least 30 to 40 vehicles on the way, many of whom had looked at him with curiosity, but not a single person had helped them. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Brother, get ready to jump out. Mao turned his head and gestured outside the window. The two exchanged a glance for a moment, and Mao nodded seriously, pointing to himself, indicating that he would jump out first to test the waters. Mao crouched on the back seat, hands gripping the door frame, half of his body sticking out of the window. The asphalt road flew by rapidly behind them, and Mao was panting, feeling as if his heart might leap out of his throat. Jumping out of a car was something he had seen plenty of in movies, where the characters seemed like superheroes, jumping out lightly, rolling a couple of times upon landing, and getting up unscathed. But now he understood a truth. Whether in films or novels, everything was a lie. At this speed, if he only suffered some skin injuries, it would be a blessing. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal colliding startled Mao, almost causing him to fall out. He instinctively pulled back into the car and looked towards the sound at the rear. It was two black SUVs that had been driving against traffic on the other lane, crashing through the barriers and pressing against the back of the taxi. The bright headlights blinded Mao and Mao, but they still tried to squint through the glare to see their potential saviors inside the vehicles. Help! Mao leaned out of the window again, shouting hoarsely, trying to get the attention of the two black SUVs trailing behind them. The SUVs flashed their hazard lights in response, and suddenly the vehicle at the back accelerated, quickly aligning itself with the first black SUV. The speed was still increasing, and Mao guessed their intentions. They wanted to sandwich the taxi in between and force it to stop. The taxi driver also noticed what the approaching black SUV intended to do, snorted coldly, shifted gears, and floored the accelerator. The sudden pushback forced Mao and Mao back into their seats, and they couldn't help but curse loudly. The other side was speeding up, and the second vehicle continued with its original plan. Liao, she commanded over the intercom, and the second vehicle, which had just been left behind by the taxi, accelerated again, realigning itself alongside the taxi. Fire a warning shot to make him stop. Liao, she signaled to the officer in the passenger seat. The officer nodded, pulled out his pistol, rolled down the window, and fired 2 shots into the air. He then grabbed another intercom from the car and shouted, "Taxi ahead, I command you to stop immediately. This is your only warning. If you do not slow down and stop within 10 seconds, we will take coercive measures." While speaking, he lowered the gun, aiming it directly at the taxi, making sure the driver could see it. They have guns. They must be the police. Mao and Mao excitedly hugged each other upon hearing the gunshots and commands. But they found that the taxi driver showed no signs of slowing down. The speedometer indicated that the vehicle was still accelerating. "We're in the car. The police definitely wouldn't dare to shoot at him." Mao shouted into Mao's ear, trying to explain why the driver seemed so fearless. "But we can't just let him keep speeding up." Mao cursed and sat up, ready to grab the steering wheel, but Mao pulled him back. Mao looked at Mao in confusion, and Mao shook his head, pointing at Mao's bruised wrist. "Right, relying on strength alone won't match the driver. If I grab the wheel and provoke him, I don't know if I could handle a punch from him." Moreover, the driver's eerie eyes still haunted Mao's mind. "Wait for an opportunity to make a move." Seeing Mao calm down, Mao added, "Is there a shooting angle?" "No, and I can't tell if that driver is human or ghost right now. I don't dare to shoot." The agent, half leaning out of the car and aiming with a gun, responded. Fortunately, the taxi had limited performance. No matter what, it couldn't compare to an off-road vehicle. After about half a minute of speeding on the deserted road, the second vehicle successfully maneuvered in front of the taxi and began to slow down to force it to stop. However, the taxi showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, it swerved sharply, the white guardrail clanging, and the taxi charged into the adjacent lane, starting to drive against traffic. The unexpected turn caught the two vehicles of Group C off guard, and after cursing, They also entered the wrong lane. Inside the taxi, Demao and Air Mao were greatly frightened, shrinking in the back seat, gripping the armrest tightly, fearing that the driver would suddenly turn again and throw them out. Seeing the black off-road vehicle also turning in, a glint of coldness flashed in the driver's eyes. After such a lengthy chase, Jianyuan Street was far behind them, and they were now in their territory. Whether it was the police or the investigation bureau, as long as they entered the Pope's blood demon's territory. Even if they caused a huge commotion, it wouldn't attract attention. This was also the reason he hadn't acted earlier. Turning to look at the black vehicle that had once again aligned with him, the driver revealed a hint of a smile. The first vehicle honked, and the side window rolled down, allowing the agent inside to exchange glances with Demao and Air Mao. The agent grasped the armrest on the roof of the car and tugged hard. Air Mao immediately understood, patted Demao, pointed to the armrest on the taxi's roof, and tightened his grip. Since they couldn't force it to stop, then they would crash it to a halt. The black off-road vehicle did not accelerate further, but suddenly charged like a bull. The low taxi appeared as fragile as a child before the off-road vehicle, its size and weight on entirely different levels. The first collision nearly flipped the taxi over. The driver struggled to stabilize the uncontrollable steering wheel. The wheels screeched against the ground, leaving 4 blackened tire marks and smoke from the friction. Demao and Air Mao were knocked around by the impact, their stomachs churning, nearly vomiting up the meals from 2 days ago. If it weren't for the fact that the people in the black off-road vehicle were there to help them, they would have cursed their ancestors already. Bang! Damn it! The vehicle shook violently again. Demao had not yet recovered from the previous impact when the second hit came, and he couldn't help but curse loudly, his voice overpowering the car's radio music, clearly heard by the agents in the first vehicle. Air Mao also wanted to curse, but the last collision had deformed the right side door of the taxi, and his leg was jolted painfully, leaving him gritting his teeth and unable to curse. Just as he caught his breath, the stabilized black off-road vehicle charged again. Get out of the way! The driver finally couldn't hold back anymore and waved a hand towards the first vehicle. A dazzling golden light gathered in his palm. Demao and Air Mao in the back seat looked in terror at this scientifically impossible scene, shocked to the point of being speechless. They saw a sword made of pure gold, shining with a holy radiance and free of any impurities, slowly extend from the driver's palm. The sword vibrating slightly like an arrow drawn on a bow. The golden light inside the taxi was also clearly visible to the agents in the first vehicle, who felt a chill race up their spine, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. Without time to analyze what the golden light was, they simply pressed the brake pedal to the floor. Buzz! The golden sword, composed of energy, transformed into a golden beam, shooting out from the passenger window of the taxi at lightning speed, instantly piercing through a spot near the front tire of the first vehicle. The golden sword pierced through as if it were a bullet hitting tofu, showing no signs of stopping. Emerging from the other side of the first vehicle and entering a closed store on the side of the road. The powerful shockwave blew the iron shutter door open from the inside, scattering dust and fragments of merchandise across the sidewalk. In the dark, deserted store, a golden sword embedded halfway into the wall faintly emitted a holy golden light amidst the dust. The agents in the first vehicle breathed heavily, still shaken. If they hadn't slowed down in advance, that sword would have skewered the people inside. First vehicle, are you okay? Liaoshi's anxious voice came through the intercom. The dazzling golden light from the taxi, the pierced first vehicle, and the damaged store were all clearly visible to him as he followed closely behind the taxi. We're fine. We're all fine, an agent in the second vehicle said, trembling as he touched the intercom. Then there was a screech from the vehicle, a wisp of black smoke wafting from the hood, and the speed rapidly decreased as he added, the engine of the second vehicle is probably punctured. You all be careful. First vehicle received. You all go back and handle the store matter and immediately inform the 12 Ghosts month side. Just say we found the big fish. News quickly reached Infinite City. Hirano hung up the phone, and a wooden door appeared in front of him. He took a step outside. Wow, the wind was strong, and the sound of the car radio was loud, but Liaoshi still heard Hirano Li's sudden curse from inside the car. A slender, fair hand suddenly reached in from the passenger window beside Liaoshi, tapping on the glass. Then Hirano Li appeared, her hair wildly tousled by the wind, with a face full of grievance. Liaoshi quickly rolled down the window. The hand suddenly reached in, grabbing Liaoshi's face and pulling hard. Why didn't you say something earlier in the car? I almost fell out as soon as I came out. Drive. Don't touch me anymore. Liaoshi tilted his head, shouting in pain. There's no time to say so much. Quickly stop the taxi in front. Be careful. There are humans above. Hiranoya finally let go, standing on the speeding car's roof. Huh. Looking at the two figures sitting in the backseat of the taxi, Hiranoya frowned slightly. They seemed familiar. The taxi driver noticed the sudden appearance of someone on the roof of the black SUV, behind him through the rearview mirror. Although he felt suspicious, he didn't think too much about it. It was just one more sore to deal with. The two humans in the car couldn't die. They were the Master's food, and they had to be delivered fresh. But the group behind was different. If nothing unexpected happened, they would all become his meal. The driver reached into the gap of the central seat, palm facing backward, and golden light began to gather again. Brother, now's the time. Emao suddenly shouted, letting go of the armrest and lunging forward. Demao, seeing this, reacted immediately. Sitting directly behind the driver was extremely convenient. He and Mao grabbed the driver's outstretched arm, pushing against the passenger seat with their feet, one pulling and the other pushing, forcibly twisting the driver's arm at an awkward angle. They might be weak and unable to stop the car, but they were willing to risk their lives to save those who would die for them. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. There was no way. The driver reacted the moment the two lunged at him, struggling to free his arm while continuously cursing Demao and Mao. In terms of strength, Demao and Mao both just turned adults. Couldn't compete with those who spent every day in the gym, but it was still 2 against 1, and with such a good angle. The driver should have found it difficult to exert his strength in that position. Yet the two of them still turned red in the face, veins popping on their foreheads, their fingers turning white as they gripped the driver's arm. Even so, the arm remained unyielding, and there were signs that it might break free. Mao, push down. Use your body to press. Demao shouted with bared teeth as he saw he might lose his grip. Mao didn't care whether he would be thrown out if the driver suddenly turned again. He pressed his abdomen against the driver's arm, pushing hard with his legs against the right side door toward Demao. Let go. Damn it, let go of me. The driver's face was also red. Not sure if it was from anger or pain. If he weren't driving and couldn't use his other hand. If it weren't for the fact that the master wanted these humans alive, he swore he would skin these two bastards in the back seat. Let them watch themselves get eaten piece by piece while conscious. Crack. A clear, crisp sound echoed as Demao, suddenly losing resistance, slammed hard against the car door behind him, and Mao directly crashed into Demao's arms, causing Demao to gag. A bent arm trembled and shrank back, and the driver's furious expression was clearly visible in the rearview mirror. Ha ha ha. Mao, we did it. Demao shote isitedly. Before he could finish his sentence, he caught a glimpse of the golden light flashing in the front seat. Buzz. The driver's right hand, which had been twisted, suddenly returned to its original form. Palm facing Mao, the golden holy light still not dissipated. The person in his arms suddenly felt much lighter. Mao's face turned pale as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Didn't we succeed? Mao. Demao's voice trembled. Cold wind pouring in through the car window, blood cascading out from the large hole in the back seat. The lower half of Mao's body had vanished, leaving only the upper half struggling to survive. Cough. Another mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto Demao's chest, hot and metallic. But Demao showed no sign of disgust, as it represented his younger brother's life. Don't say anything. Damn it, don't talk. Demao pressed his hand over Mao's mouth, but fearing he might press too hard, he quickly loosened his grip, tears mixing with the blood on his body. The driver moved his arms, coldly looking at the two brothers through the rearview mirror. At least one of them was still alive. He could barely report this today. He didn't want to work overtime. Looking back at the black SUV behind, he realized that the other party had seen him use his blood demon technique twice and was still sticking to him like a piece of chewing gum. With that kind of audacity, they could only be from the investigation bureau. No matter, he would let the Pope alter their memories of today later. The driver's eyes narrowed involuntarily as something flashed through the rearview mirror. Finally, there was an angle. Seeing Demao and Mao huddled together, Hiranoya flicked his wrist, and the black water space appeared on the roof of the car, the hilt of a knife protruding from it. It had been a long time since he had used this properly. Gently caressing the blade, Hiranoya's gaze sharpened, his feet spreading apart, holding the knife to one side. The knife tip pierced through the large hole at the back of the taxi, aimed directly at the driver. A swift wind, the arm exerting force. The blade shot forward violently, so fast that it left no afterimage, as if a frame had been suddenly removed from a video. In the last moment, Hiranoya was still holding the knife in preparation, and in the next moment, the knife was already in the act of stabbing. The compressed, cutting wind pressure was as sharp as a needle. The piercing sound explosion shattering the windows of both the taxi and the SUV. Almost at the same time the sound explosion erupted, the driver's chest was pierced by the wind pressure, and a bowl-sized circular hole suddenly appeared in the front of the taxi. Hiranoya took a deep breath, casually tossing the knife into the black water space. The mark of the soul hunt also striking the driver at that moment. This time out, it was considered a perfect job done. The driver coughed up a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the windshield, clutching the hollow of his chest in pain, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of attack was that just now? What was used? Where did the bullet go? Countless questions flooded the driver's mind. But what scared him the most was that the wound could not heal. Would there be a second attack like that? The driver couldn't be sure. But he didn't dare to gamble. No one was willing to risk their life betting whether the gun that had already fired a bullet had another bullet left. The car suddenly shook, making a grinding sound. The driver knew the car was no longer drivable. He glared fiercely at the two brothers in the back seat and the black SUV, opened the car door, and jumped out. Liaoshi saw the driver roll on the ground for 2 circles and then stood up, running toward the darkness on the other side of the road. Just as he was about to turn around to chase, Hiranoya poked his head back in from the top of the car. Just as Liaoshi was checking the road conditions and turning left, a head appeared upside down in front of him, with a pair of crimson vertical pupils that scared Liaoshi so much that he almost jerked the steering wheel off. "Damn it, you green-haired ghost. Can you not scare me?" Liaoshi cursed angrily, quickly stabilizing the spinning car. Hiranoya rolled her eyes. "Stop the car. Don't chase him." "Why not? If we don't chase him, how do we get into the ghost samurai's stronghold?" Liaoshi asked in confusion, but he began to slow down as instructed by Hiranoya. "I've already marked him, and now he's hiding in the alley. Even if you chase him, you can't get the car in there, and you definitely can't outrun him. That guy's aura is almost at the first level. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Just stop the car and look at those 2 little guys ahead. One of them is about to die." The driverless taxi came to a halt after sliding a short distance due to inertia. The black SUV behind it also stopped, and Liaoshi quickly rushed over with the other 2 agents to open the back door. What met their eyes was a large void and a back seat covered in blood. Damao stood there, blankly holding the remaining half of Mao's body, motionless, like a wooden sculpture, unresponsive no matter how Liaoshi slapped him. In the end, it took Liaoshi and another person to forcibly move him. As for Mao, he was dragged out by the last agent. His face was pale, blood no longer flowed from the severed limb, and it was clear he was dead. Even if all the doctors in the world gathered here, they couldn't bring him back. Although the agents had seen countless corpses and experienced many farewells, this scene still brought them pain. They sighed and went to pull up a caution tape. Damao sat on the cold ground, seeming to regain a bit of awareness, moving towards Mao's position, gently lifting Mao's now cooling head and resting it on his lap. Half an hour ago, this guy was still full of life. Recalling their experiences growing up together, being beaten from one end of the street to the other by neighbors when they were young and foolish, dropping out of school to mix with society, hanging out at the Illusion Dream nightclub, being a dog to pay off loan sharks in Nanyang County, and recently opening a milk tea shop. It was this guy who was by his side, sharing hardships, confiding in each other, and looking up during sad times to find someone accompanying him. Now, everything was gone. The one in his arms still had that annoying look, but he could never hit him again. Damao sat there, unable to hold back any longer, and began to cry loudly. Liaoshi, walking over with the body bag, stood silently in place and lit a cigarette. Farewells are always sad, especially when it's someone you know, even if you've only met once. He suddenly remembered the day he encountered Damao and Mao at the entrance of the Illusion Dream nightclub, although he was angry then. He later realized that these two weren't inherently bad. Hiranoya bypassed Liaoshi and walked to Damao's side, slowly crouching down. Damao also recognized the 2 people in front of him, Hiranoya and Liaoshi. He had seen these 2 police officers at the Illusion Dream nightclub and in Nanyang County, but so what? They weren't gods. They couldn't save Mao. "Move your hands away," Hiranoya said, locking eyes with Damao. Those were a pair of blood-red eyes identical to the taxi driver's, with eerie vertical pupils staring at Damao, instinctively raising goosebumps all over him. Damao stepped back in fear, but was supported by another large hand on his back. "It's okay. She won't do anything to you. You're safe now." Liaoshi gently patted Damao's back and offered him a cigarette. Damao shook his head. He had no mood to smoke at all right now. Liaoshi and Mao quietly watched Hiranoya's white hands fumble around on Mao's bloodstained head, not knowing what she was doing. "Do you have a way?" After a moment of silence, she seemed to understand what Hiranoya was trying to do and asked. "Yeah," Hiranoya replied. If his head isn't injured, It'll be fine. Damao was momentarily taken aback, showing a fleeting expression of hope and joy. But it quickly faded. I know you're trying to comfort me, but Mao is already like this. Even though I don't have much education and don't understand medical knowledge. But Hiranoya suddenly lightly punched Mao in the chest, interrupting him. I told you I can save him. Do you not understand? Or do you not believe me? Is that true? Liaoshi became unsettled this time. He dealt with dead people daily, and Mao could be said to be completely dead now. There is still a way. Don't compare my abilities to human medicine. Hiranoya stood up and said, when it comes to killing, you can't compete with me. When it comes to saving lives, you also can't compete with me. Everyone step back. Healthy people shouldn't absorb too much of my blood demon art. It will have side effects. Liaoshi was the first to step back to the roadside. Damao was stunned for a moment, but stood with Liaoshi under Hiranoya's urging. Hiranoya slightly raised her hand. Blood demon technique blossoming. Countless plants broke through the thicket's blockade on both sides of the road, extending outwards, while the solid asphalt road was covered in cracks, with curled, new tender shoots continuously sprouting from gaps. A patch of lush green unfolded around Mao. Damao stared at this scene, unsure of what to say. Even having seen the strange golden light in the taxi driver's palm, he was still shocked. I haven't seen anything like this either. Let us wait and see. Liaoshi instinctively took out a cigarette. In his eyes, the blood demon technique was meant for killing. Every time a cannibal released the blood demon technique, he could only feel endless killing intent and chill. However, such a vibrant blood demon technique was unbelievable unless seen with his own eyes. The patch of green continued to spread, with plants growing at a visibly rapid pace, some reaching knee height. Just when Liaoshi thought these plants would keep growing, colorful flower buds appeared on the sides of the branches and quickly bloomed, filling the entire street with a rich floral fragrance. The various flowers swayed in the evening breeze, contrasting sharply with the steel city. Liaoshi and Mao, at the edge of the sea of flowers, felt refreshed. Their sadness over Mao completely dissipated. They now just wanted to lie comfortably in the sea of flowers, looking down at his wrist, under the wonderful influence of the flower sea. The bruise from being gripped by the driver was slowly fading. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Hiranoya's movements had not yet stopped. At this moment, she was the only conductor on the stage constructed of green leaves and blooming flowers. Blood demon technique, stream. The moisture in the air was quickly drawn away, and as Hiranoya's fingertips danced and gathered within a few breaths, a water ball as tall as a person floated above the sea of flowers, emitting a blue, ethereal glow. Hiranoya waved her hand again, and the water ball seemed to have a consciousness of its own, drifting towards Mao's position and gently enveloping the remaining half of his body, suspending it in the air and constantly undulating. In this suffocating water ball, Mao's originally pale face surprisingly regained some color, and upon closer inspection at the severed limb, countless new granulation tissues were intertwining, bones were growing, and blood vessels were spreading. Blood demon technique, floral breath. Hiranoya's blood demon technique had not yet ceased. The originally blooming flowers began to wither, countless petals gently swept away by an inexplicable wind, gathering around Hiranoya in the next moment. They all dove into the deep blue water sphere, completely enveloping Mao. To be honest, if all ghouls were like this, I think it's not impossible for humans and ghouls to coexist, Liaoshi murmured as he stood in place. Dama nodded. Although he didn't know what a ghoul was or why Hiranoya had such a wonderful ability, he thought that if there were more of such things, perhaps this world would have fewer painful separations. Seemingly tired of standing, the two sat on the lawn created by the blood demon technique, quietly watching the swirling water sphere in the air. Hiranoya most frequently used offensive blood demon techniques, but he was truly not skilled in this healing type. As it was the most useless for ghouls, who were nearly immortal, it had no place to be utilized. If it weren't for encountering the nearly dying Mao today, these three types of blood demon techniques would have been forgotten. About half an hour passed, and Liaoshi chatted idly with Dama, trying to distract him. But Dama kept responding absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on the water sphere in the center of the lawn. After rotating for over 10 minutes, the originally deep blue appearance of the water sphere had almost vanished, becoming as transparent as ordinary water, and the petals within the water sphere gradually turned yellow. Hiranoya's hands continued to wave, controlling the rotation of the water ball, though the movements somewhat resembled a chef turning a spit while roasting a whole lamb. After about 5 more minutes, Hiranoya stopped the rotation of the water ball, pointed to a spot, and the water ball gently floated down onto the lawn. The moment it made contact with the grass, all the plants rapidly withered and died, spreading quickly from the outer edges to the center. This sudden change startled the Mao, who jumped up and wanted to rush over to see what was happening, but was pulled back by Liao Shi, who grabbed his pant leg. Hiranoya must have a reason for not letting them go to the center. There's no choice. Dama can only stand on the outskirts, looking on tiptoe. As the last hint of green withers away, the water balloon bursts with a splash, and on the withered lawn, among the fallen yellow petals, lies a wet figure. Ermao. Dama can hardly contain his excitement. His brother is actually lying there intact. The only downside is that he only has the upper half of his clothes left. It seems this strange ability can't repair the pants that were shattered along with the lower body. Hey! Hiranoya leaned down and patted Ermao's face. There was no response. Hiranoya frowned slightly and reached out to pat again. Still no response. The Mao, who was excited, saw that Mao showed no signs of waking up, and despair surged in his heart again, just as his eyes turned red. A crisp sound echoed on the empty road. "Wake up, don't sleep," Hiranoya shouted, raising his palm high. Mao's head tilted to one side, and a bright red palm print appeared on his right cheek. Cough. Mao suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood-stained water, coughing violently while supporting himself on the ground. "Good kid, you drank quite a bit of water just now, almost knocked you out again." Hiranoya slowly lowered his raised hand, initially preparing to slap again, but it seemed unnecessary now. "Mao, Dalmo rushed over, tightly hugging Armo. Are you okay? Let me check." While speaking, he reached out to feel around Mao's body, checking for injuries. There were no injuries at all. Not even the scars left from when he rode a bike as a child. "What are you doing? Stop touching." Mao saw the Mao getting more handsy and pushed his hand away. The Mao chuckled and said nothing more, hugging Mao again. "Welcome back." Although Mao was puzzled about how he had returned, seeing the Mao so excited, he decided to greet him again. "Why didn't you let us in just now? I felt great outside. What side effect could there be?" Liao Shi, seeing the Mao and Mao busy reminiscing, asked Hiranoya, "Dead people could be revived here. The injured can heal, and healthy people can regain their youth. Now do you understand?" This time the blood demon technique was activated with the force of resurrection. If you two healthy people stood in the middle, when Mao came back to life, you both would probably turn back into 3-year-old children. Hiranoya explained. Liao Shi shivered, relieved that he hadn't gone deeper. He had just held on to Mao. "All right, let us save the reflections for later. Mao, move around a bit. Let me see how your recovery is going. This is the first time I used that ability. I don't want to accidentally give you an extra, but..." Mao let go of Mao, allowing him to stand up. Only then did Mao feel a chill on his backside. Looking down, he discovered his lower body was completely bare and quickly covered his private parts. "Don't block it. I've seen that area plenty of times when I eat people." Hiranoya rolled his eyes. "Just move around a bit." Mao, blushing, dropped his hands and took a few steps, doing 2 squats, shyly lowering his head and daring not to look at Hiranoya, but a puzzled sound escaped his mouth. Hiranoya had been staring at Mao. Since she opened the transparent world hundreds of years ago, she could clearly see every blood vessel, every bone, and every muscle movement in the human body. Mao's current physical condition cannot be said to be excellent, but it is definitely much better than before. "All right, no problem now. Time to eat and drink." Hiranoya waved her hand and turned to walk towards the black SUV. "Bro." Mao suddenly leaned close to Dama's ear and excitedly whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I think my size has gotten bigger. I heard you guys like to compare sizes, so I made a slight adjustment when reshaping your body." Hiranoya touched her nose and left quietly, hiding her accomplishments and name. After a moment of silence, Mao suddenly bowed to Hiranoya's back. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoli." It was unclear whether he was thanking her for being revived or for something else. In the night, the black SUV raced towards the investigation bureau. The 2 agents in the car remained silent, their faces tense because sitting in front of them was the ancestor of the cannibals. "Why did you save him?" Liao Shi suddenly broke the silence. Hiranoya, who had been resting her head on her hand, opened her eyes. "Those 2 kids are pretty good. They have guts. They can break the arm of a first-level cannibal with ordinary human strength. First level is quite impressive. At least I haven't seen anyone with that ability in 1,000 years. Was it a spur-of-the-moment decision? Not really. I don't like being indebted to others." Hiranoya rested her chin and looked out the window. "If it weren't for those 2, who knows when I would have been able to leave a mark on the body of a ghost servant. I had encountered a few ghost servants before, but the information was too scarce, so I didn't dare to make a mark easily. They helped me, so I naturally wanted to help them in return. It's that simple. I I used to think all cannibals were cold-blooded creatures. That's racial discrimination. After a moment of silence, Liaoshi asked, so that breath technique you taught me that night at the stadium was also for this reason? Yeah. Hiranoya turned her head to look at Liaoshi. I really didn't expect you would risk your life to save me. After thinking for a moment, Liaoshi smiled and shook his head. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. As an agent of the Investigation Bureau, I would risk my life to save a cannibal, and that cannibal is now sitting in the passenger seat chatting with me. I also didn't expect that one day I could sit and chat with a human without hiding my identity. The two exchanged smiles, as if they had returned to the time when they worked together in the Investigation Bureau. By the way, how's your practice of water breathing going? Show me. Liaoshi then realized that the breathing technique was called water breathing, so he adjusted his breathing. After months of practice, he no longer gasped for breath after just a few tries. This time, he managed to maintain it for 5 or 6 minutes before his lungs began to ache. Liaoshi let out a long breath, returning to a normal breathing rhythm, and asked proudly, "How was that? Pretty strong, right? Just average." Hiranoya made a face that invited a beating. "How long can you maintain it?" Liaoshi's tone revealed his dissatisfaction. 24 hours a day. Liaoshi. "I'll teach you an old trick, blow a gourd." Hiranoya continued. "Once you can blow a gourd until it bursts, you've succeeded halfway. Then, it's about maintaining the breathing technique for long periods, even while sleeping, until it becomes an unconscious behavior. Then, congratulations, you've learned the total concentration, constant of the breathing technique, and you'll have the strength to single-handedly kill a second-level cannibal. That's too ridiculous, right? Not ridiculous. That's how the Demon Slayer Corps came this far 100 years ago. I almost fell into their hands many times before I became stronger." Liaoshi fell silent. He had heard stories about the Demon Slayer Corps in meetings at the Bureau, and it was hard to imagine how people defeated cannibals solely with their bodies without missiles or guns. If courage, passion, friendship, and family could defeat enemies, that would truly be ridiculous. Once I finish dealing with the ghost servants, if I have time, I can teach you the sword techniques that complement water breathing. Then I'll say thank you in advance. Liaoshi looked at the Investigation Bureau appearing at the end of his sight. "I hope we can complete the mission smoothly. By the way, Liao," she suddenly changed the subject, "my sister Liao Xen, you're also a cannibal and have lived for so long. Do you know of any way to turn her back into a human?" "I do." "Hey, I knew it, wait." Liaoshi suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping the car in place, and turned his head in shock. Hiranoya was caught off guard by a sudden brake and bumped her forehead against the windshield with a thud. Turning her head, she started scolding. "What method? I swear you didn't trick me. Why would I trick you?" Hiranoya covered her reddened forehead and looked at Liaoshi with a resentful expression. I'm sorry, I got too excited just now. Tell me, what method can turn my sister back into a human? I would go through fire and water for it." "Really? I never lie." "Then you need to wear a pink bodycon dress and take a stroll around the commercial street." "Haha, just kidding. That would be too embarrassing. I'm not that cruel." Seeing Liaoshi's face turn green, Hiranoya laughed so hard she held her stomach. As she laughed, Hiranoya wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes and looked at Liaoshi seriously. "There are 2 methods, but both are very difficult." Hiranoya extended a finger. "There's a plant called the blue, which is said to make ghouls no longer fear the sunlight. But it essentially does not change the nature of ghouls. I have blood magic that allows me to stand in the sunlight, so I've never tried to find this plant, and I'm not sure if it really exists." She pressed her lips together and extended a second finger. "I met a ghoul who had freed herself from the control of the previous Demon King 100 years ago. She studied this area and was said to have developed an antidote that could turn ghouls back into humans, but I don't know what happened to her afterward. I can tell your name. If she is still alive, your sister should be saved." "What is her name?" Liaoshi instinctively leaned in closer, ears perked up. "Zhuya." Hiranoya continued. "She had a little sidekick named Yusherlang. They liked to set up barriers to keep outsiders from entering the places they lived. I don't know if they're still alive now or where they live, so I may not be able to help you too much in this regard. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." "That's enough." Liaoshi etched those 2 names deeply into his memory, letting out a long breath. "Thank you." "It's nothing." Hearing Liaoshi's serious thanks, Hiranoya felt a bit unaccustomed, pointing to the road ahead. "Let us hurry. I sense the fish has already gone home." Inside the abandoned printing factory, the magician, who was dozing off, suddenly heard the door slam open, startling him into alertness. "Judgment? What happened to you?" Seeing the large hole in the visitor's chest, the magician asked in confusion. "Stop the nonsense. Where's the Pope?" Judgment panted heavily, having just had a hole blown through him while driving, and was angrier than anyone. The magician pointed to the tightly closed door behind him. Inside? After hearing this, Judgment leaned against the wall and moved toward the wooden door, but was stopped by the magician. Have you shaken off your attackers? Of course. They were busy cleaning up the scene and didn't have time to chase me. Then that's fine. After saying that, he finally let go of the obstruction. The moment the wooden door was pushed open, the Pope opened his eyes and looked at the haggard Judgment. Why didn't you activate the blood magic? I don't know anything about your situation. The Pope calmly looked at the furious Judgment. Your blood magic can guide human thoughts, can it? It can sense hostility, right? How could you not know? I was being chased the whole way. The Pope silently removed the electrode pad, stuck to his forehead, and slowly said, even couples can have hostility during arguments. Children can have hostility when playing. And young people can generate hostility while gaming. If I monitored all the hostility within the printing factory, my head would explode. So I only monitor those who harbor hostility toward the printing factory. The people attacking you only had hostility toward you, so I naturally couldn't notice them. Besides, every time I dealt with a mess before, I was notified in advance. You never contacted me from beginning to end. How would I know? Judgment was momentarily speechless. While driving with one hand, he was busy attacking, so he had no time to contact the Pope. I'll find you to settle the score later. Knowing it was no one's fault but his own, Judgment didn't want to lose face just like that. Leaving behind a harsh remark and waving his hand in front of him, the space rippled, and everything in front began to twist and deform. But it lasted only a short while. In the blink of an eye, the Pope inside the room disappeared. To be precise, Judgment was taken to another space that was identical to the printing factory. This space, under Shun Tzu's control, was completely open to Judgment and the others. Judgment stumbled along the way. His face pale, blood continuously flowing from the hole in his chest, dripping onto the ground. Along the way, he encountered many men and women. Their expressions ranging from shock to confusion, from schadenfreude to sympathy. Judgment arrived at the deepest part of the printing factory, where at the end of the corridor stood an iron door. Judgment only hoped that he would find a way to save himself here. Inside the room, Shun Tzu suddenly raised his head, coldly looking toward the door, sensing a weak aura approaching. The iron door was pushed open, and Judgment fell to his knees with a thud, weakly saying, "Master, what happened to you?" Shun Tzu leisurely pulled a tissue from the box on the table, wiping the crumbs left from the snacks he had just eaten at the corner of his mouth. It was the people from the investigation bureau. They used some method to injure me with a wound that cannot heal. I feel like I'm going to die, Master. Save me. Shun Tzu casually crumpled the tissue and tossed it aside, walking over to Judgment, slowly bending down and poking his finger at Judgment's wound. The pain made Judgment's already pale face turn even whiter, but he gritted his teeth and dared not make a sound. Shun Tzu pinched the bloodstains on his fingertip, feeling no sign of wisteria flower toxin. It seems the investigation bureau has found a new weapon against ghouls. Rubbing the blood on his hands, Shun Tzu instinctively brought it to his nose to smell, suddenly changing his expression and turning sharply to look at the kneeling Judgment, revealing a fierce look, and raised his hand to smell the blood on it. Are you sure you encountered the investigation bureau? Shun Tzu's eyes narrowed, and his tone suddenly became very unpleasant. Of course, Master. You said that if I encountered her people, I wouldn't survive. The only ones who could injure me are from the investigation bureau, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Judgment suddenly realized something. The woman who appeared on top of the black SUV couldn't possibly be the her Master has always mentioned, right? How could she be involved with the investigation bureau? Seeing Judgment's face change dramatically, Shun Tzu was furious, cursing loudly, and kicked out in anger. The already weak and dying Judgment was hit and spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily against the wall. I said, how could you have her blood magic aura on you? So it's like this. Shun Tzu's voice trembled, unsure if it was from anger or fear, as he rushed up and kicked hard again. You bastard. How dare you come back? I've told you countless times not to get in touch with her and her people. Did you treat my words as the wind in your ears? Blood splattered onto Shun Tzu, and Judgment was kicked into a shapeless mass, but Shun Tzu continued to kick hard, as if this could relieve the anger and fear within him. He didn't dare to leave this space, because once he did, his aura will be sensed by Hiranoya. But now he brought back someone who had been affected by Hiranoya's blood magic. Who knows if she has a way to track him down through this? After kicking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Shun Tzu gasped for breath and stopped. Judgment beneath him slowly squirmed. Apart from the wounded area on his chest, he was gradually recovering. However, Shun Tzu reached out his palm and squeezed hard, causing Judgment's body to explode, turning into a wall of flesh and completely losing its vitality, falling in pieces under the force of gravity. Shin-Su pushed open the door and stood in the corridor, where a group of ghouls noticed the disappearance of Judgment Sra. Their faces filled with fear as they looked at the blood-soaked Shin-Su at the end. Looking around, all those present were first-tier ghouls. The combat strength that Shin-Su had carefully nurtured over the years, and now, it was time to put them to use. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. Shin-Su's voice echoed in the space. The Investigation Bureau. Have you finished your preparations? Luyan looked at Hiranoya, who walked into his office with Liao Shi, and spoke. At this time, she should have been resting at home, but after receiving a call from the bureau, Hiranoya rushed back to support the duty team. Completely awake and in a hurry. It's done very smoothly. I can transfer the operatives to the Ghost Samurai's lair at any time. But it seems that Shin-Su has also noticed me. Hiranoya nodded and sat on the sofa. Were you planning to act? Luyan asked after thinking for a while. Tonight. Is that okay on your side? The Ghost Samurai has already started preparing to welcome us, and it will be too late to attack once they are fully prepared. That's fine, Luyan replied. Give me an hour. There are personnel on leave outside, and I need to call them back. In a residential building in Jianyang City, two people were quietly asleep in the bedroom. Suddenly, the screen of the phone on the bedside lit up, and the ringtone echoed in the room. The man, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, turned over to check the phone, and his expression gradually became serious. He glanced at the person sleeping beside him, quietly lifted a corner of the blanket, and sat up. However, even so, he still woke the woman. What's wrong? There's an urgent matter at the company. I need to take a look. It's so late. Can it wait until tomorrow? The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned on the bedside lamp. I'm afraid not. This time it's really urgent. The man's expression was slightly apologetic as he leaned down to kiss the woman's forehead. You always say that and leave suddenly. Isn't your company involved in environmental protection? Why are you so busy? The woman complained, but did not stop him from leaving. Sorry, that's just the nature of the job. The man shook his head with a wry smile, stood up, and began to get dressed, staring blankly at the black robe hanging on the coat rack. Come back early. I'll prepare breakfast for you and the child. The man replied softly, and the two fell into silence, with only the sound of dressing breaking it. Honey, I love you. Upon hearing this, the woman chuckled, and their eyes met under the dim light of the lamp. We've been married for so long. Why are you suddenly being so romantic? The man smiled but didn't explain further. He turned his back and silently stuffed a folded letter into the pocket of the woman's coat, put on the black robe, gently opened the door, and left without looking back. Under the night sky of Jianyang City, while most people in the city were resting, the courtyard of the Investigation Bureau was filled with people, all in black robes, their gazes resolute. They had already said their goodbyes before coming here. Group B is assembled. Group F is assembled. Group H is present. With the announcement of the last group being ready, the entire field department, consisting of 10 groups and a total of 126 people, was fully assembled. Luyan stood on the steps, looking down at the people below with a serious expression. Everyone, Luyan cleared his throat, surveyed the faces of all present, as if to engrave their appearances in his heart. He solemnly said, You have all seen the mission briefing, and regardless of how long you have worked in the Investigation Bureau, you can surely recognize the significance of this mission. If nothing goes wrong, this will be the last mission for the field department and the last operation for the Investigation Bureau. With the assistance of the 12 Ghost Months, we have obtained the exact location of the Ghost Samurai's lair. This operation requires everyone's full cooperation with the 12 Ghost Months to completely eradicate the Ghost Samurai. Luyan pointed at Hiranoya and the 12 Ghost Months who had just been transmitted over. Hiranoya slightly bowed to the crowd below and then spoke. Everyone present. This isn't the first time we've met. Although our last meeting wasn't very pleasant, I believe there are still those among you who dislike us. I know that the members of the field department and I are supposed to be at odds, but now you must follow my orders and even assist us, which I completely understand might make you feel sick. We, as beings, should not exist in this world. Everyone here should have a happy family, a stable job, and enjoy a mundane life. If it weren't for our existence, Jianyang City wouldn't have so many lost souls and wandering ghosts. I am a man-eater, and the current situation in Jianyang City is entirely caused by me alone. You have every reason to curse me and want to tear me apart, and I understand that. But there is one thing I share with you. Whether you believe it or not, I do not wish to see the current scene in Jianyang City. So at least please give me a chance to make amends. Trust me this time. I need your strength to restrain the other man-eaters of the Ghost Samurai. And let me end the long-standing tragedy in Jianyang City. Hirano rebowed again, but several voices suddenly emerged from the crowd. Cut the crap. As long as we can kill the man-eating demons and bring peace to Jianyang City, I don't care who the commander is. I've killed plenty of man-eating demons in these years. I'm not short on the ones you mentioned. I only care about when we act. Are the man-eating demons you mentioned enough for the brothers to sharpen their knives? Exactly. Maybe that so-called Shun Su you mentioned won't even wait for you to encounter him, and will have already chopped off his head. You better not steal the credit then. After that, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Hiranoya also flashed a smile, seeming to find the mobilization of the investigation bureau easier than expected. She then said, "I'll leave the action later to everyone." Immediately, she signaled to the 12 Kazuki behind her, who nodded and dispersed into 10 small teams, 2 from the lower moons in each group, and 1 from the upper moons in each group, with Liao Shi's team led personally by Hiranoya. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. 10 ancient wooden doors appeared in the courtyard, corresponding to each small team. The doors slowly opened, revealing a dilapidated location. Dim light bulbs emitted a crackling sound, and a faint smell of blood mixed with mold wafted out. Hiranoya glanced around at the crowd once more, the first to step through the door, his voice echoing in the courtyard, wishing everyone great success in martial arts. Crossing through the wooden door that could traverse space, he felt no discomfort in his body, as if he had merely walked through an ordinary wooden door. If it weren't for the stark contrast of the scenes on either side, the members of Group A wouldn't have felt they had arrived in a different place at all. With a click, the members turned to look behind them. The wooden door automatically closed and disappeared after bringing them here. "So you really have united," said a figure appearing at the end of the corridor, slowly coming into the light. Both were first tier. The fourth of the upper moons, Tang Yi, stepped forward, her expression serious, reminding the members of Group A beside her. As an upper moon, she was supposed to have special class strength according to the data from the Investigation Bureau. But battles among ghouls were hard to judge by that. They were all immortal beings, and if one truly wanted to kill the other, it depended on who could eat whom. Previously, in the stadium, she had encountered a first-tier hardskin and had fought for so long without results. Now, facing 2 at once, she honestly felt a bit overwhelmed. "Let me introduce myself. I am the Hangman." One of them pointed to himself and gestured to the other person beside him. "This is the chariot." A gunshot interrupted the Hangman's incessant chatter. "How rude. Are you in such a hurry?" The Hangman looked at the bloody hole in his chest, the wisteria extract quickly eroding his body. "Then let us begin." The Hangman didn't care whether he would die, lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, the wound vanished. Everyone was shocked to witness this scene. There was no healing process. The wound just suddenly disappeared, and even the clothes were intact, as if he had never been hurt. It must be his blood demon art. "Be cautious until we figure it out." Tang Yi warned the others behind her. Why waste words with them? The chariot suddenly charged out from behind the Hangman, instantly arriving at Tang Yi's side and throwing a punch at her face. This speed might be impossible to evade for humans, but Tang Yi still reacted. Slightly turning aside, the punch grazed past her nose with a buzzing sound. However, it was precisely because of the chariot's sudden approach that the members had the opportunity to fire their guns. At such close range, there was no reason not to kill him. A barrage of gunfire was unleashed towards the chariot, shells clattering to the ground. The chariot instantly transformed into a bloody figure. Countless bullet holes bursting open on his body, bullets piercing through his chest and exiting out his back, embedding into the wall and leaving deep bullet holes. Soon after, the chariot collapsed to the ground, his skin gradually turning purple. "Cease fire." The leaders of each group raised their hands to signal, and everyone hastily lowered their smoking guns. "So noisy," the Hangman said, releasing his fingers from his ears, his expression calm, completely indifferent to his partner collapsing in a bloodied heap in the distance. "Now it's just you left. Let us see how you handle this," he said to Tang Yi, suddenly stiffening his expression and looking sharply at the corpse lying at his feet. "Everyone, retreat." Tang Yi shouted. The chariot, riddled with bullets, suddenly reached out a hand, gripping Tang Yi's slender ankle tightly. "Do you know what the chariot represents?" The chariot lifted his purple face, mockery evident in his eyes as he looked at Tang Yi. "The chariot represents victory in tarot." Tang Yi recalled immediately, her face showing shock. Before leaving, they had all carefully studied the meaning of each tarot card representing the ghouls. "That means I will never fall until I achieve victory." The chariot suddenly exerted force, a crack resounding as Tang Yi's left ankle was crushed. "Hangman, how long are you going to watch? I might not die, but it hurts like hell." The chariot turned his head to angrily curse at the Hangman. "Here it comes." The hangman shrugged and quickly ran towards Tang Yi. Once we deal with this ghoul, the remaining humans are just fodder. Seeing the hangman getting closer, Tang Yi hurriedly reached into her pocket and threw something forward. The hangman looked at the small mirror flying towards him, snorted coldly, and swatted it away. The ordinary small mirror shattered against the wall, scattering shards everywhere. The 12 Kazuki are nothing like this. The hangman suddenly threw a punch at Tang Yi. Blood demon art, demon attack. The hangman felt a sudden lightness in his body, suddenly falling to the ground. Trying to stand up, he couldn't feel his feet, and quickly looked down to see that his body below the chest had been sliced into dozens of pieces, quietly scattered on the ground. Is your blood demon art related to that mirror? The hangman squinted. Do you think I would tell you? You don't have to say. I can guess it's related to that mirror. I'm just curious. Since you didn't even move, how did you manage to cut my body in an instant? You'll find out after cutting a few more times. Tang Yi raised her hand, ready to unleash her blood demon art again. The hangman displayed a strange smile. Is that so? Then I'll keep you company, let you cut a few more times. He then extended his hand and snapped his fingers again. The shattered pieces of flesh suddenly vanished, and the complete hangman lay in front of Tang Yi. Brushing off the dust as he stood up again, even his clothes were intact. Let me see properly. Is your cutting speed faster, or my healing speed faster? Tang Yi squinted, twisting her ankle, forcefully breaking away and jumping back on one leg to distance herself from the hangman and the chariot, vigilantly watching the two as she thought. Super speed regeneration? It shouldn't be. A ghoul in this position shouldn't have such a simple blood demon art. Moreover, no matter how much one regenerates, it shouldn't even fix damaged clothes. Could it be time reversal? No, that's too outrageous. If it were like that, I would have been dead long ago. It seems she would have to start from the tarot cards. The chariot's ability represents victory, corresponding to immortality. The hangman symbolizes self-sacrifice and devotion in tarot. But this didn't align with his current performance at all. Instead, the one lying on the ground seemed more like the hangman. Could it be they're lying? The one on the ground is the hangman, and the one standing is the chariot? No. The chariot's card meaning doesn't match the ability to regenerate infinitely. Tang Yi shook her head, trying to simplify her thoughts. There was no time for her to continue overthinking. The two figures opposite had already stood up. Chariot, are you really okay? The hangman glanced at the chariot, who was resembling a titan, and remarked, I'm fine. I'm very healthy. Cough, cough, cough. The chariot patted his chest and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, bending over and coughing violently. Tang Yi and the hangman exchanged awkward glances. How about letting him go rest for a bit? Tang Yi moved her newly grown limbs. Isn't it a bit ridiculous to trick us into reducing our numbers with such childish tricks? As long as we can win, I'm willing to try any means. What if it succeeds? Tang Yi shrugged. Do I look like a fool to you? The hangman charged again, a complete mirror sliding along the ground to his feet. Blood demon art, demon attack. This time the hangman saw clearly. The mirror sliding to his feet suddenly rippled like water, and a gleaming blade stabbed out from it, directly piercing his backside. Beautiful lady, can we fight without attacking strange places? The hangman was lifted high, unable to touch the ground, looking at Tang Yi in a strange posture, blood dripping from the blade onto the mirror. You ran too fast. I was originally going to stab your head. Tang Yi said, slightly turning his head, trying to argue. Forget it. I already know how you use the mirror, and I won't let you attack me again. The hangman snapped his fingers again, and the direction of the blade suddenly aligned closely with where he appeared in front of him, with no blood residue. And the hangman's wounds vanished. Ha! Do whatever you want. I can see through your blood demon technique now. Snapping fingers to activate it, right? Tang Yi sneered, crushing the last mirror in his pocket and throwing the shards around the war chariot and the hangman. Do you think I would tell you? The hangman retorted with the same words. Then let me verify. Blood demon technique, thorny forest. The war chariot and the hangman were completely surrounded by the mirror shards Tang Yi had thrown 3 times. Each shard corresponded to a blade. And in just a breath, nearly 100 long knives erupted from the mirror surface, so densely packed that they even collided with each other, sparking. A thicket made up of countless sharp blades completely blocked the corridor, also ensnaring the war chariot and the hangman like a fishing net. The war chariot screamed in pain, while the hangman quietly watched Tang Yi with a proud expression. Now you can wait here peacefully for the battle to end. That won't do. Our master's order is to hold a portion of people. Unfortunately, you can't get out now. I've specifically chopped off your fingers. That knife has wisteria extract. If you want to rely solely on self-healing instead of the blood demon technique to recover your fingers, I'm afraid you won't be able to. The hanged man glanced down and saw that his fingers had indeed been precisely severed, making it impossible to snap his fingers again. An absurd thought. Huh, what are you laughing at? Tang asked, somewhat confused. Who says I have to snap my fingers? The hanged man's expression turned serious. I said, I'm not injured at all. As he finished speaking, the hanged man's nailed body swayed and suddenly appeared outside the coverage of the thorny forest, completely unharmed. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Words become spells. Tang, he suddenly felt a headache. This was the second most nauseating blood demon technique she had encountered aside from time reversal. Apart from Hiranoya, she had never seen another person with such a technique. It was precisely this time that the hanged man truly used the blood demon technique, making Tang understand its true purpose. Your card is a hanging person. If I'm not mistaken this time, the inverted person, the inverted truth, the inverted fact. Your title doesn't necessarily correspond to the card meaning, but might also relate to the pattern of a certain card. Therefore, your blood demon technique can invert a fact that has already occurred. Am I right? The hanged man's gaze sharpened, and his tightly furrowed brow quickly relaxed. It seems I guessed correctly this time. So what if you guessed right? Are you going to reward me with a lollipop? The original said, I shouldn't eat things given by strangers. Tang glanced at her watch. Nearly 15 minutes had passed since entering here, and there had been no progress. Unexpectedly encountering two immortal beings, truly a headache. Listening to the commotion from a few walls away, she didn't know which team it was, but it was quite lively. It seemed she needed to finish up quickly. You go deal with the immobile one. I'll handle the hanged man. Tang turned to the investigators and said, I have an idea that needs verification. Do as you please, as long as you don't get close to my master. I can play with you for a whole year. I hope you can keep being tough. This time, Tang chose to take the initiative, directly crossing the thorny forest and standing in front of the hanged man, casually kicking a few mirror shards to his feet. The battlefield was once again divided by the thorny forest. Seeing Tang come forward, the hanged man smiled and said, Your mirrors 1T come within a meter of me. In the next moment, all the mirror shards automatically bounced away. Distancing themselves from the hanged man Tang, he tried to kick out another shard, but it veered off course, hitting the wall beside him and stopping just outside the 1 meter mark. Don't try anymore. I've observed that the blades emerging from the mirror can't reach more than a meter. As long as I stay a meter away from the mirror, I won't be hurt. Tang frowned. Such small details had been noticed, and she scanned her surroundings as if searching for something. What are you looking at? The hanged man suddenly exerted force beneath his feet and charged forward, the mirror shards on the ground automatically spreading to the sides of the corridor, clearing a path for him. Without the mirror to activate the blood demon technique, Tang was also caught off guard. She was good at strategy, but close combat was her weak point. The hanged man, however, excelled in close combat, lacking the long-range attack methods Tang had. In an instant, numerous wounds appeared on Tang Yi's body, healing, then appearing again. Blood demon technique, Ghost Strike. After retreating a few steps, Tang activated her blood demon technique again. Blades emerged from the mirror, but stopped just before reaching the hanged man due to the 1 meter limit. Useless. Can't you understand? The hanged man grabbed Tang Yi's shoulder, yanked hard, and tore her entire arm off, then kicked her away. Blood demon technique, Ghost Strike. Covering her bleeding wound, Tang activated her blood demon technique once more. Countless blades shot out in all directions, completely blocking the hangman's path and giving Tang a moment to breathe. Are the attacks already this chaotic? Have you been beaten into this state? The hangman looked at the water pipe on one side of the corridor that was pierced by blades, spraying water and forming small puddles on the ground, shaking his head in disappointment. Earlier, the master kept telling us to be wary of the 12 ghost months. It seems he was too cautious. With that, the hanged man slowly walked forward, the blades between the two of them spreading to the sides. I think your master was right. You should be careful of us. Tang stood up, coldly staring at the hangman, as if hearing a ridiculous joke. The hangman laughed heartily, holding his stomach. Blood demon technique, Ghost Strike. A chill surged to Tang Yi's head. The white light reflected by the blades suddenly dazzled the hangman's eyes, and a sharp blade pierced straight into his body. I never attack recklessly. Tang smiled as she focused on the blades piercing from the water surface. I wasn't attacked. Feeling the wisteria toxin rapidly spreading in his body, the hangman quickly shouted, retreating just as the blades missed him. You liar. Your blood demon technique doesn't rely on mirrors at all, but rather on anything reflective. Same here. You also lied to me that snapping fingers would trigger your blood demon technique. Tang, he suddenly raised her hand. And there's one more thing you haven't noticed after all this time. What? Why did I choose knives as my weapon of attack? The hangman suddenly realized something, staring in terror at the blade, just 1 meter away from him. His shocked expression, slightly distorted, was reflected back on the side of the blade. Blood demon technique, crimson weaving. Countless blades, too numerous to count with the naked eye, pierced out from the side of the previous blade, and then new blades stabbed out again from the side of the last blade, forming an innumerable web of sharp threads extending toward the hangman Tang. It didn't take care that her blade could only extend 1 meter. It was the crimson weaving that compensated for the blade's inability to change direction in a short distance. 1 meter was merely to maintain the blade's strength. In an instant, the web of blades completely engulfed the hangman's figure, the countless wounds corresponding with blood flowing rapidly, the translucent blade turning bright red, like crimson clouds. Cough, cough. Not dead yet. Quite resilient. Tang bent down slightly, catching sight of a figure that had been pierced to look like a porcupine through a small gap. I haven't been. Before the hangman could activate the blood demon technique, Tang took the initiative. The Iron Maiden was a form of execution used in medieval Europe, where prisoners were locked inside an iron coffin filled with spikes and left to die. The effect of this blood demon technique was the same. The blades centered around the hangman, spread out into a spherical shape, all stabbing toward him. The extended blades could no longer support their weight and broke one after another, a blood-soaked iron ball crashing to the ground, the hangman's life force extinguished, leaving no chance for him to speak again. I declare Crimson Weaving to be the most beautiful original skill name in this work so far. Is there more? Give him another shot. Damn it, how is he still so spirited? I still have a sedative. Hurry up and inject it. He is about to break free. A group of agents surrounded the armored vehicle that was pierced by blades, still struggling in place, as one sedative after another was injected into his tough skin with specially made needles. Ha ha, you can't kill me. As the needle pierced in, the armored vehicle's eyes quickly regained focus after a brief moment of daze, his arm's veins bulging, his index finger gripping the coat of an agent who was too close, directly pulling him onto the sharp blade. The agent screamed as his body was sliced open. Pull him away. Damn it, chop off his hand. We can't let him struggle anymore. The leading agent saw the blade deforming and cracking. Dragging it out like this would only lead to trouble, so he hurriedly issued orders. The agents behind raised the blade high, gripping the handle tightly, and aimed to chop down on the armored vehicle's restrained hand. With a clang, the blow surprisingly sparked, embedding halfway into the arm. Is it not over yet? A female voice appeared ahead, and everyone immediately aimed their guns. It's our people. The leading agent quickly raised his hand to signal, and the others lowered their guns. Is it done on your side? A bit of a delay, but it's resolved. Tang Yi nodded, then looked at the still struggling armored vehicle. How is he still alive? We've tried all methods. If it weren't for fearing the grenades would destroy the blades binding him, we would have used those too. Now all we can do is keep injecting sedatives to buy time for the other teams. Tang Yi waved her hand, and the blades pierced out again, reinforcing the bindings that had become somewhat loose. How many sedatives are left? 12 doses should last about half an hour. That's enough. Half an hour is enough for the original conversation to be only halfway through when Tang Yi suddenly turned to look at the empty wall. Get back. Tang Yi grabbed the two closest agents and tried to retreat. The others didn't know what was happening, but followed suit. Just as they took a step, they heard a rumbling sound from the wall beside them, and the ground trembled. Fiery flames burst through the wall, debris flying, and no one dared to turn back to see what was happening. Countless blades were instantly heated red by the flames, and two figures flew out from the other side of the wall. The first to emerge was burned beyond recognition, only half of a charred body, still sizzling with oil. The sixth of the upper moons, Luo Yao, stepped through the hole, glanced around at the astonished agents, raised his still-burning hand in greeting, then grabbed the neck of the charred person and lifted him up. Still have a breath of life, feeling the faint breath in his palm. A look of surprise flashed across Luo Yao's face, and then his right fist plunged straight into the charred person's incomplete chest cavity from below. The man let out a muffled groan of pain, suddenly opening his mouth wide. Flames gushed from his mouth and nostrils, visible in a mock cone. As the ceiling melted under the intense heat, pieces falling down, exposing the glowing red steel bars. In just a few seconds, the charred man's most vulnerable neck melted away, flames igniting like a candle in the center, burning the sides and spewing out from the hollow. The rich scent of charred meat filled the air, and everyone pinched their noses, their eyes filled with sympathy. The sight of a person being turned to charcoal from the inside out was a shocking blow to the soul. Luo Yao clapped his hands, brushed the ash from his chest, and turned to Tang. I'm done. How about you? Took care of one, but the other is more troublesome. Tang, he pointed at the armored vehicle still impaled with blades. You're dealing with. Luo Yao walked toward the armored vehicle while saying, 2 idiots, I think they were called the Pope, and a magician. I didn't quite remember. The magician insists he can control 5 elements, and my flames can't hurt him. And then, it's right here. Luo Yao pointed at the ash on the ground. The armored vehicle raised its head, looking at the tall and strong Luo Yao, grinning. Those 2 guys, the Pope and the magician, are dead too? Well, waste, haha. Lucky I can't move right now once I break free. A fist like a sandbag suddenly struck the armored vehicle's mouth. 2 teeth falling to the ground. He useless. The armored vehicle spat out a mouthful of blood and continued to blabber, while Luo Yao kept delivering punches to his mouth. So annoying. Seeing that he had nearly had enough, Luo Yao suddenly delivered a powerful punch, directly stuffing his fist into the armored vehicle's mouth. The armored vehicle instinctively retched, and Luo Yao took the opportunity to extend his fingers, directly inserting them into his throat. Let us warm you up a bit. After a brief silence, the armored vehicle suddenly began to struggle violently, his eyes turning red, his expression twisted, the blades shaking and breaking one after another. His hands gripped Luo Yao's wrist, desperately pulling outward. Seeing him about to break free, Luo Yao simply tightened his grip on the throat and yanked, pulling the armored vehicle out from the blades and slamming him to the ground. The armored vehicle had never feared death, but he never claimed to be unafraid of pain. The feeling of flames surging inside him was something he never wanted to experience again. However, perhaps there wouldn't be a second chance. After being pinned to the ground for a few seconds, his belly suddenly split open, flames erupting from within, the wound quickly turning charred. The same ash appeared on the ground. Tang waved her hand, trying to disperse the smell in the air, her eyes fixated on the armored vehicle's ashes. Old 6. Keep roasting him. Why? He has already burned to this state. Luo Yao looked down in confusion, only to notice the ashes beginning to gather and reshape. What kind of blood demon technique does this guy have? Luo Yao quickly increased the firepower. Simply put, it means that one will not die until the designated goal is accomplished. That indeed sounds quite difficult. In the Ghost Warrior's main camp, underground storage room. Haven't found a way yet? 3 cannibals sat together, one of them rolling his eyes and mumbling something in a mysterious manner. Grim Reaper, what do you think has happened to them? One of them turned to look at the other side. It's fine, with the Fool and the sun around. The Ghost Warriors won't lose, not to mention the priestess. Justice glanced at the priestess, who was trying to obtain battlefield information through prophecy, and said calmly, as long as we protect the priestess, we can leave the rest to the Fool and the sun. This location, should no one come looking for us, right? The Grim Reaper looked around and then at the concrete ceiling. I hope that lunatic sun doesn't affect us. Hard to say, considering the range of his blood demon technique. The master likely placed him in the most central position. Justice suddenly turned and shouted. The 2 quickly stood up to look, and at the entrance stood a handsome man with blue slicked-back hair, though they didn't know when he had arrived. Justice, Grim Reaper, and priestess, right? I've been looking for you for a while. How do you know who we are? The Grim Reaper tensed up suspiciously. I saw it. Fu Xian pointed to his forehead, from the head of a guy called World. World? I remember he was guarding the first floor. Did you kill him? Yeah. I dealt with him and hurried to find you. Fu Xian's expression turned cold. I saw your plans in his memories. Priestess, the sun, and the Fool must not be left alive. That's not for you to decide. Justice suddenly charged forward but suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. The Grim Reaper instinctively looked at Fu Xian, but like Justice, his body went limp and lay down, his eyes vacant. The 2 were invaded by Fu Xian's mind, and the outcome could only be determined by time. In the Ghost Warrior's main camp, 3rd floor. So boring. A young boy with a not-so-high grade was pacing along the seams of the floor tiles with his hands in his pockets, muttering to himself. The magician, the Pope, the hangman, the tower, the star's aura has all disappeared. Even that chariot guy is half dead. Don't let your guard down. Someone beside him observed the empty corridor ahead warily. Oh, you just think too highly of those people, Fate. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between the master and them. I'll discuss with them later to see if we can be let go. If possible, I can even offer a hug in exchange. No one want to hug you. Sunday Fate glanced over and replied coldly. After hearing this, Sun looked obviously a bit dejected, hanging his head. How could that be? A hug is the warmest gesture in this world. Someone will surely understand. Tap tap. A sound of footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Hiranoya and Liao, she brought a group of people out. The two parties faced each other from a distance of several meters. Invaders, leave now. I don't want to dirty the master's domain, Destiny said in a deep voice. The response to him was a bullet. Destiny sidestepped to dodge, pulling out a long knife from behind him. So you refuse to listen? Liao Shi and the others narrowed their eyes, staring intensely at the knife in Destiny's hand, their expressions shifting from surprise to anger. That is a weapon exclusive to the Investigation Bureau. Where did you get it? Liao Shi asked through gritted teeth. Of course, I picked it up. Destiny twirled the knife, holding it across his chest. A former officer tried to use this thing to kill me, but I killed him instead. I found this knife quite handy, so I took it. You are not worthy of that knife. Liao Shi interrupted angrily, raising his gun and firing 2 shots. Clang, clang. The sound of metal ringing echoed as sparks flew from the long knife in Destiny's hand. Not worthy? Who says so? Destiny lowered the knife to his side, bowing his head, his expression unclear. Who says that a cannibal can't use the enemy's weapons? I truly feel pity and disgust for the owner of that knife. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Destiny laughed out loud, as if hearing a tremendous joke. How many cannibals have you harmed? How many are locked underground? How many experiments do you make them undergo every day? Have you considered our feelings? Pity? Disgust? It's truly laughable. Your emotions only exist for those close to you. For the others, even if they are of a different race, country, or region, you hold suspicion. War, discrimination, insults. None of us, the cannibals you've branded as emotionless, can compare. Don't you find that ridiculous? How many people have you eaten? Have you ever thought about that? Liao Shi retorted. We just want to survive. That's all. What about you humans? Do you think about the feelings of cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks raised and cramped? Hot breeding grounds when they are skinned and deboned on the production line. Liao Shi opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately couldn't say anything. The current situation was like debating with an extreme vegetarian about whether humans can eat meat. It's just a headache. Author's note, extreme vegetarian, not an ordinary vegetarian. Please distinguish. Blame the damn food chain, Destiny said as he thrust the tip of the knife forward and charged. The blade sliced through the air with a buzzing sound, a white shadow instantly crossing the corridor. Clang! Hiranoya raised her hand, and the small, exquisite dagger emerged to catch the blow, sparks flying. Fate pressed down on the hilt of the knife, but remained unmoved, slightly frowning as she stepped back a distance. I previously thought that, as an ancestor, you looked down upon forming alliances with humans. Fate moved her somewhat stiff wrist. Don't you find this quite strange? A lion and an antelope forming an alliance to try to kill another lion. Who I ally with seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Hiranoya looked at the other person coldly. Indeed. Fate nodded with a smile. I'm just a bit curious. Your relationship with that human man beside you seems complicated. Friends? Or lovers? Honestly, how did you manage to befriend your food? To be able to be friends with humans, she must be a broad-minded cannibal. Surely, she wouldn't reject my hug, right? As the voice sounded, the crowd diverted a bit of their attention to look behind Fate. Another cannibal who hadn't made a move was gazing lovingly at everyone. Son, it's not your time to act yet. Fate glanced at the cannibal behind her and reminded. But I really want to go hug them. Fate vigilantly stared at Hiranoya, not responding. That previous strike had taken a lot of effort. If she exerted more strength, the knife would break, yet the opponent had easily caught the blow. If it were a usual situation, Fate would have chosen to flee without hesitation. But now it was different. The task assigned by her master had to be completed. Whether it was the son, the fool, or anyone else, their sole task was to hold off the invaders and buy time for the priestess and how to launch the blood demon technique. Gritting her teeth, Fate charged forward again, the knife in her hand striking and stabbing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Before understanding her opponent's blood demon technique, Hiranoya wasn't too keen on being overly aggressive. She simply caught each blow, testing Fate's capabilities. When it came to close combat, Hiranoya had never feared anyone, as she had survived for 1,000 years relying on this skill. So in her exchanges with Fate, she didn't feel any sense of oppression. After observing Fate's movements a few times, it became clear that he knew almost nothing about swordsmanship. His attacks were random and lacked any form. And the few decent strikes were pitifully poor, with improper stances and insufficient strength, evidently learned from online sources or youth training centers. However, this kind of battle appeared as a different scene in the eyes of the human agents from the Investigation Bureau. The clashing sounds of blades they had never heard before rang out, sparks continuously bursting before their eyes. Liao Shi wanted to rush in to help several times, but keeping up with the rhythm of the attacks was already a struggle, let alone reacting to block and counterattack. Hiranoya is not wrong. All the members of the demon servants are special gray ghouls. Thinking back to the previous battles, it took 2 teams to barely defeat a second-tier ghoul, while first-tier ghouls had almost no chance of winning. Special gray ghouls required the entire field operation department to mobilize, and with the help of the 12 Kazuki and missile strikes, they could complete the kill. If Liu Yun had not heeded Hiranoya's advice to form an alliance and had entered the demon servant's territory alone, the outcome would have been the same as a toddler stumbling into a wolf's den. Watching from the sidelines and cheering is the job of cheerleaders. They are the specialists of the field operation department, the people of the investigation bureau, and behind them stands the protection of millions of humans in Jianyang City and beyond. They're the only line of defense holding firm in the shadows. How could they rely on ghouls to deal with ghouls? Liaoshi clasped his hands behind his back and made several gestures. The specialists behind him quickly noticed and covertly passed the orders down without attracting the attention of Fate and the Sun. One person standing in the center also noticed the order, his expression serious, as he touched the cold long spear hanging behind him and stepped back. What are they doing? Suddenly, the people in the front row found their vision darkening and hurriedly looked up, realizing they had been distracted while relaying the orders. And the Sun had somehow closed in on them. The specialist immediately raised his hand to prepare to fire, but was seized by the wrist by the Sun. In the next moment, he was tightly embraced, unable to move an inch. Others wanted to shoot to help, but hesitated. The Sun was too close to his teammate, making it impossible to shoot without risking hitting the specialist being held, which would result in multiple holes in his body. I knew you would be willing to accept my embrace. The Sun felt the heart beating wildly in his arms due to tension and fear, his face beaming with excitement. And a thrilling emotion made him unconsciously increase his strength. Crack! The specialist in his arms let out a scream as broken bones pierced through the skin. Shattered internal organs spilled from the corners of his mouth into the Sun's embrace, his pupils rapidly dilating, and soon his eyes lost their vitality. Feeling the powerful heartbeat in his arms gradually fading, a hint of disappointment flashed in the Sun's eyes. The heartbeat is proof of a life's existence. Each thump symbolizes the greatness of life. The Sun loved that feeling. Every person's heartbeat had slight differences in rhythm and strength, and he enjoyed experiencing this diversity of life. What excited him the most was pressing their chests tightly together, the rhythm of 2 heartbeats, the intersection of 2 lives. Nothing could make him feel the power of life more than that. Unfortunately, he couldn't control his strength during each embrace, and that excitement could only last a few seconds. The Sun turned his fiery gaze to the others, spreading his arms and charging forward. The specialists instinctively wanted to dodge, but their raised feet returned to the ground. Their resolve firm. The previous order had already been relayed. Everyone understood its content, and they absolutely could not change their positions at will. He would not expose his teammates' positions and objectives. Even if it meant death, he would use his body as a shield for his teammates. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Seeing the Sun was only a step away, the specialist knew that firing might not stop his advance. So he held a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, pointing the blade directly at the Sun. The Sun chuckled, tightly hugging the specialist as before, one finger pressing against the trigger. The specialist spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulously looking at the Sun. The Sun's blade did not pierce him. Instead, it was his own knife handle that had brutally pierced through him. Thinking he could pierce me with just that little strength is a dream. The specialist pulled the trigger with all his might, but the Sun's finger was firmly lodged against it, leaving him to helplessly feel his bones and organs being crushed little by little, until he slid down the Sun's arm like a puddle of mud. Just as the Sun shifted his gaze, preparing to embrace the next person, a deafening gunshot rang out from the back of the crowd. Unlike the sound of a handgun, this gunshot was exceptionally loud. The bullet whistled along the ground and struck the Sun's knee with precision. The intense impact not only completely shattering his right leg, but also toppling him over, making him fall heavily. The specialist, who had recently retreated to the back of the crowd with an anti-material sniper rifle, lay on the ground, aiming through the scope to see the Sun being knocked over through the narrow gap created by layers of shadows. Target hit. The specialist pulled the bolt to reload, and a shell about the length of his index finger fell to the ground with a clink. The Sun clutched his broken right leg, drenched in sweat, and looked up angrily at the crowd. I just want a hug. You've already killed 2 of our comrades. One furious specialist could no longer tolerate the Sun's bizarre thoughts and charged forward with a knife. It's not my fault you humans are too weak, the Sun shouted as he deflected the incoming knife. Just as the argument escalated, a figure flew back and collided directly with the sun's back. Hiranoya stared warily at Destiny, blood continuously flowing down her arm, dripping onto the ground along the stained blade. How could this happen? Liaoshi noticed a deep wound above Hiranoya's right arm, visible to the bone, constantly bleeding without any signs of healing, and exclaimed in shock. I don't know. Hiranoya shook her head, tearing a piece of clothing to wrap around the wound, trying to alleviate some of the blood loss. Just now, she had also noticed the sun rushing into the crowd, thinking of quickly dealing with Destiny who had come to help, and deliberately exposed a flaw to exchange a blow with Destiny, believing that with her self-healing ability, even a blow to the head would not matter. But unexpectedly, it had not healed for so long. Is it the problem with the wisteria extract? It shouldn't be. That blade had been in Destiny's hand for a long time, and the wisteria extract would have evaporated, leaving no residue. Even if there was, it shouldn't affect her. She should have developed a resistance to wisteria. Could it be the Sunwool blade? Even less likely, the Sunwool blade has never had such a shape, and the forging technique has long been lost. Besides herself, no one in this world knows what the forging materials of the Sunwheel blade are. Then the only remaining possibility is one. Destiny shook her head and stood up, covering her chest where the wound also refused to heal. Did you guess it? My blood demon technique. Probably. Hiranoya moved her slightly painful arm. It had been a long time since she felt this way, the feeling of being close to death. Unable to heal, unable to repair, unable to correct. The predetermined fate cannot be changed. Destiny wedged the blade between her bent arm and wiped off the blood. Since neither of us can heal our wounds now, let's see who gets chopped to death first, just like humans. Faced with this blood demon technique, Hiranoya didn't want to delay for a moment. It had nothing to do with strength. She simply didn't want to take risks. Any slight negligence could result in a fatal blow. Manjusaka Dance, First Form, Devil's Whisper. Author's note. Does anyone want to be close to the sun? The slow, floating slash cut through the air, as if even a 90-year-old man with a cane could catch it with his hand, yet it made everyone present swallow hard, their hair standing on end. Everyone felt the intense death aura on the blade, so dense it was almost visible to the naked eye. Even gods could die under this blade. The sun, facing Hiranoya, was particularly breathless. How many people must one have killed to condense such a level of aura on the blade? The distance between the blade and herself was still considerable, yet the pervasive death aura had already invaded her bones. Destiny's figure slowed for half a beat, and her appearance began to age. In the blink of an eye, her hair turned gray, resembling a 60-year-old man. The hand closest to Hiranoya had already developed age spots, and in the next moment, her flesh began to rot like that of a corpse, revealing stark white bones. And her heartbeat gradually weakened. At that moment, Destiny finally understood the true power of that seemingly light slash. It required no fancy techniques, no honed sword skills, not even speed or strength. The death aura itself was the most powerful weapon, like a devil's whisper in the ear. Just a simple touch could lead one step by step into death. Finally got you. A figure suddenly leaped over Destiny and rushed to Hiranoya, tightly embracing her. What a powerful heartbeat. Feeling the intense rhythm of two hearts, the sun couldn't help but shout, holding Hiranoya's slender waist tightly, fingers almost digging into her flesh. Lifting her head, flushed, eyes rolling back from overwhelming excitement, body trembling continuously. Just like this. Just like this. This is the strongest life I feel. The sun suddenly lowered its head, locking eyes with Hiranoya, their noses almost touching, warm breath intertwining. Let us elevate our lives together. The sun suppressed its excitement, voice trembling, and suddenly its body shone with dazzling white light. Hiranoya's pupils suddenly constricted, as if realizing something, ignoring whether fate would strike her. She exerted herself to push away the sun that was tightly holding onto her. A pool of black water emerged from the ground, engulfing the bewildered officials within it. The 12 Kazuki and the remaining officials, who were fighting on other floors, were also absorbed into it. A violent explosion shattered the ceiling and floor at that moment. The sun emitted a dazzling light and heat wave akin to a real sun. The fireball consumed everything it touched. Those officials who had made it into the black water space, as well as the remaining ghouls of the demon servants. Any life that was enveloped by it turned to dust, scattering between heaven and earth. On the top floor, Shun Tzu slowly opened his eyes. Strangely, each of his eyes had two pupils. He murmured, "The sun has completed its task, and my fusion with the soul within me is also about to be completed." Fool! Go down and take a look. Yes, master. One of the people guarding Shun Tzu glanced at another who was still painting bizarre symbols with blood. then turned and left the room. "How's it going, Star?" The cannibal referred to as Star did not respond but finished the last stroke, his face pale. Seeing this, Shinsu nodded. "It seems your blood demon technique has taken effect." As the smoke and dust cleared, a massive space created by the explosion appeared in the center of the printing factory, forming a huge sphere connecting 4 or 5 floors above and below. Broken water pipes dripped water, and exposed wires crackled. In a ruined area, a hand suddenly emerged. The person struggled to push aside the debris on top of them and staggered to their feet. Looking around, there were no signs of life besides the broken walls and ruins. The demon servants, the investigation bureau, and the 12 Kazuki should all be dead, right? Star sniffed. The magician, the pope, the hangman, and the world. These few people's auras have mostly dissipated. They should have died before the sun exploded. The auras of fate and the empress are also starting to fade. They probably died in the explosion. As for the high priestess, justice, and death, their auras are somewhat chaotic. They must have avoided the explosion in the basement and are currently fighting. Removing the already deceased lovers, the chariot, temperance, the devil, the moon, and the judgment, counting it all up, the only ones still alive among the demon servants are myself, the emperor, strength, the high priestess, justice, death, the fool, the hermit, and tower. It seems that the outcome of this battle has already been determined. A smile crept on a Star's lips as they shook off the dust from their head. A pool of black water flowed out from the corner of the ruins. Star looked over warily. Gale Spike. A nearly inaudible sword energy suddenly pierced through the pitch-black water surface, heading straight for Star's brow with such speed that there was no opportunity to react. A hollow appeared on Star's forehead, blood sliding down the eye socket and nose bridge. Star's eyes widened in disbelief, and they collapsed to the ground, not even given a chance to heal their wound before dissipating into the void. The water's surface, which had just calmed, rippled as Hiranoya gasped for breath, dragging the remaining half of her body out of the black water space. It had been a long time since she had been this disheveled, but she had to admit it was her carelessness that had allowed the sun to get so close. If she hadn't hidden at the moment of the explosion, she might have been seriously injured. Moving her newly healed right hand, with fate blown to pieces, his blood demon technique also dissipated, and the terrifying self-healing ability unique to ghouls fully returned. "Primordial, how are you?" A graceful figure flashed behind her, asking with concern. "Just a mere fatal wound, nothing serious." Hiranoya touched her flat abdomen, where her insides had not fully healed, then turned her head to the newcomer and asked, "Xiaoran, how's everyone else?" "The investigation bureau and the 12 Kazuki are fine. Your black water space successfully absorbed them before the explosion. Just now, you released us, and we're currently relocating the battlefield. The demon servants still have some remnants." "Good. Better than I expected. Everything is proceeding according to plan." Hiranoya nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Most of the demon servants are dead, but you should also feel that their main force hasn't made a move yet. Merge the teams. The lower moon shouldn't lead anymore. They won't be able to handle the upcoming battle. They can just provide cover and support." Shinran nodded, voicing her concerns. The overall strength of the demon servants is higher than expected. The Upper Moon 3 had some difficulties in combat. I sense they fought for several minutes before defeating the enemy. If an emergency arises, they may not be able to support each other. Should we merge the teams they lead? You underestimate those 3 too much. Hiranoya shook her head. Do you still remember why I designated you, Huai Xingyi, and Fu Xian as the Upper Moon 3? Because the 3 of us have the strength to single-handedly annihilate the entire demon servants. Shinran replied flatly. Yes, that's right. Although it may come at some cost and injuries, those 3 may not have the strength to take on the demon servants alone. But taking out any one of the demon servants in battle is more than enough. After all, they are my direct subordinates, while those cannon fodder among the demon servants are not. I understand now. I will contact them right away. The lower moon teams will merge, while the upper moon will continue with 6 teams. Go ahead. I will rest here for a minute. Hiranoya sat on the broken wall, looking in a certain direction, murmuring, now that it's come to this, their main force should be showing up soon. Is everyone here? Is anyone injured? The team leader shouted loudly at the crowd behind him, but no one responded. The resonant voice echoed in the empty space, and the captain, filled with trepidation, glanced around at the broken walls, his eyes full of fear. Looking up, they were on the first floor, yet could see the ceiling of the 4th floor. It was hard to imagine that if they hadn't hidden in the suddenly appearing black water to avoid the explosion, how many of them would still be alive. Seeing no one respond, the captain finally nodded with relief, about to give some orders when suddenly he fell silent. The leader of the lower moon, Sure, Jing Lutian turned around in confusion, looking at the silent team behind him. What's wrong? Next to him, Lower Moon San, Luan noticed the confusion on Jing Lutian's brow. Jing Lutian suddenly stopped, extending his finger to count the number of people in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rubbing his eyes, he counted again. Our team is complete. Noticing Jing Lutian's actions, the members of the team being counted exchanged glances, confirming that everyone was present. Jing Lutian scratched his head, glancing at another field team, which had 8 people. How many were there when your 2 teams came here? 6 people, 8 people, that's right. Our 2 teams have always had this number. The 2 teams exchanged puzzled looks, not understanding what Jing Lutian was trying to convey. What are you thinking? Hurry up and join the others. Luan nudged Jing Lutian with his elbow, continuing to walk forward. Seeing this, Jing Lutian had no choice but to swallow his confusion, taking out his phone to tap the screen a few times and following the team forward. The journey was surprisingly smooth. Until everyone reached the 2nd floor, they encountered no obstructions, and from a distance, they could vaguely hear the sounds of battle from the other members of the 12 Kazuki, but over here, it was unexpectedly quiet. Wait. Jing Lutian raised his hand to stop the team, suddenly beginning to count again. What now? Luan furrowed his brows, his tone somewhat impatient. He really couldn't figure out what Jing Lutian was trying to do. Jing Lishan's finger quickly moved among the crowd, but his brow was tightly knit. Repeatedly counting 2 or 3 sides, looking at Luan with fear in his eyes. I counted 2 teams, a total of 12 people. How many did you count? Seeing Jing Lishan's expression, Luan knew his character. He never joked, especially not in situations like this. So, he seriously counted the number of people again. 12 people. I'll ask you again, how many people were in your 2 teams when you came here? Jing Lishan's voice rose a notch. 6. 6. The leaders of the 2 teams answered in unison, their faces full of confusion. Jing Lutian took out his phone and turned on the screen, showing the text he edited a minute ago to the crowd. August 15th, 2022, 1912, 16. Lower 3rd Luan and Lower 4th Jing Lutian led 2 small teams from the Investigation Bureau's field department to the assembly point. The 2 teams consisted of 6 and 8 people, totaling 14 people. 2 people are missing, or perhaps more, have died from our memories. Jing Lutian suppressed the chill in his back and watched all the people, who had fallen into dead silence, with vigilance. The hermit stroked his chin with interest, looking at the panicked crowd and the 2 ghouls, showing a hint of a smile. It was the first time he encountered such alert enemies who noticed his presence in such a short time. The hermit leisurely walked through the crowd, gently patting the face of Luan, who was closest to him, but the other seemed completely unaware of him. It seemed that it wasn't a problem with his blood technique. His blood technique was still effective. Everyone would ignore his existence, forget what he did, and even forget the people he killed. However, to be safe, the hermit still punched Lu in the chest. No one could notice him. He was like an inconspicuous stone by the roadside, existing here as a matter of course. His attack on Lu and was also taken for granted. Anyone who saw the hermit would subconsciously believe that his existence was supposed to be like this, and his actions were completely reasonable, thus ignoring him. Luan, caught off guard, suddenly had a hole burst in his chest. His face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and in pain, he almost knelt on the ground, but was supported by an invisible force. Letian, help! Although Luan still didn't know what was happening, he suddenly felt a piece of flesh torn from his neck, and his instinctive fear made him seek help from Jing Letian. Jing Letian, who was standing right next to him, turned his head in confusion, looking at Luan, who was being bitten and devoured. Help what? You're not doing anything. He then turned to look at the Bureau's personnel, who also looked indifferent as they watched their bodies slowly disappear, as if this was the most normal thing. Until the last moment before consciousness faded, Luan saw everyone choose to continue moving forward, Jing Letian stepping over his skeleton, even unwilling to glance down at him. The hermit wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to watch the main force move further away. He wasn't in a hurry to act, nor was he eager to kill everyone. He liked to keep the smartest people around until only one was left, allowing him to experience the despair of everyone around him mysteriously disappearing. The hermit continued to leisurely follow behind the team, looking for the next target. Just as he reached the middle of the corridor, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind. The hermit turned around and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The Luan he had just devoured piece by piece was now running toward the main force. The hermit frowned. It was definitely not an illusion. He had really eaten Luan, and there was still a lingering taste in his mouth, which couldn't be deceiving. Revived? Or did he never actually die? The hermit shook his head, deciding not to think too much. The team only needed one guy who noticed his existence. If this Lu and remembered being eaten, analyzing it together would complicate things, because even now, he still didn't know what Jing Letian and Lu In's blood techniques were. Standing by the river, how could one avoid getting wet? He wouldn't take that gamble. Facing the hermit suddenly charging at him, Lewin didn't notice at all. His gaze was focused on the leading Jing Letian ahead. Unfortunately, before he could take a few steps, a fierce blow struck his neck, bones shattered, flesh separated, and his head rolled to the ground. The familiar feeling of being bitten came again, and Lewin lost consciousness once more. The hermit patted his slightly swollen belly, repeatedly confirming that the skeleton of Lu and on the ground had lost its vitality before feeling relieved to catch up with the main force. Among ghouls, the only way to kill one another was to eat each other. Just a few steps out, the hermit exclaimed and suddenly turned back again. Lewin was once more running energetically from the end of the corridor. Even the hermit was taken aback. The feeling of fullness in his stomach was definitely there. He had killed Lewin twice. How could there be a third Lewin? Could it be triplets? Although he couldn't figure out what was going on, this Lewin absolutely could not join the main force. The hermit charged again, kicking Lewin's head and swallowing him whole before he could heal. This time, he didn't leave any bones behind. Immediately after, the fourth Lewin came rushing up from the stairs. The hermit cursed under his breath and charged at Lewin. Jing Letian, who had already led the Bureau's personnel to the middle of the second-floor corridor, looked around in confusion. He didn't know where Lewin had gone. He turned to look back at the direction he came from, but found nothing unusual. He shook his head and continued forward. Although he didn't know when Lewin had disappeared, the fact that he still remembered him meant that the guy was still alive and well. After all, except for Upper One and the original Lord, no one could kill him. Meanwhile, the hermit, who was guarding the stairway, was starting to feel uneasy. In just a few minutes, he had eaten 7 Lu-ans, and now the 8th Lu, and was rushing up from the stairs. Damn, is this never-ending? What on earth is this guy's blood technique? Is it time reversal? Impossible. If it were such a perverse blood technique, how could he rank lower third? The hermit burped, muttering to himself as he rushed to twist off the head of the 8th Lewin and send it to his mouth. Before he could finish chewing, the 9th Lewin followed closely behind. The hermit swallowed the food in his mouth, his fists filled with anger and resentment. The 14th burp. The hermit, with his round belly, struggled to swallow the 14th Lewin. This bite nearly made him vomit, and he quickly covered his mouth to force it back down. He was not only stuffed now, but also tired of Lewin's taste. He never wanted to eat it again in his life. Unfortunately, contrary to his wishes, the 15th Lewin appeared before him. This time, Lewin did not continue running towards the main force, but stopped at the stairway, curiously examining his surroundings. His eyes filled with anticipation. Where is everyone? The 15th Lewin, seeing that he was still alive, shouted, "Come on, keep eating. Eat big pieces. I just took a shower this morning, so I definitely don't smell." As soon as he finished speaking, Lewin's head was smashed by a punch. But this time the hermit chose not to eat him, as he really couldn't eat another bite. "The one attacking us, you can't be full, right? Not enough appetite," said the 16th and 17th Lewin as they climbed the stairs one after the other, mocking. "Brothers, come up. The time has come," shouted the 17th Lewin, suddenly leaning his neck down. A dense sound of footsteps came from the stairs. A full 50 or 60 Lu-ans, packed tightly on the narrow staircase, surged up to the second floor, and looking down, it seemed there were many more. "What on earth are you?" The hermit released the blood demon technique and stared at the Lu-ans with a resentful expression. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of them, and the Lu-ans all gasped in unison, as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. "So it turns out you were here. It seems your blood demon technique is even better than that guy Yuqing's," one of them said. "Answer me." The hermit roared angrily, feeling nauseous at the sight of Lewin for various reasons. "It's simple spores. Ever heard of them? It's something like that." One Lewin snapped his fingers, and several small meatballs the size of sesame seeds popped out, floating to the ground. In just a few seconds, they grew into dozens of identical Lu-ans. "So you are the main body." The hermit had been waiting for this moment. He had actually guessed that Lewin's blood demon technique was likely a type of clone ability. As long as he killed the main body, the other clones would die too. The Lu-ans were completely unprepared, and the hermit charged in like a lion into a flock of sheep, directly plunging his fingers into Lewin's face, squeezing hard, and the entire head exploded, holding back the pain in his stomach. The hermit ate the Lewin on the ground. "Useless. Lewin is just a unified code for convenience of address. We have no main body." You could say every Luin is the main body. The Lu-Ans bodies squirmed, and countless small meatballs fell to the ground, growing into new Lu-Ans. Hundreds surrounded the hermit, staring at him with smiles on their faces. We share consciousness, we share memories. Until the last Luin is killed, Luin will not die. Unfortunately, you are different. You can only be eaten once, the Lu-Ans said in unison, like a tide, overwhelming the hermit. As the hermit released the blood demon technique, the commotion from Lu inside also caught the attention of Jing Letian. At the corridor entrance, a dense crowd of Lu-Ans was surrounding some unfortunate soul. In fact, that guy's blood demon technique was terrifying. It's hard to say for the upper ranks, but at least those in the lower ranks, apart from Luin, were unable to cope. It's a pity that this unfortunate soul didn't kill himself first, but chose the most troublesome Luin. A killer insisted on targeting the beefiest guy in the team. One can only say that the ghost servants played their good cards poorly. The hermit, being torn apart by countless Lu-Ans, stared wide-eyed in despair and anger. He couldn't understand why the priestess still hadn't been able to probe the blood demon techniques of all the 12 ghost moons, and why she hadn't reported to others. Clearly, there were 3 people guarding her in the basement. Meanwhile, in the basement, the upper rank 3 Fu Xian stood with his eyes half closed against the wall, while the priestess, the god of death, Injustice, lay motionless on the floor. After learning of the priestess's abilities, he had a plan and came specifically to control the 3. He didn't need to kill them. The priestess and the others' dissipating presence would expose his plan. It was better to play along, control the priestess, and make the other ghost servant members believe she was still alive. This way, they would rely on her, waiting for her to probe the blood demon techniques and action plans of all the 12 ghost moons before reporting up, and then take further action. The priestess had not reported, and they dared not act rashly, allowing the 12 ghost moons to gradually encroach. Just as Fu Xian was planning his next move, a wave of weakness suddenly spread throughout his body. The blood demon technique that had controlled the 3 nearly went out of control. The god of death, Justice, and the priestess's closed eyelids twitched slightly, about to wake up. Fu Xian hurriedly increased his strength to maintain control. It was a strange sensation, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. Fu Xian furrowed his brows and looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling to the top floor, where the owner of that hand was. At that moment, the 12 ghost moons and the investigators all felt the sudden strange weakness, their bodies filled with fatigue and drowsiness. For them, this was not a good omen, especially in a life-and-death struggle in the enemy's lair. Leaving Ping Yi Li's side, the upper rank Wen Shun Ran continued to push forward with the investigators. The sudden wave of weakness hit their bodies, causing many to kneel on the ground. Gasping for breath, their faces pale, as if they had just run a 1,000-meter race like a 70-year-old man. What is going on? I don't know. I feel exhausted and sleepy, like I haven't slept for 3 days. Don't let your guard down. So many people are having problems at once. This is definitely not a normal phenomenon. Stay alert, and those who still have the ability to act should protect their teammates. A leading investigator bit his tongue, the sharp pain seemingly alleviating the sudden fatigue, and he quickly reminded the others. The investigators who still had the strength to stand shook their dizzy heads, slowly dragging their sore and weak bodies to the outermost layer, shielding those who were too weak to move in the center. Shun Ran also furrowed her brows at the sudden wave of weakness. She didn't know whose blood demon technique this was, but she could clearly feel that it wasn't just her side experiencing this. The energy of the other 12 ghost moons and investigators had also suddenly weakened considerably. Clearly, the opponent wanted to use this strange blood demon technique to lessen the combat pressure on the ghost servants. However, this also indicated 2 points. 1. The ghost servants were at the end of their rope, needing to resort to such despicable means to continue fighting. 2. A long time had passed since they had invaded the ghost servants' lair, and only now did they use this blood demon technique, suggesting that the cannibal either had limited strength, requiring a lot of time to activate his blood demon technique, or that the conditions for this blood demon technique's activation were harsh, requiring some cost, and would not be used until the last moment. Thinking of this, Chun Ran's feet, which had stopped, continued to move forward. It seemed that the original plan was correct. If the investigation bureau hadn't been brought in, the 12 ghost moons rashly entering the ghost servant's lair would be a mystery about what effects this blood demon technique would have if it targeted only 13 people without so many humans to help share the burden. Would the lower ranks collapse directly? Would the upper ranks faint? Thinking of this, Chun Ran quickened her pace. She had to find and kill the one who released the blood demon technique as soon as possible. How many can still move? Follow me. Chen Ran stopped as she passed by the leading investigator. The leading investigator hesitated for a moment. Only a dozen people still had combat capability, while the other 20 were in such a state that they probably couldn't even deal with a second-tier cannibal. Seemingly seeing the leading investigator's concerns, Chen Ran explained, "Take those who can move. The others can rest here. Don't forget what the most important task of this trip is. Moreover, in your current state, any ghost servant member could eat you without leaving a trace. There's no point in staying here to guard them. Besides, the battle is no longer on this floor." After finishing her words, Chen Ran pointed at the layers of rooftops that had been blown apart by the sun. "So, are you going to just stand here and watch the show, waiting for the battle to end, or for you to be picked off one by one, ending up with lifelong regrets and unable to close your eyes in peace? Or are you going to join me and the others, slaughter the remaining scraps of the ghost servants, and make a name for yourselves?" The remaining officers looked at each other. On one hand, they had teammates to take care of, guarding them, even though they might not encounter remnants of the ghost servants. But the next crucial battle would definitely have nothing to do with them. On the other hand, there is the great possibility of a perilous fight from which they might never return, but whether they lived or died in the end, they would have no regrets for this lifetime. Is it really that hard to choose? A faint, weary voice emerged from the crowd, and the others turned to look. It was an officer surrounded in the center. He suddenly raised his head, although his face was still pale and weak, as if he might faint at any moment. There was a glimmer in his eyes. He gripped the hilt of his knife tightly and thrust it into the ground, slowly standing up like an old man with a cane. Go kill those scraps. I'm not so useless that I need protecting. I can still fight. Kill them all. I couldn't protect the mission target from the cannibals last time, but this time I absolutely will not. I can still fight. You all go ahead. Leave this to me. Get lost? You think you can protect me? Don't make me laugh. Look at you. You can't even stand straight. You better stand behind me later. You must be joking. Your legs are trembling. If they come at us, I'll probably have to carry you to run away." The officers surrounded in the center pushed themselves to stand up, although some of them were still too weak and collapsed on the ground. From the current state of these people, short-term self-defense should not be a problem. Moreover, the original was not far away. If anything really happened, she could make it over. Why would a group of guys who were just weak to the point of dying suddenly fight so desperately? Was it extreme hatred for the cannibals? Absolute loyalty to the investigation bureau? A firm reliance on their teammates' lives? Chen Ran shook her head, no longer thinking about these unrelated matters. Since she had transformed into a cannibal, her humanity had faded as well. Under absolute rationality, she could no longer understand many human behaviors. War, discrimination, hatred, jealousy, protection, respect, trust, love, family ties, friendship. These chaotic things that seemed completely impossible to exist in the same creature made up humanity. Hurry up and go. The fighting has already started above. Chen Ran's expression changed slightly as she reminded the officers around her. The others no longer hesitated. After quickly settling the few who had to stay behind, the dozen or so most normal officers immediately followed Chen Ran's lead and rushed towards the stairs. Ghost Servant Lair, top-level entrance. The second of the upper strings, Huai Xingyi, stood with his hands behind his back, his slightly hunched back bending as he quietly watched another old man with a cane standing by the door, not far away. The two walnuts in his palm making a cracking sound. "Excuse me, can you move aside? That kid inside is making me so weak I can barely breathe." Huai Xingyi squinted and asked in a flat tone, as if complaining about his neighbor's child's prank yesterday. Haha, that's not possible. You must be talking about Tower, right? To be able to stand here after being cursed by him. You're not simple, the old man with the cane replied. Huai Xingyi chuckled, his nimble fingers stopping as he carefully placed the two walnuts into a small pocket inside his clothes, then turned his gaze to the old man with the cane, his drooping eyelids shining with a sharp light, like a sword. "Old man, I want to go wherever I want, to find trouble with whoever I want. There are only two people in this world who can manage me, and it's not up to you to dictate my face. If you don't cherish the chance I'm giving you to live, then don't blame me." Huai Xingyi waved his hand, and the moisture in the air around him quickly condensed into ice spikes, piercing towards the old man with the cane. The old man sighed lightly, then raised his hand, causing the incoming ice spikes to turn around and rush back towards Huai Xingyi. Seeing this, Huai Xingyi frowned, just as the ice spikes were about to pierce him. They all transformed from solid to gaseous state, turning into a refreshing mist that brushed past his face. "Our blood demon technique is somewhat similar." Huai Xingyi stroked his chin, looking at the other person with renewed interest. "Your statement is incorrect. Please do not belittle my abilities. It should be that your blood demon technique is just a small part of mine. Oh, Huai Xingyi paused his hand on his chin and smiled. My blood demon technique is three-state transformation, able to freely change the existent state of a certain substance. Yours is, since you've introduced yourself. Let me introduce myself as well. The old man with the cane snapped his fingers, and suddenly countless floating ice spikes surrounded Huai Xingyi. Emperor, the blood demon technique is the dominion of all things. Everything in the world submits to me. No wonder you can control the ice spikes. Huai Xingyi nodded, waving his hand again, causing all the ice spikes to disappear. At the same time, the marble tiles under the Emperor's feet rapidly heated up, turning into molten lava. Useless. The Emperor stomped his foot, and the lava on the ground splashed westward, hissing as it hit the wall. Huai Xingyi scratched the back of his head. At this rate, neither of us can break through each other's moves. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Since both could neutralize each other's attacks, they couldn't rely on stamina, and they were both high-level cannibals. If they continued like this, they could fight for a day. But once one of them ran out of energy to release their blood demon technique, it would be too late. How about we find a place to rest? The Emperor tentatively asked. That's exactly what I was thinking. Huai Xingyi did not hold back. He had been waiting for this suggestion. We're both getting old. You've probably been standing here for quite a while too. Yeah, you guys have been here guarding before we came in. My back is sore from standing. The Emperor said, leaning on his cane, knocking on his back, and walking toward the nearby steps, sitting down with a plop. Huai Xingyi followed and sat beside the Emperor, resembling two long-lost old friends chatting. Aren't you afraid that Kid Shin Su will settle the score with you later for slacking off? Don't worry, there are hardly any ghost servants left. He won't be foolish enough to reduce his numbers again. Besides, with my blood demon technique, it should be no problem to keep my life, the Emperor replied. That's for the best. I've been following a bunch of young ones every day, and we have nothing in common to talk about. I'm about to suffocate. Who isn't? The Emperor laughed heartily, pulling out a small metal flask from his pocket, unscrewing the cap, and taking a sip with a look of enjoyment before casually offering it to Huai Xingyi. Want a sip? Ivet kvit, sorry. I only drink tea now. What a pity. After becoming a cannibal, I no longer have to worry about drinking causing high blood pressure and such problems. Oh, did you have high blood pressure before? What medication did you take? Huai Xingyi's eyes brightened. Traditional Chinese medicine. I've been taking it for many years, and it works well. Do you still remember the prescription? Tell me about it. I'll ask an old human friend. Then, the two cannibals who should have been enemies sat on the steps and began a friendly conversation, without Huai Xingyi's assistance. The part of the officers following him did not dare to act rashly. They knew what awaited them behind the door, and moreover, there were many incredibly weak companions around. So they simply stationed themselves at the door, on guard against anyone slipping out. Shun Ran was the first to arrive. In front of her, the two old men were deeply engrossed in conversation, completely unaware of her presence. Huai Xingyi, Shun Ran called out in a deep voice, the sudden sound interrupting their conversation, and they both turned to look. Oh, Xiao Ran, you're here. Huai Xingyi recognized the visitor and responded cheerfully. Shun Ran still wore cold, expressionless face. What are you doing here? That guy next to you, if I'm not mistaken, isn't he one of the 12 Oni moons? It was evident. Huai Xingyi shrugged. I'm trying my best to hold off the Oni shures while minimizing casualties. Shun Ran furrowed her brows slightly, stared at Huai Xingyi for a long time, and after confirming he wasn't under some strange blood demon technique control, she turned her gaze to the Emperor, her fingertips swirling with black mist. No, little girl. The Emperor quickly raised his hand and shook it vigorously. You must be the strongest person among the 12 Oni moons, besides that one. My brother and I were having a good chat. He held me back, and I held him back too, so there's no need to fight anymore. Shun Ran felt somewhat awkward standing there, unsure of what to do. If she attacked, Huai Xingyi would definitely not stop her. But what the old man said seemed quite reasonable. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Ran let the black mist retreat from her fingertips, and the suffocating feeling of near death that had wrapped around her neck also dissipated. Can I go over? Of course. My brother and I are in a fierce battle and can't afford to engage with another person, the Emperor said as he got up with the help of his cane, brushing off the dust from his pants and stepping aside. Shun Ran nodded and quickly walked between the two of them. Blood demon technique, life and death. Blood demon technique. Golden City and Moat. Although she remained slightly vigilant, the Emperor's attack was clearly premeditated. The narrow staircase provided no real space for Shun Ran to hide. Even as Huai Xingyi quickly followed the Emperor to release his blood demon technique in an attempt to block, the sudden palm still landed solidly on Shun Ran's lower back. He had changed his target the moment he realized their blood demon techniques were similar and couldn't counter each other. No wonder he deliberately chose to talk at this staircase, waiting to attack the next person. Chun-Ran stumbled 2 steps from the impact, knowing without looking that a bruise had formed on her lower back. If she hadn't reacted quickly earlier, that slap might have gone straight into her abdomen. Retracting his hand, the Emperor distanced himself from the two, his expression now cold as he clicked his tongue. What a pity I almost pulled your intestines out. It is quite a pity. If you really let me pass, I might not have to face 2 people at once. Chun-Ran rubbed her painfully throbbing lower back. So it would just be one person. The Emperor hadn't finished speaking when Chun-Ran spat out a mouthful of black blood, curling up on the ground in pain. No one can withstand that slap. Don't forget what my blood demon technique is. The Emperor turned his gaze to Huaixing Yi, a mocking look in his eyes. Whether it's a person or a ghoul, we're all made up of cells. As long as I want, I can make them divide and proliferate like cancer cells, or accelerate their metabolism to hasten their death. And you can't do that. You can only manage a trifling transformation. As for your friend, she can prepare to say goodbye. The Emperor raised his cane, triumphantly pointing towards Chun-Ran, but found only emptiness. The instinct for survival made his muscles tense, and without hesitation, he dodged to the side. Blood demon technique, lunar eclipse. There was no sound. A pitch-black line sliced through the air, and the existing sound waves and light vanished the moment they touched the line, all obliterated. The black line brushed past the Emperor's wooden cane and vanished into the wall. In an instant, a hole about 2 meters in diameter appeared in the wall, and the unfortunate cane that had touched it also disappeared immediately. The Emperor, feeling a lingering dread, looked around, trying to locate Chun-Ran. Had he not thrown away the cane at the first moment, he believed that terrible corrosive power would have instantly consumed him along the cane. I must admit, your blood demon technique is terrifying. Chun-Ran's voice emerged from a dark corner, and she walked out unharmed, the only change being that her lower body was covered by her coat. The Emperor squinted. How did you survive? Oh, I see. The moment you sensed something was off, you cut off half of your own body, right? You acted decisively. Chun-Ran didn't respond, tacitly agreeing as she tightened her sleeves around her waist. The black mist gathering again. Unlike Ping Yi Li, who could freely change her appearance with her blood demon technique, if her clothes were gone, they were truly gone. If she took another slap, she would have to tear off her last half sleeve to cover herself. The eerie black mist spread rapidly again, attacking the Emperor. Thinking you could defeat me like this is a bit naive. The Emperor raised his hand with a cold gaze, but found that the strange black mist was completely beyond his control, prompting him to dodge aside immediately. Hua Yixingyi, who was standing by, seized this opportunity and immediately unleashed his blood demon technique while the Emperor was distracted. In an instant, the concrete ground suddenly cracked open, and several concrete tentacles tightly wrapped around the Emperor. Huh! Huaixing Yi shouted, pulling the tentacles to drag the Emperor quickly into the ground, trying to suppress him completely. The Emperor stumbled from the pull and quickly used his ability to manipulate everything, causing the concrete tentacles to disperse and revert to ordinary concrete on the ground. What is your black mist? The Emperor asked, brushing off the debris from his clothes as he looked at Chun-Ran. I didn't sense anything. That's right, because that's not black mist at all. Chun-Ran raised her hand again. Annihilate everything. The reason you see black mist is that my blood demon technique can obliterate everything, including light. Your manipulation of everything is as laughable as a clown in front of me. The silent black mist surged once more. The Emperor smiled faintly, his figure disappearing like a ghost, and the black mist created a large pit where he had just been. Just as he had expected, this woman's blood demon technique could only target attacks, meaning if he could get close before the next attack arrived, he could. Blood demon technique, Land of Death. Centered around Chun-Ran, the black mist spread through the space, erasing the floor and ceiling first, disappearing in an instant like foam encountering flames, while endless darkness swallowed all sound and light. Realizing the danger, the Emperor felt his heart skip a beat, his pupils shrank, and he quickly halted, trying to escape Chun-Ran's attack range. She was releasing such a large-scale attack. She must have sacrificed either intensity or distance. A sudden wall appeared behind him without warning. The Emperor turned in terror, and through the transparent ice wall, he saw the mischievous smile on Huaixing Yi's face. The ice wall had been premeditated by Huaixing Yi the moment the Emperor rushed past. Perhaps he couldn't kill the Emperor, who had a similar blood demon technique, but assisting in the battle was still possible. Get away. The Emperor's terrified curses echoed in the corridor as the thick ice wall quickly melted into water. The Emperor didn't even wait for it to completely melt before using brute force to smash through the ice wall, as the terrifying black mist had already spread to his feet. Blood Demon Technique, Golden City, and Moat. Successive ice walls shot up from the ground, completely blocking the Emperor's only escape route. Even though the two had similar Blood Demon techniques, breaking through still required time. One ice wall could delay for half a second. What about 3? What about 6? The Emperor still miscalculated. Perhaps he underestimated the range of Chun Ran's Blood Demon technique. Even after escaping a distance of 10 meters, the black mist continued to follow him like a ghost, getting closer and closer, silent yet palpable, with the taste of death clear in the air. Was he really being too complacent? Hadn't he acted sooner? This situation would only drag him into a disadvantage. What if he hadn't chosen a rush in, but had opted for a different combat strategy? With this thought, the Emperor sighed and shook his head. At this point, it was too late to say anything. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be due to the vast difference in strength between the two sides. With the help of the sun, the tower, and the priestess, the ghostly servants had not achieved a single victory. Perhaps it would depend on whether the fool could help turn the tide for the master, but unfortunately, he would not be able to witness that scene. The black mist engulfed the Emperor, and Huai Xingyi, standing outside and too afraid to approach, understood the outcome and no longer paid much attention, instead directing his gaze toward the staircase. Original, you're here. Wow, quite a scene, Hiranoya exclaimed as he looked at the mass of black mist not far away. I'm very sorry I couldn't be of much help. As long as you're not dead, Hiranoya said, patting Huai Xingyi on the shoulder and walking toward the black mist. Chun Ran quickly retracted the Blood Demon technique, and the Emperor's figure was nowhere to be seen. Fuxian probably can't make it here in time. Xiaoran, you come in with me, Hiranoya instructed. What I need to do? Huai Xingyi pointed to himself. Right here, reinforce the walls. I just struggled to climb to the top floor. I don't want to punch to bring it all crashing down. Huai Xingyi nodded. No wonder he was asked to guard this place from the start. It was for this purpose. Pushing open the somewhat rusty iron door revealed an exceptionally vast space, large enough to fit a football field. In the center stood 3 people and a huge, strange symbol drawn on the ground, pulsating with red light like a beating heart. Sitting on the symbol was a pale-faced individual. Long time no see. Long time no see. Hiranoya and Shin Su greeted each other from a distance. You've changed a lot. Hiranoya pointed at her own eyes and hinted, why do you have 4 pupils, and your aura has become so chaotic? As if 2 consciousnesses live within one body. Once we fully merge and get used to each other, you won't see these anymore. Shin Su chuckled and disappeared from his spot. Fun fact, unlike Chun Ran, Hiranoya can change her form through imitation, allowing her to create weapons and clothing from flesh and blood. This not only makes changing outfits convenient, as there's no need for washing, but the durability is equivalent to her own physical body. So currently, the clothes and weapons Hiranoya uses are directly formed from flesh and blood. However, from a different perspective, it can be seen that Hiranoya is actually always in a state of nudity because she never wears clothes. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. A massive black dog-like monster bizarrely emerged from Hiranoya's shadow. Its claws, larger than a car, slammed onto the ground, instantly cracking it and sending a tremor that made the ground feel numb, with shattered bricks flying like bullets. Blood Demon Technique, Howl. The monster sniffed, its eyes suddenly fierce, and it let out a deep roar, its limbs exerting tremendous power as it lunged toward the spot in the room, leaving deep scratch marks on the floor with its sharp claws. No one expected such a gigantic creature could move with such agility. In just 2 or 3 seconds of daze, the fool felt the monster's hot breath coming directly at him. The monster's target was him, or rather, another person behind him. Ta! The unknown monster leaped high, its gaping mouth revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, its claws shooting towards the fool's face. Half an hour ago, in a room on the top floor of the printing factory. Do we really have to do this? Master, what's the difference between this and sending them to their deaths? They must do this. You know that. Shin Su glanced back slightly, taking a deep look at the fool and Ta. The 2 looked almost identical, clearly brothers. They silently rebutted, having never received intelligence on the true strength of the 12 demon moons. But from Shin Su's expression when he learned that the one referred to as Origin was also about to arrive, one could guess a lot. After all, there hadn't been anyone who could make Shin Su turn pale with fear before. No one wants to face their nightmares, especially when the nightmare eventually finds you hiding in the sewers out of fear. Despair, fear, anger. The fool didn't know what kind of power the Origin possessed to scare Shin Su like this, but as a member of the demon servants, sacrificing themselves to delay the 12 demon moons and dilute the enemy Shun Su would ultimately face seemed to be all they could do for him. Brother, I'm starting now, Ta said, patting the fool's shoulder. Yes, I will protect those who go down. They're destined not to return. But you and I will be fine. I believe in you. A smile appeared on Ta's face as he cut his finger and began to draw symbols on the ground. No one could escape and scathe within the range of his blood demon technique curse. The giant monster's claws tore through the air and slammed down heavily. The fool crossed his arms in front of his chest, lowering his body suddenly, his forehead bulging with veins, his feet creating two large pits in the ground. Sitting cross-legged behind him within the seal, Ta's tightly closed eyes trembled slightly before returning to normal. A slender black line quietly shot along the ground. Blood demon technique. Lunar eclipse. Chun Ran lightly flicked her finger. The big dog was merely bait to attract the guardian, while the real attacker was her. No. Seeing the black line about to touch the person within the seal, the fool, pinned down by the monster and unable to escape, shouted in agony. The next moment, the black line suddenly retracted. To be precise, the distance between the black line and Ta was suddenly increased. Chun Ran coldly glanced in Shun Su's direction at this moment. He was the only one who could cause trouble. It seemed the origin did not hold much of an advantage, allowing him to have the leisure to consider others. She needed to resolve the situation here quickly. The space in a room was once again expanded by Shun Su's blood demon technique. The distance between everyone stretched so far that they appeared as blurred black dots to each other. You're hiding so far away. It's exhausting for me to walk over. Hiranoya squinted her eyes, trying to see Shun Su in the distance. He had used this technique to dodge several attacks just moments ago. Maintaining such a large space, can your small frame handle it? Although she claimed to be too lazy to move, Hiranoya quickly approached Shinsu. If I were you, I wouldn't rush so fast. Shinsu's voice drifted lightly. As she took another step, everything in front of her suddenly twisted, like a vortex spiraling tightly together. The vortex rapidly expanded, a terrifying suction pulling one of her arms in. Without hesitation, her other hand transformed into a blade, severing the arm drawn into the vortex, and she immediately retreated. Using the blood demon technique like this, aren't you afraid of the entire space collapsing? You should feel that this space is already stretched enough. Creating a spatial vortex like this is as dangerous as igniting a spark in a balloon about to burst. If it blows, you won't need me to kill you. You'll die here yourself. At least this gives me a slim chance to block you and a fleeting opportunity to escape. But where can you escape to? To Antarctica to blend in with penguins? Hiding in the desert to be buried? Beneath the icy depths of the Arctic Ocean? Or taking a spaceship to hide on the moon? Even if you hide in the sun, one day I'll be able to, oh, sorry. I forgot you can't see the sunlight. It seems I won't need to look for you in the sun anymore. Whatever you go. You don't need to worry about it. Shinsu snorted coldly. His strange double pupils seemed to gradually merge together as time passed. Why are you slowing down so much? Are you tired? I can keep this up with you all day. Chun Ran raised her left hand again, black light slicing from her fingertips towards the fool. The fool stood still, calmly watching as the black light approached. 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters. Suddenly, the scene rippled as if the black light had collided with a calm water surface, creating layers of ripples and disappearing beneath the water. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The later parts are even more exciting. The fool let out a cold laugh, quietly watching Chun Ran. At this moment, the space had expanded to its critical limit. Any slightly stronger attack would be enough to destroy the stability here, especially with Chun Ran's ability to completely obliterate matter and to disrupt laws, known as the Blood Demon Art. In other words, the only way to kill them is through close combat. Chun Ran hesitated as she glanced at the distant space vortex, which resembled a black hole, continuously devouring everything. She didn't know how much Shun Su had set up on her side, or if he had set anything up at all. Perhaps it was time to take a gamble. She had to quickly deal with the tower, break the weakening curse before the space vortex consumed everyone, and speed up the pace for Hiranoya to kill Shinsu. The room was exceptionally empty, with no cover or concealment, and everyone noticed the ghostly shadow. A layer of black mist quickly enveloped the area in front of Chun Ran. After rushing out a few steps, the black mist on the left rippled, and Chun Ran suddenly turned to the right. She couldn't see where the space vortex was, but she had means to provide early warnings as long as she could avoid them. 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters. The fool frowned. Chun Ran deftly dodged 3 space vortices along the way. The moment the space vortices appeared, they began their endless devouring. and the scene behind Shinran had turned into a void. The three space vortices were gradually pulling together. This was a charge with no turning back. Shinran had to make it. What a mad woman. Feeling her body being pulled by the space vortex, the fool's voice trembled as he stared in shock at Shinran, who emerged from the gaps between the three vortices. Perhaps only an antelope that escaped from a lion's mouth could understand how Shinran felt at this moment. Blood Demon Art, Land of Death. Endless blackness spread outward from Shinran, causing sounds, light, and sense to vanish the moment they touched the black. The fool dared not be careless, forcing his trembling legs to reach out to pull the tower, still sitting cross-legged in the talisman, back. What would happen if Shinran got too close? The emperor who died outside, leaving not even ashes behind, had the most authority to speak on that. The engulfing blackness came much faster than he imagined, but fortunately, they were still half a meter away from the tower, and his hand had already touched the collar of the tower's garment, enough for them to escape. Just then, a hand, entwined in black mist and continuously regenerating and decaying, emerged from the black mist and suddenly grasped the other shoulder of the tower. Finally, I caught you. Shinran's face emerged from the black mist, her cold smile flickering. Bang! The door to the room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. The third of the upper string, Fu Xian, who had been extracting information from the minds of the priestesses, looked at Shinran in panic. The worst thing he feared had happened. According to normal combat strategy, it was correct to first eliminate the opponent's most strategically significant members, such as the prophetic priestess and the tower that cast the debilitating curse. However, one point was overlooked by everyone. No one had seen what the tower actually looked like. And did the blood demon art have to be activated while sitting in the talisman? Shinran, get away. The tower, which had kept its eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them and grabbed Shinran's wrist. Realizing something was wrong, Shinran tried to pull her hand away with all her strength, but it wouldn't budge. The entwining black mist was eroding in the tower's palm, hissing ominously. How can you? Shinran's expression showed rare shock. The only one who could withstand her blood demon art's erosion was the original. Even she had nearly destroyed her own hands in the process. You are the fool. Shinran finally realized at this moment. But it was ultimately too late. Fu Xian wanted to rush in to help, but he noticed the space vortexes that were spreading throughout the room, devouring everything. Not to mention entering. Even finding a safe place to land was difficult. An arm, torn off by brute force, fell to the ground with a thud, black mist still swirling around it. Fu Xian was all too familiar with the owner of that arm. A very powerful force. The true fool clenched his fists, looking at Shinran, who had just been kicked to the side. The immense power had torn the arm off completely, blood continuously flowing from the severed limb. My blood demon art allows my strength to change in accordance with my opponent's strength. So far, you are the only one who has allowed my blood demon art to reach this level. Thank you. Then, the fool slowly approached. But I also feel sorry for you. Your life will become my nourishment. Goodbye, 12 demon months. Blood demon art, 1,000 fishing feathers. The fool's ghostly claw aimed directly at Shinran's face, the sharp nails cutting through the air with a piercing low hum. 1.5 years ago, brother, I've been given the title of tarot card. The slightly ajar door was suddenly pushed open, and the excited younger brother immediately shared this news with the man in the room. It was good news, but from a moment you're taken away by the master today, I knew it would end this way. The man stood up and walked over, smiling as he patted his brother's shoulder. There aren't many titles left vacant. The one that fits you best is Tower, right? The younger brother nodded confidently and joked. How did you guess so accurately? Did you ask the priestess? How could that be? The older brother waved his hand, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. How could I, a low-ranking ghost who knows nothing about blood demon art, have the qualifications to meet the priestess? I was just guessing. Ta awkwardly scratched his head, as the matter of the blood demon technique had always been a knot in his brother's heart. He had never mentioned this topic in front of his brother, but today, in a moment of joy, he actually forgot about it. Strangely enough, both brothers were endowed with the same blood by their master. The younger brother became a high-ranking man-eater recognized by the master, fortunate enough to be given a title and possessing the curse ability of the blood demon technique, while the older brother's aura had always been as weak as a newborn ghost, let alone the blood demon technique. With that incredibly troublesome blood demon technique, Tak quickly became the hottest figure among the ghost attendants, even overshadowing the priestess. But equally famous was his utterly useless brother. One was a younger brother with limitless potential, while the other seemed to be a completely useless brother who could only eat and wait to die. The former enjoyed endless admiration and respect, while the latter suffered from endless ridicule and sarcasm. It was reminiscent of a very familiar and cliché novel plot, a highly favored direct disciple versus a useless outer disciple. A younger brother pursuing a PhD versus an older brother who dropped out before finishing middle school. Todd lost count of how many people he had dealt with who mocked his brother in these few short months. Although his brother seemed to not care about such matters, always smiling and waving them off, Todd knew that his brother had just gotten used to it. Even a master had hinted to him several times not to waste time on that waste, as he was merely a failed product of transformation and not worth the effort. It was indeed the case that after becoming a man-eater, most of their humanity vanished, with many even having killed their own family members. But Todd couldn't do it. He couldn't sever the thread in his heart. Soon, the stadium incident occurred. The investigation bureau surprisingly created artificial man-eaters, who knew what they were thinking. The struggling Sanshang sect couldn't handle the full-scale crackdown by the investigation bureau on its own. And Shen Su dared not gamble that the situation wouldn't escalate to a point where the sect master might accidentally expose the ghost attendants. So he gathered a number of man-eaters under the pretense of providing support, but in reality, he was there to monitor the sect master. Unfortunately, among a group of man-eaters skilled in using the blood demon technique, the older brother was eliminated. He left amidst the crowd's unrestrained mockery, with people loudly laughing at why he had the confidence to participate in the operation. Did he want to become stronger? Or did he want to prove he wasn't useless? Perhaps both. Ta, who had been weak and sickly since childhood, had often been bullied, and every time he would step in to help. He remembered one time when the two of them offended a bully at school and got beaten up so badly that they could barely get out of bed. Later, his brother caught the bully returning home one night and nearly knocked him into the coffin with a brick, for which he spent a long time in juvenile detention. During that time, Ta made sure the bully's lackeys would trouble him every day. When his brother got out and heard about it, he stood at the bully's doorstep with a half-brick for 2 whole days before finally giving up, because he couldn't stand it any longer. From then on, he developed the habit of staying by Ta's side, and even when joining the ghost attendants, his brother followed suit without hesitation, fearing that Ta would be bullied in a new place, but who knew that it would be him getting bullied instead. Due to the nature of the blood demon technique, Shinsu wouldn't allow Ta to reveal himself unless it was a crucial moment, so he naturally wouldn't let him participate in this operation. The joke his brother made soon reached his ears. What were you thinking? Ta rushed in front of his brother and punched him, his eyes filled with anger. Watching the blood drip onto his pants, his brother said nothing. Do you know what news I just received? They're all dead. Dead. Everyone who won is fucking dead. All those with the blood demon technique are gone. What the hell were you thinking? Whether out of fear or anger, Ta tightly gripped his brother's collar, nearly lifting him off the ground, his voice trembling. Do you think I'm useless too? His brother's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with the emotion Ta least wanted to see. Ta's hands suddenly loosened, revealing embarrassment. No, that's not it. You don't need to comfort me. We've grown up together. I know your thoughts better than you do. I just don't want to receive news of your death. After a long silence, Ta slowly spoke. Huh. His brother reached out to pat Ta's head. How could that be? I'm clever and one die easily. You should be careful though. If you encounter that 12 Kazuki in the future, your blood demon technique will definitely attract trouble. Then it's settled. Neither of us can die. It's a promise. Oh, why are the two of you hiding here? A delicate voice came from the doorway. The two looked over, and the newcomer was among the most popular figures among the ghost attendants. Darling, what are you doing here? Ta's face darkened. He was unwilling to have too much contact with this promiscuous guy. Something happened tonight, and I'm in a bad mood. So I came here to find a little boy toy. What about you? You already have a title, yet you're still hanging out with this waste, the lover said, twisting their delicate waist and raising a hand to drape it over his brother's shoulder. I thought you would die in the stadium tonight, but I didn't expect you to be so useless that you didn't even qualify to participate. You really are embarrassing your brother. What do you say? Want to consider dying in my bed later? Feeling the warm breath on his ear, his brother felt disgusted and instinctively pushed the lover away. Please conduct yourself properly. Now, it was the lover's turn to be embarrassed. Initially, they just wanted to tease this guy out of boredom, but not only were they rejected, they were also pushed away. You really think that with Ta's protection, you can act recklessly, huh? The lover exclaimed sharply, raising a hand to slap him. She also had a title, and moreover, due to seniority, her qualifications were older than Ta's. Even if she killed this guy today, the master wouldn't blame her. A waste and a high-ranking man-eater with a title. Anyone could tell which was more important. Just as her palm was about to hit his face, a hand like an iron claw caught hers. It wasn't Ta, but that waste. You. The lover tugged her hand, only to find she couldn't break free. At the same time, the brother, the party involved, was equally shocked. His aura surged towards the high-ranking man-eater, almost instantly matching the lover's level. Playing dumb? Why hide your strength? There's no need at all. The lover now looked at Ta's brother, as if she had eaten shit, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. But the only possible explanation was that his blood demon technique was indeed this powerful. The suddenly emerged, unfamiliar high-ranking ghost aura attracted the attention of many, who gathered around to watch, but what they saw was the familiar figure. The brother's abnormality caught Shun Tzu's attention, prompting him to be summoned as well. The brother and Shun Tzu stayed in the room for a long time. No one knew what exactly happened, but the continuous sounds of fierce fighting seemed to confirm the brutality of the battle within. Ta and a group of endowed man-eaters surrounded the doorway, waiting until the door opened. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. This was the first time they had seen Shun Tzu bearing wounds. A waste. Yet he could bring the master to this extent. Master, I lost. I was nearly torn apart by space. The older brother shook his head, fear flashing in his eyes. But at this moment, no one dared to mock him anymore. Everyone quietly watched Shun Tzu, waiting for him to announce a result. Encountering the strong makes one strong. Encountering the weak makes one weak. It was a very interesting blood demon technique. Shun Tzu's gaze swept over everyone, eventually landing on the older brother, who nodded in acknowledgement. Then, let us do a self-introduction. The older brother cleared his throat and slowly spoke. Representing infinite possibilities, I hold the title of the Fool as the first card, 0, or the last card, 22, in the tarot sequence. Who agrees? Who opposes? People exchanged glances and then looked at the silent Shun Tzu, naturally not daring to speak up. Brother, what is it? The tower, hearing the older brother call him at such a serious moment, turned in confusion. I can protect you again. Memories of the past surged in his heart, but this did not disrupt the Fool's offensive rhythm. Shinran's body had not yet fully healed. Moving around in its current state would only lead to colliding with spatial whirlpools and being ruthlessly torn apart. There was no more suitable moment than now. The tower's pupils contracted sharply. From his side position, he clearly saw places the Fool could not. Brother, be careful. Blood demon technique, withered hand. Puffed. The tower had warned as quickly as possible, but the Fool was already like an arrow released from a bow, unable to stop in time. His outstretched hand easily plunged into Chun Ran's chest, tearing out and crushing a bright red heart. Chun Ran spat out a mouthful of sweet blood, raising her eyes to look at the Fool, who stared back at her in shock. A pitch-black hand also pierced into the Fool's abdomen. Blood demon technique, withered hand. I didn't want to use this move because it would completely ruin one of my hands. Chun Ran slowly withdrew her arm, now missing her left hand, leaving behind a trace of black powder that quickly disappeared. But using it against you is not a loss. The corners of her mouth slightly curled as she gently pushed with her only remaining right hand, causing the Fool to thud to the ground. A power thousands of times stronger than the previous black aura surged within him, and the Fool curled up on the ground in pain, his breath rapidly rising, unexpectedly surpassing Shun Tzu in an instant. His organs were continuously being annihilated, repaired, annihilated, and then repaired again. How strong must one be to offset this damned corrosive power? The Fool had lost his ability to think. The intense pain rendered him incapable of rational thought, only aware that his strength was still rapidly increasing. But soon he knew nothing at all. It seemed that his blood demon technique had been fully activated, all energy within his body mobilized, all unnecessary and necessary functions ceased. Energy concentrated to release the blood demon technique. Soon, blindness, deafness, taste, touch, smell, all ceased one by one. Internal organs stopped working, muscles ceased to function, and synapses stopped transmitting signals until the brain also went on strike. The tower frantically threw himself onto the Fool, trying to wake him, but it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the Fool was continuously eroded and dissipated. The Fool's skin had cracked, his bones creaked, and his body could no longer withstand the sudden, overwhelming power brought by the blood demon technique. Death was already his destined outcome. The tower did not choose to leave the Fool despite the corrosive power about to spread to him. He merely muttered like a madman. Didn't we agree? Liao Shi and others were panting as they climbed the stairs. The tower's curse rendered this group of physically superior agents unable to cope, feeling as if they had run a 1,000-meter race after staying up all night. Their whole bodies felt light, their eyes darkened, and their hearts raced as if they would leap out of their throats. This damned feeling of imminent death made an agent grab the handrail to prevent himself from tumbling down. A large hand suddenly supported him from behind, and the agent turned to look. Hold on a little longer. Liao Shi slowly retracted his hand. He had little stamina left. His height, which he could usually climb back and forth in one breath, today felt like climbing Mount Everest. "Excuse me." A tall shadow loomed over Liao Shi. He shifted slightly to make way for the newcomer. "Are you all going up? Whose order is it?" The sixth moon, Luo Yao, glanced at the agents, whose eyes also scanned the 12 demon moons that were gradually coming up. "It's my order." Their gazes met. "Go down." Luo Yao shook his head, saying, "In the upcoming battle, you won't be able to intervene. If you don't want to increase casualties, it's better to leave early." "But you came up too, didn't you?" Liao Shi did not retreat, but continued to look at Luo Yao. "If you really were strong enough to qualify to go in, that guy Ping Yi Li should have brought you in long ago. If I'm not mistaken, your order should be to clean up the battlefield and guard each floor to prevent enemies from slipping away, right?" Luo Yao shot him a glare, but said nothing. "Looks like I guessed right. Let them go up. There's only one person at Huaishu's side. Maybe together we can help a bit." Liu Manha nudged Luo Yao with her elbow. At this point, more hands are more strength. Since they've come this far, they must be mentally prepared. After a brief silence, Luo Yao coldly snorted and turned to leave. "Do as you wish." It was unclear whether it was an illusion, but the feeling of weakness wrapping around them seemed to be fading. Their previously sore and numb legs gradually regained strength, and their wildly beating hearts began to stabilize. "It seems things are progressing relatively smoothly inside," Liu Manha was saying when she suddenly turned to look at the wall. Without any warning, the wall suddenly caved in. A howling wind rushing into the hole, a terrifying suction pulling everyone off balance. They quickly grabbed whatever they could to steady themselves, but two agents slow to react were not so lucky. One was sucked to the left, the other to the right, both screaming in pain as their bodies were squeezed into the hole. No bigger than a thigh, with even the blood that splattered being sucked in. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before the hole seemed to come alive, quickly closing up. People looked at the wall, which had returned to its original state, with lingering fear. What was that? The fourth moon, Tang Yi, could not hide the terror in her eyes. She couldn't remember the original fight, reaching such a level. "What are you all doing up here? Are you looking for death?" Not far away, Huaixingyi's scolding voice gradually approached. "Huaishu, everything below has been taken care of, so I came up to see if there's anything I can help with." Luo Yao walked up with a smile. "Help? Oomph." Huaixingyi kicked him in the backside. "If I had patched up a hole just in time, you'd all have been sucked in." The others exchanged glances, not daring to respond. "Since you're here, then get to work." Huaixingyi took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking one out, muttering, "Finally, I can have a smoke." "What do you need us to do?" Liao Shi stepped forward, lighting a lighter. "You can't do the repair work. I'm the only one with this type of blood demon technique here. However, I can't keep an eye on everything by myself, so you need to split into two groups. One group will spread out to monitor the integrity of the walls, while the other will collect metal products. I need molten iron to patch the walls, and the nearby metal products are almost used up. I have a question." A commissioner suddenly raised his hand. The suction just now should have been caused by the difference in atmospheric pressure between the two places, right? If that's the case, why not just break through the wall to equalize the internal and external pressure? Why go through the trouble of repairing the wall? If it were really as simple as you say, the original wouldn't have me standing guard here. Huaixingyi took a deep drag from his cigarette and waved his hand. "There's no time to explain it all to you. Just get to work." A sharp blade of wind rushed in, and Shen Su sidestepped to avoid it. The wind pressure surged forward, crashing loudly against the distant wall. "You seem to be reacting faster." Hiranoya's figure followed, closely behind the wind blade created by her swing, appearing beside Shen Su like a ghost, aiming a knife at his neck. The space between the two immediately distorted as the hard blade cut through, curling like paper before suddenly snapping. Moreover, her control over the blood demon technique has become more proficient. Hiranoya stepped back, pushing away, glanced at the bare knife handle in her hand, casually tossed it aside, summoned the black water space, and drew out a new Nicaran blade. A shadow of disbelief flickered across Shen Su's face. "How many knives does she have? Aren't you going to explain?" "Honestly, I'm quite curious. There's nothing to say. With your brain, you should have guessed most of it already. It seems I overestimated you." Shen Su slightly raised his head, their gazes intertwined. At this moment, Shen Su's eyes had returned to normal, but there was still a hint of strangeness. "Then let me show you what it means to have two fused souls. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Shen Su suddenly raised a hand, making a strange gesture. It was somewhat similar to forming a seal. But Hiranoya had never seen that kind of mark. She had seen some blood demon techniques that required specific hand seals to activate, but she did not sense the aura of a blood demon technique from Shen Su at that moment. Two fused souls? although she didn't understand what it meant. It seemed to explain why Shun Tzu's aura was so chaotic at first, but was now gradually stabilizing. Things seemed to be more complicated than she had imagined. Just as she was analyzing, Shun Tzu's figure suddenly disappeared, and she felt her heart skip a beat, alarm bells ringing. An elbow appeared out of nowhere, right in front of her. Too fast. How could he suddenly become so fast? This unexpected change caused Hiranoya to feel a bit flustered. The distance between them was too close, leaving no time to defend herself. She felt a sharp pain in her nose. Darkness clouded her vision, and the elbow struck solidly against her face, sending Hiranoya flying backward, blood tracing a path through the air. The original. Chun ran, not caring how much space there was around them, rushed toward Hiranoya's landing spot and caught her in her arms. The two tumbled backward for a distance before finally stopping. Ouch, that really hurts. Hiranoya covered her broken nose, warily watching the spot where she had just been. Shun Tzu was not there. Be careful. Realizing the situation was dire, Hiranoya quickly warned Chunran. Chunran dared not delay, dodging to the side while holding Hiranoya. At the moment she leaped, stones flew up from under her feet, and through the rising dust, Shun Tzu's figure was vaguely visible. He was too fast. Just then, while Chunran was still in shock, a solid kick landed on her back, and there was no longer any sign of Shun Tzu on the ground. This kick practically shattered all the bones in Chunran's chest, an overwhelming sense of weakness spreading throughout her body as she fell like a broken kite. And Hiranoya in her arms was also thrown out. Something was wrong, very wrong. Hiranoya fell to the ground in a disheveled manner, grabbing the blood-spitting Chunran and fleeing into the distance. What on earth did that guy do to elevate himself to this level so quickly, to the point where I can't even see clearly? You go out first. It's not safe to stay here. Sorry, cough. All right, save your strength. I don't like you looking all sickly. After saying that, a Japanese sliding door leading to Infinite City appeared out of nowhere, and Hiranoya threw Chunran inside. Almost at the same moment, Shun Tzu's figure appeared behind Hiranoya, a triumphant smile on his face. I was waiting for you to let your guard down at this moment. Bang! A fist collided with a blade, creating dazzling sparks. The airflow from the collision created a large pit in the ground beneath them. I knew you would make a move at a time like this. You really are something? Hitting a woman. Hiranoya wiped the blood from her face with one hand and sneered. You can't wait for the other person to die sooner. And yet you're still moralizing. Shun Tzu also laughed and threw a punch at Hiranoya's abdomen. This time, already on guard, she naturally wouldn't be easily hit. Her blood-stained hand immediately swiped down, deflecting most of the force, and with a swift elbow, she struck Shun Tzu right on the chin, letting out a muffled grunt. Shun Tzu took 2 steps back with a resentful glare. Here's an elbow back at you. Hiranoya grinned mischievously, moving her shoulders to pop her dislocated joint back into place. What kind of fighting style is this? Shun Tzu rubbed his painfully sore chin. He knew Hiranoya had learned quite a few martial arts, but using joint dislocation to extend the attack range was something he had never heard of. Learned from a pig-headed kid. If he is still alive, he'd probably love to fight you. What a madman. He really is a bit abnormal. Shun Tzu gestured around. If this space was originally a plastic bag for holding water, now it was riddled with holes and could no longer hold water. I have completely lost control over it. In other words, within 10 minutes, we'll both be torn apart by the space. Oh, so what's your suggestion? Should we sign a surrender agreement? What I mean is, it's time to speed things up. Shun Tzu was too lazy to respond to Hiranoya's trash talk and once again formed a hand seal. Hiranoya retracted her smile, her red lips slightly parted. Since that's the case, speeding up together isn't out of the question. Time flowed like light, fleeting and ephemeral. The dust in a room slowly fell under the influence of gravity, but at this moment, the speed seemed to have slowed down 100-fold, almost as if it were frozen. In just a few seconds, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, the intense energy fluctuations continuously tearing apart the already crumbling space. As if everything here would cease to exist in less than 10 minutes. Now I understand, your ability, whatever it is, can influence the flow of time, right? Hiranoya swung her sword, striking Shun Tzu's neck and sending sparks flying. Shun Tzu was startled by the blow, gasping for breath as he pushed back. I'm very curious, your blood demon technique clearly pertains to space, right? Hiranoya's voice eerily appeared behind him, like a cold, venomous snake tightly coiling around his neck. How could there be the ability to control time? Buzz! The glaring reflection of the blade stung Shun Tzu's eyes. This strike was even more terrifying than the last, and he couldn't guarantee he could withstand it. In the instant the blade swung, Shinsu's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared several meters away. What is this? Hiranoya swung at empty air, looking up in confusion. This time there was the aura of the blood demon technique, and it seemed related to space. Could it be teleportation? However, seeing Shinsu's pale face and labored breathing after only moving a few meters, she realized he wouldn't frequently use this move. You this guy? A hint of a smile appeared on Hiranoya's face. I'm really starting to want to kill you and get your blood demon technique. Then let us see if you have the ability to leave here alive. After saying that, the two clashed again. The number of spatial vortices in the room increased again, almost covering the entire room, with walls, floors, and ceilings being continuously stripped and torn apart. Uncle Why? This has broken a huge hole. A crack appeared in the north. Damn it. Wasn't it just repaired? My wall here can't hold. One hole. Two holes. My heavens. Someone come to the east. Here. Help me. Save me. I don't want to be sucked away. Hurry. Zizi, the message in the intercom, was interrupted by a burst of noisy static, and everyone stopped their work. They used everything they could carry to repair the walls, but it seemed as difficult as filling the sea with stones. Huai Xingyi panted heavily. Sweating profusely, he was exhausted from the high-intensity work. After inspecting the surrounding ruins, he could clearly see the two fighting inside the room from the outside. But because their speed was simply too fast, he couldn't distinguish who was who. Retreat. What? Liao Shi thought he heard clearly, leaning in to catch the words better. I said take your people and retreat. Now. Immediately, Huai Xingyi shouted at Liao Shi, and even he found it hard to maintain his composure. Where to retreat? These things are like bottomless pits, sucking everything in. As long as we stay in this space, we will die sooner or later. Go to the first floor. The farther away from this damn place, the better. Although they didn't know how long they could hold out, no one wanted to die immediately. Liao Shi quickly took out the intercom to gather everyone for evacuation. What about the origin? Fu Xian, passing by, grabbed Huai Xingyi's arm and asked. Chun Ran was sent away by the origin. I'm the second in command. If the situation gets out of control, everyone should gather at a safe location. This was the order the origin gave us from the start. Okay. But just as Fu Xian was about to say something, a terrified scream came from behind. The two turned to look and saw Luo Yao flying into the air, his hands bulging with veins, desperately clutching a section of railing that was about to break. A spatial vortex, which had expanded outside the room at an unknown time, was continuously devouring what little remained around. Lao Lu. Fu Xian's eyes widened in panic as he rushed over to save him. An old hand suddenly grabbed him from behind. Huai Xingyi, what are you doing? Fu Xian shouted angrily. Huai Xingyi's face showed sadness, but his gaze was firm. The 12 demon moons cannot lose 2 upper moons at the same time. This is what the origin least wants to see. I can't let you take the risk. But there are no buts. Do you think I don't want to save him? It's too risky. Our mission isn't to die. While the two were arguing, a figure flashed past them. Liao, you crazy bastard. Huai Xingyi exclaimed. What are you doing? Get back. I don't need humans to save me. Luo Yao was also startled by Liao Shi rushing over. Enough with the nonsense. With that little strength to talk, you might as well hold on to me. Liao Shi hooked the railing with one hand and foot, while the other hand gripped Luo Yao's wrist. Both of their faces turned red, veins popping on their foreheads. Hold on. Liao Shi gritted his teeth, forcing out 2 words. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared beside them. Grabbing onto Luo Yao, Liao Shi turned to look. It was the blue-haired upper moon demon, who seemed to be called Fu Xian or something. At this moment, his hair was a complete mess, blown by the wind, with no semblance of an image. What are you looking at? Pull harder. You all treat the Origin's words and mine as if they fell on deaf ears, right? Huai Xingyi's voice appeared behind them as the 3 of them pulled with all their might, finally managing to hold onto Luo Yao. Crack! The sound of metal breaking echoed, and before Liao Shi could react, the broken railing pulled him toward the spatial vortex. Got the brother. Luo Yao was the first to react, grabbing Liao Shi's wrist in reverse. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Liao Shi swayed like a kite in the air, unable to stabilize himself. He didn't have the physical strength of a ghoul, and, at this moment, he felt as if his body was tied to 2 cars driving in opposite directions, a tearing sensation spreading throughout his body, painful enough that it felt like his skin was about to peel off at any moment, unable to even speak. Brother Liao, Captain, the orderly evacuating specialists rushed over, one after another, forming a long chain hold on. The other 12 Demon Moon members looked at each other. What are you waiting for? Help! The intense pain made Liao Shi's vision go dark, In a daze, he seemed to hear the crowd's exclamations, but they were particularly hazy, and he was suffering from tinnitus again. After an unknown amount of time, Liao Shi was jolted awake by a sharp pain in his left arm. "You're awake, Brother Liao. You finally woke up." As he slightly opened his eyes, he saw several of his team members, now crying with snot and tears. "We are now temporarily safe. Everyone has moved to the first floor." "That's great, but Liao Ge, your arm." Liao Shi noticed the strange expressions of a few people and felt a bad premonition. He slowly turned his head to look. A blood-soaked bandage was wrapped around his severed arm. No wonder he was awakened by pain just now. "We've treated you, gave you a shot for pain relief. It should make you feel a bit better." Liao Shi suddenly lay on the ground, looking at the battle-scarred ceiling with a long sigh, lifting the remaining small part of his left arm and shaking it. Everyone was silent. The impact of physical disability on a person was too great. Describing it as a nightmare felt too light. "At least I'm right-handed." Liao Shi forced a smile. "Brother, if you need help in the future, just say the word. I owe you a life." Liao Shi suddenly felt someone patting him and looked up to see Luo Yao. "You're being polite." Zizizi. Suddenly, a brief electric sound came from the walkie-talkie at his waist, followed by a panicked voice. "The peeling speed is increasing. Estimated 4 minutes. At most 2 minutes to reach the first floor. Evacuate immediately. Come back. Continuing to monitor is useless." A key member standing beside Liao Shi pressed the walkie-talkie to respond. He had temporarily taken over command during Liao Shi's unconscious period, specifically leaving someone upstairs who could run fast to provide early warning. But at this point, staying above was of no use. 2 minutes, 120 seconds to resolve the battle and bring down the remaining 67 surviving members was indeed a fantasy. Few present believed Ping Yi Li could achieve it. Supporting himself to sit up, Liao Shi felt in his pocket, but only found a crumpled cigarette pack. Shaking it gently, broken cigarettes fell to the ground. "Is there any more smoke?" His teammate rummaged through his pants pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and handed it to Liao Shi, lighting it. The smell of burning tobacco mixed with the blood in the air, steadying his trembling hand a little. The ceiling above continued to rumble, the sound growing clearer. Reflecting on the past, this wasn't the first time he was so close to death, but he had never been so afraid. Was he really afraid of disability? Death? It seemed neither, as he had prepared for these things the day he entered the bureau and took his oath, even leaving a bank card specifically for Liao Xian. The only variable seemed to be her. Liao Shi silently raised his head, looking at the empty ceiling, his eyes lost in thought. When did it start? Bang! The ceiling suddenly cracked without warning, debris flying. If Liao Xian closed his eyes quickly, it would have probably hit his eyes. Even so, he still got a mouthful. Cough, cough. Everyone was caught off guard, a lot of smoke and dust inhaled, causing coughing fits. Enemy cough, enemy attack. It must be the remnants of the ghost's servants. The second in command with the walkie-talkie shouted over the dust, but was stopped by a long, fair hand pressing on his shoulder. "It's our people, cough." "Sorry, time is tight. We can't worry about how to come down." As the dust cleared, everyone could finally identify who was coming down through the wall. A wooden door appeared out of nowhere, with completely different scenes on either side. Although they didn't know where Ping Yi Li had led the door to, even if it led to Antarctica, it would still be safer than this hellhole. "Those of you moving slowly, I won't be responsible. Speed it up." Ping Yi Li quickly scanned the crowd, her gaze pausing momentarily on Liao Shi before swiftly moving away. This was not a good time for small talk. The original top floor had already been completely stripped, and she and Shun Su had been forced down. To get these guys out first, she had set some traps along the way. While they wouldn't kill Shun Su, they would be annoying enough to delay them until they could evacuate. Calculating the time, there were about 10 seconds left. Shun Su should be coming down. The dark night enveloped Jianyang City, the abandoned printing factory illuminated by flashing red and blue police lights, surrounded by conspicuous warning tape, but strangely, no staff were entering or exiting. Everyone was leisurely sitting in police cars or leaning against the walls, smoking and chatting. What's going on here? Why did they recall even the officers on leave? Who knows? They pulled almost all the police in the city for this, and in the end, just put up some tape, not letting anyone in. Who knows what they're doing? One officer squatted by the curb and yawned, flicking the butt of his cigarette onto the road, sparking a few embers. "I rarely get a day off to spend time with my kids, and now I'm pulled out to stand guard. All right, let's stop discussing it." An older officer waved his hand, signaling, "This task doesn't have you fighting with robbers. Just being on guard against drug dealers is enough to be satisfied. There's not much danger involved. It's already quite good." Zhangge, to be honest, I'm quite puzzled by this. Since there's not much danger, why bother mobilizing so many people? Even if it's a drill, it should have been announced beforehand. And drills shouldn't just have people standing guard, right? This broken printing factory is so undesirable that even homeless people don't want to stay here. What is their guard? The old officer looked around a bit. Years of criminal investigation experience assured him that there were no third parties eavesdropping, so he approached the two and lowered his voice. I went to deliver some materials during the meeting this morning. I heard that this operation is in coordination with another department, very confidential. That short sentence immediately piqued the curiosity of the two, who leaned in closer. What department has such clout to require the cooperation of all city police? Are they capturing spies or something? Probably not. If that were the case, it wouldn't cause such a commotion. The old officer shook his head. Continuing with his thoughts, I think this operation is very likely related to the department responsible for the stadium incident. What's it called again? The abbreviation is the Biological Investigation Bureau. I'm not too clear on the full name. The young officer reminded, that department sounds like it's responsible for environmental protection. Nonsense. Do they need so many people to assist? Are they coming to capture pandas or something? Another one whispered, if you ask me, this department is definitely not simple. Can you stop talking nonsense? The old officer was also intrigued, smacking the talker's back of the head. Cough, cough. Do you remember the red moon and meteor on the night of the stadium incident? I remember. Didn't the experts later explain that a meteor hit the stadium? And the red moon was the phenomenon caused by the meteor penetrating the atmosphere? Halfway through his sentence, the young officer's voice dropped. Although the previous explanation could be understood, what if this was connected to that Biological Investigation Bureau? The stadium was hosting a concert that night. If a meteor appeared in the sky over Zhongyang City, the researchers would have reported it long before. How could they wait until the concert was in full swing to evacuate? Moreover, there were many riots that night, with spray cars rampaging everywhere. Thinking about it, was the meteor that crashed into the stadium really a meteor? Was it possible that a UFO crashed into the stadium? Did aliens escape to this abandoned printing factory? Was the Biological Investigation Bureau actually a secret department investigating extraterrestrial civilizations? The young officer gasped and quickly lowered his voice to contain his emotions. It seemed he had discovered something incredible. Maybe. Recently, oh no. I feel like ever since the Black 18 incident, the entire Zhongyang City has become strange. Even if vampires or zombies appeared, I wouldn't be surprised anymore. The old officer took out a cigarette box and handed one to each of the two men, the faint sparks illuminating the faces of the three. Tap. Huh. The old officer suddenly heard a noise and turned his head. The nearby street had been cordoned off, and the empty street was only illuminated by a solitary street lamp. What's going on? It's nothing. Maybe I misheard. It could be a wild cat or something. On the other side of the printing factory's wall, a figure dressed in black, blending into the shadows, let out a sigh of relief, revealing the phone pressed against his chest, the dim light illuminating his appearance. That was close. Viewers. I almost got discovered by them. At the same time, the barrage on the phone screen filled up rapidly. Brother Nyo is awesome. He actually sneaked in while they were chatting. Brother Nyo, so thrilling. This is way more exciting than a paranormal adventure. For those up top, this is just the beginning. If you ask me, the paranormal adventure is still more thrilling. Especially that time when a group of people encountered ghosts in the abandoned hospital. It scared me to death. Brother Nyo glanced at the screen, seeing countless gifs filling up almost the entire display, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Such explosive live-streaming effects made his earlier reckless actions worthwhile. All right, my friends, let me briefly introduce the situation to the new viewers. Brother Nyo has been lurking in the shadows, making his way to the side of the printing factory. This printing factory has been abandoned for many years. I wasn't originally interested in this place, but I recently heard from friends in the police force that they suddenly received orders to seal it off. I casually checked online, and the media said it was due to a gas pipeline leak underground, posing an explosion risk, and they specifically evacuated the public. But viewers, think about it. If that's the case, why are police officers here instead of maintenance workers? The audience, suddenly enlightened, began to barrage again, alongside a lot of cheering. Brother Nyo also keenly noticed some other comments. This guy, it doesn't look like a script at all. The police aren't here to catch drug dealers or something, right? Stay safe. Brother Nyo would rather stop the stream for a long time than fake it. He plays for real. I started following Brother Nyo for this reason. If this live stream is as effective as the last time in the abandoned hospital, I'll shower you with gifts. Yes. Back in the hospital, Brother Nyo actually dared to chase after ghosts. It was hilarious. Seeing the live stream room lively again, Brother Nyo sniffed, rubbed his stubbly chin, and chuckled. Don't worry, My friend's brother Nyo is clever. If I could make it out alive from the abandoned hospital, then a mere printing factory, even if it's a ghost inn, I'll go in and out 7 times today. He started setting a flag, a small, inconspicuous comment quickly buried by others. The glinting edge of a knife swept through the air with a low hum, once again heading towards Shun Tzu's neck. The space in front of the blade twisted instantaneously. The hard blade was once again forcibly broken, the force so great that even Hiranoya couldn't fully grip it. The handle slipped from his hand, and in an instant, it was completely swallowed by the turbulent flow. A small vortex of space tore another crack in the already crumbling area, triggering a chain reaction. Endless dark fissures filled most of the space, the pitiful foothold becoming increasingly narrow. You really are a bone-deep parasite. Shun Tzu staggered a step to steady himself. Having almost been pulled into the darkness outside the space, his eyes fiercely fixed on Hiranoya, who was in a situation not much better than his own. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Are you really planning to drag me to death in this damned place? Of course. I won't let you escape like before. This time, I'll watch you die." Hiranoya's voice was indifferent. The air in the space had been stripped away almost entirely. Its current thinness even lower than at the peak of Everest. Even Hiranoya had to catch her breath for a moment to regain some strength. "But you will die here too. Would you be satisfied with that? What satisfaction is there? Transforming you, which indirectly caused the massacre on the Black 18, was my fault. You should have been dead." Hiranoya drew another Nichiren blade, carefully maneuvering around the space vortex. "Ridiculous. Before transforming me, how many lives did you take in your 1,000-year life? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? You probably don't even remember. You have elevated yourself to the heavens alongside the gods, so you have the capital to reprimand and punish me? What is the difference between you and those hypocritical deities? Greedily devouring the offerings of the human world, turning a deaf ear to the prayers of the suffering, and still advising believers to do good deeds, to offer you an endless supply of incense. Spit." Shun Tzu was both angry and amused, shouting at Hiranoya. The air had become so thin that even voicing his thoughts was laborious. But the angry roar continued. "I just want to live. The Black 18 incident was also forced by you. Moreover, even if it happened again, it wouldn't be as many as those who entered your belly. A murderer condemning another murderer's actions. Don't you find that amusing?" Sigh. Hiranoya scratched her head. To be honest, this question really gave her a headache. If she weren't involved, she would almost want to applaud Shun Tzu. "Since the conversation has come to this point, I want need the nice words I prepared. Unfortunately, you think too much. The reason I want to kill you is not as complicated as you think." Hiranoya continued her steps, now just a few meters away from Shun Tzu, smiling slightly as if chatting with a friend about a trivial matter. "I simply dislike disobedient dogs." "Enough." Shun Tzu waved his hand, interrupting the emotions in his mind, suddenly clapping his hands together, fingers interlocked, his face showing a trace of determination. "If that's the case, then let us meet in hell." With a sudden tightening of his fingers, like a closed cage, Shun Tzu's face turned pale, 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. And before they reached his lips, they were drawn into the endless darkness by a terrifying pulling force, his weak and trembling voice murmuring softly. "Blood demon technique. Great universe collapse." At that moment, it seemed as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Unable to fight back or drag it out, was he just thinking of perishing together? Hiranoya retreated instead, slipping past the newly appeared space vortex at an extremely tricky angle, getting close to Shun Tzu, her eyes revealing unmasked disdain. "Your reactions have slowed down, little dog. Is it because the blood demon technique just drained all your strength?" Feeling the faint scent of flowers emanating from Hiranoya, Shun Tzu only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He couldn't believe that at this last moment, Hiranoya was here to embrace him. With no retreat behind him, he could only dodge to the right. Don't even think about dodging. The cold gleam flashed again, and this time Shun Tzu had no strength left. The shattered and twisted space could no longer allow him to defend himself. The blade sliced through like cutting tofu, severing his left arm that was tightly gripped by his right hand, falling powerless, just as his left arm was about to be pulled into darkness. It was caught by Hiranoya, her palm merging with the severed limb, 2 different flesh and blood merging together. "Your blood demon technique, I'll accept it." Clenching her fist, Hiranoya felt the surge of newfound power, a smile creeping on her lips. The thing Shun Tzu feared the most happened. He was well aware of Hiranoya's abilities. This was precisely why he had avoided direct contact with her since the battle began. Even with the powerful regenerative abilities of Ghoul, he dared not get injured. Yet in the end, she still managed to obtain it. Fortunately, Hiranoya needed time to absorb his severed arm, and that brief second was enough for him to take action again. Hiranoya swung her knife again, aiming straight for the neck. Since she had already obtained his blood demon technique, there was no need to delay any longer. The knife clearly grazed Shun Su's neck, yet there was no sensation of it striking, as if it had hit his phantom. Blood demon technique, shadow shift. So you still had a bit of strength to transfer yourself to another space, Hiranoya watched as Shun Su, who had succeeded in his scheme, smiled at her before gradually disappearing. No worries, I will find you soon. Huff, huff, huff. In the pitch-black printing factory, a one-armed figure stumbled through the aisles. Damn it, why can't the bleeding stop? Blood poured continuously from the stump of his arm, as if the cannibal's self-healing ability had vanished entirely. The knife clearly didn't have any of the wisteria poison. Shinsu had no idea what the Sunwill knife was. Hiranoya had never mentioned it to him. Or perhaps she hadn't had the chance before he got into that mess, slipping out of her control. If he had known a bit more back then, wouldn't he have ended up in this situation today? No, it's impossible. That woman has endless trump cards. It's over, it's over. Everything in front of him was becoming increasingly dark, and his brain began to wander. Suddenly, his foot kicked something hard, and Shinsu lost his balance, crashing to the ground. The founder of the Go Servants was actually so clumsy as to trip over a piece of iron pipe. Without time for self-deprecation, Shinsu propped himself up with his one arm and continued to run toward the exit of the printing factory. He knew that once he arrived in the real world, Hiranoya could use the power of her bloodline to locate him precisely. Once she realized she had no strength left to teleport far and was still in the printing factory, his last sliver of hope would be extinguished. A strong heartbeat suddenly echoed in his ears. Shinsu was so frightened that he dared not make a sound, his head ducking down behind a table in a room. Who was coming? It sounded like only one person, but was it someone from the investigation bureau? Given that group style, they must have set up defenses in the real-world printing factory as well. In his current state, even a handgun could easily take him out. He should have noticed that heartbeat earlier, but his weakened body only let him hear it when the person was almost in front of him. However, that heartbeat was quick, as if it too was terrified. Not far away, a sneaky figure pressed tightly against the wall, as if that would provide some safety for their back. In their hand, a selfie stick held a phone, the weak reflection of the screen illuminating Nyoji's face, which was tense and afraid to breathe. Brothers, did you just hear a clang? It sounded like a pipe or something. I heard it. So loud. It's definitely not an illusion. Nyoye. Go check who the hell is dancing with the steel pipe at this time. Stop scaring yourself. It's just for show. It's probably a stray cat or a homeless person living here. Upstairs, you're really something. Which homeless person would dare to sleep in a circle surrounded by so many cops? Nyoga glanced at the screen, took a breath, and thought it was just the sound of steel pipe. Similar situations had happened in previous live streams, and after checking for a while, he discovered it was just the wind blowing. Ahead, whether it was a person or a ghost, Nyoga would find out. Brothers, follow me. The viewers, who were deeply engaged in the chat, suddenly felt the camera shake. Nyoga slowed his steps, approaching the source of the sound, stopping every couple of steps. This should be it. He raised his flashlight, shining on the doorplate. Workshop director's office. Nyoga stood cautiously at the slightly ajar door, took a deep breath, and gently pushed it open with his toes. Creak. The old wooden door emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache as it leaned against the wall. Before he could check anything, the blood that spread across the floor caught his eye. Nyoga trembled in fear, shining the flashlight down at his feet. Blood, all blood. The bullet comments were scrolling wildly, but Nyoga couldn't care less. His mind was blank, and all he could hear was his own heavy breathing. After a few seconds, he regained some clarity, stabilizing the trembling selfie stick. After the incident in the abandoned hospital, he had developed a psychological shadow regarding such enclosed spaces and wouldn't dare enter without absolute certainty. Following the blood trail, he saw a pale half-head suddenly protruding from under the table, a pair of scarlet eyes that were clearly not human staring right at him. The eyes, filled with resentment, were wide open, 5 sharp fingernails digging tightly into the wooden table. Readers can imagine this scene, huh? I swear. Nyoga jolted as if electrocuted, nearly fainting, cursing loudly in a trembling voice that echoed throughout the silent printing factory. The unknown monster suddenly shrank back, and Nyoga, scared, shouted obscenities, trying to drive away the evil spirit. Meanwhile, Shinsu, hiding behind the table in a tense state, was startled by Nyoji's loud voice. He originally wanted to confirm the identity of the newcomer and act, but unexpectedly, The other party seemed to be searching for something as well. The flashlight shone over without hesitation, and the sudden light and shouting left Shin Su's mind blank. Run. This was the instinctive reaction of any living being encountering an unknown situation, and Shin Su immediately followed suit. Nyogo was still pointing the flashlight at the back of the table, cursing the dirty thing when a shadow with glowing red eyes suddenly leaped from behind the table, charging at him with a speed impossible for a human. I swear, Nyogo vowed he had never exerted so much effort in his life. Swinging his arm in a wide arc, the flashlight struck the monster solidly, which let out a muffled grunt, darting past Nyogo and racing down the corridor. The flashlight flickered twice before completely going out. Nyogo shook his slightly sore wrist. The hit had felt as hard as hitting a rock. Definitely not the sensation a human body should have. Viewers, big fish. Nyogo's heart was filled with fear and excitement as he reached for a spare flashlight from the side of his backpack. I actually found one. Now let us see who still says I'm not the outdoor adventure king. With that, Nyogo, under the terrified gaze of all the viewers, raised his flashlight and selfie stick, chasing after the fleeing figure. Damn you, don't run. What is he doing? Did I see that right? Nyogo hit the ghost with the flashlight and then chased after it. Isn't that quite a sight? On the day of the abandoned hospital livestream, Nyogo had also chased like this. Who should be afraid of whom? Not caring about the comments, Nyogo ran wildly. The monster's speed was initially fast, but surprisingly, it began to slow down. In a vast printing factory, two figures sprinted forward and backward, and gradually, Nyogo could see the shadow ahead. Do you have any unfinished wishes? Answer me. Shin Su, panting heavily and feeling a lump on his forehead, really wanted to turn around and yell, "What wish? I'm not dead yet. How much strength did this jerk just use to hit me? Wait a minute, after running for so long, that guy isn't from the investigation bureau. How dare he chase me like this? Why am I running?" Suddenly stopping, the two people in front and behind were less than 10 meters apart and came to a halt one after another. If I can take this guy down, I can regain some stamina. With this thought, Shin Su abruptly turned around and charged at Brother Nyo. Brother Nyo, trembling, fumbled in his pocket and suddenly pulled out a crumpled yellow talisman that dangled weakly in front of him. Urgent as a command. Amipa. Alleluia. May the Bodhisattva bless me. Brother Nyo didn't know how to describe the moment when so many words came out of his mouth, but perhaps the word handsome was the most fitting. Boom! A massive, azure fireball swept through with a scorching wave, illuminating everything along the way, flying towards Shin Su while grazing Brother Nyo's scalp. Shin Su was pushed against the wall by the fireball, which exploded with a loud bang, the azure flames sticking to the broken wall and charring it black. Brother Nyo slightly opened one eye and noticed the yellow talisman in his hand had burned down to a small piece, exclaiming, "Audience friends, that old Taoist sold me this talisman for 20,000, and it actually works. Its power is incredible, damn it. If I had known earlier, I would have bothered you to step aside." A gentle and exceptionally pleasant female voice came from behind. Saw thee. Brother Nyo instinctively moved aside, but halfway through, his body suddenly stiffened. Where did this woman come from in this rundown place? Looking up, he saw a woman with dark green hair cascading over her shoulders, incredibly beautiful. Smiling gently, her skin flawless. You're the beauty from the abandoned hospital. Such a level of beauty would certainly leave an impression in Brother Nyo's mind. He recognized her with just a glance. But why did she have those strange vertical pupils? Could it be that during the abandoned hospital incident, he encountered ghosts? How thrilling. Miss, are you two playing cosplay? Don't scare me. Brother Nyo trembled and retreated. The talisman that cost 20,000 could not be known if it was useless before using it, so he naturally wouldn't empty his pockets. But if he had known it would turn out like this, he would have sold his house just to make that old Taoist draw a proper talisman. I don't have time to play with you. Move aside. Hiranoya narrowed her eyes, noticing Shin Su had stood up again, his fingers mimicking a gun, aiming at him. Blood demon technique, ghost fireball. The azure fireball erupted from her fingers again, expanding and knocking Shin Su down once more. Well, that old Taoist really is unreliable. Brother Nyo watched the scientifically unexplainable scene before him, swallowed hard, and cursed the old Taoist in his heart. Coughing, a significant amount of the little blood left in his body was spat out. Just as Shin Su was about to prop himself up, his arm went weak, and he fell back into the ruins, gasping for breath. I want to live, I don't want to die. Strain. Shin Su's soul seemed to be straining, to the point of screaming and gagging, the veins on his forehead bulging, his face, once pale from blood loss, now flushed red. The third azure fireball illuminated Shun Tzu's face. This time, Hiranoya had gauged the building's structural strength and let go, unleashing the flames. The soaring azure flames rolled up waves of heat, resembling a blue sun that illuminated most of the street, causing the police officer standing guard on the roadside to drop his cigarette in shock. Staring intently at the blinding firelight, Hiranoya showed no signs of relaxation. After half a minute of waiting, the embers of the flames finally dissipated, leaving behind a gap that had taken out a large part of the printing factory and the lingering heat. Hiranoya brushed off the dust covering her body and stepped forward slowly. It is the aura of the blood demon technique. Surprisingly, it is still alive. Hiranoya scratched her head, feeling that this troublesome matter was really annoying. After checking around the vicinity, her footsteps stopped at an inconspicuous corner, and she let out a cold snort. Try to evade me like during the Black 18 incident? How could I let you dodge me twice? Soon, Hiranoya's figure gradually faded away, as if she had never appeared at all. That's it for today's live stream, folks. No objections, right? Brother Nyo, whose face was covered in black dust, spat out a mouthful of powder and said numbly to the phone screen. This was a small room of just a few square meters. Shun Tzu curled up in the corner, covering his severed arm, busy tearing his clothes to wrap around the wound. Different from his earlier appearance, Shun Tzu seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant, looking like an old man, with his hair already showing signs of graying. TSK, look at you, Hiranoya's voice suddenly appeared at the door, causing Shun Tzu to shudder in fear, his face turning even paler. She shouldn't be here. He had exhausted his life force to create this small space, and she had discovered something was wrong so quickly. The two stared at each other, neither willing to speak first. After a moment of silence, Shun Tzu raised his right hand and clapped it against his non-existent left hand, his fingers slowly curling down. Are you really going to use that blood demon technique that can collapse space again? I can now freely traverse space when the time comes. Only you will die. I don't believe you have the strength to teleport out again. Is that so? As his fingers curled down, Shun Tzu's expression grew worse. But the sarcasm remained. It seems that as victory draws near, you've become complacent. Hiranoya raised her eyebrows slightly. She could actually sense that something was off. This feeling had only appeared after entering this space and seeing Shun Tzu's appearance. Does creating such a large space really require me to overdraw so much vitality? If it doesn't, then where has the extra vitality I've overdrawn gone? Shun Tzu chuckled, his fingers tightening completely, and the entire space began to twist, tremble, and collapse continuously. Hiranoya shouted inwardly that it was not good and hurriedly used her blood demon technique to try to escape. But her form only slightly faded for a moment before immediately returning. Her tightly furrowed brow twisted even more as she waved her hand, and the illusory wooden door of the infinite city just flickered and vanished. You've locked this space down? Hiranoya turned her head, glaring at the dying Shun Tzu with rage. Ha! Do you remember what I said, Hiranoya? Even if I die, I will drag you into hell with me. Unlock it. Hiranoya rushed over, gripping Shun Tzu's collar and pulling him up from the ground, her eyes bloodshot with anger and fear, her voice trembling. Seeing Hiranoya's panicked look, Shun Tzu laughed even more recklessly. He couldn't survive, but he had dragged the god down from the altar, both of them plunging into the bottomless hell together. It's useless. Give up, Hiranoya. Shun Tzu's face was aging rapidly, eventually settling into a skeletal, emaciated look, resembling a mummy, but there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. After locking down the space, it requires double the strength to unlock it again. I no longer have the energy. This place is our grave. Ha! Is that true? Hiranoya's hands trembled, and Shun Tzu could feel her fear even through the collar. Of course it's true, Shun Tzu replied, loudly with a laugh. That's great. Suddenly, Hiranoya tossed Shun Tzu aside like a piece of trash, throwing him into a corner, while she pulled over a chair and comfortably curled up in it. The sudden turn of events left Shun Tzu somewhat at a loss, but then he burst into loud laughter. Is this how you give up? Quickly use your world-destroying powers to try to break out of here. I really want to see if you have the ability to return to the real world from that endless darkness. I haven't given up. I've been waiting for this moment. Hiranoya tilted her head and looked at Shun Tzu with a calm expression, as if the panicked person just now wasn't here. What do you mean? When it comes to fleeing with your blood demon technique, I might not be able to catch you in a short time. I held back from the beginning otherwise. What if you got scared and ran away right from the start? I hate trouble the most. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I didn't expect this little dog to be quite strong, dragging it out for so long. I had no choice but to keep you in that ghost servant space. You're a coward, definitely afraid of death. I guess you would end up doing something disgusting to me, and I was right. You escaped from there, but I'm not sure how much stamina you have left. So I didn't dare to scare you too much. I just followed you here, and the result is seeing you in this half-dead state. Even more ridiculous is that you actually claim this is our coffin. How laughable. Shinsu listened blankly, unable to hear what Hiranoya said afterward. His mind buzzing blank. Enough. Realizing how foolish he was, Shinsu shouted, interrupting Hiranoya. It's fine that you tricked me, but the fact is, you're also trapped in this space. You will accompany me to the grave. All right. Hiranoya nodded calmly. Shinsu was even more surprised. He saw no signs of deception on her face, but how could she willingly become a burial item? Do you remember what I said to you not long ago? Hiranoya slightly raised her hand, gently brushing the void with her fingertips. Your blood demon technique is troublesome, so I need to watch you die. That way, I can feel at ease. Therefore, I want to leave, even if it means death. Blood demon technique, the path of firelight. As her fingertips swept through the void, the ground, once filled with concrete, immediately cracked, and green leaves began to sprout, densely blooming with fiery red flowers as if ablaze. It is said that the path of firelight is the way to hell, so this can be considered a send-off for both of us. What the hell? Get away. Get away. Shinsu watched in horror as he was surrounded by the strange sea of red flowers, desperately reaching out to tear thee away. But the more he pulled, the more there were. Every time he pulled one out, more would grow back to fill the gaps. What frightened him even more was that his remaining life force was rapidly depleting. Don't waste your effort. The more you destroy the path of firelight, the better it grows. Once it fills an entire world, I won't consume my strength anymore, but rather all the life force within the area. Unless you have the ability to escape Earth. Oh, sorry, I forgot you can only move within the small room now. So Hiranoya gently caressed the delicate red petals, feeling the rapid depletion of her life force within her, all turning into nourishment for the slowly smiling and saying, just obediently descend into hell. A year later, Jianyang City showed no signs of change. The citizens were still busy with their lives, the streets bustling with traffic, and occasionally groups of young people passed by, happily chatting about interesting things. In the amusement park of Jianyang City, a rather handsome man sat on a bench for visitors to rest. The man's eyes instinctively scanned the passing tourists before shaking his head, reaching into his pocket with his right hand to pull out a cigarette and light it. A group of girls passing by slowed their pace, whispering in each other's ears, seemingly struggling with their thoughts. One of them broke away from the group and, under the watchful eyes of the others, walked towards the man. The summer wind blew, and the woman pressed down her skirt that was blown up, looking up to see that the man's left sleeve was also lifted by the wind. It turned out he was disabled. No wonder he wore long sleeves on such a hot day. The woman clicked her tongue, her face showing undisguised disappointment, lamenting the good looks that were wasted, and turned back to her companions. The man also noticed the commotion not far away. His past experiences made him particularly sensitive and alert to his surroundings. He had seen through the girl's intentions, but there was no change in his expression. The ringing of a cell phone caught the man's attention. He held the cigarette in his mouth and quickly pulled out his phone with his right hand. Isn't this news from the bureau? Seeing it was just a spam message. The man relaxed his alert gaze. Ever since he finished that mission last year, the enemies that had been lurking in Jianyang City seemed to have vanished overnight. In the past year, what should have been endless field work had almost disappeared, leaving only some tedious paperwork, and he even had time for leisure and entertainment. So relaxed. The man put away his phone, lazily leaning back in the chair and exhaling a puff of smoke. Suddenly, he gasped, covering his head and turning to look behind the bench. He felt someone tugging at his hair. He was only in his 20s, and didn't he want to go bald so early? A little girl with a mischievous smile had somehow evaded his notice, standing on tiptoe behind the bench, her hand halfway, retracting from her mischief. The girl looked to be only 4 or 5 years old, but she was quite adorable, with big eyes sparkling with mischief and a chubby, fair face that made the man want to pinch her cheeks. Of course, provided she and T pulled his hair so hard. Uncle Liao, let's go over there and take a look. The girl bounced back and forth, her little finger pointing towards a corner deep in the amusement park, eagerly telling the man, her adorable appearance catching the attention of several passers-by, who felt a pang of affection, wondering when they would have such a cute and beautiful daughter. Liao Shi twitched his face and rolled his eyes at the girl, saying, "If you call me uncle one more time, I'll knock you out." The girl seemed not to have heard, nimbly flipping over the long bench, and the next second was riding on Liao Shi's shoulders, her small hands tugging at a tuft of his hair on either side. Let's go. Giddy up. The girl shook Liao Shi's head, her little feet swinging back and forth. Stop shaking. Do you want to shake me to death? Be careful, or I'll drop you. Liao Shi felt the world spinning and quickly steadied his head, reaching out to grab the girl on his head, but she deftly dodged his hand, giggling. Uncle Liao, she is so violent, saying such loud things to scare me. Aren't you afraid the police will come and take you away? The girl patted Liao Shi's head and whispered a reminder. Hearing this, Liao Shi noticed that many eyes around were staring at him oddly. Obviously, his earlier harsh words had been overheard, and the girl who had tried to flirt with him earlier looked at him with disgust, surprised that he would say such nasty things to such a cute little girl. You little brat, just wait until I find a chance to deal with you. Liao Shi slipped into the crowd, heading towards the direction the girl had pointed out earlier. This way, no, we passed it. It's this intersection. The girl tugged at the tufts of hair, controlling Liao Shi's movements left and right, resembling a construction site excavator operator. Stop. The girl suddenly pulled both hands, and Liao Shi's body came to a halt. What's wrong? I want to eat that. Her fair little hand pointed to a spot, and Liao Shi looked over to see a group of tourists gathered outside a shop which was doing booming business. Aren't you unable to eat human food? Liao Shi turned to leave, but the girl tugged him back again. But that ice cream on the billboard looked really delicious. Come on, just buy one. The girl's little face puffed up in frustration, shaking back and forth again. Bye. All right, little ancestor, I'm at your service. Liao Shi was dizzy from shaking. What flavor? The question stumped the girl, who fell into deep thought. Let's get one of each. No way. You definitely can't finish it. Just buy one. Then let's get strawberry. The line was long, but moved quickly, and in just a few minutes, Liao Shi paid for the ice cream, holding a pink one in his hand and raising it to the girl. Having gotten what she wanted, the girl smiled widely, finally loosening her grip on his hair and happily enjoying her ice cream. After just one lick, the girl let out a dry heave, as if she had tasted something disgusting. This doesn't taste like what was advertised. She wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. I told you, you can't eat human food. Are you satisfied now? Liao Shi laughed heartily. Here, an ice cream that had been licked once was shoved into Liao Shi's hand, with a clear imprint of a tongue on it, making the originally perfectly shaped ice cream look a bit crooked, showing that the girl was really looking forward to the taste. What are you doing? It would be a waste to throw it away. Just eat it. Liao Shi silently accepted the slightly deformed ice cream and put it in his mouth, with an adult's mouth being much larger than the girl's. He finished half of it in one bite, the coolness mingling with the sweetness of strawberry swirling on his tongue before finally flowing down into his stomach. Isn't this pretty good? Is it because of my saliva's flavor? The girl chuckled. Get lost. Liao Shi took another bite, finishing the last piece and muttering indistinctly. By the way, Pinji Li. Liao Shi took out a piece of paper from his pocket to wipe his mouth. You need to lose weight. A sense of resentment almost materialized from the girl, her scalp tightening, clearly as her hair was once again grasped by Pinji Li. I'm only 4 years old now. How much could I weigh? The voice, half smiling and half crying, reached Liao Shi's ears. If you keep bringing up my weight, I'll just poop on your head to lose weight. Wrong. In the months following the printing factory's mission, Liao Shi hadn't seen Pinji Li again until later when this little bean-like girl, who looked completely like Pinji Li's daughter, came to him and told him she was Pinji Li. He realized this girl hadn't died. How long will this little bean appearance last? You won't take hundreds of years to grow back, will you? Liao Shi asked. At that time, in order to safely and thoroughly deal with Shen Su, I separated half of my power. If my doppelganger hadn't died, I wouldn't have ended up like this. But it won't be long, probably about a year, and I should be able to return to normal. That is pretty fast. By the way, how's your sister? You mean Liao Xin? She's doing well. Speaking of his sister, a gentle look appeared on Liao Shi's face. The investigation bureau used its connections and found that Miss Zhu Shi you mentioned before. Her medicine is very effective. Theoretically, Liao Xin has turned back into a human, but she still needs to stay at the investigation bureau for observation for a while. As they were talking, they were attracted by a series of screams and turned their heads to look. A spooky-looking house stood abruptly in the lively amusement park. It's a haunted house. I've never been inside. Let's go take a look. Liao Shi laughed out loud. You a ghost? Want to go into a haunted house? Seriously? I'm not worried about you getting scared. I'm worried about the staff inside being scared by you. Oh, come on, just taking a look. Pinji Li started shaking back and forth again, squeezing her disobedient head between her legs. All right. While waiting in line to buy tickets, a funhouse mirror stood nearby. The reflection of Liao Shi in the mirror was squished down to a little chubby figure less than a meter tall, while Pinji Li's shape was stretched to that of an adult, looking especially comical. Haha, do I look like a wild boar knight now? Next, the staff raised a megaphone to remind Liao Shi. Let's go, let us go. Charge. At the back of the line, a man with a scruffy beard holding a selfie stick was talking endlessly to his phone. Hey guys, long time no see. Brother Nyo is back. Today, I'm not doing a supernatural adventure, but experiencing what is said to be Jianyang City's most terrifying haunted house. Brother Nyo, are you scared and don't dare to do a supernatural adventure anymore? Haha, I'm really worried about the staff inside. According to Brother Nyo's character, he will definitely chase after the staff dressed as ghosts and scold them. Wait, why does Brother Nyo's expression look off? He hasn't even entered the haunted house yet. Why does he look so scared? Brother Nyo's pupils trembled, his face close to the screen. Hey guys, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like there's a little girl in front who looks particularly familiar, just like that beautiful ghost I met in the abandoned hospital and the printing factory. Should I still go into the haunted house? A year later, in the top floor conference room of the Wisteria Housekeeping Company, Hiranoya had already returned to her original appearance, with her legs casually resting on the table as she waited lazily. The door was gently pushed open, and Chunran, still wearing her expressionless face, slowly spoke. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Hiranoya nodded and glanced at the other 12 people. It was truly a happy thing that no one had died that night at the printing factory. If there had been casualties, recruiting new members would have been a troublesome matter. Xiaoran, you go ahead, Hiranoya gestured. Chunran nodded and didn't hesitate. First of all, it's been 2 years since the incident at the printing factory, and as of today, neither we nor the Investigation Bureau have found any traces of the cannibals. We can confirm that all the cannibals from Shun Tzu's lineage are dead. After a pause, Chunran continued. The second matter is that during our investigation into the traces of the cannibals, we discovered that there's a third party also investigating them, besides us. At this point, everyone perked up, knowing that aside from the Investigation Bureau and the 12 Ghost Months, there shouldn't be any third parties aware of the cannibals' existence. Based on the joint investigation with the Investigation Bureau, the third party's presence has been confirmed. As she said this, Chunran gave a slight glance at Hiranoya, who looked innocent. If I had known, I wouldn't have used such a wide-ranging blood demon technique for the search. Hiranoya sighed inwardly, realizing that she had gotten herself into some trouble again. She then spoke up. The Investigation Bureau is already preparing to make contact with them. So do we need to intervene? After thinking for a moment, Hiranoya shook her head. Recently, as my power has been restored, my perception of spatial aspects has become increasingly sensitive. I can sense many wondrous things, and now that I have outgrown the crib, I can feel that, apart from here, the outside world is vast, so vast that I can only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Shinsu has had contact with the outside world once. A guy who claimed to be the god of time in his world fused with his soul. That was a completely different kind of mysterious power, distinct from blood demon techniques, and I can feel that there are many worlds like this. Even if there are more like the purple moon, black moon, and white moon, it wouldn't be surprising. People's curiosity and desire to explore the unknown cannot be extinguished, and I, too, am curious about how other worlds differ. To be honest, after a millennium of long years, I have grown tired of this place. The members of the 12 demon moons nodded thoughtfully. The lifespan of a ghoul is endless, but their world is so limited. Not to mention a millennium. How many people have lost interest in everything around them after living just a few decades or even a few years? How could they guarantee that one day, after exploring every last corner of this world, acquiring every kind of knowledge, language, and reading every book, their omniscient and omnipotent selves would still have a motivation to continue living? It might not matter anymore. Perhaps one day they would discover evidence of ghouls' existence, which would be something I look forward to and be happy about. Now, let me speak about the third matter. Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Hiranoya moved closer to the table. A smile appeared on her face. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone who wants to step beyond this narrow crib and join me in exploring that vast world? Introduction. Once a samurai's sword is drawn, it cannot be sheathed for life because I am the samurai of the Hirano family.